Within the embers of House Targaryen, the forgotten bloodline of true dragons lies in slumber. As the machinations of King's Landing weave their intricate web, and the icy claws of the White Walkers rend the long night, the dormant dragon finally opens its eyes. Flames consume the remains of traitors, and the roar of the dragon shatters the delusions of the Iron Throne. In the game of blood and fire, witness the awakening of the sleeping dragon as it forges the blood-soaked dawn of Westeros anew. Chapter 1. Viserys. The faint sound of delicate footsteps echoed from the corridor outside the door, as a figure approached the entrance of a spacious bedroom located on the second floor of the tower. The door to the bedroom stood ajar, through which a flickering candlelight could be discerned. A small silhouette sat at the round table within, one hand propping up his chin, silver hair cascading around his ears, and the shimmering purple of his gem-like eyes reflected the wavering flame of the candle. He is Viserys Targaryen, the second son of His Majesty Aerys II, and he is but 7 years of age. Recently, the inherently restless Viserys found himself inexplicably captivated by the flickering candle flame, retreating from his usual exuberance to seclude himself within the confines of his chamber, poring over tomes he once detested. This peculiar behavior had persisted for several days. The elderly maid standing outside the bedroom door observed the subtle deepening of the wrinkles on her face, as a flicker of concern passed through her dim, yellowed eyes. Having served the Targaryen family for generations, she harbored fears that Viserys might suffer a similar fate to that of his father, the Mad King, and experience a decline in his mental state. After all, with the birth of every Targaryen, the gods toss a coin, determining whether he shall be great or mad. Yet, the maid's gaze did not rouse the contemplative Viserys. His exquisitely youthful visage was partially shrouded in shadow, adorned in princely garments, with one hand resting upon a weighty tome of parchment as he pondered the mysteries of his past and present. "Your Highness," the elderly maid gently rapped on the doorframe twice, her voice soft yet resonating with clarity in the stillness of Maegor's Holdfast. The Targaryen prince, startled like a frightened bird, shivered and abruptly awakened, his lavender eyes wide with a hint of alarm as they met the maid standing at the threshold. After a brief pause, he recollected that he was indeed this Your Highness, for there were no others present in the chamber, and this maid, as his jumbled memories suggested, appeared to be named Sophia. "Is there something you require?" Viserys' vision focused on the maid's figure as he shook his head slightly, casting aside his earlier disarrayed thoughts, and regarded her with earnestness. "The queen wishes to see you." Clad in dark servant attire and a gray headscarf, the maid's forehead smoothed as she noted the prince's awakening, before speaking once more. "Mother." Viserys momentarily faltered, his heart racing, yet he feigned composure as he closed the tome in his hands and slid from the chair. According to the chaotic memories swirling in his mind, his mother in this life appeared to be named Rhaella Targaryen, a gentle and kind woman who had tirelessly endeavored to shield Viserys from the potential harm of his father's madness. Nevertheless, Viserys had consistently sought to avoid encounters with his mother, as she was the one closest to him, and he feared revealing any signs of weakness. Thus, he had secluded himself within his chamber, immersing in books, not only to acquire knowledge but also to evade meetings with Rhaella. Little did he anticipate that his mother would seek him out at this moment. "Understand." Viserys' young visage tightened slightly as he endeavored to appear composed. In truth, his acting skills were impeccable, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to detect any flaw. Even if someone did, who would suspect a mere 7-year-old boy? Subsequently, Viserys positioned himself before the silver mirror within the chamber, with the maid behind him adjusting his attire. Meeting the queen necessitated proper decorum, and even though Viserys was her own son, the etiquette of nobility and court had been ingrained within him, etched into his very memory and muscles. Viserys cast a glance at the maid who was adjusting his garments, finding no discrepancies, and then turned his gaze back to the silver mirror. A swirl of black mist began to unfurl before him. Viserys Targaryen. Sun nature, 3. Earth nature, 5. Water nature, 8. Moon nature, 18. These words were displayed in the ancient High Valyrian script. As survivors of Valyrian civilization, the Targaryens spoke not the common tongue of Westeros. Rather, it was High Valyrian that was their mother tongue. Every Targaryen received instruction in Valyrian and the language of dragons during their childhood. These natures could also be translated as sun, soil, raindrop, and moon. Yet before him, everything remained as it always had been. Viserys felt no surprise, for he had discovered this black mist several days prior. Whenever his gaze lingered upon any reflective surface for 3 seconds, this dense black fog would manifest. Of course, he had experimented with various objects. Mirrors, glass, gems, and even daggers would reveal it, but the dimly glowing stones and wooden tables would not. Moreover, he has conducted numerous experiments to ascertain that others cannot perceive this dark mist. He alone is a unique entity, much like this world brimming with enigmatic powers, teeming with the ineffable. Could this perhaps be a form of magic? Viserys pondered, perplexed, as he had perused various tomes over the past few days without uncovering the answer. Gradually, he began to decipher the meanings of these convoluted terms, which directly reflected his current physical condition. The aspect of the sun signifies strength. The earth embodies weightiness, representing his constitution, while water symbolizes gentleness, denoting his agility and flexibility. The moon aspect represents his willpower, or perhaps a more mysterious mental prowess. A normal adult male's data should range between 8 to 10, and he does not dismiss the possibility of encountering individuals of greater strength. As for why Viserys' current data appears so peculiar, it may be related to his tender age of merely 7, as his physique has yet to fully develop. Nevertheless, his agility and flexibility are undeniably substantial. In his recollections, Viserys could cause several guards of the Red Keep to stomp in frustration without being apprehended. Moon aspect. 18. Viserys gazed at the silver mirror and blinked slowly. This ability far exceeds that of an ordinary individual, potentially linked to his inherent uniqueness. Perhaps he is a singular existence in this world. However, his exceptionally strong mental capacity has indeed afforded Viserys certain privileges, as his memory is remarkably superior to that of his peers. In recent days, while sequestered in his chamber engrossed in reading, he cannot claim to possess a photographic memory, yet he can firmly embed knowledge in his mind after merely 2 readings. Furthermore, he does not feel fatigued even when he stays up late. Does His Highness harbor concerns? The elderly maid, who was arranging Viserys' attire, keenly observed the expression on the Targaryen prince's face. She noted the boy's pale lavender eyes reflecting a peculiar daze as he gazed at the silver mirror, as if he had lost focus. Then, she pursed her lips, appearing to be weighed down by thoughts. Nothing. Thank you for your concern, Sophia, Viserys replied, slightly shaking his head. This seems to be the first time His Highness has uttered a word of thanks to me. The elderly woman, swathed in a headscarf, subtly covered her mouth, appearing somewhat astonished, while Viserys' expression faltered momentarily, his mouth opening as if momentarily at a loss for words. The prince's chamber descended into a profound silence. After a prolonged silence, Viserys composed himself and took the initiative to shatter the oppressive atmosphere, just as the elderly maid finished arranging his garments. So, did Mother mention why she sought me? Viserys feigned casualness while subtly probing. The elderly maid paused, well aware of the reason. The news of the Targaryen royal family's military defeat and Prince Rhaegar's demise had long since circulated within the Red Keep, leaving the entire city of King's Landing in a state of trepidation. This boy before her, barring any unforeseen circumstances, is destined to become Viserys Targaryen III in the future. However, all of this hinges on whether the Targaryens can retain the Iron Throne. Otherwise, the fate awaiting Viserys will be exceedingly grim. Viserys gazed hopefully at the elderly maid, yearning to extract some information from her lips. Yet ultimately, his expectations were met only with disappointment. The maid, her gray headscarf framing her wrinkled face, sighed deeply and calmly shook her head. No. Chapter 2. Escape from King's Landing. Before long, the elderly maid led Viserys down the stairs of Maegor's Holdfast, arriving at the ballroom situated on the ground floor. This grand ballroom, designed primarily for royal feasts and balls, was capable of accommodating over 100 guests. Arched windows allowed sunlight to pour in, illuminating the silver mirrors within the hall, while rows of flickering candle flames swayed gently, casting a warm glow throughout the space. On the second floor of the ballroom, a long corridor stretched forth, its thick walls adorned with exquisite wood carvings and finely crafted silks. Flags depicting the 3-headed dragon, emblematic of House Targaryen, hung on either side of the grand entrance. Maegor's Holdfast was, in essence, a castle within a castle, located at the very heart of the Red Keep. Fortified with 12-foot thick walls and a moat, serving as a royal residence with impregnable defenses. As Viserys followed the old maid into the ballroom, he noticed a significant gathering of guards, all diligently preparing their gear and weapons. Their attention was briefly drawn to the prince and the maid, but they quickly returned to their tasks. Your Highness, greeted a middle-aged man with dark hair, clad in leather armor and riding trousers, as he polished his longsword. Upon seeing Viserys enter, he offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. Another member of the King's Guard, draped in a white cloak, turned his head to regard Viserys as well. Feeling the weight of the knight's gazes upon him, Viserys' heart quickened slightly, and he clenched his fingers subtly beneath his sleeve, yet he maintained a facade of composure, bowing politely. Good day, Sir Willem. Sir Willem Derry, the master-at-arms of the Red Keep, was chiefly responsible for training the guards in combat skills and formations, a task he undertook with great expertise, a testament to his capability in battle. His brother, Ser Jon Darry, was among the King's Guard who had followed Prince Rhaegar during the rebellion, and his fate remained unknown since the conclusion of the Battle of the Trident. Turning his attention to the youthful King's Guard, Viserys nodded in greeting once more. Ser Jaime, the white-cloaked knight, remained silent, one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, casting a curious glance over Viserys' figure as he passed by. Though his tenure in the King's Guard was brief, and his familiarity with the Targaryens, particularly this second prince, limited, there was an unexplainable peculiarity about Viserys today. He seemed to stand a bit taller, yet his demeanor appeared more humble. Jaime tightened his grip on the sword, then shifted his gaze elsewhere. Unperturbed by the attention, Viserys felt his heartbeat quicken, yet found a semblance of calm. He had always possessed a tenacity that shone brightest in times of adversity, a trait that had endured through both his past and present lives. Approaching the seating area in the center of the hall, Viserys found himself before a woman with silver hair, resplendently dressed. He did not meet her gaze directly, but inclined his head slightly in respect. Mother. The atmosphere in the ballroom remained somber, yet he was unaware of the turmoil that had unfolded. Viserys. A weary voice emerged from above him. Queen Rhaella extended her arms, wrapping them around her son, resting her head against his cheek. My child, there is dreadful news I must convey to you. Viserys sensed his mother tremble slightly, her voice betraying the strength she had always exhibited, now teetering on the brink of collapse. Beneath her velvet gown lay bruises and bite marks, remnants of the madness inflicted upon her by her husband in the wake of last night's harrowing tidings. Yet, Rhaella Targaryen, the resilient woman she was, persevered for the sake of Viserys and the child she carried. Though the death of her eldest son and the precarious state of the kingdom brought her immeasurable sorrow, compounded by the physical and emotional scars of the previous night, she knew she must muster the strength to rise again. Fortunately, her husband had retained a sliver of reason amidst his madness, recognizing the dire situation and urgently commanding a contingent of guards to escort Queen Rhaella and her second son, Viserys, to Dragonstone. King Aegon II remained in King's Landing, prepared to face the enemy in a final stand. He would not surrender the capital to the traitors without a fight, determined to confront the usurpers to the bitter end, especially with the rebels drawing near. Though ravens had carried word that the king's ally, Lord Tywin Lannister of Casterly Rock, had resolved to rally forces in defense of the crown, nothing was set in stone. Thus, ensuring the queen and prince's safe departure from the tumultuous city was paramount. With a clatter, soldiers clad in full armor formed a protective barrier around the queen. A maid assisted the now ailing Queen Rhaella into the carriage, drawing the curtain tightly shut, sealing them within. Viserys followed closely behind, preparing to board the second carriage when an unexpected event transpired. A brown-haired little girl suddenly darted from nowhere, and the guards, unaware of her presence, paid her no mind. Ser Willem hesitated briefly, then sighed, choosing to remain silent. The girl approached Viserys' carriage, tugging at his garment. Her cherubic face upturned, as if inquiring where they were headed and why she was not included. Where are we going? Viserys recognized the girl from memory, yet he hesitated. Clenching his fist, he understood that, given the gravity of the situation, it would be prudent to avoid unnecessary complications. Nonetheless, the silver-haired boy gritted his teeth, resolute, and, after a moment's deliberation, he scooped the little girl into his arms and brought her into the carriage with him. A small black cat, having sprinted after them, gracefully leapt onto the carriage's roof. Hey, Baelor! The girl squealed in excitement, only to be swiftly silenced by Viserys' hand over her mouth. Shush, he urged, glancing nervously outside before pulling the curtain closed once more, leaning in to whisper in her ear, Please be quiet, Rhaenys. At last, with a rumble, the wheels rolled over the cobblestones, the hooves of the horses echoing against the ground. The knights gripped their weapons tightly as the convoy hastily opened the gates and departed the Red Keep, embarking on their journey into the unknown. Chapter 3. The Dragon Slayer. As Viserys gently turned his head to cast a fleeting glance behind him before aiding Rhaenys into the carriage, he caught sight of a woman cradling a child within an open window atop Maegor's Hold. With chestnut hair and dark eyes, her frail figure swayed slightly in the breeze. The baby swaddled in her arms being none other than his nephew, Aegon Targaryen. Viserys recognized her as his brother's wife, his sister-in-law, Elia Martell, the Dornish princess. Yet, his mind was clouded with confusion, struggling to comprehend the dire circumstances of fleeing even as the newborn had barely graced the world. He held the little girl close, urging her to remain calm amidst the turmoil. His thoughts were consumed by the unsettling question of why his father had chosen to detain Elia and her children in King's Landing when they could have escaped together. The imminent threat of the rebels loomed large, and remaining in the capital signified peril. At the last moment, Viserys made the audacious decision to take Rhaenys with him. Uncertain of whether his father would dispatch soldiers in pursuit of them, he pondered the ramifications of this seemingly small alteration to history, wondering what future consequences might unfold. For now, he felt he had done what he could, at least to satisfy his conscience. However, should a golden-cloaked soldier pursue them and attempt to forcibly take Rhaenys away, he doubted he would possess the courage to intervene. Let us depart. Meanwhile, Elia, witnessing her daughter fortuitously board Viserys' carriage and leave the Red Keep, felt her already fragile body tremble slightly. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, a premonition of a final farewell to her beloved child. The tumultuous seas and rising storms heralded an uncertain future. Initially, the escorting party intended to sail directly to Dragonstone from King's Landing. But Sir Willem's prudent deliberation led them to opt for the overland route, minimizing their time at sea. The grim tidings of the king's execution had not quelled the spread of rumors. The Red Keep had become a veritable sieve of information. The capital was rife with news of the royal army's defeat and the death of Rhaegar Targaryen. The rebels advanced with ferocity towards King's Landing, plunging the vast city of over 1 million souls into chaos and dread, as the specter of war loomed ominously overhead. As the escorting party departed from the Red Keep, they traversed the Hill of Aegon, armed soldiers parting the panicked crowds. The carriage bore no Targaryen sigils. Its drapes obscured the identity of its occupants. Clear the way, the soldiers urged, their steeds urging the pedestrians aside, their whips cracking mercilessly. The once chaotic throng fell into a sudden order, hastily retreating to the sides of the street, granting passage to the procession. The carriage of Queen Rhaella led the way, followed closely by that of Viserys and Rhaenys. The boy, peering through a small gap in the curtains, glimpsed the scenery as they navigated the narrow streets, where a distant hill provided a vantage point over King's Landing. The very hill upon which the Targaryens had once raised their dragons. That hill was named Rhaenys Hill. In the carriage, Viserys sought to distract the excited Rhaenys, who believed they were merely embarking on a delightful outing. The landmark sharing her name provided an ideal topic of conversation. The brown-haired girl, cradling her little black cat, Vhagar, looked up at him with eager anticipation. Yet, she was destined to be disappointed. This hill had not been constructed by her beloved father in her honor. Viserys racked his brain for historical tales he had read, grateful for his prodigious memory, and began recounting the story of Aegon the Conqueror and his sister wife, Rhaenys. From over 2 centuries prior, Rhaenys Hill was named by Aegon in memory of his fallen sister, who had perished in battle while riding her dragon. A shrine had once been erected in her honor, but it had been destroyed in subsequent turmoil, replaced by the dragon pit. The little girl listened intently, her heart heavy upon hearing of the queen's tragic end, unable to suppress her tears. One day, I too shall find a husband who loves me as dearly, Rhaenys thought, her eyes reddening as she empathized with the queen, their namesakes entwined in fate. At her tender age, she had yet to grasp the gravity of her father's demise. The name Rhaenys seemed to carry a curse, for her fate mirrored that of the queen's more than 2 centuries ago, evoking no sympathy from the world around her. Unencumbered by the stringent protocols of court etiquette, she had forgotten to address Viserys as uncle, opting instead for a more familiar term due to their similar ages. He could even slay a dragon for me, she declared with a determined lift of her chin, her innocent fantasies reflecting the tales of dragon slayers recounted in legends. Viserys, bemused by her earnestness, could not help but smile politely, albeit awkwardly. The carriage wheels rolled rhythmically, and they were nearing the outskirts of King's Landing. The pursuing soldiers had yet to arrive, suggesting that his father had tacitly approved of his decision to take Rhaenys. Regardless of the motives behind detaining Princess Elia and her children, the presence of a more precious child rendered the loss of Rhaenys inconsequential, especially given the familial bond they shared. As Viserys relaxed, he reached out to touzle the little girl's chestnut hair, allowing it to fall into disarray, before finally speaking. There are no more dragons in this world, Rhaenys. The last dragon has been dead for over a century. As he gazed towards the distant Rhaenys Hill, he silently contemplated the fate of the Targaryens had they still possessed their dragons. Chapter 4. Swordsmanship. Subsequently, under the escort of soldiers, the 2 unmarked carriages traversed King's Landing, choosing to depart discreetly through the Dragon Gate rather than the more ostentatious Steel Gate. A caravan of riders embarked upon the Rosby Road, making their way towards the town of Duskendale. Sir William resolved to journey by ship to Dragonstone from Duskendale. Concurrently, a grand vessel had set sail from the port of King's Landing, serving as a deceptive option. The middle-aged instructor had his own considerations. He was acutely aware that King's Landing, and even the Red Keep, had long been riddled with vulnerabilities, infiltrated by various spies. All discussions that transpired among the lords in the throne room that very morning would be circulating in the most disreputable corners by afternoon. The actions of His Majesty King Aerys in summoning the guards of the Red Keep were not insignificant. If the news of the Queen and Prince's relocation could be concealed, it would indeed be a miracle. Thus, after much contemplation, Sir William devised a misleading alternative. Traveling by ship directly from King's Landing to Dragonstone undoubtedly appeared to be the most prudent course, even in light of the recent spate of storms at sea. The overland route from Duskendale to Dragonstone also presented itself as a viable option. However, given the current fragmentation of Westeros and the uprising of rebels, it was likely that no place outside King's Landing could be deemed truly secure after their departure. Choosing to travel overland inherently carried certain risks. "May the Seven bless us," he murmured, his rough fingers pressing against his forehead, gently kneading it. They believed the forehead to be the abode of the soul, and such earnest prayers would surely reach the divine. He hoped for a smooth journey. Time flew swiftly. A day later, after a half-day's travel and a night's rest, the caravan passed through Rosby and continued along the King's Road, heading straight for the port of Duskendale. This was the domain of House Lannister, where the loyal Earl of Rhaegar guarded the rather unremarkable harbor of Duskendale for His Majesty the King, although the middle-aged instructor deemed Earl Rhaegar not entirely trustworthy. In a time where loyalties had shifted and allegiances were uncertain, merely remaining undecided was already a testament to loyalty towards the crown. The weather today was rather gloomy. The carriage's curtain was slightly lifted, allowing dim light to filter in. A light rain pattered against the roof, rendering the road muddy and making the carriage's progress laborious. Swaying from side to side, Viserys sat within the carriage, gazing out at the scene, where trees lining the road were shrouded in a hazy veil of rain. A chilling breeze swept in, deepening the oppressive weight in his heart. An ominous premonition lingered within him. Sir William, with his silver hair, sat across from Viserys, his gaze shifting from the landscape outside to the man before him, while Rhaenys, cradling a cat, sat obediently beside him. At this moment, the astute young girl also grasped that this was not a leisurely journey. Otherwise, her grandmother would not risk traveling in such inclement weather. Meanwhile, seated directly opposite Viserys was Sir William Dane, who observed the scenery outside in contemplative silence. He had already donned his armor, his waist adorned with a long sword and a short spear. A troubling piece of news weighed heavily on his mind, yet he was uncertain whether he should share it with the prince. The grand ship that had departed with them from King's Landing had encountered an ambush by a band of unidentified pirates before even exiting the Blackwater Bay. It was now presumed that it had met with disaster. The news, delivered by a rider from King's Landing that very morning, sent a chill down his spine. Although he had long been aware of the Red Keep's vulnerabilities and the inevitability of being discovered by the rebels, he had not anticipated their swift actions. Moreover, to his knowledge, the coalition formed by the North, the Vale, the Riverlands, and Stormlands was at a disadvantage in naval strength, with scarcely a few vessels seaworthy. Otherwise, the besieged Storm's End would not still be under blockade by the fleet of Dragonstone. Fortunately, he had prudently opted against the seemingly safe sea route, choosing instead to conceal the Queen and Prince within the carriage, leaving King's Landing discreetly and without drawing attention. Surely, the enemy had come to realize that Queen Rhaela and Viserys had not taken to the waters. "Your Highness need not worry. The soldiers are prepared for battle," Sir William asserted, sitting within the carriage, one hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "However, we must hasten our pace." Viserys was oblivious to the dire tidings at sea, just as he remained unaware of Sir William's troubled thoughts, yet he nodded in agreement. Compared to the soldiers outside, he felt a sense of contentment sitting within the plush confines of the carriage. "I understand," he replied. Soon, as dusk approached, after a long day of arduous travel compounded by the wretched weather, the incessant drizzle had rendered the roads exceedingly muddy, leaving everyone utterly fatigued. Just then, calamity struck. The carriage carrying Queen Rhaela unexpectedly suffered a broken axle, presumably from hitting a stone. The horse emitted a pained whinny, nearly toppling over, but thankfully, Sir William and a few soldiers managed to steady it, releasing the reins to allow it a moment's respite. The Queen and her two handmaidens emerged from the carriage, somewhat disheveled, but fortunately, the relentless rain had eased slightly at that moment. However, this unforeseen incident necessitated a halt in the caravan's progress. It did, however, afford everyone a fleeting opportunity to rest. Sir William had previously insisted on pressing forward, compressing their rest time by half, and both the soldiers and their steeds were struggling to cope. With the order for a temporary respite conveyed, a collective sigh of relief echoed through the group. Viserys leapt from the carriage, graciously offering the intact carriage to his somewhat frazzled mother. He too sought to stretch his legs. Though his ride had been more comfortable than others, the day had taken its toll. The roads of this era were hardly smooth, and the carriages lacked adequate suspension. He soon spotted the middle-aged instructor standing before the abandoned carriage, leaning on his sword. The silver-haired boy hesitated for a moment before striding toward him. "Sir William." Viserys politely addressed him. "May I inquire about swordsmanship?" Caught off guard by the prince's unexpected request, Sir William Dane momentarily faltered. "Your Highness, what brings about such a notion?" This question evoked memories from over a decade ago, of a young boy, besotted with books and the harp, who had one day approached him, declaring, "Give me a sword and armor. It seems I must become a warrior." That boy had indeed grown to become one of the most skilled knights on the continent. None other than Rhaegar Targaryen, Viserys' elder brother. "I'm already 7 years old. It is time for me to begin my knightly training," Viserys asserted, tilting his head, avoiding a direct response to the instructor's question. "And I shall surely need it in the future. Shall I not?" Chapter 5, Ambush. As it was the request of His Highness the Prince, the man with somewhat disheveled hair nodded in agreement after only a brief moment of hesitation. Just as Viserys had asserted, the future would invariably require such skills. The current circumstances, however, were far from favorable. He had once instructed Rhaegar, and now he was imparting knowledge to Viserys. It was indeed a source of pride for the Targaryen brothers to refer to him as their teacher. Yet, this was merely a moment of respite during their journey, and the teachings he could provide were limited. Nonetheless, whether for a knight battling atop a steed or a warrior fighting on foot, the fundamentals remained unchanged. The middle-aged instructor hesitated for just a moment before drawing his sword from his waist. The sharp sound of the blade unsheathing was bright and crisp, catching the attention of several resting soldiers, including Queen Rhaegar, who was adjusting her garments within a carriage, and Rhaenys, who leaned out of the window to gaze at the silver-haired boy beneath the tree. "Viserys." "Sir William, the boy is quite fatigued. Do not disturb him," the queen remarked with a slight furrow of her brow, her voice laced with concern. Her lavender eyes reflected the image of Viserys, who was struggling to hold the weighty sword aloft. Her greatest worry was whether Viserys might injure himself. In truth, while the sword's weight was not excessive, wielding it with ease required considerable stamina, particularly for a 7-year-old boy just of age to begin knightly training. "Fear not, Your Majesty," the disheveled man responded, turning to her with a slight bow. "This is merely a small toy. Every boy must ultimately learn to wield it." The soldiers lounging on stones and leaning against the trees chuckled in unison at his words. "Indeed, Your Majesty, as the guards of the Red Keep." They were well aware of Queen Rhaegar's gentle and kind nature. Without her intervention, countless souls might have perished by her husband's flames. Sir William had been the instructor at the Red Keep for many years, having trained even her eldest son, Rhaegar. After a moment's hesitation, Queen Rhaegar chose to remain silent, trusting that Sir William would exercise the necessary discretion to ensure Viserys' safety. Moreover, he was correct. In this era, it was inevitable for a boy to learn to lift such a toy, to protect his loved ones with valor. Subsequently, the middle-aged instructor looked down at the boy who was struggling to balance the long sword, his smile slightly diminishing. "Your Highness, at your tender age, you ought to practice with a wooden sword. However, given the extraordinary circumstances, you must make do with my blade." As the master of the Red Keep, Sir William Darry was exceptionally skilled, having trained many formidable warriors and knights, which was precisely why Viserys sought his guidance. No one was better suited than Sir William to teach him the art of self-defense. Nodding in response to Sir William's words, Viserys endeavored to control the sword, preventing it from slipping to the ground. The instructor observed the boy's efforts with a degree of satisfaction, nodding internally. By the 7, Viserys is not at all inferior to his elder brother, at least not in terms of attitude. He continued, drawing another sword from the waist of a soldier seated beside him. Whether it be a spear, a lance, or a sword, these weapons possess a fundamental technique that is both simple and invaluable. The middle-aged instructor's gaze remained steady as he demonstrated, thrusting the sword forward with force, creating a slicing sound through the air. Learn to pierce your enemy with the pointed end. Swift, precise, and fierce, one well-timed strike can pierce an enemy's throat. After his demonstration, he passed the sword to the soldier beside him and turned his attention back to Viserys. "Have you grasped it, child?" Viserys nodded slightly. "Is it simple?" He continued to inquire. Understanding the nature of young trainees, Sir William knew they often yearned to become champions overnight, dreaming of vanquishing all foes within days. Yet, the reality of becoming an exceptional knight demanded years, even decades, of diligent training. For instance, the very thrust he was practicing now required relentless repetition to master the essentials of speed, accuracy, and lethality. eschewing the myriad of complicated maneuvers that served little purpose beyond spectacle. However, upon hearing Sir William's question, Viserys hesitated before shaking his head. He was no mere child. The question was clearly a trap, and he would not naively fall into it, seeking neither unwarranted reprimands nor unsolicited lessons. "It is not simple. You are mistaken," Sir William retorted, only to stutter mid-sentence, caught off guard by Viserys' unexpected response. "Am I wrong?" Viserys tilted his head in mild confusion. "No, you are correct," Sir William replied, patting his chest to regain composure, his tone slightly exasperated. Not far away, Rhaenys, peering out from the carriage window, witnessed this exchange, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons as she stifled a giggle. She suspected that Viserys had intentionally played his cards right. Meanwhile, the disheveled, middle-aged man patted Viserys on the shoulder, advising him to practice the thrusting technique a few more times to strengthen his wrist. Viserys still struggled somewhat with the sword, his movements unsteady. Afterward, Sir William adjusted his trousers and strode toward the nearby woods, seeking a more private spot due to the presence of women. At that moment, however, the corner of the instructor's eye caught sight of a flock of startled birds suddenly taking flight from the direction they had come. He paused, an ominous feeling surging within him. Simultaneously, he sensed a subtle tremor in the ground, the rapid thundering of hooves growing louder. The sound rolled closer like distant thunder. "Enemy attack!" shouted the sentinel stationed on a nearby hill. Chapter 6: The Clash. The somber sky weighed heavily upon the hearts of the people, an inescapable shroud of gloom. The gentle rain had begun to wane, yet the enemy's assault descended like a tempest, the thunderous sound of hooves striking the ground, with raised swords and spears charging towards the carriage, which was shielded by the guards at its center. All adversaries were veiled in black cloth, having removed their family crests from their armor, evidently intent on concealing their identities. Leading the charge, a knight brandished a spear tucked under his arm. The sharp tip lowered menacingly, glinting with a chilling light as it aimed at the Red Keep's royal guards. The black cloth obscured his visage, revealing only his piercing eyes, from which a guttural command resonated, each word pronounced with grave intent. "Kill them." It thundered like a storm. In the next heartbeat, iron hooves thundered, racing towards them. This band of masked assailants possessed a singular objective: to eliminate Queen Layla and her son. The unexpected onslaught had left Queen Layla and her handmaiden stupefied, struggling to comprehend the chaos that had erupted. The cry of "enemy attack" echoed in the air. Amidst this turmoil, the battle-hardened Sir William was the first to react. However, at this moment, he wielded no longsword. Instead, he hastily unsheathed a short spear, his weapon of choice, and aimed it at the foremost enemy, launching it with all his strength. Whoosh! The spear sliced through the air with a resounding whistle. The leading knight among the masked attackers was caught unawares and was struck squarely in the chest. Thud! Though the hardened breastplate did not succumb to the spear's force, it left a deep dent. The knight, unable to maintain his grip on the horse, was unseated by the sheer power of the throw, tumbling to the ground. Thud! Dust swirled as the knight was thrown into disarray, his foot snagged in the stirrup, dragged several feet by the steed before he managed to break free. The cavalryman trailing behind, seasoned in battle, swiftly recognized the unfolding situation and maneuvered around the fallen knight, continuing their charge. Otherwise, this unfortunate knight would have been mercilessly trampled into the ground. Thus, the ambush on the thoroughfare commenced in earnest, heralded by the spear's flight. In an instant, the sounds of battle rang out across the road and the surrounding woods, akin to the roar of thunder. The guards of the Red Keep, who had been resting, were caught off guard by the sudden attack, quickly falling into disarray. A number of soldiers were directly trampled by the charging horses or had their throats slashed before they could rise. Blood sprayed forth, and cries of agony echoed, with some soldiers abandoning their weapons to flee into the thickets, seeking a means of escape. Meanwhile, the recently unseated knight struggled to rise from the ground. His leg appeared to be broken, the spear he once wielded lost to him. Propping himself up with the hilt of his sword, he laboriously stood upright. His eyes reflected a barely concealed blend of shame and rage, for the disgrace of being unseated had shadowed him for half his life. He had once been bested in a tournament held by the Iron Throne by a red-robed monk from Meereen, who had frightened his steed with a flaming sword, leading to the knight's humiliating fall. Now he found himself once more unseated by carelessness, and this time it seemed his leg was indeed broken. The limping knight, one hand bracing the sword's hilt, struggled to maintain his stance, the pain in his leg gnawing at him like a dull blade, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth, suppressing the agony, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, meticulously surveying the battlefield. He noticed several Red Keep guards tasked with escorting the queen and prince attempting to flee, and with a commanding gesture, he pointed decisively, issuing the order, "Eliminate them. Not a single one shall escape." Prior to the onset of the Usurper's War, his family had remained neutral, teetering between the rebels and the Iron Throne. However, following the Battle of the Trident, with the royal heir slain, the situation had become increasingly clear. The Targaryens were on the verge of collapse, and the family had lost faith in the Iron Throne. They had also identified the opportune moment to intervene in the conflict, poised to reap the rewards of victory. The heads of Queen Layla and Prince Viserys would serve as the perfect tokens for their allegiance to the rebel cause. Yet, for a multitude of pressing reasons, they could not yet reveal their identities. Thus, at the command of the Limping Knight, several masked brigands, well-trained and resolute, withdrew from the battlefield. Thunderous hooves churned the muddy ground as the masked assailants, mounted on their steeds and wielding bloodied swords, surged forward. Without hesitation, they spurred their horses through the underbrush, plunging into the forest, intent on ensuring that no enemy escaped, safeguarding all information from being divulged. "Excellent," the Limping Knight mused, nodding in satisfaction at the scene. However, the pain in his leg surged anew, causing his facial muscles to convulse, yet he gripped the sword hilt firmly to support his weight. While the forces of House Stark were indeed corrupt, the guards of the Red Keep still retained their prowess. Caught unawares by the ambush, they quickly found themselves at a disadvantage, suffering heavy losses. Yet, as they regained their composure, a fierce resistance erupted. Under the leadership of the Red Keep's commander, several masked riders were unceremoniously dismounted, their heads severed by a swift sword strike, blood gushing forth in torrents. "Protect Her Majesty," cried a middle-aged man, his curly hair matted with blood, as he seized a horse and mounted it. His body pressed low against the steed's back, he galloped with one hand gripping his sword, deftly evading enemy attacks amid the chaos of two colliding horses before unleashing a lethal cut that slashed open a throat. The frightened horse, now bearing the weight of the fallen enemy, bolted towards the woods. Meanwhile, clutching Sir William's sword, Viserys found his mind a blank slate. As he began to grasp the unfolding events, his legs felt leaden, immobilized by fear as he witnessed the horrific scenes before him. The piercing screams, the splattering blood, the severed heads rolling upon the ground, all vivid images that momentarily stilled his breath. Just then, he saw a panicked horse dragging an enemy's corpse barreling towards him. In an instant, clarity struck him, understanding that should he be struck by the steed, his life would surely be forfeit. Summoning every ounce of courage to conquer his fear, Viserys felt a flicker of strength return to his leaden legs. As the frightened horse bore down upon him, he hurled himself aside. Chapter 7. Courage. Thud. Viserys tumbled awkwardly onto the blood-soaked road, the blue velvet of his tunic now sullied. The startled warhorse thundered past him, its heavy hooves striking the ground with such force that pebbles danced in the air. The young prince felt as though his ears might be deafened by the din. Collapsing to his knees, curling in upon himself. Gasping for breath, he pressed his hands against the earth, his cheeks flushed with heat. He yearned to utter words of survival. Yet the frantic beating of his heart surged within him, overwhelming his thoughts. The tense situation was in constant flux, leaving no room for reflection. Not far from him, Sir William's sword lay upon the ground, smeared with mud, yet still glinting ominously. The cacophony of battle filled the air, punctuated by the sounds of violence and the spatter of blood. Both sides were consumed by rage. Meanwhile, Viserys crouched on the ground, supporting himself with his hands as he panted heavily, casting his gaze toward the long sword that seemed somewhat burdensome in his grasp. Then, summoned by an unknown reservoir of courage and strength, the silver-haired boy grit his teeth, striving to summon his resolve. With great effort, he rose unsteadily from the ground, disregarding the frantic rhythm of his heart, and dashed forward, clutching the sword tightly. Its icy touch sent a chill through him, the blade radiating a coldness that felt almost tangible. Perhaps in a past life, Viserys would have hesitated to wield such a slender, sharp weapon, fearing legal repercussions or self-inflicted harm. Yet in this moment, the sword felt inexplicably familiar. In this chaotic turmoil, with everyone too preoccupied to offer protection, he realized he was all he had. The silver-haired boy clenched his jaw, nervously clutching the long sword, vowing silently that he would not surrender like a hapless rabbit to anyone seeking his demise. Even in death, he would take a piece of them with him. "I will not yield." However, just as Viserys bolstered his spirits, a bandit, having fallen from his steed when its leg was severed, pushed himself up with one hand on his sword and the other clutching his head, swaying unsteadily to his feet. His leather armor bore a gruesome gash, narrowly escaping a fatal wound. Fortune had smiled upon him, allowing him to survive. As he stood, the tattered leather revealed a flash of red and the emblem of a golden lion. In a fleeting moment, the very soldier who had severed his horse's leg was swiftly dispatched by others, the battle raging fiercely, leaving no time for a finishing blow. As he regained his bearings, pushing aside the bodies of his fallen comrades, he shook his head and caught sight of the boy standing in the clearing of the battlefield, sword in hand. The boy's signature silver-gold hair, amethyst eyes sparkling like jewels, and a face as lovely as a maiden's. The boy, clutching the sword, also noticed him, and in his eyes, which had recently burned with determination, fear now flickered like a startled rabbit. He had not expected to be so quickly targeted by the enemy after just having sworn to fight. The fallen masked bandit, spotting this unguarded prize, allowed a sinister smile to creep across his face as the wind stripped away the black cloth that had concealed it. Unfazed, he approached Viserys step by step, the unprotected Targaryen prince appearing as a fish on a chopping block, no matter how noble his lineage or pure his blood. The prince's esteemed heritage would not shield him from the bandit's blade. At that moment, Viserys seemed either paralyzed by fear or lost in thought, standing frozen in place, his breath quickening, hands gripping Sir William's sword, its tip aimed at the approaching foe. His mind was a void, filled solely with the lesson imparted by his middle-aged instructor: learn to stab the enemy with the sharp end. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Viserys, a swirling mass of black mist began to coalesce behind him, forming into an indescribable shape as a pair of crimson eyes opened from within, fixating upon his back. A layer of crimson began to seep into Viserys' gaze, his breathing growing labored as he clutched the sword tightly. In an instant, the air crackled with urgency. The thunder of hooves echoed as a warhorse charged forth, kicking up blood and mud. William Darry drenched in crimson, uncertain whether it was his own or that of his enemies, as he wielded his sword, blood dripping from the blade. He raised it high, racing past the bandit, and then, beneath the blood-red remnants of the sunset, brought the sword crashing down with tremendous force. In the next heartbeat, a head soared through the air, followed by a fountain of blood. William's dark, wavy hair, now streaked with blood, lent him a fearsome appearance as he was consumed by rage, gripping the horse tightly with his legs. He swiftly transferred the sword to his left hand, his hooves squelching through the blood-soaked mud. As he passed Viserys, he bent low, pressing his body against the horse's back, reaching out to scoop the young prince into his arms and place him securely behind him, his voice urgent. "Your Highness, hold on tight." The seasoned instructor, realizing Viserys was in peril, hastened to the fray, dispatching the enemy and saving the young prince who had been prepared to engage in a desperate struggle. The warm blood of the enemy splattered across the delicate features of the silver-haired boy, awakening him from his daze as a shiver coursed through his body. The unseen black mist dissipated, and the clarity returned to his gem-like violet eyes. His throat tightened slightly, and he clenched his teeth. Only then did he comprehend the gravity of what had just transpired. Had he truly contemplated confronting the enemy? Where had such courage come from? Yet, he was already cradled on the horse's back by Sir William, and upon hearing the instructor's words, Viserys did not hesitate, firmly embracing the man. An enemy had just lost his head a mere 3 feet away, blood splattering across the prince's face. Yet Viserys felt no urge to retch. There was simply no time for such a reaction. Instead, his resolve hardened, fists clenched tightly. He understood that if he wished to survive, this was not the moment for disgust or weakness. The fervor within his young body ignited, blazing with an intensity rarely seen in someone of his tender age. Kill. And so, the battle erupted once more, akin to the thunderous clash of knightly swords, reverberating along the blood-stained path. Chapter 8. Kevin Lannister. The setting sun bled crimson. The brutal clash had drawn to a close, the air thick with a nauseating stench, and the once pristine thoroughfare now marred by blood and muck. Rainwater mingled with the crimson liquid, adhering to the boots of the middle-aged instructor. With a splat, he stumbled forward, sending droplets flying and leaving a small crater behind, quickly filled by the sanguine rainwater. Thud! After taking only a few unsteady steps, William Darry's knees buckled, and he collapsed into the mire. One hand pressed against the ground. Sweat trickled from his brow as he gasped for breath, resembling a fish cast ashore. His other hand clutched his abdomen tightly, blood seeping relentlessly through his fingers. He was grievously injured. A masked brigand had struck him in a dying lunge, a blade piercing his side. Numerous other wounds marred his body, many of which he could scarcely recall. Not far away, a limping knight struggled to draw his sword, dispatching the last of the Red Keep guards who had sought to slay him. the blade crashing down against the foe's neck. "You damned wretch!" With a fierce downward stroke, blood gushed forth, and the lifeless body crumpled to the ground, collapsing into the mud. The limping knight, having slain the soldier, swayed slightly, employing his sword as a crutch to regain his balance. His armor, battered and dented, heaved with each breath, golden locks plastered to his face with sweat. At that moment, the black cloth he had once used to conceal his identity had long since fallen away, but he cared little for it now. Amidst panic cries in the distance, a shadowy figure glanced back repeatedly before disappearing into the woods, fleeing without a trace. This had been a fierce battle, with deserters on both sides, who had underestimated the morale and strength of the Red Keep Guard and now paid the price. As the conflict reached a stalemate and plans crumbled, the limping knight contemplated retreat, yet his broken leg hindered his escape. The fleeing soldiers abandoned him, leaving him behind as they scattered in desperation. Now across the battlefield, apart from a few severely wounded subordinates unable to flee, only a handful of Red Keep guards remained, leaning against trees in anguish. Then, the Red Keep instructor struggled once more to rise, propping himself up with his sword. He alone still stood, the golden-haired, limping knight, keen. Hawk-like eyes betrayed not a hint of fatigue. He understood that the moment he was forsaken by his men, his chances of survival had dwindled. Unless he could muster the strength to slay everyone present, including the trembling Queen Layla hidden within her carriage. At that moment, a thought struck the limping knight, and he momentarily swayed, bracing his forehead. Only then did he notice a boy with silvery golden hair standing beside William Dairy, equally soiled and bloodied, clutching a sword. It was he who had assisted Sir William to his feet. So there was another man here. The limping knight leaned on his sword, stifling a laugh. Not far off, the middle-aged instructor's slightly curled hair clung to his cheek as one hand pressed against his side, a wave of dizziness washing over him, a sign of excessive blood loss. Yet he recognized the mastermind behind this assault. The black cloth concealing the limping knight's face had been discarded. "Kevan Lannister, it is you." The golden-haired knight bore a countenance that seemed somewhat aged, yet he was scarcely in his 30s. Deep-set eyes pronounced nasolabial folds, and a neatly trimmed golden beard lent him a somewhat disheveled appearance. William's lips trembled slightly. He certainly recognized the man before him. He was the uncle of the renowned Ser Jaime Lannister, the Kingsguard, and brother to the formidable Tywin Lannister, protector of the West. So the Lannisters had betrayed the Iron Throne. The shock was palpable in Sir William's voice. If the Lannister family had indeed decided to turn against the Iron Throne, then King's Landing was in grave peril. For before their departure, the armies of the West had marched under the banner of loyalty towards the capital. Should King Aerys II order the gates open to admit the forces of the West, this city, which had never fallen to external assault, might very well succumb from within. Moreover, the King's side included a Jaime Lannister. "Sir William, let us both take a step back," Kevan Lannister suggested, showing no concern for being recognized. His situation was dire, and he could do little but plead for his life. Other matters were of no significance now. Leaning on his sword, he raised one hand slightly, striving to imbue his words with sincerity. The Lannister clan had few fools. Perhaps their bloodline was marked by a certain adaptability. After all, everyone knew who their ancestors were. Yet, ensnared in this rigid impasse, Kevan did not relinquish hope for survival. He refrained from attempting to sway the instructor, for both parties understood the futility of such a gesture. Had the instructor wished to surrender, he could have done so long ago, rather than fight until this juncture. Thus, he sought a compromise. Despite the presence of Queen Layla, a few handmaidens, and a young boy on the opposing side, Kevan, having undergone rigorous training from a young age, was well versed in combat. A few women and a boy posed no threat to him. He could eliminate them all, even with a broken leg. The only true threat resided in the severely injured Red Keep instructor. Hearing the words of the limping knight, whom William had identified as Kevan Lannister, Viserys felt a flutter of anxiety and turned to the man beside him. "Impossible." Yet Sir William, clutching his side, his complexion pale, resolutely refused. He could not afford to let Kevan live. Otherwise, once he rallied the deserters, it would be their lives on the line. He then turned his gaze towards Viserys, standing beside him. "Child, do you remember what I just taught you? Learn to use the pointy end to stab the enemy." Viserys nodded gravely, clutching his sword. "Follow me." With that, the middle-aged instructor leaned heavily on his sword, staggering step by step toward Kevan Lannister. Knowing the other's resolve, Kevan drew his long sword, prepared to confront him. Once noble lords, the two gentlemen now resembled wounded wolves, staggering as they fought amidst the mingling rain and blood. Chapter 9. The City of Duskvale. Clang. Beneath the crimson sunset, Two long swords clashed violently, sending sparks flying. The already dulled blades bore yet another scar, as Sir William stumbled precariously, nearly toppling to the ground. Seizing this moment, Kevin lunged forward, dragging a broken leg, and landed a heavy punch upon the instructor's face. Thud! The man with slightly curled hair was momentarily dazed, blood pooling in his mouth, teeth rattling as he fell back, staring up at the sky. Dead. Kevin sought to deliver a final blow, but in a lapse of caution, he was tripped by William's swift kick, falling to the ground and losing his sword. The two men, covered in blood and mud, wrestled in a desperate struggle, while the battlefield around them fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the sounds of their brutal combat and the faint groans of the dying. The blood-red sunset enveloped the entire road, a gentle breeze carrying away the thick stench of blood into the distance, while carrion birds circled above, emitting mournful cries. No one knew of the fierce battle that had transpired here. Meanwhile, Viserys, clutching his sword, finally found his chance. Without harming Sir William, he thrust his blade through the gaps in Kevan Lannister's armor, piercing deeply. Thrust. The silver-blonde boy charged forward, delivering a chilling stab that penetrated the knight's chest. The bright tip of the sword staining crimson, blood dripping down the blade. This knight of the Lannister house, seasoned by countless battles and a veteran of the War of the Nine Copper Coins, had never anticipated meeting his demise at the hands of a mere child. Subsequently, the lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Thud. Viserys, panting, withdrew his sword. Unbeknownst to him, as he killed Kevan, an unseen dark smoke slithered along his blade, entering his palm and sending a warm rush throughout his body. The boy, still gasping for breath, struck again at Kevan's neck, driven by the fear of not having finished him off, but his strength faltered, and the sword became lodged in the corpse's neck. Blood surged forth, staining the earth. Kevan Lannister was undeniably dead. Plop! At that moment, Viserys finally dropped his sword, collapsing onto the ground, his chest heaving violently. From witnessing the battlefield up close to wielding a sword and taking a life, his rapid evolution was driven by the instinct to survive. Meanwhile, Sir William, sprawled on the ground, battered and bruised from nearly being bludgeoned to death by Kevan, found himself too weak to rise. "Child, why'd you do this?" He gazed at Viserys, bewildered by the boy's final ruthless act. This 7-year-old had not only possessed the courage to kill his enemy, but also sought to sever the head from the body. The stark contrast of the scene left him momentarily stunned, reshaping his impression of this Targaryen prince. Each time a Targaryen is born, the gods toss a coin to determine whether they shall be great or mad. The instructor could not discern whether this was the mark of a tyrant or the madness of cruelty. "I do not know." Viserys, panting, sat on the ground, glancing at Kevan's corpse and noting the emblem visible beneath the armor. He then helped the middle-aged instructor to his feet. "Perhaps I was just afraid. Afraid of not having killed him." He refrained from uttering any vengeful words. Everyone would know what the Lannisters would do next, and he was merely collecting a small interest for now. At that moment, the womenfolk, who had been hiding in the carriage, disembarked. No one blamed them for not assisting earlier, for their skills would have likely been of little use, possibly even hindering matters. Just then, the distant sound of thundering hooves echoed once more. The expressions of Viserys and Sir William shifted, but this time the sound was coming from the direction they intended to head. In the next moment, a contingent of cavalry, brandishing banners, appeared in their line of sight. The following day, close to dawn, a blue field with a white diagonal cross, along with 2 crossed hammer flags, fluttered in the breeze. Rumbling, the gates of Brown Castle swung open as Count Riverelek, mounted on a tall steed and clad in a black cloak with deer-hide gloves, personally awaited at the entrance. "Your Majesty," the Queen. As Queen Rila's carriage approached, Count Riverelek dismounted and, along with his family and servants, knelt in mass. They had received word from King's Landing and had set out to escort Her Majesty the Queen and the Prince to Duskvale. Unbeknownst to them, they arrived just in time to apprehend several deserters from the Red Keep, learning of the Queen's encounter with bandits. Sir Jeremy, ordered a swift advance, ensuring the safe passage of Queen Rila and the Prince to Brown Castle. Brown Castle, the ancestral home of House stood atop the hills outside Duskvale, overlooking the entire city and harbor. Sir William, gravely injured, was urgently treated, and after the scholars at Brown Castle meticulously stitched his wounds and administered poppy milk, he fell into a deep slumber. Queen Rila resided alone in a chamber, resting. Meanwhile, Viserys shared a room with little Rhaenys. Top, with his silver-blonde hair cascading in gentle waves over his shoulders, Viserys returned to their chamber, cradling the frightened little Rhaenys, who had also succumbed to a deep sleep. For reasons unknown, he felt a newfound strength, lifting Rhaenys without much effort. The small black cat, Valerian, followed closely behind, having survived the fierce battle. Viserys gently laid the girl on the bed, the candlelight flickering softly in the room, while the sounds of soldiers' armor clinked outside, accompanied by the rhythm of patrolling footsteps. At least for now, House Like appeared steadfastly loyal. Viserys found himself restless, perhaps overwhelmed by the stark realities he had faced. The bloody truth of this world revealing itself to be far from beautiful. It felt as if he were mired in a quagmire, where even the act of survival demanded every ounce of his strength. The boy stood on a stool, leaning against the narrow window ledge, gazing out at the world beyond. The Vale of Arryn and the sea were cleaved in twain. The tranquil morning ocean stirred with gentle waves that softly lapped against the rocky shore. The briny sea breeze wafted through the window, caressing the boy's visage, delicate like that of a maiden, while playfully tousling his silvery golden locks. Viserys was acutely aware that this loyalty would not endure for long. Chapter 10. Attribute Enhancement. He was cognizant of the Lannister lineage, including the subsequent events. Though his recollections were somewhat hazy, he retained a general understanding. He also recognized that the current strength of King's Landing relied upon the support from the Westerlands. However, the reality was stark. The Lannisters had betrayed the Iron Throne, potentially serving as the final straw that would dismantle the Targaryen dynasty. Fortunately, the Hightower family had not apprehended any deserters from the Lannisters, nor had they pursued the identities of the attackers' corpses. Sir Jeremy had been swayed by Sir William's assertions, believing it to be an assault by rebels. Furthermore, due to a lack of communication, the Brown Keep had yet to receive the latest news from King's Landing. The silver-haired boy was in a state of anxious urgency, yet he could not reveal his distress. To him, the guards outside were both protectors and overseers. He must depart before any information was leaked. Viserys gazed out at the merchants and fishermen embarking on their vessels, internally resolving his course of action. Meow. At that moment, the small black cat, Balerion, mewed softly and nimbly leapt onto the bed. Its soft paws tread upon the boy's brown locks, as it extended its tiny tongue to gently lick Rhaenys' cheek, subsequently curling its tail beside the little girl. Viserys' reverie was momentarily interrupted by Balerion's mewl. He turned his head to observe Rhaenys, who had succumbed to a deep slumber, her face a portrait of fear and exhaustion. He then redirected his gaze to the nearby, silvered mirror, pausing for 3 seconds. Who? A wisp of black mist began to unfurl. Viserys Targaryen. Sun attribute 5. Earth attribute 6. Water attribute 8. Moon attribute 18. HM. A youthful, delicate visage materialized before the silver mirror, appearing somewhat frail, likely no more than 7 or 8 years of age, with long silvery golden hair and a pair of pale violet eyes. At that moment, due to the intense stimuli and a night devoid of sleep, his eyes bore traces of bloodshot. Viserys furrowed his brow slightly, gazing at the high Valyrian script composed of black mist, his attention drawn to the symbols of the sun and soil. If his analysis was accurate, they should respectively represent his strength and physique. Viserys recalled distinctly that before departing King's Landing, the sun's data was supposed to be 3, while the soil's data should have been 5. Had my strength and physique altered in such a short span? Viserys felt a flicker of astonishment, struggling to comprehend. To him, these figures represented his physical state, which could only evolve alongside his bodily development or training. He had previously been baffled as to why only he could perceive this enigmatic black mist. Standing before the mirror, the silver-haired boy rubbed his temples. The events of the previous night had been tumultuous, and Viserys was indeed weary, despite his moon attribute being considerably stronger than others. Yet, in that moment, he steeled himself, determined to ascertain the current state of his body, his gaze fixed upon the sword resting upon the table, the very blade with which he had slain Kevin Lannister. Sir William, having sustained grave injuries, had succumbed to sleep after consuming opiate milk, leaving the sword with Viserys. A half-burned white candle flickered on the round wooden table, swaying gently with the breeze that filtered through the window. The small black cat, sprawled upon the soft silk bedding, regarded Viserys with its luminous green eyes, curious as to the boy's intentions. Subsequently, the reflection in Balerion's eyes captured the image of the boy unsheathing the long sword. Clang! A chilling glint reflected the candlelight, illuminating the room. The smooth blade bore remnants of unswept, mottled blood, alongside the image of Viserys' own face. It seemed as though my strength had indeed increased. The eye's mirror in the blade clearly revealed a spark of joy. Viserys felt that the sword, once burdensome, now felt less cumbersome in his grip. His strength had noticeably augmented without his conscious realization, as if it were a matter of course. Pressing his fingers against his chest, he pondered if it was merely his imagination, but even his physique seemed to have grown sturdier. What would be the cause of this? The silver-haired boy stood before the mirror, returning the sword to the wooden table, lost in contemplation. He meticulously retraced the events surrounding his escape from King's Landing. According to his mother, the ill tidings had arrived the day prior to the incident. The following day, Viserys had learned of it and was promptly ushered into a carriage for their escape, his mind clouded with confusion as he daringly rescued Rhaenys. During this time, he had not exhibited any erratic behavior. Then, en route to the Vale, they encountered an ambush by the Lannisters, where he personally dispatched Kevan Lannister. Was it because I took a life? The journey had not been laden with complexities, aside from the creaking of the carriage. There had been the tension and panic during the ambush, followed by a surge of courage to fight back for survival. Viserys was not a fool. He quickly discerned that the only deviation from his ordinary life had been the act of killing a man. His thoughts were a maelstrom. The silver-haired boy stood rooted, his previously bloodshot eyes now gleaming with vitality. If his hypothesis held true, it meant he had stumbled upon a path of enhancement. If he merely continued to slay enemies, could he not perpetually grow stronger? Contemplating this, his heart raced with excitement. He had once been puzzled as to why only he could perceive that inexplicable black mist. It now appeared to be the golden finger of his arrival in this world. But why had it chosen him? Was it his bloodline? He was a Targaryen. Viserys' thoughts spiraled outward, his mind awakening. The first notion that struck him was that this was the most significant distinction between himself and others, the true dragon blood of House Targaryen. Yet immediately, he recalled that the characters manifested within the black mist were all in High Valyrian. Viserys hesitated slightly. Was it because I am a Targaryen? Or because I am a Valyrian? Many descendants of Valyria still existed in this world, yet Viserys seemed to have become one of the fortunate few. He settled onto the edge of the bed, resting his chin on his hand, lost in contemplation for an extended period. Yet, due to the limitations of his knowledge, he remained unable to fathom the underlying reasons. Opportunities do not simply descend from the heavens. Within the slender frame of Viserys resided a wisdom that transcended his years, a truth he was acutely aware of. Thus, when the day of divine providence did arrive, he found himself excessively cautious. Chapter 11. Setting Sail. Oh well. The silver-haired boy lightly tousled his hair, resolutely deciding to abandon the troubling thoughts. He had not forgotten that even if he managed to escape to the Vale, he would not have truly evaded danger. Only by leaving Westeros and venturing onto the sea might he find a moment's respite. After a sleepless day and night, despite the amalgamation of two souls granting him a resilience surpassing that of others, he was beginning to feel the strain. He was in dire need of rest. And once Sir William awakened, he intended to confer with him and his mother about their journey from the Vale to Dragonstone. Though his understanding of the current historical context was limited, he was nonetheless aware that for the next several years, the banner of House Baratheon, emblazoned with the crowned stag, would continue to flutter over Westeros. This was the tide of fate. The Targaryen dynasty had exhausted its fortunes and was destined to be extinguished in the forthcoming war of usurpers. Yet, he was merely a 7-year-old boy, powerless to effect change, let alone turn the tide of destiny. For Viserys, the singular mission of both the present and the distant future was clear: survival. A day and a night had elapsed. Morning arrived. Sir William Derry, grievously wounded with a sword thrust through his ribs, finally stirred from his slumber. The countenance of the middle-aged mentor was somewhat pallid. Yet after the healing ministrations of the scholar and ample rest, he had made considerable progress, now able to rise with assistance and take a few tentative steps. Outside, a raven flapped its wings as it approached from the distance, alighting upon a wooden perch, tilting its head slightly, its blue eyes glimmering with intelligence. A letter was affixed to the raven's leg. The scholar responsible for the raven's care soon approached, soothing the creature and offering it a morsel as a reward before retrieving the message from its leg. The sound of footsteps gradually receded. Meanwhile, within the banquet hall of Brown Castle, Count Reek sat cautiously in a side seat, accompanying Queen Layla. He had seized the opportunity presented by the upheaval in the Vale, wherein the entire Darkland family had been executed by His Majesty, thus allowing him to take control of both the Vale and Brown Castle, thanks in part to fortune and his own prowess. Now, amidst the war of usurpers, Count Reek had thoughtfully decided to side with the royal family, believing that House Targaryen could suppress the rebellion, which would also offer his family a renewed opportunity for advancement. Your Majesty, the somewhat portly count, his belly protruding as he sat in his chair, which creaked under his weight, extended a letter containing intelligence from King's Landing to the silver-haired woman. The Vale was not far from King's Landing, and due to the defeat at the Trident, its geographic position had become precarious. Yet, the rebels were too preoccupied to concern themselves with the loyal nobles. Their focus was directed squarely at King's Landing. Conversely, House Baratheon Storm's End was currently besieged by the forces of Duke Mace Tyrell and had been surrounded for over a year. Robert's brothers, Stannis and Renly, were also within the castle, their fates uncertain. Had it not been for the primary objective of attacking King's Landing, Robert might have personally marched south to relieve Storm's End. Though Ryver Reek had chosen to remain loyal to the crown despite the increasingly dire situation, this did not imply that he would blindly continue in unwavering loyalty. He was actively dispatching individuals to gather intelligence from King's Landing, adapting to the rapidly changing circumstances. And the information he now presented to Queen Layla was a result of his efforts. On the surface, it seemed that matters had not yet reached their most critical juncture. The forces of the West, led by Duke Tywin Lannister, appear to have arrived at King's Landing. However, for reasons unknown, His Majesty King Aerys II had not immediately chosen to open the gates to allow the Western forces entry, instead keeping them locked outside. Was His Majesty being overly cautious? Observing Queen Layla's expression, Count Reek cautiously ventured, "Should you not write a letter to counsel His Majesty?" Yet, upon hearing Count Reek's suggestion, the Queen's demeanor remained unchanged. She simply tightened her grip on the intelligence, her nails turning pale. After a moment of deep breath, she shook her head. "There is no need. I trust the King's judgment." She had initially contemplated utilizing a raven from Brown Castle to warn her husband to be wary of House Lannister. However, upon receiving news that the Western forces had reached King's Landing, she realized it was too late. Due to the time required for the journey, she had no way of knowing how long ago that message had been sent. Understanding her husband's stubbornness, madness, suspicion, and volatility, yet also his occasional susceptibility to persuasion, she feared that House Lannister might have already deceived their way through the castle gates and infiltrated King's Landing. The Targaryen dynasty was in its twilight, yet even should King's Landing fall, it would not signify the most desperate hour. Queen Layla knew she must maintain her strength for the sake of her 2 children and her granddaughter. Before leaving King's Landing, she had discovered she was once again pregnant, though she was uncertain whether the child would be a boy or a girl. This revelation filled her with joy, as she had previously endured many pregnancies. With only Rhaegar and Viserys surviving, the others had either been stillborn or perished. She longed to bear another child. Her stay at Brown Castle had stretched on for quite some time. The silver-haired woman lapsed into silence for a moment, placing the intelligence on the table before her. Then raising her gaze to Count Reek, her voice steady as she declared, "My Lord Ryver Reek, I believe the ships bound for Dragonstone are prepared." Upon hearing Queen Layla's words, Count Reek promptly rose. "Indeed, Your Majesty, you may set sail at any time." While he harbored aspirations of retaining Queen Layla and Prince Viserys for greater future gain, the current might of the rebels left him no choice but to ensure the Queen's swift departure from Brown Castle. Otherwise, the meager forces at his disposal would be insufficient to withstand even a single assault from the rebels. Half a day passed. At long last, Viserys realized his long-held wish and stepped onto the deck of the ship. The waves gently lapped against the vessel's hull, the sky and sea merging into an endless expanse. Viserys sat at the bow, the sea breeze tousling his silver-golden locks, and his gem-like eyes blinked in wonder. He had not been unfamiliar with the visage of the sea, yet each visit still rendered him enthralled, ensnared in its allure. He cherished this tranquil and serene atmosphere, which could momentarily assuage his worries. Today, the ocean resembled a vast mirror, marred only by the double-masted ship that cleaved through its surface, sending gentle ripples cascading outward. Under the golden sunlight, the scattered glimmers within his sight sparkled like shards of gold. Behind Viserys, a multitude of individuals adorned in diverse garments bustled about the deck, each speaking in distinct accents. This vessel hailed from the 9 free trade city-states, and its proprietor was rumored to be a merchant from Braavos. They were to dock at the small port of the Vale of Arryn to replenish their supplies before embarking on their journey back to the continent of Essos, with their ultimate destination being Pentos. This double-masted merchant ship would make a brief stop at Dragonstone while traversing the narrow sea. Thus, when Duke-like reached out to the ship's master, the latter readily acquiesced, requesting only a modest sum of gold dragons to escort Queen Rhaela and Prince Viserys to Dragonstone. Chapter 12. Dragonstone. The days at sea were monotonous, and soon several had passed. Nightfall descended. Beneath the deepening darkness, the sea roared as waves crashed against the hull, producing a thunderous sound. With a resounding splash, the double-masted merchant vessel surged through the tempest, piercing the fog that enveloped the waters. In the distance, An island shrouded in night gradually emerged into view, growing larger by the moment. At this instant, Viserys stood on the deck, cradling a small black cat. As the sea breeze tousled his hair, his youthful visage flushed with color. He had endured the relentless sea winds for some time, gaining a profound understanding of the crew's hardships. Alongside the mental torment of isolation, the physical toll was evident. The sharp winds stung his face like a multitude of tiny blades, testing the resilience of his delicate skin. The initial thrill of being at sea had dissipated entirely. During their brief voyage, they had even encountered a minor storm, but aside from providing Viserys with a lesson in experience, it posed no real danger. Ultimately, they successfully reached their destination, Dragonstone. Now, from afar, Dragonstone loomed larger in the boy's sight, resembling a mountain rising from the sea, or perhaps a colossal dragon poised to unleash its fiery breath upon any who dared approach from Westeros. Viserys, unafraid, locked eyes with the imposing silhouette. Meow. Due to her seasickness, Rhaenys had not left the cabin for quite some time, spending her days eating a bit before succumbing to sleep, lest she be overtaken by nausea. The poor girl, tormented, felt a swirling dizziness and even a slight fever, which alarmed Queen Rhaella. For the past few days, she had been diligently caring for her granddaughter. Dragonstone has arrived, Your Majesty. Standing behind Viserys was a portly man clad in opulent garments, who slightly bowed and then smiled broadly at Queen Rhaella. His voluminous sleeves could not conceal the array of precious gemstones adorning his wrists, glinting in the light of the torches, his oily visage nearly blinding in its brilliance. Viserys turned to glance at the man, instinctively sensing that he was not as straightforward as he appeared. Perhaps he was not merely passing through the Vale on his way to Pentos, but harbored ulterior motives. Nevertheless, Viserys kept these thoughts to himself, concealing them deep within. The sound of water lapping at the hull filled the air as the ship drew closer to the shore. Upon their arrival, individuals on land soon noticed them, and after a brief exchange, the vessel smoothly docked at the harbor. Those awaiting them arrived in haste. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Two hurried figures approached. One a venerable scholar clad in white robes, the other the steward who had governed Dragonstone since Prince Rhaegar's departure. Both knelt on one knee to greet the queen and prince, the elderly scholar trembling with age. Upon receiving a knowing glance from his mother, Viserys rushed forward to assist the scholar, who seemed to be teetering on the brink of death. Scholar Daniel, it has been far too long. Queen Rhaella placed a hand upon her abdomen, her silver hair billowing gently in the sea breeze, her beautiful eyes gazing warmly upon the aging scholar, as if witnessing the inexorable passage of time. After a moment, she spoke softly. Indeed, Princess Rhaella. Scholar Daniel had served the Targaryen family for generations. Beginning his service during the reign of her great-grandfather, Aegon V, he had watched Rhaella and her brother, King Aerys, grow up and had once celebrated her youthful spirit and her romance with Ser Bonifor Hasty. He had also witnessed the marriage of Rhaella and her brother Aerys. Due to their travel's weariness, they did not linger at the port. The group conversed as they traversed the rugged path toward the castle, which bore the likeness of a dragon atop the distant hill. The nearby village was cloaked in darkness, its depths somber. Dragonstone's population was sparse and resources scarce, yet it remained the birthplace of House Targaryen's ascendants. Over 2 centuries prior, Aegon I Targaryen had devised his grand plan to conquer Westeros with his 2 sisters right here. As Rhaella supported Scholar Daniel, resembling a pair of affectionate relatives reminiscing, Viserys guided the still dizzy Rhaenys along, while another middle-aged man who had accompanied Daniel cast several furtive glances at Rhaenys. Davis Shard, the man, clad in leather armor, abruptly introduced himself after observing Rhaenys. Viserys turned slightly at the sound of his voice, realizing the man was looking at him. My name is Davis Shard, Your Highness. The middle-aged man reiterated. Greetings, Ser Sarth. Viserys politely nodded at him, still uncertain as to why this individual sought to engage him. However, as the words left his lips, he momentarily faltered. The man, accustomed to such reactions, seemed unfazed. The surname Shard was often associated with bastards from Dorne, and he himself had been gifted to Prince Rhaegar during the Targaryen alliance with Dorne. Many in Rhaegar's circle were loyalists from Dorne for this very reason. The two exchanged pleasantries before lapsing into silence once more. Aside from Queen Rhaella, who continued to reminisce with Scholar Daniel, the rest of the group remained muted. The majestic castle perched upon the hill gradually came into view, with the stone drum tower serving as the principal stronghold of Dragonstone. Each time a tempest approached, the ancient walls of the tower reverberated with a thunderous echo, thus earning its name. Upon entering through the main gate, one would find that the castle's entrance resembled the gaping maw of a dragon, flanked by torch platforms adorned with dragon claws, their flames casting elongated shadows that illuminated the interior of the fortress. The castle of Dragonstone was entirely constructed of black stone, creating an atmosphere that felt somewhat oppressive and solemn. Varys wandered through the castle's halls, his curiosity prompting him to glance about incessantly. Soon, the group arrived at the grand hall of the main fortress. Queen Rhaella occupied the central throne, while Scholar Daniel and the former steward, Lord Davishard, sat in adjacent seats. The elderly maid who had fled to Dragonstone with the queen cradled young Rhaenys and led her away for some rest. Meanwhile, servants and soldiers busied themselves with tidying up the castle. At that moment, Queen Rhaella turned her gaze towards Varys and unexpectedly spoke. "Varys, kneel here." Chapter 13, The Coronation. Varys halted in surprise at his mother's sudden request. However, neither Scholar Daniel nor Lord Davishard, seated beside the throne, appeared the slightest bit taken aback. News from King's Landing had gradually begun to arrive by the time Queen Rhaella and Varys had set sail from the shores of Westeros. King's Landing had already officially fallen. Duke Tywin had led 12,000 soldiers under the pretense of rescuing the king, only to be rebuffed at the gates by Aerys II. The Grand Maester, Sir Cerys, had outmaneuvered the Master of Whispers, Varys, persuading the king to open the gates and allow the Westerlands forces to enter the city. However, once the gates of King's Landing were flung wide open and the Lannister army surged into the city, the once loyal Duke of Casterly Rock abruptly turned traitor, commanding his forces to pillage King's Landing in the name of Robert Baratheon. This city, which had never been breached from without, had once again succumbed to a betrayal from within. Meanwhile, Aerys II remained in King's Landing, his fate uncertain. No definitive news had emerged, but it was presumed his prospects were dire. Hence, it was not difficult to comprehend Queen Rhaella's sudden decision. "Your Majesty," at this juncture, the elderly scholar spoke up, rising unsteadily with the aid of his chair. "If we are to crown His Highness, we must adhere to the will of the Seven. The coronation of a new king is a momentous occasion, requiring a rather elaborate ceremony. First and foremost, it necessitates an adequate cathedral. During the Targaryen dynasty, most kings were crowned in the Great September of Baelor. Fortunately, Dragonstone possesses a sept, where it is said that Aegon the Conqueror knelt in prayer on the eve of his voyage to conquer the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. However, according to the records of House Targaryen, this is not entirely credible, as Aegon only turned to the 7 after he reached Oldtown during his conquest. Therefore, this sept was likely constructed after the conquest. Yet, the coronation of the new king requires more than just a church. It also necessitates the participation of the High Septon and several archbishops to conduct the ceremony, which includes the anointing with holy oil and the recitation of blessings. Alas, the barren Dragonstone holds nothing but the sept, and even the number of monks and nuns is woefully inadequate, let alone the archbishops and the High Septon. Upon hearing Scholar Daniel's words, Queen Rhaella's expression briefly faltered, and she lowered her head to rub her temples. "Forgive me, Scholar Daniel. I have become somewhat discomposed." Although the silver-haired woman projected an air of strength, the anguish of losing her homeland gnawed at her insides like a swarm of ants, causing her to lose her composure. She simply wished to ensure the continuation of the crown and to crown her child, so that the flicker of hope within her would not be extinguished. The Targaryen dynasty would not perish within her generation. In that case, let us proceed to the September. The elderly maid helped Queen Rhaella to her feet, while Sir Shad, seated nearby, also rose with the aid of his sword and spoke. "Very well, Your Majesty, I shall fetch the monks. There is no need to seek out the monks." "My lord," the queen immediately countered, dismissing the steward's suggestion. Standing at the round table's central position, she gazed at those present, the golden crown inlaid with rubies glimmering brilliantly under the torchlight. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she proclaimed, "This is a time of great urgency. I shall crown Varys, as long as it is done under the watchful eyes of the 7. Within the sept of Dragonstone stood statues of the 7, and Varys now knelt partially before them, his mother, Queen Rhaella Targaryen, standing beside him. Dressed in a flowing black velvet gown, the queen appeared even more regal. Her tall and graceful figure was accentuated by her silvery hair cascading down to her waist. One hand rested upon Varys' head, while the other held a parchment inscribed with the oath written by Scholar Daniel, her voice low as she recited it. This sensation, Varys knelt upon the ground, feeling an inexplicable discomfort, as if he were stripped bare, exposed to the scrutiny of all. In the expansive sept, Queen Rhaella recited the oath for her son, while Daniel and Sir Shad stood at a distance, bearing witness to the proceedings. The focal point of all eyes, the The silver-haired boy fidgeted restlessly, until his mother pressed her hand down upon him. Do you wish to embrace compassion? Her voice resonated from above. Yet at that moment, Varys felt his breath quicken, and no one noticed the flush creeping onto his face, as though the blood within him had ignited. His mother's words reached his ears, and he could only nod vacantly, murmuring, I pledge, while lifting his gaze with a bewildered expression towards his surroundings. The towering statues of the Seven loomed over the diminutive figure below. In the sept of dragonstone, the elderly woman's eyes were like pearls, the father's beard was gilded, and the stranger appeared more beast than human. The statues were carved from the masts of ships, the vessels that the ancestors of House Targaryen had sailed across the seas from Valyria. Over the centuries, they had been adorned with layers of paint, gold leaf, silver burnishing, and embedded with jewels. The sept also housed several altars with stained glass, reflecting a dazzling array of colors in the torchlight. It's so hot. Varys felt a burning sensation in his palms as they pressed against the stone floor of the sept, as if he were standing within a great furnace, surrounded by flames consuming everything. No, it's unbearably hot. However, all those around him appeared oblivious to such sensations, with only Viserys experiencing an unusual disquiet. What could possibly be the cause of this? Why did I feel this way beneath the gaze of the Seven? Viserys was perplexed, yet his body temperature continued to rise uncontrollably. He understood that the coronation ceremony was of paramount importance and endeavored to maintain his composure, concealing his discomfort. Nevertheless, his breathing grew increasingly frantic with the passage of time, as if he were being consumed by flames. Every inch of his skin, muscle, blood, viscera, and bones felt as though they were being reduced to carbon, destined to become ash. At that moment, Queen Rhaella's lengthy vows finally reached their conclusion. The silver-haired woman removed the golden crown adorned with rubies from her own head and gently placed it atop Viserys'. From this day forth, my child, you shall be the king of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, the legitimate ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and the protector of the realm, Viserys Targaryen III. Chapter 14. Fury. At that instant, Viserys, kneeling before the statue of the Seven, could no longer endure. The silver-haired boy's body temperature had soared to alarming levels. His fair skin now tinged with a flush, as though a furnace within him was mercilessly roasting his very being. Queen Rhaella, at last, noticed her son's distress. Viserys, what ails you? Yet, in a whirl of confusion, with his mind engulfed in flames, the boy could only discern the silhouette of his mother crouching beside him, her anxious visage etched in concern. Then his body weakened, and he collapsed, his feverish cheeks pressed against the cold floor. Maester, the newly crowned young king, had fainted, resulting in utter chaos within the sanctum of Dragonstone. In stark contrast to the minor incident of the Targaryen scions fainting, a far graver matter unfolded simultaneously in distant King's Landing. The formidable Tywin Lannister was seething with fury, for this was the genuine crisis. No one could have anticipated that the calculating and ruthless Lord Tywin would find himself in such a state of disarray. A cacophony ensued as the knights of House Lannister knelt, pleading for their lord's wrath to be quelled. They had not forgotten the haunting strains of the reign of Castamere resonating over the ruins of the Tarbeck Hall, nor the blood-soaked earth stained by the slaughter of their kin, young and old alike. Meanwhile, the soldiers of House Lannister who had returned were bound to wooden stakes, awaiting the wrathful Duke of Casterly Rock to flay them alive. The cause of Tywin Lannister's explosive ire was simple. The secret mission he had dispatched to eliminate Queen Rhaella and her young son Viserys had nearly ended in total failure, with only a handful managing to return. Due to the delayed news, the dreadful tidings arrived too late. In the ensuing days, Tywin's brother and most trusted confidant, Kevan Lannister, was discovered dead and brought back to King's Landing. The manner of Kevan's demise was gruesome. Save for Tywin, others could scarcely bear to witness the sight. Women unaccustomed to such brutality fled to corners to retch in horror. Kevan's fatal wound lay in his chest, where a blade had pierced through from behind. It appeared the assailants, fearing he might still be alive, attempted to sever his head, yet for reasons unknown, perhaps sheer exhaustion, the sword became lodged mid-cut. Thus, Kevan's head hung at an unnatural angle as he was transported back, his condition utterly ghastly, exuding a foul stench and covered in maggots. Though the priests endeavored to arrange his remains, they could only manage to sew shut the gaping wound in his neck, unable to mask the odor of decay. At this moment, the tall and imposing Duke of Casterly Rock, with bloodshot green eyes, felt his golden beard quiver with barely contained rage. He could not fathom the thought of his own brother perishing in such a manner, casting a pall over what should have been a triumphant feast celebrating their victory. A sense of dread crept into his heart. This was meant to be a time of revelry over the spoils of the Targaryens, and yet the Lannisters, who had acted late but with brutal efficiency, now faced the specter of a lingering threat. They all understood that as long as any Targaryens remained, they would forever be a ticking time bomb, destined to exact vengeance for their blood debts. Until now, everything had proceeded smoothly, and just as they were poised to reap the fruits of their conquest, Kevan had fallen, casting a shadow of guilt over Tywin's conscience. The lifeless form of his old friend, Aerys, lay before the Iron Throne, a grim reminder of the bloody events that had unfolded in King's Landing, where the Lannister forces, with Tywin's tacit approval, had wreaked havoc in the name of the new king. The corpses of Rhaegar's wife and children, Princess Elia and Aegon, were wrapped in a crimson Lannister cloak, presented to Robert Baratheon as a token of loyalty. These blood-soaked images haunted Tywin's mind, echoing the relentless cycle of retribution. Yet through it all, Tywin Lannister maintained his composure, his steely countenance shrouded in darkness. He would not allow his inner turmoil to infect his bannermen. He remained the unyielding Duke of Casterly Rock, wielding absolute authority. Then, with a resounding crash, a middle-aged man clad in a red robe embroidered with a golden lion could no longer contain his tumultuous emotions. With no warning, he kicked over the table before him, scattering its contents across the floor. "Targaryen!" he bellowed, drawing forth his sword and wreaking havoc upon everything in the room. If the death of his wife, Joanna Lannister, had stripped Tywin of his last vestiges of warmth, the loss of his brother Kevan had robbed him of his remaining composure. The enraged Duke of Lannister appeared utterly unrestrained. His hatred for the Targaryens was palpable. Otherwise, he would not have pursued such merciless actions, nearly exterminating every last dragon spawn. Years prior, at his wedding to Joanna, the inebriated Aerys Targaryen had committed an unspeakable act against his wife, an event that weighed heavily upon Tywin's conscience. Following that incident, he had sent his wife away from King's Landing, returning to Casterly Rock, and he and Aerys, once comrades in the War of the Ninepenny Kings, had formally severed their friendship. Now, as Tywin raged, all the knights and bannermen of House Lannister who had accompanied him were left in stunned silence. Only Gregor Clegane, known as the Mountain, stood defiantly with his arms crossed, his demeanor arrogant and unyielding, seemingly unafraid of Tywin's fury. Regardless of Tywin Lannister's wrath, he ultimately did not unleash his ire upon anyone else. He personally executed all the deserters and commanded the concealment of the precise details surrounding Kevan's death, orchestrating a grand funeral under the pretense of an unexpected accident for his brother. Before Kevan's remains, he vowed to exact vengeance and eradicate the remnants of House Targaryen. However, the truth can rarely be concealed indefinitely. The recently bloodied and scorched King's Landing momentarily shed its foul stench, only to be enveloped by a miasma of blood and decay. In a narrow alley barely wide enough for two to pass, white cloths hung from almost every dwelling. The night was deep. The city guard had just completed their patrol. At that moment, a plump silver stag clinked as it fell to the ground. Moments latte. A petite figure darted from the shadows, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. Swiftly, they snatched the silver stag from the ground and concealed it within their garments, vanishing once again into the darkness. Chapter 15. Nightmares and Catastrophes. The true cause of Kevan's death quickly spread, aided by those with malicious intent. Given the recent plunder, the populace of King's Landing harbored considerable animosity towards House Lannister. Additionally, many noblemen among the rebels were envious of the Lannisters' triumphs, and through a tacit alliance, the family's infamy swiftly permeated the city. Countless commoners rejoiced at Kevan's demise, believing that the Targaryens would inevitably rise again to make the Lannisters repay their debts. Among the masses, the Targaryens still retained their favor. Meanwhile, during a recent outing, Duke Tywin was pelted with a rotten egg, his face turning a frigid shade of anger that was evident to all. Yet, the sycophantic city guard, colloquially known as the Gold Cloaks, conducted a chaotic search but failed to apprehend the true assailant. Instead, they exacerbated the situation, painting Tywin as a remorseless demon. Eventually, several Lannister soldiers patrolling the streets of King's Landing were ambushed and brutally beaten to death by a mob that seemingly appeared from nowhere. The situation continued to escalate. Many in the usurper's camp reveled in witnessing such events, fanning the flames of discord and placing blame squarely upon House Lannister. After all, those who partake in the spoils prefer fewer competitors. Far away, on Dragonstone, an unknown span of time had passed. Viserys lay in bed, ensnared in a profound slumber, as a myriad of complex dreams unfolded in his mind. He envisioned a colossal dragon unleashing its fiery breath upon him, intent on reducing him to ash. He beheld apocalyptic scenes, volcanoes erupting simultaneously, showering the sky with ash, smoke, and flames, while the earth convulsed and consumed majestic temples, palaces, and bustling towns. Where's this place? Viserys could not comprehend why such visions plagued his dreams, yet he trembled as if he were experiencing it all firsthand. He recognized this as a manifestation of fear, akin to the moment when a startled warhorse charged at him on the highway. It resembled a fish flung ashore, gasping desperately for breath, pleading for this calamity, be it a natural disaster or the wrath of the gods, to cease. Why must this place endure such harrowing tribulations? Yet no answers were forthcoming. Countless apocalyptic images flooded Viserys' mind, as if he were living through a cataclysmic event, embodying various roles and witnessing the first-hand perspectives of countless souls amidst the devastation. The cycle continued, an inescapable entanglement. Ultimately, however, the disaster subsided, dissipating into a black mist that vanished within the vast expanse of chaos. The psychological torment Viserys endured in his dream also drew to a close. Everything faded away, and his surroundings gradually succumbed to darkness, as if his spirit was slowly returning. He then perceived a series of indistinct sounds, fragmented conversations, and the gentle sobbing of a girl. Finally, he felt a soft tongue brush against his cheek, seemingly attempting to awaken him. At that moment, Viserys slowly opened his eyes, yet he felt utterly drained, as if he had just emerged from a grave illness. The vitality had been sapped from his body, leaving him feebly sprawled upon the bed, barely able to wiggle his fingers. His throat was parched, akin to a parched land. His dry lips pressed together as he rasped out a request for water. Water. Please, bring me a glass of water. The first to notice Viserys' awakening was a small black cat, licking the boy's cheek, and upon realizing his eyes were open, it tilted its head, its emerald green eyes sparkling with a hint of joy. The first to hear Viserys' voice was the girl, who had been softly weeping at his bedside. "Oh, Viserys, you're awake." The brown-haired girl, tears streaming down her face, expressed her surprise at hearing his voice, stirring the other occupants of the room. His mother, Queen Rhaella, hurried over, and the experienced maester brought a cup of warm water, gently assisting Viserys to sit up against the headboard. He was offered water to soothe his parched throat. "My child, how do you feel?" His mother sat beside him, yet Viserys' mind remained foggy, and he could only manage to answer a few questions before once again succumbing to slumber. This time, Queen Rhaella did not allow anyone to disturb Viserys, permitting him to rest quietly in the room. She believed he had endured too much recently, suffering intense shock and stress, compounded by the fatigue of travel, which had led to his illness and subsequent fever, resulting in a day and night of unconsciousness. His beloved brother had perished, and he had been forced to flee King's Landing in haste. On the journey, he had bravely slain an enemy, arriving at the Vale of Arryn without much time to rest before hastily embarking on a ship to Dragonstone, where he was crowned without delay. Viserys must have been utterly exhausted. After all, he was merely a 7-year-old child. Queen Rhaella felt immense guilt, reflecting on her own shortcomings, even as Viserys consoled her, assuring her that he was merely unwell, having only suffered a fever. He was beginning to feel much better, he insisted, needing only some time to rest. Once everyone had departed the bedroom, Viserys, who had just been sleeping, opened his eyes once more. A pair of pale lavender eyes glimmered even more brightly than before as he sat up, leaning against the headboard. He slightly tilted his head to gaze at the mirror on the bedside table, where sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the reflective surface. 3 seconds later, a swirling mass of darkness arrived as anticipated. Viserys Targaryen, Sun Affinity, 5, Earth Affinity, 6, Water Affinity, 8, Moon Affinity, 20. The silver-haired boy in the mirror retained his otherworldly handsomeness, though his complexion appeared slightly pallid, hinting at weariness. His silvery hair seemed even more resplendent than before, cascading over his delicate shoulders like molten silver. However, Viserys did not overly fixate on his own beauty. After all, handsomeness was destined to accompany him throughout his life. His gaze lingered primarily on the dark mist that only he could perceive, with a moon affinity of 20. It signified that his mental prowess far surpassed that of the ordinary. Remarkably, it had escalated from 18 to 20, reaching twice that of an average adult. Yet, this multiplier might not be so simply calculated. The capabilities exhibited by the black mist might become more challenging to refine as they deepened. Moreover, upon attaining a moon affinity of 20, it seemed he had awakened a formidable special ability. Chapter 16. The Eye of the Moment. The Eye of the Moment. The silver-haired boy sat at the head of the bed. His pale lavender eyes suddenly deepened in intensity, revealing a faintly intricate pattern that resembled a hexagram's magical array, radiating a soft golden glow. The boy in the silvered mirror exuded a subtle golden light from his eyes, and his demeanor seemed to shift abruptly, becoming imbued with an air of coldness and tranquility. Within his field of vision, everything around him appeared to slow down, including himself. The dust drifting gently in the fragmented sunlight from the windowsill, his slow, labored breaths, and the hand that rose in shock. Then, it felt as though his mind had been struck with a heavy blow. Boom! The boy plopped down onto the floor, gasping for air, and painfully closed his eyes. What the hell? Everything before him vanished, the hexagram pattern fading from his gaze, and his aura reverted to its previous state. The piercing pain in his pupils forced him to a halt, accompanied by a lingering ache in his mind. Yet in that fleeting moment, he had glimpsed a multitude of things. Time seemed to freeze for an instant, and all dynamic elements around him slowed dramatically in his sight. How painful! Viserys sat at the head of the bed, covering his eyes with his hands, yet tears flowed uncontrollably down his cheeks as he gasped for breath. Taking a while to regain his composure, he understood what this newly awakened special ability associated with his moon affinity of 20 entailed. It was a form of dynamic vision, akin to the legendary bullet time, allowing him to perceive all movement around him in a slowed manner. This ability was immensely advantageous. Without a second thought, Viserys comprehended the benefits this special ability conferred upon him. It would grant him additional time for reaction and judgment during perilous moments, enabling him to avert calamity, as well as providing an edge during evenly matched confrontations. Furthermore, with a moon affinity of 20, this extraordinary mental strength bestowed upon him even greater capabilities, beyond mere photographic memory. In truth, the Eye of the Moment did not slow down time. Rather, his formidable mental power allowed him to rapidly construct an understanding of his opponent's movements at first glance. This was reflected in his perception as their actions appeared to decelerate. But in reality, it was his own reflexes that had quickened. However, this elation was short-lived. Viserys soon tempered his smile and steadied his mindset. The road ahead was long. After all, this was a world replete with mysterious and arcane forces, and the fact that he had been reborn here, supplanting Viserys Targaryen, was already sufficiently fantastical. Thus, other matters had rendered him remarkably unperturbed. Moreover, he concealed this secret deep within his heart, revealing to no one that he could perceive the dark mist. Ever since he learned that this mist could enhance both his body and soul, his attitude towards it had shifted. It was no longer merely a source of amusement, but rather a matter of serious consideration and caution. He resolved to experiment with this ability repeatedly and to control the intensity of its release. After a brief respite, Viserys' eyes had fully recovered. Yet he did not hasten to attempt activating the Eye of the Moment once more. He feared that repeated trials in quick succession might adversely affect his vision. After all, he had no desire to don glasses in this lifetime. Nonetheless, as he reflected on the initial activation of his ability, he recalled that due to his lack of control, he had unleashed it all at once. Now, it seemed plausible to intentionally restrain its release. While this might not slow things down significantly, it could extend the duration of use and diminish the noticeable aftereffects, preventing a repeat of the uncontrollable tears. Viserys pondered silently, realizing he was merely feeling his way through uncharted waters, with no one to provide guidance or assistance, relying solely on his own conjectures and deductions. Days later, the grim tidings arrived unambiguously. A raven journeyed from the continent of Westeros, transferring between several ships before alighting on Dragonstone. This cunning raven had conserved considerable energy, fluttering its wings as it perched atop the Sea Dragon Tower, a tall structure resembling a slumbering dragon facing the sea. The tower's staircase was narrow and winding. Beneath the raven's cage at the top resided the scholar's quarters. Due to Rhaegar's negligence in managing Dragonstone's affairs, only Master Daniel resided there at present. Flapping its wings, the raven jostled the silver bell hanging by a thread as Master Daniel, unsteadily ascending from below, took the letter from the raven and unfolded it to glance at its contents, his complexion shifting dramatically. He then grasped the railing of the narrow staircase and hurriedly made his way to the garden near the Dragon's Tail Gate. At that moment, Viserys was practicing swordplay in the Aegon Garden. Thrust, slash. Not long prior, Sir William, who had sustained severe injuries, still bore bandages wrapped around his ribs, but he was now able to walk. He stood in the shade of a black tree, instructing Viserys in the art of swordsmanship. Under the guidance of the middle-aged instructor, Viserys practiced diligently, earnestly wielding his longsword. Due to his height, the sword appeared as though it were a two-handed weapon in his grasp. The boy gripped the hilt with both hands, his movements somewhat distorted by the weight, yet he persevered in correcting his techniques, striving for perfection, as beads of sweat dripped steadily from his forehead, despite the unhealed wounds upon his person. Lord William's complexion remained pallid as he gazed at the young boy, practicing swordplay upon the sun-drenched meadow. Though his visage betrayed no overt emotion, a flicker of astonishment glimmered within his eyes. How had this child achieved such remarkable progress? He recalled that not long ago, the boy struggled to wield the sword, yet now he maneuvered it with dexterity. Could it be that Viserys truly possessed a talent rivaling that of his elder brother? Riga had once been the most gifted knight he had ever witnessed, proficient with any weapon at his disposal. Yet, Viserys' astonishing rate of improvement caused him to ponder if his earlier remarks had unwittingly foretold this very outcome. Even the boy's height seemed subtly elevated. Though it might have been a mere illusion, he still appeared slender, with silver hair cascading to shoulders and cheeks retaining their youthful softness. Yet there was an undeniable sense of growth about him. Particularly striking were his pale violet eyes, reminiscent of precious gemstones. Each time Viserys cast a glance in his direction, the middle-aged instructor felt a slight tremor in his heart. In Chapter 17, titled Fury, it was as if Viserys had transformed into an entirely different individual, displaying an extraordinary diligence and tenacity. As the master-at-arms of the Red Keep for many years, William had witnessed Viserys' maturation. In his recollection, this young prince had not been particularly easy to discipline, often mischievous and somewhat unruly. When he had first sought instruction in swordsmanship, William had not taken it too seriously, anticipating that Viserys would soon abandon his training upon encountering its rigors. However, during the recent attack, the boy's display of courage befitting a man had garnered William's admiration. Ultimately, Viserys had slain Kevin Lannister with his own hand, attempting to sever the man's head, an endeavor that had left the instructor utterly astonished. The image of a seemingly innocent, charming boy wielding a longsword, intent on decapitating his foe, yet faltering as the blade became lodged in the neck, blood spraying forth, was a stark contrast that he would likely never forget. Perhaps the recent spate of unfortunate events had indeed left a profound impact on him. The middle-aged man, with his slightly tousled hair, was acutely aware of the myriad occurrences that had transpired, events that would be overwhelming even for an adult. Nevertheless, he found solace in witnessing Viserys' complete transformation, attributing it to the serious stimuli he had encountered. His loyalty to the Iron Throne was unwavering, akin to that of his brother, the Kingsguard. Thus, he fervently hoped for Viserys' resurgence. Only when Viserys emerged as a true dragon could the Targaryen family reclaim their former glory and exact vengeance. With one hand resting upon his wooden sword, the instructor remained lost in thought. At that moment, the elderly scholar, Daniel, approached with unsteady steps, offering a nod of acknowledgement to both the master-at-arms and Viserys before continuing on his way. "Huh? What's transpired?" William inquired, scratching his head in confusion, while Viserys, panting, lowered his sword and wiped the sweat from his brow. The boy gazed at the scholar's retreating figure for a moment before turning to ask, "Is he moving so quickly that he might fall?" The swordsmanship instructor paused, then cast a glance at his pupil. Viserys sometimes exhibited a maturity beyond his years, yet at other times, he appeared as innocent as a child. No, he was merely a young boy. William found himself uncertain whether Viserys was concealing something. He could only shake his head and explain, given the scholar's haste, there must be something of great import at hand. A frown etched upon his brow. The instructor spoke in a subdued tone, his countenance reflecting concern as the matter at hand seemed dire. The fragrant scent of pine permeated the air within the gardens of Aegon, where towering black trees rose majestically. Wild roses and towering thorns adorned the landscape, while cranberries thrived in the marshy ground. Viserys and his instructor practiced swordplay in the distance, while Queen Rhaella played with her granddaughter, Rhaenys, nearby. Initially, Rhaenys had wished to join Viserys in his play, but the queen had gently informed her that it would not be prudent to disturb her uncle during his training. Viserys represented Queen Rhaella's last hope. She yearned for her youngest son to become a pillar of the Targaryen family, akin to his illustrious brother, and to reclaim the Iron Throne. At that moment, the elderly scholar, Daniel, approached with labored steps. He leaned in to whisper a few words to the silver-haired queen before presenting her with an anonymous letter. This missive, originating from King's Landing, ostensibly aligned with the Baratheons, yet inherently supported the legitimacy of the Iron Throne, contained clandestine intelligence. The information detailed recent events in King's Landing, replete with numerous troubling developments, including intricate details, and bore a precision that surpassed the rumors circulating only moments prior. As Queen Rhaella initially listened to the Elder Scholar's words, a look of confusion crossed her face. They were ensconced on Dragonstone, with a fleet loyal to House Targaryen, while the Baratheons lacked a formidable navy. Dragonstone was, for the time being, a sanctuary. Subsequently, the silver-haired queen unfolded the intelligence she had received from Daniel, her gaze flitting over the contents. Yet, after only a brief perusal, her expression abruptly shifted, and her eyes welled with tears as she covered her mouth with a delicate hand, unable to contain her sorrow. "Your Majesty," the Elder Scholar reacted swiftly, supporting her, for Queen Rhaella nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. The letter bore a multitude of grim tidings. However, the foremost message struck her like a bolt from the blue, rendering her incapable of reading further, leading her to weep uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Rhaenys, who had been accompanying her grandmother, stood frozen in place, at a loss for what to do. The innocent young girl remained unaware of the dire circumstances unfolding around her, including the heartbreaking news of her father's demise, which she may never fully comprehend. Shortly thereafter, Viserys and his middle-aged instructor, having paused their sword practice, hastened toward the scene. The instructor refrained from glancing at the letter, while Viserys picked it up, scanning its contents before falling into a contemplative silence. He was vaguely aware of certain events that had transpired during a specific time frame. Yet he comprehended that there was no escaping fate, especially now, when he lacked the ability to alter the course of events. Thus, it was his fervent dedication to swordsmanship that propelled him forward, not in pursuit of grand ambitions, nor as a means to exact vengeance for the blood that stained the Targaryen lineage. In truth, from the moment he arrived in this world, he had never laid eyes upon his father, the infamous Mad King, Aerys II Targaryen, the origin of all tales. Not a single glimpse. He was hastily whisked away in a carriage, fleeing from King's Landing. Consequently, the thoughts of revenge and lofty aspirations had never crossed his mind. His sole intention was to alter the course of his own destiny, to struggle for survival, rather than descend into the depths of a beggar king, or worse, meet a demise crowned in gold. The silver-haired boy, crouched upon the ground, finally clenched his teeth and uttered a sound. Although he had previously felt no emotion, rescuing Rhaenys had merely been an impulsive act. He had even contemplated returning her if his father sent soldiers in pursuit. However, now, the once abstract words had morphed into a gruesome reality. His nephew, Aegon, had been hurled against a wall, his skull shattered, and his sister-in-law, Princess Elia, had been brutally murdered with her hands stained with Aegon's blood and brains. Such horrific methods could ignite fury in even the most cowardly of souls, let alone his. Chapter 18. The Prophesied Prince. I vow that one day I shall exact vengeance upon these murderers. Mother. A few days prior, the silver-haired boy solemnly pledged to his mother while leaning on his sword, promising that he would one day hold the Targaryen family accountable for these heinous acts. Viserys hoped that such words might provide a sliver of solace to his grief-stricken mother. Yet, despite the ambitions of youth, the immediate priority was to evade the pursuit of House Baratheon and ensure his survival. During the agonizing fortnight that followed, Viserys had come to fully accept his arrival in this unfamiliar world, not that it was entirely foreign. Previously, he had merely observed the unfolding events with detached curiosity, but now, the silver-haired boy recognized that the sense of impending doom was palpably real. The tragic fate that followed its prescribed path felt like a noose tightening around Viserys' neck. A constant reminder that without effort to alter his circumstances, he would soon find himself ensnared by destiny, with death as his only escape. His very existence dictated that even in inaction, House Baratheon would not relent. After promising his mother vengeance against their enemies, Viserys embarked on a frenzied regimen of training over the next few days. Those who have recently set their resolve often find themselves invigorated. And the training of a knight encompassed not only swordplay, but also horsemanship, polearms, archery, and curved blades. Yet in his fervor, Viserys overexerted himself, resulting in injuries. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The silver-haired boy sat glumly on a chair, while the old maester offered a kind smile, having witnessed many a youth inflict harm upon themselves through excessive zeal. Viserys' grandfather, Jaehaerys, had once committed a similar folly, striving to bolster his frail constitution through rigorous exercise, only to injure himself in the process. I understand your fervent desire for vengeance, my child. There's nothing wrong with that. The old maester began to apply ice to the boy's injured areas to alleviate the pain, gently wiping away the melting water with a cloth. However, do not allow hatred to cloud your vision. It is but a minor facet of your existence. You are a Targaryen, the true dragon of the future, destined for a mission far more noble and significant. Viserys sat upon the bench, gazing at the elderly maester, whose hair was speckled with gray and whose face was lined with wrinkles, listening intently to his words. Although he comprehended each individual utterance, he sensed an underlying significance in the maester's counsel. A more noble and significant mission? The boy tilted his head in mild confusion, his silvery hair cascading onto his youthful shoulders, his lavender eyes reflecting the maester's visage. The old maester, seemingly oblivious to the boy's inquisitive gaze, abruptly ceased his explanation of this more elevated mission, shifting the conversation. While the knightly path is an ancient tradition among the nobility, knowledge is of even greater importance for an exceptional noble. The old maester's tone transformed into one of earnest instruction, having observed Viserys' diligent efforts in knightly training. Endeavoring for self-improvement is undoubtedly commendable. However, he worried that Viserys might overlook the significance of knowledge, becoming a mere brute who knows only the art of killing. Compared to charging in a battle, the power of a keen mind-wielding strategy is far more formidable. He wished for Viserys not to become a mere rogue, for such a fate would forever prevent him from becoming the prophesied prince. Maester Daniel was well acquainted with the prophecy, having once personally instructed Rhaegar, thus earning the trust of the prince. The prophecy foretold that Aerys II and Queen Rhaella would bear the prophesied prince, originating from a witch's words, but rooted in an ancient text from 5,000 years ago. A legendary hero named Azor Ahai, who lived approximately 8,000 years prior, would be reborn. This prophesied prince would battle the others. All of this would transpire following the long summer, as darkness descended upon the world. This prince would summon forth the Lightbringer, the sword of fire, to combat the others, and should he fail, the world would plunge into eternal despair. Following the long summer, the stars would weep blood, and frigid darkness would envelop the realm. In this harrowing moment, a warrior would draw forth the burning sword from the flames. That sword would be the Lightbringer, the red sword of heroes, and the one who wields it would be the reincarnation of Azor Ahai, destined to dispel the darkness. Initially, all those in the know believed Rhaegar would be the prophesied prince, for he was perfection incarnate. Nearly everyone who beheld him sang his praises. However, when Robert Baratheon's hammer struck Rhaegar's chest at the Battle of the Trident, the realization dawned that he was not the prophesied prince. Subsequently, attention shifted to Rhaegar's younger brother, the very silver-haired boy before us, Viserys Targaryen, as he too was a child of Aerys and Rhaella, though he had not been born in the land of smoke and salt. Perhaps, Maester Daniel sighed inexplicably. Viserys, unable to decipher the old maester's gaze, could only reflect on his recent words. He understood the importance of knowledge, yet he also recognized that the pressing need was for the ability to protect himself, for a long period of wandering lay ahead. Understand. Viserys nodded obediently. Within the tower, the brilliant sunlight streamed through the window, suffusing the entire room with its warmth. An elderly man and a youth sat at the table, the atmosphere remarkably serene. Ever since Viserys arrived in this world, he had been ensnared in a relentless pursuit of survival under tremendous pressure. Yet now, on Dragonstone, he found a rare moment of respite in the presence of this elder. Child, you're beginning to feel anxious about the future, are you not? The learned bachelor, whose back had begun to stoop, still appeared robust in body. Dressed in a gray robe, his penetrating gaze seemed to peer directly into the boy's innermost thoughts. The fate of House Targaryen was now transparent to all. King's Landing had already fallen, and the remnants of the Loyalist faction had lost their reasons to continue the fight. The ongoing hostilities were merely a guise to negotiate better terms at the bargaining table, to secure more favorable outcomes, or at the very least, to mitigate their losses. Viserys remained silent for a protracted period before finally nodding in acknowledgement. Chapter 19. The Siege of Storm's End. On Dragonstone, the elder and the youth were engaged in conversation. The old bachelor alleviated Viserys' inner turmoil, imparting the wisdom that regardless of the circumstances, be they joyous or sorrowful, one must maintain inner tranquility. Only through calmness can one arrive at the most judicious conclusions. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, over 2 months had elapsed since Viserys' arrival on Dragonstone. Life on the island was exceedingly tranquil, devoid of war and political strife. A serenity that could easily tempt one to forsake ambition and simply wish to live out their days in peaceful monotony. However, although Viserys' internal anxiety had subsided, a lingering sense of urgency remained. He was acutely aware that across the sea, the Baratheon family would not easily relent. During this time, Viserys practiced swordsmanship under the tutelage of Ser William, while simultaneously expanding his knowledge before the old bachelor. Through the elders' patient instruction, Viserys gradually deepened his understanding of this world. Once, he had perceived it through a veil of confusion, yet now he was beginning to integrate himself into its very fabric. The old scholar advised him that for a noble, the essential learning was not how to govern his lands or develop the economy and agriculture. Those matters could be addressed by consulting the learned men in the castle or corresponding with the citadel. Instead, he urged Viserys to study the histories of various noble families, to remember the lessons of history, and to commit their sigils and house words to memory, ensuring he would not inadvertently offend by failing to recognize them in future encounters. This was of utmost importance to the nobles, even to the king himself. Viserys listened, somewhat bewildered, unable to grasp the rationale behind these teachings. Yet he understood he was powerless against the greater forces at play. His mother, Queen Rhaella, was personally overseeing his studies, as all her hopes and aspirations rested upon this young child. Bearing the weight of such expectations, Viserys felt the pressure intensify. Meanwhile, Queen Rhaella, who had been pregnant before their departure from King's Landing, had seen her belly begin to take shape over the past 3 months. Far removed from the horrors of war and panic, she could now focus on nurturing her child without the daily dread of her husband's cruelty or the fear of defeat in battle. At present, her greatest desire was for her unborn child to be a girl, as aside from the stillborn, she had only raised Rhaegar and Viserys. She yearned for a daughter to fulfill her longing. Life on Dragonstone was peaceful, with the last Targaryen fleet guarding the seas and sealing off the entrance to Blackwater Bay. The Baratheon family, lacking warships, had naturally slowed their advance. On the continent of Westeros, without the sea as a barrier, the rebels who had invaded King's Landing had transformed into the legitimate power, and the situation had taken a sharp turn, with the loyalist forces retreating at every turn. 2 months after the fall of King's Landing, the Duke of Tyrell from the Reach finally reached a reconciliation agreement with the usurper. The siege of Storm's End had been lifted. With the mournful, elongated sound of the horn, the Southern Army, which had besieged Storm's End for a year, finally broke camp, preparing to return home. Following the Tyrell forces were knights from the north. The banners of House Stark fluttered on the horizon, and soon a vast throng of warriors appeared. Countless steeds trampling the grasslands, their raised lances glinting ominously in the sunlight. Leading the Northern Army was none other than Eddard Stark, who had departed King's Landing after a heated argument with Robert, sitting steadfastly atop his imposing steed, bearing the ancestral sword, Ice. The Northerners achieved a resolution to the siege of Storm's End without shedding a single drop of blood. Finally, the gates of Storm's End, which had been sealed for a year, swung open once again. Inside, Stannis Baratheon, who had valiantly resisted and held off the Southern Army's main force, had been reduced to consuming rat meat. However, upon the siege's end, he was assigned a new task. His brother Robert commanded him to construct warships at Storm's End and train the Royal Navy. Collaborating with the recently defected Lord Redwyne and the fleet from the Isle of Tears, which had previously blockaded Storm's End from the sea. Their mission was to unite and assault Dragonstone, capturing the fleeing Rhaella and Viserys Targaryen. Consumed by a deep-seated hatred for the Targaryen family, Robert swore to eradicate them entirely, vowing not to allow a single silver-haired, violet-eyed scion to survive in this world, pursuing them to the ends of the earth. Yet Stannis, who had been trapped within Storm's End and forced to consume rats, was not a magnanimous man. His silence and stubbornness resembled that of a stone in a privy. That he refrained from drawing his sword to slay the detestable Lord Mace Tyrell and Lord Redwyne at the celebratory banquet for the victory at Storm's End was already a testament to his remarkable restraint. Stannis could not cooperate with the Isle of Tears fleet, yet he understood the importance of seizing Dragonstone and eradicating the Targaryens. Thus, like a stubborn boulder, he wasted no time. Once the siege was lifted, resources began flowing into Storm's End, and he promptly set about constructing the Baratheon fleet and training the navy. Meanwhile, Eddard Stark, having lifted the siege, bore no trace of joy upon his countenance. His face was taut and serious, exuding an air that repelled others. And even at the victory feast, there was nary a hint of a smile. For he harbored a deeper, unresolved issue, the very inciting incident of this usurper's war, the abduction of his sister Lyanna Stark by Rhaegar Targaryen, who was also Robert's betrothed, remained shrouded in mystery. After a heated argument with Robert in King's Landing, Eddard Stark set forth on a solitary campaign to quell the remaining conflicts, all the while pursuing the trail of his missing sister. With the war now concluded, Eddard received a lead that Rhaegar had once dispatched Ser Arthur Dayne. The Sword of the Morning, along with Ser Oswell went and Ser Gerald Hightower, the captain of the King's Guard, to escort Lyanna towards Dorne. However, the Dornish denied any knowledge of Lyanna Stark's arrival in their lands, as she was not regarded as a welcome figure among them. Eddard harbored suspicions that the three Kingsguard may have concealed his sister in the borderlands between Dorne and the Vale. Yet, he was reluctant to provoke a conflict with the formidable Dornish, remembering the troubles even Aegon the Conqueror faced in that region. The Duke of Winterfell was thus beset by a cloud of anxiety. In the year 284 of the conquest, and the year 283 of Aegon's reign, Duke Eddard Stark personally led his forces to lift the siege of Whispering Hill. After a brief stay at the castle, the northern cavalry pressed southward, crossing the borders of the Vale and advancing directly towards Dorne. There were three routes from the north into Dorne: the Bone Road, the Prince's Pass, and the pass on the eastern side of the Red Mountains near Old Town. Given that the northern army was predominantly cavalry, they opted against the treacherous Bone Road and boldly directed their march towards the straightforward Prince's Pass. As Duke Eddard advanced southward, Dorne braced itself for the impending confrontation. However, a raven soon arrived to clarify the misunderstanding, prompting Eddard Stark to uphold his honor by halting his forces outside the Prince's Pass. Accompanied by 6 companions, Ethan Glover, Martin Castle, Theon Greyjoy, Holland Reed, William Dustin, and Mark Lyle, he received permission from Dorne to cross the border and delve deeper into their territory in search of his sister, Lyanna Stark. Subsequently, Eddard and his party discovered Lyanna along with the 3 missing Kingsguard near the Tower of Joy, located close to the Vulture's Nest. A fierce battle erupted between the two parties, 7 against 3, yet the events of this clash remained unknown to all but the 10 participants. It was known only that Duke Eddard emerged victorious, albeit at a heavy cost, with only one companion and himself surviving the ordeal. Eddard then journeyed to Starfall to return the fabled Sword Dawn to Ser Arthur Dayne, and subsequently departed Dorne with the body of his sister and the sole survivor. Homeland. Thus concluded the Usurpers' War, which had commenced in the year 281 and persisted until now in 283, culminating with the battle at the Tower of Joy. The Targaryen dynasty was decisively ousted from the Iron Throne, with nearly all of its members slaughtered, save for a few survivors. The leader of the rebellion, Robert, finally ascended the Iron Throne, celebrating his coronation at the Great September of Baelor, anointing himself with holy oil and reciting his vows. He was crowned as the king of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, the ruler of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm, Robert Baratheon I. With the exception of Dorne, the 7 kingdoms of Westeros were finally united under the banner of the new king. The resonant tolling of bells echoed throughout King's Landing. The new king stood atop the lofty steps of the Great September of Baelor, his imposing figure casting a shadow over the kneeling lords below, who bowed in homage to the newly crowned monarch. "My esteemed Lord Jon Arryn," the dark-haired, vigorous king proclaimed, his voice resonating above the pealing bells, reverberating throughout the cathedral. "I hereby appoint you as Hand of the King and my chief minister." The new king, Robert, personally adorned his foster father, Lord Jon Arryn of the Eyrie, with the badge of the Hand. "Your Majesty, I fear my capabilities are insufficient for this office," the nearly 60-year-old, gray-haired duke said, inclining slightly as if to kneel and decline the honor. Yet Robert, laughing heartily, lifted him up. "Haha, by the 7, Lord Arryn, if your abilities are not enough to serve as Hand of the King, I fear there is no one more suitable in all the 7 kingdoms." Although he laughed, Robert Baratheon's expression sobered slightly at the mention of the 7 kingdoms. Dorne had not yet willingly submitted to the new ruler, remaining a formidable challenge. This posed a significant concern for Robert. If Dorne chose to support the Targaryens, the realm of Westeros might be plunged into chaos for decades to come. Thus, the first task of the newly appointed Hand, Jon Arryn, was to venture to the southernmost reaches of Dorne to negotiate peace. Seeking to quell the rage ignited by the deaths of Prince Lewin Martell and Princess Elia Martell, "He shall do me utmost," he vowed in the Great Hall of the 7. Under the watchful gaze of the 7, the old duke coughed violently and ultimately nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at the coronation ceremony, Robert's brother Stannis was also in attendance. The young man, not yet 30, was already experiencing a receding hairline, his countenance as stern as ever, lips tightly pressed. His fleet at Whispering Hill was still not fully assembled, as both shipbuilding and soldier training required time. Yet Robert could not afford to wait any longer. His previously buoyant mood dampened upon seeing his brother, whom he likened to a stubborn stone in a privy. Simultaneously, he could not tolerate the presence of the Targaryen spawn still drawing breath. Thus, during the coronation ceremony, The new king ordered the recently sworn-in Lord Paxter Redwine of the Arbor to lead his fleet in an initial assault on Dragonstone. In the year 284 of the conquest, March, time flew swiftly, and before long, Viserys had spent over 6 months on Dragonstone. Queen Riella's belly grew ever larger, and the servants within the castle began to speculate whether a new prince or princess would soon arrive. During this period, Viserys practiced swordsmanship under the tutelage of Sir William and furthered his education with the old scholar. Yet calamity often strikes when least expected. Illness comes like a mountain falling. The venerable Maester Daniel, already over 80, suddenly fell ill as winter approached. In an age where medical knowledge was limited, reaching such an age was remarkable. The old scholar's body could not withstand the ravages of the disease. His complexion turned pale as parchment, and he grew emaciated. Ultimately, lying on his deathbed, he imparted his final instructions, grasping Viserys' hand as he drew his last breath. In the dimly lit sick room, the flickering light cast eerie shadows, while outside, darkness enveloped the night. Queen Riella wept bitterly. This was yet another blow following the recent losses of her eldest son and husband. Already frail and burdened with child, her heart sank deeper into despair. Sir Davis Hard, the steward, stood within the sick room, his eyes flickering momentarily. Alongside him was the now-recovered master of the Red Keep, William Derry. Despite his injuries having healed, lingering complications remained. He had endured substantial trauma, exacerbated by being mounted on horseback for an extended period while gravely wounded. Surviving was a feat in itself, and he felt a sense of gratitude for having reclaimed his life. This winter, however, had been particularly arduous for him, as old wounds flared up, inflicting excruciating pain. Meanwhile, Viserys stood at the bedside, grasping the hand of the elderly scholar, silently witnessing the final breath of the old man. At that moment, a distant, resonant alarm bell echoed from the direction of Dragonstone's lighthouse, reverberating through the stillness of the night. Chapter 21. The Naval Battle of Dragonstone. Under the cloak of night, the fleet of Count Redwine approached stealthily to launch a surprise attack. The ships cleaved through the waves with a soft splash, their lights extinguished. Drawing near the shores of Dragonstone, in complete silence, the sea breeze howled, and the soldiers aboard the vessels gripped their weapons, hearts heavy with trepidation as they awaited their fates, for none could guarantee survival in the impending conflict. Though Count Redwine's strategy for surprise was commendable, execution faltered when the Dragonstone sentinels sensed the approaching threat. A patrolling longship detected the silent fleet of Driftmark and swiftly sent a warning, alerting the distant lighthouse, which ultimately roused the entire garrison of Dragonstone. Thunderous war drums soon followed, echoing like a tempest, the last remaining fleet loyal to the Targaryens. Under the command of Sir Geoffrey, boldly engaged the enemy, both sides bracing for confrontation upon the open sea. The lighthouse's alarm bell rang incessantly, urging all on the island to remain vigilant against the impending assault. Queen Riella, being with child and in a state of despondency, was promptly escorted to the castle to rest. Meanwhile, Steward Shard and the master made their way to the shoreline, standing barefoot on the soft sand, gazing into the distance. Viserys yearned to accompany them, to witness the reality of battle firsthand, yet his wishes were met with unyielding refusal. As the only surviving male of House Targaryen, his safety represented more than just his own life. Reluctantly, a maid led the silver-haired boy back to the castle, and at the master's special request, 2 guards were stationed at his bedroom door for protection. The heavy brown wooden door was firmly shut and bolted, with the 2 fully armed guards stationed on either side, ensuring Viserys would not sneak away. Alone in his chamber, the young boy sat on the soft bed, momentarily frozen, running his fingers through his slightly curled silver hair before releasing a resigned sigh. In comparison to 6 months prior, the contents of Viserys' bedroom on Dragonstone had become considerably more abundant. An old, low bedside table held a half-burned candle, casting a warm glow, and atop the desk rested a book marked with a ribbon, detailing the travels of an explorer across Essos. Viserys found such tomes captivating and read them nightly before sleep. Across the room stood a bookshelf filled with an array of volumes. He understood the significance of knowledge, even without the old scholar's reminders. Initially, he had been startled by the attack and consumed by anxiety for the future, leading him to excessively practice swordplay in a misguided effort for self-preservation. Yet now, he recognized that mastery of the sword could not be achieved in a mere day or two. His gaze then drifted to a brown wooden chest nestled in the corner, and he leapt from the bed to approach it. The distant sound of horns continued to resonate, accompanied by the thunder of war drums and the faint echoes of conflict. The silver-haired boy felt the rapid beat of his heart synchronize with the tumultuous sounds around him, his blood coursing fervently through his veins. Placing a hand upon his chest, he sensed his heart racing. Unsure of the reason for such feelings, he found himself imbued with an unexpected courage, undeterred even as a mere 7-year-old child. Blood and fire are kin. Unbeknownst to him, he whispered the Targaryen motto, lifting the lid of the wooden chest to reveal its contents. A finely tailored set of leather armor and a short sword, also custom-fitted to him, its edge sharpened. While not capable of slicing through steel effortlessly, it was sharp enough for Viserys to sever a practice dummy's head during his training. He donned the armor and strapped the sword to his side before dragging a small stool closer, standing upon it to reach the narrow window ledge. Peering out into the night, the sea breeze tousled his silvery gold hair, brushing lightly against his fair forehead. His pale violet eyes, clear as water, gazed upon the battlefield, where the sounds of clashing echoed in the oppressive darkness. "May all go well," he whispered, closing his eyes in a silent prayer. He was not a mischievous child prone to trouble, and he would never think to escape through the window, only to meet a tragic end. Viserys' chamber was situated in the tower at the edge of the castle, with jagged rocks below the window. To leap from there would be a perilous endeavor. He had no intention of fleeing. He was merely grappling with the unfamiliarity of war, feeling a whirlwind of emotions without knowing who to confide in. Adorning himself in his small gear offered him a semblance of comfort. In the distant shadows, beyond Viserys' sight, 2 fleets, numbering nearly 100 vessels of various sizes, clashed upon the tumultuous sea. The mournful call of horns sounded. The banners of the Driftmark fleet unfurled as they formed their ranks, shielded by numerous longships, while 3 larger galleys, boasting greater size and tonnage, surged toward the Dragonstone fleet. In contrast, the Dragonstone fleet appeared somewhat ill-prepared, hastily leaving port without having formed their ranks before facing the oncoming assault from Count Redwine's forces. Yet, their response was commendable, as the sea wind howled fiercely. The sound of horns resounded from all directions, reverberating against eardrums and igniting a fervor within the hearts of the people. At this moment, Admiral Paxter Redwine of the former Targaryen dynasty, also serving as the Minister of Naval Affairs, donned a blue and white woolen cloak embroidered with a deep purple grape emblem upon a blue field. He stood upon the largest of the 3 galleys of the Dragonstone fleet, gripping the railing tightly with both hands, leaning slightly forward as he scrutinized the formation of the fleet from Dragonstone ahead. This seasoned naval commander, despite his extensive combat experience, was not a figure of imposing stature. Rather, he appeared as a somewhat frail, middle-aged man with a slight build. His shoulders sagged slightly, and a few sparse strands of orange hair struggled against the sea breeze atop his head. In the distance, the horns from Dragonstone echoed in response, accompanied by the sonorous tolling of bells. Chapter 22. The Queen of Greenway. Shortly thereafter, at the command of Lord Redwine, the formation of the Greenway fleet began to shift, with longships and 3-masted warships arranging themselves into a fan-shaped formation upon the inky black surface of the sea. "Forward! Attack!" The war horns sounded once more, this time longer and more resonant than any previous call, heralding the full-scale commencement of a long-anticipated conflict. The soldiers of Greenway felt a surge of tension within as they tightened their grips around their weapons. Fire! At last, the crossbows aboard the 3 principal vessels of the Greenway fleet discharged in unison. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony erupted as the bowstrings snapped, unleashing a flurry of spears that tore through the air, a volley cascading from the 3 ships, the spears screaming as they hurtled towards the Dragonstone fleet in the distance. Ray shields. Meanwhile, the commander of the Dragonstone fleet, stationed aboard the flagship Black Death, stood resolutely, his blood-red cloak billowing in the wind as he raised a hand to adjust his helmet. The Elder Lord swiftly issued the command to raise shields, ensuring the protection of the ship's vital components and personnel. Raise shields! Raise shields! As the orders rang out, every soldier aboard the Black Death braced themselves for what was to come. With a clatter, they hoisted massive kite shields, towering 4 feet high, crafted from solid oak and reinforced with iron, moving swiftly to form an impenetrable wall. Each shield bore the Targaryen sigil of the 3-headed dragon, facing the enemy. One knight, clad in armor, stood upon the deck, drawing his long sword and bringing it down with a fierce strike. Clang! In perfect unison, the shield wall was established, encasing the commander in its protective embrace, leaving only a narrow gap for him to observe the battlefield beyond, nearly airtight. Sir Geoffrey, standing in the midst, did not shift his stance, maintaining his gaze upward. The fleet guarding Dragonstone represented the Targaryen family's most elite naval force. However, regrettably, its impact during the War of Usurpers had been minimal. In this era, land power remained the most decisive force, with naval strength insufficient to alter the tide of a large-scale war. The Dragonstone fleet had previously been tasked with harassing the ports of the traitorous White Harbor, aiming to divert the attention of the northern forces. Yet, since the shipburner's Brandon had incinerated his father's fleet a century ago, the North had lacked any substantial naval capability. They made no resistance, ceding their coastline, allowing the royal fleet to attack at will. Even if the Dragonstone navy ravaged the northern coastline, it would scarcely elicit a frown from Eddard Stark. After all, no matter how formidable the Dragonstone navy, it could not blockade the entire sea, nor could they abandon their vessels for land combat, as the North's weather and cavalry would ensure a one-way journey for the Targaryen soldiers. At the vortex of the naval battle, Sir Geoffrey gazed into the distance, when suddenly, the volley of spears launched from the crossbows converged like a dark cloud. Thud, thud, thud. Countless spears, piercing the air with a shrill whistle, plunged into the tumultuous waves, sending up sprays of water. In maritime combat, the accuracy of siege weaponry mounted on ships was akin to chance. However, amidst such a barrage, a few fortunate spears struck true, finding their mark on the deck of the Black Death. Boom! The mighty spears, propelled with tremendous force, shattered through the soldier's shield wall as though it were mere parchment, impaling a soldier, brandishing a massive kite shield to the deck and knocking several others down in the process. The shield wall was instantly rent asunder, with blood splattering upon the deck as the soldier writhed in agony, emitting a piercing scream. This lament echoed through the ranks, sending chills down the spines of the Targaryen soldiers, their palms slick with cold sweat as they swallowed hard, lips sealed in silence. Acutely aware that warfare upon the sea was a matter of life and death, with no escape should they falter. Yet, beneath the siege weaponry mounted on the Queen of Greenway, their once sturdy shields felt as fragile as paper. Counterattack, however. The commander of the Dragonstone fleet showed no hesitation nor fear. He remained composed at the center of the shield wall, resolutely commanding the catapults aboard the Black Death and the other two principal vessels to retaliate. No one could discern the sweat pooling in the palms of the old lord. For in such grand naval conflicts, the whims of fate dictated life and death. He prayed for the enemy's catapults to misfire, for the winds and tides to favor his side, and for his own catapults to find their mark. The brutal boarding combat, reliant on the soldiers' close-quarters fighting, would follow after the two flagship vessels exchanged fire, necessitating one side to charge. Otherwise, the combat would devolve into long-range exchanges, with the commander's directive resounding. The soldiers strained against the ropes as the stones were loaded into the slings, and the Black Death, the largest vessel in service to the Targaryen dynasty, let out a ferocious roar. Boom, boom, boom. A series of stones were hurled into the air, propelled with tremendous force, soaring toward the distant Greenway fleet. Meanwhile, aboard the flagship Queen of Greenway, Lord Redwyne squinted, calmly observing the unfolding battlefield. Though Greenway was merely an island famed for its wine production, the Redwyne family had always placed great emphasis on naval prowess, providing formidable fleet protection for the region of the Arbor, serving as the maritime bastion of the entire area. The traditional naval strength of the Greenway fleet could rival that of the Royal Navy and the Iron Fleet of the Iron Islands. Thus, it was through the strategic alliance of Pike and Redwyne that they effectively besieged Dragonstone for an entire year, forcing the trapped Stannis Baratheon to resort to cannibalism, ultimately consuming even the deceased and vermin. Meanwhile, the already surrendered Redwyne family accepted the new king's command and prepared to assault Dragonstone. With two strands of orange-yellow hair dancing in the wind, the man gestured grandly. He commanded the fleet to advance against Dragonstone, instructing all longships to divert the attention of the Dragonstone fleet while simultaneously allowing for boarding actions. The most brutal segment of this naval battle was about to unfold. Chapter 23, Lost. Within Dragonstone, in the narrow corridors of the castle, rows of torch holders shaped like dragon claws extended from the walls, their flames flickering fiercely, radiating light and warmth. The main fortress of Dragonstone, constructed entirely of black stone, exuded an atmosphere that felt somber and oppressive. Timid souls traversing its halls might find themselves gripped by an unshakable dread. At this moment, the castle corridors stood in stark contrast to the tumultuous battle raging outside. As silence enveloped the interior, Rhaenys, clutching a doll, timidly wandered through the hushed corridors of the stone keep, her throat dry as she swallowed nervously. Tentatively, she called out, "Is anyone there?" Yet, all that returned to her was the echo of her own voice and the faint whisper of the wind. The silence persisted. Although she had resided within Dragonstone for half a year, the 4-year-old girl with brown hair was still but a child. The castle's undulating terrain, built against the mountains, with its winding paths and intricate layout, including numerous hidden passages, rendered it a labyrinth. Consequently, Rhaenys found herself lost. She had awoken in the middle of the night, intending to seek out her brother Viserys, whose room was not far from hers. However, upon reaching his chamber, she discovered the bed in disarray, yet empty. And even the queen's handmaiden, who had been caring for them, was nowhere to be found. With no one to oversee her, Rhaenys felt a rush of freedom. The bold little girl, clutching her doll, ventured out into the night, determined to find the missing Viserys. Yet, after wandering the castle for what felt like an eternity, she was unable to locate her brother, who was presently at the Dragonmont with Queen Rhaella, as they mourned the ailing Maester Daniel. In that moment, a resounding toll echoed from the distant lighthouse of Dragonstone, the deep, haunting chime reverberating across the island, striking a chord within every heart. The little girl, already feeling unnerved from her solitary exploration, shivered at the sound, amplifying the latent fear within her. Biting her lip tightly, she dared not utter a sound as she fled, hoping to return to her room and hide beneath the covers. Tragically, she became even more lost. The castle at night, save for the areas illuminated by flickering flames, was engulfed in darkness, offering far less visibility than during the day. Given her tender age, Rhaenys had been closely monitored and rarely had the opportunity to venture out at night. The current situation felt akin to being in an alien realm. Fortunately, the brown-haired girl possessed a bit more courage than her peers. She did not burst into tears, but merely felt her eyes redden, tears welling up within. With one small hand pressed against the cold wall, she curled her body, clutching her doll, and continued to navigate forward, listening to the relentless whispers of the wind. The flames above swayed gently in the chilling breeze, casting her shadow against the opposite wall, which began to twist in the flickering light. Startled, Rhaenys gasped as she caught sight of her own shadow, a shiver running down her spine. Instinctively, she leaned against the wall's edge, clutching her skirt tightly. At that moment, a faint sound emerged from the dark end of the corridor, as if something had fallen to the ground. Huh! The girl's ears perked up as she detected the sound, and she turned her gaze toward the encroaching darkness. Viserys? She whispered, believing her brother had responded to her call. However, the next instant, she heard the unmistakable sound of metal scraping. A claw had suddenly been thrust through the stone window, landing on the ground before being pulled back slightly. Snagging the wall's crevice, the claw adjusted its position, producing a grating noise as the metal scraped against the uneven stones, indicating that someone outside was securing the claw with a rope. In the torchlight, the claw glimmered ominously, while a deep, husky voice from beyond the wall spoke in a hushed tone. Get ready. The conversation was abruptly carried away by the wind. Rhaenys felt every hair on her body stand on end. Who is it? The color drained from her face, her lips quivering. One hand clutched her skirt tightly, while the other, holding the doll, slipped from her grasp and fell to the floor. Yet she remained oblivious, instinctively pressing herself against the cold black stone wall behind her. She was at a loss for what to do. Even in her youth, Rhaenys understood that those who infiltrated the castle in such a manner could not be virtuous. She had witnessed the brutalities of the recent battle on the main road, the carnage and chaos that haunted her dreams, a nightmare from which she often awoke in terror. She was all too aware of the world's perils. Rhaenys certainly did not wish for her life to end. Yet, she heard the sound of someone outside, pulling on the rope, growing nearer. What should I do? The girl was gripped by terror, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, her brown hair clinging to her skin. She glanced around frantically, in a moment of desperation. The little girl raised herself on tiptoe and grasped the doorknob, attempting to open the door of a nearby room to take refuge. However, the door seemed obstructed by some debris, and she could not budge it. The faint sounds from outside were now alarmingly close. Rhaenys' panic reached its peak, her legs feeling weak beneath her. She abandoned the door and turned to flee. The waves crashed incessantly against the rocks. A longship, devoid of any light, glided silently across the dark sea, stealthily approaching Dragonstone. Once near the shore, the crew readied their weapons and abandoned the ship. They are a band of mercenaries hailing from the southwestern coast of Essos, situated in the disputed territory between Meereen, Tolos, and Lys, and are employed by the Iron Throne. Count Redwine is blissfully unaware of their existence. Robert Baratheon harbors a deep-seated loathing for the Targaryens, vowing to eradicate the vile progeny of these dragons. However, he does not place his complete trust in Pike. Instead, he has divided his forces, secretly bribing a contingent from a minor mercenary group from the eastern continent. He commissioned them to seek an opportunity to eliminate Viserys and Queen Rhaella on Dragonstone. Now, having received a substantial advance from King Robert, this band of mercenaries has finally seized the chance to stealthily approach the shores of Dragonstone, while the Targaryen fleet is fully engaged in combat against the forces of Dragonstone. With a sharp sound, their claws scraped 3 shallow white marks against the jagged stone wall as the pallid moonlight illuminated the scene. In the next moment, a towering figure appeared at the stone window, a fierce battle axe glinting ominously in the moonlight upon his back. Chapter 24. The Band of Courage. Not far away, hiding around the corner of the corridor, Rhaenys observed this scene, her body trembling slightly in response. A sensation known as fear coursed through her. She was reminded of a nightmare from half a year prior, where 2 factions clashed violently before her eyes. Bloodshed and malevolent laughter playing out like a silent tragedy in her mind. Then, she would awaken abruptly in the dead of night, drenched in sweat. Yet at that moment, Rhaenys stifled the urge to scream, fully aware that any sound could lead to unimaginable horrors. The brown-haired girl curled her petite form in the corner of the corridor, one hand clasped over her mouth, even her breathing cautious, her face flushed from the effort of holding her breath. Meanwhile, not far away, a man with dark hair and a face smeared with peculiar paint leapt into the castle from the stone window. He was a towering figure, resembling a mountain, clad in thick leather armor, with a massive battle axe on his back and a tattered helmet perched askew on his head, emanating an unpleasant odor. He was the first member of the mercenary band to ascend from below. Despite his considerable size, he moved with surprising agility. The castle of Dragonstone, while perched by the sea, was built atop a mountain, adjacent to a volcano that perpetually belched white smoke. Ascending from the direction of the stone window required scaling a steep, towering cliff, a feat nearly impossible for an ordinary person, and Viserys, confined within the room, had no intention of attempting an escape, as he was not keen on risking his life. Due to these factors, the number of guards stationed here was limited, and the unusual circumstances of the night had drawn their attention away to the battle at sea. Thus, this band of audacious mercenaries seized the opportunity to infiltrate stealthily. Naturally, those who lived by the sword were exceptionally cautious. After jumping into the castle, the man took a few deep breaths, clearly fatigued from his ascent. Gasping for breath, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, listening intently for any signs of danger. Realizing all was quiet and that they had not been detected by the guards, he raised a hand to his lips and let out a soft whistle, a sound so delicate it resembled a bird's call. The rope connected to the claws stirred once more, and his comrades, who had been waiting below, responded to the signal, climbing up one by one. From her concealed vantage point, Rhaenys watched in terror as 7 figures emerged through the stone window, each dressed distinctly, yet all donned inconspicuous attire. Dark leather armor shrouded in tattered black cloth to blend into the night, equipped with long swords, axes slung across their backs, and longbows. This small mercenary squad of 7 exhibited a clear division of roles, including specialized archers and shield bearers. At that moment, one man, his head wrapped in a black scarf and his face adorned with peculiar paint, noticed the doll that Rhaenys had just dropped on the ground. He bent down to pick it up. "Hey, Landon," he called to the imposing figure who was the leader of the mercenary band, holding Rhaenys' doll as he weighed it in his hands. "This appears to be a noble lady's toy. Did you not see anything unusual when you climbed up?" Having received a handsome sum for this commission, they were determined to fulfill their task. They understood the gravity of the assignment, as one misstep could lead to their demise, with wealth to gain and lives on the line. However, should they succeed, the rewards would be substantial, potentially enough to purchase a castle and elevate themselves to nobility, or acquire a fleet of ships and become legitimate lords. The commission was ostensibly from a merchant from the Vale, though they were skeptical about the source of such a generous offer. How could an obscure merchant from the Vale be willing to pay such a price for the lives of the Targaryen remnants? The astonishing figure had, at first, left them in disbelief, suspecting a ruse. Yet, when the merchant produced a bag of gleaming gold dragons as a deposit, promising the remainder upon their successful return with the heads of Rhaella and Viserys, the mercenaries finally took the proposition seriously. Subsequent inquiries revealed the true benefactor behind the substantial sum, the Iron Throne of Westeros, whose newly seated king sought to eradicate the Targaryen threat entirely, leaving no survivors. There were even whispers of a Lannister influence behind the scenes, suggesting that Lord Tywin might have sponsored this venture to demonstrate loyalty to the Iron Throne, providing the funding to eliminate the Targaryen remnants. Upon hearing the leader's words, Landon, the towering man, furrowed his brow slightly as he regarded the somewhat grimy doll in the leader's grasp. He had indeed overlooked the object on the ground, his height and focus on potential guards having distracted him from noticing it. "No," he replied firmly, shaking his head in denial. It was not a matter of deceit. He truly had seen no one when he ascended, not even a noble lady. Furthermore, it was evident that this area was designated for servants. Why would a lady be found here? Perhaps it was simply an accident. The guards, lacking the ability to safeguard their identities, were deemed less reliable than their servants, which informed their decision to choose this location as a breach point into the castle. After all, it is the professionals who engage in specialized tasks. Their expertise lies in accepting payment to alleviate woes, whether through murder or abduction. Anything can be accomplished for the right price. Their remarkable proficiency is evident, or else they would not have been selected by the envoy of King Robert, right? Upon hearing his companion's words, the leader's brow relaxed slightly, and he nodded, not overly concerned about the matter. His inquiry had been merely casual. At that moment, a faint sound suddenly echoed from around the corner of the corridor. Chapter 25. A Troubling Dilemma. The naval battle outside raged on. Viserys had donned his custom-fitted leather armor, with crucial areas such as his chest and wrists reinforced with metal plates. In his arms, he cradled a short sword, crafted specifically for his stature, resembling an oversized sewing needle, slender, light, and sharp. The silver-haired boy stood atop a stool, leaning against the windowsill, gazing at the distant maritime conflict. Stone projectiles coated in pitch streaked across the dark sea, illuminating the night. Vessels engaged in close combat were ablaze, with flashes of steel and the cacophony of clashing weapons resonating through the air. The battle cries of soldiers reverberated, carried by the sea breeze from such a great distance that Viserys could barely discern them. Yet, amidst this chaos, he felt a disquieting unease. An inexplicable foreboding gnawed at him, as though something ominous were about to unfold, though he could not pinpoint the reason. Perhaps it was a waiting game for fate's judgment. Even if he knew the outcome, he remained uncertain whether his presence would alter the course of history. Indeed, he had already altered history. Since the demise of Kevan Lannister at his hands, the trajectory of this world had begun to shift. Now, he harbored a tinge of regret for his earlier impulsiveness, wondering if the Lannisters, known for their insistence on repaying debts, would unleash a frenzied retaliation as a result. Had he remained hidden in the cart, refrained from assisting Ser Willem, perhaps he would have acquiesced to Kevin's request for a truce. Had he done nothing, they might have escaped to Dragonstone according to the original timeline. But would inaction truly result in no change? Viserys watched as a longship engulfed in flames sank beneath the waves, countless soldiers from both sides screaming as they plunged into the sea, struggling in vain. He understood that everything was a matter of probability. Even if he had done nothing, even if he had never arrived, the events might unfold differently upon repetition. Moreover, if he truly did nothing, the future would crown him with a molten gold diadem or lead him to another form of demise. He did not believe the Baratheon family would spare him or his unborn sister. Yet, contemplating these thoughts led him to the realization that his sister's birth was destined to claim their mother's life, intensifying his inner turmoil. After spending over 6 months in this world, he had genuinely integrated into it. Queen Rhaella treated him with utmost kindness, and he did not wish to lose her. However, he could not demand his mother terminate her pregnancy or tell her that the child within her would inevitably take her life. All he could do was strive to keep her spirits high, alleviating his own melancholy, yet his efforts seemed to bear little fruit. Despite Queen Rhaella's forced smiles in the face of her son, the profound sorrow in her eyes was unmistakable to all. The affliction of the heart is hard to heal. The deaths of her husband Aerys and their firstborn Rhaegar had left scars upon Rhaella's soul that were difficult to mend. The winds tousled his silvery hair as Viserys leaned on the windowsill, clutching his sword, and sighed heavily. Meanwhile, on the other side of Dragonstone Castle, a subtle sound in the quiet corridor resonated distinctly, capturing the attention of all present mercenaries. Someone, the leader of the band, narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of sharpness and cruelty flickering within them. He slowly drew a dagger from his boot, gripping it firmly. Then he glanced at the burly axe-wielder who had first entered, who appeared somewhat flustered. He had been certain, having just denied the presence of anyone here, only to be faced with the contradiction in an instant. Nevertheless, the mercenary leader did not dwell on it long. He leaned against the black stone wall, his shadow flickering slightly, and cautiously approached that dark corner, dagger in hand. Should someone be hiding there, they would find themselves in dire straits. Although their primary mission was to eliminate the remnants of House Targaryen, he would not shy away from sending another soul to their demise if they sought their own end. A sinister smile crept upon the leader's lips as the dagger glinted ominously in the dim light. He drew closer to the shadowy corner, convinced he could even hear the anxious breaths of the hidden figure. Just then, he heard a faint meow. He had reached the dark corner, but was suddenly startled by the sound of a cat's call from the other side. "Akat." The cruel smile on the leader's face froze, his grip on the dagger momentarily slackening, while the other 6 mercenaries behind him also paused, exhaling in relief. Particularly the axe-wielding giant. It seemed this was a misunderstanding. There was no person concealed in that corner, merely a little wildcat that had inadvertently wandered in, causing a commotion. However, the leader, still gripping his dagger, opted for caution and decided to investigate further. He pressed his body against the wall and cautiously peeked around the corner, only to be met with a bloodshot eye appearing from the other side of the corridor. The torchlight in this hallway was dim, casting an almost somber ambience, with a solitary torch flickering far off. In that indistinct gloom, a small, entirely black cat sat beneath a potted plant, its luminous green eyes locking onto the man's protruding head and the bloodshot ferocity in his gaze. It tilted its head slightly. Meow. It emitted another curious sound. Indeed, it was a cat. The mercenary leader, seeing this scene, stepped out, cursing under his breath. Simultaneously, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Their raid was perilous enough without unnecessary complications. Yet, what he failed to notice was the small, curled figure trembling in fear behind the potted plant beside the little black cat. Princess Rhaenys was naturally beautiful, albeit with a slightly prominent forehead. Just as she attempted to sneak away, she inadvertently collided her forehead against the wall, resulting in an unfortunate tumble. At that moment, Rhaenys felt as though death was imminent. However, fortune smiled upon her as Balorion appeared just in time. The little girl cowered behind a potted plant, trembling in fear, fervently praying not to be discovered. It seemed that her supplications were indeed heard by the 7, for the leader of the mercenary band, after confirming that the noise originated from a mere cat, chose not to pursue the matter further and instead returned to his comrades, the misunderstanding entirely resolved. Chapter 26. A Crisis Approaches. Perched atop a stool, a boy leaned against the windowsill, welcoming the briny sea breeze that wafted through, mingling with the faint sense of charred remnants and blood. His silvery golden curls brushed lightly against his alabaster forehead. It was destined to be a night fraught with sleeplessness. The distant chimes had ceased, yet the boy's inner turmoil showed no signs of abating. He loathed the feeling of relinquishing his fate to others, as this maritime battle would ultimately dictate his survival. Should the fleet of Dragonstone be vanquished, there would be no sanctuary for him, his mother, and Rhaenys, no matter where they sought refuge, for the island was scarcely expansive. The ocean loomed like a prison, confining them without an escape route. Viserys resolved that, should the Dragonstone fleet successfully repel the invading forces, he would take actions to alter his circumstances. Perhaps he could persuade his mother to abandon Dragonstone, leading the fleet to the eastern continent. Yet, he was acutely aware of the formidable challenges that lay ahead. Dragonstone held profound significance for House Targaryen. Though he had been crowned as Viserys III, his youth rendered him powerless, and even the title of king was merely a facade, disregarded by the guard stationed at the entrance. A 7-year-old king, who had forsaken his throne to flee, wielded no authority, not even commanding a servant without his mother's consent. Throughout the entirety of Dragonstone, it was only the fleet commander and Queen Rhaela whose words bore any weight. As Viserys' mind wandered into a tempest of thoughts, a sudden realization struck him. Since the attack by House Lannister 6 months prior during their flight, Rhaenys had developed a habit of waking from nightmares in the dead of night. The little girl would often be startled awake, tears streaming down her cheeks, racing to Viserys' room in search of solace. Their chambers were in close proximity, with Rhaenys' bedroom adjacent to his, and it was only in the embrace of her slightly older brother, the brown-haired boy, that she could find peace once more. Both were, in truth, unfortunate souls, as Rhaenys too had lost her parents. This night, burdened by the weight of numerous events, began with the passing of the old maester, who drew his final breath. Following closely was an unexpected assault from an unknown fleet. Viserys, consumed by his tumultuous thoughts, momentarily forgot about Rhaenys. According to past occurrences, the chimes that resonated throughout Dragonstone should have roused Rhaenys by now. Yet, there was an unsettling stillness emanating from her room. Was she still asleep? Viserys tilted his head slightly, peering out from the castle, glancing towards Rhaenys' darkened chamber. Below him lay a precipice several dozen meters deep, waves crashing relentlessly against the jagged rocks beneath the castle. Gaining a measure of courage, he leaned further out, unperturbed by the thought of tumbling down. However, upon peering through the adjacent window, he found Rhaenys' room shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. It appeared she truly had not awakened. How peculiar. With silvery strands of hair fluttering in the breeze, the boy blinked thoughtfully before retracting his head. Grasping the short sword that lay upon the windowsill, he leapt down from the stool and briskly made his way to the door of his chamber. Creaking open the door, Viserys found two fully armed guards stationed outside, clad in chainmail with long swords at their sides. He attempted to step out, only to be halted by the guards. "Your Highness," they said, their faces bearing faint smiles, acknowledging the small king. Despite his coronation, neither he nor those around him seemed to take it seriously. The guards did not even alter their address, continuing to refer to him as Your Highness. At that moment, it became apparent that Sir William's prediction had indeed come to pass. The young prince was unwilling to remain confined within his chamber and would inevitably seek out some task to occupy himself. However, this time they had misjudged him. Viserys spread his hands in a gesture of mild exasperation and pointed towards Rhaenys' room, explaining, "I am merely going to find Rhaenys. I have no intention of wandering aimlessly." His reasoning was sound, for the bond between the two children was well known throughout the castle. Rhaenys often clung to Viserys, even choosing to sit beside him in the shade while he practiced swordplay. Furthermore, she frequently fumbled her words, referring to Viserys as brother until Queen Rhaela corrected her, prompting her to begrudgingly adopt uncle, though her face still conveyed her reluctance. For a child, there were no more complex motivations behind her actions, nor did they encompass the thoughts of adulthood. In her innocent perspective, Viserys seemed scarcely older than she, both being of similar age. Yet she begrudgingly acknowledged the disparity that rendered him her elder. Thus, she playfully called him brother, which Viserys took in stride. "Since I am searching for the princess." The two guards exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily before nodding in agreement. After all, Rhaenys' chamber was just next door, and the young king was not straying far. Denying such a modest request would be excessively unkind. Very well then, they acquiesced, the sound of metal clinking as they shifted their stances, nodding to grant passage. "Thank you," Viserys replied, and as he passed by them, a thought struck him. He paused before Rhaenys' door, aware that from the corner, he could not be seen. The boy then raised his head and casually inquired, "Are there guards protecting my mother as well?" Given the tumultuous events of the night and the ongoing naval battle, should the Dragonstone fleet falter, none would escape unscathed. Yet Viserys felt another thought brewing in his mind. If the fleet of Dragonstone were to mobilize in full force to engage the enemy, would it not imply that at that very moment, the coastline of Dragonstone lay utterly defenseless? Any small boat could silently approach the shore under the cover of night and make landfall. Due to its barren nature, Dragonstone possesses only a modest fishing village, rendering the lord of the island nearly incapable of gathering a battalion of soldiers. The only semblance of defensive strength on the entire isle rests with the few dozen guards within the castle. Yet the vast expanse of the fortress renders their coverage insufficient. Upon hearing the words of the young king, the two guards paused momentarily. They did not ponder as deeply as Viserys, but nodded in affirmation nonetheless. Indeed, the queen's side is also fortified with protectors. However, amidst their conversation, a sudden, resounding twang shattered the stillness. The sound of a bowstring snapping echoed through the darkness, and a crossbow bolt shot forth. Chapter 27. The Chase. With unimpeded force, the bolt from the shadows pierced the throat of one of the guards. The sharp tip protruded from the back of his neck, glimmering ominously as blood splattered against the wall. The guard's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he could not fathom that death would arrive so abruptly. He wished to utter something, yet his windpipe filled with blood, producing only incoherent sounds. Desperately, he reached for the bolt lodged in his neck, but before he could grasp it, he succumbed to weakness. With a thud, his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Viserys stood nearby, his line of sight obstructed by the corner, preventing him from witnessing the event directly. In truth, he was quite close to the slain guard, having just been engaged in conversation, the guard's face still adorned with a smile. In an instant, however, warm blood splattered onto the boy's pristine visage. The rapidity and unexpectedness of the occurrence left both Viserys and the remaining guard momentarily paralyzed with shock, standing still as if struck dumb. Yet, the surviving guard reacted more swiftly than Viserys, faintly perceiving a pair of eyes gleaming with malice from the darkness. An ambush! In a sudden movement, the guard drew his sword from his waist and, gripping Viserys by the arm, urged him to retreat. "Your Grace, flee!" The young guard positioned himself protectively in front of the young king, prepared to hold off their assailants, while the silver-haired boy, stained with blood, did not hesitate or refuse. He turned and fled. In the shadows, the top bowstring twanged once more. Another bolt hurtled forth, this time aimed at the now visible Viserys. However, the boy's speed thwarted the attempt. The bolt whizzed past, grazing the tips of his silver-gold locks before embedding itself into the wall with a resounding thud, sending debris and dust into the air. The tail of the bolt quivered, a testament to its formidable force. That was close. Viserys felt a fleeting chill by his ear, soon followed by a searing pain. Yet at that moment, he had no time to dwell on the agony etched upon his face. His heart raced with terror, pounding relentlessly as he sought only to escape. Damn it, this is a disaster. In the obscurity not far away, a mercenary member armed with a crossbow, witnessing the failure of his second shot and the escape of the Targaryen boy, wore a grim expression. The situation worsened as the guard's shout seemed to alert the entire garrison within the stone drum tower. Their position had been compromised, potentially jeopardizing the plan to ambush Queen Rhaella on the other side. After them, growled a burly man named Landon, his face darkened with resolve. The red-black war, paint giving him a fearsome appearance. He surged from the shadows, striding purposefully in pursuit of Viserys. The group assigned to this critical mission comprised 7 capable members, for the task was of utmost importance, demanding precision and a minimal number of operatives. Should the fleet from Dragonstone discover them, even summoning their entire mercenary band would not save them from a watery grave. Upon entering the castle of Dragonstone, the party split into 2 groups, 3 to eliminate Viserys, while the leader and the remaining 3 sought to confront the more fortified forces guarding Queen Rhaella. They deemed 3 men sufficient to take down a child, primarily focusing on the Targaryen prince's guards. Landon pursued Viserys. Yet the loyal guard of Dragonstone would not allow them to pass easily. "Stop," he commanded, brandishing his shield in one hand and his sword in the other, blocking their path in the narrow corridor. Though his voice rang clear and authoritative, a tremor betrayed his resolve. "Who are you?" Nevertheless, he did not flee. He aimed to buy time for Viserys to escape. Dragonstone had once been the ancestral seat of Rhaegar Targaryen, and these guards were loyal retainers who had once served the prince, steadfast in their allegiance to House Targaryen. Viserys, unaware of how his nearly perfect brother commanded such affection, had only vague memories of the talented and handsome figure that was Rhaegar. He recalled a time when his brother had taken him on an excursion through the royal woods, only to be ambushed by a wild boar. Rhaegar had effortlessly dispatched the creature with a single hand and a sword, yet he chose not to pursue the wounded beast, allowing it to escape. In essence, the late prince had become synonymous with perfection. Now the loyal guards of Dragonstone stood firm, bravely delaying the intruders to afford Viserys a chance to flee. Clang! The well-trained guard engaged the mercenaries, who were accustomed to bloodshed, as they surrounded him in the constricted corridor. Clang, clang! The guard's sword parried the attacks of the 2 assailants, sparks flying from the clash of metal in the darkness. Yet, in the ensuing moment, a battle axe descended upon him. In a frantic effort, the Targaryen soldier raised his round shield to defend himself. The next second, bang! As the wood shavings danced through the air, a formidable mercenary wielded a battle axe, striking fiercely against the round shield held by the guard with such tremendous force that it threatened to cleave the shield in twain. The guard from Dragonstone was taken aback by the sheer strength of his opponent, his countenance shifting dramatically. He stumbled slightly, barely managing to maintain his footing, on the brink of collapsing to the ground. Yet, mercenaries who lived their lives on the edge showed no mercy. The brute swung his axe once more, severing the guard's head with brutal efficiency, silencing any cry that might have escaped his lips. The decapitated head rolled to the floor, blood gushing forth as if it were a mere commodity. The headless corpse slumped helplessly against the wall, collapsing in a lifeless heap. At this moment, Viserys had managed to flee to the spiral staircase of the stone drum tower's 3rd floor, gasping for breath. Just as he turned his head, he beheld the gruesome scene unfold before him. The valiant guard had bought him precious time with his life, yet in mere moments, he was slain by the merciless foe. Viserys watched as the enemy advanced towards him with determined strides, a chill creeping over his scalp. Damn it! The silver-haired boy clenched his teeth and turned to flee once again. Chapter 28. Hiding. Viserys was being relentlessly pursued by 3 vicious mercenaries. Meanwhile, on another front, Queen Rhaella, burdened by her pregnant form, had laboriously returned to her chamber. 2 handmaidens assisted her in shedding her cumbersome outer garments, replacing them with a pure white velvet nightgown, and she carefully reclined upon the soft bed. My child, her silvery golden hair cascaded around her as she lay still, her exquisite lavender eyes gazing blankly at the ceiling above. An indelible sadness lingered in her gaze, one hand resting gently upon her swollen belly, lost in thought. Rhaella's mental state was deeply concerning. She often erupted in unfounded anger towards Viserys or succumbed to inexplicable tears. The woman had endured too much trauma, showing signs of impending madness. Yet at this moment, her mind was relatively clear. She pondered the morality of bringing her child into this world. The kingdom lay in ruins. As time passed, Rilla was acutely aware that Robert Baratheon across the Blackwater Bay would not easily relent in his pursuit of her and her son. Outside, the sounds of battle echoed, perhaps indicating that the Baratheon's navy had drawn near. Rilla, a fragile woman, was ignorant of the true nature of war, having spent her days within the Red Keep, seldom engaging in politics and knowing little of the grand scheme of things. However, she comprehended that the barren Dragonstone offered neither people nor resources. It was indefensible. But where could they flee? She was unwilling to abandon Dragonstone, fiercely resistant to the idea, fearing madness would ensue. For surrendering the island would mean willingly withdrawing from Westeros and acknowledging the usurpation of the Iron Throne. She feared that the fragile thread holding her sanity together would snap, wishing for it all to vanish. Yet, at present, she regretted allowing her child to enter this world, uncertain if his or her fate would be better than that of a commoner. However, the child had grown too large for Rilla to consider relinquishing it. This life was the only motivation sustaining her weary spirit. Adjacent to Queen Rilla's chamber lay the quarters of her handmaidens, with several guards stationed in the corridor. This was situated in the upper levels of Dragonstone's castle. Ascending further through the stone steps would lead to the Hall of Tables, where Aegon I once devised his plans to conquer Westeros. The clamor of battle echoed from the outside. May the Seven protect us. Rilla Targaryen lay upon the bed, her silver golden hair splayed, her chest gently rising and falling as her fingers pressed against her brow in quiet prayer, beseeching victory in this war. As Rilla lay lost in her thoughts, an unexpected commotion erupted outside her chamber door. First, distant shouts of an enemy attack reverberated, rousing the guard stationed outside her door. Who goes there? Soon after, the guard responsible for the queen's protection seemed to sense something amiss and drew his sword, calling out loudly. In the next moment, the sound of clashing weapons erupted outside Rilla's chamber, accompanied by chilling cries of anguish. What was happening? Startled by the sudden disturbance, the pregnant Rilla swiftly gathered her garments and sat up in bed, her face as pale as parchment, gripped by fear once more. Since the onset of the War of Usurpation, Rilla had scarcely enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep. Over the years, particularly during the past 6 months of fleeing to Dragonstone, she lived in constant trepidation, fearing that the enemy would appear at any moment to claim her life. Could it be that the fleet had been defeated? Rilla feared that the loyal forces of House Targaryen had faltered and that the enemy had breached Dragonstone. Protect Her Majesty the Queen. However, outside her chamber, a fierce battle raged, leaving no one to answer Rilla's desperate questions. Boom! In the next heartbeat, the wooden door of her chamber splintered violently. A soldier from Dragonstone, drenched in blood, collapsed to the floor, an axe embedded in his chest. The mercenary group that had launched the attack had accurately located the positions of Queen Rilla and Viserys, and a fierce conflict ensued. Meanwhile, Viserys continued to evade his pursuers. In a dark, unlit room, shadows consumed Viserys' form. This desolate space had not been inhabited, and the air was thick with the scent of decay. He was concealed within a dilapidated wooden crate, his chest rising and falling as he gasped for breath, leaving but a narrow slit for observation. In his frantic escape from the mercenaries, he had stumbled into this forsaken room, hoping to elude detection. Yet, to Viserys' dismay, voices from outside revealed the mercenaries' presence. Damn it, the little brat is fast. Viserys had fled with remarkable speed, prompting them to surround him, intent on capturing him. However, they had not anticipated their failure. Realizing that the silver-haired boy had not escaped, but was undoubtedly hidden within one of the rooms. He is hiding here. He cannot escape. Search every room. The towering mercenary, his face painted with war paint, gestured for his remaining 2 companions to join him, each taking a room in their quest to locate the child and claim his head as part of their contract. Find him and eliminate him. The longer we linger, the more perilous our situation becomes. I should have gone to Drellis instead. I despise laying hands on children. A mercenary, his face shrouded in a black cloth and clad in tattered leather armor, opened his hands in complaint. Why am I not sent for such a splendid task as dealing with the queen? Who knows, it might just be enjoyable, he chuckled, the scent of neglect wafting from his unwashed body. His laughter, accompanied by the sight of his yellowed teeth, was enough to induce a wave of nausea. However, the atmosphere had grown considerably more relaxed. Having dealt with the guards in the castle, they felt certain that eliminating Viserys was a foregone conclusion. After all, what could a mere 7-year-old child do to evade them? He brandished a large toothpick. What is this? Planning to floss, are we? Yet the tall mercenary had no patience for such repugnant jesting. He merely glared at the man before opening a door to search for Viserys. Another mercenary, skilled with a crossbow and notably impatient, shot a glance at his companion and spoke tersely. Enough chatter, get to it. Their voices echoed distinctly before the door to the hiding place of Viserys, whose heart raced as he clutched his specially crafted short sword tightly. Peering through a narrow gap, he caught sight of flickering flames in the corridor and the figure of a man entering the room, crossbow in hand. Chapter 29, The Kill. It was the man with the crossbow. Crouched within the box, Viserys dared not to make a sound, his grip on the toothpick tightening, his fingers turning pale as his heart raced uncontrollably. Through the small opening, he continued to observe the man. The room was enveloped in darkness, illuminated only by the faint light spilling in from the corridor. The man wielding the crossbow had yet to notice the inconspicuous, worn wooden chest nestled in the corner of the cluttered storeroom. With a sudden rustle, the man kicked at the debris on the floor, stirring up dust that made him cough as he muttered a curse. Then, adopting a threatening tone, he called out, "Hey, little one, I know you're hiding here. You can hear me, and I know you're watching me. Can't you?" The man waved his hand to disperse the dust and straightened his posture, scanning the room, including the shadowy corners where light barely penetrated. He was experienced in dealing with children of such tender age. Despite their physical agility, a little fright would surely coax them out. A sinister smile crept across the man's face as he continued his intimidation. "Stop hiding. I can see you. Is that corner of fabric yours?" Yet despite his menacing words, the storeroom remained shrouded in silence, echoing only with the mercenary's own voice, resembling that of a self-deluded jester. "Damn it," he muttered, grinding his teeth in frustration. It dawned on him that perhaps the boy was not concealed within a room after all. Nevertheless, still skeptical, he took a few steps further into the darkness, convinced that Viserys could be hiding amidst the shadows. As he ventured deeper into the storeroom, the encroaching darkness enveloped him entirely, the light from the doorway lingering only behind him. With a forceful kick, he toppled an empty wooden barrel, its lid clattering to the ground, revealing not a soul within. "Looks like the little one isn't here after all. You're lucky," he grumbled, preparing to exit and search another room. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of an unassuming wooden chest in the corner. It appeared modest in size. A 7-year-old would find it somewhat challenging to conceal themselves within. He dismissed the notion that the Targaryen spawn could be hiding there. But his thoughts shifted to the possibility that this chest might contain treasures of the Targaryens. Though they had lost the Iron Throne, they had reigned over Westeros for over 2 centuries, amassing untold wealth. Dragonstone had been their stronghold. Perhaps they had stored a fortune within this castle's confines. The man with the crossbow felt a flicker of temptation. He decided to approach the chest with a mindset of curiosity. After all, the Targaryens were destined for death. And what harm was there in seizing whatever riches he could? Resolute in his decision, he strode towards the chest, utterly unguarded, oblivious to the fact that such a small box could very well conceal a boy. He bent slightly, ready to lift the lid. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the lid flew open. The silver-blonde boy emerged from within, gripping his short sword with all his might and thrusting it fiercely at the man's exposed throat. Simultaneously, Viserys repeated his instructor's words in his mind. "Use the sharp end to stab your enemy." After more than 6 months of practice, while his swordsmanship may not have reached great heights, he was no longer a stranger to wielding a weapon. His mentor had focused on simplicity, basic thrusts and slashes, emphasizing their agile application. The essence of swordplay lay therein. Simple techniques, when applied judiciously, could yield formidable results. The mercenary had no time to react. The boy's sword was swift. The blade pierced his neck, much like he had just slain the guard, the sharp tip emerging from the back of his throat. Blood spraying across Viserys' face. The man clutched his throat with both hands, yet the flow of blood could not be stemmed, his expression one of utter disbelief. He had never imagined that such a small chest could harbor a person, and certainly did not foresee being ambushed by a child. A scream erupted in the silent corridor. Meanwhile, a towering mercenary, akin to a mountain, was searching another room, carelessly rummaging through the contents without a shred of concern for a 7-year-old child who barely reached his height. The poor little fellow. Landon's face contorted grotesquely as he yanked open a wooden door. Just then, a piercing scream echoed through the corridor. He recognized the voice of his companion and couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Had he truly been wounded by a mere child? What a pitiful display. With that thought, Landon forcefully flung open the wooden door and unsheathed the battle axe from his back, striding purposefully out to seek vengeance upon Viserys. Meanwhile, the mercenary who had earlier exhibited a lewd demeanor hastily exited, having heard his companion's agonized cries. He caught sight of Viserys fleeing from the storage room. The two were perilously close, with Viserys' hiding place merely a wall away. The silver-haired boy emerged, smeared with blood and dust, appearing rather disheveled. One hand gripped a short sword while the other held the crossbow he had wrested from the lifeless body of an enemy. The bowstring was taut, an arrow already loaded. Noticing the mercenary in pursuit, the distance between them was less than 2 meters. Without hesitation, Viserys raised his hand and released the bolt from the crossbow. Thud! The bowstring emitted a dull thrum as the arrow shot forth, cleaving through the air with a piercing shriek. Thwack! The razor-sharp bolt effortlessly shattered the mercenary's formidable skull. Driving deep within, and brain matter, along with blood, erupted forth. The proximity offered the unfortunate man no time to react. This time, death came swiftly, his body collapsing backward onto the ground without a sound, his lifeless form sprawled out. Chapter 30, Defeat. The mercenary's corpse lay supine on the ground. Viserys had slain 2 of the assailants, storming the castle, and though his blood seemed to boil within him, his mind remained peculiarly lucid. He then locked eyes with the final adversary who emerged from another room. One more. The boy's pale violet eyes, reminiscent of precious gems, blinked slightly. The towering figure before him wore an expression of shock and disbelief as he gazed at Viserys, creating a momentary stillness in the atmosphere. He had assumed it was merely a minor incident, never contemplating that his companion would face true peril. He believed perhaps his comrade had only suffered a minor bite from the child, yet upon stepping outside, he was met with a harrowing scene. His companion lay lifeless on the ground, a quivering bolt embedded in his forehead, mouth agape, as if in disbelief, blood oozing forth. The very crossbow that had fallen into the hands of this diminutive creature suggested a grim fate for the other fallen comrade. No one could articulate the myriad emotions reflected in his expression at that moment. He could hardly fathom that this seemingly harmless boy, akin to a frightened little rabbit, had dispatched 2 of their most formidable members. Damn you, little pest. I'll kill you. After a brief moment of bewilderment, rage ignited within the towering man. Brandishing his battle axe, he charged at Viserys, who, lacking a loaded crossbow, did not hesitate to discard it and fled once more. The crossbow was a cumbersome burden for him, requiring significant strength to draw, and he couldn't afford to expend all his energy in his escape. It was evident that this formidable foe would not grant him such an opportunity. Run! Viserys felt no hesitation, opting instead to flee rather than confront the adversary head-on. However, this time, Landon was devoid of any sympathy or complacency, pursuing him with heavy strides. Stop! To him, this boy appeared as a little demon. After all, he himself had been notorious for his cruelty in their ranks. He recalled that he had killed his first man at the tender age of 12, by which time he had already grown to adult proportions. An old man had attempted to climb into his mother's bed one night, only to be discovered and bludgeoned to death with a stone until he was unrecognizable. From that moment on, no one in the village dared to bully the widow and her son. After his mother passed away, he joined the mercenary band, known for his ruthlessness, earning him the moniker Bloodhand of Riss. Yet, the boy before him, far smaller than he had been at that age, appeared no older than 7 or 8, his frail shoulders seemingly capable of being swept away by a gentle breeze. Yet he exuded a calmness that instilled fear, more chilling than Landon had ever been. Viserys discarded the crossbow, unwilling to be encumbered by its weight, and sprinted away. Landon, meanwhile, raised his battle axe high as he pursued, muscles taut in his arm, aiming for Viserys's back, and hurled it with ferocity. He had no intention of granting this noble-blooded boy a dignified death, nor would he allow him any chance to struggle or escape. Landon sought to cleave Viserys in twain with the flying axe. However, the boy, seemingly oblivious to the danger, perhaps felt a rush of air behind him and turned his head slightly. Damn it! He caught sight of the spinning axe hurtling toward him. The boy's breath hitched, a tingle of fear prickling at his scalp. Should the axe strike him, his small frame would surely be bisected. In that critical moment, the silver-haired boy's eyes manifested a complex 6-pointed star pattern, activating a unique ability awakened after reaching a lunar affinity of 20. Instantaneous perception. In an instant, as if a gentle breeze had swept through, the world around him fell silent, and the axe's spinning motion slowed to a crawl in Viserys' gaze. It traced a deliberate path through the air. He had to evade, though his body felt mired in molasses. He gritted his teeth and summoned every ounce of strength to maneuver away from the whirling axe. In the next heartbeat, the mercenary witnessed the fleeing boy unexpectedly stagger to the side, as though tripped by an unseen force. But it was perfectly timed to avoid the high-velocity axe. The sharp blade sliced past his shoulder, yet did not tear even his clothing. Boom! The heavy axe lodged itself into the wall at the corridor's corner with a deafening crash. However, after a slight stumble, Viserys quickly steadied himself. Beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. That was close. He had narrowly escaped being cleaved in two, thanks to the activation of his momentary eye, allowing him to evade the deadly blow at the last moment. Gasping for breath, the boy continued his flight forward. Meanwhile, Landon, who was pursuing Viserys, witnessed this scene, his copper-bell eyes widening in disbelief, a look of sheer astonishment etched on his face. This is preposterous. He could hardly believe his eyes. Never had he anticipated that Viserys would be fortunate enough to dodge his flying axe. Yet the boy had no intention of lingering to offer explanations. Swiftly vanishing around the corner of the corridor. On the other side, the battle involving Queen Rhaella was drawing to a close. Although the mercenaries possessed greater combat experience, their training had been far from rigorous. The guard arrived swiftly to provide assistance, outnumbering the mercenaries, and soon vanquished them one by one. Killed them. A pair of Targaryen soldiers raised their shields, forming a wall that trapped the leader of the courageous band in a corner. Regardless of the opponent's skill, no amount of slashing or hacking could breach the shield wall. Others thrust their sword through the gaps in the shields. The anguished screams resonated within the barriers, and blood flowed forth as the leader of the courageous band was pierced to death in the corner. Lee won alive. Elsewhere, another mercenary was captured and bound tightly. Dressed in her nightgown, Queen Rhaella trembled slightly as she hid beside the wardrobe, supported by her maid. Aside from enduring another bout of psychological trauma, she had sustained no physical harm. Chapter 31. Ruthless and Unyielding. Meanwhile, the mercenary known as the Axe-Bearer felt a flicker of trepidation within him, contemplating abandoning his comrades and retreating alone. For mercenaries like them, brotherhood and camaraderie seemed as insubstantial as air. A laugh could easily brush aside their bonds. They were all in it for the money, engaging in a perilous trade where one's survival was never guaranteed. No one knew how long they might live, whether they would close their eyes tonight and awaken to the dawn. As mercenaries, they constantly faced the specter of death, with lower-tier members of the courageous band frequently being replaced. He himself, due to his formidable prowess, occupied a mid-level position within the band. Just recently, he had exchanged pleasantries with a newcomer, only to have that same individual potentially become a corpse within days. Life and death were familiar companions for them. Life was an incessant endeavor, a struggle to leave behind a legacy, while death was a careless surrender to the ground. Indifferent to the deities of the Seven or the old gods, or even the likes of the Lord of Light, Rhoynar, including the weeping lady of his homeland, Lys. Who could say if any divine realm would accept him, even if he were to serve as a beast of burden? Yet no one had experienced death, and only the heavens knew if one could truly encounter these deities beyond the veil. Even with a fortune amassed, they had no one to entrust it to, leading to a reckless indulgence in transient pleasures. Thus, for such individuals, there were no reservations. Betraying one's comrades in dire straits was the most natural course of action, and stabbing someone in the back was far from an unprecedented act. At this moment, he treaded cautiously through the stone drum tower, one hand gripping his axe, the other clutching a shield he had just confiscated from a fallen guard. He no longer dared to underestimate Viserys due to his youth. The mercenary's thoughts began to stir. The mission to eliminate the young prince had encountered unforeseen complications, resulting in the loss of 2 men. The situation on the other side remained uncertain. The entire castle seemed to awaken as servants and guards stirred from their slumber. Even if they succeeded in slaying Queen Rhaella, escape would likely prove difficult. No matter, he thought, do not blame me. I shall retreat first. The mercenary gritted his teeth, resolved to abandon his remaining brothers and make his escape. No amount of wealth offered by King Robert could rival the value of life. He had no desire to possess riches without the means to enjoy them. The tall man felt the rope at his waist, then swung himself over the stone window, preparing to escape the castle once more via the rope and find their ship to leave Dragonstone. He glanced around, ensuring no one was in sight, and only then did he exhale in relief. He had lost track of where Viserys had fled. That little one was surprisingly swift, and he had already been outpaced. With a snap, the mercenary secured the grappling hook against the wall, tugging on it to confirm its stability. He slung his axe and shield over his back, carefully ensuring the vicinity was clear before grasping the rope and descending into the darkness beyond the castle walls. As the rope lowered, the mercenary slid down with practiced ease. He was escaping. A sigh of relief escaped him. Yet, within his heart, there was no twinge of guilt. The deaths of others bore no weight upon him. All that mattered was his own survival. However, just as he descended halfway, an unsettling sensation coursed through him. The rope trembled slightly, but not from his own exertion. Another force was at play, shaking the line. What? The burly mercenary, his face smeared with war paint, froze momentarily, then raised his gaze to see a small figure emerging from the very window he had just vacated. Backlit against the light, the features of the figure were obscured, but Landon recognized at once that it was the very young prince he had been pursuing, Viserys. This is bad. A sense of dread washed over the mercenary, realizing the gravity of the situation. No, his powerful arms, muscles coiling like serpents, gripped the rope tightly as he swallowed hard. He did not wish to die. In truth, if survival were an option, no one wished for death. Yet, amidst the mercenaries known for their ruthlessness, Landon found himself genuinely alarmed. Despite earning the moniker Bloodhand from Liz for his merciless nature, and having once slain 10 slaves in the arena, garnering thunderous applause, now, even his formidable strength could do little to save him. The mercenary, with his feet planted on the castle's outer wall, lowered his head slightly to peer down at the abyss below. Yet, all he could see was an impenetrable darkness, akin to a gaping maw yearning to consume him, leaving no remnants behind. The waves below crashed incessantly against the jagged rocks. Meanwhile, in the distance, the war at sea seemed to be approaching its conclusion. The fleet of Dragonstone had not come to conquer Driftmark in one fell swoop. After all, the King's command was not one to be defied. But Count Redwine was equally unwilling to suffer significant losses among his men. The fleet, being the private possession of House Redwine, meant that every ship and soldier lost would weigh heavily on his heart. Thus, a mere probing of the enemy's defenses was all that was required. Having made a show of force, Count Redwine ordered his fleet to prepare for a retreat. The commander of the Dragonstone fleet was well aware of the situation. Deprived of supplies from Westeros, his fleet was also on the brink of starvation, and thus he refrained from pursuing the retreating forces, allowing the Driftmark fleet to withdraw in an orderly manner. At this moment, no one could fathom the fear that gripped the mercenary, suspended in limbo, unable to advance or retreat. I do not wish to die yet. The position of Dragonstone Castle perched precariously on the cliff's edge, and he had barely descended halfway, with at least 20 yards still to fall. If he were to plummet from this height, there would be no room for struggle. He would be smashed to pieces upon the rocky shore below. Your Highness, I beg your forgiveness for my transgressions. The mercenary's heart raced with panic as he clutched the rope, yearning to plead for mercy from Viserys. However, when he opened his mouth, no words emerged. His voice was swept away by the wind. Viserys stood before the stone window, his gaze calm as he observed the mercenary ensnared upon the precipice. Breathing heavily, he drew the short sword from his waist and placed it upon the fraying rope, then struck down with force. With a decisive cut, the rope was severed. Accompanied by a scream of despair from below, there was a momentary pause before a dull thud echoed up, resembling the sound of a heavy sack of cloth hitting the ground. Thud! All sounds ceased, leaving only the relentless roar of the waves. The bloodied remnants of the mercenary plummeted from the cliff, meeting a fatal end. Viserys remained alone atop the castle, gazing into the abyss where nothing could be discerned. The claw that had been connected to the rope also fell to the ground with a sharp clink. Leaning against the stone window, Viserys gasped for breath. It was over. Due to his lack of height, he had leaned over the edge of the stone window to sever the mercenary's rope, sending him tumbling into the depths below. Despite the darkness enveloping the castle at this late hour, obscuring the view from the window, Viserys felt certain of the mercenary's demise. There was no need for confirmation. Having lived on Dragonstone for half a year, Viserys was not as carefree as Rhaenys. He had thoroughly memorized the castle's intricate layout. Moreover, he had heard the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground, leaving no doubt that the mercenary had not fallen into the sea, but rather upon the rocky shore. Meeting a gruesome end. I have killed again. Now, the boy leaped down from the stone window, leaning wearily against the corridor wall, sliding down to the cold ground, lacking the strength to move even a finger. Viserys was utterly exhausted. Had it not been for his fierce will to survive, he might have collapsed long before while fleeing. He sat there, panting, and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. The blood splattered across his face had dried, mingling with the fresh beads of sweat, creating a jarring contrast against his youthful, cherubic visage and his pale violet, crystalline eyes, a sight that could send shivers down one's spine. This seemingly innocent boy had, in a brief span, utilized cunning strategies, ambushes, and stealth to eliminate 3 merciless assassins. Viserys' silvery hair clung to his cheek as he gasped and attempted to steady his racing heart. Only then did he find a moment to reflect on the events that had transpired. What had occurred? When suddenly ambushed, Viserys had reacted instinctively, recognizing these men were there to kill him. It was a desperate scramble for survival, evading capture and stealthily dispatching the mercenaries. all for the sake of his own life. Yet now, he remained oblivious to the identities of these attackers or their motives for hunting him down. His first thought had been that King Robert sought to eliminate him entirely, and in reality, he was not far from the truth. As for the specifics of these individuals, that knowledge lay beyond Viserys' grasp. His attention shifted to the dark mist that had enveloped him during the skirmish. With a gentle motion, he drew forth the short sword, its blade still bearing the stains of his first kill. In the flickering firelight, the blade glimmered faintly, and Viserys' gaze was drawn to its reflection. 3 seconds later, the dark mist began to coalesce once more. It materialized, inscribed with the High Valyrian symbols for sun, moon, water, and earth. Viserys could not ascertain the essence of this mist, but one thing was abundantly clear. It was inextricably linked to the Valyrian freehold, which had been obliterated centuries prior by the wrath of the gods. When he had first set foot on Dragonstone and been crowned 6 months ago, he had fainted under the watchful eyes of the Seven, only to awaken amidst a cacophony of bizarre dreams. Among these visions, the most vivid and extensive was that of an apocalyptic disaster, volcanic eruptions, tectonic rifts, and the obliteration of opulent cities, as the earth fragmented into a myriad of islands. Thus, the most prosperous civilization in human history, once deemed capable of challenging the gods, was utterly erased from the annals of the world. The ruins of Valyria had since transformed into the treacherous smoking sea, a realm shunned by mortals, seemingly imbued with a lingering influence or curse that had thwarted human exploration for nearly 4 centuries. Its secrets were forever enshrined in that forsaken land. The Targaryens had once been a part of Valyrian civilization. 12 years prior to the cataclysm, a prophetess was born into a family of little consequence within the freehold of Valyria. She foresaw the impending doom and persuaded her entire family to relocate to Dragonstone, a bastion near the western continent of Valyria, thereby evading disaster. This inconspicuous family, once powerless in the freehold, would later rise to conquer Westeros and govern this realm for nearly 3 centuries as the Targaryens. Such revelations came to Viserys as he perused the ancient tomes stored in Dragonstone, the ancestral seat of House Targaryen. The old maester regaled him with numerous tales of Valyrian civilization, for understanding one's lineage is paramount when delving into the histories of other noble houses. Perhaps one day, I shall unravel this mystery, Viserys mused, his gaze fixed upon the swirling black mist, which bore inscriptions in High Valyrian. Viserys Targaryen. Sun, 5. Earth, 6. Water, 8. Moon, 20. Beyond this, there lingered a wisp of black smoke, a remnant he had deliberately controlled after absorbing it upon slaying his first mercenary, preventing it from merging with his essence. Viserys sought to experiment with this black smoke, aspiring to harness it to enhance his abilities. The 2 adversaries he had dispatched subsequently did not yield any black smoke, leading him to surmise that perhaps this phenomenon was linked to the nature of his ranged attacks. The absorption of the mist seemed contingent upon personally vanquishing an opponent, necessitating direct contact to siphon their strength. Yet, the essence of this power eluded his comprehension. Was it the absorption of a soul, or the remnants of life force not yet extinguished within the corpse? Chapter 33. Ser Joffrey. At present, Viserys remained in the exploratory phase concerning the black mist, his path fraught with uncertainty. Thus, he resolved to proactively investigate alternative possibilities. Though it may not seem particularly practical at this juncture, exploration remained paramount. Therefore, let's endeavor, he thought, pressing his lips together as his gaze fell upon the final attribute within the mist, the moon, signifying mental prowess in High Valyrian. The Valyrians believed that the moon represented spirit, soul, or will, a distinctive characteristic of their language wherein the term for moon could also denote the soul. My mental acuity far exceeds that of the ordinary, and it has indeed bestowed upon me unique abilities. Upon reaching a lunar attribute of 20, Viserys awakened a special power known as the Eye of the Instant. This ability allowed him to momentarily decelerate the dynamic changes occurring within his field of vision. His formidable mental strength instantaneously deconstructing the movements of others, rendering them seemingly sluggish and affording him ample time to react. This power proved immensely beneficial to Viserys. Just moments ago, it had enabled him to evade the mercenary's thrown axe, preserving his life. He understood the principle of leveraging strengths to mitigate weaknesses. His current advantage lay in his unparalleled mental fortitude. He even found himself anticipating the transformations that might occur should his mental prowess reach its zenith. Subsequently, Viserys directed the absorbed black smoke into the vast expanse of the mist, transmuting it into a fleeting beam of moonlight, the inscriptions symbolizing the moon enveloped in a soft, luminous glow. And then, nothing followed. Leaning against the wall, Viserys sat upon the ground, gazing at the sword in his hand. Fortunately, the castle of Dragonstone was sufficiently spacious. And due to Prince Rhaegar's frugality combined with the island's inherent desolation, there were few servants and guards. Thus no one had yet discovered him. Had they witnessed this scene, they might have mistaken him for a small king unable to bear the psychological strain, contemplating self-termination. Indeed, Viserys maintained a composed demeanor. He observed that the lunar attribute remained at 20, exhibiting no alteration. His mind merely experienced a moment of clarity, akin to sipping ambrosia. He blinked slightly, revealing an expression of resignation rather than surprise. He had not squandered the black smoke. Instead, he had used it to derive a conclusion. Though he had largely surmised this outcome, he approached the black mist with utmost caution, refusing to rely on mere conjecture and insisting upon empirical validation. As anticipated, the result aligned with his expectations. The stronger the ability, the more arduous the path to evolution. His mental capacity had already surpassed the combined total of 2, 3, or even more individuals. Thus, his aspirations to rapidly elevate his mental prowess to its peak had faltered. Comprehensive development remained essential. Viserys inhaled deeply, uncertain of the potential repercussions stemming from his utilization of the black mist. Yet, he had little choice. He must depend on the advantages afforded by the mist. Otherwise, the prospects of altering his foreseeable fate appeared daunting, if not utterly impossible. Even with the assistance of the black mist, Viserys remained vigilant, fearful of becoming ensnared by the shackles of destiny, ultimately meeting his end through some other means, and thus he dared not relax his guard. Your Grace is here, come quickly." At that moment, the clattering of armor and the tumultuous footsteps of the castle guards resonated as they brandished torches, scouring the corridors, ultimately tracing Viserys' whereabouts. All mercenaries who had infiltrated the castle lay slain. The lone survivor, after a brief interrogation, was summarily dispatched by the hurried orders of Sir Shad, who commanded that his throat be cut and the body cast into the sea. Upon hearing of the attack, the knight appeared exceedingly anxious and harbored a deep-seated hatred for the assailants, eager to see them dispatched without delay. Meanwhile, the guard discovered that the small king's chamber had also been besieged by enemies. 2 guards lay dead, and both Viserys and Princess Rhaenys had vanished without a trace. Subsequently, Sir Shad ordered a thorough search of the entire castle. Eventually, they found a terrified Rhaenys in the cellar, while another group located Viserys' position. On the following morning, the horrors of the previous night had dissipated. Servants busily cleaned the bloodstains from the castle, and the bodies of the mercenaries were cast into the sea to feed the fish. The lifeless body of the mercenary, severed by Viserys and cast down the cliff from the castle, was discovered by fishermen preparing to set sail at dawn. Viserys himself was somewhat startled, yet he managed to maintain a composure that surpassed that of both the Queen and Rhaenys. However, he had endured a sleepless night, evidenced by the faint blood vessels visible in his eyes. In the stone drum's upper chamber, after exchanging greetings with his mother, Viserys took a seat in a side chair. The weary silver-haired woman occupied the main seat, attentively listening to the report from the commander of the Dragonstone fleet. Although Viserys had been crowned king, even the guards of Dragonstone refrained from addressing him as Your Majesty. It was universally understood that this king was merely a figurehead. Despite the Targaryen's reclamation of the throne, Viserys could not occupy the Iron Throne due to his tender age. Instead, his mother, Rhaela, served as regent until he came of age to assume power. Thus, Viserys sat obediently beside his mother, knees together, hands resting on his lap, long eyelashes fluttering, with his gaze lowered, presenting the image of a dutiful and well-behaved child. Meanwhile, the commander of the Dragonstone fleet, a venerable elder with white hair, was in the midst of speaking, having noticed Viserys' presence and casting a curious glance in his direction. He was reporting to Queen Rhaela about the losses suffered by the fleet the previous night. Although they had repelled the enemy, the fleet itself had not escaped unscathed. The commander had also heard of the events that transpired within the castle. The young Prince Viserys, merely 7 years of age, had somehow managed to slay 3 members of a notorious mercenary band. Your Highness, the commander inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. Said Joffrey. Viserys responded with a nod, returning the courtesy. This marked his first encounter with the knight since arriving at Dragonstone, as the commander had not come to pay his respects since Rhaela and Viserys' arrival. For reasons unknown, his mother had not summoned this man either. Chapter 34. A Daring Notion. Your Majesty. The elderly knight's voice bore a rough quality as he finished his report. Rhaela, still seated in the central chair, her prominent belly slightly pallid, inhaled deeply before nodding in acknowledgement. Thank you, Sir Joffrey. The elder, however, remained silent, rising and bowing slightly. The clanking of his armor resonating as he prepared to depart the chamber, returning to the fleet anchored in the harbor. At that moment, Viserys, who had been listening intently, suddenly raised his hand, resembling a well-behaved child eager to speak in class. "Sire, I have a question. Can our fleet sail across the narrow sea?" The young king, seated in the side chair, rested one hand on the table while the other boldly gestured as he spoke. "Huh?" The elder knight, taken aback by Viserys' inquiry, paused momentarily before halting in his tracks. He lowered his gaze to the panoramic map of Westeros displayed in the chamber, noting that Dragonstone stood as a gateway to King's Landing, with a narrow sea nestled between the two continents. On the opposite side of the narrow sea lay the lands known to the people of Westeros as the East Continent or the West Coast, formerly recognized as Essos, home to the 9 free cities of trade. Viserys' unexpected question, though he was merely 7 years old, compelled the old knight to ponder deeply. "What does your highness imply?" Sir Geoffrey mused after a brief silence, raising his head. "Dragonstone is too barren. It lacks both resources and population." Viserys' small hands clenched within the sleeves of his blue velvet robe, betraying a hint of tension beneath his calm exterior. In fact, he felt more anxious than when he had slain the 3 mercenaries the previous night. This was his first attempt to express his opinion actively. He was aware of the impending events and sought to instigate change. The loyal Dragonstone fleet, a formidable force devoted to the Targaryens, must not be allowed to perish in the storm without cause. In 3 months, his sister was due to arrive in this world, accompanied by a tempest that would unleash the most significant storm in history, obliterating the last Targaryen fleet and leading to Dragonstone's surrender without a fight. The young Viserys, forced into exile with his infant sister, would wander among the houses of the powerful across the East Continent. If he hoped to alter his fate, he must seize control of the fleet that remained loyal to the Targaryens, ensuring they did not fall victim to the storm. Thus, Viserys, shedding his earlier reticence, seized the opportunity to courageously voice his thoughts. Even though he was young and his words might be dismissed as childish folly, he wished to attempt to persuade his mother and Sir Geoffrey to heed his words, even if only a little. Sir Geoffrey remained silent, his hand resting on the map, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Noticing the knight's lack of immediate opposition, Viserys felt a modicum of relief. His greatest fear was that his youth would render his words inconsequential. He then spoke again, this time with greater conviction. "Mother and Sir Geoffrey." The young king mustered his courage, gazing earnestly at Queen Rhaella and the commander of the Dragonstone fleet. "If we remain confined to Dragonstone without seeking to change our circumstances, defeat will merely be a matter of time." Viserys' words were direct and unembellished. Upon hearing her son's pronouncement, Rhaella's complexion shifted slightly. She detested such ominous declarations. The recent barrage of stress and surprises had rendered her somewhat neurotic, and the notion of defeat struck her acutely. "Viserys," Queen Rhaella's voice rose sharply, prepared to chastise her son for his indiscreet remarks. However, the commander, who had remained silent for quite some time, suddenly interjected. Sir Geoffrey, resting a hand on the map, lifted his head, his keen gray-brown eyes fixed intently on Viserys, seated on the opposite side of the table. "What does your highness wish to accomplish?" He was taken aback by the audacity of the child's sudden proclamation. Such a statement demanded not merely courage. Coupled with the news he had heard the previous night, it became evident that this child had employed certain means to eliminate 3 mercenaries. Geoffrey found himself unexpectedly intrigued by Viserys. Could it be that Viserys truly possessed the potential to evolve into the next Prince Rhaegar? The former Silver Prince had wielded an unimaginable influence amidst the throng of House Targaryen. All believed that Rhaegar's ascension to the Iron Throne would mark the zenith of the Targaryen dynasty. Even now, more than half a year after Rhaegar's demise, such sentiments remained unshaken. Viserys, with his keen gaze, met Geoffrey's stare without flinching. Yet, he was unaware that once more he was being measured against the near-perfect standards set by his brother, with Geoffrey's response bolstering his confidence. Viserys boldly articulated his thoughts once again. "My lord, we could relinquish Dragonstone and seize a city on the eastern continent as our new abode." "To abandon Dragonstone?" The elderly man, his hair now gray, squinted slightly at Viserys' bold suggestion. As the ancestral seat of House Targaryen's conquest of Westeros, Dragonstone held profound historical and practical significance. Moreover, if the Targaryens were to forsake Dragonstone now, it would be tantamount to renouncing their claim to the Iron Throne, thus implicitly acknowledging the legitimacy of the usurper. The geographical significance of Dragonstone was paramount. It stood as the gateway to King's Landing, and the fleet stationed there still held dominion over the entrances and exits of Blackwater Bay. Despite the Baratheons' simmering rage, their lack of a formidable navy rendered them incapable of challenging the royal fleet, forcing them to navigate around it. The old knight, however, did not expect that. In a situation that had yet to deteriorate so drastically, Viserys would exhibit such a lack of resolve, suggesting the abandonment of Dragonstone. Was this fear stemming from the events of the previous night? Yet, that was hardly unreasonable. After all, Prince Viserys was merely a 7-year-old child, and one could hardly expect him to embody the excellence of his brother Rhaegar. The old knight, while understanding, felt a twinge of disappointment. Chapter 35, The Initiative. Indeed, Viserys, acutely perceptive, sensed the disappointment in the knight's tone, which cast a shadow over his spirit. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and spoke once more. If we wish to reclaim the Iron Throne, our current fleet and resources are insufficient. Internally, Viserys reflected that even Aegon, in his conquest of Westeros, did not rely solely on 3 dragons. He had an army to support him. Aegon had landed at the site of what is now King's Landing, erecting a modest fortress known as Aegon's Hill, swiftly subduing the Rosby and Starkweather families before formally commencing his campaign of conquest. Furthermore, with the Targaryens now devoid of dragons, relying solely on a fleet to retake Westeros was nothing short of folly. And if they remained holed up in Dragonstone without the means to sustain themselves, their demise was merely a matter of time. Child, your reasoning is sound, yet you fail to grasp the realities of the situation. However, just as Viserys was about to continue, he was interrupted by the old knight, who had shifted his address from your highness to simply child. The old knight still harbored a slight disappointment, perceiving that Viserys had yet to reach the heights of his brother. However, there was no cause for alarm. He was still young and could be molded. If only Prince Rhaegar were present. No, Rhaegar was lost. In truth, had it not been for the selfish desires of Rhaegar and Lyanna, the war of the usurper might never have been ignited, and the nation could have endured under the mad king's reign for several more years. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the old knight felt a wave of confusion. It seemed that the goal he had been pursuing had encountered an unexpected obstacle, prompting a pause in his speech. The war room fell into a profound silence. Seated at the head of the table, Queen Rhaenyra, burdened by the weight of recent calamities over the past 6 months, exhibited signs of mental strain. Upon hearing Viserys' words, her emotions flared once more. For her, Dragonstone held immense significance. Though she understood, she could not truly relinquish it in favor of fleeing to the eastern continent. Impossible. The silver-haired woman, having rested poorly the previous night, bore bloodshot lavender eyes and disheveled hair, striking the table with a sharp sound. Your Majesty. Yet at that moment the old knight raised a hand, attempting to interrupt Queen Rhaenyra. However, the agitated woman was undeterred, resolutely refusing to entertain such a notion. There is absolutely no way we can abandon Dragonstone. Your Majesty. Sir Geoffrey's voice suddenly escalated, cutting through Queen Rhaenyra's protests, finally momentarily silencing her. He had interrupted both her and Viserys in succession. Yet the queen did not dare to direct her ire at him, for the fate of the fleet stationed at Dragonstone, their last bastion of power, rested in his hands. Neither Queen Rhaenyra nor Viserys could afford to offend him. After silencing the woman, the old knight fixed his piercing gaze upon Viserys, appraising him thoroughly before continuing. The reality, Your Highness, is that the 9 great free cities will not permit our intrusion. Though they appear disjointed and fraught with internal strife, they present a united front against external threats. As it pertains to their very interests, they do not wish for any foreign power to disrupt their precarious balance. While this force may not be overwhelmingly powerful, it is certainly not to be underestimated and could potentially ignite a conflict in the future due to their very identities. Should Viserys, as an orphan, find himself alone on the Essos continent, the 9 great free cities might embrace him with open arms, seeking to stir a modicum of trouble for Westeros. However, if Viserys were to arrive at the eastern continent with a fleet, the city's stance would shift dramatically. They would recognize that the Iron Throne across the Narrow Sea might disregard a lone orphan, but would never allow the Targaryens to resurface in Essos. Thus, a brutal conflict between the 2 continents could very well ensue, reminiscent of the War of the Ninepenny Kings many years ago. The Iron Throne would undoubtedly not permit a potential challenger to survive, and might even take aggressive measures. These volatile factors signified that they could welcome Viserys and Queen Rhaenyra, perhaps even actively assisting them in reaching Dragonstone, all to create a modicum of trouble for the Iron Throne. However, there shall be no allowance for Viserys to approach with a fleet. So it is. Upon hearing this, Viserys' expression momentarily faltered, revealing a hint of confusion. He was not particularly well-versed in these intricacies. After all, he was merely engaging in theoretical discourse at this juncture. Viserys possessed ample knowledge. Yet he was acutely aware that there remained much he did not know. These subtleties, often imperceptible beneath the grand tapestry of events, were frequently the very elements that influenced the overarching narrative. "My apologies, my lord," he murmured, still seated and grappling with his thoughts, unable to articulate a more compelling excuse. Indeed, any coalition forged of iron would possess its weaknesses, particularly in a place like the 9 free cities, still embroiled in internal strife. If one sought opportunities, they could undoubtedly be found. Nevertheless, Viserys refrained from voicing such sentiments, for they would sound like mere excuses, and the recent incident had served as a stark warning. Every situation was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. He could not allow assumptions to guide his judgments. Any assertion required tangible evidence to substantiate its validity. Viserys felt a sense of relief that he was not yet a ruler. Had the old lord not hesitated and instead followed his counsel, the consequences could have been dire. Should the route to the free cities be severed, both he and his mother would truly find themselves without an escape. Contemplating this, he felt a slight chill creeping down his spine. He then raised his gaze to the venerable Sir Geoffrey and offered his apologies. "I was indeed negligent." However, the old lord, standing before the map, momentarily set aside his customary arrogance, his expression softening as he acknowledged Viserys' apology. He then unexpectedly spoke. "Your words have indeed served as a reminder." "What?" Viserys asked, slightly taken aback. He had been mired in the disappointment of having failed to make his presence felt. Yet the old lord's sudden declaration caught him off guard. The conversation continued. "We should not remain idle. Instead, we must take the initiative." Chapter 36, A Storm Approaches. Year of Conquest, 284 June. 3 months had swiftly passed. The oppressive sky bore thick, dark clouds, as if a torrential downpour were imminent. In the distance, one could discern the brewing of a storm, with flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder heralding the tempest. Amidst this impending calamity, warships unfurled their formations upon the sea, slicing through the waves in silent passage toward the horizon. At this moment, Viserys stood on the second deck of the Black Death, facing the howling sea wind, his silver-gold hair billowing freely, revealing his fair forehead. Clad in neat leather armor adorned with metal plates at vital points for protection, he bore a short sword at his waist and held a bow, a quiver of arrows slung across his back, exuding an air of youthful valor. Beneath him, numerous soldiers busied themselves on the deck, lowering the billowing sails and securing items that could not be stowed away, preparing earnestly for the approaching storm. "The storm is upon us, Your Highness." At that moment, a gravelly voice broke through from behind. It was Sir Geoffrey, the commander of the Dragonstone fleet. The old man had donned armor in place of his usual attire, for they were now nearing their destination. "Why have you chosen this moment to launch an attack?" As a seasoned veteran who had spent much of his life adrift at sea, Sir Geoffrey was no stranger to storms. A fortnight prior, the skies near Dragonstone had already darkened ominously, signaling the arrival of a fierce tempest. Initially, he had resolved to keep the entire Dragonstone fleet docked, awaiting the passing of the storm. Based on his extensive experience, he knew that storms were not inherently terrifying, provided one remained in port and secured the vessels. The losses incurred during a storm would not be catastrophic. Yet, for reasons unknown, Viserys insisted on launching an assault against the yet-to-be-formed Baratheon fleet at Storm's End. His rationale was that the enemy would never anticipate an attack just before the storm's arrival, and that a decisive strike could obliterate their ships and severely dampen their morale. Such a mid-course strike would prove far more effective than harassing storms in from the outset to prevent the fleet's construction. Moreover, it would allow the fleet to evade the storm's onslaught. However, despite Viserys' eloquence, the substance of his argument felt somewhat lacking and precarious. To everyone's astonishment, after a moment of contemplation, the old lord acquiesced to Viserys' audacious plan. Thus, the Dragonstone fleet set sail, hastily escaping the storm's swirling center, navigating through the impending tempest of Blackwater Bay and the Narrows, rounding the point and heading into the distance. At first, all seemed well. The fleet departed from Dragonstone early, evading the storm's onset. However, in the ensuing days, as they traversed the open sea, the old lord's heart grew heavy with apprehension. They had been sailing for several days without escaping the storm's reach, indicating the vastness of the impending tempest. Had he disregarded Viserys' counsel and stubbornly opted to keep the fleet in port, they would likely face devastating losses, nearly consumed by the sea. Curiosity gnawed at him regarding Viserys' judgment. Why had he insisted that the fleet embark on this expedition just as the queen was nearing her time? Did the boy foresee the magnitude of the storm to be unprecedented? Did he possess some foreknowledge? Sir Geoffrey inquired with keen interest. At that moment, a tremendous crash reverberated as the tumultuous waves surged against the deck. The storm had finally caught up with the fleeing Dragonstone fleet. Rain poured down in torrents, unleashing the pent-up fury of the previous days as soldiers on the lower deck scrambled to secure the items on deck. Meanwhile, Viserys gripped the railing above, the howling wind nearly drowning out their conversation. Straining to hear Sir Geoffrey's words, he shook his head and shouted in response, "No, I am merely guessing." However, the old knight was not content with this answer. He gripped the railing tightly and raised his gaze to the distant, brooding sky, where the rain poured down in torrents, accompanied by a fierce wind. "Oh, is that so?" he mused, retracting his gaze from the horizon and casting a meaningful glance at the boy. Ever since their brief encounter 3 months prior, Sir Geoffrey had sensed something extraordinary about the lad. At times he exhibited remarkable intelligence, while at others, he appeared rather foolish. The reason he acquiesced to Viserys' audacious plan to embark on an expedition just before the impending storm was due to a letter he had recently received from the Citadel. The scholars of the Citadel, tasked with observing celestial phenomena, had dispatched missives to the coastal cities and islands along the eastern shores of Westeros, all indicating that, according to the astronomers' observations, a tempest of unprecedented ferocity would soon emerge from the narrow sea. The astronomer, adorned with the bronze collar, predicted that this tempest would culminate in the mightiest vortex ever recorded in the annals of Westeros, near Dragonstone. The Citadel's stance remained unchanged despite the shifting of the Iron Throne. The scholars were dedicated to serving all of humanity, akin to the Night's Watch brothers, regarded as the servants of Westeros. Theoretically, no scholar bore political inclinations. Consequently, they also sent a letter to Dragonstone, conveying their ominous warning. Initially, Sir Geoffrey dismissed it as inconsequential. Yet, as the ominous signs of nature became increasingly evident, the old knight felt a rising unease within him, though he ultimately hesitated to act. After all, the queen was on the verge of childbirth, and the fleet should remain stationed beside Dragonstone, vigilantly guarding against any unforeseen calamity. However, Viserys' words acted as the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back, compelling the old knight to resolve to lead the fleet away from Dragonstone. If the entire fleet were to perish in the storm, the safety of the queen would undoubtedly be jeopardized. Chapter 37, Stannis. Within Storm's End, a man with a straight posture and a resolute countenance sat at a round wooden table, diligently penning something. The immaculate surface of the table bore a half-burned white candle, its flame flickering gently in the draught that seeped through the window, casting a shadow upon the wall behind him. Outside, the relentless downpour created a cacophony that unsettled his thoughts. Suddenly, with a snap, the pen he held broke, and Stannis' expression darkened slightly. He tossed the broken piece against the wall. For reasons unknown, Stannis felt a peculiar restlessness at that moment. The snapped pen seemed to herald an impending calamity. The muscles in his brow knotted, and he raised a rough finger to massage his temple, attempting to regain clarity. Yet, his efforts proved futile. His pale lips tightened, burdened with heavy thoughts. He had long forgotten the art of smiling, and joy felt like a distant memory. His elder brother, Robert Baratheon, had ascended to the throne, and convention dictated that Storm's End should be bestowed upon the next heir. Naturally, the king could retain Storm's End until he identified a worthy successor. However, Stannis' status as the primary heir to Storm's End was unquestionable. His younger brother Renly was but a child and posed no threat in his eyes, at least. That was what Stannis believed. In fact, prior to Robert's siring an heir, he could even have been regarded as the first heir to the Iron Throne. Yet, Stannis now harbored an unsettling premonition, likely stemming from his strained relationship with his brother and the lack of news from King's Landing. Perhaps Robert merely intended to reclaim Dragonstone first. Stannis released his grasp on his temple and sighed, muttering to himself. The tension in his brow eased somewhat. Despite their discord, he remained fiercely loyal and never doubted his brother. He understood Robert's profound hatred for the Targaryens and rationalized that perhaps Robert wished to reclaim Dragonstone before entrusting Storm's End to him. Meanwhile, since Lord Redwyne's fleet returned defeated from Dragonstone, they had been recuperating on the western shores of Westeros. Nevertheless, King Robert's resolve to reclaim Dragonstone remained unwavering. Stannis continued his efforts within Storm's End, hastily constructing warships and training the Royal Navy. The newly built ships were now mostly launched, and the freshly trained sailors were beginning to take shape. Stannis was filled with ambition, firmly believing that once his Royal Navy completed its training, The reclamation of Dragonstone would be a mere formality. Is my brother inside? At that moment, a youthful voice, tinged with excitement, called from outside the study, followed by a cold, dismissive response. I apologize, young Lord Renly. Lord Stannis does not wish to see anyone at present. A guard stationed outside the study blocked the entrance to Storm's End, preventing the third son of House Baratheon, Renly, from entering. The boy, clad in a blue velvet tunic, appeared as if doused with cold water, his beloved shiny stones slipping from his grasp and falling to the floor. Renly, unlike other boys his age, exhibited a peculiar disposition. Although he engaged in some leisurely nightly training, he possessed little interest in swordplay or combat. Instead, he preferred to collect beautiful objects. Just prior, he had scoured the beach with friends, gathering exquisite stones, with the glimmering one now on the floor being his favorite. However, due to the impending storm, the children were hastily sent back before they could fully enjoy their play. Thus, upon returning to the castle, Renly had intended to share his treasure with his brother Stannis, only to be met with an abrupt rejection. His mood plummeted instantly, and he pouted, dejectedly picking up his cherished stone and preparing to leave. Inside the study, Stannis had overheard the exchange, and his brow furrowed slightly. Ultimately, he spoke in a calm tone. Renly? Let him in. In truth, he harbored a great deal of affection for his younger brother. Their parents, Duke Stephen Baratheon and Duchess Cassandra Ismond, had tragically perished in a mishap at Shipbreaker Bay, leaving behind the tender-hearted boy. The elder brother, Robert, possessed a character that was wild and unrestrained, while the composed and seasoned Stannis took on the role of a stern patriarch. Yet, Stannis was not adept at articulating his emotions. Upon hearing his brother permit him entry into the study, the dark-haired boy's previous despondency vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. However, at that very moment, a distant and sonorous alarm bell resonated from the lighthouse, startling Stannis, who was seated within the study. A flicker of astonishment crossed his typically austere visage, and the guard stationed outside, along with Lancel, stood frozen in place. The sound was all too familiar, awakening memories in Lancel's heart that had yet to fade. Just half a year prior, they had been trapped within Storm's End, subsisting on rats, while the distant blares of horns and tolling bells echoed outside. The 5-year-old Lancel had been frightened to tears in that instance, resulting in utter chaos. The turmoil within Storm's End was no less severe. The haunting memories from 6 months ago seemed to resurface vividly, with soldiers scurrying about and servants in disarray. Among them, Stannis remained the epitome of calm. After recovering from his initial shock, the resolute man quickly steadied his mind. He promptly rose from his chair, flung open the study door, and did not spare a glance at the sobbing Lancel on the ground. Steeling himself with a hand on the hilt of his sword, he strode purposefully towards the outside. Seven hells! Can someone tell me what on earth is happening? At that moment, a soldier rushed in, breathless and flustered, to disclose the alarming news. My Lord Stannis, we are in grave danger. The soldier, clearly winded from his sprint from the watchtower, bore an expression of sheer panic. A multitude of unidentified ships has appeared on the sea, and they are now advancing towards the harbor amidst the storm. Chapter 38, A Blaze in the Storm. Not far away, on the waters of Shipbreaker Bay, the fleet of Dragonstone surged forward, riding the tempest. The inclement weather hampered their progress, yet simultaneously concealed their approach. With a crash, the warships cleaved through the waves, shrouded by the storm, while torrential rain relentlessly lashed down upon the deck. The sky loomed ominously, and countless warships emerged from the fog, moving in formation as if they had risen from the depths of the sea, appearing almost ethereal to the watchful eyes of the guards at Storm's End. A soldier of House Baratheon, stationed atop the watchtower, rubbed his eyes in disbelief as he beheld the formidable fleet drawing near, hidden within the tempest. This cannot be. He struggled to comprehend the sight before him, and, upon regaining his senses, hurriedly sounded the alarm. Yet it was too late. The fleet had already forged ahead, undeterred, toward the harbor of Storm's End. Storm's End stood as one of the most impregnable castles in the Seven Kingdoms, encircled by formidable outer walls. In its thickest sections, the walls reached approximately 100 feet high and 40 feet thick, with the seaside portion extending around 80 feet in thickness. Constructed from 2 layers of rock encasing a core of sand and gravel, the walls were smoothly arched, with stones so tightly fitted that not even a whisper of wind could penetrate. Legend spoke of Storm's End being forged by the ancient Storm King through arcane means, capable of withstanding the treacherous climate of Shipbreaker Bay. In truth, Storm's End had no harbor. The cliffs rose steeply above the sea, with only a single waterway leading into the castle, obstructed by a gate. The The harbor was established for Stannis to train the Royal Navy, capitalizing on the advantageous geographical location and the deep coastal waters, which made its construction relatively straightforward. Not far from the castle lay the current anchorage of the royal fleet. As it stood, the newly launched royal warships were all huddled within the harbor, securely moored, draped with tarpaulins, and thoroughly prepared to weather the storm. Having spent his youth at Storm's End, Stannis was acutely aware of the inclement weather that plagued Shipbreaker Bay. Additionally, a recent warning from the Citadel had forewarned of an unprecedented storm approaching the eastern coast of Westeros. Although Shipbreaker Bay was not the epicenter of this tempest, and its effects would likely be minimal, perhaps just a heavy rain, Stannis, ever the cautious man, ensured that every precaution was taken. Thus, he had issued orders long ago forbidding any ships from leaving the harbor, temporarily halting naval training, and confining all soldiers to their quarters, prohibiting them from boarding any vessels. Consequently, prior to the storm's arrival, the waters surrounding Storm's End were devoid of even a single skiff, rendering them oblivious to the stealthy advance of the Targaryen fleet. Now, the Targaryen fleet concealed within the nascent storm surged forth toward the harbor of Storm's End. Despite sustaining some losses amidst the tempest, these were still within acceptable limits. As the distance from the storm's epicenter in Blackwater Bay exceeded 600 nautical miles, leaving only the fringes of the storm to contend with. However, as the storm continued to shift, it inadvertently swept disaster upon Storm's End. The Targaryen fleet's sudden and unexpected arrival was akin to divine intervention, catching the soldiers of House Baratheon utterly off guard. No one had anticipated that the Targaryen fleet would ride the storm to their doorstep, and the Royal Navy at Storm's End had not even launched a single skiff, remaining in a state of complete unpreparedness. Thus, this newly formed fleet, which had yet to engage in battle, found itself subjected to a devastating and overwhelming onslaught. Boom! The flagship, the Black Death, unleashed its catapults, sending heavy stones hurtling through the air, crashing into the tightly clustered Baratheon fleet that had sought refuge in the harbor. Numerous stones were wrapped in oil-soaked cloth and ignited, their flames impervious to the torrential downpour, striking fiercely against the Baratheon vessels. Had the fleet been arrayed in formation upon the open sea, the accuracy of such siege weaponry might have been compromised. However, with the Baratheon ships huddled closely together in the harbor, tethered by ropes and anchors to the shore, they became sitting ducks for the Targaryen fleet. Initially, Stannis' orders had seemed prudent, for securing the ships in such a manner was indeed the best strategy to withstand the storm. With no means to haul the vessels ashore or into the castle, they could only weather the tumultuous waves, and tethering them together effectively mitigated the storm's impact. Yet now, as they faced an assault, these closely bound ships became nothing more than targets for the Targaryen fleet. The soldiers responsible for operating the catapults and ballistae needed not even to aim. They merely had to pull the ropes to hurl the stones toward their targets. Boom! The newly constructed royal fleet of House Baratheon wailed amidst the tempest, as stones battered down upon the deck, igniting the concealed oil with thick billows of black smoke, which in turn set ablaze the ships caught in the storm. The flames danced upward, surging into the hold beneath the deck, and soon the fire began to rise, serpentine tongues of flame consuming the stores of provisions within. The pillars supporting the deck were engulfed by the inferno, and with a resounding crash, they collapsed, enveloping the entire warship in a crimson glow before it finally parted the waters, sinking slowly beneath the waves. Yet, more ships were struck by the flaming oil stones. And later, the Targaryen fleet directly launched barrels of oil from their catapults, further stoking the flames. In an instant, near the port not far from Storm's End, a conflagration blazed fiercely in the torrential rain. The Baratheon fleet was entirely devoured by the flames, thick, billowing black smoke rising to the heavens, painting the sky in hues of red. Meanwhile, upon the second deck of the Black Death, Viserys stood amidst the tumult of rain and wind, refusing to retreat into the cabin, for he wished to experience the stark reality of war firsthand. Consequently, the boy was drenched, his silvery golden hair plastered against his fair visage, droplets cascading down his cheeks. Yet his pale violet eyes shimmered bright, reflecting the distant sea of fire. This inferno extinguished the usurper's ambitions to invade Dragonstone for the next 5 years. Chapter 39. The Birth of the Storm. The flames consumed the usurper's aspirations for the next 5 years to invade Dragonstone. The old knight, standing beside the boy, cleared his throat softly before speaking. Viserys turned his head slightly to glance at the elderly gentleman beside him. He was unaware of the origins of the 5-year data or whether any evidence supported it. However, he understood that this fire had indeed secured Dragonstone's safety, at least for the time being. The war of the usurper was far from over. That rotund Baratheon, oh no, destined to be a rotund one, was not yet firmly seated upon his throne. Since his brother Rhaegar fell in battle, the tide of the usurpers' war had turned sharply downward. The Targaryens had not won a single engagement, suffering defeat after defeat, ultimately losing the Iron Throne. Now, Viserys' flames were but a flicker of hope in the long, dark night awaiting the Targaryens, a slight uplift to the morale that had plummeted to its nadir. Nevertheless, this fire had little to do with him personally. His primary aim was merely to leverage his prophetic insight to prevent the Dragonstone fleet from perishing in the storm. Unbeknownst to him, a bold suggestion from a mere child was unexpectedly adopted. Sir Joffrey ultimately resolved to race the storm and launch a surprise attack on Storm's End. Thus, under circumstances unforeseen by Stannis, the Targaryen fleet emerged from the Tempest, catching him utterly unawares and trapping the Baratheon fleet in the harbor, an inferno consuming them wholly. This event would undoubtedly become one of the most classic cases in the annals of naval warfare in Westeros. Yet, Viserys had merely offered a suggestion, his contribution negligible. The ensuing command, strategy, and assault were entirely beyond his purview. He simply stood beside the old knight, feeling the sea breeze and enduring a torrential downpour. Although Viserys had actively requested to observe the battle from outside, the old knight did not send the bothersome child away. Rather, he kept him close, even allowing him to stand by during the war council. On the battlements of Storm's End, Stannis braced himself against the cold battlements, his expression taut, his body upright, broad shoulders bearing the weight of mountains. His entire form was drenched in rain, his heart as cold as the downpour. The young heir to the Iron Throne gazed at the inferno erupting from the distant harbor, fists clenched so tightly that his fingers scraped against the hard, frigid stone, drawing forth thin dust. Unconsciously, his fingers were bloodied against the white marks of the bricks. At that moment, Stannis was oblivious to the pain. He merely felt his breath quickening, his chest heaving violently, his vision blurring, unable to focus. Suddenly, the world spun around him. "Sir!" a nearby guard exclaimed, rushing to catch Stannis before he could faint and plummet over the battlements. Should he fall from the towering walls of Storm's End, it would spell certain doom. The king's brother, the heir to the Iron Throne, dying from a fall would be a most absurd jest. "Where's Maester Cresson? Quickly, fetch the maester!" the guard shouted, cradling the unconscious Stannis. Other soldiers hurried into the castle to locate Maester Cresson, who served House Baratheon. Meanwhile, far away on Dragonstone, the external world appeared as if it were the end of days. The ominous sky bore down with thick clouds, howling winds mingling with torrential rain. Giant raindrops pounded against the sturdy castle as the dragons on Dragonstone roared defiantly, seemingly battling against this dreadful calamity. As the epicenter of this unprecedented storm surge in Westeros, Dragonstone loomed high above the tumultuous seas, subject to the monstrous waves crashing against its cliffs, producing a thunderous roar. The sky was a terrifying shade of gray. The waves grew restless and unruly, rampaging violently. Lightning streaked across the heavens, illuminating the steadfast dragon amidst the roaring surf. In an instant, the world was awash in light as thunder followed with a resounding boom. Though the outside world resembled an apocalypse, within the stone drum tower, vigilance reigned supreme. "Hurry! Block the water here." The soldiers of Dragonstone were nearly all concentrated within the castle, intensely engaged in flood relief efforts. Once the former instructor of the Red Keep donned his armor once more after many months, one hand resting upon the hilt of his sword. He personally stood guard at the entrance, though his countenance bore a hint of discomfort. The foul weather exacerbated his old injuries. The wound that had once nearly pierced his abdomen now itched and ached as if countless ants were gnawing at it, nearly unbearable under the storm's tumult. As the appointed Lord of Dragonstone, Sir Shad, a bastard from Dorne, made his appearance at the entrance, taking a seat beside Sir William, his gaze somewhat unfocused. An air of tension enveloped the assembly. The pregnant Queen Rhaella finally exhibited signs of labor today, hastily summoning the midwife and several handmaidens for assistance. She was currently laboring within the confines of the chamber. Outside, the tempest raged with thunder and lightning, undoubtedly affecting the mood of the expectant mother. The silver strands of her hair cascaded over the bed, and the queen's consciousness began to wane. With great effort, she spread her legs, striving to bring forth her child. Yet life seldom adheres to the path of ease. The agony of childbirth is undeniably one of the most formidable trials. "Quick, stem the bleeding." The midwife, lacking sufficient experience, and the queen's maidens were in a flurry, assisting the queen in her labor. Yet, the blood beneath her was flowing as if it were an unrelenting tide. Moreover, Queen Rhaella, at an advanced age, already a grandmother, found her body unable to endure such torment, despite King Viserys' persistent encouragement for her to maintain her strength. Ultimately, she relinquished her struggle. Joanna, the woman's consciousness had entirely faded, her will crumbled, no longer resisting. Her parched lips murmuring the names of those who had been significant in her life. Bonafor, Ellis. Before Rila's eyes, her life seemed to replay in rapid succession. Rhaegar, Viserys, my children. A crystalline tear slipped from the corner of her eye. Chapter 40. Daenerys Targaryen. Queen Rhaela, having endured numerous tribulations, found her spirit on the brink of collapse, even showing early signs of madness. The sorrow of a heart that has ceased to hope is profound. When a silver-haired woman surrendered her desire for survival, not even the Seven could rescue the queen, ensnared in her predicament. In the end, Rhaela Targaryen, her awareness fading, incessantly repeated the names she had just uttered, those who mattered most in her brief existence. Her companion Joanna, her first love Bonafor, her brother and husband Ellis, her firstborn Rhaegar, her second son Viserys. Finally, on her sickbed, she drew her last breath. Yet, in her final moments, Queen Rhaela experienced a fleeting clarity. She seemed to comprehend that she was about to depart this world, and with tears streaming down her face, she cradled her daughter, the very being that would take her life, naming her Daenerys Targaryen. The infant, swaddled in her blanket, kept her eyes tightly shut, her wrinkled face not particularly beautiful, her silver hair clinging to her scalp. She was born amidst the storm, curling up and finally letting out a resounding cry. Meanwhile, a thunderous boom erupted above Dragonstone, illuminating the sky with flashes of lightning as torrential rain poured down. Countless souls were startled, causing the items in the hands of the instructor outside to tumble to the ground. Hastily, he bent to retrieve them. These were figures carved from small wooden block, fashioned with a dagger during his idle hours. One could faintly discern that it represented a woman, yet her features remained indistinct. In the distance, King S. Landing, a raven, entirely black, soared across the pristine blue sky, casting its gaze upon the grand city below, tilting its head slightly as the swift currents ruffled its feathers. Flapping its wings, the raven descended, ultimately alighting upon the red keep atop Aegon S. Hill. With its scraggly, salt-and-pepper beard tousled by the wind, Maester Pycelle appeared exceedingly aged, his limbs unsteady as he approached. He casually tossed a morsel to the raven and removed the missive from its leg. Maester Pycelle unfolded the letter, casting a brief glance before his expression shifted dramatically. His legs seemed to regain strength as he hastily gathered his robes and strode purposefully towards Maegor's Holdfast. A few handmaidens passing by, witnessing this extraordinary display of medical marvel, stood momentarily dumbfounded. The letter bore grim tidings from Storm's End. Stannis, tasked with overseeing the construction of the royal fleet, had been ambushed by the Targaryen fleet while stationed at Storm's End to weather the storm. Seizing the element of surprise amidst the tempest, they launched an assault, executing a near-perfect naval battle, characterized by audacity, meticulousness, and resolve, willing to bear the losses inflicted by the storm to obliterate the Baratheon fleet. Stannis had never anticipated that the Targaryens would descend upon Shipbreaker Bay as if from the heavens, rendering the fleets paralyzed with fear, while the storm concealed their approach. The outcome of this battle resulted in the annihilation of the royal fleet, which the Iron Throne had invested heavily in and held great expectations for. Maester Pycelle understood the gravity of the situation. Having betrayed the Targaryen dynasty, he knew that should they rise again, he would be among the first to perish. This old man wished to live. Thus, disregarding the pretense of his frailty, he hurried towards Maegor's Holdfast to report this matter to the new king, Robert Baratheon. What? The young king, reveling in merriment within Maegor's Holdfast, was taken aback by the news. He rose abruptly, snatching the letter from Maester Pycelle's grasp, scrutinizing it intently. The atmosphere in the royal chamber grew tense, the servant pouring wine beside Robert, and the maid who had stumbled while trying to retrieve the fallen letter stood transfixed. Sensing the king's burgeoning wrath, the young, robust monarch towered like a mountain, his thick black hair and beard bristling, his eyes ablaze with fury as he paced the spacious chamber. Without warning, he kicked over the table before him. Crash! The goblets, books, and various missives scattered across the floor. The servant holding the wine jug and Maester Pycelle flinched, the elderly man seated on the ground, pale and unmoving. Your Majesty? Sir Barristan Selmy, captain of the King's Guard stationed outside, was startled by the commotion within. Hastily, he pushed the door open and stepped inside, only to behold King Robert roaring with fury. By the seven hells! Stannis, that worthless wretch! The king's chamber reverberated with Robert Baratheon's thunderous bellow. the sound striking the eardrums with a palpable intensity, even resonating in the corridor outside. I could have sent out a mere hound to command, and it would not have led the royal fleet to utter destruction. Indeed, that would have been the wiser course. At least a dog wouldn't allow the warships to cluster together, enabling the damned enemy to incinerate them all with a single blaze. Robert Baratheon was seething with rage, harboring a profound loathing for his younger brother, whom he already disliked due to his nature. Initially, he believed that despite Stannis' obstinate demeanor, he possessed some aptitude for warfare. Trusting in the bond of brotherhood, he had assigned him this critical task, only to find that Stannis had spectacularly botched it. He could not bear the thought of the offspring of the dragon still existing in this world, as his hatred for the Targaryen lineage was uniquely intense. Yet, the considerable price he had paid, investing nearly an endless pile of golden dragons, even seeking loans from Casterly Rock and the Iron Bank, had yielded such a dismal outcome. Not only had the wretched spawn of the dragon not perished, but had audaciously leapt back to defecate upon his face. The white-robed Ser Barristan, without uttering a word, slightly bowed and picked up the discarded letter pinned by Stannis from the ground, casting his gaze over it. Upon comprehending the events that had transpired, he stood momentarily dumbfounded. Chapter 41. The Hand of the King. He had not anticipated that the Targaryen family could mount such a formidable counterattack under such dire circumstances. The fearless Ser Barristan had once thought the Targaryens were a spent force. He had been unwaveringly loyal to the Iron Throne, even desiring to offer his life in service to the Targaryen dynasty. However, he had not expected his bravery to impress Robert Baratheon, leading to the absolution of his past transgressions and the request for Barristan Selmy to become the captain of the new King's Kingsguard. The white-cloaked knight, with one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, surveyed the room filled with overturned tables, spilled wine, scattered documents clinging to the wine-soaked floor, the quaking maester, the anxious attendants, and the furious new king himself, with a beard and hair that resembled a steel wool ball. His tall and robust figure draped in a cloak resembled a maddened brown bear, consumed by rage. He relentlessly smashed items within the room, creating a cacophony that echoed throughout the hall. The sight was one of utter disarray. Yet, Ser Barristan remained silent, observing the tumult without uttering a word to counsel the king to temper his wrath. The crow's feet at the corners of his eyes were pronounced, his pale blue gaze deep and contemplative, and he lowered his head to glance at the floor beneath him. With a gentle sigh, he found himself ensnared in reminiscence. This scene felt hauntingly familiar. He recalled serving another king, the previous occupant of this very chamber, the Mad King Aerys II Targaryen, who often raged within these walls, reducing the room to chaos, even ordering the burning of those who provoked him, relishing in the sounds of their torment. Barristan had believed the era of the Targaryens was at an end, especially after the Mad King had met his demise at the hands of the usurper. He thought he would never witness such a scene again. Yet, in less than a mere half-year, he found himself once more confronted with this eerily familiar tableau. The fearless Ser Barristan Selmy. At that moment, the enraged King Robert abruptly ceased his furious pacing. He lifted his gaze, his eyes alight with intensity, focusing on the Kingsguard captain standing at the door, lost in thought while holding Stannis' letter. The king's voice was deep and resonant. Though he appeared to have somewhat restrained his temper, the underlying fury was unmistakable in his tone. Unlike the Mad King, Robert would not unleash his wrath upon the innocent, nor would he resort to entertainment through the torture of others. Your Majesty. Upon hearing Robert's voice, Ser Barristan returned to his senses, lowering the letter in his hand. He met the king's gaze unwaveringly. Quickly summon Lord Jon Arryn from the Hand S Tower. I have matters of utmost importance to discuss with him. Robert's voice boomed like the great bell of the September. He seemed to have resolved upon a significant decision, eager to consult his foster father, the Duke of the Eyrie. Now the hand of the king, Lord Jon Arryn. Robert held a deep reliance on this venerable duke, whose bravery, integrity, and wisdom were beyond reproach. Had it not been for the old Lord's courageous protection of his two foster sons at the onset of the War of Usurpation, rather than yielding to the Mad King, Robert and Eddard Stark would have long since become mere skeletons. Thus, Robert held the old duke in high esteem and depended on his counsel for every significant decision. As Eddard Stark would put it, perhaps only Jon Arryn could reign in Robert, as even Robert's deceased biological parents could not steer this rogue from his path. However, upon hearing the king's command, the white-robed knight furrowed his brow slightly, but remained stationary. Why do you delay? Robert, noticing Barristan's lack of immediate action in executing his order, felt his anger flare anew, his eyes fixed intently on the white-cloaked knight as he demanded an explanation. Yet, Ser Barristan remained unperturbed, his gaze steadily fixed on the king. who was still brimming with rage. With a soft sigh, he spoke calmly, "Your Majesty, have you already forgotten that the hand of the king has been absent from King's Landing for over a month? The Baratheon dynasty has risen, yet the Seven Kingdoms remain fragmented. Dorne has not yielded to the new king, and even the Greyjoys of the Iron Islands have not come forth to express their allegiance. Meanwhile, the old lord, in his capacity as Hand, has devoted himself tirelessly to mending the wounds inflicted by this war that has ravaged the continent of Westeros for over 2 years. The realm has emerged from the tumultuous period of the new king's coronation, slowly regaining its footing. Yet it has not returned to the state of stability that existed before the Targaryen conflict. The problem of Dorne remains a thorn in the side, a pressing issue that the new dynasty must address. Thus, a month prior, the old duke, having made ample preparations, embarked on a journey to Dorne bearing the remains of Prince Lewin Martell, seeking to quell the fury ignited by the deaths of Prince Lewin, Illyria Martell, and her son Aegon. However, Sir Bollistan Selmy was taken aback by the old duke's determination to travel such a great distance at his advanced age for the sake of national unity. Meanwhile, the king, who lounged in King's Landing indulging in pleasures, seemed to have forgotten this matter entirely, or perhaps had never remembered it at all. Since the departure of Lord Jon Arryn from the capital, the king had surrendered to indulgence, feasting, gambling, and reveling, paying no heed to state affairs, which now piled up awaiting the duke's return for resolution. What? Lord Jon Arryn has left King's Landing? Upon hearing the candid words of the White Knight, the slightly portly face of King Robert registered sheer astonishment, his earlier rage dissipating considerably due to this interruption. Indeed, he had completely forgotten about this matter. Yet, Bollistan's mention seemed to stir a faint recollection within him. So that was it. King Robert suddenly grasped the situation. No wonder the old man had not come to advise him against his hedonistic pursuits. He had already departed for Dorne. Chapter 42. Dispute. Since the Prime Minister had vacated King's Landing, there was no need to trouble him further. The king, slightly choked, shook his head and continued speaking. He turned to face Grand Maester Pycelle, who was sitting on the ground, groaning and sluggishly moving. With a sharp glare, he admonished, "Stop your pretense. Get up at once." Although Robert Baratheon had only removed his armor and occupied the Iron Throne for half a year, his physique had ballooned as if inflated like a balloon. Yet, the quickly accumulating fat could not erase the memory of his once mighty muscles. It merely concealed them beneath a layer of softness. In fact, the now portly King Robert exuded an even greater aura of authority than when he had once roamed the battlefield. A mere glare from his bell-like eyes sent Pycelle, who was feigning discomfort on the ground, into a shiver, prompting him to hastily rise. "Your Majesty, dispatch a letter summoning all vassals. I shall personally lead the assault on Dragonstone," roared King Robert, unable to tolerate the continued existence of the Targaryens. He had initially believed that with the royal fleet ready, capturing Dragonstone would be a mere formality. After all, the newly constructed royal fleet had consumed vast sums of gold dragons, and Robert Baratheon had envisioned it as the largest fleet on the continent of Westeros, designed to solidify maritime dominance. Its combined strength had even surpassed that of the once mighty Iron Fleet. The fleet built by House Baratheon surpassed the Dragonstone fleet in scale, tonnage, and manpower, especially considering that many of the ships in the Targaryen fleet stationed at Dragonstone were outdated. In naval warfare, tactics, and soldier training were secondary. The foremost concern lay in the strength of the ships. A fleet sufficiently large and robust would prevail, relying on sheer power. The outcome of a confrontation between such a formidable fleet and an antiquated one was, of course, self-evident. Yet, Stannis had squandered the royal fleet in the sea, leaving Robert not only enraged but deeply threatened. For reasons unknown, Robert, having sat upon the Iron Throne for merely 6 months, had undergone a significant transformation from the fearless and valiant Lord of Storm's End. This change was not limited to his physique. Now, in a fit of anger, he demanded the mobilization of all nobles loyal to him to attack Dragonstone. Hearing the king's words, Grand Maester Pycelle stood frozen in shock. Though everyone in the Red Keep recognized the king's boisterous and reckless nature, they could not have anticipated such madness from Robert. A mere small island, with its harsh environment and sparse population, was nothing more than a fishing village. Did such a minuscule place warrant the king's considerable resources and the summoning of all vassals for an attack? "Your Majesty," Pycelle stammered nervously, his lips quivering as he attempted to counsel. At that moment, the silent captain of the King's Guard interjected, "Your Majesty, Sir Bollistan Selmy," hand resting firmly on the hilt of his sword, his pristine white cloak trailing on the ground, furrowed his brow as he gazed into the king's eyes. "The only ones who fled to Dragonstone are a pair of orphans. They pose no threat to your position. Currently, from the wall to the south, nearly all of Westeros lies under your control, and with Prime Minister Jon Arryn soothing Dorne, I believe the Seven Kingdoms will soon be unified. The orphans on Dragonstone, devoid of allies and resources, possess only a dilapidated fleet and cannot threaten the safety of Westeros. There is no need for you to launch a grand campaign over a defenseless child and woman. Doing so would tarnish your honor. Though he now served House Baratheon, Ballystan had never disclosed to anyone that he had sworn an oath. If he ever saw Robert smile upon the display of Rhaegar's children's corpses by Tywin Lannister, he would never pledge fealty to Robert. Moreover, nothing in this world could prevent him from taking Robert's life. The code of chivalry he adhered to forbade harming women and children. However, Ballistan's words ignited Robert's fury like a spark to a powder keg. If I failed to clarify this before, let me reiterate, roared Lord Ballystan Selmy. I want them dead. I want the mother and son to perish together. I refuse to allow any spawn of the vile dragon to continue existing in this world. The enraged King Robert resembled a wrathful bear, his coarse fur bristling, saliva spraying as he glared at Ballystan, hoping to intimidate him with sheer force. Yet, the White Knight remained undeterred, his brow furrowed, steadfastly meeting the king's gaze. Meanwhile, Grand Maester Pycelle, horrified by the escalating confrontation, trembled as he urged, "Your Majesty, the Seven Kingdoms lie at your feet. You can easily summon countless knights. However, horses cannot traverse the sea." The elderly Maester aligned himself with the captain of the King's Guard, not out of a sense of honor, but rather because he believed Robert was overreacting, despite not opposing the idea of eliminating Queen Rhaella and Prince Viserys to prevent future threats. He had even received news that Viserys had already been crowned on Dragonstone. Nevertheless, he felt Robert was being excessively dramatic. Moreover, there exists a pressing concern that has been the subject of our previous discussions, the fact that the Baratheon dynasty currently lacks a fleet, which is precisely why they are exerting considerable effort to construct one. With the recent obliteration of a newly formed royal fleet, the Baratheons have temporarily relinquished their aspirations of maritime dominance. Archmaester Pycelle's voice quivered as he spoke. The fleet of Count Redwine has suffered losses and has since returned to Dragonstone for recuperation. As for the Iron Fleet, it appears that you have overlooked the fact that Balon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands has yet to arrive in King's Landing to acknowledge your sovereignty. While relaying the current predicament to King Robert, Pycelle carefully chose his words, attempting to avoid inciting the king's ire. He elucidated that King Robert now commands no battle-ready fleet, leaving the sea a realm where the remnants of House Targaryen can traverse unchallenged. The following day, news of the royal fleet's demise at the harbor spread like wildfire within King's Landing, igniting an uproar akin to the detonation of thunder. Whispers of the Targaryens' imminent resurgence echoed throughout the city. Meanwhile, in the distance, Viserys and the victorious fleet from Dragonstone commenced their journey homeward. With a resounding splash, the warships cleaved through the tranquil sea, gliding gracefully beneath the afternoon sun. The ocean, tranquil post-storm, resembled a poised maiden. Its surface as smooth as glass reflecting the golden rays of sunlight, while the gentle sea breeze caressed the boy's cheek like a tender hand. Viserys stood atop the highest deck of the Black Death, embracing the caress of the sea wind, his silver gold curls dancing in the breeze, his youthful visage radiating serenity. For the first time since his arrival in this world, he felt a slight easing of the burdens that had long weighed upon him. Unlike the previous counsel from the old Maester, this time Viserys genuinely sensed a respite from the constant threat that had once pricked at his back. At least, following this battle, the immediate danger had been temporarily alleviated, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief and gain a moment of respite. As they neared Dragonstone, jubilant cheers erupted from the soldiers on the lower deck, for they had caught sight of the familiar island, realizing that home was within reach. In truth, the ranks of this fleet were not predominantly composed of men from Dragonstone. Rather, they were chiefly drawn from the noble houses surrounding King's Landing, with many soldiers recruited in this area. Some even hailed from distant lands, such as the Westerlands, the Reach, and Storm's End, including a few mercenaries from the eastern continent across the narrow sea. For these soldiers, the concept of home had long become nebulous. They were impoverished folk, born into an era where, unless one was noble, ascendance was nearly impossible. Being tall and strong enough to serve as a soldier was deemed a commendable path, providing them the chance to plunder others without fear of banditry. For instance, aspiring to don a gold cloak in King's Landing not only required physical prowess, but also necessitated a substantial bribe to the recruitment officer, a sum considerable for commoners. Now, the soldiers rejoiced, for they were finally returning to Dragonstone, Having survived this campaign, and the prolonged life aboard the ships had rendered them numb. They yearned for solid ground beneath their feet. Viserys, too, felt a flutter of excitement within, his pale lavender eyes betraying his elation. With his hand resting on the railing, the silver-haired boy turned to gaze towards the opposite side. According to the nautical charts, the fleet was making its passage near the point, navigating through the strait. One of the primary maritime routes between the eastern continent and Westeros. Is that Crow's Perch? Viserys inquired, standing on the deck, his youthful hands gripping the railing, peering at the island's silhouette emerging upon the horizon. Indeed, your grace, a soldier clad in leather armor with a long sword at his side. His round face exuding a certain charm, promptly affirmed. Presently, the old knight was resting within the cabin, while accompanying Viserys was an official tasked with handling administrative matters. The old knight had replaced his previous guards, entrusting the slightly portly official with Viserys' safety and answering his inquiries. The rationale behind the knight's arrangement remained unclear. Perhaps the former guards were deemed inadequate, or perhaps Viserys had an abundance of questions. Now, within the fleet's line of sight, the outline of an island emerged, prompting the soldiers' cheers as they recognized it. Prior to their departure, the impending storm had rendered visibility at sea quite poor, preventing Viserys from spotting this island so close at hand. Nevertheless, he was aware of its name, Crow's Perch. This island was originally a vassal of the Duke of Dragonstone, belonging to the Velaryon family, who shared Valyrian blood. They had historically maintained close ties with House Targaryen through frequent intermarriages. Although this connection waned after the reign of Aegon III, the Velaryons were once among the maritime sovereigns of Westeros. Yet they suffered grievous setbacks during the Dance of the Dragons, leading to their eventual decline. These were insights imparted to Viserys by the learned Maester Daniel, who had urged him to thoroughly study the histories of the noble families, memorizing their sigils and mottos. Currently, the Velaryons had not overtly aligned themselves with the usurper, yet they simultaneously rebuffed the summons from Dragonstone, appearing to remain neutral observers. Viserys recalled that when he and his mother first arrived at Dragonstone, Queen Rhaella had summoned all the vassals of Dragonstone, yet no one had heeded her call. Crow's Perch, though in close proximity to Dragonstone, had offered no response, as if it had neither heard nor seen. Viserys understood the choice made by this distant relative. However, in expressing comprehension, he remained cautious of this neighbor's potential treachery. The Velaryons also possessed a fleet. At that moment, a voice resonated from behind Viserys and the official. The old knight emerged from the cabin, having overheard their conversation, prompting both individuals on the deck to turn. Maester Velaryon is also a man of war, Sir Joffrey remarked, his graying hair tousled by the wind, his weathered face marked with age spots, one hand resting on his belt as he gazed into the distance. Unfortunately, the fleet may have already met its demise beneath the waves, and Lord Mayford has likewise lost his courage. Viserys discerned the faint mockery in the old knight's tone, piquing his curiosity, yet he refrained from probing further. This unprecedented tempest had obliterated any vessel that dared to traverse these waters, even a mere plank of wood, and many islands had succumbed to the deluge of tidal waves. The words of the old knight served as a reassurance to Viserys, indicating that he need not concern himself with the Velaryon family. It seemed he discerned an underlying message within Viserys' utterances. The Targaryen fleet sailed past Driftmark, but refrained from landing or extending any form of greeting. Yet this maneuver left the island's inhabitants in a state of trepidation. Standing on the deck at the closest point to the isle, Viserys finally beheld the panicked figures atop the castle, a crowd of heads peering anxiously in their direction. They feared that the Targaryen fleet might plunder Driftmark due to their previous silence. However, neither Ser Geoffrey nor Viserys harbored such intentions. The fleet's proximity to Driftmark served merely as a formidable warning to those with nefarious designs on the island. It was advisable to make prudent choices. Subsequently, the Targaryen fleet set sail towards the horizon. Driftmark lay in close proximity to Dragonstone, merely 30 nautical miles away. Within half a day's time, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the fleet finally broke through the crimson haze of the sea, returning to Dragonstone. The expedition's return naturally caused a stir upon Dragonstone. In truth, news of this great victory had already spread like wildfire on the wings of ravens during the fleet's journey home. Initially, it created quite a commotion in King's Landing. With its dense population, any gathering could lead to chaos, and the news traveled rapidly. The Gold Cloaks, having scarcely had a moment's respite, once again descended into frenzied activity, arresting individuals left and right. Soon, the news began to disseminate from King's Landing. Carried by merchant ships that docked at Dragonstone for rest, arriving even more swiftly than the Targaryen fleet itself. The Targaryen fleet had obliterated all Baratheon vessels in the battle at Shipbreaker Bay, yet rumors, once exchanged by word of mouth, morphed into various unreliable versions. One tale claimed that the Targaryen royals had awakened the slumbering dragon lords of Illyria on Dragonstone, while another asserted they had unearthed treasures left behind by their ancestors. The most fantastical account suggested that young Prince Viserys had performed a blood sacrifice on Dragonstone to awaken a skeletal dragon, personally commanding it to reenact Aegon's conquest of Westeros. Incinerating Storm's End. Nevertheless, amidst the multitude of rumors, the most credible remained that Viserys truly stood before the eyes of the people. As the fleet docked at the harbor and underwent the necessary adjustments to secure the ships, Viserys stood at the bow, flanked by numerous soldiers, awaiting disembarkation. His silver-gold hair billowed in the breeze, and the boy, clad in leather armor, appeared remarkably gallant, with his pale violet eyes cast toward the distance. He lowered his gaze to the crowd below. As the epicenter of the storm, Dragonstone had suffered grievously. Within Viserys' line of sight, the island appeared drastically altered from his memories. Trees lay torn asunder, the soil churned into muck, and the once bare island now seemed more jagged, as though mercilessly ravaged. In the distance, the volcano continued to belch thick clouds of white smoke, with several rocks having tumbled down the slopes, severely impacting the small fishing village not far from the harbor. Debris from the mountains still lingered within the village, obliterating homes and the meager arable land. Within the village, Viserys observed many homes adorned with white cloth, indicating that families had lost loved ones during the tempest. This small fishing village constituted the sole source of population on Dragonstone, their livelihoods reliant on the port for fishing. Now, the once vibrant harbor lay in ruins, with scattered planks floating upon the water. Viserys withdrew his gaze to the scene below, where soldiers were diligently engaged in repairs, vociferously coordinating efforts to secure the warships to the shore. Among the welcoming crowd stood Ser Shad, the steward and lord of Dragonstone, whose countenance appeared strangely troubled. Beside him was the former master-at-arms of the Red Keep, Ser Willem Darry, who had risked his life to protect Princess Rhaena and her children. The two stood at the forefront, with Ser Willem holding the hand of the young girl, Rhaenys, while their retinue of servants and soldiers trailed behind. As Viserys looked down from the ship, he followed the procession behind Ser Geoffrey, surrounded by a throng of soldiers as they descended from the Black Death. Each footfall echoed upon the wooden gangplank, step by step. Upon reaching the dock, the gathering crowd fell into a profound silence, kneeling en masse as they beheld the silver-haired boy disembarking. Viserys, momentarily taken aback by this unexpected display, pondered the reason for such reverence. Just as he prepared to inquire, he was interrupted by Rhaenys, who had slipped from Ser Willem's grasp and rushed to embrace him tightly. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she clung to him, and Viserys felt his shoulder dampen with her sorrow, an unsettling premonition stirring within him. As the sun set, the boy knelt on the ground, holding Rhaenys close, his cracked lips pressing together in contemplation. He opened his mouth, seemingly on the verge of speaking, yet ultimately chose silence. By the time the fleet reached Dragonstone, evening had already fallen. The unloading of spoils, coupled with the extensive damage inflicted upon the harbor by the storm, necessitated the securing of the warships before any disembarkation could occur, consuming considerable time until darkness enveloped the island. The group traversed the rugged, winding mountain path, torches illuminating their way. Flanked by fully armored guards protecting their young king, the flames danced in the wind, casting elongated shadows. Silence prevailed among the party. The triumph of victory failed to dispel the cloud of gloom, as they marched with their mouths closed and hearts heavy. As the island's nighttime chill settled in, Viserys wrapped himself in a black cloak. His silver-gold hair cascaded over the soft fabric, swaying gently in the breeze, while his right hand clasped Rhaenys' small hand firmly. At this moment, after a prolonged silence since disembarking, Viserys finally parted his lips to speak. It was as if he had sensed something amiss, yet hesitated to voice his thoughts. Unable to contain himself any longer, he turned to the master-at-arms walking beside him. My mother. Queen Rhaena did not come to the port, he surmised, intuition guiding him toward the truth. After all, this was a fate long foretold. He had once endeavored to alter it, to mend his mother's heart, to untangle her burdens, and even to coax laughter from her lips. Yet, the capriciousness of fate had conspired against him, and many events that had not transpired in his memories now unfolded in this stark reality. Queen Rhaena was subjected to a series of shocks and tribulations, including the death of the old bachelor and the subsequent assassination attempts. The tutor's expression grew somewhat somber as he absorbed the weight of Viserys' words. He silently shook his head, refraining from voicing his thoughts, yet Viserys understood everything. His heart plummeted, struck as if by a heavy blow, descending into the abyss of despair. He had long anticipated this moment, had sensed its approach. However, when a reality manifested before him, it dealt a profound blow to his emotions. As Viserys ascended the next stone step, he abruptly halted halfway up the slope. One hand grasped Rhaenys's, yet it trembled slightly, as if his frail body were overcome by a chill. Bending over as he stifled a cough with the other hand covering his mouth, he fought against the shadows cast by the torchlight, striving to suppress his tears, unwilling for Rhaenys and those around them to witness his sorrowful visage. Ultimately, however, his efforts proved futile, and tears cascaded from his eyes. Chapter 45, The Burial. Beneath the profound darkness of night, Viserys stood quietly upon a mountainside. The black velvet cloak billowed in the wind, his slightly wavy hair brushing against his pale lavender eyes. This was the sunlit slope of the active volcano on Dragonstone, and as summer's heat enveloped the island, Queen Rhaenyra's body could not be preserved, necessitating her burial before Viserys' return. As the acting Lord of Dragonstone, the appointed steward of Prince Rhaegar, an illegitimate son from Dorne, led the island's inhabitants in laying Rhaenyra to rest, honoring the life of a queen who had traversed a tumultuous path. Her motherly spirit, lively and cheerful, was meant to accompany the sun, the gentle breeze, and the white clouds. Standing at the forefront, Viserys spoke abruptly, his voice carried by the wind to distant places. Above Rhaenyra's gravestone, billowing white smoke rose. Fire and blood, the motto of House Targaryen, resonated with Rhaenyra's choice to dwell alongside flames and death, a decision Viserys found no cause to contest. Positioned at the forefront, surrounded by a throng of guards, Ser Shad, the acting Lord of Dragonstone, stood just behind him, his head wrapped in a yellow scarf. Fine lines etched around his eyes deepened as he squinted slightly, gazing at Viserys' silhouette with a look of contemplation. The observant tutor, standing beside him, noticed this and furrowed his brow, casting a penetrating glance at the knight. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately refrained, redirecting his gaze toward Queen Rhaenyra's gravestone. Viserys, before the gravestone, offered no further words, simply sitting in silence for a moment before rising again. He appeared even more composed than when he first received the news, devoid of overt emotion, save for the grief concealed deep within. "Let us depart," the silver-haired boy said calmly, tilting his head slightly. Under the torchlight, one side of Viserys' handsome visage was illuminated, while the other remained shrouded in darkness, save for his exceptionally bright eyes. "Yes, your majesty," the guards promptly responded, their address to him having shifted from your highness to your majesty without him noticing. Yet, Viserys paid no heed to this change. A title without power mattered little. Whether prince or king, it bore no distinction. He cared not for an empty title. Indeed, if it were possible, he would gladly relinquish such distinctions to live as an ordinary man. However, reality would not permit such a choice. Even if he renounced the title of king, as long as he bore the Targaryen name and the blood of dragon lords coursed through his veins, the Baratheon family would never cease their pursuit. Viserys could not evade his fate. Avoidance would not even afford him a dignified demise. Thus, he resolved to confront his adversaries bravely, wielding sword and fist, even resorting to biting if necessary, to continue the struggle for survival and secure a place for himself. Viserys. It was then that the tutor, who had remained silent behind him, spoke unexpectedly. "There is something I must address." William Dane interjected, momentarily forgetting to address Viserys as your majesty. The acting Lord of Dragonstone felt his throat constrict, seemingly swallowing hard, and then reached for his waist. Among the guards holding torches, a few exchanged anxious glances, their tension palpable. Hearing the tutor's voice, Viserys turned his head slightly to regard him. His silver-gold hair, gently tousled by the wind, framed his forehead. Observing the tutor's hesitance, he raised a hand to interrupt him. "I am aware of the matter you wish to discuss." "My lord," Viserys interjected, "I am weary now. We can speak tomorrow." The tutor opened his mouth to respond, but was cut off by Viserys, momentarily stammering. Their eyes met, and he saw an unusual depth of color in the boy's lavender gaze. Viserys claimed to know. How could he, having just returned? "Is that so?" The tutor's brow furrowed slightly, yet after careful consideration, he ultimately decided against pursuing the matter further. After a brief exchange of glances with Viserys, he chose to trust the boy's judgment. Meanwhile, the guards and Ser Shad exhaled quietly, their previously tense hearts finally at ease. They remained unaware of what this former tutor from the Red Keep intended to convey to Viserys or whether he had discerned their plans. However, now is not the time to act on such schemes. In the confined skirmishes, William Dane's swordsmanship posed the greatest obstacle to their plans. The former Red Keep tutor's brilliance was overshadowed by his brother, a member of the Kingsguard, yet William Dane's skill should not be underestimated. His brother, John Dane, the former Kingsguard of Aegon II, might not fare well against him either. Such a knight, capable of combat, even in his current weakened state, would be beyond the capacity of the few assembled. Moreover, they were outnumbered. Subsequently, this motley crew, each with their own motives, descended from the active volcano and returned to Dragonstone Keep. Viserys, fatigued from a day spent without rest aboard the ship, felt the weight of exhaustion as the clock approached the witching hour. Yet the silver-haired boy remained resolute in his decision to take a fleeting glance at his sister, Daenerys Targaryen, who was being cared for by a wet nurse of unknown origin, the girl who would one day become renowned. Viserys entered the nurse's chamber, where a native woman of Dragonstone, who had recently given birth and was now endowed with milk, had been summoned by the guards to nourish Princess Daenerys. The silver-haired boy stood before the diminutive crib, mustering his weary spirit to earnestly observe the infant swaddled in soft linens. A hint of silvery short hair adorned her wrinkled, unappealing face, yet her large, bright eyes sparkled with life. Their gazes locked. She spotted Viserys and, for reasons unknown, erupted into a fit of giggles, reaching out her tiny hands as if to grasp this little adult before her. At the sight of Daenerys' smile, Viserys felt a wave of fatigue lift from his countenance. He gently raised his hand to hold his sister's tiny one. Chapter 46, The Traitor. As Viserys clasped Daenerys' small hand, an overwhelming sense of kinship surged within him, a testament to the bond of blood. This is the essence of familial ties. The infant's wrinkled face lit up with joy, her laughter ringing out in delight. Though she could not yet comprehend who this boy was, the instinctive closeness embedded in her lineage whispered to Daenerys that he would be one of the most cherished individuals in her life. Viserys, standing by the crib, playfully teased his sister for a moment before stifling a yawn. The toll of their long journey had left him utterly exhausted, prompting him to cease his playful antics and straighten up. Beside the crib stood a young woman, freckled and with a noticeably ample bosom, a clear indication of her ability to nurse. She was the wet nurse summoned by the guards to care for Daenerys. Yet, at this moment, the nurse appeared somewhat flustered. This was her first encounter with a significant figure since arriving at the castle, as even the seemingly lofty regent and armored knights stood obediently behind the boy. Viserys' gaze fell upon the nurse, his pale violet eyes scrutinizing her, appraising her from head to toe. With his mental prowess having surpassed the threshold of 20, his gaze seemed to carry an inherent weight, causing those who met his eyes to involuntarily flinch. The well-proportioned nurse swallowed hard, never having imagined that one day she would be intimidated by the gaze of a mere boy. The room fell into a hushed silence, a momentary stillness enveloping them. Then, the boy's voice, melodious and clear as a mountain spring, broke the quiet. A reward. Viserys reached into his pocket, intending to retrieve a few silver stags to bestow upon the nurse in gratitude for her dual service of nurturing his sister while sharing her milk with Daenerys. However, to his chagrin, he fumbled through his pockets, realizing he had distinctly remembered possessing several silver stags, having played with them before dozing off in the ship's cabin the previous night. Had they perhaps slipped beneath the bed in his exhausted state? Such a loss was regrettable. To misplace his coins aboard the vessel. Internally, Viserys resolved to retrieve that money the following day. Yet, more pressing was the need to alleviate the awkwardness of the moment. As Viserys' crisp voice rang out, the others in the room shivered slightly, taken aback by the boy's sudden inclination to be generous. However, as he continued to search fruitlessly, the atmosphere shifted palpably. The occupants exchanged glances, the tension thickening. Viserys' small face remained taut, betraying no sign of distress, an unexpected calmness settling over him. Yet, while he aimlessly continued to rummage in his empty pockets, his mind raced, seeking a way to ease the discomfort. "My lord," a voice broke through the silence, belonging to Sir Willem, who stood behind Viserys. Unable to endure the awkwardness any longer, he interjected. He was well acquainted with his young protege, and had quickly surmised that Viserys was likely without funds. The instructor then produced a golden dragon from his own pocket and handed it to the boy. Viserys released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding and cast a grateful glance at his mentor. Clearing his throat, he stroked the intricate engraving on the gold coin, suppressing his reluctance, and presented the gleaming dragon to the nurse. The nurse was taken aback, for the value of a golden dragon could easily secure her a position in a modest home in King's Landing. After rewarding the nurse, Viserys turned to the others present and spoke abruptly. Sir Willem, given the previous incident, I harbor concerns for Daenerys' safety. The previous incident referred to the mercenaries who had stealthily infiltrated Dragonstone a few months prior, attempting an assassination. Perhaps you might consider staying here tonight. Daenerys and her nurse were accommodated in the room once belonging to Queen Rhaella, where ample space remained for Sir Willem, while Viserys would remain in his former chamber. He hoped his mentor could ensure his sister's safety. The middle-aged instructor, his hair slightly curled, paused at the boy's request, slightly taken aback, yet after a moment's hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Very well. He was uncertain why Viserys had suddenly made such a proposal, but he sensed there was more to it than met the eye. As night deepened, Viserys, having checked on his sister, finally retreated to his own chamber to rest. The castle fell into a profound silence, seemingly enveloped in slumber. Yet in the distance, toward the harbor of Dragonstone, Sir Geoffrey donned his armor, accepting a long sword from a soldier and securing it at his waist. A portion of the fleet's robust soldiers accompanied the old knight, and rather than mount steeds, they proceeded on foot toward Dragonstone Keep, extinguishing all torches along the way. Within the castle, Viserys returned to his bedroom, not bothering to remove his leather armor. He merely pulled the covers over himself, extinguished the candle with a breath, and succumbed to a deep sleep. Time passed, and the distant chimes of the clock in the sept signaled the hour. A faint light began to illuminate the horizon, heralding the arrival of dawn, the time when weariness and fatigue enveloped all. The sentry, having stood watch throughout the night, stifled a yawn. Yet at that very moment, a shadow darted forth from the darkness, one hand clasping a dagger while the other muffled the guard's mouth. In a swift motion, the blade plunged deeply into the sentry's throat. The sharp steel pierced effortlessly through flesh. The guard's eyes widened in terror. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at his assailant. He never anticipated that this figure would abruptly turn on him with lethal intent. Before he could fully comprehend the gravity of the situation, darkness enveloped him, and his lifeless body crumpled to the ground. The acting Lord of Dragonstone, a bastard from Dorne, wiped the splattered blood from his face, his expression twisting into a ghastly visage as several Targaryen guards flanked him. Following the fleet's decisive victory at Shipbreaker Bay, they recognized the urgency of their situation. Further delay would inevitably lead to exposure. A profound sense of crisis weighed heavily upon them, culminating in their resolve to execute their plan at this dawn's first light. Charge with me. Slay the wretched offspring of the dragon. Chapter 47. Threads of Evidence. In the stillness of night, Viserys lay in his chamber, reclining on the soft expanse of his bed, slumbering peacefully. His silver-gold hair cascaded across the pillow, and the boy possessed a complexion that evoked envy, delicate skin, a handsome face flushed with a rosy hue, and lips gently pressed together. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted within the castle, faint shouts echoing before transforming into the clangor of combat, accompanied by cries of anguish. The dawn's first light began to creep across the horizon. Viserys had barely closed his eyes, having slept for only a few hours, when the tumultuous sounds roused him from his slumber. His long lashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his gem-like lavender eyes. Damn it! Viserys tossed aside the soft covers and sat up, his silver-gold hair cascading over his shoulders. Initially, confusion and impatience flickered in his gaze, but he shook his head, dispelling the irrelevant thoughts from his mind. The clamor outside intensified, the sound of clashing weapons drawing nearer. And in an instant, he grasped the unfolding situation. Has it begun? The last vestiges of sleep fled from Viserys, and he became acutely aware. In truth, he had long been privy to whispers of Ser Sharn's treachery, having detected subtle signs well before. The death of Maester Daniel had raised numerous suspicions, suggesting foul play. In his final moments, the old Maester had grasped Viserys' hand, whispering warnings of disloyalty within the castle, urging him to exercise caution. The old Maester had lived a long life, esteemed in this era, having traversed many paths and encountered countless individuals. After personally mentoring Viserys for several months, he arrived at a conclusion he had never divulged to another soul, one that seemed almost incredulous. He believed that Prince Viserys was more exceptional than Prince Rhaegar. This sentiment diverged from the views of many, yet the old Maester remained steadfast in his judgment. He had once taught Rhaegar and later instructed Viserys, spending far more time with the former than the latter. Rhaegar, undeniably wise, possessed intellect confined within certain boundaries, perhaps those of his era or of this world. The old Maester had previously seen no fault in this, marveling at Rhaegar's brilliance. However, upon engaging with Viserys, he was astonished to discover the boy often articulated thoughts that transcended the confines of his time, even surpassing the limitations of this world. Some of these notions were revolutionary, others impractical, yet many bore extraordinary significance. The old maester prided himself on his extensive reading, having delved into texts from the Age of Heroes to various contemporary works. Nevertheless, Viserys' ideas never conformed to such frameworks, which only served to amplify their greatness. This is why, in his final moments, the old maester chose to confide in Viserys rather than Queen Rhaella. He believed Viserys would excel beyond his mother. Viserys, in turn, honored the old maester's dying hope by keeping this knowledge to himself, even from his mother. His concern was not that she would betray the secret, but rather that her fragile mental state, marked by inexplicable outbursts of anger or sorrow, might be further disturbed. Thus, he quietly orchestrated his plans in solitude. However, diligence bore fruit. Following the old maester's death, Viserys discovered that the Ravenry responsible for external communications on Dragonstone had been tampered with. It appeared someone had seized the opportunity to relay messages following the old maester's demise. The perpetrator had been exceedingly cautious, leaving no trace for Viserys to identify them. Whether an individual or a group remained uncertain. Before embarking with the fleet, Viserys deliberately shared this information with Sir William. As his swordsmanship instructor, Sir William had once risked his life to save both Queen Rhaella and Viserys. Without him, Viserys would have perished long ago. So trust in William was unquestionable. Viserys hoped his mentor would remain vigilant for any signs of those who might reveal themselves in his absence. This was the reason for Sir William's hesitance in voicing his thoughts before Viserys. Yet, Viserys did not permit him to speak. He had already acquired intelligence through other channels, discerning the identity of the traitor lurking on the island. During the fleet's return journey, they intercepted a small vessel near the fringes of Dragonstone. The crew, spotting the formidable fleet approaching, hastily attempted to flee. However, seasoned sailors from the fleet pursued and ultimately cornered the vessel. Several aboard even attempted to take their own lives by jumping overboard, yet only one drowned, while the others were rescued. Following rigorous interrogation, the crew finally divulged their identities. All these individuals hail from King's Landing, where the acting Lord of Dragonstone, Sir Shadrack, has secretly pledged allegiance to House Baratheon. King Robert, seated upon the Iron Throne, has generously promised him a castle and the title of Count. However, due to the presence of a fleet stationed at Dragonstone, they are unable to directly hand over Queen Rhaella and her son. Thus, they remain in a state of waiting for the opportune moment. That moment arrives with the impending storm surge. They recognize it as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, hoping to exploit the fleet's vulnerability during the tempest or while departing the harbor to assassinate Queen Rhaella and Viserys and then make their escape. Yet, fate takes another unexpected turn. Viserys unexpectedly departs with the fleet from Dragonstone, leaving them unaware of its destination. Sir Geoffrey, known for his fiery temper and obstinacy, dismisses the acting lord entirely. Chapter 48. The rebellion unfolds. However, Viserys, as a scion of House Targaryen, possesses a life of far greater significance than that of Queen Rhaella, including the unborn child she carries, regardless of its gender. None of them are as pivotal as Viserys' head. Should they undertake this perilous plan only to eliminate Queen Rhaella while leaving Viserys alive, their endeavor would amount to utter failure, and the Iron Throne would not fulfill its promises, as the Targaryen heir would still draw breath. Thus, the illegitimate son from Dorne, along with the guards he has bribed, must continue to bide their time, waiting for Viserys' return. Then, news arrives of a resounding victory at Shipwreck Bay, where the Targaryen fleet has annihilated the Baratheon navy and returned triumphantly. In truth, Sir Shadrack finds himself cornered by Viserys, with even the prospect of remaining hidden slipping away. As the steward of the castle, he senses the undercurrents within Dragonstone. Perhaps someone has already caught wind of their machinations and is secretly investigating, inching ever closer to uncovering his treachery. The cooks he had previously bribed have already met their untimely demise at his hands, silenced forever. Yet, these measures prove insufficient. Shadrack's inner trepidation escalates with the news of the fleet's victory. He fears that exposure of his deeds will lead to a gruesome end. Consequently, in a desperate bid, he reaches out to the informant from King's Landing, revealing his intent to execute his plan on the first night following Viserys' return to Dragonstone. To slay him and the newly born Targaryen infant, he requests the dispatch of a small vessel to facilitate their escape. The illegitimate son, left with no choice, is now indifferent to the Targaryen fleet's return. His urgency dictates that if he does not act soon, they may be unmasked and face a fate worse than death. Abandoning the plan and fleeing would not only mean losing the castle and the title of count, but could also invite relentless pursuit by House Baratheon, condemning him to a life of exile on the continent of Essos. Thus, after weighing his options, Sir Shadrick resolves to make a fateful decision. Regrettably, the illegitimate son remains unaware that the reinforcements from King's Landing have yet to arrive at Dragonstone, and he inadvertently encounters the returning Targaryen fleet. Unable to abandon ship or leap into the sea, he is captured without resistance and subsequently betrays his own. Thus, Viserys learns even before disembarking that Sir Shadrick is the traitor on Dragonstone. However, Viserys refrains from immediately ordering his guards to execute Shadrick upon disembarkation. He surmises that if Shadrick intends to initiate a plot against him, he is surely not alone in his treachery. Therefore, he seeks to use this opportunity to draw out all conspirators, ensuring they are apprehended in one fell swoop. Failing to thoroughly exploit this chance to eradicate the threat would leave those conspirators lurking on the island, remaining a perpetual danger. This is the essence of Viserys' strategy. He has already conferred with the Old Lord, and Sir Geoffrey is set to lead a select band of elite from the fleet, alongside his own personal guards, to embark on a midnight mission to Dragonstone without raising alarm. Inside Dragonstone, arrangements have been made for allies to open the castle gates for them. Meanwhile, Viserys rises from his soft bed, listening to the clamor of battle outside. The guards within Dragonstone have been roused and rush out in haste. Unaware of the identity of their assailants, they initially assume it to be yet another incursion by mercenaries from across the narrow sea, akin to the events of months prior. To their astonishment, they find themselves under attack by former brothers-in-arms. The castle guards suffer numerous casualties in the ensuing chaos. A significant portion of the castle's guards are former soldiers loyal to Rhaegar Targaryen, deeply devoted to House Targaryen, yet a faction has already succumbed to Shadrick's bribery. Following the betrayal by their brethren, the guards of Dragonstone quickly deduce the identity of their enemies, and fueled by righteous anger, they brandish their swords to retaliate. A fierce melee ensues throughout the castle, echoing with the sound of clashing steel. Yet, amidst the turmoil, Viserys remains unexpectedly composed. Although he has only been in this world for less than a year, the boy has experienced a plethora of stimuli and excitement beyond that of his past life combined. Ambushes, assassinations, war, Viserys' blood still runs hot, yet the initial panic and anxiety have dissipated. It is often said in Westeros that a rookie becomes a veteran by surviving a battle and taking a life. The silver-haired boy has endured such trials, and now, when faced with danger again, he is far from helpless. Viserys sits calmly on his bed, adjusting his unremoved leather armor, with his short sword resting beside him. Additionally, within his chamber lies a formidable weapon, the crossbow left behind by the mercenary who once sought to assassinate him. Viserys believes that at this juncture, this weapon serves him best. In the face of potential threats, a boy wielding a sword pales in comparison to one armed with a drawn crossbow aimed at his adversary. At that moment, a knock sounds at his door. "Your Majesty," a guard outside calls out, wary that the young king has yet to awaken. These two fully armed soldiers are elite members temporarily reassigned from the fleet, replacing Viserys' original guards. Having served the Old Lord for many years, their loyalty is beyond question, allowing Viserys to rest easy. At that moment, Viserys pushed open the door and stepped out of his chamber. Although he did not harbor great fear regarding Sir Shadrick's rebellion, believing that his adversary could not stir significant turmoil, he remained acutely aware that his life was no longer solely his own. It represented the hopes of many who remained loyal to House Targaryen. Thus, according to the plan, Viserys was to be escorted from his bedroom, for it was undoubtedly the primary target of the insurgents' assault. The two of them would protect the young king as they made their way to the war room, while the elite naval forces arriving from outside the castle would immediately rush to the war room at the highest level, ensuring Viserys' safety before systematically extinguishing the rebellion within the castle. Let us proceed. Beneath the flickering flames of the corridor, Viserys maintained a serene expression, adjusting his collar slightly while holding a crossbow in his hands, and spoke in a calm voice. "Yes, Your Majesty," the two soldiers replied in hushed tones, positioning themselves around Viserys as they swiftly made their way to the highest tower of the castle. Chapter 49. The Source of Blood and Fire. Outside, the cacophony of battle cries echoed. The steady sound of footsteps resonated in the corridor. Flames danced atop the dragonclaw braziers as Viserys walked through, the approaching clamor from outside causing a chill to creep into his heart. He realized that he was not as composed as he had appeared. Initially, he had thought the rebellion was merely a minor farce orchestrated by Sir Shadrick and a handful of soldiers, easily quelled without much effort. However, He was taken aback to discover the extent of dissent within Dragonstone. There were far more soldiers harboring rebellious sentiments than he had anticipated. It dawned on him that he and his mother had been living under constant threat, unaware of the many eyes filled with malice watching over them, longing to claim the bounty for their demise. Even now, the mere thought of this sent a shiver through Viserys, quickening his heartbeat. Indeed, the Targaryens had fallen from grace, and it was now House Baratheon that occupied the Iron Throne. What assurance did he have that the guards remained steadfastly loyal to the Targaryens, unwavering in their allegiance? With this thought, Viserys tightened his grip on the crossbow, though he resolved that this time it would come to an end. All hidden traitors would be drawn out and captured. The silver-haired boy exhaled a breath of anxiety, only to realize that his palms were slick with cold sweat from gripping the crossbow too tightly. He was not as composed as he feigned. He too felt fear, the dread of unforeseen consequences, the fear of death, though he had improved his facade since the earlier days when he could not even pretend to be calm. The two soldiers flanking Viserys guided him through the corridor of the stone drum tower, ascending the stairs to the highest level of the fortress, where the war room, adorned with a map of Westeros, awaited. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The two guards stationed outside the war room's door recognized Viserys, clad in full armor. They clasped their fists to their chests in a slight bow. Viserys offered no further words, merely nodding to these loyal guardians of House Targaryen. Subsequently, the guards swung open the heavy brown wooden doors of the war room. Creak. Two soldiers from the fleet, along with Viserys, entered the war room. Clang. They secured the door with a bolt and barricaded it with furniture to prevent any unexpected traitors from breaching the room. Upon entering, Viserys made his way directly to the central throne, a seat once occupied by his mother, Queen Rhaella. Long before that, it had been the throne of Aegon the Conqueror and his two sisters, Visenya and Rhaenys, who had gazed down upon all of Westeros with their 3 fierce dragons. Now, it was Viserys who occupied this seat. He bore the titles of King of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, the ruler of the 7 kingdoms, and finally, Viserys Targaryen III. As the silver-haired boy settled into the weighty throne, he did not feel the coldness of its hard surface. Given that the previous occupant, Queen Rhaella, was with child, the throne had been adorned with luxurious, soft furs to ensure comfort. Viserys rested his hands upon the armrests, gazing down at the immense map table, intricately carved with the details of Westeros. The table spanned over 50 feet in length, its width varying from half that length to less than 4 feet at its narrowest point. The throne he occupied corresponded precisely to the location of Dragonstone on the map. Designed nearly 3 centuries ago with meticulous consideration, the throne's placement allowed for an unobstructed view of all of Westeros. King's Landing, Harrenhal, Storm's End, the Eyrie, Casterly Rock. Viserys' gaze leapt from Dragonstone to these principal cities of the realm. Recalling the histories of Aegon the Conqueror's campaigns that he had diligently studied at the behest of the Old Maester. These were the very routes taken by Aegon as he conquered Westeros. At the Battle of the Blackwater, 3 dragons had unleashed their fury upon the battlefield, their flames consuming the fields, spooking the horses, and obscuring the soldiers' vision with acrid smoke. This battle had resulted in the rout of a coalition force of nearly 55,000 men, led by Lord Loren Lannister of Casterly Rock and King Mern Garter9 of the Reach. As Viserys immersed himself in this historical reverie, visions of the legendary conflict flickered before his eyes. Yet the clamor from outside the war room jolted him back to reality. Kill the spawn of the dragon. Slay the son of the Mad King. The heavy wooden doors of the war room were barricaded by overturned furniture. Yet the cries of battle seemed alarmingly close. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of clashing weapons, the cries of battle, and the sickening thud of steel piercing flesh filled the air, accompanied by the agonized screams of wounded soldiers. It appeared that the last 2 guards stationed outside the war room had engaged the insurgents in combat. Bang! A resounding crash reverberated as if a soldier had collided with the door in the melee, causing the heavy wooden barrier to shudder slightly. But thanks to the obstruction behind it, it did not yield to the assault. Viserys was abruptly awakened from his reverie. His silvery golden hair fell against his pale cheek as he rested one elbow on the armrest of the throne, propping his chin upon his hand, and tilted his head slightly upward. He was startled awake by the blood-curdling cries of slaughter echoing from outside, his complexion paling ever so slightly, and the previously composed lavender eyes now betrayed an unmistakable flicker of fear. The boy gently closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and then opened them once more. The enemy had arrived at the threshold. "My lords," said Viserys, seated upon the throne, not rising but straightening his slight frame. He yearned to utter words of encouragement. Presently, Viserys found himself cornered, for behind a main seat in the war room loomed a vast terrace overlooking the sea, perilously high above the ground. To leap from it would be to embrace certain death. The boy's voice, feigning calm, still bore traces of trepidation. Yet he clutched the already drawn crossbow tightly, aimed at the main entrance. Should the enemy breach the door, he vowed that the first intruder would meet their demise. By all means, defend his majesty. Meanwhile, two steadfast soldiers of the Targaryen fleet unsheathed their swords, striking their shields as they stood resolutely flanking the throne, swearing that any traitor would have to step over their corpses to harm the young king. Chapter 50. Suppressing the Rebellion. The bravery of the two guards provided a slight boost to Viserys' morale. The silver-haired boy remained stationary upon the throne, his grip on the crossbow tightening. Bang! At that moment, the great door of the war room resounded with a thunderous crash, accompanied by the metallic clanking of armor, as if someone were forcefully battering against it. Viserys' heart constricted, cold sweat beading on his palms, yet his gaze remained unwavering, fixated upon the entrance. The boy could distinctly hear the labored breaths of the two young soldiers beside him, their anxiety palpable. They were not unafraid of death, yet they showed no signs of retreat. The sounds of battle raged outside. Thud! The sound of a long sword slicing through a throat was followed by a chilling scream. Crash! Chairs and tables were overturned, torches hurled to the floor, igniting into roaring flames. The fighting outside was ferocious. While the three concealed within the war room felt akin to prisoners awaiting the judgment of fate, uncertain of what awaited them when the door would finally yield. Life or death. The atmosphere within the war room was taut, almost palpable, with even breaths rendered cautious, beads of cold sweat streaming down brows. The time spent waiting for judgment felt like a torturous eternity. Yet, it was impossible to discern how long had passed. Bang! The heavy oak doors were struck once more with a resounding thud, and Viserys snapped back to attention, realizing he had momentarily drifted away. Since arriving on Dragonstone, he had often found himself lost in thought, experiencing inexplicable reveries, reminiscent of the moment he had been fixated on the map. This state of distraction appeared to be intensifying. However, upon regaining his focus, Viserys noted that the cacophony of battle had ceased. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, save for the persistent thuds against the door. As if nothing else had transpired. Had the fighting come to an end? Viserys sat up straighter, concentrating intently on the door, gripping his crossbow firmly. The cabinet blocking the entrance had been jarred open, a narrow gap forming. The door was on the verge of being breached. In the next instant, boom, several fully armored knights, wielding bloodied swords, savagely slammed their heavy shoulders against the war room's door. Splinters flew. The robust oak door was ravaged, becoming a lattice of holes, while outside, blood splashed across the ground like paint, a sight that could make one's head spin and complexion drain. The aroma in the air was so repugnant it threatened to induce vomiting. At that moment, Viserys' crossbow was triggered. Thwack! The sharp twang of the bowstring shattered the silence that followed the door's violent breach. The bolt, already knocked, soared forth with lethal intent, striking the black stone wall above the doorway, much to the horror of the knight who first charged into the war room. Bang! Debris scattered, dust settling upon the armor of two startled knights, leaving them momentarily disoriented. Your Majesty! At that moment, following the initial two knights, an elderly man clad in gleaming armor, a crimson cloak emblazoned with the Targaryen three-headed dragon billowing behind him, strode boldly into the chamber, a blood-soaked figure clutched in one hand. Thud, thud. The weighty footfalls of the elderly commander, Sir Geoffrey, met Viserys' gaze without flinching, despite the crossbow trained upon him. Remain calm. The object in the elder's grasp, resembling a blood-filled gourd, was revealed to be a man upon closer inspection. Blood trailed behind him in a gruesome path from the entrance to the center of the war room, where he was unceremoniously deposited before the colossal map table. Thud! The bloodied captive collapsed to the ground, silent as a heap of flesh, his chest rising and falling, betraying his continued breath. My apologies, sir. Viserys, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, rose from his seat with hands pressed against the armrests, addressing the elder knight and the two who had first burst through the door. He had been overly tense, and in a moment of instinctive reaction, had involuntarily loosed his arrow upon their entrance. Fortunately, he had managed to redirect the bolt just in time, preventing a grave error. His gaze then fell upon the bloodied figure brought in by Sir Geoffrey. Though nearly unrecognizable in his mangled state, Viserys immediately identified him as Ser Demon Shard, the appointed steward of Dragonstone and the mastermind behind the rebellion. He had long been bribed by those in King's Landing, lured by promises of wealth, a title, and a castle. coaxing Sir Daemon to betray House Targaryen and assassinate the innocent mother and child who had sought refuge on Dragonstone. However, Sir Daemon had hesitated, fearful that even if successful, he would not escape the clutches of the Dragonstone fleet, thereby missing numerous opportunities to enact his treachery. Until the tempest loomed, Viserys departed from Dragonstone alongside the fleet, missing the most opportune moment. Now, his final desperate struggle was quelled by the ever-prepared Viserys. All those he had bribed, guards, servants, and the spies from King's Landing, perished in this insurrection, marking a true and utter defeat. Would you like to personally interrogate him, Your Majesty? Two knights who had rushed in first lightly touched their chests, hesitant to accept Viserys' apology. The old lord, however, chose to disregard them entirely, standing before the map table and directly addressing the diminutive figure beside the throne. To personally interrogate him? Upon hearing the old lord's words, Viserys hesitated slightly, his curly locks framing his ears, lending him an air of innocent charm, before shaking his head. No, Lord Geoffrey. He stood beside the throne, subtly shifting to reclaim his seat, finding little interest in continuing to observe a bloodied figure. Yet, as if struck by a sudden thought, Viserys abruptly halted, turning to look at Sir Geoffrey, who stood at the map table, and spoke again. I wish to know what he has done. Please handle this matter, he added, but it is best to spare his life, that I may conclude it myself. Chapter 51. Interrogation. A worthy king ought not personally attend to such base criminals, Your Majesty. Yet, as the old lord stood before the map table, he furrowed his brow upon hearing Viserys' request, and replied, He will sully your hands. He could not fathom why Viserys wished to personally deal with this traitor, for such behavior, while permissible for anyone, was rather unbecoming for a king. It could even tarnish the monarch's honor. Moreover, Viserys was merely an 8-year-old child at this juncture. How old had Geoffrey been when he took a life? He could not recall, though it seemed he was around 16 or 17 in the bloom of youth. In a moment of impulsiveness, he had drawn his sword and slain a man in the street, staining his chest with blood. His hands had trembled then, even after years of diligent swordsmanship. He could barely grip the weapon after the act of killing. From that moment on, Geoffrey had left his family, his homeland, and even the land itself, reluctant to return to Westeros or speak of the past. And how old was Viserys when he undertook such deeds? Though this boy still panicked at the threat of death, he had now become capable of taking an enemy's life with an unflinching demeanor, without so much as a blink in passing judgment upon another's fate. While maturity is a virtue for a young king beleaguered by fate, it is acknowledged that Viserys bore a heavy burden, shouldering the responsibilities of restoring his house and reclaiming his kingdom, leaving him no room for mercy towards his foes, as such would be an act of cruelty towards himself. Nonetheless, Sir Geoffrey harbored fears that Viserys might one day evolve into a bloodthirsty tyrant, akin to his father, the Mad King, a title seldom bestowed upon monarchs throughout history. In truth, the young king was fortunate. The Targaryen name not only bestowed upon him a remarkable tangible fortune on Dragonstone, but also accumulated an invaluable reservoir of spiritual treasure. His mother, Queen Rhaella, Ser Daniel, and the Red Keep's master-at-arms, Sir William Darry, along with many loyal soldiers still devoted to House Targaryen, would lend their aid and guidance in crucial moments, aiding him through adversity and preventing him from straying from the path. As Viserys stood before the chair, he fell into a momentary silence upon hearing the old lord's words. Though he held deep trust in this elder, there were matters he felt should remain concealed within his heart. He could not elucidate to Sir Geoffrey the nature of the Dark Mist and the Valyrian script, nor could he clarify it even to himself, for he too was yet to comprehend what that Dark Mist truly was and the inexplicable connection it bore to Valyrian civilization. However, one thing he was certain of, it required life, necessitating that Viserys himself bring an end to a life. And it must be through a medium that could connect them. Indirect means, such as bows or crossbows, were utterly forbidden. He would extract something from the lifeless body, transforming it into the black mist, which would then merge into that swirling mass, serving to enhance his own being. My lord, after a moment of hesitation, Viserys organized his thoughts and raised his head to explain, I do not seek to personally execute a criminal, nor do I revel in the thrill of killing. He gazed at the elder before the map table, his delicate lavender eyes imbued with tranquility. Rather, I seek vengeance for Ser Daniel and the many innocents who perished in this insurrection. They died to protect me, and I must seek justice on their behalf. Initially, his tone wavered as he spoke the falsehood, but by the end, he grew increasingly composed, even locking eyes with the old lord. It was not that he had become more adept at deception. Rather, he had come to accept the rationale he had conjured. He ought to seek justice for those who had died unjustly, From the poisoning of the old scholar months prior to the mercenaries infiltrating the castle from Essos, to the two guards who had recently met their grim fate outside the gates, including the steadfast bodyguard who had never wavered by his side. Viserys felt a compelling urge to act. Sir Geoffrey, upon hearing Viserys' words, felt a twinge of hesitation. He sensed the presence of insincerity in the young king's voice. Yet the finality in his tone caused him to waver. Queen Riella was dead, and the scholar had perished even earlier. The old lord believed it was his duty to assume the role of a stern father, ensuring that Viserys would not stray down a misguided path. To do so would be to betray the hopes placed upon him by the queen and the scholar, and further, to dishonor the legacy of the noble Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, the Lord of Dragonstone, whom he had once followed. The Dragonstone fleet and the old lord's unwavering loyalty to the Targaryen banner stemmed from the prince's exceptional charisma. Yet now, they seemed to have acquired another reason for their allegiance, at least for the old lord, to nurture Viserys' growth. The young prince, displaying decisiveness, bravery, and wisdom, as well as his remarkable progress since becoming acquainted with the second prince, filled Sir Geoffrey with hope. He envisioned a future where the Targaryens would rise again, leading their forces across the seas to conquer the Seven Kingdoms, firmly establishing their dominion over Westeros. Thus it was decided. The elderly knight stood before the map table, gazing at Viserys before removing his gleaming, metallic helmet, marred by splotches of dried blood. Despite nearing 60 years of age, the muscles beneath his armor remained robust, a testament to his recent encounter where he personally dispatched a rebel. Sir Geoffrey, having taken off his helmet, revealed a head adorned with silver strands. Cradling the helmet in one hand against his breastplate, he nodded slightly. "I am at your service, your majesty." After bowing, Sir Geoffrey gestured for his soldiers to drag away the Dragonstone's acting lord, who was now merely a shell of life. "Find someone to tend to him. Keep him alive for now. We still require the information that wretched soul possesses." With that, he turned and departed without a backward glance. Observing Sir Geoffrey's actions, Viserys momentarily stood in stunned silence, then inhaled deeply, yearning to articulate something, yet ultimately refrained. The most pressing dilemma before Viserys was how to inherit the legacy left by his brother Rhaegar, for he bore the Targaryen name, but was merely an 8-year-old child. This age, fraught with the potential for dismissal, rendered it exceedingly difficult to command respect. What abilities did he possess that could compel the soldiers who once followed his brother to heed his commands? However, that question now appeared to be resolved, as Sir Geoffrey had just expressed his willingness to support him. Chapter 52. The Hallucinogen. The following midday, a beam of radiant sunlight filtered through the window, casting a square patch of light upon the floor, where motes of dust danced in the air. The outside world was alive with the thunderous roar of waves crashing against the rocks, an incessant symphony. The distant songs of fishermen floated in, now faint and hardly discernible within the castle's walls. White seagulls flocked atop the fortress, gazing into the horizon. All was now in the past. War, storms, rebellion. Only in the cracks of the castle's stone could one detect remnants of the dawn's slaughter. The surviving soldiers and servants busily scrubbed away the blood and remnants of flesh that lingered in those crevices. With a splash, soldiers poured buckets of icy water down, the stream cascading down the steps below, followed by servants fervently scrubbing with cloths. "Over here, clean it thoroughly." The old maid Sophia, who had fled from the Red Keep to Dragonstone, took charge, directing the servants in the cleansing of the castle. Amidst this fervent cleaning, Viserys finally stirred from his slumber. Raising a hand to rub the sleep from his eyes, his silvery gold hair tousled and curling, obscuring his beautiful gaze. The boy sat up, extending his arms in a languorous stretch, followed by a yawn. So tired, Viserys wished to succumb to sleep once more, but alas, Rhaenys would not permit such indulgence. Bang! 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 Just as Viserys was about to recline, a vigorous knocking at the door jolted him awake, the remnants of slumber fleeing his mind, leaving him acutely alert. "Hey, Viserys, it's time to rise. The sun is nearly upon your backside." A sweet, melodic voice called from outside, belonging to the girl who had been relocated by Viserys the previous night, thereby avoiding the chaos of the battle. In truth, the traitors had focused their attention on Viserys, the Targaryen heir. He was a boy, naturally a thorn in the side of the Baratheons. Damn it! The lively voice from beyond the door caused a slight throb in Viserys' head. Rhaenys was vivacious and delightful, her character effervescent, though still young. She exhibited early signs of a rebellious spirit, and without her mother's guidance, she had grown increasingly unruly. Viserys chose not to concern himself with her. Within the entirety of Dragonstone, no one could reign in this little princess. After responding, Viserys slowly dressed in his elaborate garments. Previously, Queen Rhaella had wished to assign a maid to assist him with dressing and bathing, but he had declined. He preferred solitude in his chamber, securing the door, as this afforded him a sense of safety, allowing him to sleep more soundly. Additionally, Viserys was not accustomed to having others dress him, even though he was merely an 8-year-old boy, with a form still adorably diminutive. Yet he possessed a strong sense of privacy, resolutely refusing to allow those older women to see him. Thus, he managed his daily life independently, standing before a silvered mirror. A swirl of black mist gradually enveloped the space, yet Viserys remained unfazed, continuing to adjust his collar while gazing into the mirror. This enigmatic black mist had accompanied him for over half a year. From initial fear and curiosity, he had come to accept its presence, dismissing it as he calmly arranged his attire. The mist continued to swirl, its dark tendrils dissipating into the air, exuding an aura of mystery that was invisible to others. Eventually, Viserys' gaze shifted from the silver mirror as he exited the chamber, the black mist trailing behind, slowly dissipating into the space it once occupied. "Hey, why did you wake up so late today?" As Viserys stepped out, a small girl with brown hair pouted and clung to his arm in complaint. Unaware of the events that transpired the previous night due to her absence from Dragonstone, Rhaenys had no inkling as to why Viserys had risen so late. In truth, he had only finished addressing all matters at dawn, allowing himself a brief moment to return to his chamber, remove his leather armor, and finally succumb to sleep. "Your Majesty, Lord Joffrey awaits you in the hall." A guard stationed outside, upon spotting Viserys, bowed slightly in greeting before speaking. Noticing Viserys' gaze shift, the guard glanced at Rhaenys and added quietly, "They say there are some leads regarding last night's events." Viserys paused momentarily, then his expression shifted to one of understanding. He comprehended the implications of the guard's words. It seemed that the captured bastard from the previous night had been persuaded to divulge information, and Sir Joffrey had hurried to inform him of this development. To the map room. After regaining his composure, Viserys entrusted Rhaenys to the guard's care. He was reluctant to expose the girl to such matters prematurely, as the incident from over half a year ago still cast a psychological shadow over Rhaenys. As her uncle, Viserys felt it his duty to extend his protective wings to ensure Rhaenys' safety. With purposeful strides, the young king made his way to the council chamber. Shortly thereafter, Viserys arrived to find the elderly lord waiting for him, and he soon received a shocking revelation from the man's lips. "What?" Viserys stood momentarily stunned, disbelief washing over him. "Are you implying that this despicable bastard administered a significant dose of hallucinogens to both my mother and me? Last night, Sir Joffrey had dragged Davis Hardback to camp like a lifeless dog, hanging on to his life while conducting an overnight interrogation. The wretch seemed to have abandoned all hope of survival, spilling everything he knew in one breath. This proxy Lord of Dragonstone had once bribed the cook to lace the meals of Queen Rhaella and Viserys with numerous hallucinogens, hoping to eliminate them silently and without drawing attention. After all, with the Mad King as a cautionary tale, the Targaryen bloodline was not without its madness. Rhaella's subsequent condition was evidently a result of the hallucinogens' effects. As for Viserys, even the traitor could not fathom why he remained unaffected. He had escalated the dosage significantly, yet Viserys exhibited no unusual symptoms. How could this be? Chapter 53, Execution. Indeed, the old lord was not clad in armor today, merely donning a gray robe, his countenance slightly somber as he nodded gravely. Then Viserys mused, somewhat bewildered, as he paced before the throne, his gaze losing focus. He recalled the last time he had seen his mother. Her mental state had deteriorated significantly, plagued by hallucinations, inexplicable outbursts of madness, shouting, and weeping. At that time, Viserys had attributed her erratic behavior to the strains of pregnancy compounded by prior traumas. However, it now appeared that everything could have been orchestrated. His mother should not have perished. Should she? Sir Viserys abruptly halted, turning to the old lord beside him. Yet, Sir Joffrey's expression remained grim, offering no answer, as if tacitly conceding the truth. Rhaella ought not to have died. Despite enduring relentless hardships, she had exhibited remarkable fortitude. After enduring countless abuses in her marriage to the Mad King, how could she possibly succumb to madness at this juncture? Viserys endeavored to recall the trajectory of events that were now irrevocably altered. His own mental state was gradually unraveling, his temper fraying, and even the gentle Daenerys erupted in fury when provoked. Was this the truth? Viserys stood frozen, staring blankly at the sky and sea beyond the throne, lost in contemplation. He should have recognized this sooner, yet he had not. Both he and Queen Rila had ingested hallucinogens, their minds warped by the substances, while Daenerys, still in utero, might also have been affected by the vile concoction. Yet, in the present, Viserys had also been administered a substantial dose of hallucinogens by the proxy Lord of Dragonstone. Yet he exhibited no signs of madness, only occasional fleeting visions. For instance, last night, seated upon the Conqueror's throne in the council chamber, he gazed at the map of Westeros, tracing the path once trodden by Aegon I, reminiscing about the tales the old maester had shared regarding the war. Ultimately, shadows of that conflict began to materialize in his mind, as if he were truly witnessing it unfold. In hindsight, it seemed the hallucinogens had ensnared him in a reverie. However, it was evident that the hallucinogens Viserys consumed were more potent than those ingested by Rila, yet their effects on him were far less pronounced. He experienced only mild auditory and visual disturbances, devoid of the complete mental breakdown that afflicted his mother. The old lord, standing beside the throne, observed Viserys lost in thought, his heart heavy with compassion. This situation was undeniably cruel. If Rila had perished in childbirth, it might have been more palatable, but she should not have died at all. She should not have been reduced to such a state, having been poisoned by someone who sullied honor with such despicable treachery against a pregnant woman and her child. The old lord's white hair was tousled by the wind as he took a deep breath. The vile usurper. He wished nothing more than to see him torn asunder. Yet, there remained a more pressing matter. Your Grace, the council chamber was enveloped in silence, and after a prolonged pause, the old lord finally broke the stillness. Perhaps it would be prudent to seek a healer to assess your current condition. There are no maesters left on Dragonstone, and the common folk lack access to the care afforded to the nobility, often relying on local healers and their knowledge of herbs. The medical arts on the continent of Westeros are, in fact, rather rudimentary. This underscores how remarkable it was for the old maester to have lived to the age of 80. They can manage simple ailments and injuries with herbal remedies. But for sword wounds, extreme measures such as boiling water, wildfire, or cauterization are employed. Should a wound begin to fester, maggots may be used to consume the decaying flesh, and sutures can be applied if necessary, along with salves containing mustard seed, nettles, and bread yeast to prevent infection. However, these must be accompanied by poppy milk or similar anesthetics to numb the pain. In the absence of poppy milk, physical methods of inducing unconsciousness are typically reserved for dire circumstances. All these remedies are for treating ailments and managing wounds. However, for Viserys' current predicament, there exists but one alternative: bloodletting. The maesters and healers believe that to purge the poison from the body, one must cut where necessary. As the venom coursed through his veins, it became imperative to draw forth the poison, to expel it from his body, allowing pure blood to reclaim its rightful place, thus facilitating the antidote's efficacy. Upon hearing Sir Geoffrey's words, Viserys felt a slight twitch in his cheek, as if haunted by a troubling memory, and he resolutely declined. There's no need for that. Sir, I feel quite well at present, and it would be unnecessary to trouble the physician. Without granting Sir Geoffrey the chance to speak further, Viserys shifted the conversation abruptly. I trust you are aware that only the drunken scoundrels, bastards, and women from the free cities would resort to such a weapon as poison. He gazed directly into Sir Geoffrey's eyes, a blaze of fury igniting within his own, leaving the elderly knight inexplicably unsettled under the scrutiny of those pale violet orbs. Equally, I comprehend your belief that a just king ought not to abuse punishment, even against one deemed a sinner by the Seven. However, I implore you to refrain from obstructing me further. With that, Viserys brushed past the old knight, striding down from the high seat. Simultaneously, he grasped the hilt of the sword at his waist, extracting a short blade that was merely a fraction longer than a dagger. The sound of metal unsheathed echoed sharply. For there is a matter I must attend to personally. The keen edge of the short sword glimmered ominously, and Viserys gripped the hilt tightly, his expression frigid. Devoid of warmth, the bastard, bound and helpless upon the floor, felt a surge of terror as he beheld the approach of the striking, silver-haired youth. Chapter 54, Bravos. Viserys personally ended the life of the bastard. Blood spilled onto the ground, saturating the round table hall with a pungent, metallic scent, causing several guards to avert their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Subsequently, the silent Sir Geoffrey signaled discreetly, prompting two guards to pinch their noses and step forward to drag the lifeless body away, leaving a long trail of blood in their wake, while servants hurriedly arrived with buckets to wash away the crimson stains. After avenging his mother by taking this life, Viserys inhaled deeply. The dark mist silently enveloped him, unnoticed by others. He then turned around. The old maid stood beside a stone pillar, and it was rather amusing that the soldiers present were so disturbed by the scene that they averted their gaze, while this woman bore witness to the entire affair. For the one who had caused the demise of Queen Layla, that once kind and spirited little girl, this was merely a matter of blood for blood. Clad in a gray robe and wearing a headscarf, the old maid spat vehemently, and upon seeing Viserys turn, she hastily retrieved a clean handkerchief from her sleeve and approached. "Your Grace." Viserys tilted his head slightly to regard the old maid, who had accompanied them from the Red Keep, enduring countless trials. "Thank you, Sophia." He nodded appreciatively and took the handkerchief from her sleeve to gently wipe the blood from his hands. At that moment, a guard entered, leaning close to Viserys to whisper a few words. "What?" Upon hearing the guard's message, a look of astonishment clearly flickered across Viserys' face. He returned the bloodied handkerchief to the old maid and turned to the guard beside him, asking earnestly, "Are you suggesting that a merchant ship from Braavos has arrived, bearing an individual who claims to be an emissary from Braavos?" The guard, seeing Viserys repeat the question, nodded quickly. Indeed, the young king's expression grew peculiar. Braavos. He was well aware of its significance. The city was the most unique and powerful among the free cities across the Narrow Sea, often referred to as the City of Secrets or the bastard daughter of Illyria, composed of a series of islands at the northwestern tip of Essos. Nestled at the confluence of the Narrow Sea and the Shivering Sea, it was no surprise that a Braavosi merchant ship would dock here, given that Dragonstone blocked the entrance to Blackwater Bay, forcing merchant vessels from the free cities to pass through this route for trade with King S Landing. In truth, the Targaryen fleet had not entirely sealed off Blackwater Bay, for such an action would cause only negligible harm to King S Landing while inviting too many enemies upon the Targaryens. However, he found it curious that Braavos would suddenly dispatch an envoy for a visit. Dragonstone and Braavos were separated by the Narrow Sea, a considerable distance, and there had been no prior contact. What could prompt such a sudden envoy? Could it be a ruse? This thought flitted through Viserys' mind. He was not inherently mistrustful. Rather, the recent events had instilled a sense of paranoia in him, making everyone seem like a deceiver, an infiltrator, or an assassin. Perhaps it would be prudent to allow him entry, to discern the intentions of this emissary from Braavos. "Your Grace," Sir Geoffrey interjected, having overheard the conversation with the guard, curious about the envoy's true purpose for coming. Viserys hesitated briefly in the hall before finally nodding. "Very well, let him come forth." "As you wish, Your Grace," the guard replied before departing. Subsequently, Viserys led everyone down from the Stone Drum Tower to the hall on the lowest level. This was a venue for receiving important guests, and Viserys regarded the Braavosi emissary with great significance. At this moment, the boy sat upon the cold stone throne, shafts of sunlight penetrating the hall, illuminating the dust, motes dancing in the air. The silver-haired boy adjusted his attire and donned the crown bestowed upon him by his mother, Queen Layla. The crown, crafted from pure gold and adorned with a formidable ruby, reflected the sunlight with a blazing glow, as if a flame were igniting at the center of his brow. Sir Geoffrey, commander of the Dragonstone fleet, sat beside the throne, his head tilted back, hands resting naturally upon his knees, his graying hair somewhat disheveled, patiently awaiting the arrival of the Braavosi emissary. Before long, a resounding boom echoed as the doors of the Dragonstone Great Hall were pushed open by the guards. The young king, seated upon the throne, fixed his pale violet gaze upon the entrance, while the guards stepped aside, revealing the figure standing behind them. A middle-aged man, clad in a gray-brown cloak, adorned in deerskin boots, and donning a string of wooden beads, presented a square-jawed visage framed by dark hair. Behind him stood a youthful swordsman, dressed in black attire, with a slender, delicate sword fastened at his waist. His hair appeared somewhat unkempt, suggesting a lack of meticulous grooming. Yet his eyes gleamed with an extraordinary sharpness, as if capable of piercing through the very souls of those he regarded. In Braavos, it was only the assassins who donned such garish clothing. As Viserys assessed the two figures before him, the elderly lord seated beside him leaned slightly closer and whispered an explanation into his ear. Geoffrey, having fled his family and homeland due to his past transgressions, had wandered far and wide, even venturing to the continent of Essos, where he had served as a mercenary, sailor, and even a tavern waiter. Braavos had once been a stop in his journeys, thus he possessed an intimate understanding of its customs. True men of wealth and formidable swordsmen, the faceless men, typically garbed themselves in black or dark hues, while the officials, judges, and magistrates of Braavos often wore monotonous gray-brown attire. Viserys, having heard the elder lord's subtle words, refrained from turning his head, but silently nodded, his gaze fixed upon the two men standing at the foot of the steps. The Bravosi envoy below also raised his gaze to scrutinize the young king seated upon the throne. He then slightly bowed and spoke, "Your Majesty." Chapter 55, The Letter. Yet, Viserys, seated upon the icy throne, did not rush to respond. The crown atop his head, adorned with fiery red rubies, caught the light, while his pale violet eyes continued to appraise the two figures below. A palpable silence enveloped the great hall. The guards of Dragonstone, gripping their spears tightly, fixed their gazes upon the two who claimed to be Bravosi envoys. At a mere command from Viserys, they could swiftly subdue the pair before them. To their minds, true envoys would invariably be clad in splendid garments, unlike the two present, one draped in plain gray-brown, and the other seemingly dressed as an assassin in black, complete with a cloak and a slender, almost toy-like sword typical of a woman's. Such a peculiar weapon was deemed impractical by the soldiers of Westeros. In the center of the hall, the two figures under the scrutiny of all appeared remarkably composed. The envoy in the gray-brown robe maintained a tranquil demeanor, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on Viserys, while the swordsman behind him rested a hand upon the hilt of his sword. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Viserys remained silent, scrutinizing the two men, attempting to discern their true identities and hoping to uncover any flaws in their facade. Before long, however, the envoy from Braavos faltered, feeling an inexplicable pressure as he locked eyes with the exiled boy king who had lost the Iron Throne. He was merely an 8-year-old child, after all. "Your Majesty." The middle-aged man in the gray-brown robe could not restrain himself from bowing once more, initiating the conversation. "We come from Braavos, under the command of His Grace, the Sea Lord, to pay our respects and to deliver a letter penned by His Grace himself." The envoy's accent and choice of words felt somewhat peculiar to those present, causing a slight discomfort. Nevertheless, Viserys appeared unfazed, his keen eyes fixated upon the envoy. A letter? Upon hearing of the missive from the Sea Lord of Braavos, he felt a modicum of belief in the envoy's claims. Yet he knew that only upon reading the letter could he truly ascertain its authenticity. However, he had further inquiries to make before hastily examining the correspondence. Seated upon the throne, Viserys caressed the frigid armrest with one hand, leaning slightly forward to adjust his posture. The crown above him glimmered in the sunlight as he spoke. "The envoy may speak in Valyrian. I am well versed." He recognized that while Braavos was not a member of the free cities of Valyria, it had indeed been established approximately 500 years prior to Aegon's landing by refugees escaping Valyrian subjugation. Thus, their mother tongue remained Valyrian. As the heir of House Targaryen, Viserys was thoroughly acquainted with the Valyrian language, rendering the use of the common tongue of Westeros unnecessary between compatriots. Moreover, the envoy's command of the common tongue was notably awkward, causing Viserys some discomfort in listening. "My apologies, Your Majesty, for my impoliteness." The Bravosi envoy, upon realizing Viserys could articulate in fluent Valyrian, felt a surge of both surprise and delight. He was relieved that he need not continue employing the cumbersome common tongue. Yet, he was also apprehensive, uncertain if Viserys had overheard his earlier whispers to the swordsman beside him, which could lead to dire consequences, even if reported back to the Sea Lord. He had presumed that since House Targaryen had conquered Westeros nearly 300 years ago, they had long abandoned Valyrian in favor of the common tongue, especially as Aegon I himself had converted to the faith of the Seven post-conquest. In reality, this envoy had never encountered a member of House Targaryen and was somewhat misinformed. The Targaryens had not forsaken Valyrian. However, Viserys had not heard the envoy's earlier murmurs. Given the distance from the throne and his lack of extraordinary hearing, the boy regarded the two envoys and continued, "Pray, introduce yourselves." Upon hearing Viserys' request, the leading envoy in the gray-brown cloak straightened his posture and bowed once more. "Your Majesty, I am Cleon Meisner, a municipal officer of Braavos. My duties primarily involve conveying the Sea Lord's edicts and overseeing the governance of this city, effectively serving as an aide to the Sea Lord in matters of policy." The envoy then turned to introduce the swordsman beside him. "This is Ser Silio Frel, the Sea Lord's personal guard and the chief swordsman of Braavos." The black-clad swordsman, upon being introduced, bowed slightly and finally spoke, "Your Majesty." Viserys found the name Silio Frel vaguely familiar, as if he had heard it before, although he was momentarily unable to recall the specifics. The elder lord beside him, assuming Viserys was unaware of the significance of the title of chief swordsman, leaned in once more to whisper an explanation. "Your Majesty, I am familiar with this name. As the chief swordsman of Braavos, Sirios Farrell is regarded as the finest swordsman of the city at present. These individuals possess extraordinary insight, and their foremost duty is to ensure the safety of the Sea Lord. After listening, Viserys tilted his head slightly in acknowledgement. He seemed to recall who this person was without needing the old lord's reminder. At that moment, Cleon below rummaged through his robes, producing a letter which he reverently cradled in his hands. He then spoke again. "This is the personal letter from His Grace the Sea Lord to your Majesty." A guard stationed at one side of the hall stepped forward to take the letter from the envoy, inspecting it for any signs of poison or tampering before proceeding to the throne at the top of the steps to present it to Viserys. Viserys extended his hand, accepting the missive from a guard. Curiosity piqued within him. He wondered what the distant Sea Lord wished to convey. Ripping open the letter, he began to unfold its contents. The current Sea Lord of Braavos, Viserys Targaryen, ruled over the free trading city-state. His personal guard, known as the Chief Swordsman of Braavos, was none other than the slightly disheveled Sirios Farrell standing below. The Sea Lord resided in the Sea Lord's palace within the city. The title of Sea Lord is not hereditary. Upon the death of a previous Sea Lord, the new one is selected from among the citizens by the governor and overseers through a mysterious and convoluted process. Once chosen, the Sea Lord serves for life until death. The letter in Viserys' hand was indeed penned by Viserys Targaryen. Its contents were concise, merely conveying a straightforward purpose. Viserys discerned that the letter's timeliness seemed somewhat expired. It had been written prior to his expedition with the Targaryen fleet to Storm's End. After all, Braavos was a considerable distance from Dragonstone, and by the time the Sea Lord received news of the naval battle, it would be too late to retract the letter. Moreover, the letter was not directly addressed to him, but was written in his name. After all, since his coronation, Viserys had become something of a wandering king with claims to the Iron Throne, possessing a pure lineage that was legally unassailable. In truth, however, the letter was intended for his mother, Queen Rhaella. In the missive, the Sea Lord urged Rhaella to abandon Dragonstone with Viserys and relocate to Braavos, promising active protection and patronage for the offspring of the Dragon King, elegantly referred to as political asylum. The Sea Lord also subtly implied that, at crucial junctures, he might consider supporting the Targaryens' rightful claims to the Iron Throne of Westeros. The letter was elaborately written in Valyrian, indicating that the Sea Lord was perhaps better informed than this envoy. Yet, as Viserys perused the verbose letter, his countenance remained impassive. Braavos may indeed require their pitiable mother and son, yet it was evident that the motives outlined in the letter, justice and legality, were not the true reasons. The first prime minister after the conquest, Orys Baratheon, was rumored to be the illegitimate brother of Aegon I, sharing the Targaryen bloodline. However, these were mere rumors, lacking substantive proof, and bastards do not possess legal claims to inheritance. The legitimacy upon which Robert Baratheon ascended the Iron Throne stemmed from his grandmother's lineage. His grandmother, Rhaella Targaryen, was the daughter of Aegon V. Thus, as a relative of the Targaryens, Robert had a more legitimate claim than those from House Arryn, House Tully, or House Stark. Viserys dismissed the letter's superfluous rhetoric, but he noted a discreet mention of a person towards the end. Viserys Targaryen had invited Queen Rhaella and Prince Viserys to Braavos, arranging a clandestine meeting with a mysterious individual. The term used bore a resemblance to a familial designation in Valyrian, indicating a female relative. Viserys' command of Valyrian was sufficient for daily conversation. It had grown somewhat rusty without an environment to practice since leaving the Red Keep. He pondered the implications of the Sea Lord's words, rereading the passage several times until a glimmer of understanding emerged. His perspective shifted from a self-centered view to that of Queen Rhaella's. The meaning of the statement became remarkably clear. Rhaella's in-laws? Rhaella bore 3 children, Viserys, Daenerys, one still a child, and the other merely an infant, with only the elder brother Rhaegar already wed. Despite the ensuing chaos, it was evident that the in-laws could not refer to the Stark family of North. Dorne. Viserys' brow unfurled slightly, the tension easing as he began to grasp the situation. Dorne wished to reach out to his mother? He was aware that the Iron Throne was currently negotiating with Dorne. In fact, due to the machinations of his father Aerys and brother Rhaegar, Dorne had long since distanced itself from the Targaryens. Yet at this critical juncture, Dorne sought to connect with Braavos as an intermediary. Why would Braavos agree to facilitate a secret meeting between Dorne and the Targaryens? Had they not recently lent a significant sum to the Iron Throne? Did they not fear they might not be repaid? Or perhaps they sought to leverage this situation, manipulating the conflict to ensure the Iron Throne owed them even more. Viserys contemplated the matter meticulously. Alternatively, it could be that Braavos simply wished to prevent the 7 kingdoms across the narrow sea from truly uniting, creating a modicum of strife. This rendered the situation particularly delicate. With a slight relaxation of his brow, Viserys found himself lost in thought, clutching the letter as he endeavored to discern the current status of negotiations between Dorne and the Iron Throne. He remained uncertain regarding Dorne's true intentions, whether they genuinely sought reconciliation with the Iron Throne or were merely feigning goodwill. Furthermore, he questioned whether Dorne's overture to the Targaryens was truly initiated by Prince Doran, or if it stemmed from discontent within the Martell family regarding the current negotiations. He was utterly oblivious to the situation. Viserys comprehended the caution exhibited by Dorne. After all, they were currently engaged in negotiations with the Iron Throne. Dispatching a ship directly to Dragonstone would render the negotiations moot, plunging Westeros into yet another conflict. However, the contents of this letter hinted at something more complex. If Viserys interpreted it correctly, the missive implied that Queen Rhaella was to accompany him to Braavos to meet with representatives from Dorne. It specifically noted that the Targaryens and the Martells still maintained a familial connection, using a term that indicated kinship on the female side. As Viserys clutched the letter, an unsettling premonition washed over him. Did the Martell family have a daughter? Were they once again setting their sights on him? Chapter 57. The Hand of the King. Viserys held the handwritten letter from the Sea Lord of Braavos, ensnared in contemplative silence. The great hall was enveloped in an oppressive stillness. All eyes were fixed upon the young king seated upon the throne. They were oblivious to the letter's contents, which remained highly confidential. Yet the expression on Viserys' face betrayed his inner turmoil. Subsequently, without uttering a word, Viserys handed the letter to Sir Geoffrey, who stood beside him. In the case of this fleet commander, Viserys harbored no doubts. Without the other party's assistance, he and his mother would have long since perished. Even if they had managed to escape to Dragonstone, the presence of the fleet had deterred the local lord from plotting against the vulnerable mother and son. Even after the storm had ravaged the Targaryen fleet, the details remained unclear to Viserys. Perhaps the bastards intended to deliver him and his sister to the Baratheons, or had other designs. However, with the assistance of Sir William, they ultimately fled to the continent of Essos, embarking on a protracted exile. Thus, Viserys naturally trusted the old lord and his mentor unconditionally. Were he tasked with crafting a hand of the king insignia at that moment, he might have directly conferred it upon Sir Geoffrey. The silver-haired old lord made no objections, accepting the letter from Viserys' hand and scrutinizing it earnestly. Meanwhile, Viserys' gaze returned to the two Braavosi envoys. In truth, my mother, Queen Rhaella Targaryen, had passed away. Rising from the cold stone throne, Viserys felt the sunlight streaming into the hall, casting beams of dust-laden light upon the floor. Your Majesty, please accept our condolences. The Braavosi envoy, Councillor Clare, once again bowed slightly in mourning, fully aware of the news even before disembarking. Allow us to pay tribute to this kind and great queen as we depart from Dragonstone. Yet, Viserys merely waved his hand dismissively. He recognized these words as mere formalities. The envoys were likely unaware that the Targaryens still spoke Valyrian, knowing little more than the name of his mother, Queen Rhaella. The envoys requested to linger a while longer on Dragonstone. I still need to ponder the contents of Lord Ferrego Antarian's letter, Viserys replied, grappling with uncertainty regarding this matter. Upon receiving the letter, he had confirmed that the envoys were indeed from Braavos. However, he hesitated over whether to truly accept the invitation to Braavos. Although the young king had thwarted several plots against the Iron Throne and had achieved a commendable victory alongside the fleet in Shipbreaker Bay, significantly boosting morale, the disparity in power between the Targaryens and the Baratheons remained stark. The latter wielded 10 fingers. Viserys had merely managed to break one, and if they clenched their fists, they could easily crush him on Dragonstone. After all, the proximity to Westeros was alarmingly close, almost within reach. Viserys felt utterly insecure on Dragonstone. Even if he knew King Robert's forces lacked ships, he feared awakening one day to find the island encircled by an unending fleet. Thus, he continually contemplated how to relinquish Dragonstone, leading the fleet and his people across the narrow sea to the continent beyond, where they could establish firm roots and develop in peace, ensuring the safety of himself and his sister, avoiding a life of constant upheaval. For a time, Viserys had felt lost regarding this matter. As the old lord had pointed out, while the free cities appeared loosely organized, they were fiercely resistant to outside influence. Viserys was hesitant to lead the fleet into an invasion of Essos, as that would sever his own escape route. Yet, the letter from a Sea Lord of Braavos presented him with an alternative possibility. Viserys felt a flicker of indecision. The idea was bold and audacious, yet it carried significant risks. Should Braavos harbor ill intent, they could easily bind him and deliver him to King's Landing in exchange for a handsome reward. Nevertheless, Viserys believed that his existence, capable of causing trouble for the Iron Throne, was far more valuable than any trifling reward for the Iron Bank. Thus, even as he wrestled with his internal hesitation, he had already arrived at a conclusion. He simply lacked an ally to support his resolve and embolden his convictions. It was akin to a gamble or a game of chance. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why Scholar Daniel deemed Viserys superior to Prince Rhaegar. He would endeavor to achieve self-redemption amid adversity, never yielding, and always capable of proposing unexpectedly astute ideas. I shall heed your majesty's directives. The two envoys from Braavos, naturally, had no objections to Viserys' arrangements. After all, this was a clandestine discourse between the young king of House Targaryen and their Sea Lord. They merely served as messengers, prioritizing the greater good. Subsequently, Viserys gestured slightly, signaling for the guards to escort the envoys to temporary quarters within the castle, where they could deliberate on the matter further. Once the envoys had departed, Sir Geoffrey, seated beside the throne, finished reading the entirety of the Sea Lord's letter. Like Viserys before him, the old lord fell into a contemplative silence. After a moment, he raised his head, seemingly poised to speak, but hesitated, glancing at Viserys instead. The young king, having navigated countless social intricacies, understood the old lord's unspoken meaning. He then waved his hand once more, dismissing the guards from the vicinity. Soon enough, in the vast hall, only the two of them remained, one old and one young. Viserion then turned his head. Perhaps I should craft for you a badge of the hand of the king, Lord Geoffrey. The silver-haired boy, adorned with a golden crown set with rubies, stood in the slanting sunlight, his diminutive figure elongated to that of an adult. His pale violet eyes sparkled with mischief as he spoke. The old knight was about to respond, but was interrupted by Viserion, a faint smile of resignation appearing on his face. I lack both the talent and virtue necessary to serve as the king's hand. Chapter 58, The Decision. Lord Geoffrey offered a self-deprecating smile, then slightly adjusted his expression, adopting a serious tone. However, your majesty, this indeed presents an unparalleled opportunity. The elderly man, with gray hair, sat in his chair, clutching a letter while gazing at Viserion, who stood alone in the expansive hall. As you previously mentioned, Dragonstone possesses neither resources nor populace. Our continued presence here is solely due to our victory over the newly formed navy of the usurper. The king seated on the Iron Throne yearns to see Viserion utterly destroyed. Yet he is rendered impotent by his own fury. Without ships, even 1,000 warriors are powerless to cross the sea. Robert Baratheon, no matter how valiant on land, would falter at sea, akin to a clumsy bear. Naval warfare and land battles are entirely distinct realms. Yet, we cannot remain idle. After all, Westeros is replete with resources and a burgeoning population. Not to mention, King's Landing itself is a sprawling metropolis of over 500,000 souls. The daily refuse it produces, rendering the air foul. The potential for war that the Iron Throne can muster far surpasses that of the minuscule Dragonstone. Though we have faced setbacks within a few years, the Iron Throne could amass considerable funds and construct a new fleet. Meanwhile, the fleet of Dragonstone is not only antiquated, but also dwindles with each damaged vessel. The island is so barren that even repairing ships proves a challenge, necessitating imports from the eastern continent. Fortunately, the Targaryens have accumulated nearly 3 centuries of wealth on Dragonstone, enabling Viserion's extravagant expenditures. Yet even so, Viserion has begun to exercise frugality, meticulously managing every gold dragon, aware of the looming crisis. However, at this juncture, the old man hesitated slightly. His concerns mirrored Viserion's worries. Would Braavos honor its commitments? If they were to bind Viserion and deliver him to King's Landing, would they not be walking willingly into a den of wolves? As Viserion stood before the throne, the hall fell into silence. After the old knight hesitated to speak, only the slight sound of the young king's heavy breaths broke the stillness. The golden crown above shone brightly, and the small hands hidden in the sleeves of his robe clenched slightly, his parched lips pressing together. This was a profoundly challenging decision for Viserion, as it entailed immense risk. I understand your concerns, my lord. After a prolonged silence, Viserion finally raised his head and spoke. The fiery red gems of his crown resembling a blazing inferno, symbolizing his heart and blood ablaze. The quiet hall echoed with the melodious sound of the boy's voice. Yet, we have no choice, do we? We cannot linger on Dragonstone awaiting death. Such opportunities, if missed, may never present themselves again. Viserion seemed to have finally resolved himself. Making this decision was arduous for him, but his calm mind recognized its necessity. Not only did the prophet foresee advantages, but according to the original trajectory, No one from the eastern continent harbored malice towards Viserion. The Targaryen siblings had once found refuge among the noble families of Bravos, Pintos, and others. However, Viserion had to acknowledge that they were no longer on the same path. The Targaryen fleet had not perished in a storm, Dragonstone had not succumbed to treachery, and the siblings had not fled to the eastern continent under Sir William's protection. Their current situation was vastly improved compared to the original timeline. Yet Viserion remained deeply aware of the lurking dangers. Despite some minor struggles, the real breakthrough still seemed distant. Child. Hearing Viserion's words, the old knight appeared momentarily entranced, as if witnessing the courageous, silver-haired boy of yesteryear, whose every gesture radiated a compelling charisma. His greatest charm lay in his ability to forge deep connections with those around him. I too fear death. However, Viserion interrupted the old knight's thoughts, turning to face the grand hall's entrance. I fear it more than anyone. He yearned to express that he had already experienced death once, and that ordeal had been truly dreadful, leaving him reluctant to endure it again. Yet the primal instinct for survival silenced his voice before he could articulate it. Nevertheless, in this matter, no one could substitute for him. He must personally journey to Bravos to meet his relatives from Dorne. Moreover, it was imperative for him to encounter the Sea Lord of Bravos. Achieving his objectives necessitated this. I believe that a living entity capable of threatening the Iron Throne holds greater significance for Bravos. It was highly probable that Bravos would not pursue a foolish course. However, it remained a gamble. Even if the danger were merely 10%, it still implied risk. I shall go, Viserion finally declared, hesitating momentarily before exhaling softly. Then I shall accompany your majesty. The old knight, somewhat supportive of Viserion, promptly rose to respond. He admired the boy's courage. After all, he was merely 8 years old. A typical child from an ordinary family might have wept at the prospect of venturing alone into an unfamiliar environment. Yet Viserion had endured countless tempests, and at this moment, exhibited the bravery to leave the safety of his guardians and journey alone to Bravos. There's no need. Viserion gently pondered before declining Lord Joffrey's offer. If Bravos harbors ill intent, my lord, your presence may not alter the situation. Viserion sighed as he continued. Why not allow me to venture alone, as it would conveniently conceal my whereabouts? If any unforeseen events were to transpire, it is worth noting that Viserys was not as composed as he appeared. He was, in fact, compelled to make this choice, his mind clearly recognizing this as a fortuitous opportunity, and he summoned the courage to reach this resolution. However, in the present circumstances, to break free from the impasse, one must possess the audacity to act decisively. Otherwise, even if he were to extend his life on Dragonstone for a few more years, it would not alter the inevitable outcome. I hope that you. Viserys hesitated slightly at this juncture, for the words that followed were of paramount importance, entailing the designation of his legitimate heir, Rhaenys or Daenerys. As he uttered the final words, a moment of uncertainty flickered within him. Should calamity truly befall him? A vision of a brown-haired little girl materialized in his mind, Rhaenys Targaryen, who always favored clinging to him. Though still a child, Rhaenys already exhibited the traits of a stunning beauty, destined to blossom into a breathtaking woman who would captivate the Seven Kingdoms. Hey, Viserys! In that moment, the sweet, heart-melting smile of Rhaenys flashed through Viserys' thoughts. Due to their close ages, or perhaps for other reasons, Rhaenys disliked addressing him by formal titles, often calling him brother incessantly, or simply using his name without regard for decorum. Then, another image emerged in his mind, the sight of a swaddled infant, Daenerys Targaryen. When the siblings first met, Viserys gently clasped Daenerys' tiny hand, feeling an intense sense of kinship that could never be severed. Viserys once again found himself wavering, unable to arrive at an immediate decision. The old man, recognizing the profound significance of such a choice, refrained from interrupting him. After a prolonged silence, the boy ultimately made his choice, lifting his head with renewed seriousness. If I were to encounter any misfortune, I implore Lord Joffrey to continue aiding my sister, Daenerys Targaryen, in ascending to the Iron Throne. No one knew what thoughts had traversed Viserys' mind during that moment of silence, nor the rationale behind his decision. The gravity of Viserys' words was monumental. He had effectively designated his future heir, his sister, Daenerys Targaryen. Despite being merely 8 years old, his position in this game of power afforded him no leniency simply due to his youth. Just as the king seated upon the Iron Throne ruthlessly sought to eliminate threats, Viserys, even while ensconced in Dragonstone, had to tread carefully to survive. Thus, He felt compelled to make this decision in advance, however harsh it may seem, akin to preparing for his own eventual departure. Had he chosen the lesser of two evils? Sir Geoffrey, upon hearing Viserys' decision, appeared somewhat perplexed. The age of Princess Daenerys was exceedingly tender. She was but an infant in swaddling, without a mother, and her survival was uncertain. He had not anticipated that Viserys would select the younger girl. From Geoffrey's perspective, Viserys shared a closer bond with Princess Rhaenys. The two children not only aligned in age, but also complemented each other in temperament. Though Viserys often bore a cloud of worry over various matters, he would make an effort to smile in Rhaenys' presence, even if his smile was somewhat awkward. However, Daenerys was undeniably his sister, and the Targaryen bloodline was more pure. Therefore, Viserys' decision was understandable. After all, Rhaenys bore a significant portion of Dornish blood, rendering her Targaryen lineage less than pristine. I understand, Sir Geoffrey ultimately nodded, grasping Viserys' intent in designating Daenerys as his heir. Should misfortune befall Viserys during his journey to Braavos, the swaddled infant Daenerys would ascend as the new ruler of Dragonstone. So it was settled. With his decision made, Viserys no longer hesitated or wavered. He summoned the guards from outside and called back the two emissaries from Braavos, who had been sent to rest. In truth, the city officials and the chief swordsman had not ventured far. They were merely resting in a small chamber just outside the Great Hall, awaiting the conclusion of discussions among Viserys and his council. They had initially anticipated that reaching a resolution would take considerable time and held little hope that Viserys, merely an 8-year-old boy, would accept the invitation from a Sea Lord, who might still cry at the slightest tumble. Had Queen Rhaella still been alive and of sound mind, she might have accepted the invitation to Braavos. However, the queen had now become a deceased matriarch, and her absence had indeed taken them by surprise. Yet, they were unprepared for the swift return of the two emissaries, who had barely settled into their seats in the adjacent chamber. Viserys sat upon the throne in the hall, his diminutive form creating a striking contrast against the grand seat. Adorned with a crown of pure gold, its centerpiece a gemstone resembling a flame, he rested his hands upon the armrests of the throne. With a clear and steady voice, he proclaimed that he accepted the Sea Lord's invitation and would soon embark on a journey to Braavos to meet with him. His words reverberated through the silent hall, and the two Braavosi emissaries exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom that this child possessed the audacity to agree to travel alone to a distant, unfamiliar city. However, following Viserys' declaration, Sir Geoffrey rose simultaneously, demanding that the Braavosi side honor the ancient tradition of guest right in Westeros, ensuring the safety of young King Viserys. Guest right was a long-standing tradition upheld by the 7 kingdoms of Westeros, stipulating that regardless of status, be it commoner or noble, when a guest arrives beneath a host's roof and partakes of the provided bread and salt, the guest right becomes effective during the duration of the visit. Neither party may harm the other, as a violation would breach sacred laws believed to be intolerable to the old gods and the faith of the 7 alike. Certainly, Your Majesty, the temples dedicated to the 7 gods of the 7 kingdoms, as well as the old gods, also stand upon the Isle of Gods in Braavos. As the esteemed envoy of Braavos, Cleon once again offered a slight bow and earnestly assured, Braavos is staunch in its adherence to trustworthiness, for it is as vital as our very lives. Having extended an invitation to you, we are unequivocally committed to ensuring your safety throughout your journey, from the moment you depart Dragonstone until your secure return here. Chapter 60, Departure. After a few days had elapsed following the meeting with the Braavosi envoy at Dragonstone, Viserys busied himself with subsequent affairs on the island. Following a transformation in appearance, his once lustrous silver-golden hair was dyed a striking blue, and his formerly enviable visage was subtly modified to render it less conspicuous. However, his violet eyes could not be concealed. They still radiated a calmness and steadiness that starkly contrasted with the essence of a mere boy, possessing a breathtaking beauty akin to a pale amethyst. The intricate runes hidden deep within his gaze remained unseen by the average observer, yet anyone who met his eyes would feel an intangible weight, a fear emanating from his very soul, regardless of his physical strength. This minor alteration in Viserys stemmed from his transcendent mental prowess, elevating him to another realm. To the casual observer, Viserys may have appeared as merely a handsome young lad, but upon locking eyes with him, such perceptions would undergo a profound transformation. An ordinary boy from a wealthy merchant family would not exude such an ethereal aura, as if he radiated nobility from within. Accompanying Viserys on his journey were 2 meticulously chosen guards, tasked with safeguarding the young king throughout his travels. The tutor had initially intended to personally escort Viserys to Braavos. However, Frailty plagued his body, and old injuries had resurfaced, culminating in a minor illness. Ultimately, Viserys insisted that he remain on Dragonstone to recuperate. In this era of subpar medical standards, the grievous wound that once pierced Sir William's side, coupled with a lack of timely treatment, had left him with an unremitting affliction after a day and night of suffering. The once robust figure had rapidly withered in less than a year, rendering even his former armor somewhat loose. Unable to bear the thought of his tutor accompanying him on a taxing journey, Viserys fervently insisted he remain behind. Soon after, Viserys, under the arrangements of the Braavosi envoy, discreetly boarded a merchant vessel returning to Braavos from King's Landing, departing for Dragonstone towards the distant and enigmatic Braavos. With a mighty roar, the enormous double-masted galley plowed through the waves of the sea. The relentless waves crashed against the vast, cumbersome hull, yet it seemed as though a gentle breeze caressed the vessel, failing to waver its resolute course. The young king sat quietly before the cabin window, gazing at the tumultuous sea beyond, feeling a twinge of envy. Braavos, the veritable epicenter of world trade, brimmed with immeasurable wealth. Even a single merchant ship rivaled the tonnage of the Targaryen flagship, the Black Death, and it was evident that the vessel had undergone modifications, equipped with rams and weaponry, poised to transform into a warship at a moment's notice. Not long prior, Viserys had accompanied Sir Geoffrey on a campaign against the fortress of Whispering Wind, witnessing the destruction of the Baratheon fleet at Shipwreck Bay. During that expedition, he had remained closely at the Old Lord's side, absorbing knowledge and asking questions, thus acquiring a modicum of understanding regarding naval warfare, rendering him less a stranger to such matters. He could perceive the formidable military potential harbored by the foremost of the 9 free cities. Should war truly erupt, Braavos could swiftly mobilize an invincible fleet of over 100 double-masted galleys, while other city-states relied on longships and small sailboats as their desperate vanguards. Braavos' main vessels were mere merchant ships. Thus, Braavos' invincible fleet could effortlessly sever maritime trade routes, significantly undermining the enemy's war capabilities. However, the deterrent posed by Braavos' invincible fleet to the nobles of Westeros was not particularly formidable, for no matter how vast the fleet, it could not encircle all of Westeros. Furthermore, these great lords would not overly depend on trade. A small agrarian economy could sustain itself. Even severing maritime routes would result in only minimal losses, insufficient to inflict severe harm. This had already been evidenced during the War of the Usurper, when the Targaryen royal fleet proved ineffective. What truly instilled concern within the Seven Kingdoms, even the Iron Throne, was another weapon wielded by Braavos, gold. The wealth of the Iron Bank was sufficient to instill dread throughout the realm, capable of transforming the very throne beneath the king into a bed of thorns. When a king or noble defaults on their debts or foolishly disrespects their agreements with the Iron Bank, new kings or nobles, buoyed by the bank as financial support, would emerge like mushrooms after rain. These new aristocrats would be compelled to acknowledge the debts of their predecessors and repay the loans they had taken to ascend to the throne, lest they suffer the same fate as their forerunners. This is why the Iron Bank has extended such vast sums of money, with no one daring to default. As the Braavosi say, the Iron Bank does not tolerate delays. As Viserys gazed at the undulating waves, he fell into contemplation, pondering these myriad thoughts. His memories and impressions of Braavos were somewhat fragmented, supplemented by the knowledge he had hastily acquired in the days leading up to his departure, encompassing its customs and culture. Meanwhile, a soldier seated nearby discreetly observed the expression on the young king's face, betraying a hint of understanding. Following several incidents, including the earlier plot against the mercenaries and the naval battle at Shipwreck Bay, Viserys' reputation had gradually spread among the soldiers. Whispers suggested that he possessed a talent that rivaled that of his brother Rhaegar, and the soldier could not help but agree. What had he, at the age of 8, been doing? Perhaps playing in the mud. Yet, in truth, Viserys' mind was blank. He was unsure of what errant thoughts occupied him, merely gazing at the sea in a daze. Although he had undergone some minor disguising, he remained cautiously hidden within the cabin, having not revealed himself throughout the day. After all, this marked Viserys' first venture beyond the protective circle that had always surrounded him, stepping into an entirely unfamiliar environment. Even during his hasty escape from King's Landing, he had been flanked by over 50 soldiers, while now he had but 2 companions by his side. However, at that moment, a knock resounded on the door of the cabin. Thud, thud, thud. Young master, it is I, came a deliberately lowered male voice from outside. Chapter 61, The Journey. It turned out to be the municipal official from Braavos. He had noticed that Viserys had not stepped out of the cabin since boarding the ship, so he came to check on him. He feared that the young king might struggle with life aboard the vessel, especially considering the vast distance from Dragonstone to Braavos, as their journey first required a stop in Pentos to rest and unload some cargo before setting sail for Braavos once more. Every merchant who ventures out to sea carries a considerable risk. Indeed, the loss from a single maritime disaster could obliterate a seemingly prosperous merchant's fortune. Thus, they learn to be greedy, for only by amassing wealth can they cease their endeavors. Yet, upon seeing Viserys, the official felt a slight sense of relief. For the young king appeared to be in good spirits, seemingly adapting well to life on the ship without suffering from seasickness. Your Majesty, we estimate that our arrival in Braavos will take a little over a month. Braavos is situated among the islands at the northwestern tip of Essos, precisely at the confluence of the Narrow Sea and the Shivering Sea, a considerable distance from Dragonstone. This route necessitates a stop in Pentos, naturally prolonging our journey. Subsequently, the emissary clad in a grayish-brown robe proposed to take Viserys on a brief tour of the ship. A tour? Viserys mused, furrowing his brow slightly at the invitation, yet ultimately acquiesced with a nod. Very well. Thereafter, Viserys followed the emissary for a simple tour aboard the two-masted merchant vessel. The deck was adorned with enormous sails, while the cargo hold lay beneath, flanked by rowing compartments on either side, with a long corridor running down the center. Although this grand sailing ship possessed ample power to traverse the narrow sea, it still required oarsmen to provide supplementary propulsion when necessary. Moreover, the ship was a melting pot of various individuals, including small merchants, mercenaries, and those seeking to escape the ceaseless conflicts of Westeros to seek their fortunes on the eastern continent. Viserys, eager for a breath of fresh air after being cooped up in the cabin all day, followed the emissary outside. As they strolled about, several individuals lounging on the deck noticed him with curious gazes. Although Viserys had disguised himself, dyeing his silver-gold hair a shade of blue and donning attire that was not overly ostentatious, merely resembling that of a wealthy merchant's son or a young nobleman, the aura he exuded, coupled with the depth found in his pale violet eyes, hinted to them that his identity was likely far from ordinary. A mother seated on the deck, cradling her infant against her bosom, appeared robust and unashamed as she nursed, her disheveled black hair framing a face that bore the marks of hardship. Yet, as Viserys passed by, her gaze fell upon him, a mix of curiosity, astonishment, and disbelief flickering in her eyes. Almost as if overwhelmed by a sense of inferiority, she hastily averted her gaze, fearful of being recognized by the esteemed noble youth. Meanwhile, several mercenaries also seated on the deck were indulging in drink and games, their ragged leather armor reeking of sweat and unkempt odor. Their weapons lay close by, either resting at their sides or strapped to their legs. The raucous laughter and boisterousness of these drunken mercenaries resonated loudly, indifferent to the presence of others, and those nearby seemed accustomed to their antics. Even a scruffy old man lay nearby, propped up by a tattered blanket, snoring peacefully. As this rowdy group of mercenaries caught sight of Viserys, their faces flushed from drink, they stared unabashedly at him, unlike the nursing woman who had shunned her gaze. One of the mercenaries staggered to his feet, blocking Viserys' path. The overwhelming stench of sweat and alcohol assaulted Viserys' senses, prompting him to wrinkle his brow. He yearned to cover his nose with his hand, yet refrained, not wishing to provoke unnecessary trouble with these brutes. Instead, he stood firm, tilting his chin upward to meet the mercenary's gaze. "Hey there, noble young master," the mercenary slurred, swaying slightly, his breath reeking of alcohol. "The eastern continent is no safe haven. It is a true den of wolves. Do you require hired hands?" He gestured to his companions, who were merrily drinking, and pounded his chest. "As long as the coin is right, my brothers and I fear nothing." However, the two soldiers from Dragonstone who accompanied Viserys were incensed by this display, swiftly stepping in front of the young king. Hey, sorry, brother," one of the guards said, pushing aside the blocking mercenary. The inebriated man stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. "No, your grace, we shall protect you," the guard insisted, almost letting slip a misstep in his wording before hurriedly correcting himself. Meanwhile, he subtly drew his sword, revealing a look of disdain. "You need not, nor will you hire men like these." As soldiers trained under the royal banner, they held mercenaries in contempt, believing them to lack any sense of honor, fighting solely for coin. Yet, in truth, disbanded regular forces could be more perilous than these mercenaries, many of whom were former soldiers who had chosen this perilous profession for various reasons. The commotion on the deck attracted the attention of those resting, who turned their gazes toward the unfolding scene. The mercenary, undeterred by the guard's words, merely chuckled, reeking of alcohol and sweat. and suggested to Viserys that he could seek them out should he ever require assistance. He then plopped back down beside his comrades, resuming their revelry. Viserys observed the entire exchange, his previously furrowed brow relaxing slightly. Curiosity piqued as he glanced at the mercenary before averting his gaze. Chapter 62, The Water Dancer. This world is populated by a myriad of individuals. Farmers, slaves, merchants, mercenaries, and even bandits and thieves, representing a diverse spectrum of humanity. In Westeros, there exist the Northmen, the Ironborn, the Dornish, the Orphans of the Greenblood River, the Mountain Clans of the Vale, the Hill Clans of the North, the Marsh Dwellers, the Skagosi, and even, as rumored, giants and White Walkers beyond the Wall. Likewise, on the continent of Essos, which Viserys is about to reach, reside the Dothraki, the Bravosi, the Carthene, the Lyseni, and many others. Each group, each profession, possesses its own unique way of life. After all, if one is not of noble birth and lacks the vast wealth that comes without effort, survival necessitates relentless toil. Initially, Viserys harbored no fondness for mercenaries. It was not due to any notion of honor, but rather because he perceived these individuals as ruthless beings, willing to kill anyone for the right price. However, a sudden thought flickered in Viserys' mind regarding how to establish himself on the Essos mainland. Could he perhaps employ these mercenaries? After all, on the opposite shore of the narrow sea, mercenaries abound, and he currently possesses a sufficient amount of gold. Thus, could he hire a legion or procure some unsullied to help him secure his footing? The boy stood in contemplation for a moment. Yet this was merely a fleeting idea, one that required further consideration. He then cast a glance at the back of the mercenary before retracting his gaze. This was merely a minor interlude, one that did not stir much commotion aboard the ship. However, how many had been secretly observing Viserys' figure from behind remains unknown. Soon after, Viserys prepared to leave the deck and return to the cabin, where he encountered the chief swordsman of Braavos, Ser Illyrio. Sedigidio? Viserys paused, curiosity piquing as he observed the swordplay of this master swordsman. The latter showed no signs of shyness, practicing openly on the deck, engaging in the necessary movements to keep his skills sharp. After all, swordsmanship is an art that demands practice. Even the foremost swordsman can lose his edge if he does not draw his blade for an extended period. However, Ser Illyrio's technique was distinctly unique. It flowed lightly like an elegant dance, with sword strikes falling like rain, seemingly capable of effortlessly breaching an opponent's defenses. Viserys narrowed his lavender-hued eyes, and deep within those orbs, a complex magical sigil glimmered faintly. Under his extraordinary perception, the swift and tempestuous swordplay of the Bravosi chief swordsman unfolded before him in vivid clarity. Is this the renowned water dance? Viserys gazed at Ser Illyrio with a hint of surprise. How impressive! This technique deviated from mainstream swordsmanship, employing a lightweight thrusting sword, standing sideways to confront the enemy, exuding remarkable agility. The swordsmanship Viserys had practiced under his instructor was more conventional for Westeros, bold and forceful, primarily focused on warfare, clad in armor. In contrast, the water dancer seemed to prioritize nimble one-on-one combat. My lord, I am merely a swordsman, not a noble, Ser Illyrio remarked, noticing Viserys and slightly sheathing his blade. Although he held the title of Chief Swordsman of Braavos, he bore no noble rank, and unlike the Kingsguard, his position was not a lifetime appointment. Should the day come when his sword lost its sharpness or a stronger swordsman bested him, he would relinquish his title. Since we have time aboard this ship, may I seek your guidance in swordplay? Viserys asked without hesitation, with little else to occupy his time. He realized this was an invaluable opportunity to learn from a master swordsman. The scruffy man in black paused, taken aback by Viserys' request to learn swordplay from him. He scratched his head, considering. The water dance is not a closely guarded secret. Many practice this style in Braavos. It is merely a unique system of swordsmanship, and I am but one of its most dedicated practitioners. Very well, if you have time, I will be glad to teach you. The chief swordsman replied after a brief hesitation, nodding in agreement to Viserys' request. Teaching was no burden for him, as he had instructed others in Braavos before. Meanwhile, not far away, a pair of eyes peered through the gap of the cabin door, observing the interaction. The moment Ser Illyrio glanced over, the observer quickly concealed themselves. The swordsman turned his head left and right, sensing he was being watched, but finding nothing amiss. What is going on? He mused, perplexed, before dismissing the matter from his mind. Time swiftly passed. After about a week, the merchant ship finally docked at the free city of Pentos. This prosperous coastal city was bordered to the east by the vast plains known as the Dorne. and traveling along the road constructed by the Valyrians would lead across the upstream tributaries of the Rhoynar River, through the Velvet Hills into the Andals Mountains. Reaching the city of Myr, this road extended further, connecting Myr with two other free cities, Norvos and Coer. Thus, Pentos's geographical significance was paramount. The merchant ship unloaded its cargo at the harbor, allowing for a few days of rest. A batch of travelers disembarked while another group, preparing to journey to Braavos, paid their fare and boarded the vessel. Amidst the comings and goings of people, Viserys remained largely hidden within the cabin, rarely exposing himself to the outside world. During this time, aside from reading books gifted by the magistrate of Cleon, he practiced swordsmanship under the chief swordsman as tutelage. Viserys' progress in both reading and swordplay was nothing short of astonishing, leaving Cleon and Ser Illyrio somewhat dumbfounded by his rapid development. However, just as the merchant ship was about to depart Pentos for Braavos, an unexpected event unfolded. Chapter 63, Abduction. Are you suggesting she intends to abduct me? Viserys, seated upon his bed, bore a peculiar expression. He gazed down at the woman being shoved to the ground by soldiers, her attire disheveled, hair unkempt, cradling a wailing infant in her arms, clearly frightened by the commotion. The piercing cries of the human infant indeed penetrated the eardrums, invigorating and unsettling, causing Viserys a slight headache. He gestured to a nearby soldier, instructing him to take the child from the woman's south arms and place him in another room for the time being. However, the woman was unwilling to relinquish her child to the soldier, emitting unintelligible howls in a desperate attempt to reclaim him. She was swiftly kicked to the ground again, clutching her abdomen in pain as she writhed on the floor. Throughout this scene, Viserys observed with a faint furrow in his brow, yet he refrained from voicing any objections. If she truly was a human trafficker aiming to abduct him, then she was indeed deserving of her fate. Yes, my lord, replied one of the soldiers, nodding in acknowledgement of Viserys' command. We examined her ticket. She was supposed to disembark in Pentos, yet she lingered on board. This morning, as the ship was preparing to leave Pentos, she stealthily approached your quarters with ill intentions. Perhaps she intended to abduct you under the cover of the ship as departure. Perhaps. Possible. Viserys listened to the soldier's words, his brow remaining furrowed. Such matters should not be settled with baseless conclusions. It was then that he witnessed the soldier, as if performing a conjuring trick, produce a bundle of rope and a dagger from his sleeve. My lord, these were confiscated from her person. The evidence rendered the situation painfully clear. She indeed harbored malicious intent. Viserys fell silent, redirecting his gaze to the woman. Her physique was not as frail as that of other women. She possessed a robust frame, with dark hair, a flat nose, and a smattering of freckles adorning her face. Though her hair appeared disheveled and her clothing askew, Viserys preferred to believe this was due to her nursing her child rather than any more sordid reason. At that moment, he recognized the woman. Although they had merely exchanged glances in the cabin, Viserys' memory was remarkably sharp. She was the same woman he had encountered on his first day aboard, sitting on the deck, openly nursing her child without a hint of modesty. Since that brief encounter, he had not seen her again. Had this woman taken an interest in him? Why, the image of the stout, unsightly woman was reflected in his pale violet eyes, as she painfully clutched her abdomen and sat sideways on the ground, also gazing at Viserys. Their eyes met, and for a fleeting second, time seemed to pause. You possess astonishing magical power within your gaze, my lord, the nameless woman suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. It was her first utterance since being captured. Even after her child had been forcibly taken and she had been kicked, she had only muttered incoherently. Her voice was hoarse and gravelly, reminiscent of metal scraping against metal. Yet her words startled Viserys. What? The previously composed young king nearly leaped from the bed. However, he quickly realized she was speaking Valyrian, which eased his anxiety. The Targaryen family spoke Valyrian as their mother tongue, yet their soldiers conversed in the common tongue of Westeros. Thus, the soldier had not understood her words, merely perceiving her mutterings as some sort of incantation, which instinctively irked him, prompting him to raise his hand to strike this would-be assailant. Yet, Viserys intervened. Wait, the boy, with his hair dyed blue, sat on the edge of the bed, unsteady, before leaping down and approaching the woman. He fixed her with a piercing gaze, and in Valyrian, earnestly inquired, What did you just say? In contrast to Viserys' demeanor, the disheveled woman took a few deep breaths, appearing remarkably calmer. She regarded the boy standing before her, and, in her gravelly voice, replied, It is a very rare gift, my lord. There is no need for alarm. Countless individuals yearn for such a talent, yet find it elusive. Moreover, it seems you have already begun to perceive the power within your own eyes. Though her appearance was far from pleasing, The woman undeniably possessed exceptional shrewdness and a talent for rhetoric. Through keen observation, she discerned the expression on Viserys' face, concluding that he was already aware of the magical potential in his gaze. Merely astonished that she had uncovered this truth, she continued to gaze at Viserys, and without waiting for him to respond, added, "I trust you can now comprehend that I do not harbor any malicious intentions toward you." The woman seemed curious about Viserys' identity as well. She had sensed the extraordinary power in his eyes during their first encounter, and had since concealed herself, secretly observing him. Throughout this time, she had noted the presence of individuals clearly affiliated with the officials of Braavos accompanying Viserys, as well as a formidable water dancer instructing the boy in swordplay. What manner of noble could command such company? On the final day, she had attempted to approach Viserys, seeking to uncover the secrets he bore, only to be discovered by his guards. Despite his struggle, she was apprehended and brought before the boy, affording her the opportunity for direct dialogue. "Is that so?" Viserys, having just heard the woman acknowledge her awareness of his secret, felt a fleeting wave of panic. However, he quickly regained his composure. As he listened to her excuses, claiming she had no intention of abducting him, his brow slightly furrowed. His gaze shifted to the rope and dagger discarded on the ground. If she harbored no ill intent, what then was the purpose of her stealthy approach? Chapter 64, Miramaz Durrell. Observing the evident disbelief etched across Viserys' face, and noticing his gaze fall upon the dagger and rope, the woman's countenance flickered with embarrassment. With such irrefutable evidence against her, she realized that clarifying her intentions would prove quite troublesome. She indeed harbored intentions to abduct Viserys, driven by her desire to uncover the secrets concealed within this boy. To a sorceress, the brilliance emanating from Viserys resembled a dazzling pearl amidst the darkness of night, as enticing to her as a starving prisoner gazing upon a succulent roast. Thus, from the very first day she discerned the power he possessed, she meticulously devised her plan. The woman stealthily observed the boy's every move, evading the notice of the keen-eyed water dancer swordsman, as well as eluding the vigilance of the guards. Her rudimentary plan, as the soldier had just articulated, was indeed simplistic. The merchant vessel had been docked in Pentos for several days and was poised to set sail for Braavos that very morning. Seizing the last opportunity before the ship's departure, she intended to bind the boy while he remained asleep, stowing him away in a bag to escape the ship. By the time the merchant vessel left port, even if the guards discovered the boy's absence, persuading the ship to turn back to Pentos would not be an easy task. Moreover, even if this boy's family wielded considerable influence capable of commanding the ship's return, she would have already integrated the child into the populous metropolis. Although Pentos had officially prohibited the slave trade following its defeat in the war with Braavos, this was merely for show, as clandestine slave trading continued to thrive. She planned to uncover the secret within the boy and subsequently sell him to the avaricious slave traders. Given the boy's striking appearance, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of wealthy merchants and noblewomen, potentially fetching a handsome price. By then, she would have long since absconded with the secrets of magic and riches, returning to her homeland. However, while her plan was astutely crafted, her somewhat clumsy physique did not permit her to approach stealthily. She even attempted to conceal herself behind a pillar as slender as an infant's arm, a move that insulted the intelligence of the guards from Dragonstone. Eventually detected, she relied on her robust frame to engage in a struggle with the soldiers, but was ultimately apprehended. "I shall entertain the notion that I might believe your recent attempts at deceit," Viserys remarked, standing before the woman. The atmosphere in the cabin slightly awkward. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "Now, do tell, what was your purpose in approaching me?" In truth, Viserys harbored not a single shred of belief in the woman's justifications, yet he chose not to dwell on the matter excessively. His primary concern lay in how she had discerned the power hidden within his violet eyes, and her true intentions for drawing near to him. "Of course, I am eager to learn how you have reawakened the powers of magic," she replied, her gaze fixated on his pale lavender eyes. Realizing this boy was no fool to be easily deceived, her mind raced to concoct a strategy while simultaneously choosing to divulge some truths. The power of magic has historically experienced numerous voids, yet often resurfaces akin to the ebb and flow of ocean tides. Currently, however, the magical forces are exceedingly weak, nearly unusable. At this moment, the woman, now seated cross-legged on the floor, tousled her disheveled hair and explained to Viserys, "Yet you have awakened the powers of magic at this time." Thus, Viserys became particularly conspicuous, drawing the woman closer under the veil of secrecy. As he listened to her cryptic utterances about magic and the tides, A look of confusion crossed his face, for he understood not a word. Aware of the future, Viserys knew that this world possessed magic. He was even cognizant of the weeping stars, the warlocks, the children of the forest beyond the wall, the green seers, and even the red priestess who gave birth to a shadow. Yet, he had never anticipated that such chillingly enigmatic forces would manifest so abruptly before him. Viserys had always believed this arcane knowledge lay far beyond his reach. He was but a trapped beast, ensnared within a cage with a sword of doom hanging above him, destined to perish when the time came. Yet now, these mysteries had drawn perilously near, even knocking at his door. "Who are you, truly?" he queried, his voice low and somber after a brief silence. His blue hair cascaded over his shoulders, and the black velvet coat trimmed in gold shimmered in the sunlight. Viserys stood before the woman, his gaze piercing as if striving to unravel her essence. This woman spoke of esoteric knowledge that eluded others, weaving a web of mystery around herself. Such individuals could only embody one of two possibilities. Either they were consummate charlatans, or perhaps she genuinely possessed some ability. "I am Mira Mazder, hailing from Lazar, a Lazarin," she declared, revealing her identity to the nobleman before her. Despite her desire to keep her motives concealed, she chose to lay her cards on the table. "My mother is a priestess in the temple of my homeland, and she has long sought to train me as her successor, teaching me songs and incantations to please the High Shepherd. Thus, I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding magic." The woman named Miriam freely disclosed her identity, yet whether this was the entirety of her truth remained an enigma. "And your homeland is Lazar?" Viserys responded, astonished by Miriam's introduction. He had previously gleaned some knowledge about the continent of Essos, and while Lazar was not particularly significant, he had caught a fleeting glimpse of it on a map, leaving him with a vague impression. Now, as he recalled the location of Lazar, he was taken aback, for her homeland lay exceedingly far from where they currently stood. Lazar rested to the south of the Dothraki Sea, bordering the Slaver's Bay, and was in close proximity to both the Red Waste and the Jade Sea. Even the fabled Shadowlands of Ashai were not far off. "How did you come to be here from Lazar?" Chapter 65, Punishment. "I sought the counsel of a doctor from the Citadel, named Marwyn, regarding the secrets of the human body and the common tongue of Westeros." Miriam explained her presence aboard the ship. As she spoke, she subtly shifted the topic, concluding her last statement in the common tongue of Westeros. The guards standing nearby, having listened to their cryptic exchange for some time, finally grasped that singular sentence. Yet their expressions remained perplexed. After Mealy uttered those words, she proceeded to speak again, yet this time even Viserys could not comprehend her, for she was not speaking in Valyrian. The Lazarin people possess their own language. Mealy's tone was unusually serene. "We cherish song, revere nature, and our community sustains itself through pastoralism. Thus we worship the supreme shepherd deity. However, in Dothraki, we are referred to as Hesharaki, meaning sheepfolk. Mealy Mazdal is a Lazarin, and the fate of the Lazarin is rather bleak. They are distanced from happiness and perilously close to the Dothraki and the Slaver's Bay. The Dothraki frequently descend upon Lazarin settlements, seizing their cattle, sheep, and wives. Captured Lazarin of prime age are often sold into slavery in places like Meereen, while the elderly, deemed useless, are summarily executed. Yet, Viserys had no time to spare for the tragic fate of the Lazarin. He was not a deity to intervene in the world's suffering, and he would not be swayed from the topic at hand by this woman. "I understand," he nodded, redirecting the conversation. "Now, please continue discussing the matter of the tides of magic." He was more intrigued by the magical tides she spoke of. Seeing that she had failed to divert the boy's attention, Mealy sighed slightly. Had it been another child, perhaps a tale of whimsy would have captivated them. However, this boy was clearly no ordinary child. Mealy gathered her thoughts and spoke again. "My lord, magic has, in fact, faced several interruptions throughout history, resulting in notably prolonged periods of dormancy. It has been a considerable time since the last dragon vanished. No one knows when magic will awaken anew. Even the sorcerers, moon singers, and priests have lost their powers, reduced to mere mortals. They languish in humiliation, hoping for the day when change will arrive. Is that so?" Listening to the woman's lament, Viserys fell into silence. Observing his expression, Mealy could not resist rolling her eyes slightly and continued, "Of course. My intentions in approaching you were not malicious. I am simply curious as to how you could be the catalyst for the revival of magic." Viserys' thoughts were interrupted by her cunning remarks. He furrowed his brow slightly before lifting his head. He was indifferent to her previous intentions, initially considering merely punishing her by severing one of her hands, given that she was caring for an infant, but now she had come closer of her own accord. "I'm unaware of the laws among the Lazarin, But you must realize that in Westeros, you would face death, Viserys stated, his brow furrowed, but he halted mid-sentence. For a woman could not don the black robes of the Night's Watch. Were she in Westeros, it would spell her doom. According to the law, my lord, I have committed no offense. Upon mentioning the law, Mealy suddenly seemed untroubled. I trust you will dispense justice. A bundle of rope and a dagger signify little. Viserys raised an eyebrow slightly. Her words held merit, as she had been apprehended before any crime could be executed. Even in a past life, she would merely be viewed as an uncommitted criminal. These ostensibly damning pieces of evidence were insufficient to condemn her. After all, one could not be guilty of mere thoughts. If fantasizing constituted a crime, the world would be devoid of souls. You are indeed correct, he acknowledged. However, I need no reason to toss you into the sea to feed the fish. With his arms crossed over his chest, Viserys spoke calmly. Give me a reason to spare your life. Sensing the coldness of his demeanor, Mealy felt a slight movement in her throat. It seemed she must articulate something lest she truly be cast into the sea. My lord, I have observed that your understanding of magic is rather limited. Might you require a magical advisor? I could assist you in mastering this power, and in return, I would only seek what is rightfully mine. In a moment of desperation, this woman conjured a bold proposition for her survival. Viserys regarded her with a discerning gaze. Indeed, he required her knowledge of magic, and she had perceptively grasped his intent. However, while Viserys recognized the necessity of her magical expertise, he found it challenging to trust this cunning stranger in his midst. Very well, Lady Mealy Masdell, but receiving compensation will depend on your performance. Viserys spoke with a calm demeanor. I am a man of clear rewards and punishments. I shall assume this was merely a thought, and you have yet to act upon it. Yet even a nefarious thought bears consequences. Thus, you shall spend the next year in chains. With a decisive sound, a soldier stepped forward to shackle the woman's hands and feet. She would live burdened by heavy chains for the coming year. This was Viserys' form of punishment. Only through such measures could he feel secure in keeping this enigmatic woman, knowledgeable in magic, by his side. Thank you for your mercy, my lord. The woman then knelt to express her gratitude for not being cast into the ocean. The boy with blue hair extended his hand, offering to assist the shackled woman to her feet. He then summoned another soldier, who had taken Mealy's child, to return the infant to her. The child continued to wail, and the woman, hair disheveled and bound in chains, quickly gathered her own flesh and blood into her arms. She gently rocked the infant while softly humming an incomprehensible melody. Miraculously, the child soon quieted in her embrace, ceasing its cries. Gazing up at Viserys with wide eyes and a smile, even attempting to reach out for him, to hold him. Chapter 66. The Essence of the World. Is this your son? Viserys inquired, standing still as he extended his arms to cradle the infant boy. Indeed, noble sir, Mealy replied. Her demeanor transformed significantly now that she had faced the consequences of her actions and had committed to serving as Viserys' advisor in the arcane arts. Before Viserys could pose another question, she voluntarily explained, what I was singing just now was a moonsinger song. They possess the ability to soothe children, calming them and silencing their cries. I once traveled to the Shadowlands and Isha to learn the healing arts, where I studied these techniques under the moonsingers of the Carthene. The identity of Miri is shrouded in mystery, suggesting she has traversed numerous lands. Meanwhile, Viserys, cradling the infant in his arms, momentarily paused in astonishment. During his journey back to his homeland from Westeros, he encountered a significant and unforeseen revelation, which, prompted by a fleeting malevolent thought, ultimately led to his corresponding punishment. Miri's original plans were interrupted, leaving her unable to return home for the time being. Her mother had hoped she would conclude her travels and return to inherit the priestly position within the temple, continuing the family legacy. However, it was evident that Miri yearned for the freedom of exploration, reveling in a life of adventure. She embarked from her homeland to the Shadowlands and Ashai to study the healing arts, learning the birthing song from the Moonsinger of Qarth, acquiring herbal knowledge from the women of Dothraki, and along her extensive journey, she encountered the learned scholar Marwyn, who unveiled the mysteries concealed beneath the skin. Now, she found herself in the presence of Viserys, the boy who had rekindled magic. Thus, she willingly chose to remain by his side, bearing the weight of her shackles without a hint of complaint, for she wished to gradually unravel the secrets of the magical resurgence entwined with him. However, due to the capricious twists of fate, Miri donned her chains, accepting her punishment, and became an advisor to Viserys, rendering her return to her homeland to assume her mother's role as a priestess impossible. Yet, with the merchant ship having departed from Pentos, she was unable to send word to her mother back home. informing her of her altered course. She could only wait until they reached Bravos to address this matter. As the merchant ship sailed away from Pintos, the final destination became solely Bravos. The grand vessel set forth, braving the winds and waves. Navigating along the western coastline of Essos, a region named after Bravos, which emerged victorious in several city-state wars. Viserys, for once, stepped out of the cabin and stood upon the deck, his spirits slightly lifted, for the long journey was nearing its end. The time spent at sea was desolate, monotonous, and fleeting. Before long, more than half a month had passed. Each day, Viserys diligently practiced swordsmanship under the tutelage of the chief swordsman. Though he learned not only the water dancer's techniques, for Syrio's Farrell possessed mastery over various forms of swordplay. He was more focused on guiding Viserys to forge a path uniquely his own. The chief swordsman was indeed earnest in imparting his knowledge of the blade to Viserys. In addition to honing his swordsmanship, Viserys also adhered to the old scholar's dying admonition, dedicating fixed hours to reading, constantly enriching his knowledge. Simultaneously, he sought Miri's counsel on matters of magic. As the glass candle reignited, ghost grass began to flourish anew, dragon fire scorched the earth, and the phantom turtles resurfaced along the path of the warlocks. The blind regained their sight, and those who had once humiliated the warlocks found themselves cursed. All these signs heralded the return of magic, the resurgence of its powers seemingly imminent. Miri, adorned with her heavy shackles, spoke with unwavering composure, elucidating to Viserys the transformations the world would undergo upon magic's return. Life in chains was arduous, yet she appeared to have grown somewhat accustomed to it, at least no longer suffering from the raw wounds on her wrists and ankles. Viserys listened intently, despite his unfamiliarity with glass candles, ghost grass, or phantom turtles. Nonetheless, he grasped that all of this would manifest again in a decade or so, for dragons would hatch during that time, and the White Walker shadows would begin to appear in the haunted forests beyond the wall. Did this not signify that the moment of magic's resurgence was at hand? A shadow of foreboding cloaked Viserys' heart, though it had yet to commence. Perhaps the initial stirrings were already beginning to unfold. However, when that time truly arrived, the world would unveil its most enigmatic facets. Viserys might also confront more unpredictable adversaries, and his prophetic advantage would gradually dissipate. If magic existed, then what of the divine? Miri spoke of the seven, the old gods, the drowned god, our healer, the black goat, and the great shepherd of the Lazarene. Though not widely known, out of respect, Viserys included the great shepherd in his inquiry, then could no longer restrain himself from asking, do these deities truly exist? The chains clinked in response. Miri remained silent for an unusually long time, perhaps finding the question challenging, but ultimately she spoke, perhaps, your grace. Over the course of the past month and a half, Miri, having stayed by Viserys' side, had become aware of his true Targaryen identity. The revelation left her both astonished and understanding, for such a noble lineage likely harbored unfathomable secrets. Yet with the knowledge of this secret, she also recognized that extricating herself would not be so simple. Although she did not wish to depart now, should the day come when she desired to leave, there was a risk that this seemingly harmless boy might issue a command for her silence. Although no one had ever witnessed his true visage, the radiance of the divine perpetually influenced the world. Rather than delineating the world through nations, city-states, or races, it would be more fitting to categorize it by the faith of its gods. This, I believe, represents the true essence of this world. The ship's passengers could now glimpse the towering Titan, a colossal statue forged of stone and bronze, standing with its feet on two separate islets, one hand raised high, brandishing a broken sword, while its hollow eyes burned with fierce flames. From a considerable distance, they could only discern a blurred silhouette. The crew members aboard the ship even felt as though they could faintly hear the Titan's roar, igniting a wave of jubilant celebration among them. They rejoiced that their long voyage was nearing its conclusion, celebrating their survival through this journey. Within the ship's cabin, Viserys listened to the jubilations outside, feeling a slight tingle at the nape of his neck. Taking a deep breath, he spoke, "So, you mean to say, the essence of this world is a struggle among the gods?" Chapter 67, Arrival. The conversation between Viserys and the priestess Miri proved profoundly significant, deepening the boy's understanding of the world. Previously, it had been veiled in mist, but now it began to dissipate, revealing faint outlines. However, the true essence concealed within the fog remained distant. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the merchant ship, having traversed the ocean, finally passed beneath the famous landmark of Bravos, the Titan's legs. The sky seemed to echo with distant rumblings, reminiscent of the Titan's roar. The merchant vessel had thus officially entered the realm of the colossal city-state of Braavos. The merchant vessel cleaved through the waves, its sails billowing as the oarsmen deftly maneuvered their paddles. Had one stood upon the deck at that moment, they would have been greeted by an astonishing panorama of bustling activity. Countless ships traversed this city, composed of myriad islands, with stone arch bridges reconnecting these small landmasses. The horizon was obscured by an endless expanse of sails, and the vast bay appeared somewhat congested, teeming with throngs of people amidst a cacophony of sounds. Various vessels, adorned with flags from diverse cultures, carried individuals from all corners of the world, including ships that journeyed from the Summer Isles, the trembling shores of Ibn, and the jade waters of Karth. Even vessels from Asshai had made their way here. Braavos had undeniably emerged as the epicenter of global trade, with a staggering number of ships arriving and departing daily. However, the grand ship upon which Viserys was aboard seemed to fade into the background upon reaching Braavos, overshadowed by several larger vessels that passed by with an air of indifference, rudely pushing them aside. Braavos at last. The ship docked at the grid-like wharf, where customs officials boarded to conduct inspections. Once cleared, they sailed further into the harbor, finally mooring with a resounding thud at a large port. Subsequently, the passengers disembarked in succession, officially arriving in the foremost of the 9 free cities of trade, while Viserys blended into the crowd. A minor incident occurred amidst the throng. A thief had apparently set his sights on the gemstone adorning Viserys, attempting to stealthily detach it. However, he was caught red-handed before he could make his move, and several wallets fell from his person. Fortunately, upon reaching the territory of Braavos, Viserys did not need to personally address the thief, as local soldiers swiftly apprehended the miscreant. This was merely an unfortunate occurrence. In truth, such scoundrels can be found anywhere. The municipal officer, clad in a brownish-gray robe, appeared slightly embarrassed, while Viserys' eyes were opened to the diversity of humanity around him. The officer had been extolling Braavos' civilization, prosperity, and commendable public safety. Yet little did he anticipate that Viserys would be targeted by a thief immediately upon disembarking. It seemed this thief had not only fixated on Viserys. He bore several wallets in his possession, though it was uncertain if their owners had realized their valuables were missing. Indeed, I comprehend, Viserys acknowledged with a peculiar expression. Although this was a trifling incident, it left an indelible mark on Viserys' initial impression of Braavos. The faint sense of reverence he had harbored dissipated, as he pondered the wealth, trade, and civilization that had fostered such miracles, crafted by the hands of slaves, which had long inspired awe and aspiration in myriad souls. His preconceived notions, shaped by literature and prior knowledge, were further solidified, yet upon his arrival in this legendary city, he found no sweet air wafting towards him, only the presence of a furtive thief. Soon, Viserys and his entourage did not linger at the harbor, as 2 carriages draped in heavy cloaks awaited. He climbed aboard, setting forth directly towards the Sea King's palace, the Hall of the Sea King. The rhythmic sound of wheels echoed outside. Viserys settled within the carriage, his feet resting upon a silver carpet meticulously crafted by skilled artisans, finally grounding him as he stepped away from the floating sea. The boy then drew back the drapes to behold the unfamiliar cityscape. In Viserys' eyes, Braavos unfolded as a stone city interlaced with canals and docks. The view from his carriage revealed numerous gray, golden, and red stone arch bridges, flanked by tightly packed gray stone houses lining the streets. Some buildings were constructed directly over the waterways, often rising 4 or 5 stories high, crowned with tiled roofs, while lofty domes and towers loomed in the distance. Overall, Braavos exuded a grandeur and bustling vibrancy that far surpassed King's Landing. "Welcome to Braavos, Your Grace," the municipal officer addressed Viserys, discarding the pretense of referring to him as young master now that they were ensconced in the carriage. He sat alongside Viserys, proudly narrating tales of his beloved city. Each landmark, the Isle of Gods, the Purple Harbor, the Moon Pool, was steeped in legendary lore. The officer gestured towards a colossal dome tower that overlooked the Purple Harbor. "There lies our destination. The Sea Lord awaits your arrival." The carriage glided into the Hall of the Sea King, passing through a garden before coming to a halt. Nearby, a few young girls appeared to be playing, their attention captured by the carriage as they gazed from a distance. Viserys then alighted from the carriage. Here stood the Hall of the Sea King. After more than a month of travel, he had finally arrived at his intended destination. Despite Viserys' calm demeanor, he exhaled softly, straightening his attire and dusting off his garments upon disembarking. The journey had not been entirely smooth. It was only upon leaving the protection of the army that he had truly encountered the unvarnished reality of the world. There were no nobles, no schemes, no wars, only vibrant lives engaged in a struggle for survival, undertaking both virtuous and nefarious actions. Mercenaries, thieves, merchants, and farmers, individuals who would not be immortalized in history, but constituted the very essence of this world. Chapter 68, Prince Dorne. Subsequently, Viserys and his retinue were escorted to rest within the hall of the Sea King. Viserys was granted a lavish private chamber, while his 2 guards stood watch outside. The priestess, shackled, along with her child, was provided a separate room, out of respect for each other's privacy. Viserys refrained from inquiring about the identity of the child's father, whether he had perished by misfortune or had fled after leaving her with child. Such occurrences were all too common in this era. Otherwise, the streets of King's Landing would not teem with so many orphans, who were often exploited by unscrupulous individuals, trained to become informants, leading to a tragic existence. Once in his room, Viserys eagerly indulged in a hot bath. For the sake of disguise and the preciousness of fresh water aboard the ship had left him long deprived of such luxury. The Hall of the Sea King boasted a grand hot spring, where the Sea Lord and his esteemed guests often indulged in relaxation. In the wooden tub of his chamber, Viserys cleansed his body of the grime that clung to him, and as he washed, his once blue-tinted hair returned to its natural hue, revealing a somewhat soiled little face that transformed into a fair and rosy visage. Guided by a maidservant, Viserys donned a sumptuous velvet nightgown and slippers before making his way to the grand hot spring pool within the Hall of the Sea King. Upon entering the vast hall, he was immediately enveloped by a wave of warm steam that made his fair complexion flush slightly. Although the hot spring was substantial in size, it exuded an extraordinary tranquility. The waters crystal clear and devoid of any other presence. Only Viserys had come. With a soft splash, the boy changed into swimwear and gradually slipped into the water, revealing only his head above the surface. His silvery golden locks cascaded around him, thoroughly soaked and clinging to his smooth, pale skin, flowing like molten silver amidst the ethereal white mist. What a delight it was! Submerged in the soothing warmth of the spring, Viserys leaned gently against the rocky edge, his eyes fluttering closed as he savored this fleeting moment of serenity. It seemed as though the exhaustion from a month adrift at sea was entirely dissipating at this juncture. Along with the impending pressures that loomed ahead, regarding the envoy from Dorne, the art of persuading bravos to support the Targaryens' tenuous grasp on this land, and the uncertainties of the future. As the white mist swirled within the hot spring, Viserys inadvertently dozed off at the edge, perhaps too fatigued to resist. Time slipped away unnoticed. Outside the hot spring, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor, accompanied by a soft, fragmented feminine whisper. Soon after, a tall man with broad shoulders and a slender waist entered the hall, gently cradling a maidservant in his arms. Before he could step further inside, his hand slid beneath the maid's garment. It was then that he noticed the silver-haired boy, who was now deeply asleep from sheer fatigue. The man's face bore subtle wrinkles, his brows delicately arched, and his serpent-like eyes were as dark as eternal night. His forehead was smooth, his nose sharp, and his lustrous black hair, streaked with silver, formed a slight peak above his brow, tousled yet striking. Below his nose were 2 small tufts of mustache, and a soft beard adorned his chin and cheeks. He halted, gazing at Viserys' back, particularly captivated by the boy's hair, which resembled molten silver, and narrowed his eyes slightly. The maid in his embrace relaxed against his strong, firm arms, her fingers clutching at his tunic as she breathed heavily, the rhythm of her chest rising and falling. Noticing the man's hand had stilled, she raised her head in curiosity. "My prince, what is it?" However, the man, referred to as the prince, offered no reply, instead allowing a faint smile to grace his weathered cheeks. He then turned his gaze from Viserys, tilting his head to plant a kiss upon the maid's face. Meanwhile, his other hand, deftly and unnoticed by her, began to undo her garments from behind. Startled by the suddenness of his actions, the maid gasped, covering her mouth with one hand, while the man, undeterred, shed his own attire, oblivious to whether the sleeping boy would awaken at such a moment. He embraced the maid and submerged them both in the water. "My lord." The pair, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, began to entwine in the depths. Viserys, typically a light sleeper, was overwhelmed by the weariness that had accumulated from over a month at sea, leading him to succumb to slumber in the hot spring. After an indeterminate period, he stirred, roused by faint sounds and the gentle rippling of the water. Coughing, he unexpectedly choked on a mouthful of water, grasping the edge of the pool for stability. As the mist enveloped him, he hazily beheld a rather shocking sight, the remnants of sleep evaporating in an instant. With a sputter, he expelled the water he'd inhaled, his eyes widening in disbelief as he registered the scene before him. The couple, lost in their own world, realized that the boy at the edge of the hot spring had been awakened by their commotion, his astonishment evident as he stared at them, wide-eyed. "Hey, why the surprise, little one?" The maid, flustered, quickly turned her face away, while the man, sporting tousled hair and a beard, shrugged nonchalantly. "This is merely a form of exercise. One day, you two will come to appreciate this sport." With a playful slap, he patted the maid's rear, urging her to move aside before addressing Viserys. Initially taken aback by the startling sight, Viserys soon regained his composure, reassured by the knowledge that they were deep within the hall of the Sea King, a place where ordinary folk could not intrude. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze on the man and boldly inquired, "Who are you?" Just then, footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. "Your Highness, Prince Oberyn, are you inside?" The voice called. "Lord of the Sea King invites you." Chapter 69, An Audience with the Sea King. The Hall of the Sea King, as one of the most significant administrative edifices of Braavos, stood resplendent. Its towering vaulted ceilings and spires were constructed of meticulously cut stone blocks, and the intricate passages led to 4 grand doors. In the waning days of August, marking the 284th year of the conquest, the tail end of summer lingered, yet the hall, built entirely of stone, remained remarkably cool. Braavos, devoid of trees, was within the Hall of the Sea King, a verdant oasis, alive with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers, as servants moved gracefully through the courtyards. Viserys and Oberyn strode side by side along the half-open corridor of the hall, a maidservant leading the way. The Dorne prince observed his surroundings with keen interest, occasionally reaching out to touch the reliefs adorning the corridor walls, nodding thoughtfully as though he possessed a unique understanding of the arts. In contrast, Viserys remained focused on the ground ahead, lost in contemplation. Their roles appeared to have reversed. Oberyn embodied the curious spirit of a child, while Viserys had taken on the demeanor of a taciturn adult. Oberyn. The corridor echoed with the sound of 3 pairs of footsteps ascending the winding stone stairs, where sunlight failed to penetrate, casting an air of gloom and oppression. Finally, Viserys turned slightly to regard the man beside him, breaking the silence with a quiet voice. Oberyn did not turn to glance at Viserys. His gaze remained fixed upon the intricate reliefs adorning the wall, which chronicled the illustrious history of Braavos from its inception to the present day. Braavos had never been a part of the Valyrian freehold. It was established around 5 centuries before Aegon's landing by refugees fleeing the shackles of Valyria. At that time, a slave uprising occurred aboard a Valyrian fleet, wherein the enslaved rowers seized control of the ships. Unable to withstand the might of Valyrian dragon lords, these slaves sought to distance themselves from Valyrian influence, fleeing across the narrow sea to the north. Ultimately, under the guidance of the Moonsingers, these rebellious slaves arrived at an archipelago shrouded in mist, situated within the brackish waters of the lagoon. This group of fugitives hailed from various lands, possessing diverse beliefs, and thus the founders of Braavos afforded a place to all deities, proclaiming their intent to remain impartial to any single god. Among them were Andals, men from the Summer Isles, Giscari, Lyseni, Ibonese, and even pure-blooded Valyrians burdened by debt and crime. Some were trained soldiers, while others were bed slaves, cooks, grooms, stewards, skilled artisans, carpenters, blacksmiths, masons, laborers, and fishermen, among others. The newly liberated populace spoke numerous dialects, and, consequently, the Valyrian accent of their last masters evolved into their common tongue. Enthralled by the resplendent history depicted in the reliefs, Oberyn remained lost in thought, while Viserys furrowed his brow slightly before continuing. "As far as I am aware, Prince Oberyn, Dorne appears to be negotiating with the usurper who has unlawfully seized the Iron Throne." Viserys sought to probe Oberyn's sentiments towards Dorne's true stance in this negotiation, hoping to establish a foundation for their discussion. Oberyn, stroking his chin and regarding the reliefs, heard Viserys' words and raised an eyebrow before finally turning his attention to him. "You are not mistaken, little fellow, but that is not my intention," Oberyn replied, nodding, his piercing black eyes deep and his voice unusually calm. "I shall not negotiate with these people. I desire only their demise." Though his tone was tranquil, it sent shivers down one's spine, eliciting an involuntary chill at the nape of the neck. "Is that so?" Viserys queried, his expression sharpening upon hearing Oberyn's declaration. After a brief silence, he continued, "Might I inquire if, through this connection to Braavos, Prince Oberyn speaks solely for himself, or does Prince Doran share this sentiment as well?" "Ah, that is indeed a pertinent question." Oberyn appraised Viserys with a hint of surprise at his ability to pose such a direct inquiry. Meanwhile, as their conversation unfolded, guided by the handmaiden, they arrived before the audience chamber of the Sea Lord. Inside, a middle-aged man with dark hair and brown eyes sat reading. The room was particularly spacious, illuminated by sunlight streaming through the windows, with an opulent gray carpet covering the floor and a grand golden bed draped with curtains. A bookshelf lined the walls, filled with rare tomes from around the world. This Lord of Bravos, Viserys III, seemed to have a profound affinity for literature. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the corridor, accompanied by hushed voices, prompting the middle-aged man to glance up from his book. He then heard a knock at the door. "Enter," he called, casually creasing a page of his book before gently closing it. The handmaiden, upon hearing his voice, pushed open the heavy door and stepped inside. "My lord, the guests have arrived." She offered a slight curtsy to the Sea Lord, who nodded in acknowledgement before she gracefully retreated. As Viserys and Oberyn entered, a delicate floral fragrance enveloped them. Upon closer inspection, it bore the unmistakable scent of perfume. Viserys pondered the reason behind the abundance of fragrance in the chamber. Though he refrained from voicing his curiosity, he surveyed the surroundings. The room was expansive, featuring a well-lit balcony, a golden bed, and bookshelves, resembling a bedroom more than an audience chamber. "Welcome, esteemed guests," the middle-aged man seated at the round table said, remaining seated, fingers interlaced, as he courteously greeted them. This man was indeed the current Sea Lord of Bravos, Viserys III. There is no need for surprise, noble guests. Noticing the peculiar expression on Viserys' face, the Sea Lord calmly elaborated, "I am afflicted with a grievous ailment and require a considerable amount of medicinal brews daily. Thus, the scent of herbs permeates the room, necessitating the use of perfume to mask it." Chapter 70, The Signing of the Pact. The Sea Lord of Bravos spoke candidly, openly acknowledging his precarious health, thus justifying the aromatic distractions in his quarters. Perhaps this was why the audience chamber also served as his bedroom. Nonetheless, his demeanor remained remarkably composed, showing no signs of illness apart from slight pallor. As he smiled and jested, "I hope you will forgive my failure to greet you personally." As a figure positioned atop the theoretical power hierarchy of the world, the Sea Lord's humble attitude reflected his good upbringing, particularly since both Viserys and Oberyn could potentially benefit from this encounter. Just as bloodlines and traditions were weighed against the value of numbers, the Iron Bank valued mathematics, believing it to be infallible. My lord, Oberyn, now shedding his previous levity, adopted a serious demeanor, exhibiting impeccable decorum as he inclined his head and took a seat beside Viserys. Having traversed Essos and served as a mercenary, initially among the Second Sons and later forming his own band, he was naturally fluent in Valyrian. "My lord," Viserys echoed, casting a glance at Oberyn before mirroring his greeting to the Sea Lord, taking a seat at the table opposite him. The round table had only 2 chairs, clearly intended for the 2 of them. Outside, the chief swordsman, Ser Illyrio, having spotted Viserys, exchanged greetings with him. Now observing that the host and guests were seated and ready to discuss matters of import, he closed the door and took his post outside. As the bedroom door closed, a palpable tension enveloped the room. "Your Majesty," the King of Bravos spoke, seated with his dark tresses cascading down his back. His gaze fixed on Viserys as he initiated the tone for their meeting. He expressed his lament regarding the egregious betrayal manifested in the War of the Usurper in Westeros, extending his condolences for the plight of your father and brother. Viserys, acknowledging the words with a slight bow of gratitude, understood these sentiments to be mere formalities. However, he refrained from questioning the apparent hypocrisy of the situation. If the betrayal of the usurpers was so reprehensible, why did the Iron Bank continue to extend substantial loans to them? Yet, it was clear that a war-torn Westeros did not align with their interests. The King of Bravos continued, regarding the boy seated before him. Although young, Viserys had grown considerably in stature over the past year. He no longer needed to leap from his chair, but could simply rise on his toes to descend. At that moment, Viserys awaited the King of Bravos' next words. However, Oberyn, seated nearby, interjected, raising a hand. Among the 3 factions of the table, the Targaryens undeniably wielded the least power, and Dorne was not particularly intimidated by Bravos. "There is little need for such pleasantries, your grace, and you too, Viserys," Prince Oberyn said, glancing between the young king and the King of Bravos, his sincerity evident. "Let us get straight to the point." Within the confines of the King of Bravos' chamber, a clandestine discussion regarding the fate of all Westeros was unfolding. The 3 representatives embodied 3 major interest groups, with Viserys possessing the least authority. This was not merely due to his youth. but rather because the remnants of House Targaryen he represented lacked the strength to command significant respect from either Prince Oberyn or the King of Braavos. Nevertheless, Viserys did not relent in his pursuit of some advantage. The young king proposed a request during the negotiations, seeking the support of Braavos, and was willing to relinquish a portion of his interests in exchange for it. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the passage of time was unnoticed, casting elongated shadows across the half-open balcony. The King of Braavos' chief swordsman remained stationed outside the chamber door, observing children playing in the garden below. He had heard every word spoken within the room, but chose to remain silent. As the personal guard of the king, Ser Illyrio Frye knew too many secrets and extraordinary conspiracies. He understood how to ensure his own longevity amidst such intrigues, which spanned a vast array of plots, including the Golden Company, a former exiled prime minister from across the Narrow Sea, an informant buried in King's Landing, and a governor for Pentos, all conspiring to overturn Robert Baratheon's rule over the Iron Throne. The crimson hues of the sunset illuminated the swordsman's leather armor, his unkempt hair tousled, standing tall with a hint of weariness as he blinked and squinted in the fading light. At that moment, a voice emerged from within the chamber. Illyrio, the startled swordsman, caught off guard, shivered at the sudden utterance, shaking off his drowsiness. He quickly adjusted the hilt of his sword at his waist and slapped his cheeks to reawaken himself, fearing that the king might perceive any sign of fatigue before he entered the room. "My lord," Illyrio announced upon stepping through the door. "Illyrio, instruct the servants to prepare a family banquet in the ballroom," the King of Braavos replied, still seated at the table. It seemed that the prolonged discussions had taken a toll on the countenance of Frago Antarian, who rubbed his nose wearily before speaking. "The good news is that the results of this clandestine meeting have been finalized. Young King Viserys Targaryen has affixed his name to the agreement on behalf of his family and Dragonstone." The King of Braavos similarly stamped his seal upon the document, while Prince Oberyn signed as well, though he did not inscribe the Martell family name, opting instead for his own. Even if complications arose and the plan was exposed, Oberyn had no fear of retribution from the Iron Throne. He was not the Lord of Sunspear, and could easily claim that he acted solely in his personal capacity, seeking vengeance for his sister. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the annals of Westerosi history, where familial bonds and individual intentions often diverged, without sufficient evidence. Whether the Iron Throne would hold his family accountable depended solely on their strength. Coincidentally, the Martell family held enough power to placate the Iron Throne's ire regarding Oberyn's rebellious nature. Once the pact was signed, the document was entrusted to the King of Braavos. Stored within the most confidential archives of Braavos, where security measures rivaled those of the Iron Bank. Chapter 71, each with their own agenda. The binding nature of this agreement was, in essence, akin to a mere scrap of paper, serving only as a future endorsement. Yet, even should issues arise, the two signatories aside from Viserys could easily deflect accountability through various pretexts. As long as the Martells were not directly captured by the Iron Throne, they could shield Oberyn's impudence, while the King of Braavos could assert that his seal had been lost, thus framing the situation as a fabrication. Only Viserys had genuinely committed his signature, leaving him with no room for evasion or denial. He alone faced an absence of retreat. Aside from the prospect of overthrowing the Baratheon regime and reclaiming the Iron Throne, he had no other options. Even should he wait for Robert to perish at the hands of a boar, he needed to establish a temporary stronghold, out of sight from his adversaries, avoiding any overt provocations. Thus, his gaze was inevitably drawn beyond the shores of Westeros. This notion had already been discussed with his hand, Ser Geoffrey, prior to departing from Dragonstone. Fortunately, House Targaryen possessed a fleet capable of crossing the sea, and Viserys resolved to tactically abandon Dragonstone, seeking a foothold on the continent of Essos. Strategically, he would still use Dragonstone as a launch point, ultimately aiming for Westeros. This was his blueprint for the future. For the young king, such a decision to relocate was undeniably audacious, as it shattered the foundations of House Targaryen and led his family back to a homeland that had become entirely foreign. Queen Rhaella, his mother, had long hesitated to make such a choice in her lifetime, unwilling to forsake Dragonstone, a land of immense significance to the Targaryens, the birthplace of dragons. However, Viserys exhibited a greater composure than his mother. He lacked her deeply entrenched obsession with family legacy. His differing perspective allowed him to behold a vastly different landscape. Consequently, during this clandestine meeting, the young king boldly articulated his stance, seeking the overt support of Braavos, even at the expense of certain interests. Unsurprisingly, Viserys' request met with failure. Braavos could not publicly endorse the restoration of House Targaryen, for such an act would render the substantial gold dragons they had lent as irretrievable bad debts. Nevertheless, after the refusal from a Sea Lord of Braavos, Viserys did not succumb to despondency. Instead, he prudently proposed an alternative request. He sought not public endorsement, but merely the tacit approval of Braavos for the Targaryens to return to their homeland, without interference. This demand was not unreasonable, as it required no sacrifice of Braavos' interests, merely an act of benign neglect, which could also provide a diplomatic explanation to the Iron Throne. Ultimately, after due contemplation, the Sea Lord of Braavos acquiesced to Viserys' request, incorporating it into their agreement. For Braavos, their bottom line was an absolute refusal to publicly support the Targaryens. However, they could discreetly lend financial assistance to disrupt the tranquility of Westeros through low-interest or interest-free loans. In truth, Braavos' professed love for peace and respect for lineage was a hypocritical pretext. A civil war among the Seven Kingdoms served their interests far better, leading to the fragmentation of Westeros and a return to the state of affairs prior to Aegon's conquest. The ideal outcome would see others mimicking their systems and values, evolving into independent city-states of free trade, thereby allowing the Iron Bank to amass vast riches under the guise of assistance, draining the last copper coins from the continent. Thus, the Sea Lord ultimately consented to Viserys' request, permitting the Targaryens to return to their ancestral lands, delineating a specified area on a map. As twilight approached, the preparations for the Sea Lord's family banquet were still underway, and the sky had yet to darken. Following the conclusion of this secret meeting, Viserys and Prince Oberyn from Dorne strolled side by side along the corridor, their footsteps echoing clearly. The passing servants paused to pay their respects upon seeing the two. At that moment, Oberyn inquired, "Your Majesty?" glancing at the young king with a hint of curiosity. "Speak, my prince," Viserys replied, maintaining a demeanor of politeness in contrast to Oberyn's more casual tone, who persistently referred to Viserys as the little fellow. This was the first time Oberyn addressed Viserys as Your Majesty, which struck him as somewhat peculiar. "No, I mareli spuka ufshandavli. I think calling you by your name is quite sufficient." Oberyn shrugged nonchalantly. "I'm simply curious about what it feels like to be called a king at such a tender age. A king who cannot even kill a chicken?" he mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Viserys, having heard Oberyn's words, tilted his head, the faint lavender of his eyes reflecting the tall, slender figure beside him. However, he did not take offense, merely nodding and calmly replying, "In fact, I can kill a chicken, Prince Oberyn." At the age of 8, Viserys had already personally executed 4 individuals, including Kevan Lannister, and had even witnessed the ravages of war. Regarding the sensation of being called a king, Viserys pondered briefly. "I suppose it feels somewhat akin to being in a brothel, where one is referred to as valiant by women." Oberyn's expression shifted to one of surprise at Viserys' sharp retort. He had not anticipated such a pointed comeback from the usually mild-mannered young king. Yet, instead of taking offense, Oberyn chuckled, patting Viserys on the shoulder. "An amusing little fellow you are." As they conversed, the two appeared, from a distance, akin to brothers, with Oberyn guiding his younger companion. However, the disparity in their appearances was marked. Oberyn, a member of the Dornish Salt people, possessed a darker complexion, while Viserys was notably fair-skinned, adorned with striking silver-gold hair. "Your performance at the negotiating table was commendable, Viserys. If my daughter were of suitable standing, I would indeed consider her marriage to you," Oberyn remarked, glancing at the young king with a hint of jest in his tone. Chapter 72. The Marriage Pact Set Aside. Oberyn genuinely admired Viserys' conduct during the negotiations, finding himself somewhat impressed. However, his jest about marrying his daughter was merely a playful remark. He had no intention of doing so, and Viserys had grown accustomed to Oberyn's unfiltered speech. Strangely, upon hearing this comment, Viserys felt a twinge of melancholy and, after a brief silence, asked in a tone of curiosity, "What issue could there possibly be with your daughter's standing?" As a prince of Dorne, Oberyn's daughter's status could hardly be questioned. "Oh, they are all my bastards," Oberyn replied with a slight shrug, his tone indifferent and devoid of pretense. In Westeros, outside of Dorne, bastardy was a matter that severely tarnished family honor, often concealed by the nobility, even if it had become commonplace. Yet Dorne differed in this respect. There, a more egalitarian inheritance system prevailed. Mistresses held a certain social standing, and attitudes towards sexuality were notably more liberated. Viserys fell into silence, and Oberyn, unusually contemplative, remained quiet for a time. Eventually, as they reached the fork in the corridor, they prepared to part ways, with Viserys heading towards his assigned quarters. "Give it some thought. Arianne is a fine girl," Oberyn advised, taking a deep breath before patting Viserys' shoulder. As he turned to walk towards his own chambers, he paused momentarily as if recalling something. By the way, Viserys, when you return to Dragonstone, I shall accompany you. I wish to see my sister and the child that bastard has sired. The bastard he referred to was undoubtedly Viserys' elder brother, Rhaegar Targaryen, whose child with Oberyn's sister was none other than Rhaenys. Due to his travels across the Essos continent, Oberyn had yet to behold the visage of his niece. With ample time at his disposal, he wished to seize the opportunity to accompany Viserys back to Dragonstone and pay a visit to Rhaenys. Very well, I understand, Viserys murmured, standing still as he quietly observed Oberyn's retreating silhouette, the man's elongated form appearing like a serpentine shadow against the crimson hues of the setting sun. The young king then exhaled softly. In their earlier conversation, Oberyn had broached the topic of the conditions under which Dorne would enter into a secret alliance with House Targaryen. It was evident that Dorne would not extend unconditional support for Viserys' anticipated return to Westeros in his quest for the Iron Throne. The terms were straightforward. Dorne demanded that Viserys, upon reaching adulthood, wed Princess Aelienne Martell, the eldest daughter of Prince Doran, as a gesture of reciprocity. However, Viserys opposed this proposal, reluctant to make such a momentous decision regarding his future so hastily. Given his understanding of Aelienne Martell, he harbored reservations about having her as his future bride. Nevertheless, he found himself unable to present more favorable terms to satisfy Dorne. The only alternative would be to substitute his still infant sister Daenerys to fulfill the marital alliance with House Martell, arranging for her to wed the 3-year-old heir, Quentyn Martell. Yet, this option was equally unacceptable to Viserys. Ultimately, he sought a reason to temporarily postpone the engagement with Princess Aelienne Martell. I am merely 8 years old. This matter is a decade away. Let us revisit it when the time comes. That night, within the hall of the Sea King, a modest family feast was convened. The wife and children of the Sea King of Braavos, Ferrego Antarian, were present to personally welcome esteemed guests from Dragonstone and Dorne. After attending the Sea King's gathering, Viserys returned to his quarters, weary to the bone. Thud! He collapsed onto his bed, sprawled in a starfish position, wishing to meld into the softness of the mattress. Never to part again. I'm so exhausted. For the young king, fatigue encompassed not only physical weariness but also the mental strain he bore. Though nominally a king, he approached every matter with trepidation, as if treading upon thin ice. Before him lay an intricate labyrinth of challenges. He was akin to a lost mountaineer, perilously close to falling into an abyss with any misstep. Unlike King Robert upon the Iron Throne, who could afford to fail, Viserys lacked such luxury. He could not allow himself to falter. He must remain perpetually vigilant, constantly reminding himself to tread carefully. A minor victory or a slight gain would not incite exuberance within him, for he feared losing his essential composure, which could lead to a grievous error and render all prior efforts futile, perhaps even jeopardizing his life. Nevertheless, as he lay upon the dark, plush bed, there was a flicker of uncontainable joy within him. This marked yet another small victory following the Battle of Storm's End, one achieved without drawing a single sword, an accomplishment secured at the negotiation table. Your Majesty. At that moment, a gentle knock resonated at the door of the young king's chamber, heralded by one of his guards. The guard entered, balancing a tray that bore a steaming cup of mint tea, neatly arranged biscuits, and a small dish of cream, setting it upon the table before preparing to depart. Mont, please fetch me the map of the free cities, Viserys requested, still sprawled across the bed, resembling a lifeless form, his head buried in a pillow as he spoke in a muffled tone. The guard, named Mond, paused momentarily, uncertain of the young king's intent in seeking the map so soon after the negotiations. Understood, he replied, acquiescing before exiting to retrieve the map of the western coast of Essos. The 9 free cities were clustered in this region, while the vast expanse of the Dothraki Sea lay at the heart of Essos. Once Mond returned, Viserys sat at his desk, igniting the white candle, its flickering flame illuminating the small space before him. With a rustle, he unfurled the map, his lavender eyes keenly fixed upon a specific location. Andals. Chapter 73. Farewell. The hour had grown late after the conclusion of the Sea King's family feast. Yet, upon returning to his chamber, Viserys did not hasten to rest. Instead, he requested the guard to bring forth the map of the western coast of Essos. With a flourish, the map was spread across the table. Andals. Only half of the white candle remained, quietly burning as the young king's hands rested on the table, his gaze intensely focused on a particular spot on the map. Here, Viserys pointed to the map, indicating a location directly south of Braavos, east of the narrow sea, bordered by the Braavos coast. With the Nathos Mountains to the east, and the Velvet Mountains to the west. The area he indicated, known as Andals, lay nestled among these hills and mountains, a vast plain stretching endlessly towards the sea. What Viserys had sought at the negotiation table was this unclaimed territory, which the Sea King of Braavos generously allotted to House Targaryen. However, due to the peculiar city-state system, while Braavos' merchant ships traversed every ocean, they showed little interest in the nearby Andals plain, resulting in a diminished influence over this land. Although Andals was the ancestral home of the Andals, much of their cultural imprint had been erased due to migration and invasion. Presently, only a few impoverished villages remained, with no mineral wealth and a sparse population, rendering it largely neglected. After much deliberation, the Sea King ultimately bestowed this seemingly barren land upon Viserys, ostensibly as an act of goodwill. Yet the reality was that this territory, situated between Braavos and Pentos, would require Viserys to address the issues posed by the governor of Pentos. Nevertheless, Viserys felt a surge of happiness. Gaining the tacit approval and endorsement of Braavos signified that House Targaryen had secured a ticket to enter the realm of the 9 free cities. This was the crux of the matter. A gentle breath escaped from Viserys as he clenched his fist. Although he had already familiarized himself with the location of Andals on the map in the Sea King's chamber in Braavos, he felt compelled to behold it once more. This forsaken land, nestled between Pentos and Braavos, would be the foundation upon which he would establish his presence on the continent of Essos. Even the youngest of dragons require a vast sky to soar in order to mature into dominators who gaze down upon the earth. Otherwise, trapped within the confines of a narrow dragon's lair, one might share the fate of the last dragon of House Targaryen, twisted, unable to reproduce, perishing in youth, with even the remnants of its bones no larger than those of a human child. The journey to this destination was not without its challenges. In the following days, after disguising himself, Viserys meandered through Braavos. His first visit was to the House of Black and White, the temple dedicated to the many-faced god, perched atop a modest rocky hill. This unassuming yet profound edifice, constructed from deep gray stone, featured no windows, rendering it shrouded in darkness. With a pointed roof of black tiles, the grand entrance consisted of a pair of intricately carved wooden doors, each standing 12 feet tall. The left door, fashioned from weirwood, gleamed white like bone, while the right door exhibited a subtle sheen of ebony. Between these doors was a carved moon, with weirwood inlaid within the ebony and vice versa, suggesting an underlying rhythm. The stone steps leading from the entrance of the House of Black and White descended directly to the dock below. The river below bustled with boats, yet few ventured through those grand doors to silently pray by the pool within. After departing the House of Black and White, Viserys proceeded to visit the Temple of the Moon Singer. Due to historical significance, the Temple of the Moon Singer now stood as the most magnificent and popular temple in Braavos. Its grand palace, constructed of pristine white marble, boasted a silver dome, and the alabaster windows displayed the various phases of the moon. Each doorway was flanked by statues of marble maidens, as tall as the Sea King's statue, supporting the crescent-shaped lintels. However, Viserys refrained from entering the Temple of the Moon Singer, deterred by the throngs of people. Fearing potential complications, he lingered only briefly on the ship before departing. The Purple Harbor and Moonpool of Braavos were renowned for their exquisite brothels and taverns. As night fell, skilled swordsmen from all corners of Braavos gathered near the Moonpool to showcase their talents, while the waters of the Purple Harbor glowed with lights, creating a scene of opulence. Enormous pleasure barges glided across the surface of the harbor, with milk and fine wine poured into the water, epitomizing a life of indulgence. Here, in Braavos, the courtesans enjoyed a status far superior to that in other city-states across the world. Each enchanting beauty possessed her own barge and servants, their allure celebrated in songs sung by minstrels, while goldsmiths and jewelers vied to craft exquisite items for them. Artisans begged for their patronage, and wealthy traders paid sums equivalent to royal ransoms to win their company at balls, feasts, and theatrical performances, with even assassins clashing in their names. Time passed swiftly, and during his brief sojourn in Braavos, Viserys witnessed sights that expanded his horizons, such opulence he had only experienced in a previous life. However, little time had elapsed before a merchant vessel with official ties to Braavos prepared to set sail for King's Landing, following the familiar route to Pentos, then Dragonstone, and finally to King's Landing. Thus, Viserys and his companions, including Oberyn, were secretly arranged by the Sea King of Braavos to board this merchant ship and commence their journey back to Dragonstone. The double-masted ship unfurled its sails as the rowers below exerted their strength, cleaving through the waves until they passed the Titan of Bravos, who raised a broken sword in silent watch. Viserys felt an echo of the Titan's roar resonate overhead, as if bidding him farewell. The merchant vessel then officially departed Bravos, venturing into the vast ocean. Chapter 74. Return to Dragonstone. As the sun rose and the moon set, more than a month had passed on the sea. This return journey was considerably smoother than the last, with only a minor squall causing a brief delay. Eventually, they arrived safely at Dragonstone, where Ser Joffrey, Lady Rhaenys, and the castle's inhabitants awaited at the dock. "Your Grace," the young king greeted, clad in a fitted leather jerkin and adorned with a finely crafted fur cloak. His dark cape draping over his shoulders and his silver golden curls cascading upon the plush fabric. He wore brown deerskin gloves, grasping the railing as he descended from the ship. In the mere span of 3 months, Ser Joffrey perceived a remarkable transformation in the boy. His once delicate lavender eyes now bore a steadiness, calm and unperturbed. The fair skin that had been so pristine now showed signs of sun-kissed color, perhaps from days spent at sea. The old knight could not shake the sensation that the young king's frame had grown sturdier. Though mid-October of the year 284 AC had arrived, Viserys had recently celebrated his 8th name day aboard the ship. At merely 8 years of age, he appeared more akin to an 11 or 12-year-old, markedly stronger than his peers. Fate is capricious. Yet, the prince remained a good-hearted child. As the elderly handmaiden Sophia, who had fled to Dragonstone with Queen Rhaela, observed Viserys disembark, her heart was filled with mixed emotions. Having served House Targaryen in the Red Keep for many years, she had witnessed Viserys grow from birth to this moment. She vividly recalled the frail child who had hurriedly escaped the Red Keep, a stark contrast to the robust figure before her now. "Your Grace, Ser Joffrey." Viserys greeted the old knight with a brief handshake. He then turned to acknowledge the tall, slender man accompanying him, but his gaze was drawn to a brown-haired girl nearby, held by a maid, who cradled an infant in her arms. "This is Prince Oberyn Martell from Dorne." Viserys began to introduce Oberyn to Ser Joffrey, only to find that the latter's attention was entirely fixated on Rhaenys. Upon hearing the words of the young king, the old knight was momentarily taken aback. He had been pondering the identity of the man who had disembarked alongside Viserys, questioning why the retinue seemed to have expanded upon the king's return, now including a woman shackled and cradling child. To his astonishment, he discovered that the slender, somewhat dark-skinned man sporting a faint stubble was none other than Oberyn Martell, the Prince of Dorne. "Greetings, Prince Oberyn," the old knight said, standing on the dock, his silver hair tousled by the sea breeze as he extended a hand, pausing in midair. Meanwhile, Oberyn, who had been gazing intently at Rhaenys, snapped out of his reverie and offered a polite smile to the old knight, extending his own hand in return. "I have heard your name long before," he remarked. With a firm grasp, their hands met, then parted. "Oh, the prince has heard of me?" The old knight was somewhat bewildered that Oberyn was familiar with his name. Though he had been knighted, he had spent his years serving in the fleet at Dragonstone, devoid of lands or a wife, and it was unexpected that Oberyn had knowledge of him. "Indeed, in Tyrosh. Your reputation precedes you, even after all these years," Oberyn replied, shrugging slightly, his tone unassuming as his dark eyes scrutinized the elderly figure before him. Despite the man's advanced age, Oberyn felt no inclination to underestimate him. Following Oberyn's words, a silence enveloped the old knight, who remained contemplative for a long while. Viserys, listening intently to their exchange, discerned that the old knight had likely made a name for himself in his youth, though the reasons for his reticence remained a mystery. Tyrosh? Viserys pondered, recognizing its geographical location on a large island north of the Stepstones, not far from the contested shores. Reflecting on the old knight's age, a bold hypothesis emerged in Viserys' mind. Could it be that the old knight had participated in the War of the Ninepenny Kings during his youth? Yet, this was merely a conjecture, lacking any substantiation, and the old knight's reluctance to discuss it surely bore its own significance. Casting a glance at the old knight, and then at Oberyn, Viserys finally spoke. "In that case, the hour grows late. Let us return to the castle for further discussion." He raised his gaze to the sky. The Bravosi merchant ships had docked during the evening, and dusk had fully settled, with soldiers already raising their torches. At that moment, Rhaenys clung to Viserys' leg, perhaps feeling the absence of her father after such a lengthy departure. For a 4-year-old girl, 3 months was an eternity. Her gaze, which had held a trace of unfamiliarity and timidity, gradually regained a hint of familiarity as she observed Viserys conversing with the old knight. She stepped forward, embracing him. The young king's heart softened, and he reached down to ruffle Rhaenys' hair before turning to instruct a servant. Sophia, We have important guests arriving today. Prepare a feast at once. Yes, your grace, the elderly maid promptly replied. Viserys nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd behind him. It was then that he noticed a young, unfamiliar face among those welcoming him, clad in a gray scholar's robe and adorned with 3 heavy chains of metal, black iron, bronze, and silver, around his neck. And who might you be? Viserys inquired, halting in his tracks. My name is Gunther, your grace. The young scholar did not hesitate, offering a slight bow before explaining. I'm a pupil of Master Valerion, studying astronomy, and I have acquired the chains of the Raven and Medicine. The Citadel dispatched me to serve a Dragonstone, following the unfortunate news regarding Master Daniel. Chapter 75. The Citadel's Dispute. What? Viserys' expression turned peculiar upon hearing the young scholar's words. Reflecting on it now, it had been over 6 months since Master Daniel's passing, and it struck him as rather slow that the Citadel's successor had taken a full half-year to arrive at Dragonstone. Suppressing the urge to voice his thoughts, he noticed Gunther perceiving his bewilderment and hastily continued. In truth, after receiving the news of the old master's demise at Dragonstone, a fierce debate erupted within the Citadel regarding whether to send a new scholar to the island. Opinions were sharply divided. One faction argued for a change in policy, extending the political will of the Iron Throne and refusing to dispatch new scholars to serve the Targaryen remnants on Dragonstone, citing the prior warning from the Citadel that had inadvertently led to the annihilation of the royal fleet. The Iron Throne remained dissatisfied with the Citadel as a result. Conversely, the opposing side maintained that the Citadel should remain apolitical, serving all of Westeros, and thus believed it necessary to send a new scholar to fulfill their duty at Dragonstone. The ensuing debates escalated into heated arguments, drawing the attention of Maester Pycelle in King's Landing, who sent letters to inquire about the matter. Additionally, Maester Aemon of the Night's Watch communicated his thoughts through correspondence, yet it was evident that he and Maester Pycelle were aligned with opposing factions. Due to these complications, the Citadel did not promptly dispatch a new scholar to replace the deceased master. Ultimately, after much contention, the conservatives prevailed, asserting that scholars should maintain their apolitical stance and adhere to the esteemed traditions of the Citadel. Thus, they appointed Gunther, a pupil of the astronomy master, to succeed the late Master Daniel and serve at Dragonstone. I see, Viserys mused, nodding thoughtfully as he absorbed Gunther's explanation. He had not anticipated that the old scholar's death would ignite a fervent debate among the scholars so far away in Old Town. His understanding of the Citadel was limited. He only knew that each discipline was represented by a master referred to as a doctor. From the fragmented words of Bachelor Gunther, he gleaned that his mentor, Dr. Velen, adorned with a bronze mask, ring, and staff, stands firmly on the side of the conservatives. Moreover, it appears that his great-uncle, Bachelor Aemon, is already aware of this matter. Viserys slightly pressed his lips together and gazed towards the distant sea. Indeed, if the opportunity arose, he would genuinely wish to seek counsel from that wise and esteemed elder in person. However, he surmised that the elder is currently enduring trials of loyalty to his vows within the Black Castle, facing perhaps the most arduous period of his life. At this moment, the long castle walls and stone steps led towards Dragonstone, where a group surrounded Viserys, brandishing lit torches high like a serpentine dragon, the flames illuminating the path ahead. Viserys engaged in conversation with the newly appointed bachelor, walking and learning all he could from him. Alas, it seemed that Bachelor Gunther's aspirations to Sir Dragonstone were destined to be dashed. As night fell, the crisp air of late autumn brought a chill. The wolf fur cloak draped over the young king's shoulders fluttered gently, brushing against the boy's cheek, while the wind tousled his hair. Viserys cast a glance at Bachelor Gunther, silently pondering the irony of his situation, arriving at Dragonstone only to find himself embroiled in a flight. The importance of a scholar to a noble is beyond question, and having endured far too long without one to consult, Viserys was not about to let this opportunity slip away. The banquet at Dragonstone was primarily to welcome Prince Oberyn, but it also served to facilitate the recognition between Oberyn and his niece, Rhaenys. However, the more pressing matters were left unspoken during the festivities. After all, with so many present, discretion was paramount. Despite a recent purge that had exposed all traitors during the rebellion, Viserys remained wary. The following day, in the morning, within the Grand Map Room at the top of Dragonstone, Viserys, clad in a neatly tailored outfit cinched at the waist, bore the black three-headed dragon's sigil woven with red and black threads, its edges outlined in gold. He sat at the head of the map table, leaning against the spacious stone balcony, the brilliant sunlight streaming into the otherwise oppressive castle, elongating the boy's silhouette and illuminating half of his handsome profile. One elbow rested on the cold armrest while his fingers lightly tapped the table. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks below was distinctly audible in the map room, mingling with the briny breeze. To his left and right sat Sir Geoffrey, commander of the Dragonstone fleet, and Prince Oberyn, the Red Viper of Dorne. Bachelor Gunther, who had only joined Dragonstone 2 months prior, was notably absent from this council meeting, still engaged in organizing the materials left behind by the elder scholars in the Sea Dragon Tower. Viserys' caution was not born of distrust towards the young bachelor, but rather a necessary precaution for both Gunther and the allies who had forged this covenant. "The place we shall land is right here," he declared, unfurling the map of the free trade city-states upon the table, his finger pointing to a location, the Andals Plains. His finger then traced the map further west, halting at the source of the Upper Lorne River. This area boasted ample water resources and a direct road leading to the Bay of Loras, seamlessly connecting Braavos and Loras. Following the Upper Lorne River downstream would facilitate direct waterway access to Norvos, Coer, and Volantis, making it a vital transport hub. Upon marking this location with a red cross, he determined it would be the site for a new fortress. Chapter 76. The King Favored by the Gods. Viserys had ruminated extensively on this strategic relocation plan during his return journey, ultimately settling on the Upper Lorne River source as the provisional site. However, this location was considerably distant from the Braavos coast, where the fleet upon which he relied could not exert its full advantage on land, compelling the sailors to disembark and engage in combat, a tactic that, in essence, relinquished their inherent strengths. Fortunately, based on Viserys' understanding, no formidable powers resided in the Andals Plains. At most, there existed mere bandits and the native Andal villages, leading thousands of well-equipped Targaryen sailors, even disembarking for battle, should pose little challenge in subduing these ragtag brigands and settlements. Of course, this did not imply an immediate abandonment of Dragonstone. Viserys continued, "We can ferry our people across the narrow sea in stages, establishing our homeland on the eastern continent. After all, a city cannot be built in a day. Even with abundant resources, employing a vast workforce would not render the task effortless. Thus, this is a long-term endeavor extending over many years. And with the Baratheons currently lacking a navy to assault Dragonstone, it presents an opportune moment for us to endure this trying period. By the time the Baratheons have amassed sufficient strength to launch another attack on Dragonstone, they will discover that the island has long been vacated by me." Nevertheless, Viserys merely proposed a plan. It did not signify unilateral dictation, as it would require discussion in the council to ultimately arrive at an optimal resolution. "Do the two lords have any constructive suggestions regarding our forthcoming plans?" Viserys inquired, casting his gaze over the nonchalantly seated Prince Oberyn and the solemn, contemplative old knight beside him. "Feel free to speak candidly." Viserys was adept at receiving counsel and had no intention of embodying a tyrant. Indeed, he was incapable of such a role. While the young king occupied the throne, the true command of the Dragonstone fleet remained firmly in the hands of Sir Geoffrey, a fact Viserys had never forgotten and continually reminded himself to maintain clarity of thought. Of course, this did not imply that Viserys was apprehensive of the old knight's potential rebellion. In fact, aside from the Maester of the Red Keep, Geoffrey was among those he trusted the most. Without these two, he might have already met his demise. However, even with the current commander of the Dragonstone fleet wholly devoted to assisting the young king, it did not mean that the old knight would always acquiesce to Viserys' wishes. This distinction was crucial. The old man had consistently positioned himself as a guardian, believing it his duty to dedicate himself entirely and shoulder greater responsibilities. In critical matters, should a profound divergence of opinion arise between the young king and the prime minister, the ultimate authority would invariably reside with the latter. The command of the fleet rests firmly in the hands of the prime minister, making it exceedingly arduous for Viserys to reclaim this fragment of power. This elderly gentleman can effortlessly counter any of Viserys' assertions with a mere, "Your Majesty is still young. I act for your benefit, and as you mature, you shall comprehend." This encapsulates the true existential predicament in which Viserys finds himself. When Oberyn and Braavos inexplicably inquired about Viserys' feelings regarding being called king at such a tender age, he was in essence probing this very issue. Viserys deftly navigated Oberyn's question with a clever response. However, faced with this predicament, Viserys did not engage in a direct confrontation with the old knight over the command of the fleet, for the knight himself was steadfastly loyal to House Targaryen and harbored commendable intentions. Yet, Viserys did not entirely yield or abandon his struggle. He endeavored to enhance his voice and wield a measure of his own power. This motivation was one of the reasons he persuaded himself to take the risk of venturing to Braavos. Fortunately, the young king's gamble paid off. His diplomatic mission to Braavos yielded the desired results, garnering the substantial support of both Braavos and Dorne. Now, Viserys no longer relies solely on the might of the fleet from Dragonstone. He has also secured the backing of Dorne and Braavos. Although this power remains beyond his direct control, liberating himself from dependence on a singular force indirectly bolstered the young king's own authority. This is evident in the current situation, where Prince Oberyn from Dorne sits at Viserys' right hand. Though he remains silent, Sir Geoffrey finds himself compelled to consider the opinions of his counterparts. In this delicate balance of formidable powers, all of which loom large over Viserys, he seeks a moment of respite, gradually asserting his voice. "Your Majesty," the elderly gentleman began, breaking the protracted silence within the hall. He lifted his gaze to regard Prince Oberyn, who was seated across the table, engaged in the act of cleaning his teeth, before turning his attention back to Viserys. "Andals is the homeland of the Andals, and you are the legitimate Andal, the king of the Rhoynar and the First Men. As king, you possess the ownership of the entire realm and the final authority. Thus, the Andals and their lands ought to submit to you. Therefore, your reclamation of this territory is beyond reproach in legal terms." Sir Geoffrey meticulously delved into the legitimacy of conquering and occupying this land, and it is said to be the very birthplace of the Seven. The Seven once descended upon this mountainous region, bestowing blessings upon the Andals. Legend has it that the father plucked 7 stars from the heavens to craft a crown for the first king of Andalos, King Hugo of the Hills. Your quest to return to Andalos, seeking the Seven to answer your queries on how to rescue the beggars, common folk, and nobles alike from the oppressions of usurpers, is paramount. Your Majesty, you are the divinely favored king. The Seven shall crown you once more. You will lead their faithful followers to reconstitute the homeland of the Andals until it is restored to Westeros, alleviating the suffering of all and restoring the glory of the Seven, untainted by the vile usurpers. You are the messenger of divine will. A month later, the resonant voice of the old knight seemed to linger in the air, not yet dissipated. The tumultuous sea surged beneath a somber sky, the war horn's mournful call igniting the blood with fervor. The Targaryen banner, adorned with 3 dragons, flapped vigorously in the wind as countless ships formed an imposing line, slicing through the waves. In the distance, a landmass loomed, faint yet discernible. Chapter 77. The Shadowcat amidst an endless expanse of verdant fields. A youth clad in a hide jerkin, bow slung over his shoulder and quiver at the ready, lay concealed in the underbrush, cautiously parting the foliage to peer ahead. The boy, with skin slightly tanned and appearing no older than 13 or 14, possessed a remarkable physique, with muscular arms bearing the mark of a 7-pointed star. At that moment, he fixated on a solitary adult stag, detached from its herd, grazing on the ground below, his breath quickening with anticipation. Should he successfully slay it and procure an intact hide to barter with a passing merchant caravan, it could provide sustenance for his family for an entire month. However, just as the boy allowed his imagination to wander amidst his rapid breathing, he noticed the stag's head lifting, sensing something amiss. Oh no, the boy thought, a pang of anxiety gripping his heart as he held his breath, acutely aware of the creature's heightened vigilance. Even the slightest rustle could send it fleeing. "Hey, Bessie, what are you doing?" Suddenly, a large face intruded into the boy's view, startling him to the point of nearly halting his heart. With a rustling sound, the underbrush trembled, and the previously serene stag bolted without a moment's hesitation. Startled by the sudden intrusion, Bessie, the young boy, nearly choked on his frustration. Grabbing his mischievous companion by the collar and shouting in his ear, "Mir, you scoundrel! Mir!" The boy who had just played the prank covered his ears in a hasty plea for mercy, feeling as though he might go deaf from his companion's furious outburst. "Bessie, soda. I truly didn't see." Yet, amidst their playful scuffle, a deafening roar erupted from the depths of the thicket. A fearsome beast, its fur adorned with black stripes, burst forth, dashing toward the fleeing stag with astonishing speed. The 2 boys, caught in their playful tussle, froze in awe, their movements stilled in terror as they beheld the scene before them. It became clear that while Bessie had set his sights on the lone stag, another formidable predator had also been stalking the same prey. Their raucous banter had startled the stag, prompting it to flee, leading the beast to erroneously believe it had been compromised, thus prompting its pursuit. It was the Shadowcat. Despite the beast's remarkable swiftness, Bessie, with the 7-pointed star etched upon his arm, immediately recognized its identity. A shadow cat, a rare creature typically dwelling in mountainous terrains, its pelt exceedingly valuable. Meanwhile, Mir, the prankster, gazed in sheer terror, clutching Bessie's arm. "Hey Bessie, I just saved you." The shadow lynx is indeed a formidable creature. Although it typically refrains from attacking humans unless driven by extreme hunger, it remains one of the apex predators of the forest, powerful, fierce, and astonishingly swift, with claws that are exceptionally sharp and the ability to ascend trees. Once it sets its sights on a target within its woodland domain, escape becomes nearly impossible. Just moments ago, this very shadow lynx had fixated on a stag. Should his companion, Bessie, unwittingly attempt to hunt the deer, while those hauntingly luminous eyes lurk in the shadows, it would spell a dire fate for him. Young Mill lacked the courage to match such a challenge. Upon witnessing the shadow lynx spring forth from the darkness, he felt his legs grow weak. Conversely, Bessie remained silent, watching the fleeting forms of the predator and its quarry. Lost in thought before resolutely clenching his jaw, he was acutely aware of the immense value of the lynx's pelt. If he succeeded in capturing it, his family, still reeling from the loss of his father, who had recently been ambushed by members of a brotherhood while returning from a nearby town, would benefit greatly. The body had only been recovered days later and returned for burial in their village. With his father, the family's pillar, fallen, Bessie recognized their urgent need for money. "Go," he urged, determination igniting within him as he dashed after the direction the shadow lynx and the stag had taken. "Hey Bessie, what are you doing?" Mill exclaimed, his heart racing as he stomped his foot in frustration before reluctantly following his friend. He could not allow Bessie to confront the ferocious lynx alone. The stag darted ahead, plunging into the thicket with the shadow lynx hot on its heels. The forest was the beast's domain, and the two boys, barely in their teens, pursued closely behind. They chased the lingering traces left on the ground, refusing to relent. "I cannot give up. I need this money," Bessie gritted his teeth, fervently tracking the path the shadow lynx had carved. Just ahead, they were about to break through the underbrush once more. At that moment, Bessie faintly heard voices emanating from beyond the woods. Prince Oberyn's marksmanship is truly remarkable. He single-handedly slayed a shadow lynx without a scratch. A group of armored knights tethered their steeds to tree trunks, assessing the situation with swords at the ready. Their eyes fixed on the lifeless form of the lynx on the ground, blood still flowing from its wounds, its body yet to stiffen. Nearby, scattered about, were over 100 Targaryen soldiers, some seated on the grass, others standing vigilantly, observing the scene. Not long ago, a shadow lynx had inexplicably charged into their midst, seemingly intent on attacking the dining Prince Oberyn, only to be swiftly dispatched by the Dornish prince, who had seized a spear from his side and thrust it into the creature, pinning it to the earth. With remarkable composure, Oberyn paid little heed to the accolades from those around him. He merely wiped the blood from the spear's tip with his boot before drawing a dagger wrapped in animal hide from his waist. Skillfully, he plunged the blade into the lynx's abdomen and made a decisive cut, eviscerating the creature. Blood gushed forth as if it were limitless. Oberyn, having spent years among mercenaries, was no stranger to the art of skinning. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, two pairs of terrified eyes were fixed upon this grisly scene from the nearby thicket before swiftly vanishing from sight. Chapter 78. A firm stance. A grave situation had arisen. Bessie and Mill, having traversed these hilly woods for years, were intimately acquainted with the terrain. With sturdy physiques and swift feet, they quickly navigated their way back to the village, shouting loudly. Their cries soon roused the adults within the Andalusian settlement. Men wielding shovels and pickaxes rushed out, and upon seeing Bessie and Mill, they demanded, "What's wrong? What has happened?" A throng of adults encircled the two boys, each armed with their own makeshift weapons. Given the frequency with which this Andalusian village faced raids from bandits and brotherhoods, and the nearby Rhoynar village along the upper Lorne River, every settlement had organized its own militia for protection. Hearing the youth's cries, they initially feared another attack, only to find that nothing had transpired. When we saw a group by the northern hills, Bessie gasped, trying to catch his breath before hastily explaining. A group of yet, as he spoke, he faltered, unsure of how to continue. This group, clad in polished armor and bearing the three-headed dragon sigil, was clearly not affiliated with any brotherhood. Bessie felt a vague familiarity with the crest, but could not recall from where he recognized it. "Hey boy, what exactly was it? Wolves?" Came a voice as a tall man pushed through the crowd. His arms bore the same seven-pointed star emblem. This was a custom among the Andalusians, dating back to their migration from Essos to Westeros, documented since their landing on the Fingers to launch an offensive into the Vale. Andalusian warriors would mark their skin or etch the seven-pointed star, symbolizing their faith in the seven. Meanwhile, outside the village, a thundering of hooves announced the arrival of several mounted knights, who galloped to the village gates. One knight held aloft a banner displaying the Targaryen three-headed dragon sigil, while the others gripped their weapons tightly. Leading the contingent was the rarely seen Prince Oberyn, clad in armor. Although Dragonstone was primarily a naval stronghold, they had managed to muster a handful of steeds, prioritizing the experienced riders. Following the knights were hundreds of Targaryen soldiers, donned in matching light armor and equipped with short swords and shields, as well as dual-bladed axes and bows. Subsequently, the soldiers of House Targaryen encircled the village, brandishing shields and drawing glinting swords from their sheaths. The villagers, upon witnessing this scene, were thrown into a state of utter chaos. Adults wept while children wailed, completely oblivious to the unfolding events. Pray tell, who can elucidate what is transpiring? Who are these men? If it were merely a band of robbers or members of a brotherhood come to pillage, the villagers might have mustered the courage to resist. However, now they found themselves surrounded by over 100 fully armed Targaryen soldiers, including a few knights clad in full armor, equipped to the teeth. Their crude weapons and farming tools were utterly ineffective against the knights' formidable armor, extinguishing any flicker of defiance that remained within them. Atop his steed, Oberyn Martell sat composed, one hand gripping the reins while the other held a spear. His dark, piercing eyes surveyed the nearby Andal village with an air of indifference. Just then, a venerable elder from the village emerged to parley. Though this Andal settlement was relatively insular, traders occasionally passed through, bringing tidings from the outside world. Among them, some had discerned the banner of House Targaryen, the royal family of the Seven Kingdoms across the Narrow Sea. In that moment, they mistakenly believed that the king from across the sea had come to conquer their land. I must remind you, my lord, that a castle is not built in a day, even if it currently consists of mere timber. King Viserys, clad in a finely tailored outfit and wearing a crown adorned with rubies, stood upon a nearby hill, gazing at the castle under construction. Great logs had been felled and transported, bound with ropes, and hoisted amidst the labors of the workers' chants. At that moment, Viserys heard a voice behind him. The young king tilted his head slightly. The winds atop the hill tousled his silver-gold hair. The speaker was none other than the newly inducted scholar, Gunther of House Targaryen. Donned in a thin gray scholar-esque robe, the young academic shivered atop the hill, his nose reddened by the cold, and he could not suppress a sneeze. Nevertheless, Gunther felt compelled to clarify certain matters with the young king, lest the lord he served stray into perilous paths, especially since Viserys was but a child. He could not allow himself to witness the emergence of a mad king. I am well aware, scholar, a castle is not built in a day, which is precisely why I have expended such considerable resources. Viserys glanced at the shivering Gunther before averting his gaze, tugging at his deerskin gloves, and calmly responding. Expended such considerable resources? Gunther's temper flared at the king's words, nearly causing his nose to crinkle in indignation. Your Majesty, do you truly believe that ravaging the surrounding villages constitutes a significant expenditure? Is it the soldiers' stamina you refer to? The youthful scholar, appearing scarcely over 20, engaged in a spirited debate with the 8-year-old king, a scene that bore a touch of absurdity. However, Viserys, taken aback by Gunther's remarks, turned to regard him thoughtfully, then inquired, Gunther, do you truly believe I have unleashed soldiers to pillage the neighboring villages? And what else could it be? Gunther retorted, unwavering, his gray-brown eyes serious. He believed that acknowledging a fault was not to be feared, but rather an opportunity for correction. And he was now striving to guide his liege back onto the righteous path. Who are they? Gunther gestured towards a group of laborers nearby, shackled and tattered, whose work had faltered. An overseeing soldier did not hesitate to unleash a whip upon them. Crack! One fell to the ground, groaning for a while as if cursing the soldier, only to rise again after receiving a second lash. No, Viserys shook his head. Gunther, I fear you have misunderstood. They are the brigands and members of the Brotherhood who have been vanquished in recent times. Once a scourge upon this land, having them construct the castle is a mercy. Chapter 79. Faith in Gold days later, a long line of villagers extended far into the distance, as every household in the Andal village prepared for mass migration. Bessie, are we truly to relocate as an entire clan? At that moment, another youth, Mir, sprinted from the rear of the procession to the forefront, seeking out his friend Bessie, whose shoulder bore the 7-pointed star. They were still unaware of the events that had transpired. All they knew was that one day, a contingent of fully armed regular soldiers had surrounded their village. The chieftain had stepped forth to negotiate, pleading for the return of some valuables in exchange for their safety. However, the distance was too great for them to discern the details of the discourse. until they witnessed the knight on his grand steed commanding a servant to present the chieftain with a heavy parcel. The chieftain returned with a beaming smile, and the soldiers who had encircled the village soon retreated. Not long after, the chieftain convened representatives from each household, and the news spread that the king of the Andals was returning to Andals. His Majesty has received the blessings of the seven, for he is the divine messenger upon this earth. The Father above has plucked the 7 stars from the heavens to crown our king subsequently. The entire clan migrated to the newly established city of Andals, where they would no longer be oppressed by the Rhoynar villages on either side of the Lorne River. These two once glorious tribes, now fragmented by the relentless passage of history, remained numerous on the continent of Westeros, yet now blended indistinguishably into a single race. Only on the continent of Essos did pure-blooded Andals and Rhoynars persist, maintaining their traditions, while the two races were now relegated to petty village skirmishes. Such uplifting news rapidly spread throughout the village, and under the chieftain's leadership, the entire settlement embarked on a long-awaited journey to their dream homeland, the 7 gods above. For our merciful Father still loves us. The Andals, with a pilgrim spirit, traversed vast distances to the source of the Lorne River. There, their king, crowned by the 7, established a new city, and their pious hearts nearly faltered with every prayer. During their migration, they encountered others from different Andal villages, also en route to Andals. The two migrating groups crossed paths, yet remained vigilant, refraining from communication as they silently continued toward their destination. The young Bessie gripped the dagger at his waist with one hand, while a rudimentary bow and arrows were slung across his back. He remained vigilant, observing the nearby Andalusian caravan that was also in the midst of relocating, a sentiment echoed by the man from the various villages surrounding him. Upon noticing that the approaching group bore no ill intentions, he slightly lowered his guard and turned to his companions. It was evident that relocation was imminent. The boy spoke in a calm voice. Why? Isn't this just a ruse? Upon hearing his friend's obstinacy, another youth named Mir felt a surge of urgency. The 7 gods have long abandoned us. Otherwise, we wouldn't be subjected to the cruelty of the vile Loinans. Mir's tone was laced with impatience, convinced that the villagers had succumbed to madness, with himself as the sole beacon of reason. And who is this king crowned by the 7 gods? Mir's words startled Bessie, who had not anticipated his friend would dare to question the divine. Bessie's eyes widened in astonishment as he reprimanded Mir. Silence. Mia, do not utter such words. He was the son of a chosen warrior from the village, though he was not a knight nor anointed with holy oil. The humble conditions of their village meant that those who were strong and adept in combat could be selected to uphold the will of the 7 gods. The emblem of the 7-pointed star was etched upon Bessie's arm, a source of pride and faith, and he could not permit his companion to cast doubt upon the god's existence. Bessie's raised voice drew the attention of nearby villagers. He took a deep breath and gestured to reassure them that nothing was amiss, merely a discussion between him and Mir. Mir, timid by nature, recoiled at the reprimand, his earlier indignation dissipating under the weight of the villager scrutiny. Remember, Mir, refrain from speaking such foolishness in the future. The light of the 7 is indisputable. After clarifying the situation to the villagers, Bessie turned back to Mir, grasping his shoulder and speaking as calmly as he could. The anger that had surged within him had subsided considerably, for he understood Mir's nature, thoughtless and often oblivious to the gravity of his words when flustered. Mir nodded vigorously in agreement. Very well. Then Bessie's gaze flickered, and he shook his head, inhaling deeply before continuing. I too find the situation rather peculiar. Yet I have no choice. My mother wishes to relocate, and we are already nearly there. Bessie felt a twinge of helplessness. The migration of their entire clan was not a matter of compulsion. Many had chosen to remain, while others had opted to depart. The bond to one's homeland is profound. Bessie did not wish to leave his home, yet his mother's insistence on moving was unwavering. Unable to contest her wishes, especially after the recent death of his father, Bessie felt compelled to accompany her. Mir's parents faced a similar predicament. Having received a sum of money, they opted to follow the chieftain to the city of Andals. Mir too found himself unable to argue against his parents, harboring a deep-seated resentment. The influence of faith coupled with financial lure. His Majesty truly possesses cunning strategies. Meanwhile, in the so-called city of Andals, Viserys had been diligently practicing horseback riding over the past few days. Now seated upon a small white horse, he gripped the reins tightly, managing to move about, though his directional control remained uncertain. Standing beside the horse was a young man with black hair, clad in a thin scholar's robe, draped with a cloak that fluttered in the wind, causing him to shiver slightly as he walked alongside Viserys. "Is that so? Scholar Gunther, you flatter me," Viserys replied, one hand clutching the saddle, his face tense. He wished to conceal his nervousness at riding from others, maintaining an air of composure as he spoke. Chapter 8. The City of Andals. Winter is approaching. Although the winters of Andals are not excessively harsh, I cannot allow my soldiers to endure the cold in flimsy tents. Viserys lowered his head to glance at Scholar Gunther, who seemed to be battling the chill. "Deliver my orders." As Viserys sat poised upon his steed, prepared to speak further, his gaze fell upon another caravan approaching from the distance. These individuals had voluntarily migrated to the still under-construction city of Andals, influenced by his faith and monetary enticements. Clatter, clatter. Within the densely stationed Targaryen camp, two knights rode forth on their steeds, inquiring about the intentions of the newcomers and verifying their identities. Viserys observed the distant caravan before withdrawing his gaze. Such processions had become an everyday occurrence and were no longer surprising. Let them establish their dwelling. Then, recalling his unfinished thought, he added, "Scholar, convey my orders. Divide these captives into 3 groups to work in shifts, laboring through the night to construct the castle. I do not wish for progress to pause, even for a moment. Do you understand?" Viserys' expression remained taut, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. The young king pulled on the reins, endeavoring to guide the small white horse in the desired direction, setting off into the distance. Clatter. The sound of hooves stirred the grass beneath, and his voice followed suit. "Inform them that once the castle is complete, they shall be set free. Of course, provided these brigands survive until then." Viserys rode away from the hilltop. Meanwhile, in the distance, the newly migrated Andalusian caravan was engaged in conversation with the 2 knights who had emerged from the camp. Among this group, 2 youths caught sight of the much-discussed city of Andals, as well as the boy galloping away in the distance. "That must be the son of his majesty," Mir remarked with a hint of envy. Though he lacked knowledge of horses, the shimmering coat of the steed in the sunlight and the boy's resplendent attire were enough indicators of his distinguished status. Moreover, he noted the entourage accompanying him. He recognized Scholar Gunther, who, having been left in the dust by Viserys, dusted himself off and shook his head as he prepared to relay the king's commands. He understood that Viserys was a man of his word. If he promised to release the brigands upon completion of the castle, he would certainly follow through. However, what would transpire after releasing these brigands remained a mystery to Bachelor Gunther. In any case, he harbored the belief that these scoundrels, who wreaked havoc upon this land, would likely meet with a grim fate. Meanwhile, on the other side, young Bessie, the son of a warrior from the village, furrowed his brow upon hearing his companion's words. He could not bring himself to interrupt, yet his friend's lack of education indeed left him somewhat embarrassed. Finally, he spoke up to interject, "Stop, Mir. Please refrain from speaking further. Do you truly believe the king's son is merely called son?" Young Mir, upon hearing this, looked bewildered. "Isn't he the king's son? Has the king been cuckolded?" Bessie sighed at his friend's foolishness, gently rubbing his temples in exasperation. "Of course not. Spare yourself the embarrassment, Mir. I have always urged you to broaden your horizons. The sons of noble lords are addressed as young masters, and the king is the highest of noble lords. What do you think he should be called?" As Bessie cast his gaze toward the departing figure of Viserys in the distance, a twinge of envy surged within him. His dream was to become a knight, to one day ride a magnificent steed. He had never confided to his friend that, aside from his mother's wishes, he harbored a desire to relocate, fully aware that this was the closest he would ever come to nobility. Previously, he had never even encountered a noble lord, and according to the clan leader, there was a king here. What was a king? The boy could scarcely fathom, as he believed that a king was a noble of such extraordinary stature that it would be impossible for Bessie to see him without kneeling and straining his neck to look up at the supreme power. This naturally ignited a fervent ambition within young Bessie. He yearned for the opportunity to demonstrate his worth before this king, to be knighted, unbeknownst to his companion, who remained perplexed. Mir asked, "The greatest noble, then what should the king's son be called?" "Honestly, you are so foolish. He should also be called young master." "No, it is eldest young master." As the 2 youths engaged in conversation, it appeared that discussions ahead were yielding results. Subsequently, the migrating group resumed its journey toward the city nestled beneath the hilltop castle. Clang, clang, clang. Within the city of Andals, craftsmen wielded their hammers, driving wooden stakes into the earth. "Bring that wood over here. Hurry," called out an Andalian who was constructing his home atop a roof. Presently, Andals had amassed over 10,000 inhabitants, all Andals who had migrated from nearby villages. They had begun to establish their homes around the castle, situated on the hill. Wooden houses sprouted up densely, encircling the grand wooden castle at the center. The new city was being hastily constructed with timber to expedite the process, with plans to replace it with stone once the time was ripe. The geographical location of Andals was also astutely chosen, 6,000 years prior. It had been a battleground for conflicts between the Andals and the Rhoynars, a site of strategic significance and the remnants of an ancient Rhoynar city. Over 6 millennia ago, the Andals had launched repeated assaults on Rhoynar territory from the River Lorne, only to suffer setbacks time and again. Eventually, the Andals opted for a different route, crossing the narrow sea to invade Westeros. When Viserys selected the site, he first marked a broad direction on the map, choosing this land, which was flanked by mountains and water, with plains suitable for agriculture, while also possessing strategic value. Upon the arrival of the young king and his army, some adjustments were made, ultimately settling on this hilltop as the location for the castle. This hill, with the River Lorne at its back, provided an unparalleled vantage point, allowing a clear view of the surrounding plains. Should the castle be constructed here, it would not be easily breached even in the event of a siege. Chapter 80, Andals. Winter was approaching. Although the winters in Andals were not excessively cold, the warriors could not be allowed to endure the season in flimsy tents. Viserys, grasping the reins with one hand, glanced down at Bachelor Gunther standing beneath his horse. "Scholar, your majesty." The dark-haired scholar rubbed his nose, feeling as though he might catch a cold. "Convey my orders." Just as Viserys was about to speak from atop his small, white horse, he noticed another group of migrants approaching from afar. These individuals had come voluntarily to the still under construction Andals, drawn by his promise of wealth. Clop, clop, clop. Within the densely stationed Targaryen camp, 2 knights emerged on horseback to inquire about the newcomers' intentions and verify their identities. Viserys observed the approaching group for a moment before retracting his gaze. Such groups had become a daily occurrence, no longer surprising. Let them establish their own dwellings. Then, recalling his unfinished thought, he added, "Scholar, relay my command. Divide these captives into 3 shifts to work through the night on the castle's construction. I do not wish for progress to pause for even a second. Do you understand?" Viserys' cheeks tightened, his voice calm, yet undeniably authoritative. The young king pulled on the reins, urging his small, white horse onward, directing its head toward the distance. The sound of hooves stirred the grass beneath, and his voice carried forth, inform them that once the castle is complete, they will be set free. Of course, if these brigands can survive until then. Viserys rode away from the hillock. In the distance, the newly arrived Andal migrants were conversing with the 2 knights who had ridden out from the camp. Among this group, 2 young boys beheld the much-discussed Andals city, catching sight of the boy galloping away, not far off. "That must be the king's son," Mir remarked with a hint of envy. Although he knew little of horses, the gleaming coat of the steed under the sunlight and the boy's splendid attire were enough to signify his noble status. Moreover, he was accompanied by attendants. What he beheld was none other than Bachelor Gunther, who at this moment found himself thrown off by Viserys, collecting dust and dirt as he brushed off his garments, subsequently shaking his head to convey Viserys' orders. He understood that Viserys was a man of his word, having declared that upon the completion of the castle, these brigands would be released. He would undoubtedly follow through. However, what transpired after their release remained a mystery to Gunther. In any case, he surmised that these scoundrels, who had wrought havoc upon this land, might not meet a favorable fate. Meanwhile, as the son of a warrior from the village, the youth Bessie furrowed his brow upon hearing his companion's words. He truly found it difficult to interrupt him, yet his friend's ignorance was a source of embarrassment, prompting him to interject. "Stop, Mir. Do you really think the king's son is merely called son?" Upon hearing Bessie's remark, the young Mir appeared somewhat bewildered. "Isn't he the king's son? Has the king been cuckolded?" Bessie, upon hearing his friend's foolishness, felt an acute headache coming on and rubbed his temples. "Of course not, Mia. I have always advised you to broaden your horizons. The sons of noble lords are referred to as young masters, and the king, being the highest noble. What do you think he should be called?" Bessie spoke while gazing at the departing figure of Viserys in the distance. In truth, envy stirred within him. His dream was to become a knight, to one day ride a majestic steed. He had never shared with his companions that, apart from his mother's aspirations, he harbored a desire to relocate. He was acutely aware that this was his closest encounter with the nobility in his lifetime. He had never even laid eyes on a noble lord before, and according to the clan chief, there was a king here. What is a king? The young boy dared not even imagine. In his mind, a king was a noble more powerful than any other. A figure so exalted that Bessie would have to kneel just to glimpse him, his neck craned in reverence. This naturally ignited the burning ambition within young Bessie. He yearned for an opportunity to distinguish himself before the king and be knighted. His companion, oblivious to the depths of Bessie's aspirations, merely asked with confusion, "The greatest noble? What should the king's son be called?" Bessie replied, "You really are foolish. He would also be called young master. No, it's young lord." As the two youths engaged in conversation, it seemed that discussions ahead had also yielded results. Subsequently, the migrating procession resumed its journey toward the city nestled beneath the hilltop castle. Clang, clang, clang. Within the walls of Andals, craftsmen wielded their hammers, driving wooden stakes into the earth. "Bring that timber here. Hurry!" shouted an Andalian overseeing the construction of his home from atop the roof. Presently, Andals had gathered over 10,000 souls, all of whom were Andals migrating from nearby villages. They had begun erecting their homes around the castle atop the hill. Wooden houses sprang forth, closely surrounding the substantial wooden fortress at the center. The new city was being hastily constructed using timber, a temporary measure to expedite progress, to be replaced with stone once the time was ripe. The geographical location of Andals was particularly strategic, having once served as a battlefield where the Andals clashed with the Rhoynars 6,000 years prior, marking it as a site of significant military importance, as well as the ruins of an ancient Rhoynar city. Over 6 millennia ago, the Andals repeatedly launched attacks from the Lorne River against the Rhoynars, only to suffer repeated defeats. Ultimately, the Andals chose a different direction, crossing the narrow sea to invade Westeros. When Viserys selected the site, he first marked a broad area on the map, choosing a locale bordered by mountains and water, with plains suitable for farming, also possessing strategic significance. When a young king and his army arrived on this land, further modifications were made, ultimately designating the hill as the castle's location. This hill, nestled behind the upper Lorne River, presented an absolute vantage point within a radius of several kilometers, allowing for a commanding view of the plains below. Should the castle be constructed here, it would not be easily besieged in the future. Chapter 81. 5 years. Year 289 of the conquest. Time swiftly passed. Since Viserys ventured alone to Braavos and forged an alliance with both Braavos and Dorne, securing their tacit approval, he led his fleet across the narrow sea to the homeland of the Andals. The fleeing remnants of House Targaryen finally escaped the looming sword of the usurper. Finding a place to stand, he then summoned the surrounding Andal villages to establish a city upon this land, Andals. And now, before they knew it, 5 years had passed. Beneath a bright and clear sky, flocks of crows alighted upon the pointed spires of the castle towers. Flapping their wings, the crows preened their feathers, raising their heads once more, their crimson eyes reflecting the scene below the tower. Before them lay a flat training ground, a broad course for horse racing, where 2 armored knights sat astride their steeds, facing each other as they adjusted their gear. On one side stood a magnificent white steed, while at the opposite end of the course was a robust black horse, which let out a soft whinny. The knight on the white horse appeared slightly slender, his form encased in polished silver armor, bending down to adjust his greaves, producing a sound of metal scraping. The black horse knight, in contrast, appeared taller and more imposing. Clad in heavy armor, the black horse seemed somewhat restless, continually whinnying, while the white horse appeared eager, stamping its hooves in anticipation. Both knights held wooden lances for the tournament, though the tips had been dulled and rounded for safety. Once both were prepared, they exchanged silent gestures. Outside the training field, a gray-haired elder seated on a chair observed the readiness of the 2 knights, coughed violently for a moment, then waved his hand. "Begin," with the elder's command. The white horse knight, unencumbered by shield, gripped the reins with one hand and suddenly spurred his mount forward. The eager white war horse surged ahead, its snowy mane billowing in the wind, shining brilliantly like an enraged lion. On the other side, the silent dark horse knight simultaneously spurred his steed into action at the sound of the command, one hand firmly clutching the lance while the other raised the circular shield bound to his left arm. The arena was not particularly vast. It sufficed for 2 war horses to gallop at full speed. The thunderous sound of hooves kicked up clouds of dust, resonating with a tremendous roar as both knights charged towards each other. Human strength was augmented by equine power. A knight clad in full plate armor, mounted upon his horse, surged forward like a savage tank, nearly invulnerable, exuding a formidable presence and impact. In the blink of an eye, the 2 knights were mere feet apart, their eyes meeting through the visors of their helmets. The dark horse knight's heart skipped a beat upon locking gazes with his opponent. Without a moment's hesitation, as their horses passed each other in a flash, both knights simultaneously raised their lances, aimed with deadly precision. The dark horse knight, equipped with the added protection of a shield, lifted it to defend himself. In the next instant, a deafening crash erupted. Wood splintered as the white and black steeds collided. A cacophony of sound marking the encounter. The White Knight's lance shattered violently, disintegrating into a flurry of wooden fragments. Meanwhile, at the castle, a slender maiden stood at an open window, her long chestnut hair cascading down, a fair complexion gracing her cheeks, and her eyes sparkling with clarity. She gazed down at the lance duel unfolding below, witnessing the sudden spectacle and gasping in surprise. Viserys! She instinctively covered her mouth. However, on the ground, as the two steeds passed, the White Knight's lance broke with a resounding crack, yet the larger knight atop the black horse was unceremoniously thrown from his mount. Thud! The armored knight fell heavily to the ground, emitting a dull thud, rendering him immobile. The black horse continued forward for several meters before realizing its rider had fallen. Meanwhile, the White Knight did not rein in his steed, gripping the broken shaft of his lance with one hand and casually tossing it aside onto the ground outside the arena. The warhorse galloped ahead for a stretch, allowing the momentum of the charge to dissipate before finally pulling the reins, turning back to re-enter the arena. With a flourish, the victorious knight dismounted, his armor clinking as he did so, and directly lifted the visor from his face, removing his helmet to reveal a clean, handsome visage beneath. The silver-gold locks of hair cascaded over his cold armor. It was none other than the young king, Viserys. He then bent down, one hand cradling his helmet, extending the other. "Becky, how fare you?" The knight sprawled on the ground, lay in a star shape, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. A deep dent marred the breastplate of Becky, and though his chest throbbed painfully, he was relieved that no bones had been broken. Yet, he felt utterly unwilling to move, even contemplating surrendering to his discomfort. The moment of the lance duel had unfolded in a blink, determining the victor almost instantaneously, aside from the two knights in combat. Few could discern the precise events that transpired. Becky had raised his lance high, simultaneously raising his shield. However, Viserys, with unexpected reflexes, had deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding Becky's lance. In that instant, Viserys' lance struck through Becky's shield, directly impacting the thickest part of his breastplate, sending him tumbling to the ground, disoriented. At that moment, Becky heard the approaching sound of hooves. His robust black steed returned, nuzzling him anxiously, as if fearing its master had been fatally injured. Viserys leapt down from his horse, extending his hand in assistance. "I am unharmed, your majesty." With a firm grasp, Becky took the young king's hand, being pulled upright from the ground. The defeat felt rather severe, and the fall was rather painful. He removed his helmet, revealing a slightly tanned face framed by dark hair, offering a rueful smile. In that instant, he thought he spotted Princess Rhaenys observing the contest, prompting him to lift his head. Yet, at the castle's open window, there was no one to be seen. Chapter 82. Valor. The skills he had acquired under Prince Oberyn were indeed remarkable. As the two knights conversed dismounted, an elderly man with gray hair approached, leaning on a cane, his voice hoarse. "I truly have little left to teach you, Sir William." Upon hearing the elderly man's voice, Becky turned and bowed respectfully. This gray-haired figure had been imparting the chivalric arts to him, not merely horsemanship, lance skills, and swordsmanship, but also the honor and duties that a knight must uphold. Viserys, too, turned to regard the elder, his previously buoyant spirits dimming slightly as he spoke solemnly. "Master, the once robust and vigorous Sir William Derry, the former instructor of the Red Keep, now bore little resemblance to his past self. Due to an old injury that had gone untreated, he bore the lasting effects of his ailment. In just 6 short years, this once gallant knight had withered into a frail and emaciated figure. His once raven hair had turned gray, one eye now partially blind, and at merely over 40 years of age, he required a cane to walk. Nevertheless, the master had trained countless disciples over the years and was reluctant to remain idle, seeking to expend his last vestiges of energy. The newly recruited youths within the castle still required his rigorous training to transform into competent warriors. Among them, the young Becky was one of the soldiers molded under Sir William's guidance. His talent was noteworthy and his valor exceptional, leading to his recommendation as Viserys' personal attendant. Subsequently, Becky accompanied Viserys on expeditions to cleanse trade routes, vanquishing the bandits that plagued the Norvos Mountains, repeatedly charging into battle and earning accolades. Eventually, Viserys had drawn his sword and placed it upon Becky's shoulder, personally dubbing him a knight. Over the years, Viserys himself had dispatched numerous criminals during these campaigns, significantly enhancing his own prowess. However, the formidable knight Bessie, renowned for his exceptional valor, was unceremoniously unseated by the young king in a mere exchange of blows. a display of prowess that left even Master William in awe. Prince Oberyn, at the tender age of 16, had once engaged in a duel with Lord Ormond Elenwood over an illicit affair, ultimately taking the life of his opponent. Meanwhile, Prince Rhaegar, having only recently acquainted himself with long swords and armor at the age of 15, managed to vanquish a knight in single combat from horseback. Yet the youthful Varys, despite being younger than both of them at the time, achieved a similar feat by single-handedly besting the 19-year-old Bessie without any leniency from his adversary. Though one of Master William's eyes had succumbed to blindness, his remaining eye retained its sharpness, allowing him to discern that Varys was indeed superior to the disciples he had painstakingly trained. In terms of strength, speed, reflexes, and impeccable lance skills, even in repeated encounters, Varys would undoubtedly emerge victorious with ease. Were a tournament to be held in King's Landing, the current capabilities of His Majesty might very well secure him a commendable position. Leaning on his cane, Master William offered Varys a high commendation. Among the Seven Kingdoms, there existed no shortage of brave warriors, and the present prowess of Varys, qualifying him for a tournament, was nothing short of remarkable. Yet, the Master believed Varys could achieve notable success. Perhaps, at this moment, the silver-haired elder hesitated for a moment before rasping, "Your Majesty, one day you shall exact vengeance for your father and brother by slaying Robert Baratheon, the usurper, and the mountain that rides." Varys, cradling his helm, stood still for a moment, absorbing the weight of the Master's words. Bessie, bearing a deep dent on his breastplate, caught a sidelong glance at the young king upon hearing the Master's proclamation. Since passing through numerous elections to enter the castle and eventually being appointed as Varys' personal guard, Bessie had gradually come to learn certain truths. The Targaryen family had suffered defeat on the continent of Westeros, losing their throne, and had hastily fled across the narrow sea to Essos, seeking refuge on the plains of Andals to regroup. The individuals mentioned by the Master, Robert Baratheon, the usurper, and the mountain, were indeed Varys' enemies, their hands stained with the blood of Targaryens. "I will," Varys replied after a moment's silence, nodding calmly. He understood that the Master was urging him not to grow complacent in his current stability, nor forget the deep-seated blood feuds of the past. "In the future, I will personally slay them to avenge my father and brother." Though the city of Andals had been established, the Iron Throne across the narrow sea would not relent. Over the years, Varys had faced countless assassination attempts, including poisonings and ambushes, all of which he had managed to evade safely. Although the Baratheons had endured a significant blow 5 years prior, they had swiftly regrouped, and a new royal fleet was nearing completion. Externally, it was believed that Robert Baratheon, despite his fury at bestowing storms and upon his younger brother Renly as punishment for Stannis, still retained the opportunity for Stannis to redeem himself. The new royal fleet continued to be entrusted to Stannis for construction and training, with the goal of reclaiming Dragonstone. However, due to previous substantial investments that had gone awry, the new fleet's plans faced vehement opposition from the hand of the king, Jon Arryn. Ultimately, after a 2-year delay, resources were gathered from across the Seven Kingdoms, supplemented by a new loan from the Iron Bank, securing the necessary funds for the new fleet. This time, Stannis was thoroughly prepared and would not repeat past mistakes, ensuring that the Targaryen fleet would have no chance for a surprise attack. After receiving the first gold dragon, the construction had spanned over 3 years, and the new royal fleet was finally nearing completion, with plans for the assault on Dragonstone now in motion. Meanwhile, in Andals, as Varys, Knight Bessie, and Sir William were engaged in conversation, a castle guard approached. "Your Majesty," a man claiming to be the governor of Pentos requests an audience. Chapter 83, The City of Wood. The governor of Pentos? The silver-haired youth, clutching his helm, expressed mild curiosity upon hearing the guard's words. In recent years, they had maintained a peaceful coexistence on the plains of Andals, with the Velvet Mountains acting as a barrier between the two city-states. Aside from routine trade and civilian interactions, there had been little high-level dialogue between them. Varys was taken aback by Pentos's unexpected decision to send a governor to Andals. He was well aware that, in theory, Pentos was governed by the Prince of Pentos. However, in practice, the prince's authority had long been usurped by the governors, leaving him with merely ceremonial duties of presiding over meetings and festive banquets, while the governance of Pentos was effectively in the hands of the governors. "Since your Majesty has pressing matters to attend to, I shall take my leave," Sir William rasped, leaning on his cane. Varys nodded slightly, and Sir William departed the jousting grounds, as it was time for his medicinal concoction, prompting him to seek out the maester for some restorative brews. With the Master's figure retreating, Bessie remained by Varys' side, fulfilling his duty as the young king's guard. although he had not been formally appointed as a Kingsguard, due to being the brother of Jon Darry, a former Kingsguard of the Mad King. The Master believed that they had yet to earn the right to be compared to their elder brother and were thus unfit to bear the title of Kingsguard. Nevertheless, apart from the title, Bessie had assumed responsibilities akin to those of the Kingsguard. After pondering for a moment, Varys once again inquired, "Do you know the name of this governor of Pentos?" The guard, considering the question for a moment, respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, I overheard their conversation, and it seems this governor of Pentos is named Illyrio Mopatis." Illyrio Mopatis, Varys mused, the name sounding somewhat familiar. After a moment, he appeared to recall something, his pale violet eyes narrowing slightly as he nodded. "I see. Please summon this esteemed governor to the hall and have him wait." "Understood," the guard replied, bowing before retreating. Subsequently, Varys and his guard departed the training grounds. Above in the castle, a brown-haired maiden stood by the window, gazing at Varys' receding figure, pouting slightly as she let out a soft huff. She seemed to be sulking over a prior incident where she had wished to leave the city for leisure but had been thwarted by Varys. Moments ago, she witnessed the fierce jousting match between Viserys and the knight, only to be startled when Viserys' lance suddenly shattered, eliciting a gasp from her lips as she feared for his safety. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it became apparent that her alarm was unfounded. The knight named Bessie was unseated by her brother, tumbling from his horse. The young girl then exhaled a sigh of relief, patting her chest. Due to their similar ages and the bond they had forged in their shared upbringing, Rhaenys had always regarded Viserys as a brother in her heart. She then noticed Viserys atop his horse, gripping the broken lance, his gaze curiously directed towards the castle, as if he had just caught the sound of a girl's startled cry. Realizing she was sulking in her silent dispute with him, Rhaenys hurriedly concealed herself behind the curtains. Only after Viserys and his retinue had departed did she emerge once more, pulling along a timid little girl with silvery golden hair. The child, intrigued by the commotion outside, stood on a stool, straining to glimpse the world beyond the window, yet her short stature rendered her efforts futile. Now, Daenerys, do not be mischievous. You might fall," Rhaenys admonished, swiftly lifting the little girl down from the stool upon noticing her precarious position. Meanwhile, Illyrio Mopatis entered the fabled city of Pentos in a swaying carriage. As it traveled along the smooth road, a robust figure adorned with jewels lifted the carriage's curtain. A portly man sat within, peering curiously outside. He sported a greasy yellow beard and a set of uneven yellow teeth, with jeweled rings adorning each finger. This was indeed Illyrio Mopatis, the wealthy merchant governor of Pentos. Although the distance from Pentos to Andals was not particularly vast, traversing by land still required overcoming numerous obstacles. In his youth, Illyrio had been a destitute assassin, strong of build, but now, neglecting exercise and suffering from expanded girth. He had lost the capacity to ride a horse, and felt as if the journey in the carriage would render his backside quite sore. "I swear, this shall be my last carriage ride. Abies, come massage my back," Illyrio commanded as he gazed out at the scenery of the wooden city, prompting his attendant, Abies, to rush to his side and alleviate his aching lower back. Illyrio sighed softly, adjusting his posture while continuing to survey the outside world with a glimmer of curiosity. Andals, known to outsiders as the Wooden City, had risen with astonishing rapidity. Upon arriving at the Andals Plains, Viserys Targaryen had summoned all the Undal people in the name of the seven gods and the king of the Undals, leading to the establishment of the city. In its early days, the population swelled to tens of thousands in a bid to solidify their presence, and despite the wealth amassed by the Targaryens on Dragonstone, the expenses incurred were staggering. Viserys soon learned the costs of mobilizing an army, an astronomical sum for mere daily provisions. Thus, upon reaching this new city, it became imperative to establish a firm foundation and initiate production, striving for self-sufficiency. Consequently, Andals, this marvel of rapid growth, was initially constructed entirely of wood, earning it the moniker of the Wooden City. However, a catastrophic fire 2 years prior altered this narrative. An inferno, whether of natural or human origin, consumed a fifth of the city, claiming thousands of lives, although the economic toll was not as severe given the city's nascent state. While the flames wrought destruction, they also prompted Viserys to reconsider the city's expansion, initiating reconstruction efforts to replace wooden structures with stone edifices, starting with his own castle. Chapter 84, Prince of Pentos. Before long, the carriage traversed the entirety of the city, finally arriving at the smooth, ascending stone-paved roads leading to the castle. Here, Illyrio no longer felt discomfort. They had reached the base of the castle's hill, where the road was notably even, allowing the carriage to glide without any jarring bumps. From within, Illyrio curiously scrutinized the rudimentary fortress atop the hill, its Targaryen banner of three-headed fire dragons fluttering proudly above. Having once been an assassin and mercenary, he recognized that the castle's design prioritized defense, with impenetrable walls and numerous arrow slits. Though simple, constructed from mud, wood, and stone, its elevated position afforded a panoramic view, rendering it easily defendable. Estimating the numbers required for a siege, Illyrio, though inexperienced in commanding armies, calculated that at least 2,000 to 3,000 men would be necessary, and even then, many would likely perish. What manner of man is this Viserys Targaryen? A profound curiosity stirred within Illyrio. He knew that Viserys had begun to grasp power only after the death of his mother, Queen Rhaella, and yet had achieved such heights at a tender age, erecting a grand city in a land bereft of resources, which was nothing short of astonishing. While Illyrio may not fully comprehend the dual-edged nature of religious fervor and nationalism, he recognized that Viserys had expended considerable wealth. Could it truly be that money could forge a city? A flicker of ambition ignited within him. Although he presently occupied the position of governor of Pentos, he yearned for the exhilarating authority of a lord. Yet this was merely a fleeting thought. Having ascended from the ranks of mercenaries and assassins to the governorship of Pentos, Illyrio was no fool. He possessed a keen self-awareness of his capabilities. His governance was already in disarray, rendering the notion of building a city from scratch a daunting prospect. Soon after, the carriage was inspected, and with a resounding clatter, the gates of Andals castle swung open, allowing the procession to enter. Illyrio's carriage was situated in the heart of the convoy, accompanied by 50 soldiers and laden with gifts for Viserys, treasures, fine wines, and the exquisite white amber liquor from Pentos, filling 10 grand wagons. The carriage rolled into the castle and came to a halt as soldiers approached to unload the cargo, revealing several men and women shackled in chains, slaves destined for Viserys. Though Pentos had explicitly prohibited the slave trade, it was common knowledge that such restrictions were futile. Meanwhile, Illyrio, aided by his servants, descended laboriously from the carriage. "Governor," a guard from within the castle approached to guide Illyrio. "His Majesty awaits you in the hall." Illyrio Mopatus, the governor of Pentos, followed the guard into the castle's grand hall, where he took a seat, soon attended by a maid bearing tea. The hall, while seemingly simple, exuded an air of elegance. Windows adorned both sides of the walls, allowing sunlight to flood in, illuminating the space further. 2 rows of intricately carved stone columns supported the vaulted ceiling, and the floor was laid with checkered marble tiles. At the far end of the hall, upon a raised platform, stood a heavy ebony throne, flanked by exquisite black and gold tapestries. The satin surface embroidered with the Targaryen sigil of a 3-headed dragon against a dark backdrop. As Illyrio admired the hall, a flurry of footsteps echoed from the rear. "Your Majesty." The guard's voice resonated respectfully. Came a calm, steady voice in response. Then, the rear door swung open, revealing a figure emerging from 2 passageways behind the throne, surrounded by an entourage like stars clustering around the moon. Illyrio set down his teacup and quickly rose from his seat, offering a slight bow. "Your Majesty." Viserys had just removed his armor and donned a more formal attire. His companion, Ser Bessie, had likewise shed his dented armor for a lighter, more ornamental garb, and approached alongside Viserys. "Governor, please take a seat." Viserys settled into his throne and gestured toward Illyrio, who returned to his seat, the chair creaking under his weight. Ser Bessie stood behind the throne, one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, the other tucked behind his back. "I have long heard of your Majesty's renown. It is an honor to finally make your acquaintance," Illyrio began, regarding the silver-haired youth upon the throne. This was the young king of House Targaryen, Viserys III. When Viserys entered the hall, Illyrio was indeed taken aback. Though he was of a conventional orientation, Viserys possessed a beauty that could even captivate the hearts of men. His brother Rhaegar had enchanted countless women across the 7 kingdoms, and Viserys bore a striking resemblance to him. As Viserys listened to Illyrio's flattery, his expression remained as tranquil as still water. He had heard such praises innumerable times and felt no stir within. He inclined his head slightly. "You do me too much honor, Governor. Might I inquire what brings you to Andals?" Viserys, eschewing further pleasantries, posed his question directly. "Indeed, I have come bearing a grand gift for your Majesty and to forge a friendship," Illyrio replied with unwavering confidence. "A friendship? How does one cultivate such a bond?" Viserys raised an eyebrow at the notion. "Why, by accepting the gift, of course." Illyrio laughed heartily, his corpulence jiggling as he did so, while the chair beneath him groaned in protest. "A grand gift?" Viserys remained unimpressed, continuing his inquiry. Absolutely. A grand gift. With a clap of his hands, Illyrio summoned his retinue of slaves, who entered bearing a dazzling array of gold, silver, and jewels. Chapter 85, An Invitation. As one of 9 free trade cities, it was not surprising that the governor of Pentos would present a gift to Viserys. Andals, a city newly established just 5 years prior, had attracted a substantial influx of Andals settlers, now boasting a population of 80,000. Despite its burgeoning size, Andals still grappled with poverty, relying heavily on traditional pastoral and agricultural exports. The vast plains and temperate climate lent themselves well to crop cultivation and livestock rearing. However, Andals possessed a significant homogeneous population, and its military potential had grown to a point that could no longer be overlooked, causing neighboring Pentos to feel a sense of unease, thus prompting Illyrio's diplomatic mission. The balance of power had shifted. Pentos had long been considered the weakest of the 9 free trade cities, primarily due to its tumultuous past with Bravos, which had erupted into war over the issue of slavery. Bravos, under the guise of freedom, demanded the abolition of slavery, which Pentos vehemently rejected. Over 2 centuries, 6 wars ensued, with Bravos emerging victorious in 4. The last conflict occurred 91 years ago, when Pentos, in a year of desperation, sacrificed 4 princes to the gods. Yet the tide of war continued to turn against them. Bravos' invincible fleet blockaded the ports of Pentos, culminating in the signing of a humiliating treaty, wherein Pentos publicly declared the abolition of slavery, prohibited the slave trade, and drastically reduced its naval fleet to only 20 vessels, sinking the remainder into the depths of the sea. Additionally, Pentos was barred from hiring mercenaries or maintaining any military forces beyond the city guard. Since that war, despite its formidable walls, Pentos had been widely regarded as the most vulnerable of the free trade cities. Consequently, the governors of Pentos maintained a cordial demeanor towards other city-states and any potential threats, including the Dothraki horse lords. Over the years, Pentos had cultivated relationships with powerful Khalasars, bestowing them gifts of gold and silver to ensure their protection from incursions and to secure assistance during critical moments along the eastern banks of the Rhoynar. Illyrio's mission was thus to forge a friendly alliance with the newly established city of Andals, a bond he referred to colloquially as making friend. Pentos had its unique way of forming such friendships. Illyrio clapped his hands, and a grand display of treasures, wines, and gifts filled the hall, including 4 slaves presented in Illyrio's personal name. 2 formidable gladiators, each boasting a 5-win streak, stood alongside 2 strikingly attractive female slaves. Meanwhile, Viserys, perched upon the throne, momentarily paused, surveying the hall adorned with a plethora of gold, silver, jewels, and various gifts, as well as the 4 slaves. Although he was already well aware of Pentos' peculiar methods of friendship, he couldn't help but feel that such a lavish display of wealth might come across as condescending. After a prolonged silence, he finally gestured dismissively, accepting the offerings. The expenditures for the initial construction of Andals had been exorbitant. Although he had achieved a balance of income and expenditure, he felt the sting of dwindling reserves in the treasury. Thus, adhering to the principle of conserving what one can, he reluctantly accepted the wealth before him. As for the 4 slaves, Viserys commanded the guards to tier up their contracts, allowing them the choice to remain in Andals or depart freely. Given the proximity to Bravos, he wished to avoid complications. He had once contemplated sending the Red Viper, Oberyn, to Astapor to procure Unsullied for bolstering military strength, but ultimately rescinded the order due to pressure from Bravos. As a city-state built on the backs of slaves, Bravos opposed the institution of slavery in all its forms. Nevertheless, Viserys refrained from openly insulting Illyrio, recognizing that despite the latter's polite demeanor, he was still the governor of Pentos, wielding considerable power. Thus, Viserys accepted the slaves, intending to address their fate later. Upon witnessing Viserys accept the gifts, a smile graced Illyrio's face. The acceptance symbolized a recognition of Pentos' goodwill, and his mission was already well underway. Shortly thereafter, the rotund governor presented a new invitation. "Your Majesty, there is yet another matter." Illyrio stood before the throne, his belly protruding, and bowed slightly before continuing. "The esteemed governors of Pentos have long admired your name, and wish to invite you to visit Pentos, where they have prepared even more generous gifts for you." "A visit to Pentos? More lavish gifts?" Viserys furrowed his brow slightly while glancing at the attendant beside him. Baysai also regarded the young king, perplexed by the governor's intentions. If gifts were to be given, why not present them directly, rather than compelling him to travel to Pentos? Could it be Dragon eggs? Illyrio, standing in the hall below, spoke directly. Indeed. Viserys' striking eyes narrowed in realization. He was acutely aware that Illyrio possessed dragon eggs, and only such an extraordinary gift could entice him to leave Andals for Pantos. Over the years, Viserys had sought to acquire dragon eggs, yet such treasures, before hatching, resembled nothing more than beautiful stones, making it exceedingly difficult for the untrained eye to discern their authenticity. I once acquired 3 dragon eggs in the shadowy lands east of Ass High, though they may have turned to fossils over the long ages. Illyrio respectfully continued. I cannot ascertain if they can still hatch, but I believe your majesty might find them intriguing. Indeed, you are correct, Governor, Viserys replied. Rising from the throne, he descended the steps to stand before Illyrio, meeting the gaze of the prosperous governor with a calm voice. Due to his rigorous training, the young king had grown taller, now nearly matching Illyrio's height. Yet, as Illyrio gazed upon the young king, particularly under the scrutiny of those pale violet eyes, he felt an unexpected sense of nervousness. I accept. The calmness of Viserys' voice cut through the air. Your Majesty? Baysai, positioned behind the throne, was taken aback by Viserys' response. Chapter 86, The Kingsguard. Although Baysai understood the significance of the dragon eggs to Viserys, they were yet to grasp Pantos' true motives. How could the young king possess such audacity to agree to meet them alone? Your Majesty, perhaps you should reconsider. However, Viserys waved his hand, interrupting Baysai's protest. It is of no concern. What requires contemplation in attending a banquet? I trust in the governor's integrity. His voice remained tranquil. I merely need to bring a handful of guards for protection. Turning back to Illyrio, he inquired, What say you, Governor? Illyrio blinked, momentarily dazed. He had not anticipated that Viserys would agree to the invitation to Pantos without any hesitation. He had expected to employ more persuasion. Did this youthful king possess such courage? Illyrio suddenly felt that Viserys, capable of leading his family out of their past predicaments and into the current circumstances, relied on more than mere fortune. Although he harbored no ill will toward Viserys, the invitation to Pantos was a shared desire among the other governors, all of whom wished to meet the heir of House Targaryen. Since the rise of Andals, the governors of Pantos had directed their attention toward this burgeoning city, observing its growth and transformation into a formidable force not to be overlooked. In fact, during Andalos's ascent, there had been subtle assistance from Pantos, aiding the rapid development of the city. The underlying motivations for Pantos' actions remained known only to a select few. Of course, the governor promptly nodded, pleased that Viserys had consented, making everything much easier. Your Majesty, rest assured, Pantos holds great respect for the rights of guests. To harm a guest at a banquet is an unforgivable crime in Pantos, one that even the gods would not pardon. Illyrio patted his chest affirmatively as he reassured Viserys. However, he then recalled something and asked, Your Majesty, how many guards do you intend to bring? Viserys had mentioned bringing a few guards for protection. Yet Illyrio assumed it would be no more than 6 or 7, perhaps upwards of a dozen. After all, he had traveled this far with merely 50 soldiers. Indeed, Viserys calmly nodded at Illyrio's question. I shall bring approximately 4,000 of my guards. How many? The governor of Pantos was nearly propelled from his seat upon hearing Viserys' words. Were the 4,000 men merely a small king's entourage or an invading force? Although it was improbable that such a number could conquer Pantos, which would require at least several thousand soldiers equipped with siege weaponry. The mere presence of Viserys leading an army would undoubtedly instill panic among the citizens of Pantos. Observing the expression on Illyrio's face, Viserys shrugged slightly. Did the governor not believe him? He then turned to Bessie and inquired, Bessie, do my personal guards number 4,000? The young knight, standing beside the throne, gripping the hilt of his sword, exhaled in relief upon hearing the latter part of Viserys' statement. It seemed the young king had not yet lost his composure. Bessie, now aware of Viserys' courage, recalled how he had once ventured alone to Bravos in his youth. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Viserys had resembled a frightened rabbit then, his complexion paling at the slightest disturbance. Bessie nodded, gripping the sword hilt, and replied, Indeed, your Majesty. Your personal guard comprises 4,000 men. This pertained to the composition of the military force in Andals. The city's standing army for external warfare consisted of over 4,000 valiant Andalusian warriors, all ostensibly serving as Viserys' personal guards. The naval forces of Dragonstone were stationed at a distant port and were not included in this count. Subtracting the 3,000 to 4,000 sailors and naval personnel, along with the valiant Andalusian warriors and those maintaining the basic defenses of Andals, left fewer than 2,000 men. For a city of merely 80,000 inhabitants, assembling an army nearing 10,000 was an astonishing feat, with a population-to-soldier ratio of 8-1. This could almost be considered a citizen-soldier mobilization, save for comparisons with nomadic tribes like the Dothraki. Viserys intended to take with him the finest 4,000 Andalusian warriors to Pantos for the meeting. Your Majesty, wouldn't 4,000 personal guards be rather excessive? Illyrio noted the seriousness etched on Viserys' face, and his own countenance twisted into a sour expression. He understood that Viserys was reluctant to trust them. Indeed, 4,000 seemed rather excessive. Standing before Illyrio, Viserys smacked his lips thoughtfully and casually suggested, "Then how about I leave the 4,000 outside and bring only 100 knights into the city?" This was certainly acceptable. Illyrio breathed a sigh of relief at Viserys' adjusted proposal and promptly acquiesced. However, as the words left his mouth, the corpulent governor found himself momentarily stunned. Did he just fall for a trick? Perhaps Viserys' true intention was to bring 100 elite knights into the city, ensuring some capacity for resistance in the event of danger. There might even be a chance to escape in conjunction with the 4,000 outside, preventing a complete surrender. Well, very well. A wry smile surfaced on Illyrio's plump face. He had not anticipated that Viserys was not only courageous but also possessed a cunning wit. In that case, Pantos eagerly awaits your Majesty's arrival. Soon enough, days passed. The long, solemn sound of a horn echoed as the 4,000 elite Andalusian warriors of Andals broke camp. The thunder of galloping steeds and the flutter of banners filled the air, and the raised spears glinted in the sunlight like a forest of blades. The soldiers flanked their king, advancing toward Velvet Mountain, directly aiming for the prosperous gem of the bay, Pantos. Chapter 87. Pantos. The sea breeze caressed the young king's face, tousling the hair on his forehead. The army of Andals maneuvered around Velvet Mountain, progressing along the trade route connecting the cities of Andals and Pantos, where merchants emerged. The troops wound their way up a rise, and turning back, they could behold the vast expanse of the ocean to their right, with fine grains of sand and gentle sea breezes caressing the undulating waves. Surrounded by countless soldiers, Viserys held the reins of his gentle white mare. He possessed 2 horses, a more robust and spirited warhorse, and this more docile steed, which he rode now, clad in a pristine leather armor, a long sword at his waist, a snow-white fur mantle draped over his shoulders, and a black and gold-trimmed cloak embroidered with the Targaryen 3-headed dragon emblem flowing behind him. His silver-golden hair cascaded over his cloak. The army continued its march, the cacophony of hooves striking the ground resonating around them. Ahead, the colossal city that had gradually come into view was drawing ever closer. "Pantos is nearly upon us, your Majesty," remarked Illyrio, the Braavosi merchant governor, as he lifted the canopy of his carriage to speak to the young king on horseback. It was not that Illyrio was being disrespectful. Rather, due to his size, riding had become a torment for him, both for the horse and himself. Viserys, seated atop his steed, gazed into the distance at the looming metropolis, nodding slightly. With a squeeze of his legs, he urged his mare onward. The army of Andals swiftly approached Pantos, the clamor of footsteps and hooves intertwining, and the spears raised high formed a veritable thicket in the sunlight. The 3-headed dragon banner fluttered vigorously in the wind. Boom! The Andalusian army halted not far from the gates of Pantos and began to set up camp. What transpired? Had war erupted? The citizens of Pantos, upon witnessing the advancing army outside the city, were indeed struck with fear, and a wave of panic swept through the populace, fearing that Pantos was on the brink of war once more. Quick, quick, close the gates. The guards of Pantos, while remaining relatively composed, gripped their weapons tightly and shouted to close the gates. They had received word well in advance, yet even with preparation, chaos ensued at the gates. A flurry of activity as they finally managed to close the gates with great effort. Boom! The gates of Pantos were finally secured, and Viserys, seated upon his steed, observed the scene with an unperturbed expression, his hair flowing in the wind. He too surveyed the colossal city-state, its towering walls, formidable gates, and the square brick towers that loomed high, visible even from the outskirts. The immense red temples and the palace crowned by 9 spires stood as testaments to the opulence of Pantos. However, what astonished Viserys was the palpable fear of war that gripped such a prosperous city, akin to a startled bird. With merely 4,000 men at his disposal, his attempt to conquer Pantos seemed utterly insufficient, yet this alone had induced such anxiety within the city. Had Pantos truly been cowed by Braavos? After observing the grand city for a while from his horse, Viserys finally averted his gaze. The 100 knights destined to accompany him into the city had already been chosen. And now they rode forth from the ranks, gathering around him. The wealthy governor of Pentos, Illyrio, commanded the carts to advance, intending to personally negotiate for the opening of the city gates. It was not long before the governor's endeavors bore fruit. Creaking, the gates of Pentos swung open once more, though only slightly, allowing no more than 2 or 3 horses to pass side by side. The guards, concealed behind the gates, clutched their weapons tightly, peering outward with lingering tension, as if the slightest disturbance could prompt them to slam the gates shut against the 4,000 who sought entry. Without hesitation, Viserys observed this scene, undeterred. The black cloak billowed in the howling sea wind, strands of hair obscuring his vision. With a mere gesture, he urged his steed forward. The 100 knights flanked him, streaming through the narrow entrance and into the heart of Pentos. The sound of hooves echoed lightly against the cobblestone streets of the affluent city-state as Viserys finally entered Pentos, one hand gripping the reins while his curious gaze roamed the surrounding scenery. The citizens lining the streets, equally intrigued, regarded this unexpected entourage from beyond their borders. Clad in armor, the 100 knights formed a protective circle around the young king as their steeds galloped through the bustling districts, heading directly towards the prince's palace. Viserys had come to Pentos for a feast. Your Majesty. Soon enough, Viserys and his entourage arrived before the prince's palace. Accompanied by Illyrio, they were met by attendants, and Viserys dismounted, handing his horse over to a servant. The remaining knights stationed themselves outside, while Bessie followed Viserys into the palace. This way, Your Majesty. The attendant guided him, with Illyrio trailing closely, slightly out of breath from their hurried pace. Turning to the young king, he spoke, "Welcome to Pentos, Your Majesty. What are your thoughts on our city?" The palace of the Pentos prince was exceedingly spacious and grand, with intricately carved stone pillars soaring high, and scantily clad maidens weaving through the halls, their enchanting gazes like a breath of fresh air. The marble floor beneath them gleamed, and the walls were adorned with exquisite tapestries. As Viserys traversed the lengthy corridor, taking in the opulence surrounding him, he was drawn back to Illyrio's words. Pentos indeed possesses a captivating allure, Viserys acknowledged with a nod, succinctly expressing his sentiments. Ha ha ha, that is undoubtedly so. Pentos is equally honored to have garnered your friendship. Illyrio laughed heartily, though his words bore an undercurrent of implication. Viserys caught the nuance in Illyrio's tone, tilting his head to glance at him, yet refrained from pursuing the topic further. Chapter 88. The Dragon Eggs. In truth, Viserys had long been aware of Pentos' ulterior motives. This was a scheme devised by the governors of Pentos, hoping to exploit the opportunity to sow discord between Braavos and Andals. As a buffer zone situated between Pentos and Braavos, Andals' growing strength naturally sought to extricate itself from Braavos' influence. Pentos desired to incite rebellion within Andals, thus seizing the chance to distance itself from Braavos and abrogate the humiliating treaty, aspiring to become a normalized city-state. They believed this would be a mutually beneficial partnership. However, Viserys had no intention of becoming the proverbial canary in the coal mine, nor would he fall into a trap that would lead to his demise for the sake of Pentos. He merely wished to develop quietly, cultivate his lands, and seek change when the time was ripe. After all, Andals had risen with Braavos' covert support, and its finances still relied on the Iron Bank, bearing debts from several low-interest loans. Despite his awareness of Pentos' schemes, for the sake of the dragon eggs, he felt compelled to undertake this journey. The 3 dragon eggs held immense significance for him. Yet, Viserys also had to consider that forging too close a bond with Pentos would inevitably impact his relationship with Braavos. Thus, he had proposed to bring an army, effectively signaling to Braavos and all others that he did not trust Pentos. The 2 parties maintained no intimate ties in secret. His journey was solely for the dragon eggs. Before long, Viserys, accompanied by Illyrio, delved deeper into the palace, where the contemporary prince of Pentos and various governors had already gathered. This is his grace, the Prince of Pentos, hailing from the esteemed Rhoynar family. Illyrio introduced as he stood beside Viserys. The Prince of Pentos was selected from among 40 noble families and could not refuse the appointment. The last to evade had formed a mercenary band and had yet to return home. Viserys raised his gaze to the highest point of the grand hall, where a throne crafted from ivory and gold was occupied by a man clad in sumptuous attire, his expression impassive. This was the reigning Prince of Pentos, bearing the noble surname Rhoynar. Flanking him were 3 heralds, each wielding symbols of trade, war, and law, a golden balance, a steel sword, and a silver whip, respectively. "Esteemed guest, we welcome you," the prince finally spoke, his voice lacking warmth. Viserys narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced sideways, hesitating to respond immediately. At that moment, his attendant Bessie stepped forward, addressing the assembly with a resounding voice that echoed through the spacious hall. "This is the king of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the first man, the rightful ruler of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros and protector of the realm, the apostle of the 7, the true dragon, Viserys Targaryen III." Viserys looked at the expressionless Prince Pantos before nodding slightly and speaking. "Your Highness." Viserys' voice fell, but the hall fell silent. The Prince of Pentos was like a piece of wood, observing his eyes, nose, mouth, and heart as if he had not heard Viserys' voice, and remained silent. However, there was only a moment of silence in the main hall, and then a voice came from the upper right corner of Viserys, breaking the silence inside the hall. "Welcome to Pentos, the king of Targaryen." Viserys turned his head slightly and looked in the direction of the sound. An elderly man with gray hair was sitting on the upper right side of the staircase in the main hall, wearing a golden medal on his chest. He was the one who spoke. "This is the governor from the Green family." Illyrio whispered again and introduced. Viserys nodded slightly, while his gaze swept around the surrounding environment. Several chairs were placed around the steps of the main hall, and on each chair sat a governor of Pentos. Some of them are elderly people with white hair. Some are middle-aged people with big bellies like Illyrio, and some are even younger. However, their attire was also different, and there's even a middle-aged man with a golden curtain in front of him, only showing his legs and not being able to see his cheeks clearly. "I wonder if he can see the outside world through the curtain." "Please take a seat, Your Majesty." Then came the voice of Governor Pantos from the direction to the left of Viserys, who looked somewhat young, about 30 years old. Viserys nodded slightly, then, guided by Illyrio, climbed up the stairs to the position next to Illyrio above the main hall, and sat down. After arranging for Viserys to sit down, Illyrio whispered a few words to the servant beside him, and then sat down on a chair. Not too long has passed. 2 servants carefully lifted a heavy box onto the stairs and placed it in front of Viserys. Click! Then the servant opened the box with a key, and 3 dragon eggs were neatly placed in the box, supported by a soft layer of pitcher plant. "This is the dragon egg." Viserys' gaze fell on the 3 dragon eggs in the box, and his 5 fingers involuntarily clenched slightly. Even though Viserys was already very good at controlling his emotions, he couldn't help but feel his heart beating faster at this moment. Subsequently, the little king reached out and picked up a dragon egg, carefully examining it. "When I first came into contact with a dragon egg, the touch was a bit cold. The surface of the eggshell was covered with small scales, and the light inside the hall shone on the dragon egg as if it had been polished. They have rich textures and colors, and up close they look like exquisite ceramics or enamel or blown glass. But dragon eggs are much heavier than these things, like a solid stone." Viserys felt that this huge dragon egg was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen in his life. "Your Majesty, since these dragon eggs were purchased by Lord Illyrio, there has been no movement in his hands for so many years." At this moment, the old governor who had started speaking spoke up again first. "It seems that no one can hatch a dragon except for the descendants of the real dragon." Chapter 89, Balbakeo. "Perhaps so." Viserys held a dragon egg in his hand and turned his head slightly to glance at the nearby Governor Pantos who was speaking, then spoke calmly. Then he withdrew his gaze and continued to focus on the 3 dragon eggs in his hand. "The color of these 3 dragon eggs is very beautiful. And now the one he is holding is dark green, revealing various bronze spots as Viserys rotates. And there are 2 other eggs lying inside the box, one of which is a light milky white dragon egg with golden stripes. And the last one was black, slightly larger in size than the other 2, with a deep body like a midnight ocean, but with vibrant dark red waves and eddies." Viserys put down the green dragon egg in his hand, and then picked up the last and largest black dragon egg, weighing heavily on his wrist. "It's beautiful." The 3 dragon eggs were reflected in the pale purple eyes of the young man, and his heart, which had just accelerated, slightly calmed down at this moment. Then Viserys put down the black dragon egg, put it back in the box, and looked up at Illyrio beside him, asking, "Your Excellency the Governor, are there any other important guests at this banquet?" Viserys noticed that the banquet had not yet begun after he arrived, and the governors of Pentos were either silent or whispering to him, but none of them showed any signs of impatience. "Yes, Your Majesty." Illyrio sat in a chair and heard Viserys' words, turning his head and speaking. "Do you know the Dothraki people?" Viserys nodded slightly, naturally knowing the fierce, nomadic people of the Dothrak. Another person who accepted this invitation was Keiko from Dothrak. "The Horse King of Dothrak? Who is it?" Viserys sat in the chair and frowned slightly upon hearing Illyrio's words, suddenly having a bad feeling. "It can't be so coincidental, can it?" Balbakeo leads a very powerful Karasa. Illyrio explained. Oh, Balbakeo. Viserys seemed to have heard this name from the Andals, then nodded and his furrowed brow slightly relaxed. And at this moment, a chaotic and noisy noise came from outside the prince's palace, and then several Dothraki people, bare-chested, covered in animal skin-painted vests, and tied with bronze ribbons around their waists, broke in. The leader is a tall and strong man with bulging muscles. His long black hair is tied into a braid hanging behind his back, and his beard is slightly loose with some silver strands mixed in. His skin is also slightly loose, and behind him were several Dothraki people, each with an Iraq curved sword strapped to their waist. This is Balbakeo. Upon seeing this scene, Illyrio quietly explained in Viserys' ear, and Viserys nodded slightly, but his gaze fell entirely on a young Dothrak behind the old cow. This young Dothrak has a taller and stronger figure than Balbakeo, with bronze skin, fierce and twisted muscles, and explosive power. His visage bore a striking resemblance to that of the venerable Khal Kaer standing before him, with deep, obsidian eyes and flowing hair, complemented by an elongated beard. His hair was intricately braided, cascading down to his thighs, surpassing even the length of Khal Barba Kaer's tresses. Viserys' gaze momentarily sharpened. At that moment, a raucous group of Dothraki intruders below were babbling in an unintelligible tongue, while the Prince of Pentos, seated upon his ivory and gold throne, heard the translator whispering in his ear, a look of alarm breaking through his previously impassive countenance for the first time. The governors of Pentos were equally taken aback, unable to fathom the words conveyed by their respective interpreters. Viserys, who did not comprehend the Dothraki language, was at a loss to understand the unfolding events. Before he could voice his inquiry, the elder Khal Kaer, accompanied by his blood riders, stormed forth with great intensity. The noble Prince Rodney of Pentos appeared utterly dumbfounded, rendered momentarily helpless. Meanwhile, 3 heralds representing trade, war, and law, standing beside him, were engulfed in panic, casting desperate glances towards the other governors of Pentos. Yet, none responded to their silent pleas for assistance. Subsequently, Khal Barba Kaer led his blood riders up the steps, confronting the Prince of Pentos. The elder Khal reached out, forcefully dragging the nearly petrified prince from his ivory and gold throne. In a state of frantic urgency, the herald, wielding a steel sword that symbolized war, attempted to intervene. However, he was swiftly seized by the wrist by a robust, young Dothraki standing behind Khal Barba Kaer. The grip was akin to a vice, the immense strength nearly shattering the herald's wrist. In a swift motion, the young Dothraki's dark, penetrating gaze flared slightly, plunging the blade into the herald's chest. Blood erupted forth, and the herald's anguished cries echoed as he fell, lifelessly tumbling down the grand staircase, staining the opulent golden steps with crimson. The body lay motionless at the bottom, a pool of blood rapidly spreading beneath it. The Prince of Pentos, now unceremoniously ousted from his throne, found his fine garments partially torn, and the once stoic expression on his face transformed into one of palpable terror as he seemed to contemplate the grim fate that awaited him. A figure cowered in the corner of the hall, a mysterious yellow liquid trickling down the inside of his trousers. The 2 heralds, witnessing the brutal demise of their war-symbolizing counterpart, were already pale with fear, trying to coax the cornered prince to flee. Yet, Prince Rodney remained resolute in his corner, refusing to budge, even as they tugged at him in vain. Meanwhile, the elder Khal Kaer unceremoniously took his place upon the throne, addressing the now dumbfounded translator with a few rapid sentences. The translator, fluent in Dothraki, hurriedly instructed a servant to fetch another chair, placing it beside the ivory and gold throne for the young Dothraki who had been shadowing Khal Barba Kaer. Chapter 90, Drogo. This is my son, Drogo. Khal Barba Kaer proclaimed proudly, sprawling across the ivory and gold throne, his hair interspersed with strands of gray cascading down his back, his pale amber eyes surveying all present. He patted his son Drogo's shoulder, exclaiming in Dothraki, "He is the greatest horse warrior in the world, destined to lead the Khalasar." The blood riders of Khal Kaer, armed with curved rocks, stood menacingly behind him, their fierce gazes fixated on the surrounding governors of Pentos, including the diminutive King Viserys. The young Khal's son, sitting beside his father, was wiping the blood from his hands with the luxurious silk that had been placed on the Prince of Pentos' table. Drogo appeared somewhat taciturn. However, he had executed the war herald without a moment's hesitation, as effortlessly as one might crush a chick. Upon hearing his father's voice, Drogo lifted his head slightly, emitting a low grunt without elaboration. His dark, penetrating gaze swept across the assembly, lingering momentarily on Viserys before shifting elsewhere. The reticent son of the call was not fixating on Viserys, merely noting the youthfulness of the latter, pondering the presence of a boy in such a grand gathering. The hall was enveloped in silence, save for some hushed whispers. The translators proficient in Dothraki relayed the words of the call to their respective lords, while the governors exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Viserys, without the benefit of a translator, remained oblivious to Khal Barba Kair's proclamations, quietly observing the assembly with a discerning eye. He found a banquet increasingly fascinating, each moment revealing new surprises. Initially, Viserys was taken aback by the Dothraki's boisterousness within the opulent hall. However, as he witnessed Khal Kair and his blood riders ascend the steps, his perception shifted once more. Now astonished by the apparent fragility of Pentos, the unfolding drama did not cease. Every passing second brought forth further shocking revelations, as the Prince of Pentos, paralyzed by fear, retreated to a corner. The war herald, symbolizing conflict, was brutally slain by the fearsome young Dothraki, his body discarded down the steps. The governors of Pentos stood in stunned silence, their expressions reflecting sheer terror, each wishing to withdraw their heads into their shoulders, while Viserys remained the only one among them to stand tall. This series of intensely provocative scenes left Viserys utterly astounded. Could Pentos truly be this feeble? He had never imagined that a handful of Dothraki could so easily assert dominance over the governors of Pentos. Although the prince was merely a symbolic puppet, the humiliation inflicted by the Dothraki was profound, and not a single governor dared to utter a word in protest. Moreover, this transpired in Pentos, their own territory. Leading 4,000 elite Andals to Pentos had resulted in chaos, with the city gates left unbarred. Yet even in that moment, Viserys still held a faint sense of reverence for this ancient city-state. After all, the towering city walls and magnificent architecture are unmistakable indicators of Pentos' profound and ancient historical heritage. Although Andals has miraculously risen to prominence with remarkable swiftness, it still falls significantly short of Pentos in terms of historical depth, population, economy, and military prowess. While it may appear that Pentos cannot muster even an army of 10,000 at present, this is merely due to the constraints imposed by humiliating treaties. Pentos retains a formidable latent potential for warfare. At this moment, the last remnants of awe within Viserys dissipated, leaving only a cold detachment as he observed the farcical scene before him, albeit with a faint stirring of intrigue within. Subsequently, he overheard Balbakr speaking in rapid Dothraki, before giving a gentle pat to the young Dothraki warrior beside him. The young man, whom Viserys had been eyeing for some time, lifted his head and scanned the surroundings. All present, upon encountering the son of the call, swallowed hard and quickly lowered their gazes, unable to meet his eyes. His gaze lingered on Viserys for a brief moment. As the young king happened to be looking back at him, their eyes locked. The deep, dark orbs of the Dothraki seemed to scrutinize Viserys as if assessing prey. Yet, Viserys felt a powerful sense of impending danger wash over him, a primal instinct warning him to flee from a beast capable of threatening his very life. The boy's brow furrowed slightly, and his fingers, resting on the table, involuntarily clenched. However, Drogo's gaze only remained on Viserys for a fleeting second before they averted their eyes. Balbakr had just proclaimed that this man was his son, named Drogo, the finest horse-riding warrior in the world. Meanwhile, Illyrio, seated beside Viserys, observed the unfolding spectacle with a similarly indifferent demeanor, his expression unchanged, before quietly whispering into Viserys' ear. Illyrio had not brought a translator. It seemed he understood Dothraki well enough on his own. Viserys nodded slightly, then paused, turning his attention to the wealthy governor beside him. "My lord, what did you just say Balbakr's son is named?" Illyrio hesitated for a moment before reiterating, "Drogo." "Drogo?" Viserys sat in his chair, momentarily stunned, blinking as he took a deep breath. Confronted unexpectedly by the very individual destined to take his life, he had anticipated fear and panic. After all, few could face their mortality with equanimity, especially when confronted by their own murderer. Yet, what he experienced was an inexplicable sense of fate unfolding. Chapter 91. The Mansion. Meanwhile, Illyrio remained unaware of Viserys' contemplations, merely noting the subtle change in the young king's demeanor upon hearing the name Drogo, as if it resonated from some distant memory. The old call was indeed rallying support for his son. Across the hall, Balbakr sat upon his throne of ivory and gold, raising his goblet high, continuing to utter words that Viserys could not comprehend. The other governors of Pentos, including Illyrio and Viserys, also raised their goblets in unison, drinking deeply. However, Viserys abstained from wine, his cup filled with milk, as he recognized that his age was not suitable for alcohol, and that milk would aid in his physical development, providing necessary proteins that he could not afford to miss in his youth. Illyrio, seated alongside Viserys, continued to offer quiet explanations. The other governors appeared intimidated by the call, but Illyrio placed greater importance on engaging with Viserys. Rallying support, Viserys turned to Illyrio, who patiently elucidated, each Khalasar is composed of several Khas, each led by a Khal. And the Khal is the fiercest warrior of the tribe. Yet Balbakr is growing old. In truth, few Khal live to see a peaceful end. Their hushed exchange continued, Illyrio's final remark carrying a weight of significance. The banquet had commenced under the directive of the aging Khal, and even the absence of the Prince of Pantos did not hinder its progress. Not far away, Balbakr continued to raise his goblet, while the governors of Pantos lavished him with flattery. Illyrio observed with a detached demeanor before continuing, if someone were to challenge the old Khal now, declaring him no longer the fiercest warrior capable of leading the Khalasar, Balbakr would have no choice but to accept the challenge. Indeed, he is aging and has lost his confidence. He fears he may perish in the challenge, and, more so, that Drogo may be unable to inherit his position. Understanding now, Viserys nodded slightly at Illyrio's words, realizing that Balbakr had not many years left. However, his concerns were unfounded. His son Drogo had never tasted defeat, naturally positioning himself favorably in the struggle for Khal. In the future, he would lead his Khalasar to become the mightiest tribe over the Dothraki Sea. Although one life was lost, and the Prince of Pantos was humiliated and cast from his throne, the banquet proceeded splendidly. Guests reveled in intoxication, including the old Khal himself, while his blood riders and son Drogo remained sober, coldly observing the revelry. As the banquet neared its conclusion, Illyrio informed Viserys that the governors had bestowed upon him a gift. Once the guests dispersed, Viserys exited the prince's palace, where 100 Andals soldiers awaited in orderly formation. Nearby, a group of Dothraki lounged openly, comfortably seated on the steps before the prince's palace. Thankfully, the two factions did not clash, though the Dothraki looked down upon the armored warriors, deeming them cowardly. They were not foolish. They understood that these disciplined, ironclad soldiers were not to be trifled with, even if the Dothraki outnumbered them. A confrontation on foot would likely result in a one-sided battle. As Viserys stepped out of the palace, he took the reins of his warhorse from a servant and mounted it with ease. With a wave of his hand, the 100 knights who had accompanied him also mounted their steeds. On the other side, the Dothraki, seated on the steps, were laughing uproariously, showing little concern as the band of ironclad warriors prepared to depart. Soon after, their Khal and blood riders emerged, though Khal Drogo appeared somewhat intoxicated. The sound of hooves echoed as Viserys led his knights away from the scene. Not far off, Daenerys supported her father, casting a lingering glance at Viserys' retreating figure. Her deep, dark eyes betrayed no emotion. "What troubles you, Drogo?" inquired one of the blood riders of Khal Barbak, a man who had once cradled Drogo in his arms during his youth, keenly noticing the Khal's interest in the young prince. He recognized Viserys as the exiled Targaryen king, now the Lord of Pentos. This blood rider was aware of Viserys' reputation, having recently heard whispers of the Targaryens' plight. Though he could not fully grasp the significance of his status, only that he was linked to Pentos. "Nothing," replied Drogo, shaking his head, his voice a low rumble, yet succinct. Initially, he had merely taken note of Viserys' youthfulness, their eyes having met for a fleeting moment. Drogo found something complex in the silver-haired youth's gaze, as if he recognized him from somewhere. As he stood beside his father, he noticed Viserys stealing glances in his direction, each one more palpable than the last. The man with long braids assisted his father, raising a hand to lightly brush his cheek, a chill creeping down his spine. This sensation unnerved him. He shifted his neck slightly and clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking audibly. He sensed that he would encounter this young man again, perhaps when he, as Khal, would raid Pentos. Meanwhile, Viserys remained unaware that his lingering glances had caught the attention of this vengeful and imaginative warrior, who harbored ambitions of one day leading his forces to plunder Pentos after inheriting Khalasar. For the Dothraki, raiding was as natural as eating or drinking. It was no surprise they set their sights on anyone that piqued their interest. At that moment, Viserys was guiding his knights toward the eastern part of Pentos, drawing near to a colossal red temple visible from any corner of the city. Illyrio had informed him that the governors of Pentos had bestowed upon him another gift. The restless steed beneath him whinnied, and he approached a grand courtyard adorned with towering brick walls, an opulent entrance, and a verdant landscape featuring a 3-story residence, its walls draped in ivy. This was the luxurious mansion gifted to Viserys by the governors, located within the heart of Pentos. "Open the door," he commanded, dismounting and addressing the servants at the entrance. As he entered, the servants bowed respectfully. The mansion was undoubtedly filled once more with treasures of gold and silver, numerous servants, a hot spring bath, a 3-story pavilion, and a terrace from which one could gaze down upon the cascading gardens. Standing atop the highest terrace, Viserys observed the tranquil scenery below, the courtyard dimly lit, only the soft sound of flowing water and the rustle of servants moving boxes breaking the silence. The young prince, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, donned a well-fitted leather armor, a pristine white fur cloak draped over his shoulders, billowing slightly in the breeze. His retinue stood behind him. "Your Grace, I fear Pentos harbors ill intentions." Bessie finally spoke up after a prolonged silence, having accompanied Viserys without uttering a word until now. Even the young king himself felt a twinge of uncertainty. Initially, he had believed that Pentos' invitation, coupled with the gift of precious dragon eggs, would come with certain demands. Yet, the governors had made no mention of any requests, instead inviting a Dothraki call to a grand feast, lavishly entertaining him and showering him with gifts. What was Pentos truly after? Reflecting on this, Viserys stood on the terrace, pondering the implications of Pentos' actions. He could not help but recall a saying. Did Pentos wish for him to become enraptured by the opulence of the mansion and the pleasures of indulgence, forsaking his return to the hardships of his homeland? As Bessie concluded his thoughts, Viserys remained silent for a moment longer, his retainer feeling a flicker of panic, fearing he had misspoken. Yet, he soon noticed Viserys lift his head, as if a revelation had dawned upon him. Turning slightly, he regarded the knight standing behind him and spoke in a calm voice. "You are correct, Bessie. Pentos indeed does not have our best interests at heart. This is not a place for us to linger. Urge them to hasten their preparations. Once everything is packed, we must depart for Pentos without delay," Viserys instructed, his tone unwavering. "Understood." Bessie, his dusky complexion brightening with newfound determination, hurriedly descended to instruct the servants and knights to expedite their efforts in gathering their treasures for departure. Soon the night deepened. Viserys and his knights had successfully gathered all their belongings, including the vital dragon eggs, and hastened toward the northern gates of Pentos. As the clock struck midnight, the crisp, chaotic sound of hooves echoed on the broad, cobblestone streets of Pentos as Viserys arrived at the northern gate, demanding it be opened for their exit. "Open the gates." At that moment, a cacophony arose from the distant palace of the towering 9 towers, flickering lights illuminating the night. Viserys, perched upon his steed, turned slightly to glimpse the palace's direction, having just caught whispers of a challenge issued against Khal Barbak, leading to his demise amidst the ensuing chaos. The Dothraki who have recently arrived in Pentos appear to be vying for the position of Khal, following the demise of the previous Khal. His blood riders are fervently seeking revenge and, subsequently, choosing to end their own lives. Meanwhile, the leaders of the various Khalasars, each vying for the Khal's position, are also formidable contenders, and they command their own loyal followers. Viserys had long been informed of the presence of tens of thousands of Dothraki who had accompanied the late Khal to Pentos and now awaited outside the city. However, they remained positioned differently from the Andals warriors, thus avoiding direct confrontation. The late Khal's son, Drogo, is likewise a principal contender for the Khal's title. Viserys, however, harbors little concern for this struggle for power. He is uncertain whether Drogo can successfully claim the Khal as position under the weight of his own influence. Instead, his thoughts dwell upon the sudden demise of the previous Khal. In the chaos, he had heard whispers of Dothraki who boldly challenged the late Khal and ultimately succeeded in slaying him. Yet, Viserys senses a palpable air of conspiracy surrounding these events, possibly linked to Pentos or perhaps entirely independent of it. Accepting an invitation to this feast was the sole opportunity for Khal to depart from the protection of his army. Under normal circumstances, a Khal residing within the Khalasar, safeguarded by innumerable mounted warriors, is not easily accessible for challenges. Although the Dothraki tradition dictates that a Khal cannot refuse a challenge from a clansman, incessant challenges would surely wear a Khal to the bone. However, Viserys cannot afford to dwell on such thoughts. Outside lie tens of thousands of Dothraki, akin to a colossal, ticking time bomb, threatening to erupt and wreak havoc upon the surrounding populace, should they learn of their Khal's death, and if the various Khalasars receive commands from their leaders. The consequences are unfathomable. Clutching the token from the governor of Pentos, Illyrio, Viserys knows he can demand the gates be opened for his departure. The soldiers, wary of the over 100 armored figures accompanying him, promptly open the city gates. "Hurry," Viserys urged as he spurred his steed, leading the charge out of the gates of Pentos, followed closely by the 100 knights in his retinue. He then arrived at the encampment of the Andal army, commanding all the soldiers who had rested for much of the day to break camp and swiftly vacate this soon-to-be tumultuous place. As night fell, Viserys felt the cool sea breeze outside the city, the night air carrying a distinct chill that crept into his garments, prompting the young king to tighten his collar. With a soft thud, his white horse ascended a rise before he turned its head. From this vantage point, he observed the soldiers below packing up to leave, while he lifted his gaze toward the distance. A commotion erupted to the east of Pentos, as the multitude of Dothraki outside the city seemed to have learned of the call's death. Meanwhile, within the city of Pentos, a raging inferno reflected in the young king's pale violet eyes. He turned his horse once more. Onward. Chapter 93. Homecoming. Viserys led his army away from Pentos. After a night's passage, dawn finally broke on the horizon. The fire within Pentos had finally been extinguished, and the struggle for the call's title seemed to have reached its conclusion. Morning arrived, and the gates of Pentos finally swung open. The frightened citizens of Pentos mustered their courage to step outside their homes, the air thick with the stench of decay and charred remnants. The ancient Valyrian road leading east from Pentos to Norvos was now littered with corpses, a grotesque banquet for carrion eaters. A flock of vultures swooped down from the sky, eager to partake in the feast, only to be driven away by the surviving Dothraki who had endured the calamity. The scavengers circled above, emitting mournful cries. Last night, the once mighty Khalasar had splintered into fragments with the death of Khal. Several leaders of the rival Khalasars, alongside Drogo, who remained loyal to his father, engaged in a fierce battle, adhering to the ancient Dothraki customs in their quest for the Khal's position. Concurrently, 2 Khalasars withdrew from the fray, unwilling to entangle their clansmen in such a brutal melee. Thus, these 2 Khalasars, led by their respective leaders, departed the Khalasar, embarking on a nocturnal journey back to the vast plains to either form a new alliance or pledge fealty to another Khal. The outcome of this struggle for the Khal's title culminated in Drogo, the son of the late Khal, emerging as the sole surviving contender. The leaders of the other Khalasars had all fallen to his hand. In the merciless traditions of the Dothraki, failure equates to death with no alternative. Drogo had personally vanquished all his rivals, reassembling the remnants left by his father, thus becoming Khal Drogo. After a night of brutal conflict, the once mighty Khalasar lay in ruins, reduced to a mere shadow of its former self. Yet, Khal Drogo did not hasten to leave Pentos in search of a secluded refuge to nurse his wounds. Instead, he led the newly consolidated remnants of the Khalasar back toward the northern gates of Pentos, seemingly intent on plundering the Andal army to compensate for the losses suffered the previous night. However, upon arriving, Drogo learned that Viserys and the Andal forces had already broken camp and departed. Though the Dothraki are a people of the horse, swift as the wind, and could potentially pursue the Andal army, Drogo ultimately decided against continuing the chase after much contemplation. The Khalasar, once boasting thousands of warriors, had been whittled down to just over 3,000 following the brutal skirmish of the night. With many dead or fled, Drogo found himself with fewer warriors than the young king. Moreover, his Khalasar had just endured a night of slaughter, and pursuing the well-armed Andal forces would be perilous. Despite his confidence in the morale and combat prowess of his men, he could not disregard the potential for failure and loss. Pursuing this war could yield little promise of victory, and even if he triumphed, he would emerge as a solitary Khal. Thus, Drogo relinquished any thoughts of raiding the Andal forces, initially hoping to recover some losses through such an assault. Seated upon a robust steed with a flowing mane, Drogo's gaze was profound. His shoulder, wrapped in bandages, bore the remnants of fresh blood seeping through, a testament to his injuries sustained during the chaos of the night. With a sharp crack of the whip in the air, he signaled his intent with a decisive flourish. With a thunderous roar, he swiftly turned the horse's head and bellowed in the coarse, guttural tongue of the Dothraki home. Instantly, the newly formed Khalasar erupted into a cacophony of deafening cheers. The Dothraki warriors, astride their steeds, raised their curved rocks in jubilant celebration. For the Dothraki, the concept of home transcends mere geography. It signifies a return to their homeland, the vast and boundless Dothraki sea of grasslands. In the days that followed, the young king led his army on a night march back to Andals, eventually catching sight of the silhouette of a city with only rudimentary walls. The castle gates swung open with a resounding thud. Just as Viserys returned to the castle and removed his armor, still yet to indulge in a warm bath, Rhaenys appeared with Daenerys in tow. "Brother, you have finally returned." exclaimed the brown-haired girl, pulling a small child into Viserys' chamber. At that moment, Viserys had just shed his outer garments, his soft hair cascading over the well-defined muscles of his back. Hearing a voice from behind, he tilted his head slightly, revealing the flawless contours of his face beneath his silver locks. Although Viserys did not appear particularly robust, possessing a lithe physique rather than bulging muscles, he was capable of unleashing formidable strength, effortlessly toppling Bessie from her mount while maintaining his grip on the horse's belly. This remarkable core strength was indeed enviable. The girl, upon entering and seeing Viserys in the midst of changing, felt her cheeks flush momentarily, yet she quickly donned a look of disdain. Rhaenys, how many times must I remind you? Must you always neglect to knock? Viserys, with his back to Rhaenys, shrugged on a clean shirt before turning to face the girl. His voice calm. Puffed. You've seen it all before. Why the pretense? Hearing Viserys' reprimand, Rhaenys pouted slightly. The Targaryen family had endured a tumultuous fate, and after the passing of Queen Rhaella, Viserys and Rhaenys had become each other's sole companions. They even found themselves jointly caring for a younger child, almost as if she were their own daughter. Throughout this process, Rhaenys matured rapidly, taking on the role of caregiver to her younger aunt. Not trusting the servants, Rhaenys would change her aunt's diapers, teach her to walk, speak, and even how to dress herself. As the two conversed, the little Daenerys, still clutching Rhaenys' hand, hesitated several times before finally mustering the courage to raise her small hand in protest. Hey, Rhaenys, he is my brother, not yours. Chapter 94, Dragon. Upon hearing Daenerys' timid declaration, Viserys and Rhaenys exchanged glances and simultaneously broke into smiles. Ah, yes, he is indeed your brother, Rhaenys affirmed, squatting down to fondly ruffle her little aunt's cheeks until they flushed rosy. The little girl struggled but eventually escaped Rhaenys' grasp, darting to Viserys' side and hiding behind him. Brother, Rhaenys is bullying me. With the air of having found refuge, Daenerys clung to Viserys' shirt, her cheeks still rosy from Rhaenys' earlier affection, now puffed up in indignation as she pointed accusingly at Rhaenys. Viserys, witnessing this heartwarming scene, couldn't he help but smile, bending down to touzle the little girl's soft hair and drawing her close. I have a gift for you both, he declared. What is it? The moment the prospect of a gift was mentioned, the girls' attention shifted, their faces alight with anticipation. Dragon eggs. What? Rhaenys responded, disbelief etched on her features, convinced she must have misheard. Dragon eggs? Unlike Daenerys, who was blissfully unaware, Rhaenys understood the significance of dragon eggs and the intertwined fate of her family with dragons. Is it true? You went to Pintos for dragon eggs? The brown-haired girl's face reflected incredulity. Viserys had not disclosed the true purpose of his journey to her, fearing it would cause her distress. Now that he had returned successfully with the dragon eggs, the little girl, who remained hidden behind Viserys, lit up at the mention of them. Brother, can dragon eggs hatch into dragons? Feeling the tug on his clothing, Viserys looked down to meet the inquisitive gaze of the little girl, yet he hesitated to respond immediately. Rhaenys, recovering from her shock, raised her chin to look at Viserys, equally eager to know the answer. Can dragon eggs hatch into dragons? Faced with the expectant gazes of the two girls, the silver-haired youth momentarily lost himself in thought, staring at an ancient black wooden box before finally nodding. Perhaps there's a chance. Rhaenys, Daenerys. Although these 3 dragon eggs have lain dormant for countless years, now mere fossils, I believe that if you nurture them with care, there exists a possibility of hatching dragonlings. As Viserys regained his focus, his gaze settled on his younger sister, who was hiding behind him, her eyes sparkling with hope and dreams of dragons. For these 3 eggs were destined to be nurtured by his little sister, making her the mother of dragons. Yet in this lifetime, fate had shifted, and Viserys could not ascertain whether Daenerys would possess that extraordinary magic. True dragon blood? As of now, Viserys, Rhaenys, and Daenerys all bore Targaryen blood. Viserys and Daenerys possessed the purest lineage, their Valyrian features unmistakable. Rhaenys, with her mixed Dornish heritage, bore brown hair and dark eyes, her Targaryen traits less pronounced. The conditions for hatching a dragon were indeed stringent. Viserys knew they required fire, the exchange of life, and true dragon blood. He remained uncertain whether the Targaryen blood coursing through him and Rhaenys could indeed be classified as true dragon blood. It was undeniable that Daenerys' blood seemed to brim with vitality. Wow, I want to hatch a dragonling, Daenerys exclaimed, her enthusiasm evident. The two girls were instantly exhilarated upon hearing that the dragon eggs were likely to hatch. Subsequently, Viserys used a key to unlock the chest resting on the table, which contained 3 dragon eggs. With a click, he lifted the lid, revealing 3 enormous dragon eggs, each one heavy and substantial, safeguarded by lantern grass. These were indeed dragon eggs. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the scene. Viserys' gaze fixated on the trio of eggs, and for reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt an overwhelming surge of emotion each time he beheld them. "So beautiful," murmured the girl with brown hair, her attention captivated by the magnificent eggs, as if she were gazing upon the most exquisite sight in the world. "Brother, I want to see too." Daniela hid behind Viserys, unable to view the table due to her height. She tugged at her brother's sleeve, prompting Viserys to lift her and place her on a chair, allowing her to finally catch a glimpse of the dragon eggs contained within the chest. Daniela and Rhaenys were magnetically drawn to the trio of eggs, perhaps sharing the same sentiments as Viserys, for the blood of House Targaryen may possess a unique connection to dragon eggs. A few years prior, Viserys had expended a fortune in pursuit of acquiring dragon eggs, yet he had swiftly discerned the fraudulent schemes of many who attempted to pass off dyed stones as genuine. "Rhaenys, Daniela, choose one each," he said. After a brief moment of silence, he diverted his gaze from the eggs to the two girls who stood there, mesmerized. It was Viserys' intention for the three Targaryens, including himself, to attempt hatching the dragon eggs together. He recalled his magical and mystical advisor, Lady Miri, once stating, "When glass candles reignite, ghost grass regrows, dragon fire scorches the earth, phantasmagoric turtles roam the paths of sorcerers, the blind regain sight, and those who have insulted sorcerers are beset by curses. These signs herald the return of magic, and its power may be revived once more." It was evident that dragons and magic were inextricably linked. Yet, as the tides of magic had yet to arrive, sorcery remained powerless. Could dragons truly hatch in this era devoid of magic? This thought led Viserys to ponder the Targaryen family history he had long since memorized. The last dragon of House Targaryen had been a diminutive creature, almost resembling a human infant. Was its fate due to the machinations of the Citadel? Or was it simply born at the tail end of the magical tide, thus suffering an unjust destiny? If it had been born several decades earlier, might it have ascended to become a sovereign of the skies? Chapter 95, Names. Viserys had yet to find an answer to this question. He remained uncertain of the connection between dragons and the magical tide. He released his constraints, allowing Rhaenys and Daniela to select their preferred dragon eggs, yet to his surprise, they swiftly made their choices. "I want this one. I want this one." The brown-haired girl and the silver-blonde little girl spoke in unison, pointing at a pale, milky white egg adorned with golden stripes, nestled beside the largest black dragon egg. "Hey, Daniela, I said it first." Rhaenys was taken aback that Daniela had chosen the same egg, and it was indeed difficult to discern who had been quicker. However, unexpectedly, the usually demure Daniela boldly embraced the pale, milky white egg, resolutely refusing to relinquish it to Rhaenys. "No, I said it first." The silver-haired girl clutched the egg tightly, her defiance evident despite her shaky rationale. "You're being unfair," Rhaenys exclaimed, incensed by Daniela's sudden display of stubbornness. She could hardly believe that her typically obedient little aunt had resorted to such tactics. "Humph, you're the one being unfair." Daniela, unfazed by Rhaenys' protests, clung to the pale, milky white egg, mirroring Rhaenys' words in playful mockery. You, Rhaenys found herself at a loss for words, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment as she struggled to respond. The brown-haired girl erupted in frustration. She observed Daniela's defiant posture, as if to say, "I'm being unreasonable, but what can you do about it?" This infuriated Rhaenys to the point of wanting to claw at the walls. Yet, she realized she could not take action against Daniela, as she was, after all, her own little aunt. "Viserys," she asked, being unreasonable, feeling utterly wronged. Rhaenys cast a pleading glance at Viserys, hoping he would intervene on her behalf. Witnessing Rhaenys, the usually lively troublemaker of the castle, being outmaneuvered by Daniela, Viserys wore an incredulous expression, which soon transformed into a smile. "What is it about this white egg that both of you desire?" Viserys inquired, intrigued by their mutual attraction to the pale, milky white egg. "Because it's pretty." The two girls chimed in unison once more, prompting Viserys to blink in surprise. He anticipated that their reasoning for choosing the dragon egg was so simplistic. He had assumed Rhaenys and Daniela had noticed something he had overlooked. "Well, since Daniela likes it, why not let her have it?" Viserys suggested, attempting to mediate between the two girls. It was a challenging task, so he sought an opening with the slightly older Rhaenys. Humph. Rhaenys, however, was not particularly adamant about having the pale, milky white egg. Moreover, she did not wish to engage in a tussle over an egg with a little girl. She had merely felt a moment of indignation. After all, we're all just children. aren't we? The brown-haired girl pouted slightly, but ultimately relented, allowing Daniela to have the pale, milky white egg. All right, then I'll take this one. Rhaenys then pointed to a deep green egg, which, upon closer inspection, revealed various bronze spots, exuding an ancient and desolate aura. Daniela claimed the pale, milky white egg. Rhaenys chose the deep green egg, leaving the largest black egg, resembling the midnight ocean, for Viserys. Why did none of you choose it? It struck Viserys as peculiar that both Rhaenys and Daenerys had chosen not to select the most prominent black dragon egg, which was entirely black and deep, with faintly pulsating dark red waves and whirlpools. In terms of aesthetics, this black egg was hardly inferior to the pale cream-colored one. Rhaenys struggled to lift the deep green egg cradled in her arms, but ultimately failed. The egg felt as heavy as solid stone. Meanwhile, Daenerys clung tightly to her egg, refusing to let go. Despite her youth, Daenerys was astute, fully aware of Rhaenys' tendencies. She understood that the moment she released her grip, Rhaenys would seize the opportunity to snatch it away. Observing Daenerys steadfastly holding onto her egg, Rhaenys cast several longing glances, but with no chance to act. She ultimately pouted in resignation. Then Rhaenys heard Viserys' question, glanced at him with a soft huff, seemingly still unsatisfied with the earlier incident, yet she proceeded to explain. Because you need it more than we do, Viserys. This was the only unspoken understanding between her and Daenerys. Both girls recognized the potential and beauty of the black egg, yet they instinctively decided to leave it for Viserys, knowing that he required it far more than they did. Is that so? Viserys pondered Rhaenys' response, momentarily taken aback. He then turned to gauge Daenerys' expression and saw a similar sentiment reflected there. After a brief pause, he pressed his lips together, nodded slightly, and chose not to dwell further on the subject. Instead, he inquired, if they hatch, what names do you wish to give them? Viserys adeptly shifted the conversation, perhaps because he was not one for excessive sentimentality, and the power play he was embroiled in did not allow for such indulgences. Rhaego. Rhaenys was the first to respond, revealing that she had long since settled on a name. Rhaego? Viserys tilted his head slightly, noticing the sorrow in the brown-haired girl's eyes, and he quickly comprehended the significance. Rhaenys had named her dragon egg Rhaego in honor of her father, as well as Viserys' elder brother, Rhaegar Targaryen. In contrast, Daenerys appeared somewhat conflicted as she contemplated her mother, whom she had never met, and her father, whose infamous deeds were well known. After a moment of reflection, she finally declared, Vhagar. In this chapter, both Daenerys and Rhaenys bestowed fitting names upon their dragon eggs. Rhaenys chose Rhaego to honor her father, Rhaegar, while Daenerys, having never seen her parents or elder brother, considered Viserys to be her entire world, thus naming her Egg Vhagar. And what name do you plan to give your egg? The older girl among the two turned her gaze to the profound black egg and curiously asked. Upon hearing the question, Viserys paused in contemplation. He was uncertain whether it was mere coincidence that the white dragon Vhagar and the green dragon Rhaego shared their names. Yet he did not intend for his black dragon to be named Drogon. If it can hatch, Viserys nodded slowly, hesitating before adding, I intend to name it Balerion. At that moment, a small black cat, Rhaenys' pet, happened to stroll by the window. Upon hearing Viserys' voice, it turned its head in mild confusion, mistakenly believing that Viserys was calling for it. The atmosphere in the room paused for a second before erupting into laughter. Faha! Oh, brother. Why would you name your dragon egg after a cat? The brown-haired girl could not contain herself, laughing uproariously to the point of tears. Viserys' expression darkened slightly. Rhaenys, go rewrite the family history. In truth, Rhaenys was well aware that Balerion was not merely a name for a cat. It was also the name she had given to her little black feline. Balerion was the name of the enormous black dragon ridden by Aegon during his conquest of Westeros. Measuring over 150 meters in length, known as the Black Dread, the true ruler of the skies. The girl was simply teasing Viserys. However, Rhaenys knew that Balerion's significance extended beyond its association with the cat. Listen closely, both of you, as I share some knowledge, Viserys said, resting one hand on the table and letting out a sigh. Balerion is not just a name for a cat or the Black Dread of Aegon. It is also the name of a deity from ancient Valyrian civilization. Meow. As Viserys spoke, the little black cat leaped through the window, nuzzling against Viserys' pant leg, genuinely believing he had been calling it. The atmosphere in the room shifted again as Viserys knelt to pick up the affectionate little black cat, cradling it in his arms while continuing his earnest explanation. Although Rhaenys had received an elite royal education with the finest tutors, her knowledge was not as profound as Viserys. In his relentless pursuit of uncovering the connection between the Black Fog and Valyrian civilization, Viserys had diligently perused numerous texts left behind by this long-lost civilization, learning many ancient tales of Valyria. Aegon the Conqueror's 3 dragons included Balerion, one of the 5 dragons that survived the doom of Valyria, along with Vhagar and Meraxes, which later hatched on Dragonstone. All 3 dragons bore names derived from the gods of Valyrian civilization, as Viserys regaled the 2 girls with tales of the ancient Valyrian deities. A knock echoed at his door. "Knock, knock, knock. Your Grace," came the voice of the guard outside. "Ser Jorah requests an audience." The old lord had heard that the young king had returned from Pentos to Andalur and had hastened from the port on a swift horse. Viserys paused momentarily at the news of the old lord's arrival. He then set the black dragon egg aside, locked the chest, and returned it to its original place. Seeing Viserys close the chest again, the 2 girls assumed he had changed his mind. Yet, Viserys merely shook his head. "I must attend to some matters first. I will hand over these 2 dragon eggs to you upon my return." Subsequently, Viserys hastily departed the chamber, making his way to the Great Hall. In the current political landscape of Andals, Viserys wielded the majority of power, overseeing all affairs of the city, with the soldiers under his command and direction. Meanwhile, the old knight still commanded the Targaryen fleet, stationed along the coastline and Dragonstone. Many affairs on Dragonstone were managed by Ser Geoffrey, who was undoubtedly the second most influential figure within the Targaryen realm. His power and status were deeply entrenched. Even the illustrious Prince Oberyn, despite his own notable achievements, would find it impossible to challenge the old knight's position. However, Andals lay a considerable distance from the coastline, and Viserys was taken aback by the sudden arrival of the old knight from the port or Dragonstone, suggesting that some urgent matter had arisen. Thus, it was with haste that Viserys made his way there. "Your Majesty," he greeted upon entering the grand hall, with a silver-haired Ser Geoffrey awaited, adorned with a golden insignia that accentuated his vigorous demeanor. "Your Majesty," he repeated. Seated alongside them were Prince Oberyn, the commander of the city's 2,000 guards, and Maester Gunther from Dragonstone, marking the highest assembly of Andals. "Lord Geoffrey, it has indeed been a while. You appear as formidable as ever," Viserys remarked as he took his seat, acknowledging the old knight. The commander of the Dragonstone fleet, now the hand of the king and concurrently the Minister of Maritime Affairs, served not only as a guiding light in Viserys' life, but also as a paternal figure. Due to their distance, the 2 had not met in over 6 months. Yet the old knight remained steadfastly loyal, harboring no doubts. "Your Majesty, it has indeed been a long time," the aged gentleman replied, taking his place at Viserys' left. His slightly clouded eyes observed the increasingly radiant youth before him, dispelling any lingering concerns in his heart. Viserys had proven himself capable of managing the city, showing no signs of arrogance or indulgence despite his authority. Leaning forward, the old knight adjusted his demeanor, suppressing his smile as he addressed the pressing matters at hand. "Your Majesty, the usurper's new fleet has been completed." "Completed, has it?" Viserys' expression grew slightly solemn upon hearing the old knight's words, though he did not betray any shock. The Iron Throne had long been gathering intelligence on Andals, and there were numerous insiders within Westeros. Viserys had firmly established his footing on the continent of Essos, and over the past months, he was contacted by more than a dozen nobles who expressed their wishes for the king's health and the swift return of his forces. These nobles had suffered losses or faced unfair distributions of wealth following the Baratheon usurpation of the Iron Throne. After all, Robert's ascent to the throne necessitated rewarding those families who had joined his rebellion, often at the expense of those who surrendered later. This inevitably fostered resentment among the latter, a painful byproduct of the power transition that required time to reconcile and adapt to the new order under Targaryen influence. Regrettably, the embers of the Targaryens had not been entirely extinguished. They had staged a remarkable counterattack from Dragonstone, delivering a significant blow to the Baratheons, and had re-established themselves on the continent of Essos, poised for a resurgence. With Viserys' presence, Robert, or rather his hand, Jon Arryn, found the process of reconciling the domestic imbalance in wealth distribution considerably prolonged. They required more time to ensure that all factions within the realm forgot the Targaryens and adapted to the new distribution of power. This may have been one of the reasons why the Hand ultimately consented to the construction of the new fleet, as Robert was intent on eradicating the remnants of the Targaryens. Not long prior, several months before Viserys was set to embark for Pentos, he had received news that the Baratheons' new royal fleet had been completed. However, the timeline had dragged on for several more months, indicating that Stannis had meticulously prepared and was exercising extreme caution, even disseminating numerous false reports to mislead their enemies across the narrow sea. Yet, the Targaryens were not so easily deceived. The previous raid had been successful due to a myriad of favorable circumstances, and replicating such a triumph seemed increasingly improbable. Another attempt to strike the royal fleet led by Stannis could very well result in a trap, leading to significant losses. The old knight, having commanded the Dragonstone fleet for many years, was deeply versed in naval warfare and approached Viserys to deliberate on this matter, to strike or to retreat. Clad in a simple tunic and trousers, the silver-haired youth occupied the central position in the grand hall of Andals castle, one hand propping up his chin, his gaze fixated on a pen resting on the table, seemingly lost in thought. In fact, Viserys had long devised a plan regarding Dragonstone, envisioning a strategic withdrawal to the plains of Andals, where he intended to establish a stronghold. Should the Baratheons attack Dragonstone once more, he would willingly cede the island to them, maximizing the recovery of his forces and consolidating them into a formidable fist, ready to strike back when the enemy pursued them onto the continent of Essos. Yet, as plans often go, when the moment to abandon Dragonstone arrived, Viserys found himself reluctant. Despite the passage of years, he had meticulously scoured the island, relocating everything that could be moved, including dragon bones, dragon glass, and what was believed to be dragon eggs, only to discover them as mere stones upon careful extraction. Was he truly prepared to relinquish Dragonstone? A sense of reluctance and indecision stirred within him. Meanwhile, Prince Oberyn, seated in the first position to Viserys' right, crossed his legs and drummed his fingers contemplatively. Upon hearing Viserys' words, he lifted his head, his dark eyes locking onto the young king. If one is unwilling to forfeit even a small advantage, it may very well disrupt the entire strategic landscape. Oberyn's insights were profoundly astute, his appearance somewhat disheveled with dark skin, tousled hair, and a scruffy beard, yet his counsel was undeniably sharp. However, one should not underestimate Oberyn, for he is undoubtedly the most erudite individual present, a rare and genuine genius. In his youthful days at the Citadel of Learning, Oberyn crafted 6 bachelor chains, symbolizing his attainment of scholarly status across 6 disciplines. The scholar Gunther, clad in a gray academic robe, even refers to Oberyn as senior, for he possesses merely 3 bachelor chains. The naval soldiers of the usurper lack our elite prowess, yet their vessels are more robust and colossal than ours. At this moment, Gunther, seated beside the Old Lord, interjected. As a scholar from Dragonstone, he had been assisting the Old Lord in managing affairs on the island, while also lending his support to Viserys in Andals. Indeed, Gunther has been somewhat busier than the rest, frequently shuttling between the 2 locations, but fortunately, he has trained an apprentice to help facilitate the normal exchange of ravens. I understand. Viserys acknowledged the consensus of the 3 at the council, all agreeing that disrupting the established plan would be unwise. They should conserve their strength and await the opportune moment to return to Westeros in alliance with Dorne. He then nodded slightly. If that is the case, we shall abandon Dragonstone upon Stannis' fleet's arrival and retreat. Viserys made the final decision to withdraw all forces and continue to lie low, gathering strength. The Old Lord also nodded slightly, signaling the conclusion of the matter. However, the scholar in the gray robe then organized the information in his hands and raised his head anew. Your Majesty, there is one more minor issue. Viserys' gaze immediately fell upon the scholar. What is it? Gunther presented a document to Viserys. This pertains to a recent incident in the Iron Islands. A temple devoted to the 7 caught fire unexpectedly, yet many believe it was no accident. Chapter 98, Ironborn. The great drowned god has bestowed upon us courage, will, and strength. On the distant Iron Islands, a long-planned revelry appears to be unfolding. A man clad in linen garments stands bare-chested, wielding a blazing torch, reciting fervent and devout words. He then sets ablaze the temple of the 7 before him. These false gods and heathen deities are but the machinations of the storm god. Let them be driven from the drowned god's domain. According to legend, the storm god is the eternal foe of the drowned god. The storm god resides in a palace among the clouds, while the drowned god dwells in an underwater palace. When they clash, the sea churns with furious winds and monstrous waves. However, akin to the drowned god, no one aside from the Ironborn believes in the existence of the storm god. The inferno rages, thick smoke billowing upward, mingled with flickering flames. Inside the temple, monks and nuns cry out for mercy, some fleeing in panic only to be slaughtered by waiting Ironborn outside, their screams echoing. Others remain steadfast within the temple, kneeling before the Father and fervently praying, as if their loud voices could bolster their faith and quell the surging fear within. They hope that the 7 will unleash divine wrath upon these blasphemers. In truth, Signs of such turmoil had been brewing for a month. Though few in number, some Ironborn still revered the Seven. However, in recent weeks, these devout Ironborn faced a series of unfortunate events. Houses burned down while they were away, or they fell victim to theft when their doors were left ajar. As time progressed, some began to specifically target these faithful Ironborn, throwing stones at their homes regardless of their presence. And a series of assaults and even murders of those who worshipped the Seven occurred in the streets. Propagating the teachings of the Seven in the Iron Islands has always been a formidable challenge. Yet despite these adversities, the monks of the temple persevered. They never anticipated that the situation would devolve into such chaos. A fervent mob of drowned god devotees first incinerated the temple on Great Wyke. And soon the church on Old Wyke was besieged, with all clergy slaughtered and nuns subjected to horrific fates. The tide turned abruptly, spiraling out of control at an alarming pace. On the bustling island of Pike, the monks, invoking the name of the Archbishop far away in King's Landing, sought refuge from House Greyjoy, imploring them to quell the rebellion and protect the temple from assault. However, the inhabitants of Pike cast these monks out, declaring that this was not a rebellion, but rather the choice of the Ironborn. Before the monks could escape from King's Landing, calamity struck, leaving them with no means of escape. As the monks' fervent prayers rang out, the encroaching flames consumed them, giving way to their haunting cries. The Temple of the Seven finally collapsed in a blaze, utterly obliterated. Charged, a group of fearless Ironborn, who had long awaited this moment, surged forward to seize the treasures within the temple that had not been consumed by the flames. Brother. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Meanwhile, outside the hall of House Greyjoy and Pike, Urgent footstep échoued. A tall man with pale skin strode in hastily from outside. He possessed a mane of black hair and a beard, with one bright blue, I often referred to as the smiling eye, while the other, shrouded by a black eye patch, remained a mystery to most. Few had seen what lay beneath it, whether it still held a smile or was filled with malice. Odron, seated upon the cold throne in the hall, was a lean man with disheveled black hair and a chiseled face, his sharp black eyes reflecting the tenacity and boldness characteristic of all Ironborn. He is Euron's elder brother, the current lord of the Iron Islands, Balon Greyjoy. You are no longer a child. Why are you still so reckless? Balon's gaze was calm as he regarded his hurried brother, Euron, entering from outside. You speak the truth, brother. Euron, receiving his elder's reproach, offered no argument, merely a cold smile revealing his pale teeth. However, I wish to point out that this latest endeavor may have been somewhat precipitate. The events that transpired today at King's Landing were, in fact, covertly supported by House Greyjoy. Furthermore, the Drowned God movement that suddenly ignited across the Iron Islands a month ago was also orchestrated under their guidance. The entire affair was conceived by Balon and his brothers in a conspiracy. Hence Euron is well aware of the underlying truths. However, he believed that everything could proceed gradually, slowly awakening the fervent faith of the Ironborn in the old way without such haste. Yet, Euron did not anticipate that the plan would be hastened. It was as if an accelerator had been pressed, and the fervent faith of the Ironborn began to ferment at an alarming rate, reaching a point of uncontrollable chaos. Now, having burned the holy hall and slain the monks, they appeared poised for rebellion, and even if they wished to refrain from initiating the plan, they found themselves unable to halt its momentum. We could have continued to divert the attention of the Iron Throne with that dragon, hatchling from Essos. Patience was key. Euron casually seated himself beside his brother Balon, plucking an apple from a nearby fruit bowl and taking a hearty bite. This was their strategy, to use Viserys as a delaying tactic, amassing sufficient strength, and even covertly aligning with the Targaryens, inciting war between the Iron Throne and the Targaryens. Then, while they were preoccupied with their mutual conflict, they would instigate a rebellion, declaring themselves the kings of the Iron Islands, delivering a vicious betrayal. However, Euron was unprepared for Balon to unilaterally advance the timeline, resulting in an inextricable predicament. Once this news spread, King's Landing would undoubtedly demand accountability, insisting on the identification of the perpetrators. Yet, should the Iron Islands surrender the culprits, the Greyjoy families standing among the Ironborn would plummet, extinguishing the fervor for the old way that had been so painstakingly kindled. What do you understand? Balon merely scoffed. He too had not wished to launch the plan prematurely. Often, grand schemes are thwarted by the folly of individuals. Balon had not foreseen that those Ironborn he had covertly manipulated would brainwash themselves into fervent zealotry for the old way, reaching a frenzied intensity, ultimately overreaching. Chapter 99. King of the Iron Islands. Year 289 of the Conquest. Lord Balon Greyjoy arrived by ship at Old Wyke, entering the sacred hall of the Ironborn. The Hall of the Grey King, amidst a throng of guards. The Ironborn, kept at bay by the guards, erupted into fervent cheers upon sighting Balon Greyjoy. To them, Balon embodied the staunchest supporter of the old way, and they believed he would lead the Ironborn to reclaim the glory of ancient times. However, Balon, flanked by his guards, merely waved to the crowd before proceeding into the Hall of the Grey King without lingering. This hall was revered by the Ironborn, as it was constructed from the ribs of Naga. According to legend, Naga was the world's first sea dragon, the most formidable creature birthed from the ocean, feared by the Ironborn, rendering even the largest sea monsters mere prey in her presence. When enraged, Naga could consume entire islands. Yet, during the Age of Dawn, the hero Grey King personally vanquished Naga, and the drowned god transformed her bones into fossils, ensuring that future generations of Ironborn would forever remember the deeds of their first king. Naga's ribs formed the beams and pillars of the Hall of the Grey King, while her jaws served as the throne, her teeth forming the lofty, pale crown. Your Grace. This way intoned the drowned god priest, Tal, guiding Balon, clad in a flowing black cloak with a dark fur mantle. Balon lifted his garment and boldly seated himself upon the obsidian throne known as the Seat of the Sea Stone, an ancient seat of the Iron Islands, sculpted from a massive, glossy black rock. Legend has it that when the first men set foot on Old Wyke, this stone lay upon its shores. Weathered by the elements, the sensation of sitting upon the seat of the sea stone was less than comfortable, as it felt cold and somewhat abrasive. Nevertheless, Balon maintained an impassive demeanor, his sharply defined cheekbones reminiscent of flint, his black eyes cold and indifferent, his long hair flowing wildly in the wind. The priest Tal stood before the seat of the sea stone, reciting the coronation oath in a resonant voice, the biting cold wind penetrating his garments. Balon's brothers, Euron, Victarion, and Aemon, stood silently to his left, observing the coronation of the king of the Iron Islands. To his right stood his wife, Asha, and their children, Roderick, Mairon, and the youngest, Theon. Since the conquest, the resilient Ironborn have been ruled by the cowards of the Greenlands, losing their veneration for the old way. The priest Tal's booming rhetoric resonated, while guards formed concentric circles around the Hall of the Grey King, and beyond them, the barren hills were teeming with fervent Ironborn. As the flames of the old way began to ignite in their hearts, even Balon Greyjoy could not extinguish this fire. He was compelled to proceed. The great drowned god has imparted his will. He demands that Balon Greyjoy, descendant of the Grey King, inherit the title of King of the Iron Islands, don the crown, and lead us into a new era. Within the Hall of the Grey King, the powerful voice echoed far and wide. The Greyjoy family claimed to be the rightful heirs of the Grey King's bloodline, thereby asserting their dominion over the Iron Islands. Long live King Balon! Long live King Balon! The Ironborn erupted in a chorus of thunderous roars, their emotions surging, the desires and malevolence coursing through their veins began to stir. The primal urge for unearned wealth resided deep within all hearts, perhaps not solely among the Ironborn. They yearned to restore the old way. The impoverished sought to seize the wealth of others to escape their destitution, while men aspired to claim the wives and daughters of their neighbors as their own. Ironborn women, too, could fight like men, boarding longships to raid the feeble green lands, even taking command of their vessels. It was the drowned god and the sea that bestowed upon them desires akin to those of men. Then, seeing the fervor of the crowd reaching a crescendo, the priest Tal, holding the driftwood crown, personally placed it upon Balon Greyjoy's head, completing the coronation ceremony. Subsequently, Balon Greyjoy IX rose from the seat of the sea stone. News of the rebellion in the Iron Islands spread like wildfire across the Seven Kingdoms. Lord Balon Greyjoy, crowned and proclaiming himself king of the Iron Islands, Balon IX, with his wife as queen and his children as princes, soon saw his brother Euron orchestrating a surprise attack on Lannisport, led by his brother Victarion, setting ablaze the Lannister fleet amassed in the harbor, burying the ships of the west beneath the waves, thus crippling their naval might. In an instant, the news of the Iron Islands rebellion, coupled with Balon Greyjoy's crowning as king and the complete annihilation of the fleet at Lannisport, sent shockwaves throughout the Seven Kingdoms. It is said that a drunken King Robert, in a fit of rage that very night, smashed several priceless vases, his fury uncontainable. He vowed to personally lead an expedition to sever Balon's head and display it upon the battlements of the Red Keep. Ultimately, it was only through the earnest entreaties of his hand, Jon Arryn, that he relinquished this reckless notion. The following day, a decree from the king echoed within the Red Keep, mobilizing all his loyal vassals across the realm to march against the Iron Islands and quell the insurrection. The royal fleet, under the command of King Robert's younger brother Stannis, which was en route to Dragonstone to initiate an assault there, received the king's orders and was compelled to abandon their prior plans, redirecting their course to partake in the campaign against the Iron Islands. Meanwhile, on the distant shores of the Narrow Sea, news of these events reached Viserys over a month later. The young king was then engrossed in the study of his singular black dragon egg within the confines of his castle, resting upon a heavy iron grill. The egg was subjected to the fierce flames of a roaring bonfire below. The fires surged with ferocity, billowing thick smoke into the heavens, as Viserys attempted to roast the dragon egg. Yet, the egg lay there undisturbed, seemingly oblivious to the fiery ordeal. In the courtyard, Viserys squatted, a piece of firewood in one hand, occasionally stirring the blaze, while the other hand wielded a fan to disperse the smoke that drifted towards him. The dragon egg remained quietly ensconced in the flames, indifferent to the scorching heat enveloping it. Servants passing by observed the young king playing with fire, whispering amongst themselves. Yet their words were lost on Viserys, who was too preoccupied to heed their chatter. Despite his efforts to fan away the smoke, it persisted in encroaching upon him, forcing the young monarch to retreat clumsily. He changed his position, continuing to poke at the fire with a fresh stick until the one in his hand ignited, which he then tossed into the flames before retrieving another. Coughing, Viserys' once fair and handsome visage was now smudged with soot, tears and mucus streaming down his face, rendering him a rather disheveled sight. During this period, he and two other girls had been fervently exploring various methods to hatch their dragon eggs. Viserys had eagerly experimented with a myriad of techniques, bloodletting, roasting, and even submerging the egg in water, culminating in the sacrifice of a condemned prisoner, yet all efforts were in vain. In the early days, Rhaenys had approached the task with considerable zeal, diligently researching how to incubate her dragon egg. However, as days passed and her egg remained inert, her patience waned. After a few futile attempts with a hammer, she ultimately abandoned her studies, relegating the task to her small black cat, while she herself sought amusement elsewhere. The bewildered cat, Balorian, found itself imprisoned alongside a stone, the two forming an unlikely companionship. As for Daenerys, she neither engaged in fire play like Viserys nor tormented small creatures like Rhaenys. Instead, the silver-haired girl clung to her brother's words of wisdom, which echoed in her mind. Although these dragon eggs had long since turned to fossils, she believed, with heartfelt conviction, that with enough care, they could indeed hatch into dragonlings. This belief imbued Daenerys with an exceptional dedication to the task at hand. She placed her egg upon her bed, enveloping it in her embrace each night, clad in her nightgown, as she sought solace in its presence. Initially, Viserys had worried that Daenerys might catch a chill from sleeping with the cold stone, but she assured him that the egg was not frigid. Its texture, while not warm, was at least at room temperature. From that moment onward, Viserys abandoned his attempts to dissuade her from sleeping with the egg, nurturing great expectations for her success. He could distinctly feel the icy chill of his own egg, leading him to question his instincts regarding its potential for hatching. Yet, the egg remained obstinately unyielding, much to Viserys' distress. Aside from Daenerys' unique warmth towards her egg, there were no other signs of life or change. With a tentative hand, the silver-haired youth reached toward the roaring flames, his fingers inching closer to the searing heat. The oppressive heat washed over him, almost suffocating. Yet, steeling himself, he pressed on, determined to continue his exploration. Suddenly, a gust of wind stirred, causing the flames to leap toward his outstretched fingers. Viserys felt a sharp burn, instinctively retracting his hand as if jolted by an electric shock. He inhaled sharply, the pain arriving swiftly, though not as excruciating as he had anticipated. Rubbing the singed area, he discovered that his fingers remained unscathed, their fair complexion intact, which offered him a modicum of relief. It seemed his earlier notion of leaping into a fire pit with a dragon egg and a condemned man was impractical. Reluctantly, he abandoned that audacious idea. Despite the time that had elapsed since acquiring the egg, Viserys found himself at a loss regarding what to do with it. No wonder Illyrio had been willing to part with it so easily. No wonder a precious dragon egg was valued at merely the price of a ship. If the egg could indeed hatch 100 dragons, it would be worth far more. Yet, as it stood, it was merely an object for collection and admiration. At that moment, a woman of somewhat portly stature and unappealing visage approached, leading a boy of comparable age to Daenerys. Upon noticing Viserys' fire play, she drew near. "Are you attempting to hatch the dragon egg?" she inquired. This woman was none other than the priestess Mirri Maz Duur, who had once harbored ill intentions toward Viserys aboard the vessel bound for Braavos. Having completed her punishment and been released, she had received news 2 years prior of her mother's passing, which had left her in tears. Yet, contrary to her mother's wishes, Miri did not return to her homeland to become an obscure priestess. Instead, she chose to remain in Andalur, providing wisdom on magic and mysticism to Viserys, while simultaneously continuing to observe the secrets that cloaked him. However, as the years passed, Miri found that aside from recognizing the alarming speed at which the once youthful boy was maturing, she had made no further revelations. She had once been able to perceive the magic within Viserys, growing ever more potent with his development. Yet in recent years, she could scarcely discern even that. Viserys seemed enveloped in a shroud of darkness, eluding her comprehension. Nevertheless, whether as a priestess or a sorceress, Miri experienced a surge of inspiration during this time. She sensed an unsettling aura in the air, and her heart, pounding intensely within her chest, whispered to her that the power of magic appeared to be returning. It was not far off. Chapter 101, The Dragon's Dream. Viserys heard a voice behind him and turned slightly to glance back. "Miri, what brings you here?" he inquired, recognizing the priestess, his advisor on matters of magic and the arcane. "Just taking Het to stroll in the courtyard, your majesty." The somewhat plump woman replied with a slight bow. After many years by Viserys' side, Miri had undergone a profound transformation, redeeming herself from past misdeeds and embracing a new life. Her circumstances had also changed. Once an abandoned infant raised by temple priests, she had no knowledge of her parents. Now, she resided in a noble castle with her son, receiving a handsome salary, traveling by carriage, and enjoying a lifestyle that mirrored that of the aristocracy. Yet, she could only convince herself of this, for Viserys' needs were modest, bordering on frugal. Although he did not suffer as the common folk did, his lifestyle was merely that of a minor noble. "Come, let us greet his majesty," Miri urged, prompting her young son to acknowledge Viserys. "Your majesty." The little boy dutifully greeted the somewhat disheveled young king, who had been scorched by smoke and fire, and Viserys gently ruffled the boy's hair. "Such a good lad." Then, he lifted his gaze from the ground and looked toward Miri. "Miri, do you have any good ideas?" In truth, when the dragon eggs were first brought to the castle, Viserys had gathered everyone to deliberate on methods for hatching them. However, at that time, Miri had not proposed any viable solutions, merely suggesting the sacrifice of a condemned prisoner. This method coincidentally aligned with the original trajectory, and Viserys had agreed, yet the sacrifice of a prisoner proved futile in hatching the dragon eggs. Hatching dragon eggs was not a simple endeavor. Since the extinction of dragons, the Targaryens had expended immense resources and time without success. Naturally, Viserys would not find it easy either, and the process had reached an impasse. "Your Majesty, the blood of a king is merely one of the prerequisites to awakening the dragons," the rotund and unattractive woman stated. Viserys furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this. "In truth, I have already utilized my blood." The old method of dripping blood had long been employed by Viserys, yet it bore no fruit. However, he quickly grasped Miri's implication. "You mean the usurper?" Viserys' brow remained tightly knit. After all, he had lost the Iron Throne, and apart from his title, what remained of his kingly blood? Yet I need the dragons to slay the usurper and reclaim the Iron Throne. If I could kill the usurper myself, I would hardly need the dragons. At present, the Baratheon dynasty was in its prime, having restored the damages inflicted during the usurper's war. If Viserys possessed the strength to march across the narrow sea and eliminate Robert, the absence of dragons would be of little consequence. "No," Miri replied, shaking her head slightly. Viserys had misinterpreted her meaning. She did not deny that royal blood flowed through his veins. "Your Majesty, you've been crowned by the 7 gods, and the blood of true dragons flows within you, which is irrefutable. However, this alone is insufficient to hatch the dragons." Viserys nodded at her words. Indeed, he recognized the truth in them. Precisely. The Targaryen family history is rife with peculiar methods since the extinction of the dragons, praying day and night to the dragon eggs, even consuming wildfire in hopes of transforming into dragons, yet none yielded success. "What more is needed?" the young king inquired, standing beside the campfire, where flames continued to scorch the black dragon egg, his confusion evident. "Magic," Miri declared, her tone resolute. The extinction of dragons was not solely due to environmental constraints. Scholars from the Citadel had once posited that the last dragon's demise was due to the cramped conditions of its lair, which hindered its growth. However, in truth, the last Targaryen dragon had perished long before it could be stifled by such limitations. Mortals require sustenance, air, and fresh water to survive. As an assailant, Miri shared customs with the Dothraki. They too believed that seawater was toxic. Dragons, however, needed the blood of true dragons to awaken, required to consume livestock to grow, and demanded substantial magical power to sustain their lives. The true dragon blood within you harbors the magic necessary to awaken the dragons. This is merely a preliminary condition, but is not sufficient on its own. This time, Viserys began to comprehend Miri's words. You mean that magic has yet to return, and without the necessary environment for the dragons to thrive, hatching them is problematic. However, Miri's expression grew serious, her round, unattractive face etched with gravity. No, your majesty. My concerns extend beyond that. I have sensed that perhaps far in the east, the blue-lipped, the Shadowbinders, the sorceresses, the priests of the Moon Singers, and even Dr. Maelwyn of the Citadel have all perceived it. Magic is seemingly on the verge of returning, and it draws ever closer. What? Viserys was taken aback by the priestess's sudden revelation, a chill creeping over him. Just then, the campfire beside him erupted with sparks. The flames danced in the air, belching forth black smoke. As the fire enveloped the black dragon egg, Viserys could not shake the sensation that a faint golden hue began to trace its edges. A dark mist gradually spread from around Viserys. Subsequently, wisps of black mist coalesced into a small stream, enveloping the entire dragon egg, seeping into its interior through the barely perceptible cracks in the shell. Viserys Targaryen. Strength, Earth 12. Constitution, Earth 10. Agility, Water 13. Spirit, Moon 22. Viserys beheld the flames as the black mist transformed into words composed of High Valyrian, completely unveiling his current attributes. Yet in the next heartbeat, the scene before him shifted once more, the surrounding world dissolving into utter darkness. Only a colossal dragon, its body adorned with scales and veins that flowed like molten lava, circled within the dense black fog. A pair of immense crimson eyes pierced through the darkness, gazing down upon him. Chapter 102, Golden Patterns. A dragon dream? Encased in darkness, Viserys stood before this behemoth, feeling as insignificant as a mere grain of sand, even though he could firmly believe that he was merely experiencing a dream, one that his ancestors had encountered numerous times. The reality of standing before such a creature instilled a profound sense of terror within him. This being, transcending the bounds of conventional understanding, was capable of shattering the worldview that Viserys had always maintained. It was simply colossal. The silver-haired youth stood before the creature, which dwarfed mountains, feeling as if his very breath had ceased. The terrifying dragon was covered in dark, heavy scales, each interstice flowing with lava, emanating intense light and heat, droplets cascading into the abyss of darkness surrounding them. The sound of its heavy breathing resonated like thunder, the black mist swirling around, obscuring the full magnitude of the dragon's form. Yet Viserys was dwarfed to the size of a single scale. Though Viserys had never witnessed the Black Dread, Vhagar, he sensed that this dragon was far larger than the 150-meter Black Dread. The dragon, enveloped in the black mist, regarded the small figure before it as though it were an insignificant insect, raising its fierce yet majestic head high, its long neck arching gracefully. Without a roar, the dragon opened its cavernous maw, and a terrifying torrent of scarlet flames erupted forth, engulfing Viserys entirely. In an instant, the handsome visage of the silver-haired youth was reduced to ashes, his blood vaporized by the flames, his body and skin dissipating as if they had simply evaporated from this dreamlike realm. Meanwhile, in the external world, Viserys stared vacantly at the campfire before him, while Miri continued to expound her theories, only to realize that the young king was not listening, seemingly lost in thought. "Your Grace?" the priestess inquired, sensing something was amiss. Viserys had never before become so distracted mid-conversation, and following his gaze, she noticed a flicker of fire. "Your Grace?" Miri felt a twinge of concern as Viserys appeared disoriented. She waved her hand before his eyes, only to see him shudder violently, his entire being trembling as if afflicted by a grave illness, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, his chest heaving as he gasped for air. "Your Grace!" Miri exclaimed, observing the pallor of his face, which was ashen as paper, and the cold sweat pouring from his brow. Panic surged through her as she retrieved a vial of medicine from her sleeve. Having once studied herbal remedies under the Dothraki women and learned healing arts from the wizard Maester Marwyn, she possessed some medical knowledge. However, Viserys appeared to recover slightly, waving his hand to prevent her from administering aid. "I am fine." He had merely encountered a dragon dream, once again facing a dragon. This was not the first time he had experienced such a dream. The last time, after his coronation, Viserys had felt himself plunge into countless dreams, witnessing the cataclysm of Valyria, a black dragon breathing fire upon him. Yet, he found himself in the same scenario once more. Why? What was transpiring? Viserys was perplexed. He could not comprehend why he was repeatedly haunted by these dragon dreams and what they were foretelling. Nonetheless, he sensed that the dragon bore no malice. It seemed to be singing to him. The flames that consumed him, though engulfing him entirely, felt as if they were cleansing and fortifying him. As a bead of sweat fell, Viserys felt a newfound lightness envelop him. Even his breathing became more effortless, akin to being reborn. At that moment, Miri's son, Little Hate, appeared to notice something and tugged at his mother's hand. "Mother, look, the flames have extinguished." A gentle breeze swept through. The dying campfire left only blackened ash and remnants, while the dragon egg lay quietly on the grill. Viserys was momentarily taken aback. Neither he nor Miri had noticed how the fire had gone out. The large blaze, which had been fed with ample firewood, should have burned for much longer. However, before he could ponder further, his gaze was drawn to the dragon egg resting silently on the grill. The black dragon egg remained as profound as the depths of a dark ocean. Yet within that impenetrable darkness appeared a peculiar golden pattern, as if it had always belonged to the egg, reflecting a brilliant light in the sun. Viserys was certain that the golden pattern had not existed upon the egg moments before, and beneath this golden design lay a barely discernible crack, seemingly the entry point of the black mist. "Your Grace, perhaps a bit more patience would be wise." The priestess, standing beside the young king, observed him staring vacantly at his dragon egg and gently advised. The winds of revival had begun to blow. The magical dragon slumbering within the stone would eventually awaken. Should one act too hastily or attempt to force the hatching, it might yield adverse effects. The history of House Targaryen was replete with tragedies arising from the forced hatching of dragon eggs. Viserys, cradling his still solid black dragon egg, felt slightly lost in thought before nodding in acknowledgement. At that moment, "Your Grace," Scholar Gaunter approached, clad in his simple gray scholar's robe, a letter in hand. His footsteps hurried. Noticing Viserys lost in contemplation over his dragon egg, he felt a surge of concern for the young king, fearing he might be losing himself in the pursuit of hatching the egg. He cast a wary glance at the priestess standing beside Viserys. The interlocutor claimed to have once studied under Dr. Marwyn, and Bachelor Gunther's own mentor maintained a cordial relationship with him. He had previously written to inquire about this, but the response he received informed him that Dr. Marwyn had been traveling the world and had not returned to the Citadel for quite some time. He would personally verify the identity of this woman upon his return. A significant event had transpired. Gunther cast a glance at the stranger and then whispered into Viserys' ear. Startled by the scholar's voice, Viserys blinked in surprise. "A significant event?" he murmured, his expression momentarily perplexed. Gunther leaned in once more to whisper a few more words into Viserys' ear, and the young king's countenance shifted noticeably, culminating in a nod. To the council chamber. Chapter 103. The Woman in the Red Robe. A cacophony of wings erupted as a flock of crows, having lingered atop the castle's tower for an extended period, suddenly took flight into the sky. Meanwhile, Viserys departed the courtyard alongside the scholar, heading toward the council chamber. In the distance, within the confines of a grand temple, robed monks in crimson traversed the sanctuary, greeting one another with clasped hands and slight bows, before hastily moving on in silence. A woman clad in scarlet knelt upon a cushion, a brazier ablaze with flames before her. The woman, her red robes neatly drawn, sat in quiet contemplation, gazing intently at the flickering fire. Suddenly, with a jolt, the flames in the brazier danced erratically, disrupting their previous rhythm, causing her heart to skip a beat as she snapped back from her meditative state. What was happening? Her eyes narrowed slightly as she focused on the writhing flames. And in that moment, images began to unfold before her within the fire. The astonishment on her face gradually transformed into tranquility, her enchanting eyes unwavering as she became entranced by the visions dancing in the flames. It was the resurrection of the dragon. The alluring woman in red had just glimpsed the silhouette of a silver-haired youth emerging from the flames. He appeared to be roasting a colossal egg while conversing with a woman. Shortly thereafter, a scholar in gray robes, adorned with a chain around his neck, approached, and the two exchanged a few words. Yet, all she could perceive were silent fragments, devoid of sound, which ultimately came to an abrupt halt. No wonder his power was awakening. As the vision faded, the woman fell into a contemplative silence for a moment, before whispering softly. Not only she, but also the other crimson-robed monks within the temple sensed that their connection with the Lord of Light was deepening. Even the casting of minor fire magic, typically fraught with low success rates, had become feasible, complemented by their most adept spells. Recently, the number of devotees at the entrance to the Red Temple had significantly increased, a miracle not witnessed since the extinction of dragons. The followers of the Lord of Light, unlike practitioners of other forms of magical faith, did not acknowledge the existence of a magical tide, and they presented a counterargument. They believed that dragons brought magic, not the other way around. For they observed that when dragons existed, their bond with the Lord of Light intensified, while after the dragon's extinction, all monks failed to sense any trace of shadows or the god of fire. Thus, the followers of the Lord of Light fervently believed that dragons and divinity must share some profound connection. A gentle breeze swept through, extinguishing the flames in the brazier entirely. The woman's copper-red hair fluttered in the wind, revealing half of her exquisitely sculpted visage. Part her lips, she spoke to herself. It seems the great Lord of Light has granted me guidance. Rising from her kneeling position, her loose red robe gently gathered, concealing her fair complexion. Within her, a palpable warmth radiated, effortlessly drawing the gaze of those around her. I must take my leave. Her eyes turned toward the horizon. Meanwhile, within the council chamber of Castle Andals, a rebellion has erupted in the Iron Islands, and Balon Greyjoy has declared himself king? Viserys inquired, his gaze fixed on the intelligence report in his hands as he lifted his head. This was the significant event the scholar had alluded to. The rebellion in the Iron Islands had unleashed a tempest across Westeros. After all, no one had anticipated such a sudden uprising from the Iron Islands, catching even the Lannisters off guard, thereby disrupting Viserys' own plans. He vaguely recalled that a rebellion had indeed occurred in the Iron Islands, leading to Theon, who later lost his brother, becoming the ward of Eddard Stark, the Duke of Winterfell. Yet, he could scarcely remember the specific year it transpired, never imagining it would coincide with this moment. In hindsight, the burning of the September of Baelor was evidently not without purpose. The Greyjoy family had long been plotting. What course of action should we take? Viserys surveyed the individuals present in the chamber. His hand, Sir Geoffrey, Prince Oberyn from Dorne, the Maester Sir William Derry leaning on his cane, and the scholar from Dragonstone. Your Majesty, I believe we should seize this opportunity to strike at King's Landing, eliminate the usurper, and reclaim the Iron Throne. As soon as Viserys' words fell, the Maester, overwhelmed with emotion, rose eagerly to speak. His health had deteriorated considerably, and he was uncertain how many more years he could endure. Had he not found solace in Andals, he might have long since departed this world. Yet his greatest desire, to avenge his brother Jon and assist the Targaryens in reclaiming the Iron Throne, remained unfulfilled. Now, having established a foothold in the land of the Andals and begun to amass strength, the sudden upheaval in Westeros presented a prime opportunity to strike. After all, numerous noble houses loyal to the Targaryens still existed within the Seven Kingdoms. If His Majesty were to lead an army back to Westeros, rallying the faithful would be within reach. However, as the elderly man's words echoed, an uneasy silence enveloped the room, with no one daring to speak. Although they had indeed gathered a measure of strength, was it perhaps premature to assault Westeros at this juncture? A light cough broke the silence as the old lord finally spoke. He cast a glance at Sir William, the former Maester of the Red Keep, who was a full 20 years his junior. Yet now, with one eye nearly blind and his legs unsteady, relying on a cane to walk, his hair appeared grayer than his years warranted. He continued, if we were to ally with the Iron Islands along with Dorne, could we not collectively mount an assault on Westeros? The old lord's proposition left everyone present exchanging glances in a silent contemplation. Seated at the center of the gathering, the silver-haired youth remained clad in simple attire, one hand propping his chin, his lavender gaze fixed upon the table, lost in contemplation. Viserys remained silent, while all eyes turned towards Prince Oberyn of Dorne. Oberyn, gently stroking his soft beard, did not rush to speak. He paused for a moment before addressing the assembly. Now is not the most opportune moment to strike at Westeros. The alliance of the wolves, stags, and eagles remains formidable, and now they are bolstered by the lions. The Lannisters currently have a queen residing within the Red Keep. Yet, even if the time is not ripe, it does not mean we cannot partake in this conflict. Chapter 104, The Battle of Sea's Edge. Oberyn's words resonated with all present, as they understood the gravity of the situation. Presently, Andala lacks the strength to challenge the powerful coalition forged by the wolves, stags, and eagles. The Targaryens, even when seated upon the Iron Throne and backed by a multitude of nobles, suffered defeat in war. What could be expected now? The coalition of the North, Stormlands, Riverlands, and Vale has toppled the Targaryen reign, and now Robert Baratheon occupies the Iron Throne with strength that has only increased since 6 years ago. The Targaryens have diminished significantly compared to the early days of the conflict. Thus, Each individual present was acutely aware of these truths. At most, they could only seize the opportunity presented by the Iron Islands rebellion to inconvenience the usurper, ensuring he does not quell the uprising with ease. Subsequently, all gazes converged upon Viserys. With each person's perspective shared, it was now time for Viserys to render a final verdict on the matter. The young king was no longer the timid figure he once was, having now grasped a significant portion of power. Bring forth a map, he commanded. After a moment's reflection, Viserys instructed a guard to retrieve a map, which he unfurled across the table. His gaze shifted toward the Iron Islands and Lannisport, the site of the first battle following the rebellion, before settling on Sea's Edge in the Riverlands. Though the Westerlands are affluent, they are predominantly fortified cities, and the rugged terrain is ill-suited for the Ironborn's plundering. Sea's Edge, situated in Ironborn Bay, has historically been constructed to resist their incursions, backed by the fertile and flat lands of the Riverlands. Just as the former king of the Iron Islands, Harald Hardhand of House Hoare, seized the lands of the Riverlands from the then-storm King Aegon Targaryen, he relied on circumventing Sea's Edge, landing 40 leagues south of the castle, leading his Ironborn to carry longships on their shoulders, marching to the Blue Fork River and then embarking on their plundering voyages. Thus, for the Iron Islands to swiftly gain the upper hand in this war and restore the former dominion of the Iron Kingdom, capturing Sea's Edge is imperative. Once they conquer Sea's Edge, the subsequent endeavors will unfold with far greater ease. The Ironborn's primary objective must be set here. Securing Sea's Edge will afford them the leverage needed in this conflict. At that juncture, they will have the opportunity to intervene directly in this war. Viserys, biting his finger in deep thought, let his other finger rest upon the position of Sea's Edge on the map. Oberyn, leaning against his chair, cast a surprised glance at Viserys, not expecting their thoughts to align. Ultimately, after considerable deliberation, Viserys quelled his impulse to plunge into Westeros to challenge the Iron Throne. This was undoubtedly a war destined for defeat, and deeper involvement was unnecessary. The assembly nodded in agreement, with the exception of Ser Willem. None believed that Greyjoy's rebellion would succeed. The soil of the Iron Islands is barren, predominantly composed of rock, and the Ironborn lack the cattle needed for agriculture. The island's only mineral resource is cheap iron ore, and their resources pale in comparison to those of the Westerlands. Historically, the Ironborn have relied on raiding as their means of sustenance. Thus, such a region, devoid of ample resources and supplies, and lacking sufficient manpower, stands little chance against the Iron Throne, which possesses overwhelming advantages in supply and soldier count. While it is indeed a favorable opportunity with the Targaryen fleet embroiled in the conflict, potentially complicating matters for the usurper, it is not sufficient to destabilize Robert's rule. Viserys also wished to avoid provoking the king unduly, lest he become desperate and rally his knights to swim across the narrow sea to confront him. After all, the priority remains development, quietly amassing strength. Although the likelihood is slim, it would be best if Robert Baratheon felt secure and complacent. According to the intelligence gathered by the scholars, Viserys learned that within the Red Keep, Prince Joffrey has just celebrated his third name day. Furthermore, Queen Cersei Lannister is once again with child, and her second offspring may be born in the coming year. Such a significant thunderclap lies concealed beneath the throne of the Iron King. Viserys merely needs to await its eruption, watching as the Baratheon dynasty fractures. Hence, he does not rush to engage in the Iron Islands rebellion, to avoid unnecessary losses and to prevent provoking King Robert, who might feel threatened and strive to bolster his power. Nevertheless, the rebellion of the Iron Islands is timely. King Balon has drawn Robert's ire, granting Viserys ample breathing room. Thus, the next step is to seize the opportunity created by Balon Greyjoy. Viserys gazed fixated on the map surrounding Andalur, his finger tracing the mountains east of the Storm River and an ancient path leading to the Bay of Loras. This area was once the domain of the ancient Rhoynar people. The sudden outbreak of the Iron Islands rebellion caught everyone off guard. However, the Iron Throne responded swiftly. Under the king's call, knights began to assemble rapidly. Yet, before they could fully gather, the Ironborn's assault descended upon them like a storm. This onslaught left the cunning lord of Casterly Rock reeling, his mind buzzing with the unexpected ferocity of their neighbors across the sea. The flames of Lannisport had not yet fully subsided when innumerable small longships manned by Ironborn surged forth from the waters, landing indiscriminately along the coast to pillage and burn, engulfing the Westerlands in chaos. Meanwhile, the victory at Lannisport rendered Ironborn Bay devoid of any other naval forces. The Iron Fleet could now freely assault Sea's Edge. This strategic stronghold, the sole port connecting the Riverlands to the Sunset Sea, and an essential gateway for the Ironborn to invade the fertile riverlands for pillage and destruction. Baron Greyjoy indeed fulfilled the expectations of many, including Viserys, by dispatching troops to assault Seaguard, which had been well prepared for the impending onslaught. For the first time in 3 centuries, the ancient bronze bell atop the city walls tolled a warning. Led by Roderick Greyjoy, the eldest son of the Iron Islands Baron, the Ironborn launched their attack, while the resolute Lord Jason Mallister commanded the defenses of Seaguard with unwavering determination. A fierce battle erupted beneath the city walls. Ultimately, the valiant Lord Jason claimed the life of Prince Roderick Greyjoy amidst the chaos, causing the Ironborn to falter and retreat in disarray back to the sea. Thus, the Battle of Seaguard came to a close in Chapter 105, The Ironborn. Following an initial triumph in their rebellion, the Iron Islands faced a significant setback, not only suffering casualties, but also losing a son to the self-proclaimed King, Balon Greyjoy. The morale of the Iron Throne's forces, having encountered their first blow, appeared somewhat diminished. However, the victory at Seaguard undoubtedly revitalized their spirits, prompting them to organize a counterattack with an overwhelming advantage in numbers and supplies. The Grand Army swiftly began to assemble. The sound of horns echoed. Knights from the Riverlands prepared to embark on their ships bound for Fair Isle, where they would first gather before engaging the disarrayed forces of the Iron Islands. Meanwhile, Stannis personally led the royal fleet, navigating around the Cape of Dorne, traversing the Summer Sea, and heading towards Fair Isle to join the allied forces. In the north, Duke Eddard Stark also responded to the king's call, leading the northern cavalry southward through the Neck, awaiting the royal ships to board, and then set sail for Pike to claim Balon Greyjoy's head. King Robert, who had been furious and ready to lead the charge himself a few days prior, was eventually persuaded by his hand, Jon Arryn, to remain in King's Landing. Yet, in the days that followed, he found himself restless and increasingly agitated, displaying his frustration. Ultimately, the old king reluctantly acquiesced to his majesty's desire to personally lead an expedition, albeit with the stipulation that Robert would command from the rear and not take to the battlefield himself, to ensure a smooth departure from King's Landing. Robert boasted confidently to his foster father that he would remain safely in the rear. However, the veracity of his assurances was questionable. In the western reaches of Westeros, chaos reigned upon the Sunset Sea, capturing the attention of all. Meanwhile, on the continent east of the Narrow Sea, Andalor commenced its own operations. Clad in polished silver armor, Viserys donned a long sword at his side and a black and crimson cloak billowing behind him, riding upon his snow-white steed. Without a helmet, the young knight's wavy, silvery blonde hair cascaded over his cold armor, gently swaying in the wind. With a squeeze of his legs, he urged his horse forward, then single-handedly reined it in to glance at the soldiers gathered around him. On the other side, Prince Oberyn was also prepared, accompanying the young king into battle. Clad in jet-black armor adorned with a brilliant golden sunburst sigil of House Martell, Oberyn grasped the hilt of his sword with one hand as his restless white steed stamped its hooves. The silver-armored knight, astride his white horse, galloped ahead of the line, firmly seated in the saddle, blending seamlessly with his mount to conserve energy. With a command, the army of Andalor broke camp. From above, one could see the troops begin to stir and move towards the east of the Upper Rhoynar. As a city predominantly inhabited by the Andals, Andalor's potential for development had long been stifled. With titles that included King of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Man, Viserys had set his sights on the Rhoynar settlements east of the Upper Rhoynar. Seizing the opportunity as war erupted across the Narrow Sea and Braavos shifted its gaze towards Westeros, Viserys chose to strike, reclaiming these Rhoynar lands. As autumn rains fell gently, the sound of hooves echoed through the muddy terrain, with knights on horseback cheering and engaging in battle. Armed with bloodied lances, they hurled corpses into the air, which thudded heavily back to the ground. "Crush them," commanded Viserys, his once white steed now stained crimson, as he gripped the reins with one hand, breathing heavily, while the other held a lance, its sharp tip dripping with blood. The historical enmity between the Andals and the Rhoynar erupted in full force. "Kill!" The battle cries resounded like thunder. A multitude of Undal warriors surged through the breached gates of the town. Once, both factions had known glory, but now they had collectively declined, their strengths nearly equal. However, the Undals were now unified, reminiscent of the leader Cologne who once unified the lands of Andalos. And the consolidated Undal forces demonstrated greater might. Their equipment was superior, their training more rigorous, as the soldiers of Andalor overwhelmed the disorganized resistance of the Rhoynar. They swiftly annihilated the small Rhoynar town. To the Undals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, surrender, and your lives shall be spared. The air within the town was thick with the acrid scent of smoke, flames engulfed the surroundings, and shadows darted amidst the chaos, footsteps echoing with cries of war. Viserys' lengthy titles were not merely for show. They offered those Rhoynar who wished to surrender a pretext for kneeling. I yield. With the first to lay down arms and kneel, the tide shifted, and many Rhoynar followed suit, relinquishing their weapons. Your Majesty, although most recognized the futility of resistance and surrendered, a faction still clung stubbornly to their defiance. As Viserys rode into the town, gripping the reins with one hand, his bloodied armor drew the attention of his foes. Kill him. From behind the burning earthen walls, a Rhoynar soldier raised his bow to slay Viserys, but was thwarted by the timely intervention of the young king's guards, who raised their shields to deflect the arrows. Thud, thud, thud. Viserys, upon witnessing this scene, felt his last vestige of desire to persuade the surrender dissipate. Oof. He then dismounted, donned his shield, and personally drew his sword to lead a handful of soldiers in vanquishing these obstinate foes. Although not of advanced years, Viserys had, due to the whims of fate, long been seasoned by the rigors of battle, having witnessed and participated in numerous wars. One might ponder whether this was fortune or misfortune. In less than half a day's time, the forces of Andals had besieged and conquered this town of the Rhoynar. Chapter 106, Assassination. Approximately a millennium ago, the ancient city-state of the Rhoynar engaged in war with the freehold of Valyria, a conflict that spanned roughly 250 years from the initial clash to utter defeat. Scholar Gunther, clutching a tome, conversed with Viserys as they walked. In truth, scholars were meant to serve as vassals to Westeros. The young scholar had been dispatched by the Citadel to Dragonstone, and should the island change hands, he would serve the next lord. However, unexpected circumstances often arise. It was not unheard of for scholars to depart their fiefs alongside nobles, with many notable instances, such as the scholar from Storm's End who accompanied Stannis. This choice was ultimately made by the scholars themselves. While they were ostensibly scholars of the Citadel, they had effectively become retainers of the nobility, and their detachment from politics was often merely an idealistic notion. In the small town of Valo, situated east of the Upper Lorne River, which had just fallen to the forces of Andals, the Second Spice War had reached its zenith, with Prince Garren of the Rhoynar leading a valiant resistance of 250,000 Rhoynar warriors, momentarily repelling the Valyrian invaders, during which 2 dragons perished and a dragon lord fled in terror. Yet, more formidable dragons descended upon them from the freehold, unlike the 3 that had previously been vanquished. These were vastly superior. The scholar paused momentarily, contemplating the text before continuing. They were of a size surpassing previous dragons by multiple folds, numbering 300 in total. And the Rhoynar host of 250,000 was utterly annihilated. Prince Garren was imprisoned in a gilded cage, suspended from the battlements, forced to witness the obliteration of his city-state and the enslavement of his people. Yet thereafter lies legend, Your Majesty. These tales may be heeded or dismissed. The scholar glanced at the records behind him and spoke again, as the two continued their discourse, with Viserys offering a slight nod. The scholar resumed, stating that legend has it, before his demise, Prince Garren wept blood, cursing the Valyrians and invoking the Mother River to exact vengeance for his kin. That night, the Lorne River surged unexpectedly, its ferocity unprecedented in history, and a malevolent mist enveloped Chorn henceforth, condemning countless restless Valyrian invaders to the curse of Garren, known as the Grayscales, who perished there. The tale asserts that Prince Garren ultimately emerged from his watery tomb, eternally ruling this mournful domain under the guise of the King of Shrouds. This historical account is lengthy, tracing the illustrious rise and fall of the ancient Rhoynar city-state 1,000 years prior. Viserys was well aware of the subsequent narratives, as was Oberyn. His ancestors bore the bloodline of the ancient Rhoynar, with the legendary Rhoynar warrior Maiden Nymeria leading her people across the narrow sea to Dorne, marrying Oberyn's forebear, Mors Martell. Though the ancient city-state has long since crumbled to dust, the banks of the Lorne River, revered as the Mother River by the Rhoynar, still harbor numerous Rhoynar villages. Viserys' campaign aimed to bring these settlements under his dominion, and following a series of conquests, the Rhoynar in the vicinity of the river's source had organized a rebellion, which Viserys' forces swiftly quelled. Your Majesty, as a king of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, you must never rely on a single race. The scholar interjected, expressing his agreement with Viserys' vision, cautioning against becoming ensnared by the Iron Throne-esque curse, advocating instead for growth on the promising continent of Essos. Should Viserys stubbornly engage in the rebellion of the Iron Islands, he risked not only achieving nothing, but also suffering losses that would impede his progress. Indeed, that holds merit. Viserys nodded in acknowledgement. The two stood upon the muddy terrain, remnants of last night's carnage still evident, the town showcasing the charred remains of homes. Walls stained with blood. They soon arrived at the entrance of a relatively intact courtyard, serving as Viserys' temporary abode. The Andals of the Andals plains and the Rhoynar along the banks of the Upper Lorne River were in similar plight, both races having long since lost their former glory. This expansive triangular region, nestled among the city-states of Norvos, Bravos, and Pintos, was essentially a power vacuum. The framework of free trade city-states dictated a lack of the imperialistic territorial desires. And it was within this opportunity that Viserys began to cultivate his own influence in this unclaimed territory. What shall we do next? Viserys and the scholar paused at the courtyard's entrance to converse. Surrounding them were throngs of captured prisoners, and among them, a Rhoynar slave appeared to have overheard their discussion. Lifting his head slightly, his gaze flickering, though it remained uncertain whether he comprehended the common tongue of Westeros. Although this language had been introduced by the Andals and Rhoynar to Westeros, it had evolved over time into something almost unrecognizable, akin to two disparate tongues. As the enslaved Rhoynar passed by Viserys, he suddenly lunged forward with a hoarse roar, attempting to strangle Viserys with the chains binding his hands. This is bad. Yet, the suddenness of his actions was caught in the corner of the young king's eye, prompting him to swiftly evade. Thwack! Viserys reacted with remarkable swiftness, dodging the slave's assault while seizing the man's wrist with a firm grip. With his other hand, he drew a dagger from a nearby guard's belt. Pressing it against the throat of the Rhoynar slave, and with a gentle slice, he severed the man's windpipe. Gush! Blood erupted forth. The Rhoynar slave's face contorted in disbelief, his chained hands clutching at his throat as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. He had intended to take Viserys hostage and flee, but he had not anticipated the king's rapid response. Your Majesty! The guards surrounding Viserys were momentarily paralyzed, their expressions a mixture of shock and fury as the slave breathed his last. The other passing Rhoynar slaves dropped to their knees in terror, for they were not complicit in the man's actions, fearing that the young king's wrath might soon befall them. The scholar bore witness to the unfolding scene, observing as Viserys inhaled deeply and retrieved a handkerchief from the guards to cleanse the blood from his hands. Are you unscathed, Your Majesty? I am well, Viserys replied, gently, shaking his head slightly before casting a glance at the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, a shadow of melancholy flickering in his eyes. He had endured far too many assassination attempts of this nature, to the point of becoming desensitized. Chapter 107, Half a Year. Has Your Majesty arrived at an answer to the earlier question? The scholar paused in silence, watching as the guards dragged away the corpse of the assailant, then lifted his gaze. Viserys, momentarily at a loss for words, nodded in understanding. He grasped the scholar's implication. The steps of conquest and war bore a striking resemblance. First the application of force, followed by a policy of carrots and sticks. The territories along the banks of the Upper Lorne River, centered around Andals, were precisely what Viserys sought to expand. This region boasted flat, fertile land suitable for cultivation, yet lamentably lacked mineral resources, relegating it to a rudimentary agricultural economy. Moreover, the area was ethnically diverse, home to both Andals and Rhoynars, with the occasional Dothraki incursion for herding, pillaging, and destruction. For these reasons, the three free trade city-states surrounding the region had refrained from intervening, as the potential gains for merchants and governors were minimal, and the likelihood of inciting caution among other free trade cities was high. I comprehend, he responded. As autumn faded into winter, spring quietly returned once more. In the year 290 of the Aegon calendar, a rebellion erupted across the narrow sea in the Iron Islands, leading to Balon Greyjoy's ascension as king. He first set fire to Lannisport, only to suffer a setback at the port of Seaguard, resulting in the loss of his heir, Roderick. Subsequently, the Iron Throne amassed a considerable military force, with a newly financed royal fleet joining the fray. During the Battle of the Isle of Tears, Stannis Baratheon commanded the royal fleet, engaging directly with the once invincible Iron Fleet. A fierce naval battle ensued, culminating in Stannis' ambush that shattered the formidable Iron Fleet, allowing Balon Greyjoy's younger brother, Victarion, to taste defeat for the first time. Balon's youngest brother, Asha Greyjoy, was also cast into the sea during the battle, only to be captured and imprisoned in Casterly Rock until the conclusion of the rebellion. With the Iron Fleet's defeat, the situation for the Iron Islands grew increasingly precarious. Stannis, as a minister of marine affairs, conquered Great White in the name of his elder brother, while the fearless heir Balon Swan led an assault on Old Wyke. In the final battle, King Robert and Duke Eddard Stark personally directed the conflict, as the castles of Pike and King's Landing were consumed by flames. Catapults incessantly bombarded Pike, ultimately demolishing the main watchtower and a portion of the southern wall, resulting in the death of Balon's second son, Meryn Greyjoy, amidst the city's fall. The Red Priest Soros, a devotee of the Lord of Light, reignited the flaming sword and was the first to breach the city, with Jorah Mormont following closely behind. The royal forces subsequently captured Pike, and Balon Greyjoy, crowned king for less than a year, was compelled to remove his crown and kneel before King Robert. His sole son, the 9-year-old Theon Greyjoy, was taken as a ward by Duke Eddard Stark. Thus, the Iron Islands Rebellion came to an end. While Westeros was engulfed in conflict, Andals on the distant continent of Essos remained unyielding. This was an invaluable opportunity for growth. Seizing the moment while the Iron Throne was preoccupied, Andals decisively dispatched troops to sweep through the Rhoynar settlements along the upper Lorne River. Viserys personally led the campaign, advancing eastward to the very outskirts of Norvos, where he even stirred the monks of Norvos. The bearded monks in the temple appeared taken aback by the sudden presence of the Andals, uncertain and hesitant as they faced off against the Andals army for several days before ultimately retreating to their respective territories. As Andals expanded westward, they ventured as far as the Velvet Mountains along the upper Lorne River, touching upon the ancient Valyrian road that connected Pentos to Norvos and onward to Coer. Along this route, merchant caravans were seized by terror, fearing an ambush, yet Andalos's forces refrained from any hostile actions and withdrew voluntarily. Your Majesty, this was once a city of the Rhoynars, a place of beauty, adorned with greenery and flowers, canals and fountains. Viserys remained mounted on his white steed. Beside him rode a Rhoynar guide named Evan, characterized by his olive skin and tousled black hair. He was among the earliest Rhoynars to submit, having witnessed the assassination half a year prior, believing himself doomed. To his astonishment, the king did not punish all, but instead spared them. In subsequent battles, Evan charged into the fray and was ultimately knighted by Viserys himself, a rare honor, as Viserys had only conferred knighthood upon a few, including his loyal squire, Ser Bessie. Thus, Evan harbored deep gratitude towards Viserys. Is that so? Viserys, seated upon his horse, turned slightly to regard Evan as he spoke, surveying their surroundings. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed on the cobblestones as soldiers moved about tirelessly. Yet, what lay before Viserys was a landscape littered with ruins, steeped in the hues of history, with no trace remaining of its former glory. Since the commencement of territorial expansion, more than half a year had elapsed, and Andals had nearly restored the borders of the ancient kingdom of Andals. Apart from the land south of the Velvet Mountains, now under Pentosi control, this had once constituted the southern edge of the ancient Andals kingdom, still unconquered. Now, Viserys led the Andals expedition to reclaim these uncharted lands, swallowing not only the Andals who had migrated to Andals, but also the Andals villages that had remained, along with numerous Rhoynar settlements. Over here, hurry, do not fall behind. The soldiers on this arduous expedition traversed the ancient, abandoned Rhoynar city-state, inspecting all within its confines. Presently, the Targaryen forces comprised more than just Andals. This half-year campaign had drawn a significant number of Rhoynars back under their banner. Many Rhoynars had joined the Targaryen cause, and despite 6 months of warfare, their numbers had not diminished. Rather, they had swelled like a rolling snowball. At that moment, a horse galloped towards them from the distance. A Rhoynar warrior, bloodied and bearing the marks of several arrows, sat astride the steed. Subsequently, a sudden jolt caused him to tumble from his steed. Chapter 108, The Dothraki. What has transpired? Viserys felt a slight tightening in his chest as he witnessed the scene unfold before him. Swiftly dismounting, he hurried towards the injured soldier, who had been struck by an arrow. Sir Evan, riding alongside him, hastily followed suit and summoned the accompanying healer. Where is everyone? Hurry! It was not long before a skilled medic, well-versed in herbal remedies, rushed over with a medical kit to tend to the wounded soldier's injury. The soldiers nearby, who were rummaging through the ruins of the abandoned city, took notice and began to murmur amongst themselves, creating a stir that quickly subsided. After all, it was a miracle not to sustain injuries within the ranks. However, they remained oblivious to the identity of their assailants. Viserys, clad in simple attire, knelt before the injured soldier, his black cloak trailing on the overgrown ground. How fares the situation? He inquired, as the healer carefully attempted to extract the arrowhead from the soldier's gruesome wound. Just as the arrowhead was dislodged, blood gushed forth. Viserys quickly pressed his hand against the wound to staunch the flow. Here, a soldier nearby brought forth a flask of wine. Sir Evan, eager to be of use, seized a flask and joined the healer in cleansing the soldier's injury with the alcohol. As Viserys stepped back, his hands stained with blood, he washed them in a basin of water, cleansing himself of the grim evidence of the injury. The potent sting of the alcohol jolted the wounded soldier awake, his mind momentarily clearing. A grimace of pain contorted his features as beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. In that moment, he caught sight of Viserys squatting before him and, summoning his strength, struggled to sit up, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, dire news. We have been ambushed by the Dothraki." This soldier was one of the scouts dispatched by Viserys. They had ventured forth from the ruins of the city of Gazdo, continuing their reconnaissance. They arrived at the confluence of the Goldwater and Little Goldwater rivers, where they encountered a band of Dothraki. A fierce battle ensued, and ultimately, the scouts, outnumbered, managed to slay 2 Dothraki warriors, yet suffered 3 casualties, leaving only him to escape on horseback in a state of disarray. The arrows lodged in his body were inflicted during the frantic flight. However, the Dothraki, upon nearing Gazdo, encountered the amassed forces of the Andalusian army and, deterred, retreated. Dothraki? Viserys pressed the injured scout to remain still and allow for treatment. A frown creased his brow. He had not anticipated an encounter with the Dothraki at this location. They were far from the Dothraki sea, and while these nomadic people often ventured westward to plunder the free cities, it was indeed rare for them to penetrate this deeply. Contemplating the situation, he inquired, "Did you discern their totem?" The Dothraki do not adhere to the concept of nation-states. They are organized into tribes known as Khalasars. The most effective means of distinguishing these Khalasars is through their respective calls. However, for one who is not Dothraki, it is seldom possible to recognize the specific Khalasar at a glance, relying instead on the totems or the painted leather vests that adorn the warriors. Regrettably, this scout had lived his entire life in his homeland and had never before encountered those from the vast grasslands, rendering him incapable of discerning their differences. "Your Majesty, when a Khalasar moves, there are always scouts patrolling ahead, keeping watch for prey and enemies." At that moment, a familiar voice resonated from behind Viserys. While he was lost in thought regarding the Dothraki, Oberyn had approached, his arm draped around his mistress, Illyria Sand, the illegitimate daughter of Lord Harmon Euler of the Stone Gate. Within the Dothraki tribes, warriors led the charge, flanked by the elderly, women, and children at the rear of the Khalasar. Clad in an intricately designed black attire adorned with golden embroidery, Oberyn continued, "Your Majesty." The exotic and alluring woman clung to Oberyn's arm, her eyes seemingly imbued with an enchanting allure. She regarded Viserys and offered a slight curtsy in greeting. "Oberyn?" Viserys lifted his gaze and rose, inquiring, "What do you mean?" The tall man, entwined with his mistress, regarded Viserys with eyes as dark as a serpent's. "I suspect we may have encountered a Khalasar of the Dothraki. Should they possess sufficient strength and confidence, they may indeed strike at us. Otherwise." Just then, a low tremor resonated from the earth beyond the ruins of Gazdo. "Huh!" Viserys, Oberyn, and the surrounding soldiers all felt the ground quiver. Simultaneously, several soldiers mounted on horseback galloped back, dismounting breathlessly. They too were scouts sent forth, returning with urgent news of military developments. However, they needed not utter a word. It was clear their message need not be spoken. If it were merely news of the Dothraki's approach, it would suffice to remain silent. Viserys thought to himself that this was dire news, exchanging a glance with Oberyn. They did not know which Khalasar was approaching, but it was certain that they bore ill intentions. This band of Dothraki. Viserys clenched his fists and commanded the entire army to be on high alert, ordering them to consolidate their formation and prepare for the impending confrontation. Did they truly possess the audacity to believe they could conquer us? His attendants hurriedly brought forth the young king's armor, assisting him in donning his protective gear. However, apart from the looming threat of the Dothraki, no one could answer Viserys' concerns. Chapter 109, Encirclement. Soon enough, not much time elapsed before, in the distance, on the ancient horizon of Valyria, a dark line first emerged in the sight of the onlookers, swiftly accompanied by the thunderous roar of galloping warhorses. The sound reverberated as hooves kicked up the earth, sending dust spiraling into the air to form a serpentine cloud. Countless birds were startled into flight. A formidable throng of Dothraki surged unexpectedly into the view of the ruined city of Gutter. However, this group of Dothraki appeared to be merely the vanguard of the Khalasar, their numbers not overwhelming. They reined in their steeds several kilometers from the desolate city, halting their advance. The Dothraki seemed in no hurry to assault the army of Andals. Instead, loitering at a distance, exhibiting a lack of discipline, huddled together like a swarm of flies, gazing towards their quarry and emitting a cacophony of unearthly shrieks. Viserys, unable to comprehend the Dothraki tongue, was nonetheless certain that their utterances were far from amicable. Their arrival had been alarmingly swift. It appeared that the Dothraki were waiting for reinforcements from their tribes. Meanwhile, the army of Andals, having navigated the initial chaos, quickly began to array themselves, actively organizing their defenses. Both Viserys and Oberyn had not anticipated the Khalasar's rapid pursuit. It was a testament to their reputation as a people of the horse. Evidently, during the scouts' return, this Khalasar had crossed the river and was now hastening towards them, soon to converge with the scouts and accelerate their approach. At that moment, Viserys, with the assistance of his attendants, donned the final piece of his armor. The sharp sound of metal scraping echoed as he secured the greave. The young king then sat atop his steed, flexing his wrist slightly before placing the polished silver helm upon his head, lowering the visor to obscure his visage. A spear. The attendants, stationed at his side, promptly hoisted his favored weapon and presented it to him. Your Grace. Viserys accepted the spear, its weight slightly oppressive in his grasp. And with a firm grip of his fingers, he held it aloft, its triangular blade glinting with a chilling sharpness before it was lowered to point towards the earth. Though of noble birth, Viserys was never one to shy away from battle. He even dared to lead from the front, rallying the spirits of his men. The dark miasma that loomed over him compelled him to reap enough lives to satiate it. Furthermore, given his precarious position, he understood that he must exert every effort. Failure was not an option. Quickly! The soldiers encircling Viserys were also hastily arranging their formations under command. Fortunately, as Viserys advanced with his troops, they maintained their ranks, thus avoiding panic and enabling them to swiftly utilize the terrain of the ruined city to establish defensive positions and construct rudimentary fortifications. Once adorned in his armor, Viserys urged his steed forward, ascending to a vantage point within the ruins. Clop, clop, clop. He reined in the horse, standing atop the elevation to behold the distant mass of Dothraki. From this height, Viserys could discern the seemingly endless stream of Dothraki warriors rushing towards them. Your Grace. Suddenly confronted by the Dothraki tribes, Ser Evan, a newly elevated noble of the Targaryens, stood beside Viserys, armored and wielding an axe, inquired, Why do the Dothraki remain still? Do they wish to parley? Though Evan was adept at flattery, he had been promoted by Viserys out of necessity, as his previous squire, Bessie, remained in Andals, and he required a local guide. While this warrior of Rhoynar was known for his willingness to capitulate, he fought valiantly, his robust physique akin to a black tower, brandishing a hefty battle axe and often leading the charge in desperate assaults, which had caught Viserys' attention. Perhaps, as Viserys sat upon his steed, a cool afternoon breeze slipped through the gaps in his armor. He tightened his grip slightly, the sunlight casting a shadow upon the ruins below. The silver armor and white horse perched atop the rise. However, the likelihood of that was slim. In response to his attendant's question, Viserys had no better answer. He too was uncertain of the Dothraki's intentions. They had not encircled Gooder, merely blocking one side, while the rear gates stood wide open. The Dothraki neither attacked nor sent envoys to declare their purpose, and reinforcements continued to arrive. What could this mean? A withdrawal? Viserys sat upon his horse. A sudden thought flickered through his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. The army of Andals, numbering over 7,000, held a geographical advantage within the ruins, able to defend from a city. If Viserys were to succumb to fear and lead his men in retreat, it would likely result in catastrophic consequences, with the possibility of being relentlessly pursued, leading to total annihilation. The Dothraki were a people of the horse, their ranks filled with exceptional cavalrymen of all ages. Aside from the renowned Battle of Coer over 400 years ago, where 3,000 unsullied withstood an assault from over 50,000 Dothraki led by Temekeo, few had triumphed over them in open combat. Their swift mobility allowed them to evade any who posed a challenge, and conventional forces were powerless to pursue them effectively. Thus, the notion of retreat was but a fleeting thought, swiftly cast aside by Viserys. Yet perhaps having amassed sufficient strength, or realizing that this army was not easily intimidated into abandoning the city, the growing multitude of Dothraki beyond the horizon made their intentions clear. In the distance, a robust, long-haired black stallion bore a chieftain-like Dothraki. Though too far for Viserys to discern clearly, yet he felt a sense of familiarity. He was. Chapter 110, Engagement. He was. Clang. The metal of the armor resonated as it scraped together. Viserys, seated upon his warhorse, grasped the iron ring of the saddle with one hand and leaned forward slightly. However, the distance between them was too great, several kilometers apart, and Viserys squinted his pale violet eyes, the intricate hexagram faintly shimmering within the depths of his gaze. He could barely discern the differences between the figure before him and the other Dothraki, whose towering stature was accentuated by the mightiest of steeds upon which he rode. Surrounded by a throng of followers, he was undoubtedly the Khal of this Khalasar. Then, he witnessed the Khal unsheathing his curved blade. Its tip pointed menacingly towards the distant city of Gadar, his voice seemingly erupting in a furious roar. This Dothraki warlord demanded that his tribe quench his wrath with the blood of their enemies. He sought to annihilate the army led by the sheepmen and subsequently sell them all in the slave markets to procure ample weaponry and provisions to strengthen his own tribe. With a resounding roar, the distant Dothraki heard their Khal's command and raised their gleaming curved swords, creating a dazzling forest of blades under the radiant sun, their voices rising in a primal howl akin to that of wolves. The unsettling cries of the Dothraki echoed far and wide, and many within the ranks of the Andals army, entrenched in the ruins of the abandoned city, felt their faces pale slightly upon hearing the cacophony. The Dothraki excelled in psychological warfare, perpetually weaving terror into the minds of their adversaries, manipulating their psyche with ease. It was reminiscent of a wolf pack encircling a massive herbivore, relentlessly wearing it down with fear and exhaustion until they pounced as one to claim their prey. Yet today, the Dothraki's tactics seemed to falter. The commander of the Andals forces maintained his composure, and chaos did not ensue. Thus, the valiant Khal of the Khalasar, losing his patience for further delay, resolved to personally sever the neck of his quarry. Immediately, at the command of the warlord, a veritable tide of Dothraki surged forth on horseback, emitting a discordant and piercing war cry, brandishing their curved swords and lassos, rushing towards Gadar like a tsunami unleashed. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed like a tempest, and a dark mass of cavalry expanded from the horizon, enveloping the vision of all Andals soldiers. Gulping, the soldiers guarding the entrance to the dilapidated ruins were unsure who among them first swallowed nervously. Yet, at that moment, every soldier felt parched, even momentarily forgetting their fear. Rooted in place, their minds blank, they clutched their weapons tightly, awaiting the inevitable confrontation. Despite the prolonged standoff, one of the soldiers at the forefront of the Andals forces sounded the alarm, his tone wavering slightly, becoming sharp and distorted. However, the thunderous cadence of galloping hooves drowned out his warning. The soldiers could feel the ground tremble beneath them as stones vibrated in response. Quick, form ranks. The junior officers of Andals also managed their lines, their hearts racing in anticipation of the Dothraki's initial assault. Pikemen, with a thunderous clash, a line of soldiers raised their shields, while behind them, pikes were thrust between the gaps, forming an impenetrable wall akin to a spiny fortress. In the face of the Dothraki's charge, the Andals army unveiled its most formidable formation, honed through encounters with bandits and the Brotherhood, as well as the conquest of numerous Rhoynar villages and towns. This was the greatest test the Andals forces had faced since their inception. Prepare. Engage the enemy. A majestic eagle soared in the sky, its keen eyes reflecting the two armies below, which appeared as contrasting tides. From above, the Andals army had formed a prickly defensive formation, taking advantage of the terrain to secure Gadar, guarding the roads with a resolute stance. Meanwhile, the Dothraki surged forth like a relentless wave towards the primary entrances of the ruined city. The thunder of hooves stirred up great clouds of dust. As the vast horde of Dothraki advanced towards the forsaken stronghold, crouched behind their shield wall, the Andals and newly allied Rhoynar soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, their hearts pounding with anticipation, their breaths heavy with tension. The battle had commenced. Everyone could hear the approaching thunder of hooves growing ever nearer, and their inner trepidation escalated uncontrollably, causing involuntary gulps as they swallowed hard. "Will I die?" a recently surrendered Rhoynar soldier whispered, clutching his weapon, his voice quivering with an impending sob, only to be silenced by a sharp slap from his captain. Silence. At this moment, tension hung in the air. The greatest fear was that someone would disrupt the morale of those around them, leading to irreversible consequences. Fortunately, his outburst was swiftly quelled. No one could face such a scene without feeling a chill of dread, tempted to flee. However, the seasoned Andals soldiers knew that turning to flee would only result in the collapse of their formation, leading to a swifter demise, as the Dothraki's blades would reap their fragile lives without impediment. Those who surrendered would be captured as slaves, destined for a life of toil or death in the arena. Soon, the advancing Dothraki would enter the range of the Andals archers. Archers. The junior officers in charge of small unit tactics commanded the archers at the rear to ready their bows. Prepare. With a creaking sound, all Andals archers drew their bows, angling them at a 45-degree incline towards the sky, ready to unleash a volley aimed at the massive enemies gathered before them. Fire. After a brief pause, the command rang out. Thwack, thwack, thwack. A multitude of bowstrings twanged in unison. A dark cloud of arrows soared into the air, then plummeted like a deluge, descending upon the charging Dothraki warriors. Chapter 111, Drogo. As a traditionally nomadic people reliant on raiding for survival, Dothraki civilization is not particularly advanced, lacking the requisite metallurgy skills. The Dothraki field only light cavalry, equipped with erect curved swords and short bows suited for mounted archery. They eschew all forms of armor, including shields and helmets, viewing armored warriors as cowards. Hence, the arrow storm descended upon them, igniting a carnage of chaos, as countless Dothraki warriors at the forefront fell to arrows, some of their steeds collapsing under the onslaught. The momentum of the Dothraki's rapid charge was momentarily stifled. However, the relentless tide of Dothraki warriors surged forth from behind without so much as a pause. Indifferent to their fallen comrades, they blindfolded their steeds and spurred them onward. Further back, the Dothraki, while charging on horseback, unsheathed the short bows slung across their backs, drawing arrows to launch at the Andals archers who sought refuge behind the shield wall. Thuds echoed through the air. Yet, the Dothraki's chaotic discipline and tumultuous command were evident. They would not coordinate a volley. The difficulty of shooting from horseback rendered their aim sporadic, and some stray arrows found their mark within the shield wall, resulting in casualties among the Andals archers. This was the Dothraki way of warfare, to rush headlong towards the enemy, enduring pain in the process, with the expectation that the ensuing clash would allow them to exact a double toll on their foes. Roars erupted. The sight of blood and injury ignited a primal frenzy within these Dothraki, transforming them into bloodthirsty beasts, each brandishing their curved blades and letting out frenzied howls of exhilaration. The thunder of hooves pounded the muddy earth as they continued their fearless advance. Among the fallen comrades, some were hoisted back onto their steeds by fellow tribesmen, while many more were trampled into the ground by the chaotic stampede, their blood and flesh forever merging with the earth. Viserys, seated upon his mount, inhaled deeply as he witnessed this scene. He could not deny the ferocity and fearlessness of the Dothraki. A flicker of concern crossed his mind regarding whether the Andals army, facing such unprecedented trials, could withstand this fierce onslaught. This sudden skirmish left both sides devoid of strategy, relying solely on the martial prowess of their soldiers. The Dothraki attacked while the Andals defended amidst the rubble of the city. Perhaps hope lingered. Crack! The young king's fingers, encased in iron gauntlets, tightened momentarily. His restless steed let out a snort, stamping its hooves, seemingly displeased with its master's decision to remain a mere commander rather than joining the fray. Yet he was not the only one refraining from combat. Viserys searched among the Dothraki for a glimpse of Khal, but to no avail. Cunning. The young king's eyes narrowed. It was rumored that Khal led the charge in battle, yet if he adhered to the Dothraki's customary tactics, his persistent presence at the front would likely render him a disposable asset. The Khalasar finally collided with the Andals army's formidable formation. As the Dothraki surged into the ruins of the city, their ranks were compelled to constrict, funneling into the thoroughfares and fracturing into smaller clusters. The foremost Dothraki blinded their steeds, instilling in them the courage to confront the sharpness of the spears. In the following moment, the battlefield seemed to freeze in anticipation of the impending clash, before erupting with a cataclysmic sound. Boom! The galloping war horses, propelled by immense force, violently tore gaping wounds in the seemingly impenetrable Andals formation. The cacophony of shouts and neighs filled the air, while the ground was stained crimson with blood, sending adrenaline coursing through every soldier's veins. Kill! As the Dothraki crashed through the ironclad formation, their sharp spears plunged into the earth, effortlessly eviscerating the bellies of the war horses, their entrails spilling forth. Those Dothraki warriors who fell from their mounts were either mercilessly trampled by the advancing hooves or pierced by the long spears of the subsequent ranks of Andals soldiers. Kill them. Thud! An Andals soldier thrust his spear through the chest of a Dothraki warrior. The foe, bare-chested with bronze skin slick with blood and wild black hair cascading around him, let out a primal roar in a language unknown. Clutching his curved blade, he sought to slay his adversary even as the spear pierced his body. The seasoned Andals soldier gritted his teeth, relinquished his spear, and drew his short sword. swiftly severing the opponent's head. The Andals soldiers were not particularly well equipped. Unlike the wealth of Riverlands that afforded some ordinary soldiers' armor, most Andals infantry donned lightweight armor, topped with animal pelts for warmth in winter, which they discarded in warmer weather. In terms of weaponry, the short sword was standard issue. Every soldier, including archers and spearmen, bore one at their side, alongside specialized swordsmen who wielded shields and swords at the front lines. Due to the mountains encircling them, Andals had an abundance of timber, providing ample resources to craft spears and shields, earning them the moniker the Wooden City. Meanwhile, a soldier concealed behind the shield wall, incessantly stabbing outward with his spear, suddenly found himself ensnared by a descending lasso. Roar! A man astride a black stallion, his gaze deep and penetrating, yanked with his muscular arm, catching the unsuspecting Andals soldier off guard. Boom! With a tremendous pull, he yanked the soldier from the shield wall, creating a breach in the once impenetrable formation. Khal Drogo! Khal Drogo! The Dothraki erupted in deafening cheers, surging through the opening created by their leader. The steadfast, ironclad formation began to waver precariously. At that moment, Your Majesty, Kalip Glop, a soldier on a swift steed ascended the rise where Viserys stood, but as he prepared to speak, Viserys silenced him, for he had already seen it all. Chapter 112, Night. Soon, after a prolonged day of slaughter, night finally descended. The bloodthirsty Dothraki, invigorated as if on a stimulant, could no longer sustain their fervor. Their howls gradually diminished, fatigue enveloping them, their feet sinking as if in mire, and their curved blades becoming too heavy to wield. Toot! Accompanied by the retreat signal from the rear of the Khalasar, the Dothraki, under the fading light of dusk, abandoned the battlefield strewn with corpses and began their slow withdrawal. The Andals army, equally exhausted, lacked the strength to pursue the retreating foes, left only to watch numbly as the Dothraki departed the field. Doctor! Doctor! Quickly someone! Within the dilapidated city-state of Gutter, the cacophony of chaotic footsteps reverberated as throngs of soldiers hastily traversed the ruins. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood, while the anguished cries of wounded warriors echoed, reminiscent of a descent into the depths of hell. Bloodstains marred the form of Viserys, his long sword showing signs of wear. Its edge dulled, as he gasped for breath before discarding it with a clatter upon the ground. As the war reached its climax, the forces of Andals teetered on the brink of collapse, and the young king took up arms, personally facing the final onslaught of the Dothraki, rallying the spirits of his troops. Ultimately, he led the Andals army to triumph in a contest of wills, and the Dothraki, enduring devastating losses, could no longer sustain their fervor, sounding the retreat and granting the beleaguered Andals some respite. Now, the taut string of tension in their minds finally relaxed, and the soldiers of Andals were overcome by a profound fatigue, the fear and pain from their injuries surging forth. Fresh troops, having rested, replaced those who had just vacated the battlefield, many leaning against walls or trees, surrendering to slumber, while others found soft earth to lie upon, unwilling to rise again. Lightly injured soldiers were provided with wine and bandages to tend to their wounds, while those grievously hurt, missing limbs, were either being attended to by healers or were carried away by fellow soldiers to await death in solitude, so as not to disturb the morale of others. At that moment, with a soft click, Viserys removed the upper portion of his armor. His once flowing silver-gold locks were now matted, dampened by the sweat that had accumulated within his armor, clinging to his cheeks and back. Alone, he sat upon a stone amidst the ruins, silently tending to his gear while gazing at the infernal scene around him, lost in thought. Then, a voice emanated from behind him. This is the stark reality of war, Viserys. It is not comparable to the suppression of mere villages and bandits. Oberyn, having similarly shed his armor and cleansed himself of grime, exhibited for the first time a palpable weariness in his serpent-like dark eyes. He had been battling at the forefront, even briefly crossing blades with Drogo, quelling the latter's arrogance. Yet, amidst the chaos of battle, neither side could fully extend their might, swept along by the tide of the conflict. Ultimately, in the tumult, Drogo retreated from the front lines, shielded by his blood riders, their confrontation abruptly ceasing. By the time Viserys engaged in the fray, the war was nearing its end. The Dothraki had but one last desperate wave left, and Drogo had long since withdrawn to safety, leaving the two men without the chance for even a fleeting encounter. Indeed, you speak true, Viserys acknowledged, lifting his gaze to meet Oberyn's for a fleeting moment before lowering it again to unfasten and discard the greaves from his legs. But why do you always appear from behind me? Viserys mused, suspecting that Oberyn intentionally circled around just to startle him. His words caused a slight stiffening in the Dornish prince's demeanor, followed by a resigned shrug. Believe me, it is merely coincidence. He settled beside Viserys on the stone, turning to regard the young king. However, seeing that you remain unshaken by the horrors of this war brings me some relief. Oberyn's remark was clearly a jest, for Viserys had witnessed the brutality of war from a tender age, having taken lives himself by the time he was 7 or 8. He would not be easily frightened now. Nonetheless, Oberyn's playful banter served as a reminder, a gentle nudge for Viserys to maintain his composure amidst the carnage. Though still youthful, Viserys had undeniably become the linchpin of the Targaryen interests, an irreplaceable figure within the coalition. Neither Rhaenys nor Daenerys could fulfill his critical role, which was precisely why King Robert had long plotted his demise. Oberyn had remained in Andals, hoping one day to avenge his sister, a hope that grew ever more tangible as Viserys matured and Andals flourished. Yet, Viserys shook his head at Oberyn's concerns, unperturbed. I am merely contemplating how to secure victory in this battle, even if fate were cast aside. The future of becoming the most formidable Khalasar upon the Dothraki Sea would not simply sever the ties of animosity between him and Drogo. He resolved to devise a means to eliminate this foe. In the distance, a robust man with bronze skin sat astride a black warhorse, his bare torso displaying sinewy muscles, long braids adorned with small bells ringing softly in the wind. His deep-set black eyes surveyed the battlefield from an elevated position, expressionless, before raising a hand and emitting a sound akin to a grunt, simple yet unmistakably clear. The bloodrider, Qohor, who accompanied him, understood Drogo well. He was an old retainer of his father, having once rescued Drogo from mercenaries in his youth. Soon after, Qohor nodded slightly and turned the horse towards the descent. Chapter 113, The Challenge. Not long thereafter, the retreat horn was finally sounded, and the exhausted Dothraki warriors at the front lines exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Withdrawing from the steadfast fortress of Gutter like the retreat of the tide, the commands from the Dothraki were straightforward, so simple that every warrior could hear Khaal's orders, advance or retreat. It was a rarity for them to fail to conquer an enemy. The free trade city-states surrounding the Dothraki Sea rarely ventured out to engage in battle. They cowered behind their walls, their soldiers having long lost the courage to face the Dothraki in the open field. Instead, they would simply pay to send these marauding horse lords away for them. Problems solvable with gold were not problems at all. The Khalas, having accepted the tribute, would indeed refrain from returning for a time, though the duration of their absence depended on the greed of each Khal. After uniting his father's former followers, Drogo had achieved victory over 2 lesser Khalas in the vast grasslands, eliminating their leaders and expanding the size of his tribe. The Dothraki are renowned as the most valiant of warriors, for they are perpetually engaged in battle, and it is through conflict and bloodshed that they find their strength. This time, Khal Drogo led his Khalasar into the heart of the lands of the Rhoynar, intent on plundering their villages and capturing slaves for their own use or for sale in the slave bays in exchange for provisions and weaponry. However, as Drogo and his Khalasar ascended the Quinen River, they arrived at the desolate city of Nassistar, once the proud capital of the Rhoynar, now abandoned. Here, they harvested a wave of villages and towns before continuing their journey upstream along the Lorne River, only to discover that the area had long been deserted, a testament to a thorough scourge. All the Rhoynar had fled their homes, seeking refuge in the direction of Andals, where Viserys offered them sanctuary and a series of favorable policies, thereby evading Drogo's cleansing sweep. Unwilling to accept such a lack of spoils, Drogo relentlessly pursued the whereabouts of these villages, ultimately cornering the culprits in the ruins of the city of Godo at the confluence of 3 rivers. It was these very individuals who dared to wrest from his grasp what was rightfully his. Without a second thought, Drogo led his Khalasar into a fierce assault, demanding that the blood of these lambs quench his fury. He had initially presumed that these soldiers would be as rotten to the core as the garrison of the other free trading city-states, lacking any fighting spirit. Yet, he was taken aback when the opposition, despite teetering on the brink of collapse, ultimately held their ground. As the losses from the brute force assault mounted, Drogo was compelled to sound a retreat. The Dothraki's method of warfare is strikingly simple. The patched animal hide tent serves as the abode of the Khal, illuminated by flickering flames, while the rest of the tribe digs into the earth, using grass as a makeshift roof to rest beneath. The boiling horse meat within the pot exudes an unpleasant aroma, as these are the remains of fallen steeds, and the Dothraki harbor no aversion to consuming horse flesh or drinking fermented mare's milk. Within Khal Drogo's tent, however, the air is filled with the enticing scents of black sausage, blood pies, and beet soup. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and a figure parted the tent flap to enter, none other than a leader of the cast. Moments later, chaos erupted within the tent as he confronted Drogo, demanding to know why he had ordered a retreat when the enemy was on the verge of crumbling. The Blood Riders standing behind Drogo, hearing such insolence towards their call, instinctively drew their curved blades. For the first time, a flicker of rage crossed Drogo's typically impassive visage as he rose from behind the table within the tent. Regardless of victory or defeat, none may question the authority and commands of the call. To do so is to challenge the very throne of the call, aspiring to seize the position for oneself. This is the law of the Dothraki. Moreover, considering he had merely faced a minor setback and not a true defeat, it was intolerable that someone would dare to challenge him. Seething with anger, Drogo's dark eyes brimmed with a palpable menace. The challenger, however, bore a hint of trepidation on his face, while he harbored intentions of contesting the call. He could not shake the apprehension that arose in the face of Drogo's fearsome reputation. Yet, Drogo accepted the challenge, extending his hands in a gesture devoid of weapons. Appearing utterly unguarded as he confidently approached the man, he inclined his chin, signaling for the opponent to draw his curved blade. Faced with Drogo's provocation, the cast leader, a warrior of the Dothraki as well, could no longer contain his fury. He unsheathed his weapon and let out a roar. He charged toward the unarmed Drogo, seizing the opportunity to slay him and ascend as the new call. However, mere moments passed, perhaps only seconds, before a spray of blood splattered against the animal hide tent, slowly trickling down to form a crimson streak. From the outside, one could see Drogo's towering figure still standing resolutely, while the challenger had driven his own blade into his neck, collapsing to the ground in an unnatural contortion, his wrist bone shattered. Soon after, several Dothraki entered the tent, dragging the lifeless body outside and disposing of it in the wilds. Time slipped by, and two Dothraki emerged from the tent, one being Drogo's blood rider, Kaso, while the other appeared to be his attendant. They swiftly mounted their steeds and galloped toward Godo. Night fell. Among the soldiers of Andals, a young warrior, once a close companion of Ser Baysai, now served as a mere captain in the ranks. Their fates had diverged, while his friend had demonstrated valor in battle, earning knighthood and ascending to nobility. He remained a nameless soldier. The disparity in their backgrounds was stark. Baysai's mother had taken residence within the castle, managing servants and caring for the two princesses, while the timid Mir had nothing to his name. Ironically, it was this very timidity that had allowed him to survive, outlasting many familiar faces that had faded from existence, transforming him into a seasoned veteran. Now he led a contingent of recently rotated soldiers, digging into the soft earth of the battlefield. Digging? Mir was uncertain of the rationale behind the king's orders, but reality often proved to be a cruel mistress. Chapter 114, The Envoy. At this moment, they were braving the night winds, inhaling the stench of death, utilizing the corpses of Dothraki and warhorses as makeshift barriers. They carved holes into the ground, each comparable in size to an ordinary arm, perhaps slightly thicker, akin to the girth of a horse's calf. The young Andal soldier, his hair tousled by the wind, stood upon the land outside Godo, surrounded by fellow soldiers engaged in the same task. He began to grasp the reasoning behind the king's orders. Just then, the faint sound of hooves approached from a distance. Mir's ears perked up, and he instinctively raised his head, a testament to his battlefield experience. Vigilance was always paramount. In the distance, amidst the dark expanse of the field, the young Andal soldier discerned two figures on horseback, seemingly Dothraki, rapidly nearing their position. Who goes there? The nearby soldiers, engaged in digging, also took notice of the approaching figures, instantly alerting themselves, abandoning their tools to draw their short swords. Halt! However, as the soldiers of Andals found themselves startled and on high alert, under the faint glow of the moonlight, two faceless Dothraki suddenly vanished from their sight. Where did they go? Mill scratched his head in confusion, suspecting he might have been imagining things. How could two living beings simply disappear? Yet, upon glancing at his comrades nearby, he noted they were equally perplexed. Soon after, they were met with the agonizing whinnies of warhorses accompanied by a cacophony of unintelligible sounds that seemed far from pleasant, as if curses were being uttered. An unusual situation had arisen, quickly drawing the attention of the soldiers in the rear carrying torches. Torches? Mill adjusted his helmet and took a torch from one of his companions, while a group of Andals soldiers cautiously unsheathed their swords and approached the source of the noise. Upon getting closer, they discovered two injured warhorses lying on the ground, their legs broken, emitting cries of pain. Their riders, too, had tumbled violently and were now seated on the ground, rubbing their heads. Indeed, they were Dothraki. Rage and hatred instantly etched themselves upon the faces of the Andals soldiers. For many of their brothers had perished at the hands of the Dothraki during the fierce battle earlier that day. Among the fallen were both Andals and Loynans. The Andals had fared relatively better, as they had been further removed from the Dothraki's onslaught. However, the Loynan villages lay perilously close to the vast grasslands, and many Loynans had suffered attacks from these savages. Even without the bloodshed of the day, deep-seated enmity simmered beneath the surface. And it was not long before the Andals soldiers' eyes turned red with fury. Clearly, they had come to gather intelligence. Kill them. A group of Andals soldiers drew their short swords, ready to pounce upon the two Dothraki scouts. Among them, Kaso, a bloodrider of Khal Drogo, had just been violently thrown and was still dazed. Moments ago, he had been riding and humming a tune, only to unexpectedly fall into a pit. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Not even Drogo himself would have remained unscathed. Before Kaso could fully regain his bearings, he and his companion were encircled by a throng of torch-wielding Andals soldiers. Although he could not comprehend what they were chattering about, Kaso was no fool. The fervent expressions on their faces indicated they were not speaking kindly. As the group grew increasingly agitated, it appeared they were intent on devouring them alive. Though somewhat dazed from his fall, Kaso quickly shook off his stupor, sprang to his feet, and drew his curved blade, assuming a stance of resolute defiance. Just as a conflict seemed imminent, another Dothraki beside him suddenly spoke in halting common tongue. "Hey, stop. We are emissaries of Khal Drogo. Take us to your leader." The Dothraki's attempt at the common tongue was somewhat awkward, yet the Andals soldiers managed to grasp the essence of his words. Unfamiliar with the customs of Andals, the Dothraki were uncertain how to address their leader. "Take me to your governor." At last, the Dothraki's face turned red with effort as he finally articulated what he believed to be the correct title. However, upon hearing the word governor, the Andals soldiers exchanged puzzled glances. A governor? Where will we find a governor here? Fortunately, Mill understood their words and stepped forward to translate, alleviating the tension. "All right. It appears these two emissaries wish to negotiate with our king." With that, the misunderstanding was resolved. Mill then escorted the two Dothraki emissaries back to the camp of Gator. After the earlier scare, the Dothraki translator felt somewhat relieved, as he could at least grasp the basic exchanges between the Andals and Loynans, thus alleviating his mental strain. Conversely, Kaso remained on high alert, akin to a frightened cat, vigilantly scanning his surroundings, ready to grasp the hilt of his blade at the slightest rustle. Not long after, the two Dothraki emissaries were ushered into the tent of Viserys. The night was deepening, yet the young king had not yet retired. His vigor surpassed that of his companions. A half-burned white candle flickered on the table as he studied a military map, contemplating strategies to outmaneuver the enemy, though he appeared somewhat lost in thought. At that moment, a guard stationed outside the tent entered and whispered something in Viserys' ear. "HM?" The young king raised his head slightly, his pale violet eyes glimmering with intrigue. After pondering over the map for a moment, he nodded. "Let them enter." Chapter 115, The Challenge. Soon, the two Dothraki emissaries were brought into Viserys' tent. The young king reclined on his bed, draped in a soft cloak, his long hair flowing freely down his back, his gaze calm as he regarded the approaching emissaries. Notably, the Dothraki walking in front bore a shadowy expression and an air of arrogance, while the one behind him exhibited a demeanor of humility, presenting a stark contrast in attitudes. How curious it was to witness two emissaries displaying such divergent dispositions, which truly represented Drogo's will. "Your Excellency," the Dothraki at the rear was the first to place a hand on his chest and bow. Employing the customary etiquette of Essos while addressing Viserys in the common tongue of Westeros, awkwardly referring to him with the unique title of governor, typically reserved for free cities. This sounded rather clumsy and amusing. Nevertheless, Viserys merely arched an eyebrow, remaining seated as he observed the two newcomers, then nodded. "Please have a seat." However, before Viserys could finish his sentence, the Dothraki in front boldly made his way to the side and sat upon a cushion adjacent to the king's bed. Impudent. The guards inside the tent were instantly incensed by this affront, poised to reprimand, but were halted by a mere glance from Viserys. Subsequently, the young king averted his gaze, his interest piqued by one of the Dothraki. The man's countenance was haughty, his eyes shadowed, suggesting a disposition marked by cruelty. Just over half a year ago, no, a year prior, he had borne witness to the Dothraki's brazen arrogance. Khal Drogo's father, Balbakir, had attended a banquet in Pentos with but a handful of blood riders. Boldly striding to the ivory and gold throne, frightening the Pentoshi prince into a state of utter disarray, and then claiming the throne for himself. While the governors of Pentos dared not utter a word. Compared to Balbakar's audacity back then, this man's boldness had significantly diminished. At the very least, he refrained from crashing into the tent to demand the seat that belonged to him. Viserys scrutinized him from head to toe and then let out a soft chuckle. Simultaneously, the Blood Rider, Kaso, was appraising Viserys, observing that the elegantly poised youth before him was quite young, perhaps even a touch inexperienced. He might only have recently attained the status of a warrior in his own tribe. Yet, for reasons unknown, the boy's seemingly bland smile struck Kaso as particularly unsettling. As if mocking him. Once this notion took root in his mind, he could not help but perceive Viserys' smile as derisive. Anger flared in Kaso's expression. That boy had been laughing at him all along without pause. Though he felt the urge to erupt, the memory of the lamb-like gazes that had encircled him restrained him from slamming his fist down in fury. Adjusting his posture awkwardly, he plucked a troublesome flea from his neck and, foregoing any unnecessary pleasantries, addressed the matter at hand, speaking in a stilted Dothraki tongue. The Dothraki language, characterized by its heavy emphasis, sounded quite forceful. Viserys, unable to comprehend the rapid-fire words, turned to the translator for clarification. The Dothraki translator, upon hearing Kaso's words, felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Not all Dothraki were mindless brutes. While some were audacious and fearless, others were comparatively more cautious. The translator had survived primarily because he had not been raised in Dothraki society, but had lived as a slave in the Golden Company. His master was a noble exile from Westeros, and eventually, he was purchased by another call to serve as a translator. However, now that Kaso had spoken, he had no choice but to translate his words with trepidation. My Lord Governor, Khal Drogo demands the surrender of at least 3,000 slaves and 10,000 gold coins. Should his losses be compensated, he shall depart from here. The translation was somewhat clumsy, the phrasing awkward, yet Viserys grasped the essence of the message. 3,000 slaves? 10,000 gold coins? Although the Essos continent had its own currencies, each free trading city-state possessed its own coinage, including the silver stags of Qarth and the golden marks of Atlantis, with various shapes beyond the circular, such as elongated ovals, triangles, and diamonds. Even though Viserys was somewhat prepared, he was still taken aback by Drogo's audacious demands. It was far too much. He shook his head, a self-deprecating smile gracing his features. It seemed Khal Drogo truly regarded him as a wealthy lord. If negotiation proved futile, then let us cast them down and have them executed. The young king's gaze shifted to the soldiers flanking him, and in a calm tone, he commanded, I cannot afford such a sum, nor will I surrender my subjects to slavery. Upon hearing Viserys' orders, the soldiers stationed on either side of the grand tent instantly drew their short swords, poised at the throats of the two Dothraki, leaving no opportunity for resistance, as they prepared to drag the two men away to fulfill the king's command. The translator was instantly struck with terror. He understood Viserys' words and was unprepared for the young governor's sudden shift from amicability to hostility. In most negotiations, parties would haggle, but he never anticipated that Viserys would declare he had neither money nor men, and then immediately resort to violence. Kaso, unable to comprehend Viserys' words, found himself at the mercy of the soldiers, swords pressed against his neck. But at that moment, no translation was necessary. Kaso understood everything. The once haughty Dothraki's face, instead of displaying fear, contorted into madness, his shadowy eyes fixed on Viserys as he bellowed something in defiance, seemingly intent on struggling. The translator trembled, too frightened to convey Kaso's threats about how Drogo would avenge them by slaughtering all these sheep. Meanwhile, the Blood Rider continued to speak, casting a fierce glare at the translator before uttering a few more words. The translator paused momentarily, then quickly nodded and addressed Viserys loudly. My Lord Governor, Kaso has issued a challenge to you in accordance with Dothraki tradition. Should he triumph, he hopes you will grant us our freedom. The final clause was a bold addition from the translator himself, driven by a desire to survive. Upon hearing the Dothraki's challenge, Viserys was initially taken aback, but then a smile crept across his handsome, youthful face. Very well, I accept your challenge. The young king rose to his full height, accepting a long sword from one of the soldiers and motioning for those around him to withdraw their weapons from Kaso. The soldiers, seeing the king's ready acquiescence, complied, though they felt no concern for Viserys' safety. For in Andalur, everyone knew of the prince's reputation as the Silver Prince. Once the title belonged to his brother, Rhaegar Targaryen, and now it was equally associated with Viserys, whose tale of slaying at the tender age of 7 had become a symbol of ruthless martial prowess. due to Viserys' minority. The populace had taken to referring to him as a prince. However, it was evident that Viserys' fame had spread primarily within the confines of the Andals plains. Perhaps it had reached the surrounding free trading cities of Pentos, Bravos, and Norvos through merchant caravans. The Dothraki, however, were oblivious to this, holding all warriors from the vast grasslands in high esteem while dismissing other cultures with disdain. Now freed from restraint, Casso flexed his shoulders slightly, then rotated his neck, the joints cracking audibly. In truth, he himself was somewhat astonished. He had initially believed that the other party would never dare to accept a challenge, considering it merely a desperate attempt before death. However, now that this young man possessed the audacity to confront him, Casso's eyes darkened, flickering with a vicious glint. Naturally, he did not wish for death. No one desired to perish. His current thought was to seize this youth during the battle and thereby seize the opportunity to escape from his place. This was his sole method of evading death at the hands of Getter. Moreover, he even contemplated the possibility of delivering the youth directly into the presence of Khal Drogo, which would earn him great merit and perhaps a few handsome rewards. The more Casso pondered, the more plausible this plan seemed, all stemming from the arrogance of the youth. At his age, he had barely just qualified to become a Dothraki warrior within the tribe. Did he truly believe that having guard around him would guarantee his safety? Casso, having earned his place as one of Khal Drogo's blood riders, was certainly no fool. His hands were remarkably deft, capable of wielding two curved arak blades simultaneously, and he could accurately slit the throats of his enemies. Thus, Casso held great confidence in his abilities. He had no intention of killing this boy, as he believed he could capture him alive. Casso issued a challenge to Viserys, while the guards pushed another Dothraki to the side, clearing the center for their confrontation. Fortunately, Viserys' tent was sufficiently spacious. Otherwise, he might not have been able to fully extend his limbs. The Blood Rider flexed his wrists, finally drawing his arak from the small of his back, and lunged forward with an odd, guttural roar. The young Blood Rider aimed to strike directly at Viserys' neck, while the elegant silver-haired youth stood calmly in place, his pale violet eyes fixed on the oncoming attack. With a subtle shift of his feet, he effortlessly evaded the blow. Casso stumbled forward, momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Viserys would dodge so effortlessly, avoiding his strike with such precision. Was it mere coincidence? Once more, the fierce glare returned to Casso's face, akin to that of an enraged dog, as he roared and charged again with his curved blade. Yet again, Viserys skillfully sidestepped the assault. What was happening? Casso was no fool. By this point, he had realized that Viserys was not as easily dealt with as he had initially presumed. An uneasy feeling began to stir within him, and the pressure mounted as he fixed his gaze on the Silver Prince, his breathing becoming heavier, the rise and fall of his chest more pronounced. He swore that this time, he would scrutinize Viserys' dodging movements. The Blood Rider roared once more, charging fiercely for the third time. This time, Viserys resolved not to toy with the Dothraki warrior any longer. His pale violet eyes reflected the frenzied figure of his opponent. Once again, he deftly sidestepped the incoming strike, while simultaneously wielding the guard's long sword to counterattack. With a decisive slash, Viserys' sword struck Casso's wrist, severing his right hand cleanly. Blood gushed forth as the arak fell from his now lifeless limb, clattering to the ground. The battle unfolded with an ease and delight. Viserys was toying with him, and every guard present could perceive this, having set their minds at ease. Casso, like a cornered beast, struggled desperately, but ultimately succumbed to Viserys' blade, losing a hand in the process. The intense pain erupted within him, sweeping through his mind like a tidal wave. In an instant, the Dothraki's eyes widened, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, the muscles in his cheeks twitching. A cry of agony escaped Casso as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his bloody stump. His expression contorted in pain. Viserys, observing Casso's torment, showed no mercy this time. He gripped the bloodied hilt of his sword and raised it once more. In the next moment, blood spurted forth like a fountain, splattering even the tent's ceiling. Casso's head rolled lifelessly onto the ground. At that moment, Prince Oberyn's voice echoed from outside Viserys' tent. He entered just in time to witness the bloody finale of Casso's demise. Oberyn looked up in mild surprise at Viserys, who had executed the man without a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. Viserys returned the bloodied sword to the guard, then took a handkerchief to wipe his hands clean. Oberyn paused, seemingly contemplating something, before finally asking, "It seems you wish to provoke Khal Drogo. Why?" Chapter 117, Wrath. Why? Viserys turned to glance at Oberyn, who had rushed in upon hearing the commotion. As he wiped the blood from his hands, he withdrew his gaze and spoke in a calm tone. Naturally, it is to kill him. Upon hearing the young king's words, Oberyn's slender brows furrowed slightly. He sensed the murderous intent in Viserys' voice. It was only natural to wish to slay the enemy in times of conflict. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was a deeper implication behind Viserys' words. "What vendetta do you hold against this Dothraki horselord?" Oberyn inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. "None," Viserys replied, shaking his head. It was evident that he was not being entirely truthful. Yet, the only interaction Viserys had with Drogo occurred at a banquet in Pentos, where they had merely exchanged glances without uttering a single word. To claim there was a grudge felt implausible. "Is that so?" Oberyn raised an eyebrow, nodding slightly. Meanwhile, the guards scuttling about the tent had retrieved Kosso's severed head, dragging the headless corpse away, leaving a stark trail of blood behind. Other guards hurried to fetch a bucket of water, working diligently to cleanse the tent of the gruesome mess. Standing witness to the blood-oath soldier of Khal Drogo being decapitated by the seemingly youthful and elegantly composed young man before him. One could scarcely discern a flicker of emotion on the youth's handsome visage, as if the act were as mundane as partaking of a meal. The other captive, a trembling Dothraki translator, appeared terrified to the point of near paralysis. Fortunate for him, his upbringing as a slave within the Golden Company had shielded him from a more brutal fate amongst the Dothraki tribes, where he likely would not have survived to adulthood. "Your Majesty, what shall we do with this man?" inquired one of the guards holding the Dothraki captive. King Viserys returned his blood-stained handkerchief to a nearby guard, casting a glance at the quaking translator, whom he had momentarily forgotten. To provoke Khal Drogo, the mere acquisition of the head of his blood-oath soldier sufficed. Thus, the translator was somewhat superfluous. Moreover, within Viserys' ranks, there was no one proficient in Dothraki, and perhaps the translator's skills could yet prove useful. Should he wish to survive, he would be afforded an opportunity. Viserys regarded him thoughtfully before calmly articulating, "Let him live." Upon hearing Viserys' willingness to grant him a reprieve, the translator nodded fervently, as if pecking at grains. I will." Following this, Viserys waved his hand, and the guard escorted the translator away. Meanwhile, Oberyn stood rooted in place, stroking his soft chin beard, observing Viserys' retreating form, contemplating a question that remained unvoiced. The following dawn, several knights of Andals, mounted on swift steeds, brandished the severed head of Khal Drogo's blood-oath soldier, Kosso, as they approached the Dothraki's rudimentary encampment. They halted their steeds at a considerable distance, shouted a few taunts, and then discarded Kosso's head upon the ground. Upon witnessing these lambs daring to ride forth in provocation, the Dothraki warriors erupted in fury. A few hot-headed Dothraki fighters, bare-chested, mounted their horses and charged after them. However, the Andalos knights, having anticipated the move, swiftly retreated, leaving the Dothraki to learn from their folly. Upon returning to the spot they had just vacated, they were met with the solitary head lying abandoned on the ground. "Stop!" As Kosso, a blood-oath soldier, was well known among the Khalasar. The sight of his severed head instantly filled the pursuing Dothraki with dread. The blood-oath soldiers were not merely warriors but brothers in arms. Their bonds forged through blood oaths that were stronger than iron. In Khal Drogo's daily affairs, the blood-oath soldiers remained at his side. An ancient Dothraki tradition dictated that they would follow their Khal into death. Should a Khal perish in battle, the blood-oath soldiers would dedicate their lives to avenging him before taking their own lives. The Khal and his blood-oath soldiers shared everything, even their wives, and could sleep beneath the same tent, sharing a cup of wine. Now, with Khal Drogo's blood relative beheaded and his remains left here without the honor of a funeral pyre, this was a grave affront to Dothraki custom. It implied that Kosso's soul would wander aimlessly. Khal Drogo must reclaim his brother's body, reattach Kosso's head to his corpse, and conduct a proper cremation, allowing Kosso's spirit to ascend to the heavens, becoming a warrior riding flame-kissed horses among the stars. This is dire. The Dothraki warriors exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding creeping over them. They feared that something dreadful loomed on the horizon, for only in slaying these lambs might Khal Drogo find solace for his wrath. "We must return and inform the Khal. Time is of the essence." Without further delay, one Dothraki warrior seized Kosso's severed head by its braids and mounted his steed, urging it towards Khal Drogo's grand tent. Moments later, within the gilded confines of Khal Drogo's tent, the atmosphere was thick with tension. All the Khal's lieutenants had gathered, alerted to the calamity. The two remaining blood-oath soldiers, the elder Kaholo, who had once saved Drogo's life, and the towering Taciturn Hago stood resolutely behind him, their eyes filled with sorrow and rage. They were brothers in arms, bound by blood, yet one of their own had perished. Khal Drogo himself sat upon his throne, fists clenched, his nails nearly white with pressure as his knuckles cracked softly. At this moment, he recognized the face of his adversary, the silver-haired youth he had encountered a year prior in Pentos, who had exuded an unsettling aura of threat. This very individual had slain his blood-oath soldier, severing his head as a means of humiliation. "The beetles shall gnaw at your eyes." Khal Drogo's voice broke the silence, as if he were musing to himself, rising to unsheathe his curved blade. "The worms shall crawl within your lungs." The Dothraki trembled in fear. "Raindrops will beat upon your rotting flesh, until naught remains but bone." With a resounding crash, Khal Drogo's fist shattered the table before him. Chapter 118, The Regent. The war horn sounded anew. The boundless horde of Dothraki rallied once more, their spirits rejuvenated after a night's rest. Prepare to surge forth against the city of Gadhall. In the distance, east of the Velvet Mountains, the ancient ruins of the city of the Rhoynar were about to witness a rare battle, a clash between the fading glory of the Rhoynar and the Andals, united against the rampaging Dothraki, whose iron hooves had trampled every inch of Essos, leaving few challengers in their wake. Enraged, Khal Drogo vowed to sever Viserys' head, ensuring his corpse would rot, infested with maggots. Meanwhile, far away in the city of Andals, Viserys, having mustered his forces during the rebellion on the Iron Islands across the Narrow Sea, saw all of King Robert's attention diverted towards quelling the insurrection. He seized the opportunity to expand his dominion over these unclaimed lands, gradually establishing himself as a formidable power on the continent of Essos, unifying the Andals and a portion of the Rhoynar under the banner of the Andals city-state, spreading influence over numerous villages and towns, bolstered by a formidable military might. During this expedition that lasted 6 months, Viserys had only returned to Andals a few times, the last being 3 months prior, after conquering the Rhoynar people along the banks of the Upper Lorne River. He was now en route to the southern Velvet Mountains, yet to make his return. Although Viserys had departed from Andals, the affairs within the city still required attention. The Old Lord commanded the fleet stationed on Dragonstone, vigilant against the triumphant royal fleet, which might lead a grand army across the Narrow Sea to assault Andals, leaving him little time to manage the minutiae of city governance. Consequently, all matters, great and small, within Andals were overseen by Princess Rhaenys Targaryen, with the esteemed Maester Gunther personally assisting her, instructing the princess on how to represent Viserys from the Iron Throne while managing state affairs. Logically, Viserys' younger sister, Daenerys Targaryen, held a higher rank and should rightfully be the princess. However, although Viserys had not publicly declared it, he had informed his prime minister of his decision to temporarily designate the position of heir to his sister. This was motivated not only by a desire for compensation, but also by Rhaenys' greater age and her nurturing role towards Daenerys, which had taken on a maternal aspect. To reconcile the difference in age and standing between the two girls, Viserys conferred upon Rhaenys the title of princess. Now, while Daenerys was the designated heir, her youth rendered her incapable of discerning right from wrong, making her unfit to assume the throne in Viserys' stead. Rhaenys Targaryen, with her brown locks, was evidently the more suitable candidate. Thus, adorned with the ruby crown left by Viserys, a relic from her grandmother Rhaella Targaryen, Rhaenys adjusted her crimson gown, smoothing her pale, slender legs before seating herself upon a lofty throne in the castle's great hall. Maester Gunther, clad in simple gray robes and wearing the chain of scholar, sat beside her, ready to offer counsel when necessary. Nervously, Rhaenys glanced at the scholar, who nodded slightly in encouragement. She then addressed the guards below, her voice ringing clear. "Please, the first one may enter." Sunlight streamed through the castle's windows, illuminating the hall, and soon a pair of footsteps echoed from outside. A small-statured man entered, placing a hand on his chest and bowing deeply. "Your Highness, may the Seven protect your uncle and all the sons of Andals, granting them victory upon their return." Seated on the throne, Rhaenys, gripping the armrests, nodded in correction. "It is brother." "A what?" The diminutive man, prepared to unleash a torrent of grievances, was momentarily stifled by Rhaenys' interruption, casting a bewildered glance at the girl upon the throne. Rhaenys' playful spirit earned her a stern glare from Maester Gunther, prompting her to stick out her tongue and offer an apologetic smile. She had merely intended a light-hearted jest, and she quietly apologized to her mentor. "Forgive me, Maester Gunther." With a delicate lift of her chin, she cast her beautiful gaze downward and spoke in a crisp tone. "It is nothing. You simply misheard. Please continue." Rhaenys was embarking on her inaugural endeavor to manage the affairs of Andals in lieu of Viserys. Meanwhile, her sister, Princess Daenerys Targaryen, exhibited a more reserved and shy disposition. Throughout her brother Viserys' absence over the past 6 months, she had diligently nurtured dragon eggs, never once contemplating abandonment. On a bright morning, Rhaenys, already attired and seated upon the throne, found Daenerys still cuddled with her pale, milky white dragon egg, fast asleep. A servant tasked with caring for Daenerys contemplated waking the princess. But upon seeing the girl still cozily tucked behind the drawn curtains, clutching her dragon egg in peaceful slumber, the old maid's heart softened. Choosing not to disturb Daenerys' repose, she quietly exited, lantern in hand. Unbeknownst to her, as she turned, a drop of burning oil had fallen from the lantern, landing upon a bundle of pest-repelling herbs placed near the door of Daenerys' room. Due to Andalos's geographical position, nestled by mountains and waters, and not far from the sea, the climate was somewhat humid, leading to a plethora of insects within the castle. Long before, Viserys had procured these herbs, particularly plentiful in Daenerys' chamber, as the young girl harbored a profound fear of bugs. Even the pungent scent of the herbs was a tolerable discomfort to her. As the old maid shuffled away, her footsteps echoing down the corridor, no one noticed a small flame burgeoning, gradually consuming the easily ignitable pest-repelling herbs, swiftly spreading its reach. Chapter 119. The Verdict. The flickering flame remained undetected. Meanwhile, in the great hall of the castle, the Princess of Andalos was undertaking her first judgment. Her recent playful jest had transformed the previously somber atmosphere into one less austere. Yet, Maester Gunther, resigned to Rhaenys' spirited nature, found himself unable to curb her vivacity, especially with the one capable of reprimanding her absent for 3 months. The man standing below seemed perplexed, scratching his head in confusion. Was not the king the uncle of the princess? Why then did she refer to him as brother? His mind wrestled with whether he had truly misheard or some other reason lay behind it. Yet he quickly regained focus on the matter at hand. Gathering his emotions, the man soon collapsed to the ground, weeping profusely as he recounted his tale of betrayal. His wife had been unfaithful, consorting with a neighbor and absconding with the savings. His cries echoed through the hall, tears and snot staining the castle floor, rendering the surrounding guards unable to bear the sight. Rhaenys, seated atop the throne, was overcome with a shiver. Maester Gunther, how should we adjudicate the crime of adultery? She hastily turned her gaze to the scholar for guidance. Until now, Gunther had been the one managing the city's affairs in Viserys' stead, and today marked Rhaenys' first day in this role. She had not anticipated such a trivial matter to arise. The scholar felt a slight tingling sensation at the nape of his neck. He had merely intended to present Rhaenys with a minor dispute for her to hone her skills, yet he had not anticipated such a grave matter. He cleared his throat softly and advised Rhaenys that all endeavors must commence with small tasks, cautioning her against lofty aspirations. He then proceeded to elucidate the nature of the crime of adultery. Such an act was intolerable to the 7 gods, and he referenced the wife of the conqueror Aegon, as well as his sister, the young Queen Rhaenys. At this juncture, Master Gunther paused briefly, then clarified, "Your Highness, this esteemed queen shares your name." Rhaenys nodded in understanding. In truth, she had long been aware of her namesake. The young Queen Rhaenys once ascended the Iron Throne in her husband's stead, governing the realm and establishing the sixfold law, which stipulated that a woman guilty of adultery could be punished with no more than 6 lashes, and the instrument employed must not exceed the width of a thumb. Furthermore, Rhaenys had persuaded her husband Aegon to enact legislation prohibiting the abduction of women, thereby dismantling the practice of salt wives in the Iron Islands. Master Gunther, a man of vast knowledge, provided a thorough explanation. Women convicted of adultery would receive 6 lashes, and the men who had been cuckolded retained the right to challenge the offenders to a duel, with the understanding that even should they slay their adversaries, no penalties would be imposed. This was regarded as a natural consequence of their own actions. In the realm of religion, the faith of the 7 gods was utterly intolerant of such a transgression, which might even lead to an additional punishment of public humiliation. However, the application of justice depended upon how the local nobility exercised their jurisdiction over cases within their territories. Nonetheless, Your Highness, it is imperative that you do not rely solely on one perspective. After elucidating the matter, Master Gunther insisted that the man's wife, along with the other party involved in the adultery, be summoned to the Great Hall. As the subsequent accounts unfolded, the situation indeed revealed a series of subtle twists. It transpired that the man had a habit of excessive drinking and frequently subjected his wife to domestic violence, fostering resentment in her heart. Ultimately, she engaged in an illicit affair with a neighbor who had even absconded with a considerable sum of the man's wealth, of which the wife was unaware. As Rhaenys, seated upon the throne, learned of the man's habitual abuse towards his wife, and witnessed the welts upon her skin displayed in court, she frowned deeply. Master Gunther, I believe that intentional harm warrants amputation. Rhaenys demanded that one of the man's fingers be severed as punishment for his assault on his wife. However, her decree was swiftly interrupted by Master Gunther. Pardon me, Your Highness, but please hold for a moment. A wry smile crossed the scholar's face as he hastened to counsel the slightly irate girl. In truth, there exists a more judicious resolution. He then took his seat in a position of authority, presiding over the trial independently. Owing to the nascent establishment of the city-state, there were no established laws to rely upon. Thus, Andals merely adopted a few rudimentary laws common among the noble territories of Westeros. Ultimately, the scholar rendered his verdict, suggesting, in the name of the Seven, that Rhaenys decree a divorce between the plaintiff and his wife, absolving the man of the charge of intentional harm and the woman of adultery, thereby allowing them to depart unscathed. The neighbor, however, who had pilfered the man's savings and engaged in an affair with his wife, was sentenced to lose a hand as retribution. Although Rhaenys did not comprehend her teacher's reasoning for such a judgment, she acquiesced to his counsel and announced the ruling. Subsequently, Master Gunther gestured for the guards on either side to escort the individuals present, particularly the neighbor whose hand was to be severed, as his lamentations had become rather vexatious. Once tranquility returned to the hall, Master Gunther turned his gaze to the brown-haired maiden adorned with a crown. Your Highness, do you grasp the situation? Grasp what? Rhaenys, throughout the proceedings, had merely observed Master Gunther as he conducted the trial, her involvement limited to the final pronouncement made in the name of Viserys and the Seven. Feeling somewhat detached, the young girl blinked, her expression clouded in confusion, uncertain of what the scholar expected her to understand. Though she had harbored lingering anger, she now contemplated the matter with a calm demeanor, recognizing that both parties bore fault. How, then, could a fair judgment be rendered? Are you contemplating justice, Your Highness? The gray-robed scholar regarded the girl intently before speaking abruptly. Rhaenys, roused from her reverie by his voice, turned her attention back to Master Gunther and nodded. Master Gunther, should not the law be upheld impartially? Indeed, it should be upheld without bias. And you are correct, the scholar affirmed, nodding in agreement with Rhaenys' perspective. However, Your Highness, as a noble, you possess judicial authority within your domain. You may exercise discretion within the established framework to strive for a favorable outcome. The purpose of law is not punishment, but guidance. Chapter 120, The Fire. Not punishment? The young girl's delicate fingers, which had been concealed within her sleeves, gently clenched, as if she felt she was beginning to grasp something profound. Indeed, Your Highness, should the law be strictly enforced, the husband guilty of intentional harm would face amputation, while the wife guilty of adultery would endure public flogging, perhaps even being stripped and paraded before the masses. As for the neighbor, his thievery would naturally result in the loss of a hand. Thus, all three would receive stringent penalties. However, only one has been justly punished, while the other two have received a mere admonition. The scholar's fingers interlaced before him as he patiently elucidated to the crowned maiden. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the back of the hall as a guard rushed forward. Your Highness, scholar, there is grave trouble. In that instant, Rhaenys and Master Gunther both detected the acrid scent of smoke wafting through the air. They exchanged a glance, rising abruptly. Due to the hasty construction of the castle, a significant amount of timber had been utilized in the building of Andals. The entirety of Andals was replete with wooden structures, earning it the moniker of the City of Wood. A few years prior, an unprecedented conflagration had caused severe devastation, prompting Viserys to decree the gradual dismantling of wooden buildings in the city in favor of stone. Yet this transition was far from simple. The construction of a grand castle could take years, if not decades. Although Viserys was aware of the drawbacks of wooden houses, it was unrealistic to expect immediate replacement upon command. Consequently, a considerable number of wooden materials remained within the castle of Andals, including the main building where Viserys and the two young girls resided. Morning had just dawned. A sudden conflagration caught everyone off guard. None could have anticipated that in this humid spring, with blossoms in full bloom, a great fire would erupt. By the time Rhaenys and the scholar reached the main building, the flames had nearly engulfed the entire royal dormitory. Thick, billowing smoke ascended toward the heavens, and crimson flames surged from the windows, accompanied by anguished cries, clearly indicating that many within the castle were trapped by the inferno. Hurry, run! The surrounding guards under command dashed forward, relentlessly dousing the flames with water. Yet none dared to venture inside to rescue those in peril. It was evident that the blaze was beyond control, with fierce flames and smoke reaching for the sky, saturating the air with a noxious, acrid stench. At that moment, Rhaenys and the scholar arrived at the scene. The brown-haired maiden's complexion paled instantly upon witnessing the raging inferno. Spotting Ser Bessie amidst the chaos, she rushed over, frantic with worry. Ser Bessie, has Daenerys emerged? She observed the young Andalian knight turning toward her, his eyes reddened, as he urged a nearby guard to pour water onto a bedding. Bessie had already shed his outer garments, revealing his muscular physique, adorned with the seven-pointed star emblem of the Faith of the Seven on his shoulder, seemingly resolved to enter the flames himself to save others. His own mother remained within the castle, having not yet escaped. She was the elderly maid responsible for caring for Daenerys. Rest assured, your grace, I will rescue the princess. Bessie, gazing at Rhaenys' exquisite visage, forcibly suppressed his concern for his mother, wiped away his tears, then knelt solemnly to pledge, I implore you, please be cautious. Subsequently, the loyal young Andalian knight donned the heavy bedding, now thoroughly soaked, and undeterred by the flames and smoke, plunged into the heart of the stronghold. Meanwhile, Rhaenys and the others anxiously awaited outside the castle. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the firestorm. It appeared that the flames had severed a beam, causing a catastrophic collapse that buried everything beneath. At that moment, a small black cat, resembling a coal ball, darted from the inferno, its tail ablaze and its fur singed. Yet its eyes remained bright. With a splash, the guards extinguished the flames engulfing the little creature, which then sprinted toward Rhaenys. Vagor. Rhaenys' anxiety eased slightly as she witnessed the cat's escape, tears of relief streaming down her face. This small comfort amidst her turmoil provided a glimmer of hope. She wished it signified that Ser Bessie would rescue Daenerys from the flames. Otherwise, she could scarcely fathom how to confront Viserys. The brown-haired maiden knelt, cradling Vagor in her arms. Within the fiery tempest, a silver-haired little girl lay peacefully, clutching her dragon egg, seemingly lost in sweet dreams, as flames danced around her like mischievous sprites, singing lullabies. Soon, the fabric of her nightgown ignited, flames creeping upon her delicate skin, while her silvery locks were playfully teased by the fire. Ultimately, the fire enveloped Daenerys completely, her form rendered naked, curled up tightly. Yet, she remained in slumber, her brow furrowing slightly as if sensing discomfort or disturbed by the surrounding clamor, before settling back into her cocoon, clutching her beloved Vagor. The girl's porcelain skin glistened like fine cream against the pale dragon egg. At that moment, the egg emitted a barely perceptible sound. Simultaneously, the castle's ceiling, unable to withstand the inferno's wrath, collapsed with a thunderous crash, startling the sleeping Daenerys awake. What was happening? She gasped, her eyes widening as she realized she was surrounded by flames. A sense of déjà vu washed over her. Is this a dream? Daenerys gazed around, bewildered, only to find that fire consumed everything in her line of sight. In truth, she had experienced a similar dream months prior, one in which a great white dragon sang to her before unleashing torrents of blue fire that incinerated her home. Precisely the scene unfolding before her now. Chapter 121, The Evaluation. A fierce blaze erupted within the city of Andals. Meanwhile, far away at the confluence of the Great and Little Lorne rivers, a fierce battle raged. Over 20,000 combatants had gathered in this ancient, crumbling city. The air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries, the mournful sound of horns, and the thunderous clash of hooves against the ground, mingling with the nauseating stench that pervaded the atmosphere. The Andals army employed various tactics to repel the Dothraki onslaught. While the Dothraki appeared to have learned from their past mistakes, no longer charging recklessly into the fray. Nonetheless, the Dothraki paid a steep price to reach the Andals lines. Numerous concealed pits, initially unremarkable, revealed their purpose as the Dothraki cavalry approached. As the galloping war horses surged forward, they could not halt their momentum, and in their frantic haste, stumbled into a pit designed to ensnare them. With a resounding crash, dust erupted as half of the steed's body toppled into the pit. The powerful impact fractured the horse's leg, eliciting a pained whinny as the massive creature collapsed to the ground, sending debris flying. The Dothraki warrior riding the injured horse faced a grim fate, flung from his mount and crashing heavily onto the earth. Thud! His body flew several meters, rolling along the ground, akin to the two envoys from the previous night who had fallen and taken ages to regain their composure. Now, the speed of the war horses was far greater, and the consequences were dire. Some suffered from dizziness and disorientation, while others faced broken bones, legs and arms shattered, and some tragically met their demise on impact. Yet, even though the Dothraki warriors had only sustained minor injuries, they scarcely had time to revel in their survival. Behind them surged their kin like an unstoppable tide, heedless of any restraint, trampling over the fallen horses and bodies of their brethren in their relentless advance. The cacophony of thundering hooves reverberated tumultuously against the earth, interspersed with the piercing cries of the dying, which abruptly ceased. A chorus of ear-splitting howls erupted from the throats of the Dothraki, their fervor intensified to a fever pitch, as if they had been infused with some potent elixir. With their bare chests adorned in vibrant, painted totems, they brandished their curved rocks with wild abandon, charging once more towards the lines of Andals. Upon the elevated ground, Oberyn donned his armor, emblazoned with the sigil of House Martell, a son pierced by a spear. Grasping a spear in one hand while the other held the reins of his steed, he turned to glance at his companion, Viserys. The strategy of the pitfall had proven ineffective. The constraints imposed by the pitfall were substantial, especially against cavalry, such as the Dothraki. Typical trenches held little sway over these light horsemen, who, being fleet of foot and agile, could effortlessly leap over such obstacles. Unless Viserys could excavate the trench to the breadth of a moat, the Dothraki could simply maneuver around it. Moreover, the compact pitfalls, designed to conceal their presence, could ensnare horses, breaking their legs and rendering them combat ineffective. However, the pitfall tactic was not infallible. By positioning shield-bearing infantry at the forefront, their soldiers could use the dirt they carried to fill in the gaps step by step, slowing their advance. Yet, the Dothraki tribes were composed entirely of light cavalry. Opting for a more brutal yet effective method, they filled the pitfalls with their own flesh and blood until the subsequent horses could traverse the terrain unimpeded, rendering the pitfalls moot. At this moment, Viserys had also donned his armor, his keen gaze fixed upon the distant battlefield. He heard Oberyn's voice and briefly turned to acknowledge him before returning his focus. I never anticipated that a mere pitfall could vanquish Khal Drogo. The Dothraki can raid far and wide, dominating the continent of Essos. You cannot believe they are so easily subdued, can you? Beyond bravos. They make the free trading cities tremble, and this is not solely due to their protection of caravans and trade routes. This people seems born for battle. From the moment they draw breath, they compete for survival. Except for the translator raised among the Golden Company, few survive without being hardened by conflict. Just as the blood-rider Casso, who was beheaded by Viserys, even when faced with death in the Andals camp, still schemed to abduct him. Do you hold Khal Drogo in such high regard? Oberyn inquired, turning on his steed to face Viserys, seemingly having grasped an intriguing point. From what I understand, this Khal Drogo appears to be merely an inconspicuous warlord among the vastness of the Great Grass Sea. His current khalasar is not particularly large. It has only grown through the consolidation of his father's remaining followers and the absorption of 2 smaller khalasars. Yet, in the predatory ecosystem of the Dothraki Sea, he remains one who could easily be devoured. Drogo's westward raid was prompted by the passage of a formidable khalasar nearby, compelling him to retreat hastily into the territory of the western free trading cities. Even the tribe's horses lack access to lush pastures, forced to graze on meager roadside weeds. Even his own steed has lost some condition, which pains Drogo deeply. Viserys seemed momentarily taken aback by Oberyn's inquiry, recognizing the Dornish prince's intellectual prowess. Having earned 6 chains of learned distinction, adept at pinpointing critical issues and achieving what others could not. Then, gripping the reins, Viserys surveyed the battlefield without turning his head, stating, "Indeed, I believe that if Drogo were to grow in strength, he could become the mightiest warlord of the Great Grass Sea. That is precisely why I intend to exert every effort to eliminate him." Chapter 122, Pincer Attack. At this juncture, neither Viserys nor Oberyn had personally engaged in battle. Surrounding them stood 100 of the finest knights from the Andals army, all clad in formidable full-plate armor, with their steeds selected for their strength and covered in chainmail. Currently, these knights sat upon the ground rather than mounted, as their attendants groomed their horses, and their armor lay on the ground to conserve the steed strength. The concept of forming such a heavy cavalry unit had originated from Viserys' invitation to the banquet in Pentos a year prior, where the young king had selected 100 elite knights to accompany him into the city. This 100 formed the foundation of the present heavy cavalry. The costs incurred by Viserys in equipping them were substantial. The full-plate armor and horse armor alone had cost nearly 20 golden dragons per night. This considerable expenditure caused some discomfort to the usually frugal Viserys, yet he deemed it worthwhile, eagerly anticipating their performance. Rather than arming a greater number of ordinary soldiers, Creating such an elite force could yield unexpectedly advantageous results on specific battlefields. Now, these heavy cavalry assembled around Viserys, poised to spring into action at the young king's command. To confront the Dothraki, it was crucial for these heavy cavalry to seize the right moment. Otherwise, their slow-moving armored forms would become vulnerable. Meanwhile, Oberyn marveled at Viserys' astonishingly high regard for Khal Drogo when the situation on the distant battlefield shifted once more. In a similar vein to the pitfall, Viserys ordered his soldiers to work through the night to fell several trees, crafting barriers to place along the main thoroughfare leading into Gadhall. If the pitfall was the first line of defense, then these barriers lining the narrow path constituted the second. Yet, the frontline Dothraki erupted into a fervent, unintelligible howl, brandishing lassos pulled from who knows where, expertly ensnaring the barriers in the center of the roadway. Subsequently, harnessing the strength of his warhorse, he dragged several caltrops aside, clearing the central pathway, allowing the Dothraki to surge forward. Who was responsible for the placement of these caltrops? Viserys furrowed his brow at this sight, a flicker of anger igniting within him. Did I not instruct that the caltrops be buried underground? Once anchored into the earth, it would not be so easy for the Dothraki to breach the caltrop formation with ropes. The herald, witnessing the young king's fury, turned pale, his lips quivering as he dared not utter a word. However, accountability for such matters would be addressed post-battle, amidst the rapidly shifting chaos of the battlefield. Viserys had no time to pursue whose duty had faltered, unless he could redeem himself on the field, such a blunder that adversely affected the tide of battle, resulting in untold casualties among the Andalusian soldiers, would surely lead him to the gallows. The Dothraki breached both the pit traps and the caltrop formations in succession, putting the Andalusian army's defense in a precarious state once more. This is the terror of the Dothraki. A fearless army is bound to be invincible on the battlefield. On the first day of skirmishes, the morale of the Dothraki was high, while the Andalusians remained steadfast. The Andalusians held a geographical advantage, using the ruins of an abandoned city to mount a fierce resistance against the enemy's onslaught, forcing the Dothraki to retreat, leaving behind a field strewn with corpses. Yet on the following day, the Andalusian army, having suffered grievous losses in the brutal combat of the previous day, saw their morale plummet significantly, fear escalating within their ranks. In contrast, the Dothraki, despite their own heavy casualties, found their spirits not only intact but soaring, emboldened by their audacity. Such a stark contrast was magnified on the battlefield, further endangering the already fragile lines of the Andalusian army, which began to crumble under the pressure, retreating step by step. Perhaps on the battlefield, individuals could not perceive the full scope of the situation, merely swept along by the tide of the army. Each person was but a minuscule part of this vast ocean, no matter how valiant, incapable of altering the course of the battle. However, Viserys, mounted atop a high knoll, observed with clarity. Khal, as the tribal leader, might charge in a battle, but he would undoubtedly not be at the forefront. I see the elderly and women among them. Viserys was not a Dothraki, and he remained unaware of who would assume command in the absence of Khal Drogo's direct involvement in the fray, or whether command was even necessary. Amidst the chaos, he seemed to spot notably older figures and women among the Dothraki, suggesting they too were caught up in the conflict. Clearly, Drogo was truly enraged, his fury consuming his reason. Turning to the soldier beside him, the young king inquired, "Is the oil and the dry wood ready?" Naturally, Viserys would bring some supplies along with his forces, and the oil was evidently a crucial strategic resource, although he had not brought in abundance. Coupled with ample combustible materials, it might suffice. Viserys firmly resolved that to dismantle Drogo and Khal's plans, these items would be essential. Warhorses feared flames, and so did men. While humans might master their fear, horses could not. Yet, the Dothraki, reliant on their four legs, would not be dictated by human command, but rather by the frightened warhorses. "Your Majesty, it is ready," came the report from the front lines, where soldiers had pried open barrels of oil with daggers and short swords, hurling the contents onto the path ahead, where the chaotic hoofbeats trampled it into a fine mist, oil spilling everywhere. "Excellent." Viserys nodded slightly, observing the faltering lines not far away, just as he prepared to issue commands. However, at that moment, amidst the turmoil, the sound of hooves echoed anew from a distance. "Your Majesty," a herald interjected, prompting Viserys to focus, his gaze sharpening as he beheld a multitude of Dothraki breaking from their ranks, aiming to sweep in from the flanks of the Andalusian army. As anticipated, they had come. Viserys tightened his grip on the reins, taking a deep breath, yet remaining composed. It appeared that the Dothraki had adopted a straightforward tactic. Recognizing that a direct assault was arduous, they aimed for a pincer movement to engulf all the Andalusians. "Obara, that flank is yours," Viserys commanded, surveying the battlefield while inhaling the scent of tension in the air, striving to achieve a state of calm. However, in truth, achieving such composure was no simple task. No one could remain entirely unflappable amidst the chaos of war, emotions inevitably swayed by the tumult of the conflict. Obara understood that they had reached a pivotal juncture in this battle. The Andalusian army now comprised nearly half of the Rhoynar, and had Viserys only led the original 4,000 Andalusian warriors, perhaps they would not have found themselves in such a disadvantageous position. Of course, this was not to imply that the Rhoynar lacked the courage of the Andalusians. Both peoples had historically risen to prominence with renowned states. Rather, it was due to the Rhoynar being a recent addition to the Andalusian ranks, many of whom were fresh recruits. Their presence could instill fear, even among Viserys' most elite Andalusian warriors. Thus, a force capable of withstanding the initial wave of assault was already a testament to their resilience. Understood, Obara nodded, leading a contingent of fresh reserves to seal off another entrance into the ruined city. Both Viserys and Obara were not surprised by the Dothraki's adaptability. Obara had warned Viserys the previous night to remain cautious of the Dothraki's tactical shifts. The enemy was not devoid of cunning. However, the nature of war is ever-changing, ultimately revolving around offense and defense, with one side always seeking to be more aggressive. Currently, the Andalusian army could not venture beyond their geographical advantage into open combat. Such a move would likely expose them to attacks from multiple sides, significantly diminishing their morale. Unless they were seasoned veterans, they would struggle to maintain their formation and could even face total annihilation. Thus, Obara supported Viserys' decision to execute the Blood Oath Sentinel, Casso, and send back his severed head to provoke Khal Drogo. Otherwise, if the Dothraki encircled Gather without assaulting, the longer they delayed, the more disadvantageous it would become for the Andalusian forces, burdened by dwindling supplies and rising fears. Now, with Casso's head returned, many Dothraki witnessed and spread the news. Drogo must exact revenge for his blood, or risk losing the loyalty of his people in Khalasar. A Khal who lacked the courage to avenge his fallen brothers had no right to lead the Khalasar, and should Drogo lose his prestige, his troubles would only multiply. Viserys' actions had effectively left Drogo with no avenue of retreat. This is the aspect that perplexed Oberyn the most. Thus, he repeatedly inquired of Viserys whether there existed any long-standing grudge between him and Khal Drogo. How deep was their animosity? He personally deemed that capturing 3,000 slaves for 10,000 golden dragons was not a grave matter. For the Andals, 10,000 golden dragons were not an insurmountable sum, and 3,000 slaves were hardly significant. Such practices were commonplace among all free trading city-states. The current situation appeared to indicate that Drogo would not relent against Viserys. However, in truth, Viserys seemed equally determined not to spare Drogo. Both men were resolutely intent on each other's demise. Drogo's fury stemmed from Viserys' unjust execution of a messenger, and perhaps he felt he was pitted against a madman. Was it not reasonable to send someone to request a bit of gold? All Dothraki behaved in such a manner. Yet, this lunatic had brazenly slaughtered his blood rider, compelling Drogo into a corner where he had no choice but to seek vengeance. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Khal Drogo rode upon his magnificent black steed, its long mane cascading down like that of a lion upon the plains, towering significantly above the horses beside it. Drogo, accompanied by his remaining two blood riders, Hago and Kaholo, silently emerged at the forefront of the fray. The trio sat astride their steeds, with Drogo's long braids trailing behind him, jingling like bells as he urged his horse forward. A heavy bronze belt encircled his abdomen, serving as his sole armor, revealing his powerful chest muscles. Upon reaching the battlefield's edge, Drogo reined in his horse and dismounted, for the ground ahead was strewn with the bodies of horses and soldiers, along with some shattered wooden stakes, making further advance impractical. At that moment, amidst the tumult of battle, several Andalusian soldiers, emerging from the shadows, stood before him with raised swords, betraying a palpable fear as they faced Drogo. They did not recognize this Dothraki warrior, yet his formidable physique and his deep, dark gaze instilled an involuntary dread within them. The soldiers exchanged apprehensive glances, their throats tightening as they instinctively began to retreat. However, gathering what courage they could muster, they shouted kill, and charged at Drogo, intent on slaying him. The two blood riders standing behind Drogo, the silent Hago and the older, gap-toothed Kaholo, drew their curved blades. Prepare to defend their leader. Yet, Drogo halted them with a commanding voice, OS. He issued a low, resonant command, slightly tilting his head, instructing them in Dothraki to fall back, as he intended to confront the 6 adversaries alone. His deep-set eyes remained tranquil as he regarded the 6 Andalusian soldiers before him, then unsheathed his arak, weighing it lightly in his hand. The first of the advancing Andalusian soldiers raised his sword high and swung down, attempting to cleave Drogo in two. With a ringing sound, the bells in his braids chimed as Drogo effortlessly evaded the blow. His long beard quivered, and the face of a young Andalusian soldier reflected in his dark eyes. Unlike Viserys' violet gaze, Drogo's reactions and movements seemed to have melded into a singular entity, flowing like water, a testament to the experience of a battle-hardened warrior and Drogo's innate, terrifying prowess. His father, Balbakir, had once declared him the greatest mounted warrior in the world. This was not merely a lofty expectation, but a truthful assertion. Kill. Then, witnessing the spectacle, the remaining Andalusian soldiers found their courage and charged en masse to besiege Drogo. The soldiers believed that no matter how formidable a warrior, he could not prevail against overwhelming numbers, especially when they were not merely helpless lambs waiting for slaughter. Yet, they grossly overestimated their prowess in comparison to the world's mightiest mounted warrior, their disparity akin to that between man and sheep. Drogo's eyes remained steady, unfazed. With a powerful swing of his heavy blade, he severed the soft cartilage of one soldier's throat, decapitating him with brutal efficiency. The head tumbled to the ground, blood gushing forth in an instant. In the ensuing chaos, Drogo faced 5 adversaries alone. The clash of metal rang out as one soldier attempted to pierce Drogo with his sword, but Drogo deftly evaded, slaying his companion in the process. The sword grazed Drogo's bronze belt, sparking a bright flare. With breath heavy as thunder, the formidable Dothraki warrior immersed himself in the fray, encircled by 5 Andalusian soldiers amidst a flurry of blades and strikes. With a flick of his long braid, he narrowly avoided another soldier's sweeping sword. Yet, a portion of his braid was inadvertently severed, falling to the ground with a soft thud. Call. Hago, witnessing this, tightened his grip on his curved blade. It was a daunting challenge for any warrior to face many, for he possessed only 2 eyes, and his foes were not defenseless farmers but seasoned fighters. In Hago's eyes, Drogo's actions bordered on excessive confidence and recklessness. Call. Kaholo, who had once been saved by Drogo in their youth, yearned to draw his sword and assist. Yet, the 2 blood riders were halted by Drogo's raised hand as he commanded them in Dothraki to remain back. This fearsome Dothraki warrior took a few steps back, breaking free from the encirclement of the Andalusian soldiers. His gaze fell upon the severed segment of his braid, his deep-set eyes narrowing slightly. The Dothraki were deeply superstitious. A broken braid signified defeat, and he felt this might portend ill. Drogo's breath grew heavier. However, kill him, he thought, having nearly severed the enemy's head with his previous strike, only to have merely clipped a portion of his braid. Observing the strong Dothraki warrior retreat, the remaining 5 Andalusian soldiers felt their morale surge as they believed their opponent had succumbed to fear. They sought to capitalize on their advantage, intent on slaying the 3 remaining Dothraki warriors before them. The soldiers of Andalos surged forward once more, intent on slaying Drogo. Yet, Drogo finally snapped back to reality, retracting his gaze from the braids upon the ground. He lifted his head to confront several Andalos soldiers, the depths of his obsidian eyes gradually igniting with fury and resolve. Like a furious lion, he emitted a low, menacing growl. With terrifying ferocity, the Dothraki warrior brandished his bloodied, curved blade, the weight of the weapon slicing through the air as he deftly evaded one soldier's attack. With a swift motion, he struck another soldier at the waist, sending the lifeless body soaring through the air, cleaved in two. In a seamless display of strength, his robust frame spun agilely, the curved blade severing a spear as effortlessly as one might chop vegetables, eliminating the foe. In the next instant, his powerful arm seized a long sword, his biceps and forearm constricting around it, preventing the soldier from either thrusting or withdrawing. With a swift turn, he beheaded yet another soldier. The man trapped by Drogo's vice-like grip was consumed by terror, witnessing his comrade's demise, while helplessly struggling to free his own weapon, his defenses crumbling in the face of despair. It became clear that the enemy was not merely hesitant. They had simply not yet resolved to take his life. As the soldier prepared to relinquish his grip and flee, it was too late. Drogo discarded his arak, which clattered heavily to the ground, and seized the soldier's wrist. Rendring escape impossible. His eyes burned with an unquenchable fury, locking onto the soldier with an intensity that pierced the soul. The bloodshot gaze instilled abject fear, causing the soldier's legs to tremble uncontrollably, his mind blank, mouth agape in a futile plea for mercy, yet no sound emerged. He did not possess the knowledge of how to beg for mercy in Dothraki. However, Drogo afforded him no opportunity for supplication, suppressing the foreboding dread within and solidifying his resolve for vengeance for Corus. In full view of the soldier's paralyzing fear, Drogo crushed the man's wrist, using his own sword to slice open his throat. Blood sprayed on Drogo's powerful chest as he released his grip, the body collapsing feebly to the ground. In an instant, Drogo had dispatched 5 of the 6 Andalo soldiers. The last soldier, armed with a shield, bore witness to this horrifying spectacle, his heartbeat seemingly halted. Trembling, he clutched his shield, turning to flee. But Drogo's boots sent him sprawling to the ground, whereupon he retrieved his arak and swiftly severed the soldier's head. This fluid act of slaughter, claiming the lives of 6 Andalo soldiers single-handedly, instantly invigorated the morale of the Dothraki. A thunderous cheer erupted among them. The remaining Andalo soldiers, now acutely aware of the situation, cast fearful glances at Drogo, swallowing hard, instinctively stepping back as his gaze swept over them. "Use arrows. Quickly shoot him down," they cried out, desperately urging their archers to eliminate the fearsome Dothraki warrior, determined to prevent him from leading his kin into the fray. This was the essence of Cow's prowess as the mightiest warrior of the entire Khalasar. While individual strength may not sway the tides of war, it served to uplift the spirits of the many. The Dothraki revered the strong, willingly submitting to the formidable Cow, ready to follow him into battle, plunder, and even death. After executing this feat, Drogo was swiftly enveloped by a throng of Dothraki, shielded from harm, his gaze fixed coldly upon the distant Andalos lines, austere and unsmiling. He had no intention of charging into battle himself. Even with 9 lives, it would not suffice. At that moment, having retreated from the front lines, Drogo caught a faint scent in the air. He was intimately familiar with the aromas of the battlefield. Yet this particular scent was unlike the stench of blood. It was acrid and sharp. What could it be? As he lowered his gaze to the ground, his expression shifted dramatically. The Dothraki, who lived a nomadic existence, often dug shallow pits to rest in, using grass mats for cover. Thus, the average Dothraki had limited exposure to fire oil. However, as a call, Drogo enjoyed the luxury of a grand tent and was accustomed to such substances. Now, he recognized the pungent odor in the air. His obsidian eyes narrowed in alarm. He saw that the ground was slick with a viscous black substance, and as he lifted his foot, he noticed his own leg bindings had become stained with it. Scattered about were bundles of dry grass and firewood. The Dothraki had initially assumed these were the remnants of Andalos' supply wagons, mercilessly crushed underfoot. Now, however, the grass and wood were mired in the black, viscous material. The chaotic sounds of hooves and the sight of bodies strewn haphazardly around him indicated that perhaps some Dothraki had noticed, but none paid it any heed. Yet Drogo, now surrounded by his kin, felt his expression harden with foreboding. He sensed the treachery of Viserys. The ground littered with fire, oil, and kindling, if ignited, could lead to catastrophic consequences. The once merciless Dothraki warrior, who had slaughtered and pillaged without a flicker of an eye, now felt a creeping sense of fear welling within him. With a sudden urgency, he mounted his horse, the bronze belt clinking as he tore away the oil-soaked bindings from his leg. He bellowed, "Os," the Dothraki term meaning stop, also implying retreat. However, the Dothraki language lacked a specific term for withdrawal, much like it lacked words for trade, relying instead on the concepts of giving and receiving. Drogo, the call, issued the order to retreat, leaving his 2 blood riders bewildered. Yet Cow's command brooked no dissent, and they swiftly relayed his order. "Ohos." The tumultuous battlefield reverberated with Cow's call for retreat, as his blood riders sounded the signal for the entire army to fall back. Yet, it was already too late. Fire. Viserys sat astride his warhorse, issuing commands to ignite the great fire that had long been prepared. He had awaited Drogo's arrival, holding back his order as long as the formidable foe remained absent. For Viserys, every ambition revolved around the singular goal of slaying him. This battle was fought solely to claim the head of his fated adversary, regardless of the heavy toll it might exact on his soldiers. At last, as Drogo emerged before the ranks, the young king felt no further need to restrain the ignition of the inferno. Countless arrows, drenched in oil, were set ablaze and launched toward the rear of the Dothraki forces. The Andals army had deliberately created a void in their line while discarding oil, effectively segmenting the Dothraki troops and averting the risk of the flames engulfing themselves within the narrow confines of the ruined city. Though some fire might inevitably reach them, such losses paled in comparison to the ultimate stakes of the conflict. The winds favored them today. The white mane of his steed billowed in the breeze, resembling a cascade of snowflakes. Viserys, seated upon his warhorse, maintained an impassive expression, yet it would be disingenuous to claim his heart was devoid of turmoil. His fingers, clad in steel, glimmered under the morning sun before tightening into a resolute fist. This marked the first occasion on which the young king, in the name of Viserys Targaryen III, commanded such a grand scale of warfare. Unlike the previous naval engagement at Storm's End, this was a command he executed independently, with the Prince of Dorne, Oberyn, merely serving in a supportive capacity. This moment was the culmination of countless minor skirmishes and diligent study of noble histories, distilling lessons from the past to bear fruit in this pivotal moment. In the conquest of war, the Battle of Blackwater had seen flames consume King Loren Lannister and the Riverlands Lord Meryn Gardner, uniting nearly 55,000 men at King's Landing. Viserys did not dare to claim vast knowledge of military strategy or warfare. Many were far more adept than he. However, he had never underestimated his enemies. From the outset of his conflict with Drogo, he had adopted a life-or-death mentality, tirelessly devising plans to eliminate his opponent. Yet, it was evident that Drogo did not regard him with the gravity he warranted. The initial clashes had led Drogo to perceive his forces as mere sheep, poised to scatter with a mere touch. "Arm yourselves." Viserys turned, commanding the heavy cavalry behind him to don their armor. The moment to reap the fruits of victory had finally arrived, as the young king's cavalry, forged from over 2,000 golden dragons, prepared to take the field for the first time. This elite cavalry unit comprised 108 knights, 99 squires, 19 mounted archers, a herald, and a dedicated farrier. With a flourish, the finest knights of Andals responded to Viserys' command, swiftly donning their armor with the assistance of their squires, while the formidable steeds beside them were adorned in heavy barding. At last, it is our turn. It is time for these fragile eggs to taste the hardness of stone. Sir Evan, captain of the cavalry, hefted his double-bladed axe, and the knights eagerly prepared for combat. After days of fierce engagement, they were finally granted the opportunity to join the fray and impart unforgettable lessons to the Dothraki. Meanwhile, the Dothraki were caught unawares by the sudden conflagration. Loose! With the command echoing from the rear of the Andals line, countless archers, positioned in the ruins flanking the city, were poised and ready. The archers surged forth from all directions, their arrows dipped in oil, ignited in the flames before being released just in time to evade the flames' grasp. The sharp twang of bowstrings filled the air as a rain of flaming arrows arced skyward, descending swiftly to strike the oil-soaked roads of Gathur. Chapter 126, Sorcery. The Dothraki had breached Gathur, and the Andals forces faltered on the brink of collapse. Yet, in that moment, the tide shifted dramatically. A dark cloud of arrows descended upon them. The oil-soaked projectiles plunged into the Dothraki ranks, unleashing a torrent of chaos and bloodshed. Flaming arrowheads pierced flesh, eliciting harrowing cries from the Dothraki warriors as they fell from their mounts. Some arrows missed their targets, instead landing on the ground, igniting the oil pooled there, along with hay and timber. In an instant, flames erupted as if conjured by magic, soaring into the sky. The Dothraki, caught entirely off guard, had just heard Kar's retreat order, their minds still swirling with anger and confusion. However, with the recent precedent of Kar's execution for defiance, none dared question Drogo's command. As they prepared to retreat, it was already too late. The flames, ignited by the oil, spread with unforeseen swiftness. The mounted Dothraki warriors felt their hooves grow hot beneath them, and as they looked down, they found themselves enveloped in a sea of crimson fire. Thick black smoke surged toward their eyes, blinding them with searing pain, while their startled steeds whinnied in terror. Dothraki warriors tumbled from their horses, plunging into the inferno. In an instant, the crackling of flesh met the searing flames, producing a horrific symphony of agony that chilled the soul. The black smoke billowed skyward, while the relentless flames mercilessly consumed the lives of the Dothraki, fracturing their ranks into three distinct segments. The rear had yet to breach the city. The front engaged with the Andals line, while the center was engulfed in a merciless blaze. Sorcery. This is nothing short of sorcery. The rear Dothraki, witnessing the horrors befalling their kin, were seized by terror. Their limited education rendered them highly superstitious, and their tribal existence was fraught with hardship. To them, Even the water unfit for their horses was deemed poisoned, and they resolutely avoided touching the corpses of those not slain by their hands. The number 13 was ominous in their beliefs, and every inexplicable phenomenon was attributed to witchcraft. In the face of such perceived sorcery, the once ferocious Dothraki tribe became as meek as lambs. Many dismounted, prostrating themselves on the ground, beseeching the witch to relent. Cursed sorcery! Even without the reverent bowing of the soldiers, terror was etched upon their faces as they brandished their curved blades, unleashing a cacophony of harsh invectives. Yet, despite their vitriol, none dared to approach the inferno that loomed ahead. The sound of hooves echoed as they struggled to restrain their restless mounts, which stomped anxiously, while the Dothraki warriors clung tightly to their comrades' necks, hoping to quell the horses' agitation and prevent them from bolting in fright. The Dothraki at the rear were ensnared by the shifting winds, smoke billowing and flames licking, and they too were paralyzed by fear of the sorcery, unwilling to advance an inch. Meanwhile, those in the midst were trapped within the sea of fire, desperately seeking a means of escape. Amidst the chaos, numerous individuals emerged from the flames, their bodies ablaze, only to tumble from their steeds to the ground, rolling frantically in an attempt to extinguish the fire. "Help me! Save me!" Yet, the greater throng of Dothraki behind them scattered in an instant, none daring to approach those ignited by the sorcery. The unfortunate Dothraki engaged in combat with the Andals forces found themselves most ill-fated. Their retreat was cut off, with the raging fire behind them and what had once been innocent lambs now transformed into ferocious wolves, baring their teeth and intent on driving them into the conflagration. Sorcery. The treacherous enemy employs sorcery. The Dothraki, bereft of escape, quaked in dread, wielding their curved blades. They would rather perish at the hands of their foes than succumb to sorcery. The prospect of being consumed by flames differed vastly from meeting their end through witchcraft. They feared that should they die at the hands of sorcery, their souls would be unable to ascend to the celestial realm. Once fearless warriors on the battlefield, the Dothraki found their psychological defenses shattered by the mere mention of sorcery. The Andals army pressed forward, and many Dothraki were thrust into the inferno, their anguished cries piercing the air. "Stop!" The Dothraki at the rear wished to avoid being pushed into the flames, yet their kin at the front, squeezed by the Andals forces, were forced to retreat step by step. In such dire straits, someone finally took the initiative. "Kill! Forward!" As the Dothraki faced imminent doom for being driven into the fire, one drew his blade and struck down his fellow clansman before surging ahead. Simultaneously, others on the brink of being pushed into the flames mirrored this action, slaughtering their brethren before them. Those Dothraki valiantly resisting the Andals soldiers were taken aback by the betrayal from behind. In an instant, this once united army, now divided by flames, crumbled. Many who had belonged to other Khalasars subjugated by Drogo cast aside their curved blades, kneeling in surrender, hands clasped over their heads. The worst outcome was simply death by blade, a fate preferable to being burned alive. There was even the chance of being sold into slavery, a fate not uncommon for Dothraki. These captives were fierce, their combat prowess renowned, and their price not exorbitant. Many a gladiatorial arena and trade caravan sought Dothraki as warriors. With the first act of surrender, the rest followed suit, severing their ties to call. Thus, a significant number of Dothraki cast down their blades and knelt in submission. Corral the steeds. Behind these men, the advancing Andals soldiers surged forth, driving the remaining stubborn Dothraki into the flames or surrounding and slaying them. The surrendered Dothraki were bound tightly, their horses gathered. Far away in the sunset sea, look, what is that? Not long ago, the Ironborn, subdued after a rebellion, now lifted their heads towards the sky. A blood-red comet, trailing a long tail, illuminated much of the heavens, its radiance eclipsing even the moon. This, an elderly Ironborn gazed skyward, his aged face pale, cracked lips trembling. Chapter 127, An Unprecedented Shift. This is the wrath of the drowned god. An older Ironborn, fixated on the comet, trembled slightly, then fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing. This is a punishment from the drowned god for our failure to restore the ancient ways. The Ironborn rebellion had been violently quelled in less than a year. The toll of death and injury weighed heavily, and in the wake of such recent turmoil, it was only natural that many would associate the comet with the drowned goddess fury. A multitude of Ironborn, upon hearing this, knelt in fear and trepidation, bowing towards the direction of the red comet, hoping to appease the drowned god's wrath. Meanwhile, within Pike, Balon Greyjoy, who had recently donned a crown only to remove it again, now stood in the center of the drawbridge, his visage seemingly more somber and warned them before. Listening to the tumult of the sea beneath and the reports from his trusted subordinates, he gazed up at the crimson comet, momentarily rendered silent. Simultaneously, people across Westeros beheld the red comet. At the remote wall, two knights watched brothers clad in black cloaks were at the world's end, unfastening their belts and relieving themselves towards the land of eternal winter. As they prepared to return, they spotted the comet streaking across the sky. What is that? The black castle echoed with the sounds of more brothers stepping outside, their gazes drawn to the blood-red comet. Such a rare, celestial phenomenon was indeed a marvel. Yet even the boastful men found themselves momentarily at a loss for words, as astronomy lay beyond their understanding. The 997th Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Jeor Mormont, with a talking raven perched on his shoulder, emerged from his quarters, squinting his weary, yellowed eyes at the wonder above. Perhaps we shall call it Mormont's torch? At that moment, one of the brothers initiated laughter, and soon the entire company of black-clad soldiers erupted in mirth. The understanding of the jest swiftly dawning upon the band of criminals that comprised their ranks. Is old Mormont's torch still functional? The brothers jested. Beware. My lord may draw his sword and frighten you to death. Yet old Jeor paid little heed to their jest, a weary expression crossing his weathered face as he waved them off. Go. He then raised his gaze once more to the red comet traversing the sky. Initially captivated by the celestial wonder, he soon found it lost its novelty after a few moments of observation. Subsequently, the old man shook his head and returned to his chamber. Within the academic city of the old town, the silence of the corridor was punctuated by the distinct sound of hurried footsteps. Tap, tap, what? How could this be? Simultaneously, there were hushed whispers, seemingly engaged in a conversation filled with skepticism and disbelief. Then, a shadow, bearing a lantern, wavered slightly as it gently placed the oil lamp on the ground. With a clatter, the shadow produced a heavy set of keys, inserting them into the oversized keyhole and laboriously twisting the nearly rusted lock. At last, a satisfying click resounded, signaling the lock's release. The figure then took a few deep breaths before raising a hand to push the door open with a creak. However, just as he was about to step inside, he abruptly halted, standing transfixed at the sight before him, his jaw gradually dropping in astonishment. Clearly, the scene was utterly shocking. Casting his silhouette upon the wall behind him, one hand clasped over his mouth, his beard trembling. Beside him, another figure, shrouded in darkness and untouched by the lantern's glow, spoke up. It appears something significant is about to unfold. We should inform the steward. In truth, achieving a satisfactory accomplishment in a specialized field grants one the title of bachelor. Should a bachelor's knowledge in a particular domain reach the level of mastery, he is conferred with a ring, a scepter, and a mask corresponding to that field, along with the esteemed title of doctor, recognizing his expertise. Doctors are the senior members of the academic city, endowed with the privilege to attend the Council of Elders. This council governs the city and even elects the Grand Maesters, who assist the king. Every year, a Grand Steward is chosen from among the attendees of the council through a lottery, responsible for managing the affairs of the academic city. Given the gravity of the current situation, it was imperative to notify the present Grand Steward, Dr. Ambrose, who had earned his doctorate in the medical field and possessed the silver ring, scepter, and mask. The two individuals hurriedly shut the door behind them, ensuring the heavy lock was secured once more, and swiftly made their way to the steward's quarters. Upon their arrival, however, they discovered that Dr. Ambrose was not present, and after some effort, they finally located him. At this moment, several members of the Council of Elders were gathered in the chamber of Dr. Violin, the astronomer, gazing through a peculiar mirror at the sky, where a comet with a long tail blazed across the firmament. This was a sword heralding the end of seasons, signifying the transition from spring to summer. Dr. Violin, the mentor of Bachelor Goth, was articulating something. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Enter, he called. Two middle-aged bachelors stepped inside, bowing slightly in greeting before approaching the steward and whispering a few urgent words into his ear. What? Dr. Ambrose exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. He raised his grizzled head, eyes wide with disbelief, and rasped, "The glass candle has reignited?" The assembled doctors were analyzing the sudden appearance of the comet and the omens it might portend. However, such an occurrence was unprecedented. The glass candle had been extinguished for over a century, and no one had been able to relight it. Astonishingly, it now burned without flame, igniting out of thin air. The doctors exchanged incredulous glances, acutely aware of the significance of this event. The four glass candles preserved by the academic city had been brought from Valyria before the cataclysm that befell it a millennium ago. Although not conclusively proven, It was theorized by generations of doctors that the candles were intrinsically linked to the existence of magic. What, indeed, had transpired? This was a change not witnessed in 100 years. The assembly of elderly scholars, now neglecting the comet overhead, hastily made their way to the chamber where the glass candles were stored. Chapter 128. The Breaking of Armies. As the red comet streaked across the sky, it evoked a spectrum of reactions throughout the entirety of Westeros. The Ironborn of the Iron Islands believed it signified the wrath of the drowned god, while the masters of Old Town and the bishops of the Faith of the Seven proclaimed it merely a normal astronomical phenomenon, a sword wielded by the Seven to slay the seasons. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the Riverlands gazed skyward, referring to the comet as the Red Messenger, heralding tidings of imminent victory. In the palace of King's Landing, the populace dubbed it King Robert's Comet, a flattering title that sent the recently victorious Robert Baratheon into a euphoric state, prompting a grand feast that culminated in his inebriation. Ultimately, it was Ser Jaime who exerted considerable effort to carry his majesty back to his chambers, resulting in a few days of backaches for the night. Yet, among the citizens of King's Landing, some referred to the comet as the Red Messenger, while others called it the Dragon's Tail Star. The last embers of the Targaryens across the narrow sea in Essos gradually coalesced into a burgeoning entity, establishing cities and territories rivaling those of a nation, with news of their resurgence trickling back to King's Landing via merchant caravans. Although orders had been issued to suppress such news and apprehend those who spoke of it, the Golden Cloaks found it increasingly difficult to maintain control over a populous city exceeding 500,000. The daily waste alone was a monumental task, let alone silencing the multitude of voices. Opinions diverged. Some praised the Baratheons, while others reminisced fondly of the Targaryens, rendering the significance of the name Dragon's Tail Star increasingly ambiguous. However, within a forge in King's Landing, a small boy with raven-black hair considered the comet akin to a fiery long sword drawn from the forge, an inconsequential thought in the grand scheme. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of Gedor, the war had reached its final stages. In the name of the Seven and the Mother, Viserys, clad in shining silver armor that glimmered in the sunlight, wielded a lance in one hand, his white steed's flowing mane billowing behind him. Crush all who dare to plunder our wealth, seize our wives and children, even seek to sell us into slavery. The young king led over 100 heavy cavalry, maneuvering around the still, smoldering fires, charging boldly into the fray. Boom! The morale of the Dothraki had plummeted. Assaulting fortified towns was never their forte, and after suffering repeated setbacks, they found themselves ambushed upon breaching the town's defenses. A raging inferno severed their ranks, with many of their kin consumed by flames or trapped within the town, ensnared like fish in a barrel. Those Dothraki who remained outside the battlefield had lost their will to fight. Among them were predominantly frail elders, women, and even children. These young ones, who typically followed in the wake of the army to collect arrows from the fallen for future use, found themselves unexpectedly thrust to the forefront of battle. At that moment, a subtle tremor rippled through the earth, accompanied by a thunderous roar that echoed in the hearts of the panicked and disoriented Dothraki. Without their call, the Dothraki resembled a pack of wolves bereft of their leader, uncertain of their next course of action. Chaotic and discordant Dothraki voices erupted, each proposing their own ideas. Yet no one possessed the authority to command the entire group. Their call was ensnared in a sea of flames, perhaps already lost to them. Sans signe impending danger. The restless hooves of the horses pounded against the ground. The Dothraki riders exchanged anxious glances, gripping their reins tightly, as both they and their steeds sensed the ominous scent in the air. The unfolding scene soon provided clarity. On a distant hill, just outside of Gadho, a troop of armored knights surged over the terrain, their armor glinting brilliantly in the sunlight. The fully armed heavy cavalry of Andals charged forth, their heavy hooves striking the ground with force, kicking up dust like a great serpent of smoke. At the forefront, a knight clad in silver armor rode a magnificent white steed, his body leaning low against the horse's neck as he galloped forward, one hand firmly gripping the reins while the other wielded a lance, the first to plunge into the throng of Dothraki. Two Dothraki warriors, upon spotting this knight, let out furious roars, summoning their courage to charge forward with their rocks, intent on halting this intruder. Yet, the silver-armored knight merely narrowed his lavender eyes behind his visor, tightening his grip on the lance. With a swift motion, the sharp tip of the lance pierced the throat of one Dothraki warrior. A burst of blood erupted, and the panicked sound of hooves retreated into the distance. The knight's rider had been unseated, his body crashing heavily to the ground, his head nearly severed from his torso. Meanwhile, Another Dothraki warrior, attempting to flank Viserys, had his curved blade dangerously close to the knight's helmet. The clash of steel rang out as the blade grazed the white plume atop Viserys' helm, but he narrowly tilted his head aside to evade the blow. A curse in Dothraki followed, as the warrior had believed himself certain of a fatal strike against the tin can. However, before he could utter a complete thought, he felt a heavy blow to his chest. With a thrust, Viserys dispatched an enemy, simultaneously dodging the Dothraki's strike. The shaft of his lance scraped against the steel of his gauntlet, the heavy weapon crashing against the warrior's chest. The Dothraki fell from his mount, his fate uncertain as he hit the ground. Yet before he could rise, the cavalrymen following Viserys trampled him into a pulp. The heavily armed cavalry, fully equipped for battle, obliterated the disoriented light cavalry, standing in confusion, their assault relentless and devastating. Like a volcanic eruption, the torrent of Andals cavalry melted away the Dothraki ranks. They began to scatter, their once cohesive tribes of Khalasar disintegrating into chaotic groups, the absence of Ko plunging them into disarray. The Dothraki translator who had been spared by Viserys now proved invaluable. Knight even seized the translator, his voice booming like thunder. "Tell them, surrender Khal Drogo, or none shall be spared." Chapter 129, the finale. Viserys personally led his cavalry to crush the last flicker of resistance in the hearts of the Dothraki. Meanwhile, those Dothraki who had been held back by Oberyn upon witnessing the unfolding chaos promptly withdrew from the conflict. Not to regroup with their kin, but to retreat in another direction. The Dothraki tribes of Khalasar, composed of various castes, had effectively been liberated upon the death of Ko, transforming into nimble, independent factions. If a new call could be chosen swiftly, there was hope. Otherwise, these groups would either break away from Khalasar to form new alliances or join other Khalees tribes. Though no definitive news had yet arrived, the leader of this caste believed that Khal Drogo had almost certainly perished in the flames, reduced to ashes. Khal Drogo was dead. Otherwise, the chaos among their ranks would not have unfolded. The fate of these Dothraki seemed sealed. In the distance, Oberyn watched as the Dothraki, who had just engaged them, retreated. Yet he did not pursue. Despite the victory, Oberyn remained grounded, acutely aware that the ordinary cavalry of Andals could never match the prowess of the Dothraki. They were outnumbered, and with only a handful of horses, their horsemanship paled in comparison. This battle had been won solely because the Dothraki underestimated Viserys. While he had viewed them as mortal adversaries, meticulously orchestrating a trap, the sacrifices of the soldiers, the caltrops, and the barricades had all been part of a cunning design to ensnare the vicious dogs into a cage. Once the feral beasts were trapped, it became possible to wield a heavy hand against them. The narrow terrain was ill-suited for the Dothraki's strengths. Had they fought in the open fields, even a great fire would not have posed a significant threat. In the crowded confines of the city, however, the devastation wrought by a blaze could multiply exponentially. What a splendid strategy, Oberyn mused, removing his helm, sweat soaking his hair, causing his once lustrous dark curls to cling to his forehead and scalp, rivulets of perspiration cascading down. The design of armor was remarkable, nearly airtight. It could suffocate in summer and freeze in winter. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Prince Dorne cast his helm to the ground and dismounted from his steed. Meanwhile, in the distance, Viserys and his heavy cavalry shattered the Dothraki's will to resist, their iron hooves tearing through the disarrayed formations like a tiger plunging into a flock of sheep, surging forward with unstoppable momentum. The remaining Dothraki, frail and vulnerable, were powerless to resist the onslaught of heavy cavalry, scattering in disarray, though amongst them were brave warriors who sought to confront the armored horsemen, brandishing their curved blades as they charged forward. Yet their unarmored steeds were no more than mere sandbags, sent flying upon collision. A thunderous crash ensued, and the warrior atop the horse spewed forth blood as he fell heavily to the ground. Simultaneously, those who had managed to circumvent the cavalry's frontal assault, attempting to cleave down the Andalusian knights, soon discovered the futility of their efforts, unable to breach the formidable defenses of their adversaries. Clang, clang, clang. The crudely forged Arak curved sword struck against expertly crafted heavy plate armor, leaving only shallow scratches, while their wrists ached from the impact. In a moment of terror, they found themselves disarmed as the knights unsheathed their swords and felled them from their mounts. Iron hooves relentlessly trampled the fallen Dothraki, the cacophony of their demise reducing them to mere flesh and mud, forever merging with the earth. Huff, huff. The breaths beneath Viserys' armor were labored, and his arm, which held the lance, was beset with agonizing soreness, having exhausted his strength. His steed, too, had spent its vigor, its body radiating heat, sweat dripping onto the ground, mingling with a nauseating pool of blood. "Your Majesty." A servant hurriedly approached to assist Viserys down from his horse. Clatter! The armor of the young king emitted a sound as he dismounted, his figure resembling a blood-soaked gourd, unaware of the number of foes he had slain. He felt slightly unsteady on his feet, and with the servant's aid, he removed his silver helmet. Gulping in fresh air, he was joined by the other heavy cavalrymen. With the help of their attendants, also dismounted, having lost the strength to do so unaided. Their steeds were equally drained, their lungs heaving as if they might burst. Sweat and blood cascading down, the weight of their armor threatening to topple them and lead to injury or death. The battle had drawn to a close. Viserys' chest rose and fell gently as he gradually shed the rest of his armor with the help of his attendant, liberating himself from the burdensome weight. Crack! The attendant removed the breastplate, and Viserys felt his breath become significantly easier. From dawn until dusk, the battle had raged for an entire day. Now, apart from a multitude of corpses scattered across the ground, no Dothraki remained. The dead lay still, while the living had fled in every direction. The last rays of the setting sun bathed the chaotic battlefield in a somber glow. Even though Viserys yearned to pursue them, he lacked the strength to do so. Not to mention that their horses were no match for the speed of the Dothraki. "Have we found Drogo's body?" Viserys inquired, removing his armor and unceremoniously sitting upon a Dothraki corpse, drawing a few labored breaths and wiping the sweat from his brow. "I do not know," the attendant replied, shaking his head slightly, as he had not yet received news on the matter. "Your Majesty." Just then, a swift horse approached, ridden by a soldier who dismounted and hurried to Viserys. "Your Majesty, we have located the body of Khal Drogo." "Really?" Upon hearing this, Viserys sprang to his feet, momentarily disoriented. "Your Majesty." He was steadied by a guard nearby, but Viserys waved his hand, merely fatigued and confident that a little sustenance would remedy his condition. Yet there were more pressing matters at hand. "Come, take me to see." Chapter 130. The Death of Drogo. Not long after, the sound of hooves echoed as Viserys, now relieved of his armor, was escorted by soldiers to the site where the great fire had ravaged the land. The earth beneath him was charred, emanating a searing heat, still warm to the touch, while the scorched remains of the dead had long since lost their former identities, reduced to brittle charcoal that crumbled beneath his feet. Crack! Viserys' foot crushed a burnt body as he navigated the uneven ground, following the soldiers to the location where Khal Drogo's corpse had been discovered. Flickering flames still lingered in the vicinity, swaying gently in the breeze. "Viserys, this place is perilous," cautioned Oberyn, the deputy commander of the Legion, as they arrived at the scene, where Viserys had consistently ordered the elimination of Khal Drogo. Indeed, the reality bore witness to this. Once the Khal was slain, the Dothraki would descend into chaos. For from the moment of Drogo's death, they would no longer be bound as a tribe, free to depart from the Khalasar. Thus, the war would lose all significance. Consequently, after the battle concluded, Viserys had insisted on the search for Drogo's body, and it had finally been found. Indeed, Viserys, now clad in a white fur cloak to stave off the chill after sweating profusely within his armor, walked alongside Oberyn through the ruins, enduring the nauseating stench in the air as they pressed onward. "Step aside, make way." The attendants parted the throng of soldiers gathered around the site of Drogo's remains. Your Majesty, Prince," the Andalusian soldiers, preoccupied with clearing the battlefield, quickly made way for Viserys and Oberyn as they approached. Though fatigue still lingered on his face, Viserys nodded slightly, placing a reassuring hand on a soldier's shoulder. Without further ado, he stepped into the circle of onlookers. There lay 3 charred bodies, now arranged amidst the scattered remains of others. Your Majesty, Prince, the officer responsible for cleaning the battlefield, his face also marked by soot and ash, reported to Viserys. "When we found them, they were buried beneath many bodies. It took considerable effort to unearth them. However, some fragments remain missing. The 3 charred corpses upon the ground were not whole. Their belongings were a patchwork of pieces. The soldiers having done their utmost to reassemble what they could from the sea of corpses, yet much was still lacking. Viserys, of course, did not hold the soldiers accountable for this grim sight, offering a subtle nod of approval. "Well done." He then approached the 3 charred corpses, crouching down to examine them closely. The other 2 corpses, which appeared somewhat less robust, were unfamiliar to him. However, he immediately recognized the stout figure of one among them. It bore a striking resemblance to Khal Drogo. Upon seeing him, Viserys felt as though a heavy weight had finally been lifted from his heart. Although the body had been scorched beyond recognition, he could still discern traces of familiarity from their previous encounters. It must be him. Oberyn stood beside Viserys, having fought closely against Drogo on the battlefield, and thus held a vivid impression of him. The towering figure of the charred corpse indicated that he had once been a formidable warrior, not unlike Drogo. Only the braids atop his head had been completely incinerated. Otherwise, it would have served as the most compelling evidence. Alas, his hair had been reduced to ashes. Unfazed, Oberyn reached out to touch Drogo's head. There was no one in this hall of Kharas who possessed hair longer than Drogo's. It was said that he had never tasted defeat since the day of his birth. Although their last encounter had not yielded a clear victor, Oberyn harbored an unsettling intuition that he would likely not be able to best Drogo. This Dothraki horse lord seemed to be a terrifying killer born for battle. Yet now, he had met his end, and this singular defeat had cost him his life. Oberyn shook his head slightly, a hint of regret playing upon his lips. If given the chance, he would have relished another confrontation with Drogo. Rising from the ground, the tall Dornishman declared, "I am beginning to believe the words you spoke, Viserys. If this man were allowed to live, he might indeed have become the mightiest horse lord upon the great grass sea. When time permits, I shall compose a poem in his honor." The romantic and erudite Prince of Dorne had a penchant for writing poetry, and the quality of his verses was exceptionally high. Were it not for his family's enmity, he might have chosen the path of a wandering bard. "As you wish." Viserys continued to gaze at the corpse, its features still somewhat recognizable, and then raised his voice. "Fetch a few Dothraki captives for identification. Also, verify the identities of those two bodies." He gestured toward the other two corpses. "Understood." Shortly thereafter, the Dothraki translator and captives were brought forth, and Viserys reiterated his request. The captives and the translator looked upon Drogo's body with evident sorrow, nodding in affirmation as they recognized him once more. "Your Grace, this is indeed the corpse of Khal Drogo. The other two are his blood riders, Hago and Kooro." The Dothraki translator conveyed their words, and Viserys finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. It appeared that Drogo had truly perished in the flames. Exhaling softly, Viserys felt the heavy burden that had weighed upon him lifted at last. Drogo was dead. This signified a profound transformation in the tragic trajectory of his life. At that moment, a soldier standing nearby exclaimed, "Look, everyone, look at the sky. What is that?" A cacophony of noise erupted from a distance. "What is happening?" Viserys and the surrounding Andalusian soldiers turned their gazes skyward. Before them, a comet with a long, trailing tail sliced through the heavens. Viserys gazed upwards at the resplendent, crimson comet, his eyes widening in astonishment. Chapter 131, An Unexpected Turn of Events. Viserys stood before Drogo's corpse, along with the soldiers around him, staring blankly at the sky. The smoke had yet to dissipate completely, the ground littered with charred bodies, tattered armor, wounded soldiers, and half-torn banners. The devastation on the ground starkly contrasted with the vibrant beauty above. This heralded the king's victory over the Dothraki. It was a divine omen from the Seven. Whispers of awe rippled through the crowd, marveling at the magnificent celestial display. At that moment, an Andalusian soldier quietly remarked, clearly attempting to flatter Viserys. However, his words were immediately countered by a soldier from the Rhoynar. "You old baldy, stop talking nonsense. We are by the Mother-S River. This must surely be a blessing from the Rhoynar for our king." The two soldiers engaged in a light-hearted dispute, their camaraderie evident in their banter. "How beautiful! It glimmers like a ruby." A soldier standing beside Viserys murmured in awe. Indeed, each place and every person interpreted the appearance of the red comet uniquely. Yet, many found themselves drawn to the ancient tradition of making wishes upon a shooting star, casting their hopes upon the ephemeral spectacle of nature. Viserys' foremost desire was simply to survive, to lead a better life. If fate permitted, to reclaim the Iron Throne, as it was a promise made to his mother. The soldier's aspirations were far more humble and straightforward, advancement and wealth, just as the sight of a comet resembled a radiant ruby to them. As Viserys gazed into the sky, he was suddenly overtaken by an inexplicable melancholy. What emotion lay behind it? Was it the realization that killing Drogo had irrevocably altered his destiny? Or was it the uncertainty of the future that left him feeling lost? Although the precise timing eluded him, Viserys distinctly recalled that the red comet was not meant to appear until after his sister Daenerys had matured. It seemed to symbolize the return of magic, just as his advisor, the enigmatic Miss Melisandre, had suggested, sensing that the power of the arcane was awakening once more. However, the reality was that Daenerys was only 6 years old, which fueled Viserys' sense of disorientation. Had everything come too soon? The fabric of time itself seemed to have shifted, advancing by 7 or 8 years, instilling in Viserys a profound and unsettling apprehension. This fear stemmed from the unknown, much like humanity's instinctive dread of what lies beyond sight, darkness, demons, and the uncertain future that awaited. Subsequently, Viserys let out a sigh and patted the shoulder of the daydreaming soldier. No, the young king tilted his head back to gaze at the sky, where the sun was now descending in the west, casting the world into a gradual twilight. The fierce battle had raged from the early morning until dusk before finally drawing to a close. Viserys' earlier buoyancy began to wane, reverting to a more subdued demeanor. He then gestured for the soldiers to give Drogo a proper burial, for he was a worthy adversary. Afterward, he instructed the guards to remain, as he wished to take a solitary stroll into the distance. Is he feeling down? Oberyn seemed to perceive the sudden shift in the young king's mood. He too had been gazing at the blood-red comet overhead, but failed to discern any peculiar significance in it. His dark eyes turned toward Viserys' retreating figure. I desire to walk alone. Yet, Viserys did not turn back. He merely waved his hand in acknowledgement to Oberyn, who stood not far away. Very well. The middle-aged man spread his palms, his dark, wavy hair tousled by the wind. He was unsure why Viserys had suddenly become despondent, but he had hoped to offer some counsel, only to be met with a direct refusal. Oberyn's thoughts drifted to a letter he had recently received from his brother in Dorne, and he rubbed his temples, feeling a slight headache. How to articulate this? For days, Oberyn had been seeking an opportunity to discuss this matter with Viserys. However, before he could find the right moment, they were beset by the Dothraki, and time had slipped away. Yet this issue could not be postponed any longer. With Viserys growing older, the strength of Andals was steadily increasing. It was a matter that needed resolution sooner rather than later. Otherwise, the interests of House Martell would remain unprotected. Though Oberyn had forged a friendship with Viserys during his years in Andal, he still found it impossible to disregard the responsibilities to his family and his brother's will. Perhaps he would find another opportunity. Oberyn sighed as he watched Viserys' figure recede into the distance. On the ground, the disfigured corpse of Drogo had been lifted by the soldiers and placed upon a pyre, surrounded by ample firewood, prepared for the Dothraki's most traditional means of incineration. To reduce him to ashes, Oberyn stretched his shoulders. After a day of fighting, he was ready to return and rest. However, at that moment, an unexpected anomaly was quietly unfolding. The comet trailing a long tail appeared to grow larger in the eyes of all. Initially, no one paid it much heed. Viserys had wandered off alone, and Oberyn had begun to stretch, preparing to rest. Some soldiers busied themselves with arrangements for Drogo's funeral, while others cleaned the battlefield. As night enveloped the land, the radiance of the red comet even overshadowed the bright moon above. Then, some soldiers noticed the unusual phenomenon and, perplexed, began to voice their uncertainty. Is it growing larger? Do you feel it too? With the first person to speak up, the remaining soldiers who had been surreptitiously glancing at the sky also took notice. Oh, it seems to be true. What is happening? Is it going to fall? The soldiers set aside their tasks, their eyes fixed upon the ever-enlarging red comet, yet their expressions bore no signs of panic or fear. Rather, they exchanged excited whispers. To them, this celestial body appeared diminutive, no larger than a wagon wheel. A middle-aged soldier, puffing on a long pipe, exhaled a cloud of smoke and remarked nonchalantly, "Humph. Such a small thing, it wouldn't have much power even if it fell, would it?" "Indeed," echoed the surrounding soldiers, nodding in agreement, convinced that such reasoning was sound. After all, they had just felled the Dothraki. What could a small object descending from the sky possibly signify? Chapter 132, The Fall. In truth, this widespread state of ignorance was not confined solely to Andala. Many other regions suffered similarly. Moreover, comprehending the profound truths of the celestial bodies was still premature for this era. The followers of the Lightbringer ignited fires each evening at sunset, giving thanks to Rhoynar for the day that was ending and beseeching him to return the sun the following day, dispelling the encroaching darkness. The Kyberians believed the moon to be an egg. Once, there were 2 moons in the sky, but one had ventured too close to the sun, unable to withstand the searing heat, and exploded. From this explosion, thousands of dragons emerged, absorbing the sun's flames, which explained why dragons breathed fire. One day, the remaining moon would also kiss the sun, leading to its explosion, and the dragons would return to the mortal realm. The Dothraki, in turn, regarded the moon as a goddess and the sun as her consort, and so forth. The soldiers engaged in a lively discussion among themselves. Meanwhile, Viserys had wandered to a quiet patch of land not far away, enveloped in the solitude of the night, his silver-gold hair gently swaying in the breeze. He indeed sought solitude for a while. Various reasons compelled him. Perhaps the aftermath of presiding over his first great battle weighed heavily upon him. As individuals often experience moments of reflection after significant life events. Eventually, the young king settled on a patch of land unmarred by filth or blood. Clang. He unsheathed the dagger he always carried at his waist. Bathed in the luminous glow of the moon and the comet overhead, the blade's smooth edge glimmered faintly. 3 seconds later, whoosh, a dark mist materialized before Viserys, as expected. The true nature of this black mist remained a mystery to him. However, one thing was certain. If he wished to gain power, he would need to continually take the lives of others. He could draw strength from the corpses of the fallen. To kill in order to enhance one's own power, it felt akin to entering into a nefarious pact with the devil. It was tempting him to embrace malevolence. In his most sorrowful, helpless moments, when he felt betrayed and had ingested a copious amount of hallucinogens, he had once impulsively considered incinerating Dragonstone. Would that elevate him to divinity? Yet, at that time, Viserys managed to restrain his inner, fiercely burgeoning desire. The vision of a city engulfed in carnage, akin to the depths of hell, abruptly materialized before his eyes. The iron hoof of the Andals Legion can effortlessly trample downtowns and villages, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. All captives, innocent civilians, could be methodically executed by Viserys, one by one, with a single stroke. Yet, he pondered what he would ultimately become if he truly followed through with such actions to hasten his own ascent. Would he evolve into the most notorious tyrant in Essos, including Westeros? Or would he transform into an abomination, neither human nor beast? However, as the power in Viserys' grasp burgeoned, so too did the twisted ambitions that simmered within him. He fought to suppress these urges, grappling with a profound sense of conflict. His distrust of the dark mist was never concealed. He maintained a vigilant stance, knowing full well the perilous bargain he had struck with the devil. Yet, he found himself unable to sever the ties that bound him to it. From that point onward, he resolved to cease the taking of lives. It was evident that he could not abide by this vow. This was a battle of his own spirit. Though he acted selfishly in conquering the villages of the Rhoynar, he was ultimately not a complete fiend. Would I become a demon in the end? Viserys sat still, watching as the familiar dark mist re-emerged before him. His beautiful lavender eyes narrowed slightly, and he exhaled a long breath. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. He seemed to glimpse in the reflection of his dagger a rapidly approaching red comet, which appeared to be growing larger. What was happening? By the time Viserys became aware of the anomaly, it was too late, yet a sense of foreboding surged within him, prompting him to turn abruptly. What he beheld was the most resplendent sight of his life. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted from the sky, resembling the loudest thunderclap of summer. The red comet, trailing a long tail, seemed to finally breach the atmosphere. It then erupted in a blinding blaze, transforming into a colossal fireball. The irregular sphere clashed violently with the air, generating intense light and heat, continuously piercing through the clouds as if the heavens themselves had been rent asunder, leaving a gaping void. The shock wave surged outward, a long tail stretching across the firmament. Timeless and unyielding, it resembled a dagger descending from the heavens, gripped tightly by an unseen hand, plunging mercilessly into the earth. All were rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. Viserys clutched his dagger and clumsily rose from the ground, his mouth agape as if he could swallow an apple whole, gazing up at the sky in astonishment. The world was illuminated as brightly as day at the moment the comet breached the atmosphere. Elong Viserys, Oberyn, Serevan, and the charred corpses waiting to be cremated. All the soldiers of Andals stared vacantly at the sky, their faces aglow with the fierce light. Within mere seconds, the red light that pierced the heavens struck the ground with a resounding crash. Boom! The immense sound left everyone in a state of mental blankness, and the world fell into an eerie silence. Get down! Viserys shouted, urging the soldiers to take cover, yet no one could hear his voice any longer. Even he could not hear himself, his cries echoing in a silent pantomime. Soon, Viserys found himself sprawled on the ground, unable to discern how much time had passed. Seconds? Perhaps a minute? In that moment, all minds were shrouded in oblivion, lost in a haze. Then, a wave of force surged towards them, laden with dust, grass, and branches, as though a gaping maw consumed the entire Andals Legion. Before him lay a landscape of dust, while the winds raged mercilessly. Fortunately, Viserys, having dropped to the ground early, sustained minimal injury. After an indeterminate duration, a faint hum reached his ears, though his mind remained in a fog. He struggled to rise from the ground, brushing off the thick layer of dust that had settled upon him. Standing upright, he surveyed the scene around him. Everything seemed to have settled, save for the widespread devastation and the ominous gash in the sky above. Chapter 133, Dragon. Perhaps the site of the comet's fall was not particularly close. The soldiers of the Andals Legion appeared to have sustained little harm, as they too began to rise from the ground moments later. What had transpired? Some soldiers wore expressions of dazed confusion, seemingly still reeling from the recent explosion. Yet no one could provide them with a satisfactory answer. Viserys' chest rose and fell, betraying a hint of shock as he brushed away the remnants of dust clinging to him. He was among the first to regain his composure. Yet within his typically placid eyes lingered a profound astonishment and disbelief, bereft of any explanation. The red comet had fallen? How could he have anticipated such an event? In his recollection, this comet was not due to appear for another 7 or 8 years, or perhaps even longer. Yet, not only had it arrived prematurely, but it had also not journeyed to the fabled land of shadows, instead plummeting unexpectedly nearby, as if it sought to strike him down. Should he utter an apology for the miscalculation? Viserys' chest heaved as he gasped for breath, appearing more composed than others. Yet internally his shock was more profound than anyone else's. Understanding the truth, he could not fathom why the red comet had arrived ahead of schedule, nor could he comprehend why it had suddenly descended right above him. Fortunately, the comet's landing site was still a considerable distance from the current position of the Andals Legion. By estimating the direction, it appeared to have fallen east of the Lorne River, in the northeastern region of their location, near the foothills of the Nophos Mountains. Thus, the Andals army had narrowly escaped a catastrophic and devastating blow. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to investigate, regardless of the circumstances. Now that he recognized the significance of the red comet, and given the dramatic change that had unfolded so close to him, he felt compelled to witness it firsthand. Only through bold exploration could he hope to unravel the mysteries within himself and comprehend the events that had transpired. Why did the red comet arrive prematurely? Why did it suddenly descend from above? And what exactly is this celestial body? He could only recall that this crimson comet, which traversed 2 continents, ultimately fell into the shadowed lands, vanishing without a trace, leaving no one to ascertain its final resting place. Or perhaps it merely brushed against this planet before continuing on its solitary path. Your Majesty, are you unharmed? At that moment, his guards finally emerged from their stupor, shaken by the recent explosion, and hurried over to ascertain whether the young king had sustained any injuries. To their surprise, they found that Viserys seemed to have regained his composure more swiftly than they had. He stood amidst the devastation, lost in thought, distracted by the voices of his guards. Viserys returned to the present, glanced at their faces, and nodded silently, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. I am fine. After a brief pause, he commanded, instruct everyone to assess the damages, continue clearing the battlefield, and rest on spot. Tomorrow morning, we shall examine the site of the fallen star. Understood. On the battlefield of Gathar, the red comet had descended. Meanwhile, in the city of Andals, the morning's inferno had finally been extinguished, as guards tread carefully across the charred ruins. However, a heavy sorrow enveloped everyone, for they believed that no survivors could possibly remain amidst the wreckage. Initially, 4 individuals had been trapped within the stronghold, 3 servants and Daenerys, in a brave attempt to rescue his mother and Daenerys. Bessie had rushed in, but had also lost contact. Yet, perhaps by the grace of the 7, their most loyal follower, the Andalian warrior Bessie, was discovered alive. Albeit barely breathing, when he was retrieved, he was urgently attended to by healers, though he remained in critical condition, while his mother, along with the 2 other servants, had tragically perished in the flames, reduced to charred remains. Simultaneously, a shocking event transpired. As the guards searched the remaining debris in hopes of finding Daenerys' body, they uncovered a sleeping girl nestled within the crevice beneath a collapsed ceiling. Daenerys' attire and all her hair had been singed away, her small form, slightly darkened by smoke, curled tightly together, with faint, uneven streaks of tears upon her cheeks. Shielded by the fallen ceiling, she had found a sanctuary, thus escaping any harm. Beside the slumbering girl lay 3 peculiar creatures, each the size of a small dog, covered in delicate scales, with heads resembling those of lizards, possessing wings instead of forelimbs. Were these bats? Upon discovering the princess, the guard saw Daenerys lying naked amidst the ruins, seemingly alive, accompanied by the 3 strange beings. They swiftly drew their swords, intent on driving the creatures away. Get back! However, the trio of diminutive beings exhibited no signs of fear in the face of the gleaming swords. Instead, they spread their wings in anger, baring their teeth, and issuing threatening growls, determined to protect Daenerys from any encroachment. At that moment, upon hearing that Daenerys had been found, Rhaenys and the scholar hastened over, intervening to halt the guard's actions. "Stop!" Rhaenys exclaimed, pressing down on the sword of one soldier, instructing them to retreat and keep their distance. "Your Highness, scholar," the guards, bewildered, hesitated, fearful that the unfamiliar creatures might pose a threat to Rhaenys. Yet they complied, withdrawing to a safe distance. Encircling the area for protection, the brown-haired girl gazed at the trio of small beings with a mix of astonishment and trepidation, swallowing hard. Accompanying her, the scholar Gondor widened his eyes at the creatures, his breath quickening. Unlike the Andalian soldiers, both he and Rhaenys recognized what these winged, scale beings were. "Be careful, Your Highness." Noticing Rhaenys tentatively extending her hand, the scholar clenched his fists, unable to suppress his urge to caution her. SSSS, a bronze-hued creature, closest to Rhaenys, reacted to her outstretched hand, unfurling its wings and emitting an indignant screech as it positioned itself protectively behind Daenerys. Rhaego, witnessing this scene, Rhaenys' throat tightened with apprehension, her fingers pausing mid-air as she softly called its name. She then turned to glance at her mentor. Gondor looked at the three creatures with a complex expression but nodded encouragingly, urging Rhaenys to proceed with caution. With newfound determination, Rhaenys' dark eyes regained their resolve as she gritted her teeth, disregarding the creature's warning, and boldly reached out once more. SSSS, the bronze creature, sensing the audacity of this human who dared to ignore its warning, let out another furious screech, akin to an aggressive rooster. Its mouth, filled with sharp teeth, released a puff of black smoke. Then, Rhaenys' fingertip brushed against its snout. Poke! A gentle prod, nearly causing the creature, perched upon Daenerys' thigh with wings unfurled, to topple over, its body swaying slightly. Huff, huff, huff. It flapped its wings vigorously to regain its balance. The bronze creature's nose twitched in indignation as its anger and body temperature soared, feeling that the dignity of its aerial supremacy had been gravely insulted. SSSS roar. It opened its mouth wide, instinctively preparing to unleash something. Yet at that moment, its nostrils twitched, detecting a scent that stirred its curiosity. The creature's aggressive posture faltered, its mouth closing as it curiously sniffed at its own nose. Unbeknownst to it, its anger dissipated, replaced by a newborn's intrigue for the unfamiliar world around it. It leaned closer to Rhaenys' outstretched finger, inhaling deeply and even gently nudging the girl's hand with its mouth. The comforting sense of intimacy intensified once more. Rhaego. Meanwhile, Rhaenys' eyes were filled with anxiety as she took a deep breath and continued to softly call out. Just moments ago, she had mustered the courage to touch the little creature, yet now she found herself regretting her impulsive action, for Rhaego was devoid of human understanding and could not speak. She feared that this little being might suddenly turn aggressive and bite off her fingers. However, a strange sound emanated from Rhaego's beautifully elongated neck, filled with both menace and elegance. Abruptly, it inclined its head towards the girl's palm, nuzzling against it like a puppy seeking its master's affection, its previously furious bronze eyes softening in demeanor. Rhaego. The girl with brown hair displayed a look of surprise, for she understood that Rhaego had accepted her. With newfound boldness, Rhaenys cradled the little creature in her arms, and this time, Rhaego did not resist. Instead of burrowing into her embrace, it leapt onto the shoulder of the brown-haired girl, raising its head high and spreading its wings. Rhaego seemed to sense the half-Targaryen blood coursing through the girl's veins, acknowledging Rhaenys. The other two small creatures, possessing high intelligence, understood that their mother was not a threat. Quick, be careful. The girl remained kneeling amidst the ruins, her brown hair fluttering in the breeze as she cautiously regarded the green dragon resting on her shoulder. The scholar seized the opportunity, gesturing for the other soldiers to approach and carry away the still unconscious Daenerys. Soon, dawn illuminated the sky. The city, having slumbered through the night, awoke with renewed vigor. Radiant sunlight streamed through the bright windows, casting a square patch of light upon the room's floor. Due to the previous day's devastating fire, the main keep of Dragonstone had been completely reduced to rubble, and the remnants of its walls remained uncleared. The two girls left homeless were compelled to reside in other chambers. The servants worked diligently to prepare 2 unused rooms within the castle, while Daenerys remained inexplicably in a deep slumber, oblivious to her surroundings. The scholar attempted to diagnose her condition, but could discern nothing amiss. The little girl appeared to be in a peaceful sleep, unable to awaken despite all efforts. Then, Rhaenys took it upon herself to cleanse her little ant of the soot and grime that clung to her. She gently stroked the girl's smooth scalp. Astonishingly, Daenerys, who had been trapped in the inferno for half a day, bore no injuries whatsoever, aside from dust and ashes. Her hair singed, she emerged unscathed. Though the three little creatures had accepted Rhaenys, they remained reluctant to stray far from Daenerys. However, Rhaenys perceived their antics as a desire to play in water. Within the steamy room, the three little beings leapt in and out of the water, flapping their wings and splashing water everywhere, prompting Rhaenys to give each of them a gentle thump on their heads in exasperation. They then perched on the edge of a wooden tub, hissing angrily at the brown-haired girl as if engaged in a quarrel. Yet, after a day filled with anxiety and busyness, Rhaenys had no time to engage in a proper discussion with them. Once cleansed, Daenerys' body remained pale and pristine, as if nothing had ever transpired, continuing to sleep soundly, entirely unaware of the calamity she had just endured. This was nothing short of a living miracle. The red comet that streaked across the sky at dusk perhaps bore testament to this extraordinary event. Many soldiers who witnessed Daenerys emerge unscathed believed that the red comet had blessed the princess. It was said to represent innocence and purity among the seven gods. A messenger sent to protect this innocent girl. However, this rumor had yet to gain much traction when, after the scholar's reminder, Rhaenys suddenly came to her senses. She quickly issued an order under the cover of night. The incident of the castle fire was to be kept strictly confidential, forbidding any gossip. If I catch anyone. Rhaenys wished to utter some fierce words, but her gentle nature prevented her from being as ruthless as Viserys. I certainly won't let him off easily, she thought, but did not voice it, merely letting out a soft huff through her nose. Furthermore, discussion of the matter within the castle was strictly prohibited. Do you understand? Yes, Your Highness. Thus, a strict gag order was enforced within the castle, prohibiting any hint of the incident from being disclosed. Chapter 135, Awakening. In the present, the clear and radiant sunlight streamed through the narrow window of the room. The tumultuous night had finally passed. Daenerys, having slumbered for an entire day and night, slowly began to awaken. The girl lay in bed, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly before she gradually opened her eyes, revealing a pair of clear, bright violet irises. Supporting herself on the bed, she sat up, feeling a throbbing pain in her head as if it might split open, and her throat parched with thirst. What is happening? Confusion etched across Daenerys' youthful face. She struggled to recall the events of the previous day, her mind a blank slate. All she remembered was awakening to find herself seemingly engulfed in a sea of flames, surrounded by raging fires on all sides. Yet, she did not feel overwhelming panic, as the scene before her bore a striking resemblance to a dream she had once experienced. In her dream, she had envisioned a colossal dragon adorned in pearlescent scales. Its horns, wing bones, and crest gleaming gold. Its eyes glimmered like molten metal as it opened its massive maw, unleashing torrents of fiery orange flames, interspersed with hints of pale gold. The flames consumed her home, incinerated her castle, yet within the dream, she remained unscathed. Could this truly be a dream? Daenerys rubbed her temples, feeling as if they might burst. However, the fact that she had awakened proved that the inferno she had witnessed upon opening her eyes was indeed another dream. Yet in the next moment, her small hand froze in place. It dawned on her that she was in an unfamiliar room. This was not the bedroom she was accustomed to. Aside from the familiar radiant sunlight streaming through the window, every other aspect of the room was utterly foreign to her. Even the air was tinged with a faint scent of dust, reminiscent of a storeroom long abandoned. Moreover, Daenerys soon discovered that her beloved Viserion, whom she would often clutch to her chest while sleeping, had vanished without a trace. Had she lost her dragon egg? And where exactly was she? The girl felt a wave of panic wash over her, an unsettling dread creeping up her spine. Although Daenerys was generally timid, she held her dragon egg in high esteem, as it symbolized her brother. In a flurry, she threw off her covers, eager to search for it. However, her sudden movements roused the girl sleeping beside her. Daenerys realized that Rhaenys was nestled behind her. Upon awakening from a dream engulfed in flames, Rhaenys experienced a throbbing headache, rendering her oblivious to the fact that she had been entangled in the sheets, her leg exposed, with a disheveled appearance. Daeny, you're awake. Rhaenys rubbed her still sleepy eyes, noticing Daenerys sitting up, seemingly in a frantic search for something. The lingering drowsiness in her mind dissipated instantly, replaced by wide-eyed surprise as she sprang from the bed. Since Daenerys had been rescued the previous day, she remained in a state of deep slumber. Although her breathing and heartbeat were steady, the scholar had diagnosed her as being in good health, deeming it a miraculous occurrence. As for why she had not awakened when there appeared to be no issues, the scholar himself was perplexed and could not provide an answer. Nevertheless, he had expressed willingness to journey back to the citadel to summon his mentor, the esteemed physician Ambrose, bearer of the silver scepter, should the princess remain unresponsive. Yet now that Daenerys had awakened on her own, there was no need for Master Gunther to make the arduous trip to Westeros. Rhaenys, overwhelmed with joy, disregarded her own disheveled state and enveloped Daenerys in a warm embrace. However, to Daenerys, Rhaenys' exuberance seemed nothing short of mockery. Still grappling with her own bewildering circumstances, she felt a slight sense of relief at having Rhaenys by her side. Yet, in an instant, she connected the dots, instinctively believing that her abrupt awakening in this unfamiliar room was yet another one of Rhaenys' mischievous schemes. Though Rhaenys was only slightly older than Daenerys, she had always assumed a maternal or sisterly role, nurturing Daenerys as she grew. Rhaenys' vivacious personality starkly contrasted with Daenerys' shy demeanor, often leading her to concoct playful schemes to tease her, which resulted in Daenerys frequently reporting her antics to their brother for support. Yet now, with her brother away for an extended period, Rhaenys had resumed her playful torment. "Rhaenys, where have you hidden my Viserion?" Daenerys demanded, her cheeks flushed with indignation. The usual shyness evaporated in the face of her anger, compelling her to insist that Rhaenys return her dragon egg. She suspected that Rhaenys had been scheming to claim it for herself, and with her sudden appearance in this room, the disappearance of her dragon egg could only be attributed to Rhaenys' tricks. Pushed away by Daenerys, Rhaenys, with tear-streaked cheeks and a runny nose, sat on the bed with her petite legs dangling over the edge. Blinking in surprise, she momentarily failed to grasp Daenerys' expression of fury. "Huh? Why you seem so angry?" Rhaenys' clever mind soon pieced together the situation. "Ha ha ha!" She laughed, grasping Daenerys' shoulders, her laughter causing the remnants of tears to tumble down her cheeks. Daenerys, witnessing Rhaenys' amusement, felt her anger intensify. "You rascal, I'll get you." With that, the little girl lunged at Rhaenys, determined to wrestle with her mischievous companion. However, Rhaenys, finding Daenerys' fury amusing, made no effort to resist, rolling with laughter on the bed while trying to evade Daenerys' playful assaults. Their spirited play, however, disturbed the guests resting beneath the bed. Suddenly, a raspy roar echoed throughout the room, slicing through the noise of the girls frolicking. Daenerys, who had been wrestling with Rhaenys, momentarily paused, her face registering a flicker of anger and surprise as her small hand hovered in midair. What was that sound? She wondered, sensing a strange familiarity in the voice that seemed to resonate just beside her ear. Turning her head, she beheld a small creature with pearlescent scales standing at her bedside. Its eyes glimmered like molten gold, tilting its head as it regarded her with kindness. With a flap of its wings, it struggled to ascend and awkwardly settled upon Daenerys' shoulder. "Oh!" Daenerys gasped in surprise as the creature approached. Yet inexplicably, she did not flinch, allowing this little being to perch upon her. Its sharp claws grasped her shoulder gently, as though afraid to harm her delicate skin. "What is it?" Daenerys exclaimed, covering her mouth with one hand while gazing curiously at the creature now resting on her shoulder. An overwhelming sense of affection blossomed within her heart, taking root with fervor. At just 6 years of age, she had never contemplated the experience of motherhood. Yet at this moment, an intense urge to nurture and protect this little creature enveloped her. Was it not akin to having her own child? Daenerys was taken aback by this bold notion, her small hand gently covering her mouth in astonishment. Meanwhile, Rhaenys, still catching her breath from their earlier antics, sat up on the bed. Although she had encountered the creatures the previous night, witnessing them again in the morning still left her astounded by their violent beauty. "It's a dragon, Dini." Rhaenys took a moment to steady her racing heart, which still echoed from their earlier playful antics. She then gazed at Daenerys, whose bald head and browless cheeks prompted a gentle smile from her. With an effort to maintain a calm and serious demeanor, she spoke earnestly, "It is your Viserion." A burst of laughter escaped her lips. "Faha, sorry, Dana. I didn't mean it." Ultimately, Rhaenys could no longer contain herself, bursting in a hearty laughter once more, clutching her belly in amusement. Though she had not undergone rigorous training, she had strived to remain composed in that moment. However, Daenerys' utterly hairless head, devoid even of eyebrows, resembled a charming, rotund creature with eyes and a nose. And this absurdity proved too much for Rhaenys to suppress her mirth. Despite Daenerys being momentarily baffled by Rhaenys' whimsical behavior, she could not dwell on it, for her attention was wholly captivated by Rhaenys' initial proclamation. "It is a dragon." "A dragon?" The girl covered her mouth, her fingers parting slightly to reveal her slowly widening smile, as she looked at the little creature nestled on her shoulder, her violet eyes now round with astonishment. The small being, adorned in pearly white scales that glistened like exquisite glass under the sunlight, had golden horns, wing bones, and a crest. It opened its mouth and emitted a soft roar towards Daenerys, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Perhaps due to its recent hatching, its vocal cords remained underdeveloped, resulting in a somewhat discordant and raspy sound akin to that of snake. Nevertheless, even in its cries, Viserion conveyed a profound sense of goodwill, its golden eyes mirroring the image of the girl before it. The main keep of Dragonstone served as the royal residence, where the chambers of Viserys, Rhaenys, and Daenerys, all members of House Targaryen, were situated. Due to the demands of distant campaigns, Viserys had left his black dragon egg behind, resting in a chest within his quarters. Rhaenys had long since relinquished her attempts to hatch the egg, as Viserys had declared that these dragon eggs, relics from ancient times, had long since fossilized and might never yield life. After a few futile attempts, Rhaenys had given up, tossing the egg to her small black cat to play with, and had not given another thought. Only Daenerys remained steadfast in her determination to hatch her dragon egg, tirelessly striving to bring it to life. Thus, all 3 dragon eggs were stored within the main keep of Dragonstone, and during the Great Fire, they all miraculously hatched. The first being they encountered upon birth was Daenerys. Her pure Targaryen blood naturally drew the dragons to her, causing them to regard her as their mother. While Rhaenys also shared the Targaryen lineage and had earned the favor of the green dragon Rhaego, among the hatchlings were not only the green Rhaego and the white Viserion. The much-anticipated black egg belonging to Viserys had also hatched. Viserys named it Balerion, meaning Black Death, a name that also alluded to the deities of Valyrian civilization and their felines. At this moment, Balerion lay perched atop a cabinet by the wall, disdainful of any attempts to curry favor. Its crimson eyes coldly surveyed the 2 girls below who had just been frolicking along with its 2 brothers. Then, it opened its mouth and released a deep, terrifying growl. The roar of the black dragon echoed through the room. The 2 young dragons immediately ducked their heads in fright, trembling slightly, as if to express their submission. Valerion's body was covered in thick black scales, and between the scales, a molten red glow pulsed, flickering in rhythm with its heavy breaths. Its horns, wing bones, and crest gleamed golden, and intricate golden sigils adorned its body. Though it had just emerged from its egg, Balerion was already thrice the size of its siblings, reaching the stature of a small lamb. How had it grown so large? Rhaenys' eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the black dragon atop the cabinet. Just yesterday, when Balerion had hatched, it had indeed been considerably larger than the other 2, yet still no bigger than a small puppy. Now, it seemed to have inflated overnight as if by some magical force, leaving Rhaenys utterly astonished. Rhaego, the brown-haired girl, then glanced down at the green dragon Rhaego, who had just clumsily tumbled into her embrace. Although Rhaego appeared to have grown slightly, it was still no larger than a small dog. What could possibly explain this? Chapter 137, The Legion. However, Rhaenys' questions were soon answered. A harried servant rushed in, informing the elder princess that the kitchen had been burgled the previous night. It seemed the thief had been quite famished, consuming a substantial amount of the kitchen's stores without any regard for the nature of the food. As the servant relayed this alarming news, Balerion, still perched proudly atop the cabinet, inexplicably turned its head. Its fearsome visage nestled beneath its wings momentarily, as if scratching an itch before re-emerging. Unfazed. At that moment, both princesses had already dressed. Daenerys, upon discovering that her hair and eyebrows had been scorched away, felt an acute sense of social embarrassment and distress. Though still young, she was aware of beauty and unappeal, and she resolutely declared her intention to seclude herself until her hair and eyebrows had regrown. Now, Daenerys wore a wide-brimmed hat, surrounded by a veil of white fabric, allowing her to see outside, while rendering her features nearly invisible to others. The 2 girls sat upon their bed, listening intently to the anxious report from the kitchen servant, exchanging glances filled with apprehension. This was due to the recent fire. Everyone's nerves remained taut with fear of another unforeseen disaster. Thus, they hurried to inform the elder princess about the alarming consumption of food, for if such a ferocious thief had indeed infiltrated the castle, hiding somewhere within its walls, the consequences could be dire. A thief? Stealing food? Without discrimination? The 2 princesses, having concluded the maid's report, exchanged glances before simultaneously raising their heads to gaze upon Balerion, who lay atop the cabinet. The expression of the black dragon seemed somewhat unnatural, as if it could comprehend human speech. It then adjusted its reclining posture, staring vacantly at a particular spot on the ceiling. A brief silence enveloped the room. "No wonder my brother's dragon has grown to such immense proportions," Daenerys remarked, blinking at Balerion. "It appears it has been indulging itself." Balerion's size dwarfed that of Vhagar and Merax's by more than threefold. This exaggerated stature instilled a sense of trepidation in the two younger dragons, making them hesitant to meet its crimson gaze, let alone lie beside it or engage in play. Yet, even if it had been indulging, it should not have grown so large, Rhaenys interjected, having overheard Daenerys's quiet exclamation. She then cast a glance at her own dragon, Rhaego, who resembled a malnourished puppy, evoking a sense of sympathy. The disparity is simply too vast. Did Rhaego not eat enough yesterday? After the three hatchlings had emerged, Rhaenys had instructed the kitchen to prepare an abundance of beef and lamb for them, fearing they might not be satiated. Although these little creatures had just been born, their appetites and teeth were surprisingly robust. However, constrained by their size, they could not consume as much as they desired. Ultimately, as the two girls took a break, the three hatchlings fell asleep beneath the bed. To their surprise, Balerion, unbeknownst to them, had stealthily slipped out in the middle of the night to raid the larder, leaving his two younger brothers behind. Although the suspected culprit was right before them, Rhaenys remained cautious and ordered a thorough inspection of the entire castle, informing the maid that the kitchen doors need not be locked at night henceforth. She feared Balerion might break down the door if he could not open it. A great fire, though a calamity, also bore the seeds of fortune. Andalos had birthed 3 little dragons. Meanwhile, in the distant ruins of Gutter, the Andalos Legion, having rested through the night, prepared to pack up and embark on a new day's journey. How are the supplies? Presently, the Legion's quartermasters were engrossed in scribbling notes, while the soldiers responsible for various tasks reported in a cacophony of voices. Where had the supply collectors gone? The tent buzzed with noise, akin to a bustling market. The Andalos Legion, in fact, differed subtly from the armies of other city-states or nobles, though these differences were trivial in detail and largely unnoticeable at first glance. They seamlessly incorporated a multitude of unique concepts. Firstly, the Legion boasted a plethora of specialized officers whose management style was meticulous without being cumbersome. The extensive hierarchy allowed for soldiers' promotions to become attainable, thus instilling greater courage to engage in battle. Secondly, the delineation of authority was more refined, minimizing conflicting jurisdictions and preventing the blame shifting that often ensued. Those responsible for equipment managed logistics, while those overseeing provisions handled the meals. Any issue arising in these areas could be directly addressed with the responsible party. Such was the influence of Viserys. For instance, during the last great battle, the deployment of caltrops had encountered severe issues, allowing the Dothraki to easily breach the defenses and charge into the ranks, resulting in significant casualties among the Legion soldiers. In the aftermath of the battle, Viserys, having fought tirelessly throughout the day, burned the midnight oil to address military affairs and identified the root of the problem. His messenger had failed to relay his commands accurately, neglecting to inform the officers and soldiers tasked with laying caltrops that they were to bury them to prevent being easily retrieved by ropes. The inability of a messenger to accurately convey a commander's orders was a grave transgression within the Legion, leading to dire losses on the battlefield. Thus, despite his reluctance to punish the loyal and astute squire who typically accompanied him, Viserys knew he could not show mercy at this moment. He subsequently ordered the execution of the messenger, making an example of him before the entire army, a stark reminder that warfare must never be approached with negligence. Although Viserys was not particularly skilled in training soldiers, a task overseen by Oberyn, his method of governance was exceptionally orderly, significantly enhancing the operational efficiency of the entire Legion. It was this combination that birthed a formidable military force. Thus, under this efficient operational model, the Andalos Legion swiftly packed their belongings and dismantled their encampment, setting their sights toward the direction indicated by their king's sword, racing towards the site where the Red Comet had fallen. Chapter 138, The Fallen Star. The Red Comet that had plummeted the previous night was not far from the battlefield of Gutter and the Andalos Legion's encampment. It appeared as though it had struck directly overhead, and the Legion was caught in the terrifying aftermath of its explosion. Although the impact was not severe, a few unfortunate souls sustained injuries, one of whom was gravely wounded, while the majority of the soldiers, like Viserys, remained unscathed, albeit somewhat disheveled and dusty. Subsequently, after a half-day's march, the Andalos Legion traversed the confluence of the Upper Loren and Little Loren rivers, arriving at the plains east of the Upper Loren. In the distance, the mountains loomed, rising and falling in majestic waves. This region was home to one of the few colossal mountain ranges on Essos, known as the Novos Mountains. Nestled within this vast expanse was Novos, one of the 9 free trade city-states, with winding roads threading through the mountains, leading into the mist-laden distance. Due to the peculiar terrain, this area also harbored rampant banditry and various Greenwood Brotherhoods. Surrounding city-states had repeatedly dispatched troops to quell these threats. Yet they often returned in disarray, bested by the Brotherhoods who utilized the terrain to their advantage. Presently, despite the distance still separating them, Viserys, surrounded by the Legion's soldiers, glimpsed the site where the Red Comet had fallen. There, amidst the chaos, a striking scene unfolded. Thick plumes of smoke billowed upward, shrouding the sky, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remnants. Coughing, the soldiers of the Legion could not help but cover their mouths and noses as they advanced, succumbing to bouts of violent coughing. Yesterday, the defeat of the Dothraki ignited a great conflagration. Although the flames did not severely affect them, the soldiers were still overwhelmed by the thick smoke, causing their noses to run and tears to flow. Little did they expect that after departing from the battlefield of Ghidorah, they would continue to endure such torment. Last night, the Red Comet transformed into a colossal fireball, breaking through the atmosphere and ultimately crashing into the Norfoss Mountains, swiftly igniting a massive fire. The dense forests and thick underbrush within the mountains, coupled with the strong winds, provided the perfect setting for the flames to rage. This natural disaster, once birthed, could scarcely be halted by human effort. The only hope lay in beseeching the gods for a merciful downpour to extinguish the inferno. Though they had already witnessed the billowing smoke rising to the heavens, by the time the Andals Legion reached the foot of the Norfoss Mountains, dusk had fallen. The wind direction shifted at twilight, now blowing towards the northwest, granting the beleaguered soldiers a momentary respite from stifling smoke. They seized the opportunity to approach closer, bearing witness to the terrifying wildfire that engulfed the entire mountain, its flames painting the sky in hues of crimson, rendering the distinction between day and night nearly obsolete. The blaze continued to spread relentlessly towards the neighboring peaks, appearing to be an unstoppable force. The sight was utterly horrifying. As the soldiers beheld this dread spectacle, a parched sensation gripped their throats, compelling them to swallow nervously. Such a calamity was beyond the scope of human intervention. O merciful Mother, we beseech you to send forth holy rain to quench this raging fire, murmured several soldiers of the Andals Legion, who began to silently gesture their prayers, their fingers pressed to their foreheads in supplication. Simultaneously, the soldiers from the Rhoynar were imploring the spirits of the mountains and rivers to avert this disaster. Viserys observed these scenes unfold before him, yet chose to remain silent, having opted to wield religion as a double-edged sword. He recognized the inextricable bond it formed with his fate. Nevertheless, at this juncture, the benefits outweighed the potential perils. His mind was as clear as a polished mirror, fully aware of his actions and the decisions he must make. He did not wish to sever his ties with religion. Presently, for Andals, the pressing matter was the question of ethnicity. How could he, akin to the Seven Kingdoms, facilitate the seamless integration of the Andals and Rhoynar, along with other peoples, into one cohesive entity? Upon the arrival of the Andals army at the base of the Norfoss Mountains, they discovered a merchant caravan had reached this location even earlier. From a distance, they could see an endless host of soldiers advancing along the road, causing palpable anxiety among the members of the caravan. The leader of the caravan appeared pale, while his guards, reeking of blood, nervously drew their swords. However, the leader quickly admonished them, for confronting a regular army head-on would be tantamount to courting death. They had long traversed the trade route from Pantos to Norfoss, yet were uncertain which army was approaching. Was it Norfoss or Pantos? The forces of Norfoss were known for their bearded monks wielding battle axes and engaging in religious ceremonies to wed their weapons. This army, however, bore no resemblance to the bearded monks. As for Pantos, their troop numbers barely sufficed for defense. It was inconceivable they could muster such a large force. Utter nonsense. They are undoubtedly here for the gift of Laro, exclaimed the leader of the caravan, a robust man with a fierce glint in his eyes and a long knife at his waist. Upon hearing this, chaos erupted within the caravan. We cannot. This is a gift from the King of Light. We must flee. Flee? It is already too late. Just as their uproar reached a crescendo, 2 cavalry units emerged from the flanks of the advancing army, having spotted them and gradually encircling them. Escape was impossible unless they were driven up the mountain into the fiery abyss. The entire caravan consisted of fervent devotees of Laro, the King of Light, who had interpreted the sight of the Red Comet last night as a divine sword piercing the long night, a gift from their sovereign. Among the followers of the King of Light, there existed a prophecy that foretold the coming of a hero who would draw a flaming sword from the fire, to combat the impending long night. This prophecy was known to nearly all adherents. It had been passed down through the ages, yet the long night had not yet arrived. While the heralds of light continued to multiply, for the conjuration of the flaming sword was not particularly arduous. However, the leader of the caravan took this matter with utmost seriousness. He could deduce, even with the most rudimentary logic, that the object which had fallen from the heavens bore immense value. It was said that across the narrow sea, in a city named Starfall, a meteor had descended, giving the city its name. The iron from that fallen meteor had been forged into a weapon that rivaled Valyrian steel, the legendary Sword Dawn. Faced with the prospect of an almost inconceivable fortune, a boon that could lead to a fate worse than death, the leader was reluctant to surrender so easily. Moreover, since escape was no longer an option, he drew a heavy breath and licked his parched lips. A short while later, the Andals army finally confronted the merchant caravan, while the light cavalry had already encircled them entirely. Stay calm. The guards of the caravan were herded together by the cavalry, their spears driving them like frightened rabbits. Viserys sat upon his horse clad in simple attire, adorned with a resplendent golden crown, holding the reins in one hand. He surveyed the encircled caravan from a distance, his eyes narrowing slightly as he prepared to speak. At that moment, a man, clad in attire more extravagant than Viserys himself, robust and imposing, approached from within the caravan. He had recognized the banner of the Andals army and the three-headed dragon's sigil emblazoned upon Viserys' chest. Though the news of the Andals legion's triumph over Drogo Ko in the Battle of Ghidorah had yet to spread, the names of Andals and Viserys were already renowned throughout the region. The young king was surrounded by countless knights and warriors, akin to stars gathered around the moon, making him easily recognizable. Having just emerged from the chaos of battle, the soldiers of Andals bore the unmistakable scent of blood and an aura of menace. Their gazes markedly different from ordinary men. Many of the guards accompanying the caravan appeared fearsome, yet upon locking eyes with the cold gaze of these soldiers, they felt an unsettling shiver run down their spines, hastily bowing their heads like timid little rabbits. "We are a legitimate caravan under the protection of Norvos. Is there something you wish to discuss?" The leader of the caravan approached Viserys' steed, slightly bowing in salute, his demeanor neither servile nor arrogant, holding his head high. A caravan protected by Norvos, indeed? Quite impressive, Viserys remarked, reining in his warhorse, the hose halting just before the leader's gaze, scrutinizing the seemingly self-assured man for a protracted moment. Meanwhile, Prince Oberyn surveyed this unexpected visitor, and upon perceiving something, whispered a few words into Viserys' ear. Viserys turned to glance at Oberyn before returning his gaze. The caravan leader appeared calm on the surface, yet inwardly he was quite anxious. Then, a tranquil voice descended from above, that of the young king. "Seize them all." At Viserys' command, chaos erupted. The Andals warriors, who had just emerged from a fierce battle, showed no hesitation upon receiving the sudden order to apprehend, advancing like ravenous wolves intent on subduing the entire caravan. Among them, the astute ones promptly discarded their weapons onto the ground. Clang! They offered no resistance, raising their hands in surrender, only to be roughly bound by the soldiers who pressed them to their knees. Those who were a heartbeat slower, who failed to discard their weapons swiftly, or the fervent followers of Rhoynar who attempted to resist, were swiftly dispatched by the Andals soldiers. Thud, thud, thud. The sharp blades found their mark in the necks of the unfortunate, severed heads rolling onto the ground. The sudden upheaval caught many off guard. "You bandits! The King of Light shall descend to punish you wretched heretics." Among them, a Rhoynar follower masquerading as a caravan guard chose to forsake his disguise. Having just wounded a soldier in a futile act of resistance, he was soon overwhelmed. Knowing he would not survive, he emitted a desperate roar. Thud! A soldier from Andals swiftly severed his head from behind. The followers of Rhoynar who had surrendered upon capture turned pale upon hearing his final cry of despair. The leader of this gang, likewise disguised as the caravan leader, was the first to be captured, bound and kneeling on the ground, his expression grim, for he understood he had been exposed. Yet, he remained oblivious to the moment of his unmasking. Was it merely a fleeting glance from the famed young king, who had fled from Westeros to Essos since childhood, that unveiled his flaw? Viserys, still mounted, observed the caravan composed of over 100 members of the Brotherhood, calmly watching heads roll, his eyes betraying no flicker of emotion. In truth, Viserys had not discerned any indications of treachery. However, Oberyn, having traversed the lands of Essos as a mercenary, was well acquainted with the underhanded tactics of the lower echelons. He seemed to have detected an issue, quietly warning Viserys. Nevertheless, even without Oberyn's counsel, Viserys would not have allowed these individuals to escape unscathed. For although the fires still blazed on the mountain, rapidly spreading, he surmised that the flames at the heart of the falling star had begun to dwindle. The most significant obstacle was the suffocating smoke. But that was a challenge he could surmount. Viserys' greatest concern was the potential for the secret of the Red Comet to be uncovered by others. Preserving the site of the fallen star intact, and discerning the connection between the Red Comet's essence and magic, was of utmost importance to him. Your Majesty, this is unjust. We are a legitimate caravan, not members of any brotherhood. The leader of the brotherhood attempted a final defense. Yet, Viserys waved his hand dismissively. He had no time for the futile blathering of a minor character. Even if he were indeed a caravan under Norvos's protection, today he would seize it, instructing his soldiers to proceed with the search. Crash! The contents of the caravan's carts were scattered across the ground, despite still being cargo. They bore the marks of recent blade cuts and splattered blood. It appeared that this brotherhood had just pillaged another caravan, leaving all its members slain, and their goods had fallen entirely into the hands of these brigands. At that moment, a soldier seemed to have discovered something. Your Majesty, he called, approaching with a weighty small wooden box cradled in his arms. Chapter 140, The Heart of the Stars. Viserys accepted the somewhat heavy box from the soldier. Crack! Lifting the lid, he beheld a dark red stone, resembling congealed blood, lying quietly within. What is this? Viserys' gaze sharpened as he felt a twinge of trepidation upon seeing it. He then raised his eyes to the captured leader of the Brotherhood, whose face turned ashen upon realizing Viserys had uncovered the box. This was the object they had risked the lives of several brethren to recover from the site of the Red Comet's descent. It seemed to be the core of the comet itself, having emitted a brilliant red glow when first found, its surface radiating an alarming heat. The followers of the light had endured long in the smoky, fiery environment, waiting for the stone's surface temperature to gradually cool, thus prolonging their descent. They had just brought it down the mountain when they encountered the Andals army, who had also discovered them, dispatching 2 flanking cavalry units to encircle them. By then, even if they had wanted to escape with the stone, it was already too late. Ultimately, they had to confront Viserys, hoping to either coerce or deceive him into allowing them to depart with the heart of the stars, aiming for a handsome profit. However, they had not anticipated that their audacious plan would be thwarted before it could even unfold. Was this found within? Viserys sat astride his horse, one hand cradling a heavy wooden box, yet he refrained from hastily reaching out to touch the peculiar object within. He then turned his gaze towards the Brotherhood leader, who was bound tightly and kneeling on the ground, and inquired, "Is it so, Your Majesty?" At that moment, the bandit leader harbored no illusions of preserving the treasure. His sole desire was to survive, bowing his head as he pleaded for mercy from Viserys. However, Viserys merely narrowed his eyes, not in a rush to acquiesce to their entreaty. He lifted his gaze to the thick clouds of smoke above, and although the wind was blowing in the opposite direction, obscuring their view of where the Red Comet had fallen, the scene remained shrouded in mystery. "Seal off this area. No one is to approach," he commanded. "Yes, Your Majesty," the attendant replied, promptly relaying the order. The long line of soldiers began to spread out, encircling the road leading to the site of the comet's descent. "Fetch a few more men, including him," Viserys added, gesturing towards the Brotherhood leader who worshipped the Lord of Light. "Let us investigate what else remains." Understood. Soon, soldiers advanced to unlock the chains from the captives' feet, releasing several other prisoners as well. Dozens of Andalusian soldiers covered their mouths and noses with damp cloths, then followed the captives into the thickening smoke, gradually disappearing from sight. The mountain fire was not something that could be extinguished in a day or two. He could not afford to wait indefinitely for it to subside. Viserys gazed at the overcast sky from his mount, the distant sunset nearing the horizon. Nightfall would soon descend, and this was not a place to linger. Should the wind shift, the Andalusian forces positioned at the foot of the mountain could find themselves in grave peril. The evening breeze was cool, prompting Viserys to order a retreat, leaving only a handful of cavalry to quietly await his command. Afterward, Viserys cast another glance at the dark red stone nestled within the wooden box and reached out to extract it. The stone's icy touch caused a shiver to run through his body upon contact. So cold? The youthful king was astonished. He had not anticipated that this seemingly fiery stone would feel so frigid. Could this be the core of the Red Comet? Viserys understood that the meteorite, upon its descent from outer space, generated immense heat from its friction with the atmosphere, incinerating impurities and leaving behind only the hardest of stone, iron, or some unknown substance, a process akin to being forged in fire before reaching the ground. He then applied slight pressure with his fingers. A chilling sensation surged into his mind. causing him to shudder as if grasping a block of solid ice. Indeed, the surface of the stone showed no signs of wear. It resembled not a mere stone, but rather a piece of meteoric iron. "Take a look," he said, glancing at the stone before handing it to Oberyn, who sat beside him on horseback. The Prince of Dorne, well versed in the ways of the world, had previously discerned that those masquerading as merchants were up to no good, prompting him to advise Viserys to apprehend them. Oberyn accepted the stone without hesitation, a slight chill coursing through him as well. "This is quite cold," he remarked, weighing it in his hand. Indeed, its heft and texture suggested it was not merely a stone, but rather meteoric iron. Oberyn then lifted his gaze to the young king, crowned and regal, and spoke. "The Dane family of Starfall is among the oldest houses on the continent of Westeros, tracing its lineage back to the Dawn Age. Nearly 10,000 years ago, legend has it that the first Dane, in pursuit of a fallen star, arrived at a small island at the mouth of the Torrentine, where he discovered a magical heart of a star. There, he established a castle, which is now known as Starfall. The ancestral weapon of House Dane, Dawn, is said to be forged from this very heart of the star." "Congratulations, Viserys," Oberyn said, reining in his horse and returning the heart of the star to Viserys. "You may soon possess a weapon rivaling Valyrian steel. Is that so?" Viserys replied, taking the heart of the star, though his expression revealed little astonishment. "At most, it seems sufficient to forge a longsword." The heart of the Red Comet was not particularly large. Perhaps, when melted down, it would yield only a single longsword, not even a greatsword. At that moment, a cacophony arose in the distance. A troop appeared on the horizon, cautiously halting upon noticing the encampment of the Andalusian army. "Another group has arrived? This place is indeed lively," Viserys remarked as he returned the heart of the star to the wooden box, entrusting it to the attendant beside him. Just then, the soldiers tasked with reconnaissance returned swiftly on horseback, bearing news. "Your Majesty, it is the bearded monks of Norvos." The commotion caused by the fallen star had drawn attention far and wide. Not only the Andalusian forces were nearby, but many others had taken notice as well, including the defeated Dothraki, who had also regrouped. Jacko, a former Call of Drogo's Blood Riders, had vanquished the remaining Khalasar to become the new Call, consolidating the remnants left by Drogo. He had first rallied his Blood Riders, then observed the red comet in the sky. To unite his people, Jacko's eyes glinted with cunning as he proclaimed in Dothraki that this comet was named Silik Koir, meaning the blood-weeping star. It symbolized that the great Khal Drogo had ascended to the heavens in fire, riding his fiery steed through the skies, and they would one day avenge him. He pointed at the blood-weeping star, vowing that he would slay those cowards clad in iron and burn their stone houses. And then the blood-weeping star fell from the sky. And so, aside from the victorious Andalusian forces and the retreating Dothraki in the distant Norvos, in a similar vein, there resided a venerable monk atop the Sinner's Ladder, who, on a fateful night, foretold the imminent descent of a celestial body, the Star of Karmic Debt. Should this event go unheeded, it would unleash a horrific calamity upon Norvos. Without delay, he summoned the ancient bells of Number, Nala, and Neil, whose resounding chimes reverberated throughout the entire city-state, carrying the monk's warning far and wide. Consequently, the Governor's Council of Norvos, mindful of the gravity of the situation, hastily dispatched a contingent of 2,000 soldiers to locate the predicted site of the fallen star. After a day and night of relentless searching, the soldiers finally discovered the true landing site of the Red Comet, swiftly realizing the nature of the disaster foretold by the monk within the temple, a conflagration, as bright as day, signifying the most dreadful of calamities. However, they found themselves outpaced, for others had already laid claim to the site. Who were these interlopers? Due to their overwhelming numbers, the forces of Norvos dared not approach but remained at a distance, watching with trepidation. Subsequently, they dispatched an emissary to negotiate. Clad in a long beard and wielding a formidable axe, a Norvos soldier on horseback approached Viserys. Dismounting, he set his weapon aside, respectfully clasped his hands together, and bowed slightly. "Esteemed Lord Andalos," he began, clarifying their intentions. They bore no malice, merely seeking to ascertain the location of the comet's fall and extinguish the raging wildfire. They expressed their willingness to offer a handsome reward to the Lord of Andals for his assistance. Given Norvos' mountainous terrain, the uncontrolled fire, compounded by a lack of rain, posed a grave risk of irreversible consequences. Viserys, upon hearing the emissary's request, did not hesitate long and consented to aid in extinguishing the flames. After all, this was a natural disaster that, if left unchecked, would ultimately harm Andals as well. Thus commenced a grand firefighting endeavor. The soldiers who ventured into the mountains soon returned unscathed, though all captives they had taken with them had seemingly vanished. The soldiers reported that the site of the Red Comet's fall was a massive pit, filled only with ruins and charred trees, devoid of any other valuables. Seizing the opportunity, the shackled captives attempted to revolt, striving to seize weapons, but were swiftly thwarted by the vigilant soldiers, who were among the most astute in their ranks. One by one, the captives fell to the soldiers' blades, and their leader was pierced through the chest, tumbling into the remnants of the smoldering inferno below, a fate from which he would not escape. The soldiers dared not pursue further, but seized a moment when the winds shifted, allowing them to retreat back down the mountain. "Are they dead?" Viserys inquired, nodding at the soldiers' report without further concern. To him, the lives of a few bandits were inconsequential. Whether they perished or escaped was of little import. Soon a night passed. After a relentless effort to combat the fire, the flames at the comet's landing site were entirely subdued. Viserys, draped in a cloak and covering his mouth with a damp cloth, entered the crater, where the ground was strewn with charred earth and debris left in the wake of the meteor's fall. It appeared that aside from the heart of the star, there was little of value to be found. "I am profoundly grateful for your noble assistance," the bearded monk expressed, following closely behind Viserys, hands clasped in gratitude. Yet now, they could only hope for divine mercy to bestow upon them a torrential rain. This morning, Nofo sent another contingent of thousands, bearing an abundance of gold and supplies to present to the Andals army, thanking them for their help in controlling the fire the previous night. Although the flames had not been entirely extinguished and had begun to spread to neighboring mountains, there was little to be done. Without the intervention of the Andals forces, the situation would have spiraled out of control. Viserys accepted the gratitude of the bearded monk, leading the Andals army in a brief respite before embarking on their return home. This journey took them far and wide, reaching Dohor and touching upon the ancient Valyrian roads of Pantos, before finally heading back to their homeland. Beyond lay the territories of Nofos and Pantos, and Viserys had no desire to provoke conflict with these colossal city-states at this juncture. Though Pantos lacked a military presence, its towering walls instilled a sense of dread, and they maintained cordial relations with numerous horse lords. Then a melodic horn sounded. On their return journey, the Andals army executed the remaining members of the Brotherhood along the banks of the upper Loran River, discarding the corpses into the waters before crossing the river and hastening towards their homeland. Chapter 142, Melisandre. After 3 months of arduous campaigning, the Andals army finally completed their conquest, annexing vast lands under the banner of House Targaryen. With countless villages and towns of the Rhoynar people succumbing to the three-headed dragon standard. On the battlefield of Dohor, despite securing a resounding victory, the army suffered significant losses, with nearly 3,000 dead or wounded, and morale teetering on the brink of collapse, as innumerable soldiers bore the scars of battle. Nonetheless, the spoils of war were substantial. The Andals forces decisively vanquished the Khalasar of Drogo, capturing a multitude of war horses in the aftermath. In a desperate counterattack, the Andals army, utilizing the ruins of the city, eliminated over 5,000 Dothraki and took nearly 1,000 prisoners while seizing an astonishing number of horses. These robust steppe steeds, many of which had yet to be gelded, could serve as breeding stock, providing a significant boon to Andals. The fertile Andals plains, encircled by mountains, remained largely uninhabited, ripe for the establishment of future pastures to raise war horses. This classic example of defeating a numerically superior foe not only showcased the prowess of the Andals army against the entirely cavalry-based Dothraki, but also represented the triumph of civilized peoples over barbaric tribes. In addition to their valor, the Andals forces wielded superior equipment and tactics. Yet, Viserys understood deeply that in the realm of cold steel warfare, cavalry still reigned supreme, and the formation of his own cavalry units remained paramount. The acquisition of these remarkable horses filled him with even greater exhilaration than seizing the heart of the Red Comet from the Brotherhood. A Valyrian steel weapon could only enhance his own prowess. A formidable legion, its iron-shod future poised to conquer ever more expansive realms, may even facilitate his crossing of the narrow sea to reclaim that which is rightfully his, the Iron Throne, from the lofty vantage of the heavens. A resounding rumble heralds the return of the Andals army, a vast multitude blanketing the earth, flanked by cavalry herding captured steeds. Nearby, in the thickets traversed by the army, a flock of crows takes to the sky. Viserys leads his forces officially on their homeward journey. In the city of Andals, dawn breaks. The sound of wooden wheels clattering emerges as a humble cart traverses the uneven road. Halt! At the road's end, sentinels conduct their customary inspection of passing carriages. Raising a hand, one pulls back the curtain, revealing within a strikingly beautiful woman clad in red, momentarily taken aback. This, the guard swallows hard, watching as the cart rolls into the heart of Andals. It is not that this sentinel has never encountered a woman, but rather that this red-clad figure possesses an ethereal beauty, her sheer garment exuding an irresistible allure, the hint of alabaster skin barely concealed, radiating a fervent warmth that stirs even the guard's own blood. So beautiful, the youthful soldier murmurs softly, entranced by the departing vehicle. The captain of the guards, noticing his comrade's rapture, swiftly delivers a sharp slap to the back of his head. Look at yourself. Have you never seen a woman before? Yet. He too casts a curious glance at the retreating cart, pondering what could possibly render his brother so entranced. Within that distant cart, a woman with fiery red hair gently draws her robe closer, her exquisitely serene visage radiating tranquility. She does not deliberately seek to entice the guard. Rather, the divine aura of Rhoynar emanating from her being is irresistibly captivating. She believes this admiration stems from the people's innate reverence for the Lord of Light, and she considers herself merely a conduit to illuminate their understanding of the divine. Melisandre subtly lifts the cart's canopy, her captivating crimson eyes lazily surveying the world behind her. However, the absence of city walls is indeed astonishing. From above, one can discern that the entire city is nestled around a modest hill crowned by a central fortress. Countless thoroughfares radiate outward, their intricate network embodying the urban design of Andals. All establishments, taverns, inns, brothels, and smithies converge beneath the castle, suggesting that only the fortress itself constitutes the true city, while the surrounding areas comprise mere villages. Thus, upon its completion, the castle was designated by its geographical name, eschewing more symbolically potent titles. Andals is simply Andals, not Andals City, representing this vast expanse of land. Viserys Targaryen III, son of the Mad King Aerys II Targaryen and Rhaella Targaryen, is said to still be in his youth. Yet as a child, he embarked alone on a mission to Braavos, leveraging the aid of the Braavosi and the Martell family to establish this very city. The cart's canopy is lowered once more, casting shadows over its interior. In this dimness, curiosity sparkles in Melisandre's eyes. 6 years prior, an 8-year-old boy displaying such bravery and accomplishing these feats is truly miraculous. Viserys' secretive mission to Braavos and his alliance with House Martell have remained closely guarded secrets. Although Oberyn's presence in Andals is common knowledge, outwardly, House Martell appears to have severed ties with him, as Oberyn has not returned to Dorne for many years. No one knows how Melisandre has come to learn of these hidden truths. A nation, a deity, a monarch. As the sound of wheels echoes from beyond the curtain, the red-robed woman whispers softly. Once, Melisandre glimpsed Viserys amidst flames, a strikingly handsome youth with silver gold hair, roasting a dragon's egg. For a long time, she had not seen anything in the flames, leading her to conclude this was a revelation from the Lord of Light. Consequently, Melisandre journeyed from afar, gathering knowledge of Viserys' deeds, and coupled with his unmistakable noble lineage, her conviction that he is the prophesied son of destiny solidified. Will you draw forth the harbinger of light from the flames, my king? Soon after, the wheels of the cart resound again as it ascends the cobblestone path leading to Andals Castle. Halt! Who goes there? The guards within the fortress intercept the carriage. These elite soldiers are not as easily swayed as their counterparts outside the city. Subsequently, the identity of Melisandre, the Red Priestess and envoy of Rhoynar, is reported to Princess Rhaenys. In the grand hall of the castle, Princess Rhaenys Targaryen reclines upon her lofty throne, adorned in a fitting black velvet gown, embroidered with the Targaryen crest in golden thread upon her left breast. Her exquisite visage is framed by long, chestnut waves cascading down her back, while her dark eyes shimmer like autumn waters. Atop her head rests the queen's crown, a legacy from her grandmother, embellished with a fiery gemstone. This crown, intended for women, once fit Viserys in his youth, but as he has grown, it no longer suits him. Thus, he left the crown in the castle and melted down some gold to forge one of his own. Now, Rhaenys sits upon the throne, her hands resting on the armrests as she gazes down at the red-robed sorceress kneeling before her, who slowly rises. You are Melisandre? The clarity of her voice resonates throughout the expansive hall. As the princess speaks, the Red Priestess, standing below, responds with a voice that is slightly husky yet calm. Neither humble nor haughty. Are you the messenger of the Red God? Rhaenys inquired, seated upon the throne, the sunlight streaming through the hall, illuminating the ruby on her forehead, causing it to gleam brilliantly. She then continued with her questioning. My station is humble, and I do not presume to claim the title of the messenger of the Lightbringer. However, I am indeed here to spread the radiance of the true deity. Melisandre responded to Rhaenys' inquiries with remarkable fluidity, exhibiting neither hesitation nor flaw, as if she had rehearsed her answers in advance. She disavowed any claim to being the messenger of the Lightbringer, merely stating that her status was too lowly to be regarded as a divine envoy, given that Viserys had proclaimed himself as the messenger of the Seven. If she were to label herself as the messenger of the Lightbringer, it would imply an equality of status. Melisandre simply asserted her purpose was to disseminate the faith of the Lightbringer. Rhaenys, upon hearing this response, furrowed her brow slightly. In truth, there were numerous followers of the Lightbringer across the continent of Essos, and the presence of the Red Priest was frequently observed in various cities. They traveled far and wide, propagating the faith of the Lightbringer, erecting red temples, purchasing enslaved children, or adopting abandoned orphans to become their acolytes, temple prostitutes, or warriors. For centuries, they had generally exercised restraint and tolerance, rarely clashing with local sects, which allowed them to propagate their teachings in many regions of Essos without issue. Even in the far-off lands of Westeros, the heart of the faith of the Seven, there existed a modest red temple in Old Town. Rhaenys had also encountered the Red Priests preaching in Andals, although a red temple had yet to be established there. Melisandre, are you not aware that my uncle is a messenger of the Seven? Rhaenys asked, her brow furrowing once more after a moment's contemplation. This time, she spoke without jest, her delicate features adorned with seriousness, as she felt an inexplicable pressure in the presence of the red-robed sorceress. The matter was indeed of great significance. The radiance of a false god could never be equated with that of a true deity. Melisandre, upon hearing Rhaenys' question, answered without a moment's hesitation. Audacious. The guards stationed on either side of the hall, the earliest followers of Viserys, were incensed by the Red Priestess's audacity to demean the Seven, branding them as false gods. Rhaenys' teacher, Ser Gonthar, seated beside her, also frowned, casting a glance at the young girl upon the throne. He deemed the act exceedingly disrespectful and felt Rhaenys ought to represent Viserys in delivering punishment, dragging the woman out for a whipping, then banishing her from Andals. Given that the guest was a Red Priestess, a figure steeped in mysticism, the castle's magical and mystical advisor, Myrai, was present, seated alongside the scholar. However, she was a follower of the High Priest, not the Seven, and therefore regarded Melisandre's words with indifference. Yet Myrai clenched her fists, her gaze upon Melisandre bearing a hint of danger and scrutiny. If this Red Priestess sought to integrate into Andals, it would inevitably affect her own standing. Nevertheless, despite Rhaenys' typically amiable disposition, she furrowed her brow at Melisandre's words. Her reaction, however, was not as vehement as that of the guards or the scholar. She merely gestured for the guards to refrain from their actions. Then, fixing her captivating gaze upon the Red Priestess, she spoke earnestly. Melisandre, I must correct you. The Lightbringer is indeed a true god, as are the Seven. Should you err in this regard again, you may find yourself in need of a champion to represent you in a trial by combat. Rhaenys warned the Red Priestess, her sincerity evident. She spoke no falsehoods. Though Rhaenys possessed a kind heart, should this woman continue to speak so freely, Rhaenys would be compelled to order her execution, or she could seek a knight to stand in her stead for a trial. Melisandre, having heard Rhaenys' admonition, inclined her head slightly, yet maintained her composure. She seemed oblivious to the guards who had already placed their hands upon their sword hilts. Rather than denying or affirming Rhaenys' assertion, she paused momentarily before continuing. All mortals must choose. In the future, regardless of gender, age, or social standing, choice will know no distinction. To embrace the light, or to walk in darkness. To uphold virtue, or to succumb to vice. To believe in the true deity, or to worship false gods. I do not dispute your uncle, his grace, King Viserys Targaryen III's nobility. The Red Priestess stood calmly in the center of the hall, her voice echoing softly. On the contrary, I believe His Majesty is the reincarnation of the savior Azor Ahai, destined to wield a sword of flame known as the Lightbringer, also called the Red Sword of Heroes, and to awaken the dragons from stone, thereby ending this eternal strife. Melisandre's words bore an air of mysticism, seemingly profound yet resembling a tapestry of nonsense to most, leaving Rhaenys and the surrounding guards somewhat bewildered. Only Ser Gonthar appeared to grasp some of the witch's meaning, his eyes widening in astonishment. Your Grace, I believe we must expel this Red Priestess at once. Her words are perilous. He inhaled deeply and whispered in Rhaenys' ear. However, Rhaenys remained silent for a moment before ultimately shaking her head, dismissing her teacher's counsel to expel the Red Priestess. Gunther, she has come seeking Viserys. I cannot simply cast her away. This matter shall be addressed upon his return. Then so be it. You may take refuge within the castle for the time being. Resolute, Rhaenys instructed the Red Priestess to be shown to a chamber, allowing her temporary residence within the castle. Decisions would be made once Viserys returned. Thank you, Your Grace. Melisandre expressed her gratitude with a slight bow, having received permission to meet with the Lord of Andals. She then raised her gaze to the three figures in the hall, her attention lingering momentarily on Myrai before she exited the grand chamber. The followers of the Lightbringer excel in the practice of fire magic. After Melisandre's figure vanished from the hall, Myrai, the magical advisor, finally spoke. This Red Priestess, claiming to hail from Ass High, may possess powers surpassing my own. The unattractive sorceress made no attempt to disguise her acknowledgement of the other's formidable strength. As the remaining occupants of the hall departed, Rhaenys found herself alone on the throne. Having sent everyone away to seek a moment of solitude, the young girl lifted her delicate hand to remove the crown from her head, cradling it gently between her palms as her striking black eyes gazed into the sunlight streaming through the hall, momentarily lost in thought. During the period of King Viserys' expedition to expand his territories, Rhaenys bore an immense burden of pressure. Unbeknownst to many, her character was gradually undergoing subtle transformations. However, it was not long before an unforeseen incident transpired. As the sun set and the moon rose on the very first night after Melisandre took residence in the castle, an unexpected event occurred. What had happened? My goodness, how could this be? The servants whispered among themselves, their gasps echoing through the halls. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps filled the air as the castle guards rushed to the scene, cordoning off the area. Quick, check over there. Rhaenys, who had just retired to her chambers moments earlier, found herself escorted by soldiers to the scene. This was the quarters designated for the three young dragons. Due to their boisterous nature, Rhaenys had relocated them to a new room to ensure a peaceful night's sleep. However, on this very night, calamity struck. As the patrolling guards approached the door of the chamber, they discovered the charred remains of a corpse sprawled upon the floor, smoke still curling from its burnt flesh. The body rendered almost brittle by the flames. Upon further examination, it was confirmed that the corpse belonged to the castle's magical advisor, Melisandre, who was suspected to have perished in the fiery breath of the black dragon, Vhagar. Yet, this was merely speculation, for Vhagar could not speak to defend itself. Nevertheless, the guards cast wary and fearful glances toward the now somewhat larger black dragon, apprehensive that it might erupt once more and inflict harm upon those nearby. Though it was a dragon, it was devoid of human sensibilities, and thus, its thoughts could not be measured by human logic. Vhagar had incinerated Melisandre. As Rhaenys arrived, encircled by soldiers, her incredulous gaze fell upon Vhagar, who stood at the center of the commotion. She was draped in a velvet cloak, having hurriedly come without even the time to arrange her hair. This cannot be, she murmured in disbelief. In this world, nothing is impossible, Your Highness, replied Ser Gunther, who had hastily descended from the Scholar's Tower, having heard the news. Initially, he too had doubted that a young dragon could slay a person, considering its small size and clumsy flight. Yet, as he arrived, he realized the grim truth, and the deceased was none other than an old acquaintance. Melisandre had served as a magical advisor in Andals for 5 or 6 years, making her a familiar figure to Gunther. After all, dragons were not human. Perhaps Vhagar merely regarded Melisandre as prey. Standing before Melisandre's charred body, Gunther's voice bore a somber weight. Nearby, the cries of a child pierced the air. Melisandre's son had arrived at the scene and was wailing at the sight of his mother's burnt remains. The atmosphere was chaotic and tumultuous. How could this happen? Rhaenys felt a throbbing headache, uncertain of how to proceed. She was reluctant to believe that Vhagar had truly slain Melisandre, for she had witnessed their hatching, perceiving them as 3 innocent children, and there was ample food. How could it have inexplicably burned Melisandre? Yet, whether she wished to believe it or not, the evidence lay before her. Vhagar may indeed have been responsible for the tragedy. At that moment, Gunther's voice broke through her thoughts. Your Highness, where has the red-robed sorceress who arrived at the castle earlier today gone? Rhaenys, flustered and unsure of her next steps, paused at her mentor's words. Master Gunther, why you seek her? To Rhaenys, the two matters seemed entirely unrelated. However, Gunther shook his head, offering a reminder. Do you recall what Melisandre said earlier today? The followers of the Lord of Light are adept in fire magic, and that lady, Melisandre, possesses sorcery that surpasses Melisandre's. She just moved into the castle, and now Melisandre has been incinerated. Who else could have so easily burned her? As Gunther's words hung in the air, Rhaenys' eyes widened in realization. What are you implying? The girl seemed to suspect that the Red Priestess, who had only just arrived at the castle, might have used fire magic to murder the magical advisor, Melamas. Nevertheless, Gunther merely shook his head slightly, speaking in a measured tone. This is merely a reasonable suspicion, Your Highness. We lack concrete evidence to prove that the red-robed sorceress conspired against Melamas. Hearing her mentor's words, Rhaenys let out a quiet sigh of relief. She feared that her invitation to the red-robed sorceress had led to Melamas' demise, a burden that would weigh heavily on her conscience. Yet, just as Rhaenys began to feel a sense of relief, the question returned to the forefront. Had the Black Dragon truly committed murder? However, Your Highness, Gunther's voice took on a grave tone once more. If we were to detain the red-robed sorceress under the accusation of murdering Melamas, the people would come to believe that Vhagar did not kill anyone. Gunther's words struck Rhaenys like a bolt of lightning, and she turned to face her mentor. Disbelief etched on her features. Under the bright lights, Gunther's hands were clasped before him, his expression a mixture of shadows and seriousness, devoid of any levity. Chapter 145, The Capture. That night, Melisandre sat quietly at her writing desk in her chamber. A half-burned white candle flickered, casting its glow and dispelling the darkness that enveloped the room. The struggle to banish darkness and restore light is invariably fraught with trials and sacrifices. Seated at her desk, the woman unexpectedly began to speak to herself, her words seemingly directed at an unseen presence. Before her stood a silvered copper mirror, meticulously crafted by skilled artisans from Myr. And in its reflection, Melisandre's gaze rested upon the flickering flame of the burning candle. The fire danced, the wax dwindling gradually, dripping in glistening drops into the candlestick below. Your sacrifice shall not be remembered by the world. Yet, as Melisandre whispered softly, the sudden sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the room, growing ever closer. With a resounding crash, the door was forcefully kicked open, and a group of armored guards, wielding long swords, barged in without a care for whether Melisandre was awake or asleep. The captain of the guards, pointing at Melisandre, proclaimed loudly, "You, the follower of Rhoynar, Lady Melisandre, are hereby arrested on the charge of murdering the magical and mystical advisor, Lady Melamasdar." He emphasized the accusation of being a follower of Rhoynar as he recited the charges. Continuing, "Now, all that remains is for you to confess and submit to the law." At the captain's words, a throng of soldiers encircled her. Yet, none dared to approach the red-robed sorceress directly, for word had already spread within the castle that this wicked witch had, in her quest for power, burned Lady Melamasdar alive with her fire magic. People harbor a certain reverence for the incomprehensible, such as the existence of magic and witchcraft. Thus, while they encircled Melisandre, they were too fearful to truly attempt her capture, dreading the possibility of becoming engulfed in flames themselves. However, upon hearing the guard's accusations and the charges being recited, Melisandre remained remarkably composed in her chair, as if she had anticipated this moment. She lazily lifted her eyelids, her gaze meandering over the assembled crowd. Then, gathering her robes, she rose from her seat. The casualness of her movements caused the surrounding soldiers to recoil in fright, stepping back several paces. What do you intend to do?" The captain, who had just read out the charges against Melisandre, drew his sword, his expression wary and his voice tinged with anxiety. He had been one of the guards present in the great hall during the day, having heard her blasphemously refer to the seven as false gods. Thus, upon receiving orders to capture Melisandre, he had hoped to seize the opportunity to teach her a lesson. Yet, now that he stood before the witch, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Observing the anxious expressions of the soldiers surrounding her, Melisandre remained unfazed and calmly shook her head. "You may take me away, but I do not acknowledge these charges imposed upon me." Upon hearing Melisandre's statement, the captain opened his mouth to rebuke her, but was interrupted by her next words. "And I surmise that Her Highness, the princess, did not instruct you to place these upon me." The woman with flowing red hair slightly raised her chin, indicating the chains and shackles held by the guards. This revelation left all the soldiers exchanging perplexed glances, ultimately turning their gazes to the captain. Did the princess indeed say such a thing? The Andalusian warrior's complexion shifted between shades of pale and red. He recalled the specific instructions given when the princess ordered Melisandre's arrest, and he hesitantly lifted his gaze to meet Melisandre's, now tinged with fear. For her words seemed to align too closely with reality. Although Rhaenys had commanded the arrest on charges of murder, she had explicitly mentioned leniency, intending the capture to serve as a form of house arrest. Yet, how could this woman possibly know such details? He remembered that he had been alone at the time. Was this the power of witchcraft and magic? The The captain's expression flickered between uncertainty and dread as he regarded Melisandre. Finally, confronted by the anxious gazes of his comrades, he gritted his teeth and gestured decisively. "Do as she says. Take her away." Consequently, several soldiers lowered their weapons and the shackles intended for capturing criminals. Melisandre made no attempt to resist, allowing herself to be escorted from the room, placed into a carriage, the curtains drawn tight. Thus, the carriage departed the castle under the cover of night, delivering the red-robed witch to the dungeons of Andals. With a thunderous clang, the iron door of the dungeon shut, locking securely. Meanwhile, within the castle, Rhaenys stood alone in the shadows, her heart a tumult of confusion. How could I have done this? She was uncertain whether Melisandre had indeed killed Melisandre, but the likelihood seemed slim as the two had no animosity towards one another. How could one so newly arrived suddenly resort to murder? Yet, Rhaenys found herself inexplicably compelled to acquiesce to her teacher's advice, ordering the capture of the Red Priestess and consigning her to the dungeon. This would convince the populace that Melisandre had not fallen victim to Balerian's wrath, alleviating their fears and animosity towards the beast. However, Rhaenys failed to realize that her actions inadvertently lent credence to the belief that Melisandre had indeed perished at Balerian's hands. She remained oblivious to the reason behind Melisandre's presence near the dragons at such an hour. Perhaps she had merely been passing by, or perhaps her curiosity had drawn her closer, her hand reaching out to touch, in which case, Balerian may have misjudged her intentions, not desiring to harm her, but perhaps merely wishing to engage her in a playful game. The brown-haired girl crouched on the ground, feeling as though her mind were on the verge of explosion. A bold idea whirled through her thoughts, yet she found herself unable to make a definitive decision. Having lived under the protective wing of Viserys, she now felt bereft of the courage to independently make a significant choice. Just then, Rhaego let out a jubilant roar and leapt onto her shoulder, nudging her cheek with his head. The girl's heart instantly softened, and she exhaled a sigh of relief, gently stroking the fearsome scales of Rhaego. Then, she lifted her hand and playfully smacked Balerian. The black dragon tilted his head slightly, whether out of evasion or indifference, receiving the playful thump upon his head. With a disgruntled growl, he expressed his discontent. "Humph, you rascal. We'll discuss this when Viserys returns. For now, do not bring me any trouble." As time passed, more than half a month slipped away. With the blaring of horns, the Andals Legion finally returned to their homeland. Chapter 146, The Return. The gates of the castle creaked open, and Viserys, accompanied by a host of knights, strode into the castle. Princess Rhaenys Daenerys and numerous servants from the castle gathered at the entrance to greet the king. Following this, a multitude knelt down. Aegon Targaryen, adorned in simple attire with slightly wrinkled breeches and leather boots, bore a belt of finely crafted leather, from which hung his longsword. Upon his head rested a resplendent golden crown, while his silver gold hair cascaded down his back, flowing gently in the breeze. At the tender age of 14, Aegon Targaryen III led his forces into battle, conquering the Lazarene near the Riverlands within 6 months and decisively defeating a formidable call from the Dothraki, marking his first victory in war before returning home. The youthful king retained his former essence, though the trials of war had etched deeper lines upon his face, erasing the remnants of boyish innocence, his eyes now imbued with profound depth. As his gaze swept across the throng of kneeling subjects below, he nodded and spoke. "Rise." Upon hearing Aegon's voice, the prostrate crowd gradually stood, brushing off the dust from their garments. With a rustle, Aegon dismounted. A servant took the reins from his hand, while the victorious knights who had accompanied him also descended from their steeds. After handing the reins to the servant, Aegon hurriedly approached Daenerys, who stood before him, her stature barely reaching his waist. She wore a grand hood, encircled by a veil of white fabric. He knelt and enveloped her in a tight embrace. "I'm sorry, Dany. I've returned late." Aegon had learned of the troubling news upon entering Andals. Despite Rhaenys' swift efforts to seal the information, no secret remains undisclosed. The tale of the castle fire, from which Princess Daenerys emerged clutching 3 hatchling dragons amidst the flames, spread rapidly throughout Andals. Before long, news of Aegon's triumph over Khal Drogo at the Gisker reached the realm, carried by the merchants. According to their accounts, the ancient Valyrian road was littered with Dothraki corpses, the blood staining the waters of the River Lorne. Vultures and crows circled the skies, scavenging the decaying bodies, and the putrid stench lingered for over a month. Many merchant caravans were compelled to take alternate routes. Daenerys had hatched dragons, and Aegon had vanquished the Dothraki invaders. These 2 pieces of joyous news quickly circulated in Andals, prompting the populace to celebrate, believing their king to be the prophesied true dragon destined to reclaim the Iron Throne. Feeling the warmth of Aegon's embrace, coupled with the lingering scent of blood, Daenerys sniffled softly. "I'm all right, brother." In truth, she had come to terms with the events long ago, but now, reunited with her brother after a 6-month separation and enveloped in his comforting arms, the girl found her pent-up grievances spilling forth. Her beautiful eyes, partially concealed by the veil, shimmered with unshed tears, and her delicate shoulders trembled as if she were stifling sobs. Aegon's heart ached at the sound of his sister's distress. He had not anticipated such calamity. While he was aware of Daenerys' true dragon lineage capable of hatching dragons, he had not foreseen such a tragedy would unleash it so violently, resulting in the loss of lives within the castle. "May I see?" Aegon inquired, lifting his gaze to catch a glimpse of Daenerys' current state. No, the girl protested, firmly pressing her hood down, though time had allowed Daenerys' bare head to sprout some hair and brows. She stubbornly refused to reveal her appearance to Aegon. "Very well." Aegon, recognizing her resolute demeanor, relented, embracing his sister once more before standing and turning to Rhaenys, who stood beside him. "You have borne much." He understood that many burdens had fallen upon Rhaenys during his absence. The brown-haired maiden, clad in a well-fitted black velvet gown, placed her hands before her. She had silently observed the heartfelt reunion between Aegon and Daenerys, and then looked up, softly responding, "There was no burden, Aegon. I merely feared you would blame me for mishandling matters." Rhaenys appeared somewhat troubled, considering the numerous incidents that had transpired recently, feeling insufficient in her duties. Seemingly anxious that Aegon might perceive her unease, she blinked her lovely eyes and broke into a radiant smile. "Hey!" The girl's brilliant smile captivated Aegon's attention. Observing Rhaenys' optimistic demeanor, he pondered whether she truly discerned his concerns. After a moment of silence, he smiled faintly in return. "It's all right. Whatever has transpired." He gently embraced Rhaenys. "Let us discuss the remaining matters inside." As they conversed, a shadow swept across the sky, accompanied by a low, ominous growl. A sharp claw struck the castle's rocky wall, sending debris and dust cascading down. "What is that?" "Protect the king." The knights who had accompanied Aegon sprang into action, drawing their gleaming swords and forming a protective circle around him. Aegon, however, remained calm, standing within the circle with one hand resting on his sword hilt, gazing upward at the looming shadow. There, under the brilliant sunlight, the black scales glistened with a metallic sheen. The gaps between the scales revealed a molten-like flow, and a long neck supported a fearsome head raised high. Its crimson eyes reflected Aegon's figure, as if recognizing him. Aegon stood beneath the dragon, squinting against the sun's brightness, and suddenly perceived a resemblance to the dragon he had encountered in his dreams. "Is it Vhagar?" Chapter 147, The Dungeon. Not long after, within the grand hall of the castle, Aegon had bathed to cleanse himself of the grime and donned a lighter attire. He then seated himself upon the throne, prepared to hear Rhaenys' report on her regency during his absence. At this moment, the black dragon Vhagar lay sprawled on the floor beside the throne, its heavy breaths resonating throughout the grand hall. Viserys gently caressed its formidable head. So many events had transpired during this time. Viserys found himself incredulous upon hearing the scholar's report, then turned his gaze towards Rhaenys. The brown-haired maiden's demeanor appeared significantly improved. She bit her lip and revealed a faint smile, displaying a hint of pride that she was reluctant to showcase too overtly, lest Viserys notice. Eventually, she uttered a simple, "Thank goodness." She had anticipated a reprimand from Viserys for the chaos she had caused during this period. To her surprise, however, Viserys did not blame her. Instead, he praised her for her commendable efforts, indicating that with her at the helm, he could better defend against external threats. Flattered by Viserys' words, Rhaenys felt a buoyant lightness, her earlier anxiety evaporating. Seeing the optimistic smile return to the young woman's face, Viserys' heart finally settled. Gradually, his smile faded as he shifted to more serious matters. No wonder he had not seen Bessie and Miriel, initially puzzled by their absence in welcoming him. He soon realized that both had encountered misfortune. Bessie had attempted to rush into the inferno to save her mother, but had suffered severe burns, barely clinging to life, and was currently recuperating. According to the scholar, it was nearly impossible for her to wield a sword again, and her disfigured visage made her fearful of confronting Viserys. Hence her absence. Miriel, the king's magical advisor, had perished in a fire over a month ago due to an unfortunate accident. An accident? In these chaotic times, lives were as expendable as mere insects. Even those wielding extraordinary powers, like sorceresses, could meet untimely ends. Viserys was taken aback by Miriel's demise, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. What exactly had transpired? After a prolonged silence, he finally inquired. In the hall, aside from Viserys, Rhaenys, and the scholar, Oberyn was also seated in a nearby chair, though the Prince of Dorne was predominantly focused on Vhagar. How many had witnessed a living dragon? Surely, it could not have been its doing? Oberyn jestingly pointed at the black dragon. However, upon hearing his words, both Rhaenys and the scholar fell silent. Oberyn, realizing the unexpected reaction, paused, questioning if he had hit upon the truth. Viserys furrowed his brow slightly. In light of the current circumstances, the scholar cleared his throat before speaking. Your Majesty, it is highly probable that Lady Miriel was murdered. He recounted the events from over a month ago, when a red-haired sorceress had arrived at the castle, and that very night Miriel had met her tragic fate in the flames. After the scholar finished recounting the tale, Rhaenys raised her hand. No, I believe it was not the work of the sorceress. It was this beast, Vhagar. Hearing Rhaenys' words, the drowsy black dragon lifted its head. Alert! Viserys gently stroked the dragon's fierce head, calming its restless spirit. A sorceress? Elaborate on this. Rhaenys then recounted the details of the events with even greater precision than the scholar had. What was the name of this sorceress? Viserys interjected midway through, curiosity piqued. Melisandre? Rhaenys hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes, indeed. Do you know her? Viserys fell silent for a moment, shaking his head. No, I do not know this person. Please, continue. Once Viserys had listened to the entire narrative, including Rhaenys' decision to imprison Melisandre to protect Vhagar, he expressed his surprise at the idea originating from the scholar. Glancing at him, the scholar, however, was focused intently on the ground, unaware of Viserys' scrutiny. It seemed that this envoy of the Lord of Light was likely innocent. With that thought, Viserys rose from his throne. In that case, I shall meet this individual. Paul was a soldier of the Andals city guard, stationed at the prison, where he primarily oversaw the inmates. For a long time, life had passed in a tranquil and leisurely manner. However, a month ago, a unique prisoner had been brought to the facility, altering the atmosphere entirely. She was a strikingly beautiful woman with red hair, accused of the grave crime of murder. What puzzled Paul was that despite such serious allegations, she received exceptionally privileged treatment. She was granted her own cell, which, apart from restricting her freedom, bore almost no resemblance to a prison. Paul speculated she might be a mistress of some noble, explaining her extraordinary conditions. Due to her beauty, Paul had been secretly observing her and noted her willingness to converse with both soldiers and inmates alike. Regardless of gender, she engaged in lengthy discussions, often leaving them contemplative, only to return the following day. On several occasions, he witnessed her lighting a bonfire at dusk, praying fervently before it. What could this mean? What were they discussing? Paul found himself increasingly curious. One day, the red-haired woman finally acknowledged Paul's presence, beckoning him over. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he approached her. Suddenly, the tranquility of the prison was disrupted. The victorious king had arrived, seemingly to meet a prisoner, none other than the red-robed sorceress, Melisandre. Paul felt a tightening in his chest, unsure of the king's intentions. Surely he was not here to execute Lady Melisandre? As Paul wrestled with his apprehensions, he noticed a silver-haired youth approaching him, flanked by guards, casting a curious glance in his direction. What are you dawdling for? Lead the way. Chapter 148, Details. The quill danced across the parchment, producing a soft, rustling sound. In the tranquil chamber, the light shone brightly. Outside, however, a cacophony of noise erupted. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Shortly thereafter, the sound of chains clinking was heard, and the prison door swung open, revealing a silver-haired youth clad in simple garments, his countenance strikingly handsome. At that moment, the master of the prison, adorned in a crimson robe, sat at a writing desk, engrossed in his scribblings. Although Melisandre was ostensibly confined within the prison, her treatment surpassed even that experienced in the castle. She was well-fed and well cared for, with the luxury of convenient bathing and laundry. Moreover, due to Rhaenys' benevolence, Melisandre had the opportunity each night to kindle a fire and pray to the Lord of Light, her existence akin to the tranquil seclusion she once enjoyed in the Red Temple. Bathing, meditating, praying, sleeping, time passed in a cyclical rhythm. During this period of leisure, Melisandre also succeeded in cultivating her initial followers and Essos, comprising some of the prisoners and the guards alike. Each evening, as dusk fell, they would join her in igniting flames and reciting prayers, beseeching Rhoynar for the dawn. As Varys entered the prison, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The guards flanking him tightened their grips on their sword hilts. "You are Melisandre?" Upon stepping into the cell, Varys instructed the soldiers outside to close the door behind him. He sought a private conversation with this woman. Melisandre, setting down her quill, regarded the youth who had once appeared to her in flames with a calm gaze. Now, he stood before her in flesh and blood. "Earthly titles are of little significance, Your Majesty," she replied with serene composure. "I perceive the influence of a malevolent deity coursing through your veins. You have been tainted by evil and require the purifying grace of the true gods." As night deepened, the prison windows were shrouded in darkness. The candle flames within flickered gently, casting elongated shadows of the youth upon the wall behind him. Upon hearing the words of the red-robed sorceress, Varys raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing her from head to toe. She embodied the very image of the Red Priestess that lingered in his mind. Undeniably beautiful, Melisandre possessed a delicate visage, crimson eyes, and hair that resembled flames. Clad in what appeared to be a rather flimsy red garment, she emanated an intense heat. Despite her alluring presence, Melisandre's expression was gravely serious. "What do you mean?" Varys inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. Although his expression remained inscrutable, a flicker of unease coursed through him. He did not believe that Melisandre was merely engaging in the same sort of mysticism as other practitioners. Few could discern the dark forces within him, aside from the genuine sorceress. Melisandre. Varys recognized that this priestess of Rhoynar possessed authentic magical prowess, capable of prophecy and wielding true sorcery. "I trust you comprehend my words. You have embraced and begun to wield this power. The influence of the malevolent deity is on the verge of permeating your flesh, bones, and even your soul. If left unpurified, it will culminate in a terrifying catastrophe. I shall assist you," Melisandre stated, her voice calm, yet imbued with an unprecedented gravity. She had once glimpsed Varys' silhouette in the flames, yet she had underestimated the extent of the evil that had ensnared him. A mere glance at the silver-haired youth was enough to evoke the anguished cries of countless souls. As Melisandre had anticipated, Varys maintained a placid countenance, seemingly well aware of what she was articulating. The dark mist within him craved sentient souls for sustenance. It hardly suggested benevolence, but rather resembled a pact with demons. He continually took lives to absorb their souls, and in return, the demons bestowed upon him power. One day, he might even find himself bargaining his own soul to them. Yet, after a prolonged silence, Varys did not pose the question Melisandre anticipated. "What must I do?" Instead, he lifted his head slightly and unexpectedly inquired, "How old are you?" "Excuse me?" Melisandre faltered for a moment, her previously tranquil demeanor betraying her surprise. "Why do you ask such a question?" "Out of curiosity. I have heard that sorceresses reveal their true selves when casting spells," Varys replied earnestly. "They become aged and unsightly, resembling old hags." "Absolutely not," Melisandre interjected before he could finish. "Aside from exceedingly malevolent curses, hardly any magic will induce aging, even with the most sinister of curses. A temporary depletion of one's essence can be recuperated with rest." Melisandre, unable to tolerate Varys' description of sorceresses, emphasized her point by tugging on her own cheek. "This is my natural appearance. It is not a result of sorcery." However, Varys remained steadfast, gazing at the red-robed sorceress, seemingly unconcerned with her response. After her emotional outburst, Melisandre realized something. "One last question," she stated. "Please," Varys prompted. Melisandre steadied her emotions, chastising herself for becoming agitated over trivial matters. "Did you kill those people?" Upon hearing her decisive denial, Varys did not press further, merely nodding in acknowledgement. With a click, he turned and opened the prison door, stepping out of the cell. "Release her." The night was silent and deep. Varys, citing insufficient evidence, liberated Melisandre, allowing her to return to the castle. As her previous quarters had been consumed by flames and the new keep was yet to be constructed, Varys was left to select another chamber for himself. Fortunately, Rhaenys had already resolved this issue, having prepared a room for him adjacent to those of two young women. Subsequently, Varys retreated to his room, shedding his outer garments and wearily taking a seat at his writing desk. The death of Myrai is shrouded in ambiguity. Was it a mere accident or a calculated murder? He remains uncertain, even hesitant to dismiss the possibility that the enigmatic red-haired woman could be responsible, based on his understanding of her character. She would not shy away from employing unscrupulous methods to achieve her objectives. However, the crux of the matter lies within the motive. Melisandre and Myrai Maz Dur shared no animosity. Why would she suddenly wish to take her life? Melisandre is not one to act without reason, her actions grounded in logic. Viserys pondered these convoluted thoughts as he approached his desk. He had been away from Andals for over 6 months, with only a brief return in between. Rhaenys had assisted him in managing the majority of state affairs, yet certain decisions still required his personal attention. Among these were the intelligence reports from across the Narrow Sea and a handwritten letter from the Sea Lord of Braavos. With a deft motion, Viserys employed a small knife to slice open the envelope. However, at that moment, his wrist hesitated as he noticed a slight discoloration in the wax seal, indicative of tampering, as if someone had manipulated the letter and then attempted to restore it with the seal. Viserys' gaze sharpened. Chapter 149, A Defeat in Return. In the month following Viserys' return from the campaign, Andals hosted an unprecedented grand festival, celebrating the conquest of vast territories and villages in the Riverlands, nearly restoring the borders of the ancient Andals kingdom. It was also a time for rewards, as numerous knights who had fought alongside him were bestowed lands and titles. Following the awards, a grand tournament was held. Due to their esteemed positions, both Viserys and Oberyn abstained from participating, while Sir Evan Pans, the commander of the heavy cavalry during the Great Battle, ultimately claimed victory. As one of the earliest nobles to rise under the banner of House Targaryen, Sir Evan remained unwaveringly loyal to Viserys. Once, they had been mere pawns beneath others' feet, ravaged by the Dothraki and reliant on the breathing room of trade cities. Their only recourse had been to become mercenaries, destined to meet an untimely end far from home. However, since the Targaryens' arrival, these villages had been unified, coalescing into a formidable power. The Dothraki invaders fled in disarray, leaving behind a field strewn with corpses, even their call perishing in flames. Merchant caravans traversing the villages became more courteous, no longer exploiting the locals as they had before. In the past, offending a caravan meant they would never return, forcing villagers to journey great distances for trade. Now, the frequency of caravans had increased, drawn to the burgeoning city-state of Andals. In this vast expanse of plains, Andals had become synonymous with sanctity, rising swiftly and imbued with religious mystique, ultimately transforming into a revered holy site for countless Andal people. Yet, many of the newly integrated lords of the Riverlands did not regard this place as home. They yearned for their king to restore Garthur, even aspiring to push further along the Mother River to revive their ancient capital, Nassau Star City. The ambition of the Andals reached its zenith, while the newly allied lords of the Riverlands remained fervently enthusiastic. A glance revealed a thriving scene everywhere. In the latest map published in Braavos, the entire Andals plains, including the Velvet Mountains and the banks of the Lorne River in Garthur, as well as the surrounding peaks of the Norvos Mountains, were drenched in Targaryen crimson, adorned with the emblem of a shallow, three-headed dragon. Yet, as tranquility began to settle, a sudden naval battle erupted upon the distant waters of the Narrow Sea. The royal fleet, having achieved remarkable success in quelling the Iron Islands rebellion, re-emerged after months of recuperation at Dragonstone, only to find itself ambushed in the waters near the island. Accompanying them were distant relatives of House Targaryen, Count Montford Valerion of Driftmark and his warships. While the ships dispatched from Dragonstone to patrol were caught unaware by the traitorous enemy, it was evident that this was a premeditated conspiracy. Sir Geoffrey, the fleet's commander stationed on the island, was compelled to organize a counteroffensive. A fierce battle ensued at sea. Outnumbered, the old knight sustained an arrow wound to his chest and was hastily escorted away by his guards. The Dragonstone fleet suffered a devastating defeat, retreating back to the port of Andals, inciting widespread turmoil and unrest. Though the arrow had not struck his heart, it had nonetheless hit a critical area, and given the old knight's advanced age, chaos ensued upon their return to the castle. Dragonstone had been lost. However, it was not Viserys who desired to relinquish this island of profound significance to House Targaryen. Rather, he had long believed that if it could not be held, it should not be defended. Beyond its strategic importance, serving as a sword poised to threaten King's Landing, it offered no further utility. It could not even sustain itself, necessitating substantial resources from Andals each month to maintain its strategic deterrence against King's Landing. In Viserys' size, such deterrence served little purpose. What more could it achieve than ensuring that King Robert remained perpetually aware of his existence, rendering him unable to eat or drink in peace? Could they truly strike out with the scant forces of Andals, numbering in the thousands, and 3 fledgling dragons to conquer the 7 kingdoms? For Viserys, the stakes were too high. He could not afford to lose. Lacking absolute certainty, he would not act recklessly. This cautious, precarious approach had characterized Viserys' actions throughout. Moreover, with dragons now at his disposal, he merely needed to wait patiently for them to mature, ready to replicate Aegon's conquest of Westeros. In this moment, it was a rotund figure seated upon the Iron Throne who ought to feel anxious, possibly realizing the sharp spikes of that iron seat were becoming increasingly uncomfortable. Yet, there was no urgency for Viserys and his allies. However, Sir Geoffrey held a different perspective. As the commander of the fleet and the second most powerful figure within the Targaryen realm, his word commanded respect even from Viserys himself. Sir Geoffrey had assured him that he could safeguard Dragonstone. At worst, they could retreat if the situation became dire. Yet now, due to negligence and a failure to detect the treachery among his ranks, he had suffered a crushing defeat and found himself gravely injured and on the brink of death. Viserys did not fault him for the loss of Dragonstone. Rather, one could accuse him of failing to cherish his own health. At this age, he now finds himself beset by such calamities. Presently, within the confines of the hospital room, the elderly lord lies upon his bed, pallid and on the brink of death, still endeavoring to impart his final instructions. The loss of Dragonstone is a trivial matter. However, the subsequent question of whether the Iron Throne will seize the opportunity to cross the narrow sea and rekindle the legendary battle of the Ninepenny Kings, thereby eliminating the threat in its infancy, is a pressing concern that Aegon must contemplate. When Robert Baratheon first ascended the Iron Throne, he refrained from launching an immediate assault on Dragonstone due to the lack of naval forces at his disposal. Yet, the royal fleet, painstakingly constructed at great expense, was utterly annihilated by the old Lord-S flames. In the ensuing period, the Targaryens established themselves on the continent of Essos, while King Robert remained impotent, his hands tied by the incessant turmoil that had ravaged the economy of the Seven Kingdoms, rendering him incapable of waging a distant maritime campaign. He could only watch helplessly as the Targaryens flourished on another continent. At long last, the time has come for action. Chapter 150, Preparations for War. The royal fleet has just quelled the rebellion in the Iron Islands, their morale soaring. The kingdom, too, has begun to recover from the grievous blows dealt during the War of Usurpation, gradually finding its footing once more. Caution must be exercised. Though the old lord lies in his sickbed, his mind remains lucid, providing Aegon with his final counsel. Regardless of whether he survives this ordeal, he is fated to miss the coming battle. Aegon's expression is grave, and he nods slightly in acknowledgement. He is acutely aware that a confrontation with Robert Baratheon is inevitable, a truth he has long recognized. Previously, Robert had been compelled to allow the Targaryens to consolidate their power in Essos for various reasons, yet he understands that such a reprieve cannot last indefinitely. As the Targaryen influence expands, the rotund figure seated upon the Iron Throne grows increasingly restless. From Aegon's understanding of Robert Baratheon, he knows this man possesses a fiery temper and a volatile nature. Should he learn that the Targaryens now wield dragons, he will not remain idle upon the Iron Throne, passively awaiting his demise. He will undoubtedly choose to take the offensive, extinguishing the threat before it can take root. This battle has long been predestined, has it not? Aegon sits at the bedside of Sir Geoffrey, grasping the frail hand of the old man. Sunlight streams through the window, illuminating the youthful visage of the Targaryen, his long lashes casting delicate shadows upon his sharply defined cheekbones. He then squeezes the old man's hand firmly before rising, turning to exit the room. Your Majesty. The maester, patiently awaiting outside, observes Aegon's emergence, placing his hands before him and bowing slightly. He must be cured. Aegon's gaze fixes intently on the maester, his tone imbued with an uncommon authority. The maester trembles slightly, bowing once more. Though Lord Geoffrey's age is advanced, his constitution remains robust. There should be no cause for concern. That is reassuring. In that case, I shall entrust this matter to you. Nodding, Aegon brushes past the maester, his footsteps echoing down the stairs. In light of these developments, the realm of Andals must prepare vigorously for war, remaining vigilant against a potential resurgence of Baratheon aggression reminiscent of the Ninepenny Kings conflict, which could see a sudden cross-sea attack. Aegon's figure swiftly recedes, while the maester exhales a sigh of relief, watching as Aegon fades from view before adjusting his attire and returning to the sick room. Meanwhile, in the distant capital of King's Landing, the king, unable to resist indulgence, has over-imbibed, and a stout figure sways precariously, inadvertently spilling wine across the table. A regal woman with golden locks gazes coldly upon the scene, her expression more reminiscent of one observing a wild boar than her own husband. Yet, this sentiment shifts abruptly as the inebriated man, exposing his chest and belly, turns with a goblet in hand, a broad grin plastered across his flushed visage. By the seven, Stannis has finally lived up to my expectations. The king's jubilance stems from a recent victory. The naval battle at Dragonstone was executed with remarkable finesse, aided by the Valyrian fleet and treachery from within, culminating in a successful endeavor. Had the seasoned commander of the Dragonstone fleet not decisively ordered a retreat, the risk of total annihilation loomed large. This victory avenged the earlier destruction of his entire fleet by fire, allowing Robert to exhale a sigh of relief. As a reward, upon receiving the news of this triumph, Robert immediately bestowed Dragonstone upon Stannis. However, Stannis, freshly returned from battle, appears less than elated upon receiving this announcement. He has never set foot on Dragonstone before and harbored certain expectations for the place, as it marks the beginning of Aegon's conquest of Westeros, with rumors of unimaginable wealth hidden within, believed to be dragon eggs. Yet, Stannis' dreams are dashed upon his arrival. He discovers the island is more barren than his own pockets. As the king's brother, Stannis finds himself without a fief, commanding a powerful royal fleet only in name. With no financial ties to it, he bears no responsibility for the soldiers' pay, which is entirely shouldered by King's Landing. Nonetheless, Stannis, lacking a domain, must still provide for the retainers and soldiers who have chosen to follow him. When the Baratheon brothers of Storm's End were divided, Stannis, as the firstborn, was passed over for the stronghold of Storm's End, which instead fell to his younger brother Renly. Yet, a contingent of those who once stood with Stannis at Storm's End chose to continue following him, including Maester Crescent of Storm's End. Lord Stannis, when you meet your brother, be mindful not to argue. The two men traversed the gardens of the Red Keep, Crescent advising Stannis. As a servant of Storm's End, Crescent has witnessed the growth of the three brothers. Robert is fiery and tempestuous, while Stannis is equally obstinate. Their clashing tempers inevitably lead to disputes whenever they meet. This time, we merely deliberated the potentiality of taking action against the remnants of House Targaryen across the Narrow Sea. Upon reaching this point, Ser Clisson subtly shook his head. Had he foreseen the current predicament, he would have resolutely eliminated that mother and son who fled to Dragonstone. Stannis' expression darkened slightly at the scholar's words, yet he refrained from further comment. The Targaryen influence has now revived, and it is no longer a mere fleet that can extinguish it. According to the intelligence we possess, to conquer Andalos, His Majesty would require the organization of at least 30,000 troops and hundreds of ships, alongside the logistical support of supply, transport along the route. It is impractical to transport resources from the homeland. Ideally, we would secure the backing of a free trading city-state. Moreover, as we engage in domestic defense against invasion, the farmers of Andalos could readily take up arms and join the fray. The difficulty of subjugating Andalos has consequently increased exponentially, for its territory now rivals that of one of the Seven Kingdoms. Should this war indeed erupt, the burden on the entire nation would be no less than that of reigniting the war of the usurper. It is a daunting prospect. Chapter 151, The Royal Council. The ambition to pursue and eradicate the Targaryen remnants across the sea is undoubtedly King Robert's fervent desire, something he considers entirely justified. However, his aspirations encounter resistance in the Royal Council. For this king, aside from spending extravagantly, has little comprehension of the state of his treasury. Nor does he grasp the discontent that arises from reassembling soldiers for war so soon after a recent conflict. Your Majesty, our treasury can no longer support the initiation of such a monumental war. The First Minister, Jon Arryn, was the first to speak, offering his counsel. The other ministers, including the Chancellor of the Exchequer and the Minister of Justice, lowered their heads in silence, while Stannis, the Master of Ships, stared blankly at the pristine tabletop. Lost in thought, Varys, the Master of Whisperers, clasped his hands within his sleeves, casting glances at the other silent figures, lingering particularly on Stannis, before retracting his gaze. The atmosphere in the Royal Council had descended into a peculiar silence, with none daring to speak, akin to a gathering of mutes. They all understood King Robert's temperament. Once he made a decision, even 7 oxen could not sway him. Only Lord Arryn's words might elicit a response from His Majesty. Any counsel from the others would likely be met with a barrage of scorn. Yet this time, King Robert seemed resolute, taken aback that even his first minister would engage in what he deemed needless discourse regarding the pursuit of the Targaryen remnants, an action he considered undeniably justified. Were it not for his certainty that his father-in-law would never conspire with the Targaryens, he might have begun to suspect that these men had already conspired to betray him. Robert's eyes, wide as copper bells, appeared ready to devour someone whole as he slammed his palm on the table. Lord Jon Arryn, why did you not seek a loan from the Lannisters sooner? One must remember that Tywin Lannister makes gold from his very excrement. Standing outside the king's chambers, a knight clad in a snow-white cloak and gleaming silver armor listened intently to the commotion within. One hand rested on the hilt of his sword, his countenance darkening as he took a deep breath. However, within the council, King Robert paid no heed to whether Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer, stood beyond the door. Nor did he care if he overheard such words. Even during intimate moments with his sister, he would have Jaime stationed at the door to listen to her cries, indulging in a certain depravity of his own. The elderly Lord of the Vale was equally incensed by Robert's outrageous remarks, rising from his seat with a thud. "Your Majesty, how can Tywin Lannister, the Warden of the West and Lord of Casterly Rock, be so frivolously disrespected?" Jon Arryn felt his temper flaring, nearly boiling over. While such words might be excused in private, they were utterly inappropriate in such a solemn council, especially with Tywin's son standing guard just outside. The implications of such an insult could spiral into chaos if it were to reach the outside world or even the West. The king's derision of the Warden of the West, equating his very waste to gold, could fracture the already tenuous relationships among the realm's elite. And as Robert was also Tywin's son-in-law, the fallout from such an affront could breed countless scandalous tales, igniting yet more trouble. Seated upon the throne, Robert had spoken impulsively, his true feelings spilling forth, exacerbated by the opposition he faced regarding his plans to attack the Targaryen remnants. Yet, upon receiving a rebuke from his father-in-law, he found himself somewhat calmed. Robert was not a complete fool. He recognized the schemers and sycophants surrounding him, as well as those who would never betray him, who had consistently sheltered him under their wing. "Humph," King Robert grumbled, settling back into his chair, which creaked under the weight of his bulk. "Regardless of the circumstances, the Targaryen remnants must be eradicated. Esteemed Lord Jon Arryn, you must have noted the intelligence we possess." He poured himself another goblet of wine, his tone laced with frustration and sarcasm. I warned you long ago. That Targaryen wretch has truly hatched a dragon, a genuine dragon, not some dog or cat." As he reached the culmination of his tirade, Robert's words flew forth like spittle, his earlier elation over the victory at Dragonstone entirely dissipated. The goblet slammed onto the table with a thud, his slightly bloodshot eyes narrowing as they turned to the idle master of whispers. Varys, having momentarily lost his train of thought, jolted back to reality, shivering slightly before quickly responding, "Indeed, Your Majesty. We cannot simply wait for the dragon to mature. We must take the initiative, for if we delay until the dragon is grown, we may never rid ourselves of these Targaryen remnants." Varys's words resonated with the king, who nodded in approval, satisfied with his counsel. This was precisely why Robert valued Varys. As one of the few remaining loyalists from the era of Aegon II, Varys was a vestige of the past that still persisted within the Baratheon dynasty. "Your Majesty," the old lord began, slightly troubled, as if he wished to counter Varys's assertion. Yet, as he spoke, he realized that even his tone had unconsciously softened considerably. The very notion of voicing such sentiments left him feeling unsteady, as if he might inadvertently betray his own loyalties. He had naturally perused the latest intelligence report, which revealed that the posthumous child of Aegon II, currently reigning as king, was none other than Daenerys Targaryen, the sister of Viserys, who emerged from a tragic conflagration clutching 3 young dragons. This development posed significant trouble, while it was somewhat incredulous, given that dragons had vanished from the realm for so long and he had not witnessed their existence firsthand. The information unequivocally asserted the reality of dragons, leaving Jon Arryn no room for skepticism. Though dragons alone do not decisively determine the outcome of a war, in a scenario where forces are evenly matched, the side possessing dragons would undoubtedly gain a crushing advantage. Indeed, mere dragons would not suffice on their own. With a sardonic chuckle, King Robert roared. "But have you considered that Viserys possesses an army of over 10,000 men?" The king's thunderous voice echoed throughout the chamber, drawing the attention of passing servants in the corridor, while a profound silence enveloped the assembly, rendering even the sole dissenting voice, the hand of the king, speechless. The Duke of Arryn recognized that, on a national scale, if war were to erupt, the burden on the realm would be immense. It was highly probable that the 7 kingdoms would find themselves mired in conflict, leading to the disintegration of noble loyalties and the uprising of the common folk. At that point, there would be no need for the Mad King's son to arrive with dragons. The authority of the Iron Throne would collapse under its own weight. Of course, waging war to sustain an army was not entirely out of the question, but such a strategy demanded the promise of profit. Presently, however, undertaking a military expedition across the sea to assault a relatively impoverished city-state offered scant prospects for gain. It was akin to the farcical notion of robbing the Dothraki. The circumstances bore resemblance to the War of the Ninepenny Kings during the reign of Aegon II, when the then hand of the king, Duke Manderly, led an expedition to the Stepstones. Yet, after vanquishing the Ninepenny Kings, the forces of the Iron Throne retreated from the islands, too wary to claim the land, lest they provoke a united front of the 9 trading city-states, leaving none to return. The might of the Iron Throne was so formidable that the free cities could not tolerate even a single foothold on Essos, not even in the most desolate of territories. Should the 7 kingdoms establish a stronghold in Essos, it would only take a few years of cultivation, with a steady influx of supplies from Westeros. If the Iron Throne ever sought to invade the free cities, countless armies and knights would swiftly embark across the sea to Essos. For the most pressing logistical concerns would be resolved. At this moment, the issue circled back to its origin. If the remnants of House Targaryen possessed only dragons and no army, it would be less concerning, for as Jon Arryn had pointed out, dragons alone could accomplish nothing. Aegon the Conqueror wielded dragons during his campaign in Westeros, yet he still suffered grievous losses in Dorne, even losing a dragon and a sister in the process. Thus, it was the army that constituted the most sensitive aspect for the Iron Throne. The Targaryens had achieved resounding victories on Essos, laying claim to vast territories. One of Jon Arryn's advisors had previously predicted that the free cities would never permit such reckless expansion by the Targaryens, foreseeing a united effort to quash them. Yet, this prediction had been swiftly proven wrong, as Andals had become a force beyond what a single free city could easily extinguish. Very well, Your Majesty. If we are indeed to launch an invasion across the sea to Andals, numerous pressing issues require resolution. Acknowledging that this battle was inevitable, Jon Arryn sought to curtail his verbal elaboration, sensing that further discourse might lead Robert to suspect treachery. Indeed, it was not solely Robert who perceived the looming threat. Jon Arryn himself felt the urgency to curtail the Targaryens' expansion, lest the consequences be dire. Yet, as the hand of the king, he stood just below the monarch, who was notably inactive. The king's ignorance of certain matters did not negate their existence. The aging ruler remained engaged in trivial pursuits, merely cleaning up after the messes left behind. The elderly duke then began to methodically enumerate the issues that required immediate attention. First and foremost was the matter of logistical support. Your Majesty, if we are to engage the Targaryens in battle, we must possess ample gold dragons. The Iron Throne currently bears a debt exceeding 4 million gold dragons. At this juncture, Jon Arryn glanced at the Master of Coin, who appeared to have drifted into a reverie, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the discussion. It was only when Varys, seated beside him, gently prodded him that he regained his focus. My lord? Varys murmured, lightly tapping his chest. Oh. The Master of Coin quickly comprehended and hastily retrieved the backup treasury ledger from his robes, presenting it respectfully to the hand of the king. The elderly nobleman regarded his incompetent associates with a sense of exasperation. The Master of Coin was as dim-witted as a pig, his sole talent being to solicit loans, willing to sign any treaty as long as it promised funds, which had caused Jon Arryn no small amount of frustration. However, the Master of Coin had recently found it increasingly difficult to procure loans, as Robert's dissatisfaction with him had grown palpable. In Robert's eyes, the Master of Coin's primary duty was to secure financing. It was likely that he would soon be replaced. At this thought, Jon Arryn's mind conjured the image of a young, capable individual, sharp-witted and competent, who maintained a favorable rapport with his wife. Perhaps the elderly duke felt a flicker of hope. If the opportunity arose, he would not hesitate to select someone capable to help alleviate some of the burdens he bore. Yet for now, he needed to present the situation to his majesty. With that, Jon Arryn composed himself and opened the treasury ledger. Meanwhile, the Master of Coin, having narrowly avoided embarrassment thanks to Varys' timely reminder, returned to his seat and bestowed a grateful smile upon the spymaster. Varys, with his hands folded within his sleeves, acknowledged the gesture with a subtle nod and a benevolent smile. The workplace was fraught with challenges, and mutual assistance was essential. Recently, the Master of Coin had grown acutely aware of King Robert's dissatisfaction, and the atmosphere was tense, as if walking on thin ice. However, at that moment, the Master of Coin suddenly paused, struck by the realization of a pressing question. How did Varys know that his treasury ledger was hidden within his robe? Meanwhile, seated at the first chair to the left of the king, the hand of the king had begun to report the current financial state of the realm to his majesty, detailing the dwindling gold dragons remaining in the treasury. The Iron Throne's debt had soared to over 4 million gold dragons, a predicament not merely a reflection of the Master of Coin's incompetence, but also the result of the kingdom's financial demands in the aftermath of war, compounded by Robert's extravagant expenditures. Due to the necessity of borrowing funds, the Iron Throne has acknowledged the debts incurred during the Targaryen era owed to the Iron Bank, amounting to a substantial sum. Altogether, the total indebtedness reaches 4 million golden dragons. Half of this debt originates from the Lannister family, while the remainder is owed to the Tyrells, the Iron Bank of Bravos, several merchant guilds from Tyrosh, and even includes the church. Subsequently, Jon Arryn closed the treasury's ledger, his furrowed brow reflecting a grave demeanor. Your Majesty, although there are some unverified connections between Bravos and the remnants of House Targaryen, the true intent behind Bravo's actions is merely to prevent the Seven Kingdoms from achieving true unity, seeking instead to stir the waters of discord. The Duke of Arryn's piercing insight was unerring. To secure victory in this conflict, we must seek a loan from the Iron Bank. No matter how stringent the terms or interest rates may be, we shall temporarily acquiesce to them. As for repayment in the future, that can be deliberated at a later time. For the sake of triumph, Jon Arryn was willing to gamble everything. The Iron Bank focuses on interest, while the Iron Throne fixates on principle. If victorious, repayment becomes unnecessary. If defeated, repayment is moot. Chapter 153, Struggle. Beyond financial matters, the most crucial element is the manpower. After addressing the borrowing issue, Jon Arryn delegated this task to the Master of Coin. Understood, my Lord Arryn. The corpulent Master of Coin, seated at King Robert's right hand, struggled to adjust his chair, finally rising to accept his new responsibility. If the hand of the king is the monarch's most vital support, then the Master of Coin holds the second most significant position. Though the elderly Duke labors diligently, he cannot personally oversee every matter. At his advanced age, a sea voyage lasting over a month to Bravos could very well cost him half his life. Your Majesty, not long ago, we initiated a campaign against the Iron Islands, and now, organizing the troops once more will not be an easy task. Along with securing the loan and distributing rewards, your involvement is also essential. Despite his foolishness, the king's generous and unpretentious nature renders him quite affable, particularly among the common soldiers. During the War of the Usurper, Robert did not hesitate to share a straw pit with his men, partake in a bowl of unappetizing gruel, and charge in a battle alongside them. In this regard, King Robert shares striking similarities with Viserys, who also commanded great respect among the Andals. Apart from the noble bloodlines, divine favor, and a string of victories, Viserys had never known defeat. Another reason for his esteem was his refusal to adopt an air of superiority. He, too, possessed a remarkable warmth, dressing simply and cleanly, indistinguishable from the common folk, save for his crown. For Viserys, simplicity sufficed, while ostentatious attire for grand occasions was something he eschewed. Adornments and extravagance were unnecessary to elevate his status or distinguish himself from the commoners. However, Viserys' elder brother, Prince Rhaegar, enjoyed a more favorable reputation among the nobility. One was a grassroots warrior, while the other was a lofty silver peacock. Within the Red Keep, discussions commenced regarding preparations for the anticipated war. Meanwhile, in distant Andalos, a month slipped by unnoticed. A light autumn rain began to fall. Viserys stood on a parapet of the castle, resting his hand against the cold, unyielding stone, gazing down upon the vast expanse of Andals. This was the miraculous city he had forged over the brief span of 6 years, beginning with the construction of a rudimentary wooden fortress by soldiers, followed by the relocation of surrounding Undal villages through persuasion, bribery, and even threats of violence, ultimately giving rise to the nascent form of Andals. From that moment on, he had watched it gradually expand, culminating in the present scale. Below, roads crisscrossed, houses stood in pleasing disarray, and taverns, brothels, and inns flourished alongside several local merchant guilds. Yet, as Viserys beheld the city he had birthed, he was suddenly reminded of the majestic ninefold palace and the colossal red temple he had seen in Pentos, along with the Sea King's Hall and the Titan of Bravos, stirring within him a flicker of longing. He contemplated whether to erect a marvel in Andalos as well, to bolster the populace's sense of belonging, pride, and unity. However, this notion flitted fleetingly through his mind before vanishing without a trace. Poverty remained an original sin. With a heavy sigh, the young king leaned against the parapet, turning to find a man clad in a metal mask standing behind him. His frame was emaciated, entirely swathed in fabric, save for 2 eye holes in the mask. Every inch of his skin was concealed, including his neck, wrapped in white bandages, leaving no trace exposed. His posture was peculiar, leaning against the wall, struggling to catch his breath, as if in a silent contest with himself, striving to remain upright. Viserys gazed at this once valiant knight, now reduced to such a state, his eyes reflecting a mix of regret. He opened his mouth several times, wishing to speak, but ultimately swallowed his words of encouragement to surrender. Vasai, your survival is truly a miracle. The man, fully encased in fabric and adorned with a metal mask, was none other than Vasai, the son of an Undal warrior and once Viserys' devoted squire, marked by the seven-pointed star upon his shoulder. Yet, whether as a king's guard or a son of warriors, surviving such a horrific calamity was a miracle in itself. However, his future was irrevocably altered, rendering him incapable of wielding a sword again, a fate he would bear as a cripple. After narrowly escaping death, Vasai was unwilling to resign himself to a life confined to a sickbed. When Viserys visited him, he expressed a fervent desire to once again serve as the king's protector, convinced he could rise again and be of use, beseeching the king for a chance. At that moment, grasping Vasai's charred and cracked hand, Viserys felt a surge of astonishment mingled with the determination evident in Vasai's eyes. Ultimately, Viserys nodded in agreement. Nevertheless, although Vasai had reclaimed his life, the path to standing again would be long and arduous. Hearing Viserys' voice, the knight, still struggling against his own limitations, lifted his head slightly and, gasping, rasped, "My survival is no miracle, your majesty. The deities of the heavens deemed me worthy of protection, the benevolent Holy Mother." Subsequently, Bessie yearned to expound at length. Yet his tale had been recounted to Viserys on numerous occasions. Bessie is a devout follower of the Seven, bearing the emblem of the seven-pointed star etched upon his shoulder. Having been chosen as a warrior's son from the village long ago, during that catastrophic inferno, he bravely charged into the flames in a desperate attempt to save his mother and Daenerys. However, upon entering the blaze, he quickly lost his bearings amidst the thick smoke, ultimately succumbing to a collapsing ceiling that knocked him to the ground. Fortuitously, the ceiling provided him with a semblance of insulation and space, allowing for his eventual rescue. In those final moments before losing consciousness, he found himself cornered and fervently praying to the Seven. Thus, he has always believed that his miraculous survival was due to the divine intervention of the Seven, who heard his supplications and preserved his life. Chapter 154, The Feudal System. A gentle drizzle fell. Soon, Viserys escorted the practicing Bessie down from the castle, sending him home to recuperate. He need not partake in the upcoming festivities, as rest was his primary concern. Prior to this, Viserys had little to occupy his time, merely paying a visit to his most loyal subordinate. A fortnight ago, the scholar received a letter from the Citadel of Learning across the sea. The missive was penned by his mentor, Dr. Velen, the foremost astronomer of Westeros. Besides the customary exchanges of pleasantries, he informed his disciple and the lord he served that autumn had arrived. Since the Citadel announced the Red Comet as the herald of the slaughter season, the seasons in Westeros had transitioned from spring to summer. At that time, Viserys was embroiled in the bloody battlegrounds of Gedor, and now, having endured many trials, he returned home leading a victorious army, grappling with the defeat at the Battle of Dragonstone, and preparing for war. Perhaps, aside from the laboring farmers, few noticed the gradual chill in the air as autumn approached. The Citadel issued seasonal proclamations each year, and the ordinary lords, lacking knowledge of calendars and astronomy, relied on the Citadel to inform them of seasonal changes, subsequently instructing the farmers in their domains on the appropriate tasks for each season. Thus, the functioning of many regions in Westeros was inextricably linked to the influence of the Citadel, which stood as a repository of knowledge for the realm. In truth, Dr. Velen's correspondence with his disciple was primarily nostalgic. The letter had traversed the ocean to Essos over a month prior, and its delivery to the scholar was further delayed. However, the traditional harvest feast could be organized as a consequence of this opportunity. As one of the few celebrations on the continent of Westeros, Andals also upheld such traditions. Given that much of Westeros' culture originated from the Andals and the Rhoynar, it is actually the birthplace of many cultural practices in Westeros. As the scholar declared the arrival of autumn, wise individuals began to store a portion of their crops. As the largest local lord, one could host a harvest feast, a time-honored tradition. Due to the arduous journeys and difficulties of travel, the feast often served as a rare occasion for lords and vassals to convene. As the king of Andals, Viserys naturally announced the inaugural harvest feast to celebrate the bounty and fortify the people's loyalty. Shortly thereafter, the newly appointed nobles, tasked with establishing castles and territories, hastened to gather in Andals. As the first wave of nobility, these lords had yet to sever ties with the common folk, mingling jovially and heartily with one another. Presently, Viserys sat upon the highest throne within the castle, the grand hall below brimming with tables, where the new nobles lounged comfortably. accompanied by their wives and children. The castle's servants were particularly busy today, as an array of dishes emerged from the kitchen, each requiring Viserys to sample the first bite before the other nobles were permitted to partake. Appetizers of sweet cakes, various red wines, bread with cream, honey-glazed roasted chicken. Substantial portions of stewed wild boar, goose stuffed with berries, barley venison soup, salmon, and colossal lobsters adorned the tables, creating a dazzling display of culinary delights. The atmosphere of the harvest feast was exuberant, with shouts of "Long live Andals," echoing alongside raised glasses proclaiming "Long live Viserys." However, Viserys merely smiled faintly, lifting his cup for a sip, his gaze remaining calm as he surveyed the lively scene below. His sister, Daenerys, sat to his left, while Rhaenys occupied his right. Adorned in a splendid gown, her youthful visage illuminated by a radiant smile. The feudal system of Andals appears to possess a structure akin to that of Westeros, yet fundamentally diverges in the ownership of land. Although theoretically, the ultimate ownership and supreme authority over all lands in the Seven Kingdoms belong to the king, in practice, the king is constrained by the political realities of Westeros, unable to act at will. For instance, the king cannot intervene in matters of the Westerlands without first consulting the Lannister family of Casterly Rock or requesting their intervention. Should the Lannisters choose to protect a particular house, the king has no recourse but to negotiate politically, wage war, or concede. If the king were to falter in the struggle for power, he risks losing his position and perhaps even his life. This situation renders the king akin to the most prominent noble, possessing his own fiefdom, temporarily seated in this position by the collective endorsement of other great nobles. Should the king offend the majority of the nobility, he may find himself overthrown by a united front, just as Viserys' father, the mad King Aerys II Targaryen, experienced. For the common folk, the shifting banners atop the castle are mere matters of nobility. They concern themselves not with whether the Iron Throne is occupied by a Baratheon or a Targaryen, but rather with the question of what their next meal will be. In Andals, although Viserys has granted lands to the nobles, each governing a village or town, with the right to pass their holdings to their descendants, the ultimate ownership of these lands still resides with the king. Thus, Viserys possesses the authority to revoke the title of any noble who heirs, executing them or reducing them to common status at his discretion. These newly appointed nobles do not possess actual ownership of the land. Rather, they hold governing power and jurisdiction within their territories, albeit still subject to the king's supreme authority. Furthermore, they are required to pay a proportion of taxes as mandated by the state, with the remainder constituting the benefits they may receive. For the common folk, every citizen bears the duty to serve, directly enlisting in the Andals Legion. This legion maintains garrisons across various locales, with supreme command firmly in the grasp of Viserys, entirely detached from the local nobility. While the nobility is permitted to establish their strongholds and possess private soldiers, the number of such troops is strictly regulated, sufficient only for maintaining order and defending their castles. Due to Viserys' immense reputation among both the populace and the legion, the people hold him in higher esteem than the aristocrats placed above them. Thus, the implementation of the new feudal system has progressed smoothly. The newly elevated nobility, once mere commoners, have risen through valor on the battlefield or other avenues, receiving titles from Viserys. Their ascent from the common ranks to nobility has left them filled with gratitude, resulting in no dissent during the redistribution of lands. Should there have been any opposition, Viserys would not hesitate to revoke their titles, stripping them of their newfound privileges and relegating them back to common status. Chapter 155, The Harvest Feast. However, the current feudal system is primarily rooted in the fact that Andals does not possess the deeply entrenched noble traditions akin to Westeros. The ancient kingdoms of the Andals and the Rhoynar were long ago vanquished by the freehold of Valyria. The nobility of that era either perished or fled, many seeking refuge in Westeros. Subsequently, this land began to develop into tributary city-states, akin to Norvos, subservient to the freehold of Valyria. Eventually, after the wrath of the gods descended upon the freehold, these city-states declared independence, transforming into free trading hubs. Such historical circumstances have led to a significant cultural and ancestral disjunction between the two peoples, erasing the ancient noble lineage, leaving behind only villages inhabited by generations of commoners, unable to coalesce anew. Consequently, Viserys faced little resistance from traditional feudal forces upon instituting his new policies. Moreover, while the territory of Andals may rival that of a kingdom, it remains within manageable boundaries. However, The kingdom's rapid territorial expansion raises concerns about potential disconnects in command reaching distant regions, risking border instability. Yet, these matters do not occupy Viserys' immediate thoughts. His priority lies in uniting Andals into a formidable entity, prepared to confront the challenges posed by the Iron Throne, rather than fragmenting his power like the Seven Kingdoms, which ultimately led to their disarray. At the harvest feast, goblets clinked, and the newly emerging nobility of the land engaged in the forging of camaraderie. Once the tables were cleared of remnants of the feast, servants swiftly arranged them aside, transforming the grand hall into a vibrant ballroom. A series of prearranged performances ensued, featuring songs, dances, acrobatics, and even a magician. Seated not far from Viserys, the red-robed sorceress observed as a fire-breathing red-robed monk showcased his talent. The monk's loose sleeves concealed his movements, allowing him to perform a swift and discreet maneuver unnoticed by the audience. In the next moment, a burst of crimson flames erupted, illuminating the faces of all present and eliciting gasps from many ladies in attendance. Rhaenys raised her hand to her mouth, her eyes sparkling with astonishment and disbelief. To her, it seemed nothing short of a miracle. Was it not dragons that breathed fire? Was Viserys perhaps a dragon? Following her astonishment, Rhaenys excitedly patted Viserys' thigh, eagerly inquiring. Just a trick of the common folk, Viserys replied, shaking his head slightly. He found no marvel in such acrobatics, having witnessed them numerous times in his past life. Nearby, Melisandre seemed to catch their whispers, casting a lingering glance at Rhaenys before withdrawing her gaze, lost in thought. The fire-breathing performance concluded, and the monk bowed slightly to the king and gestured to the sorceress before exiting the stage. Those familiar with the performances of the followers of the Lord of Light remained composed, while those unaccustomed to such spectacles erupted in exclamations, clearly captivated by the display. As the performance drew to a close, the dance segment commenced. The band that had just performed returned, now ready with a new repertoire and attire, once again filling the air with melodious tunes. Servants entered, bearing trays of fine wine, as the nobility sought partners to dance. Some even pulled a serving girl pouring drinks to join them in the revelry. Viserys took a sip of his milk, adorned with floating red berries, observing the scene with his calm, pale violet eyes, a stark contrast to his brother Prince Rhaegar, who possessed a natural affinity for music and dance. At that moment, Viserys noticed several older noblemen approaching Melisandre, intent on inviting her to dance, yet she politely declined their advances. Seated beside him, Rhaenys unexpectedly took hold of Viserys' hand. Eager dance. Viserys, momentarily taken aback, ultimately yielded to the hopeful gaze of the brown-haired maiden and joined her on the dance floor. Though their performance may not have been flawless, they were met with resounding applause. Soon, the harvest feast neared its conclusion. After raising a toast with the assembled nobility, a guard hurried to Viserys, whispering urgently in his ear. "Oh, such matters?" Viserys stood from his seat. "What is it?" Rhaenys inquired, casting him a curious glance as she prepared to rise and accompany him, only to be gently restrained by Viserys. "Stay here. It's merely a small matter." He followed the guard out of the hall. The quiet corridor contrasted sharply with the raucous merriment within the hall, the only sounds being the footsteps of the guard and Viserys. "Where's the child?" Viserys inquired, his expression serene as the flames from the sconces along the corridor illuminated half of his face, leaving the other shrouded in darkness. "Your Majesty, this way," the guard replied, guiding him forward while offering explanations. "Just moments ago, I was stationed at the castle gate with a fellow guard when, out of nowhere, a child emerged and hurled a letter bound with a stone towards us before swiftly making his escape. We pursued him without hesitation, quickly apprehending the mischievous little rascal, who claimed that the letter was meant for you." The sound of our footsteps echoed through the corridor as we walked and conversed, gradually fading into the distance. Listening to the guards, Viserys furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that this incident might be a prank. From where had that child obtained this letter? The guard, having already questioned the boy upon capturing him, answered without delay, "At a place known as the Silver Eel Inn, Your Majesty. A mysterious man gave the child a few silver stags to deliver this letter to you." Chapter 156, A Letter. Shortly thereafter, the two figures appeared within the castle's grand entrance, where the guards were raised with torches, seemingly searching for something. Upon seeing Viserys approach, their faces instantly displayed expressions of shame. "My apologies, Your Majesty." Without the need for further explanation, Viserys understood the situation. It appeared that the little scamp they had just caught had somehow slipped away again. "Oh well, he is merely a child. Is the letter still intact?" Viserys shook his head slightly, believing that the child was, at best, a mere errand boy, and capturing him would bear little significance. The guards then presented the letter marked for Viserys' eyes alone. Without hesitation, he reached out to accept it, acknowledging that after passing through so many hands, any potential poison would likely have been rendered ineffective. He decisively tore open the envelope and extracted the parchment within. The letter was densely packed with text. However, after merely glancing at it, the calm expression on Viserys' face vanished, replaced by a growing seriousness. What? The silver-haired youth's brow knitted tightly. Under the flickering light of the guards' torches, Viserys scrutinized every word on the page, ultimately finishing the entire letter. If the contents of this letter were indeed true, Viserys stood silently, clutching the paper, lost in contemplation, while the surrounding guards, uncertain of what had transpired, watched him in silence before softly prompting, "Your Majesty?" It was only then that Viserys seemed to regain his focus, lifting his gaze to one of the guards beside him. "Do you recall the appearance of that child?" The guard nodded vigorously. "Continue the search until he is found." Viserys waved his hand decisively. "Yes, Your Majesty." Upon hearing Viserys' command, the guards' expressions turned serious. They were puzzled as to why the king had initially suggested letting the child go, only to now demand his capture after reading the letter. Nevertheless, they hurried off to continue their pursuit of the elusive boy. Viserys, however, felt no need to explain his sudden shift in decision. He owed no justification to the soldiers. A cool night breeze stirred Viserys' silver-golden hair as he pondered for a moment longer before instructing another guard nearby. "Proceed discreetly and verify the contents of this letter one by one." He ordered the soldier to investigate various matters, insisting that all be conducted in secrecy. The guard, though somewhat perplexed, nodded decisively, indicating his understanding before hastening to prepare. Meanwhile, within the castle's grand hall, although the harvest feast was nearing its conclusion, the vibrant atmosphere remained undiminished. While they had been somewhat restrained in the presence of Viserys, the mood transformed into one of revelry once he temporarily departed for reasons unknown. Perhaps many felt constrained under the watchful gaze of their king, but now the ambience had notably lightened. The red-robed sorceress Melisandre had seemingly taken her seat beside Rhaenys without notice, and the two appeared to be engaged in conversation. Daenerys, on the other hand, was engrossed in indulgence, even daring to sip from the goblet of red wine belonging to Oberyn as paramour. The scholar sat quietly in a chair, seemingly out of sync with the surrounding revelry. He opted for lighter fare and abstained from alcohol. Today, the scholar seemed somewhat distracted, frequently casting furtive glances towards the vacant seat that Viserys had occupied. It had been quite some time since Viserys had stepped out, and his prolonged absence raised questions about any unusual circumstances. At that moment, several guards entered from the bustling hall, bowing slightly to Rhaenys and Melisandre before whispering something to them. Melisandre offered a faintly apologetic smile and politely excused herself. Then, one of the guards leaned in to murmur a few words into Rhaenys' ear. "HM?" A peculiar expression crossed the brow of the brown-haired girl as she turned to confirm with the guard, receiving an affirmative response. She nodded slightly before rising from her seat and approaching Daenerys, who was indulging in a greasy meal. Ignoring the girl's protests, Rhaenys discarded the half-eaten drumstick from her hands and, with a clean handkerchief, wiped the grease from her mouth. Subsequently, Rhaenys quietly admonished Daenerys, perhaps lecturing her on the importance of moderation for one of noble lineage and heritage. "We can afford to eat well, yet you must maintain the grace befitting a princess." With that, Rhaenys took Daenerys by the hand, leading her towards the door. The guard had informed Rhaenys that the king wished for her and Daenerys to step outside. Yet he had not clarified the reason for this summons. Though a bit perplexed, Rhaenys complied, guiding Daenerys along. As they traversed through the festivities, the nobles paused their dances, raising their goblets in salute as Rhaenys approached with Daenerys in tow. "Your Highness," they greeted, before casting admiring glances at the girl whose head was adorned with a hat concealing her hair. Their gazes held a deeper reverence. "Mother of Dragons." Ever since the news of Daenerys emerging unscathed from the inferno with 3 dragons spread, this Targaryen princess had acquired a sacred title, Mother of Dragons. In conjunction with his elder brother Viserys being referred to as the crown of the 7 gods, this title took on an air of enigma, further embedding the Targaryen lineage's unparalleled bloodline into the hearts of the people, as if the divine light of the gods enveloped their chosen one. Meanwhile, Rhaenys, confronted by the toasts of the surrounding nobility, donned a courteous and graceful smile. She then nodded and navigated through the crowd, guiding Daenerys towards the exit under the watchful eye of the guards, their figures soon vanishing from sight. The scholar, seated in his place, observed the departure of Rhaenys and Daenerys, and for reasons unbeknownst to him, An unsettling anxiety surged within, causing him to appear somewhat distracted. His fork slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground with a sharp sound. Melisandre, who had just returned to her seat across the table, glanced over in mild curiosity upon hearing the commotion. She recalled that this scholar had always maintained an air of composure. Why, then, was he behaving so absent-mindedly today? Soon, she witnessed him rise from his seat, intending to follow Rhaenys out of the hall. In an instant, the round table at the head of the hall was left with only Oberyn, his mistress Illyria Sand, and Melisandre. The scholar, standing, offered an apologetic smile to the few at the table before preparing to leave. However, before he could turn away, 2 guards emerged from the shadows and forcibly returned him to his chair. Master Gaunter, it appears you cannot depart just yet. Chapter 157, Poison Wine. The sudden turn of events did not capture the attention of the nobles below, who were engaged in their revelries, as if it were but a minor interlude. The guards restrained the scholar once more, and he offered no resistance, his hands trembling slightly, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. It seemed he had already grasped the gravity of the situation and resigned himself to fate. Oberyn, seated at the same table, narrowed his eyes slightly at the unfolding scene. He regarded the scholar with mild surprise, taking stock of him and the 2 guards who held him in check. Beside Oberyn, his mistress Illyria gently poked him, leaning in to whisper, seemingly inquiring what had transpired. Yet, Oberyn merely shook his head, choosing not to elaborate, urging her to remain silent and observe. Meanwhile, the Red Priestess, seated at the same table, said nothing. She raised her goblet to her lips, taking a delicate sip, glancing at the scholar before shifting her gaze to Oberyn's reaction. The Red Priest then cast her eyes toward the direction where Rhaenys and Daenerys had departed, her expression betraying a hint of contemplation. The remaining individuals at the table were all prominent figures of Andals, and with the departure of young Rhaenys and Daenerys, it was evident that each present was a master in their own right. Sir Geoffrey, for reasons of convalescence, had not attended the banquet. However, whispers suggested that the old lord's health was faltering, potentially leading him to relinquish power, with several noble houses vying for the position of fleet commander. At this moment, the individuals at the head table remained silent, not a single one willing to address the clearly restrained scholar. Even Prince Oberyn, a fellow alumnus of Gaunter and one who had previously maintained a cordial relationship with him, remained mute. Only the scholar sat alone, trembling hands wiping the cold sweat from his brow, his head bowed in silence. He understood the gravity of his predicament, having abandoned all hope of justification. In truth, the scholar had long harbored a sense of impending crisis. Initially, he had intended to leave Andals for Dragonstone and, upon its downfall, return directly to Westeros. Yet, he had never anticipated that Stannis would betray him. Stannis would not allow an inconsequential individual to disrupt his military strategies, despite the scholar's status being only slightly inferior. In Stannis' eyes, he was like a stone in a cesspool, odorous and stubbornly unyielding. The assault on Dragonstone was a meticulously planned campaign he had orchestrated over several years. He had repeatedly rehearsed the strategy and had, through various means, secured the loyalty of some officers within the Dragonstone fleet. The naval forces of Dragonstone had once inflicted upon him the most humiliating defeat of his career, as the newly formed royal fleet had been annihilated in a single engagement under his command. Thus, the obstinate Stannis had vowed to avenge this humiliation, fixating on the Dragonstone fleet and its commander. What right did a spy hidden in Andals have to influence Stannis' military plans? Stannis had never regarded such petty individuals with any seriousness. No matter how noble one's bloodline, he would not jeopardize a campaign for the sake of one man. Consequently, the scholar had no claim to prior knowledge of the royal fleet's assault plan, failing to board the ship to Dragonstone in time, and thus had been abandoned in Andals. From the day Dragonstone fell, he had lived in perpetual dread, each encounter with Viserys igniting a fearful anticipation that his transgressions had been discovered, leading him to the gallows. However, as time passed, the scholar had begun to feel as though the worst was behind him. It was only recently that he noticed a few guards and servants loitering around the tower. Realizing that Viserys had not ceased his inquiry into the death of Miriam and the prior scrutiny of his correspondence. Now, the situation had come to light. The scholar understood that he had long been under Viserys' watchful gaze, and any attempts at explanation or defense were likely futile. Choosing to preserve a shred of dignity, he refrained from begging for mercy from Viserys or requesting Oberyn to speak a word in his favor, instead opting to sit quietly and await the impending judgment. Before long, amidst the continued revelry below, a soldier approached with a tray, presenting a goblet brimming with fine wine before the scholar. "Master Gaunter, this is a gift of exquisite wine from His Majesty." The crystalline liquid shimmered gently, reflecting beautiful hues within the opulent glass. Yet to the scholar's eyes, this goblet appeared as a venomous serpent, hissing its threat. What? Upon witnessing the spectacle, Oberyn's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that matters would escalate to such a degree. What grave error had Gontar committed to invoke Viserys' fury? Just as Oberyn prepared to voice his thoughts, Gontar denied him the opportunity. The scholar, barely in his 30s, trembled slightly as he lifted the goblet of wine, his voice quaking. "I thank His Majesty for this generous libation." Without further ado, he tilted his head back and consumed it in one swift motion. Clink! Then, the wine glass in his hand shattered upon the floor, producing a crisp sound. The opulent crystal goblet instantly splintered into countless fragments, scattering debris everywhere. The noise resonating throughout the grand hall. What has transpired? The performance below abruptly ceased, and the reveling nobles, still in the throes of merriment, remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. Yet it was only at this moment, upon noticing the gathering of a dozen fully armed guards around the throne, that the gravity of the situation began to dawn on them. The scholar had ingested poisoned wine, shattered his goblet, and now sat silently in his chair, head bowed, awaiting the inevitable embrace of death. However, he would not have to wait long. In the next instant, a searing pain akin to 1,000 knives pierced his abdomen, and his complexion transformed to a vivid crimson, reminiscent of fresh blood. His eyes widened in horror, and his body convulsed violently, the chair beneath him creaking in protest. The table before him spilled its contents, soup and wine, onto the floor. Melisandre slightly adjusted her red robe, calmly vacating her seat, while Oberyn distanced himself from the convulsing scholar. And in the next moment, a splatter of blood erupted from the scholar's orifices, staining his garments, and then he lay utterly motionless. Chapter 158. Jillian. The scholar is dead? What on earth has transpired? The nobles below erupted into a cacophony of confusion, unaware of the events that had unfolded, erroneously suspecting a vile act of poisoning. However, upon witnessing the scholar's bloodied visage and his subsequent stillness, a soldier unsheathed his dagger, using the gleaming blade to lift the scholar's chin, examining the now limp head to confirm his demise, finally allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. He sheathed his dagger and turned to address the raucous nobility below. "Lords and ladies," he began, pointing to the slumped figure of the scholar. This man, known as Gunser, was in truth Jillian Lannister. His voice cut through the din, commanding immediate silence from the perplexed assembly. The name Lannister rang a bell. It belonged to the noble house across the narrow sea, the Duke of Casterly Rock. What did it mean that Gunser was actually Jillian Lannister? A noble, bewildered by the revelation, inquired. The soldier's gaze swept across the room before he continued, unhurriedly, ensuring that all were attentive. The true Gunser met his end long before arriving at Dragonstone. Jillian conspired with the Lannister family to murder the scholar and assumed his identity upon reaching Dragonstone. He committed numerous crimes, colluding with usurpers, leaking sensitive information, and orchestrating the murder of the sorceress and mystic advisor, Mirri Maz Duur. The king, recalling their past, granted him a cup of poison, allowing him to depart of his own accord. In the hall, the scholar had willingly consumed the poison, collapsing lifelessly. Meanwhile, several servants in the castle fervently bowed at Viserys' feet, pleading for mercy, hoping the king would show them clemency. However, Viserys appeared oblivious to their plight. Engrossed in a diary he had discovered in Gunser's quarters, silently perusing its contents. The servants kneeling before him were those who had been bribed by Gunser to partake in the conspiracy to murder Mirri Maz Duur. Though the sorceress wielded extraordinary powers, she remained merely a woman of somewhat unremarkable stature, lacking combat prowess. On that fateful night, these servants had betrayed her, binding her and stifling her cries before delivering her to the lair of 3 young dragons, dousing her in oil and igniting the flames. Apart from the scholar, no one knew why he orchestrated such a treacherous plan. Perhaps it was to eliminate a sorceress within the Targaryen camp and frame another who sought entry into their ranks. For Miriam had openly acknowledged to Rhaenys that Melisandre was indeed a true sorceress, possibly her superior in strength, and the scholar had been present at that moment. He ensnared Miriam, burned her alive, and framed the act upon a priest skilled in flames, Rollo. Simultaneously, he led Rhaenys to believe that it was the Black Dragon, Vhagar, who had inexplicably incinerated Miriam, perhaps believing she intended to steal a dragon, given her inexplicable proximity to the dragon's den at such an hour. He then deliberately cast suspicion upon Melisandre, thereby eliminating the motive behind Miriam's death. In this manner, the wild-hearted Black Dragon was confirmed as untamable. exploiting Rhaenys' inherent kindness to manipulate her into controlling the three dragons. Once the young dragons were secured, his subsequent actions would be facilitated. Otherwise, approaching the dragons would likely result in a fiery demise. Moreover, regardless of when Viserys returned, he would not attribute blame to Gunser, as this was Rhaenys' doing. Ultimately, in the most favorable scenario of Gunser's, or rather, Gillian Lannister's, design, the sorceress Miriam Mazdur lay dead, the three young dragons confined, and Rhaenys sought to exonerate Vhagar by executing Melisandre for murder, a masterstroke of intrigue. Yet, the final outcome may not align entirely with Gunser's intentions. Although the girl was young and her mind not fully matured, she was not as easily manipulated as he had presumed. Rhaenys did not confine the three dragons out of fear of their potential mischief, nor did she silence Melisandre through execution. Instead, she merely placed her under house arrest, granting her a life of relative luxury and comfort. As Viserys perused the diary left behind by Gunser, he appeared outwardly calm, his fingers gently tapping the armrest of his chair, the sound echoing distinctly in the hushed room. Yet no one could fathom the tumult of thoughts swirling within him. The diary also revealed Gunser's, no, Gillian Lannister's, true identity. He was the third brother of Tywin Lannister. His eldest brother was the Duke of Casterly Rock, Tywin Lannister. His second brother was Kevan Lannister, and his third brother was Tyger Lannister. Due to his lower standing in the line of succession, Gillian was fated to be estranged from the family legacy, thus seeking his own path from a young age, much like Oberyn, having once studied at the Citadel. Alas, his disposition was one of exuberance and impulsiveness. In their youth, both Jaime and Tyrion relished the company of their lively uncle, Gillian, who did not linger long in the Citadel before departing. At that time, Oberyn was still in his youth, yet to set foot in the scholarly hall. Thus their paths never crossed. At the age of 18, Gillian set sail on the Lion's Roar from Lannisport, in search of the lost ancestral Valyrian steel sword, Brytror, belonging to House Lannister, as well as to explore the fabled Smoking Sea and the Accursed Lands, hoping to uncover treasures that had survived the cataclysm of Valyria. A decade elapsed without Gillian returning to his homeland, until the conclusion of the War of Usurpation. To celebrate King Robert's union with his niece, Cersei, he presented a magnificent dagger, a gold-plated blade with an ivory hilt and a sapphire pommel, as a wedding gift. During this time, he also learned of the demise of his elder brother Kevan Lannister, who had met a gruesome end while pursuing the remnants of House Targaryen, his head nearly lost. Thus, after many years of absence, Gillian returned to seek vengeance for his brother's death. Due to his prolonged absence, many failed to recognize him, which enabled him to assume the identity of the true Ser Gunser, embarking towards Dragonstone. Chapter 159, The Little Bird. The scholar's diary was uncovered from a hidden vault beneath a stone slab, concealed beneath his bed. This secretive cache was rarely disturbed, for the scholar had publicly declared that his chamber housed deadly poisons, cautioning all servants to maintain their distance, assuring them he could manage alone. Consequently, no servant dared to intrude upon his quarters. It was only after receiving an anonymous letter of denunciation that Viserys resolved to send men to discreetly investigate the scholar's room. The soldiers soon discovered a movable stone slab beneath the scholar's bed, revealing a locked chest. Within this chest lay the diary, accompanied by a vial of a transparent substance, suspected to be tears of Lys, a highly prized poison. Gillian may have intended to use this costly toxin to eliminate Viserys or his dragon. However, he likely had yet to find the opportune moment, as the task of poisoning Viserys was far from simple. Following a series of assassination attempts by mercenaries dispatched by the Iron Throne, his security had been significantly tightened, making it exceedingly difficult for the scholar to approach Viserys' kitchen, let alone poison the dragon. Yet now that the scholar was deceased, his diary offered no clarity regarding his intentions for the vial of tears of Lys, leaving his true thoughts shrouded in mystery. Not long ago, the letter Viserys received not only revealed that Ser Gunser was, in truth, Gillian Lannister, the third brother of Tywin Lannister, Duke of Casterly Rock, but also provided critical evidence validating this claim. Although the Citadel had indeed dispatched a Ser Gunser, the genuine scholar had long since fallen victim to an ambush orchestrated by the Lannisters en route to Dragonstone. The Lannisters had conducted this affair with utmost secrecy, leaving few aware of the truth. The author of the denunciation letter, perhaps the master behind the little bird, was one of the scant individuals privy to these events. He had chosen to divulge this intelligence to Varys. Upon first reading the contents of the letter, Viserys' mind instantly connected the child with the little bird, realizing that the shadowy figure behind the correspondence was none other than the spymaster known as Varys, the eight-fingered spider. He was aware of the tenuous link between Varys and the Targaryens. During the time Viserys and his mother, Rhaella Targaryen, sought refuge on Dragonstone while King's Landing fell to the usurpers, the court had undergone a thorough cleansing, with only a handful earning Robert's trust, among them Grand Maester Pycelle, the current captain of the Kingsguard, Ser Barristan Selmy, and the notorious spymaster Varys. Yet, even while Rhaella remained hidden on Dragonstone, she still received first-hand intelligence from King's Landing, indicating that there were still loyalists within the capital. Viserys had once suspected this individual might be Varys. After all, he later betrayed the Iron Throne, aligning himself with the Targaryens in the name of this realm and its future king, Aegon VI. However, Viserys' trust in Varys was tenuous at best. He was acutely aware that all the spymaster said could not be taken at face value, including his backstory as a former slave from Lys, later sold to a troupe of actors, and eventually mutilated. His actions were capricious and unpredictable, making it difficult to discern his true loyalties, much like Petyr Baelish, whose every maneuver served only his own interests, including that of the seemingly loyal future king, perhaps his nephew, Aegon Targaryen VI. Thus, upon arriving on the continent of Essos, Viserys never sought to engage Varys directly. He had established his own network of spies in King's Landing, merely gathering common intelligence and public sentiment, avoiding any attempts to infiltrate the Red Keep for fear of alerting the spymaster. Yet now, Varys had reached out to him without any prior contact from Viserys. Although he believed his letter to be impeccably crafted, concealing any trace of his identity, he sought to remain hidden beneath the surface, stirring the waters with subtlety. Little did he realize, Viserys' understanding of him was far more acute than the reverse. Viserys recognized that this letter was undeniably linked to the eunuch. Thus, after perusing the correspondence, he hastily instructed his guards to continue searching for the child who had just fled, hoping to capture him alive and uproot Varys' intelligence network hidden in Dorne, though no word had yet returned. Meanwhile, a few servants who had been bribed by Ser Gunser were still begging for their lives, causing Viserys to feel a twinge of annoyance. He then raised his gaze to the guards beside him. "Your Majesty?" The guards exchanged knowing glances with Viserys, with a dismissive wave of his hand. The servants, pleading for mercy, were swiftly dragged away. Moments later, anguished screams echoed from outside the chamber, abruptly silencing their cries, and a faint scent of blood permeated the air. Viserys inhaled gently, detecting not the slightest hint of discomfort. Unbeknownst to him, he had gradually acclimatized to this scent over time, this scent belonging to Gillian Lannister. He closed the journal and idly fidgeted with it in his hands. Varys' letter detailed Gillian's less-than-stellar academic performance during his time at the Citadel, characterizing him as lively and spirited. Yet, Gillian's subsequent seamless role as an adventurer on Dragonstone and in Andals was inescapable. The adage to read 1,000 books is not as enriching as to travel 1,000 miles resonated with Gillian, who acquired a wealth of experience in celestial observation and medicine during his explorations, rivaling that of any learned scholar returning from their studies. However, the correspondence he exchanged with the Citadel remained a mystery. No one knew where the letters were sent or who penned the responses. This shrouded anonymity was why he had evaded detection for so many years. Chapter 160, The Heavens Appraisal. Viserys idly toyed with the journal before casting it aside. At that moment, he was struck by a glimmer emanating from the very pit where the safe had been unearthed. Currently situated in the bedroom of Gillian Lannister within the Maester's Tower, Viserys raised an eyebrow. Was there more beneath? Soon after executing several servants, the returning guards obeyed Viserys' command once more, and a few soldiers resumed their digging with tools in hand. However, they did not delve too deeply before their implements struck something solid, prompting the soldiers to extract it from the earth. This time, they unearthed a bronze chest, larger and heftier than the previous one. "Put your backs into it." The soldiers strained with great effort to hoist it from the pit. Thud! It landed heavily on the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Viserys instinctively shielded his mouth and nose before crouching to inspect the bronze chest. Its exterior bore the marks of age, reminiscent of artifacts from the Valyrian civilization. Viserys was astonished to discover that Gillian Lannister possessed such a treasure, an antique of considerable significance. Yet, he was no archaeologist and lacked expertise in the decorative styles of Valyrian relics. Nevertheless, as a Targaryen prince who had once resided in the Red Keep, he had encountered numerous treasures from the era of the Freehold. He even recalled, from his childhood, accidentally shattering a valuable antique vase that seemed to have originated from ancient Valyria, a transgression for which he had been scolded by his mother, Queen Rhaella. Thus, Viserys immediately recognized the provenance of the bronze chest. Yet, The true intrigue lay in its contents. The chest, buried deep underground, was not locked, its heavy lid fitting snugly atop it. With a cautious demeanor, Viserys rose and drew his sword from his waist. The blade glimmered in the candlelight of Gillian's chamber as he inserted it into the chest's seam, his gaze sharpening, and with a decisive flick of his wrist, he forcefully lifted the heavy bronze lid. Thud! The lid struck the ground with a resounding crash. However, Viserys remained unfazed. He had encountered enough artifacts from the Valyrian civilization to remain indifferent to the potential damage that this chest, valuable as it might be to the untrained eye, might sustain. The guards surrounding him, lacking comprehension of the chest's worth, peered curiously inside, equally oblivious to what it might contain. In contrast, Viserys maintained a composed demeanor. With a snap, he sheathed his sword and turned his gaze toward the interior of the bronze chest, eager to discover its contents. Yet, upon observing what lay within, Viserys instinctively furrowed his brow, mirroring the expressions of the surrounding guards. However, their perceptions diverged. "Your Majesty, inside here." The guards scratched their heads. Disappointment etched upon their faces. They had anticipated that Gillian, having exerted such effort to conceal the chest, would have filled it with gold and jewels. Instead, what lay within was a collection of seemingly worthless, dilapidated items. Inside the bronze chest, the eye was met with an array of shabby, earthen relics, as if they had just been exhumed from some forsaken pit. Among them was a chipped ancient urn, a bronze candlestick marred by spots, and a tarnished mirror that had long lost its reflective clarity. Lastly, there rested a stone sculpture of a woman, her features obscured. Yet it appeared she bore a single horn atop her head, her form remarkably sculpted. The statue, though marred by age and neglect, bore a craftsmanship that was undeniably exquisite, invoking admiration. However, it was curious that such masterful artistry had neglected to render the woman's visage, leaving a sense of longing for what could have been. The guards were perplexed by the collection of tatters before them, unable to fathom why Scholar Gunter had gone to such meticulous lengths to conceal a chest filled with such detritus. Yet in Viserys' eyes, this trove of refuse bore a slightly different significance. This was Viserys' gaze sharpened, his fingers instinctively tightening. For those with a discerning eye could detect a faint magical rune nestled within the depths of his pale violet irises, accompanied by a palpable shock. This astonishment eclipsed even his earlier reaction to Varys' letter, which revealed that Scholar Gunter was an informant for the Iron Throne. How could this be? Viserys' eyes remained fixated on the chest's contents, his voice tinged with incredulity. In his vision, these seemingly dilapidated artifacts were enshrouded in a veil of faint black mist. Though not particularly dense, it unmistakably bore the signature of the aura that emanated from the aftermath of murder. To perceive this inexplicable mass of black mist stands as one of the most profound secrets harbored within Viserys, second only to his origin from another realm and the prophetic nature of his soul regarding significant events and notable figures. In the past, Viserys endeavored to scour various sources for information, yet amidst the vast expanse of historical texts, he found no mention of the black mist. If such a deadly essence could indeed augment one's strength, it must have once resided within another's being, leaving an indelible mark upon the annals of history. However, Viserys could uncover no trace. Years have passed, yet he remains on a relentless quest for the origins of the black mist. Little did he anticipate that today, while executing a traitor, he would stumble upon a fragment of insight regarding the black mist. Viserys exhaled softly, his lips pressing together as he stifled the tumult within. Gradually, he extended his hand. The black mist, clinging to the dilapidated items, seemed to find solace as it transformed into a wisp of smoke, penetrating Viserys' being, becoming an integral part of the enigmatic fog. Chapter 161, The Land of Demons. After absorbing the black mist, Viserys let out a gentle sigh and began to scrutinize the assortment of miscellaneous items housed within the chest. He first retrieved a bronze candelabrum, marred by age, suggesting it had endured the passage of many years. Yet, apart from its weathered appearance, it bore no remarkable qualities. Viserys weighed the candelabrum in his hand before casually setting it aside. He continued to rummage through the chest, discovering a myriad of fragmented artifacts, far exceeding the initial items observed, yet most were relics of considerable wear. Although Viserys lacked expertise, he discerned that these items were undoubtedly ancient, having withstood the test of time. Among them, he lingered over a faceless female stone sculpture, meticulously examining it for an extended period. This sculpture bore the greatest concentration of black mist among the objects. Who was this woman? Viserys pondered, his lavender eyes fixated upon the stone figure. Due to the wrath of the gods, Valyria had suffered a cataclysmic disaster, shattering this once mighty civilization and race, with countless precious tomes lost to the annals of time. For those beyond Valyria, reconstructing the entirety of this civilization's essence proved exceedingly difficult, even the Targaryen accounts lacking in detail. Many texts had vanished during the tumult of centuries, including the blood-soaked Dance of Dragons, and after the War of Usurpers, the Targaryens had even lost King's Landing, with the Red Keep ravaged by Lannister soldiers. Though Dragonstone retained a wealth of texts, many invaluable works have been lost amidst the chaos of war, leaving Viserys unable to fully reconstruct the historical visage of Valyria despite his extensive reading. However, gazing at the faceless stone sculpture, Viserys instinctively sensed that this woman might have played a pivotal role within Valyrian civilization. The sculpture bore a striking resemblance to a diminutive version of the deities worshipped in the Great September of Baelor. Could it also be a representation of a goddess? Viserys speculated boldly, then handled it with care, placing it alongside the other dilapidated artifacts. Considering the past of Gillian Lannister, these items likely belong to the era of Valyrian civilization. At the tender age of 18, Gillian had captained the Lion's Laugh from Lannisport to Volantis, seeking both the fabled weapon Lightbringer lost to his family and the mysteries of Valyria's ruins, aiming to unearth this lost civilization. Yet, Viserys wondered how Gillian had acquired these artifacts. Had he discovered a means to access the Valyrian ruins? Viserys mused momentarily before shaking his head. It seemed implausible. Today, the ruins of Valyria were known as the Land of Demons, as few who ventured there return alive, and those who did often succumb to inexplicable ailments. Perhaps hidden beneath layers of intrigue, aside from the remarkable strategy that briefly impressed him, Viserys had not perceived any extraordinary capabilities within the scholar. Nevertheless, every individual harbors a secret of their own. Viserys' secrets encompass his true lineage and the Black Mist. For Gillian, lacking inheritance and overshadowed by the brilliance of his brother Tywin Lannister, the pursuit of a notable legacy necessitated a bold emergence. Thus, his greatest secret lay in his explorations of the Valyrian ruins, a matter Viserys surmised he likely had never disclosed to his elder brother. Subsequently, Viserys placed the statue alongside the other remnants and groped toward the bottom of the chest. Finally, he extracted a thick roll of parchment, which also contained a slender diary, evidencing Gillian's apparent habit of journaling. What did this be? Viserys unfurled the parchment, yet upon merely glancing at it, his expression momentarily froze in disbelief, grappling with the incredulity of his sight. Could it be? Had he truly guessed correctly? What lay before him on the parchment resembled a map, intricately sketched, denoting reefs and hidden fortresses, every fragment of island and navigational route meticulously marked, with certain areas emphasized in crimson ink, while others bore a cross. Was this a map leading to the Valyrian ruins? With a sudden surge of exhilaration, Viserys instinctively leapt from his chair, startling the surrounding guards, who were left bewildered by the king's unexpected fervor. Viserys could hardly believe that his casual speculation had unveiled a startling truth. Gillian Lannister seemed to have indeed ventured into the Valyrian ruins and returned unscathed, crafting a map to access the fabled site. Is this reality? Viserys felt a surge of vitality course through him, his eyes gleaming with newfound intensity. The ruins of Valyria were said to harbor astonishing treasures, tales of adventurers who explored the Valyrian ruins, emerging with riches untold, circulated throughout Essos, featuring protagonists often destitute rogues who dared to brave the perilous depths of Valyria and returned enriched. Then he acquired astonishing wealth and status, becoming a fabulously rich merchant and even a prince-governor of a city-state. Such tales Viserys had heard countless versions of. They emerged periodically. Perhaps it was at the tender age of 18 that Gillian first encountered such a story, compelling him to embark on a fearless journey to Volantis, ready to brave this infernal land. Yet, could Gillian truly be among the fortunate ones to emerge unscathed from this treacherous place? If this parchment map were genuine, it indeed promised immeasurable riches. Countless souls would be driven to madness over dragon eggs, Valyrian steel swords, armor, and a myriad of treasures. Even Viserys, seasoned in the grand spectacles of life, felt his heart race at the thought of such a hoard, unable to suppress the urge to venture forth. Calm down. Ultimately, however, Viserys reined in his inner impulses, for he understood that this seemingly accessible fortune was far from easily obtained. In that cursed land, there were even things capable of injuring the mighty Black Death, Vagor in its prime. Chapter 162, Memoir. Nevertheless, this was an important discovery. Viserys restrained his burgeoning greed and clenched his fist. Should the opportunity arise in the future, it might be worth a visit. Though the ruins of Valyria were fraught with peril, they held immense significance for Viserys. A premonition stirred within him. The secrets cloaked in black mist might very well lie within this forsaken civilization. The Targaryen family had once been one of the 40 ancient houses of the freehold of Valyria. As one of Valyrian blood, Viserys could perceive the black mist swirling around him, invisible to others. This mist manifested in Valyrian script, reflecting the state of its host. And the act of murder and plundering souls only served to nourish its growth. The connection between the black mist and Valyrian civilization, once tenuous, was now becoming increasingly tangible. The tattered remnants, seemingly brought forth from the ruins of Valyria by Gillian Lannister, bore faint traces of this dark mist. This marked the first occasion Viserys had witnessed the mist outside of the deceased, further solidifying the covert link between the two. Subsequently, Viserys tucked away the parchment map and opened the journal left by the scholar. As anticipated, this diary chronicled the events following Gillian's departure from Lannisport at the age of 18. A decade of experiences was condensed within the confines of this slender tome. He had once sailed aboard the Lion's Roar to Volantis, yet half his crew abandoned him upon hearing of Gillian's quest to the fabled Smoking Sea, leaving him to procure slaves as replacements. In the days that followed, Gillian tirelessly sought ways to enter the Valyrian ruins, encountering deceptions, narrowly escaping death, and nearly losing everything. In his despair, he even contemplated suicide. The words penned by Gillian were steeped in melancholy. Yet, fortune smiled upon him, and he eventually rallied, organizing a small fleet to venture into the Smoking Sea. Viserys read Gillian's diary with rapt attention. Rather than a mere journal, it resembled an autobiography. Had Gillian chosen to publish it, he would likely have amassed a fortune. However, after the fleet's entry into the Smoking Sea, Gillian's tone underwent a dramatic transformation. Despite Viserys' best efforts to envision it, he could not comprehend the swift transition from ambition to elation upon sighting the Valyrian ruins, eventually plummeting into despair. What had they endured? Tentacles? Appendages? A massive tentacle seized one crew member, eliciting a scream as he was dragged beneath the ink-black surface of the sea. This diary served as a memoir penned after Gillian's escape from the Valyrian ruins, capturing his immediate reactions. I felt as though I had been rendered senseless. My legs felt as if they were encased in lead. I desperately wished to flee, but could barely move, helpless as the monstrous appendages snatched crew members one by one. They did not even have the chance to scream. I assumed they were dragged under to drown. Yet, it was only when I trembled in a crevice on the deck that I witnessed a crew member ensnared by that colossal tentacle, stripped of flesh and blood, leaving only a skeleton to sink into the inky waters. Gillian's words were laden with terror. Upon reading this, Viserys found himself breathing more rapidly, deeply inhaling as he tightened his grip on the memoir, his fingertips turning white. Was this a sea monster? Viserys strained to imagine the scene of a colossal deep-sea squid attacking humanity, comparable to a three-masted ship. Yet, Gillian's record only allowed Viserys to associate the terms tentacles and appendages with the deep-sea creature. Moreover, it appeared there was more than one. Gillian's descriptions hinted at numerous bizarre beings assaulting them. Fortunately, despite the heavy toll on the crew, they fought back valiantly, severing several of the monster's appendages and ultimately escaping to land. These sea monsters seemed to harbor a profound fear of the land. They would hesitate at a certain range, yet could not stray far, forever bound to lurk beneath the deep waters surrounding Valyria. Otherwise, should these creatures break free, who could fathom the horrors that would ensue? These were Gillian's own words from his memoir. The fleet lost several ships, yet through sheer luck and indomitable will to survive, they finally broke through the monster's onslaught, emerging from the boiling mist of the sea to the very edge of Valyrian land, where the monsters dared not pursue, retreating instead. Perhaps this calamity had birthed them. After all, I have traveled to many places, and no other lands bear such creatures, save for Valyria. Thus, they resist leaving. Should they depart, they cease to thrive. Yet approaching this land may spell their doom. Next were Gillian's reflections on the direct correlation between the sea monsters and that calamity, along with his own conjectures. However, no one could verify his claims. Viserys' fingers turned the pages to the next entry. He regretted having granted Gillian a cup of poison wine. Had he known Gillian possessed such knowledge, he would never have allowed him to perish so easily. However, it is now too late to utter any words. The poison chalice has already been bestowed, and the opportunity to retract it has slipped away. It is likely that, before long, news of Gillian's demise will reach us. Viserys shook his head with a sense of regret, yet he found himself powerless, compelled to continue reading onward. Subsequently, Gillian's memoirs transported us to the land of Valyria. They paid an exorbitant price to breach the Sea of Smoke, ultimately setting foot on this land imbued with both mystery and terror. Among Gillian's fleet, a considerable number of sailors, and even slaves, refused to pursue further exploration, paralyzed by fear. Some even detaining Gillian in a bid to slay the man who had lured them into this perilous venture. Yet, though Gillian was gripped by trepidation, he still adeptly wielded his gift of oratory, ultimately persuading a portion of the slaves and crew to spare him. After all, their vessel had sustained severe damage, rendering an immediate return impossible. They had no choice but to repair it on the spot. Forward was the only path available to them. However, on the very first night of their landing on the island, a horrifying event transpired. In the chapter titled The Castle of Valyria, that night, a harrowing scream shattered the long-standing silence of this land. I awoke in a panic from my slumber, as a slave on night watch informed me that he had inadvertently fallen asleep, while his companion, also on duty, had been dragged away by a fearsome creature. Upon hearing this news, I rushed over to find a throng of people gathered. I struggled to squeeze my way to the center, where I beheld a long, bloody trail, a gruesome sight that led across the charred earth into the inky darkness beyond. What creature had assailed us? Was it a wolf? Or a jackal? Perhaps a shadow cat? The former two are pack animals. Thus Gillian's heart leaned towards the latter. We must rescue our comrade, I urged everyone, for since it had only ambushed one among us, it lacked the courage to face us all. If we wish to repair our ship and return home rather than live in constant fear, we must first eliminate this menace threatening us all. I rallied the remaining sailors and slaves, and they concurred with my sentiment. Thus, we organized ourselves to pursue the creature. In Gillian's account, the ruins of Valyria bore little distinction from the desolate lands they had traversed, with certain areas even beginning to sprout weeds and trees, no longer resembling the apocalyptic devastation. This stark contrast diverged from the imaginations of the sailors, Gillian, and even Viserys, who was perusing the tale through the pages. The ruins of Valyria had begun to rejuvenate under the formidable healing power of nature. Perhaps it was for this reason that all aboard, including Gillian, had somewhat lowered their guard. They believed the most perilous threat lay in the monstrous sea creatures lurking beneath the dark waters, and that this land bore no difference from their familiar surroundings. Gillian, in his memoir, expressed remorse, declaring it one of the gravest errors of his life. The armed sailors and slaves, stirred by Gillian's encouragement and leadership, followed the blood trail that flowed upon the ground into the enveloping darkness. The night upon this ancient land was so dim that even the moonlight appeared feeble. Whether due to the mist cloaking this forsaken continent, or because the day itself was overcast, I could not ascertain. The sailors brandished a few torches, barely illuminating a scant portion of the ground ahead, and before long, they had ventured a considerable distance. It was not until some among them, stricken by fear, proposed a retreat that the path they were probing finally shifted. The ground beneath our feet seemed to faintly reveal the remnants of an ancient road, yet it had been nearly obliterated by cataclysmic events, leaving only a shadow of its former self. The blood on the earth appeared to follow the fragmented ancient path, and as we traversed this route to its conclusion, we made a remarkable discovery. It was a castle. We discerned the silhouette of a dilapidated ancient castle shrouded in darkness not far off, its ruins unmistakable. Here, the blood trail abruptly ceased, as though it had vanished into thin air. Undoubtedly, this was a castle belonging to the Valyrian nobility, an exhilarating discovery, as one could easily surmise the wealth concealed within its walls. Valyrian steel swords, Valyrian steel armor, dragon eggs, treasured tomes, exquisitely crafted artifacts born of advanced magical craftsmanship, and so forth. At this juncture, it was no surprise that the group splintered into two factions. One faction, upon glimpsing the Valyrian noble's castle, became enraptured, forgetting their mission to rescue their companion and vanquish the creature that had assaulted them. Yet, it was only then that they recalled their perilous venture into the Valyrian ruins was motivated by the prospect of wealth, rather than a bare-handed retreat. They even forgot their earlier fright, binding me to a stake, intent on setting me ablaze. Such irony. In a bid to organize this fleet's entry into the ruins of Valyria, Gillian had once made a solemn promise. His sole purpose was to seek the Lannister family's lost weapon, Lightbringer. Apart from Lightbringer, all treasures were to be claimed by whoever first laid hands upon them, and anyone daring to seize would face collective execution. As their leader, he would not take a single extra piece. He staked his name as a guarantee. Furthermore, all slaves willing to accompany him into the Valyrian ruins would be liberated upon their return, transformed into free individuals, and the wealth they acquired would remain valid. Thus, it was amidst such compelling incentives that these sailors and slaves willingly followed Gillian into the perilous depths of Illyria. Yet, they gravely underestimated the terrifying cost of exploring these ruins, and were thus horrified merely at the threshold of the smoke-filled sea. However now, the alluring prospect of wealth lay bare before them. Within this uncharted Valyrian castle, true treasures awaited. Many among them felt their resolve stirring. Having already ventured through such grave perils to reach this land, the return journey would undoubtedly present further dangers. It was perhaps wiser to seize the moment. If they truly discovered a Valyrian steel sword and made it out alive, just the thought ignited a fervor in their eyes. Yet, amidst the greed, some maintained their composure, contemplating the monstrous sea creatures lurking beneath the black waters. They believed that this land surely concealed terrifying creatures, perhaps the very beast that had just snatched away their companion. Thus, this group of individuals faltered. While some contemplated the riches that awaited those who dared to venture forth, others yearned to return to the safety of their coastal campsite. There was no fundamental conflict between the two factions, so they amicably chose to part ways. Those wishing to retreat formed a small party, and due to the surrounding mist obscuring their sense of direction, they could only retrace their steps along the bloodstains on the ground. Meanwhile, the bolder group donned their armor and weapons, preparing to enter the dilapidated castle in pursuit of fortune. Among them was Gillian Lannister, who had come to explore the ruins of Illyria to prove his worth and escape the overshadowing presence of his brothers. With opportunity now at hand, how would he dare to relinquish it? Chapter 164. Swords, Armor, and Horns. Thus, I followed the brave souls into the castle. I must confess, this was one of the wisest decisions I have ever made. Gillian did not elaborate on his reasoning, yet it caused the reader, Viserys, to feel a slight shiver. He was now wholly engrossed in this narrative, to the point of experiencing a semblance of empathy. He sensed that those who had chosen to return might encounter even graver dangers. The stillness of the room was broken by the soft rustle of paper as Viserys turned the page. At that moment, a series of knocks reverberated against the door of the scholar's chamber, startling Viserys. The silver-haired youth was momentarily interrupted, lifting his gaze towards the door, yet displaying no displeasure, merely nodding slightly as the attendant hurried to open it. "Your Majesty," declared a soldier who entered from beyond the threshold. "The scholar is dead." He had come to deliver the news of Gillian Lannister's demise. After consuming a poisoned cup, he had succumbed, blood streaming from his orifices. Viserys acknowledged the anticipated outcome with a nod. However, the soldier hesitated, then spoke again. "Your Majesty, the princesses." The soldier proceeded to inform Viserys that Rhaenys and Daenerys wished to see him. They had learned of the incident, yet remained unaware of the scholar's death, doubting that he had truly betrayed House Targaryen. In haste, Rhaenys sought an audience with him to plead for her mentor. Having previously instructed the two young ladies, Viserys had foreseen this reaction and had deliberately sent them away when administering the poison, in consideration of their feelings. Yet, upon hearing the soldier's words, Viserys hesitated, ultimately shaking his head in refusal of Rhaenys' request. Let them calm down, he decided. Encountering betrayal was not an unusual occurrence. The more influential individuals one surrounded oneself with, the more likely such events would transpire, for desire is among the most challenging of human emotions to suppress. Viserys had long since become accustomed to such treacheries in both this life and the last. After all, during the time when House Targaryen was on the brink of collapse, individuals were reluctant to accompany them into the grave, a perfectly reasonable sentiment. Who could have foreseen that Viserys would eventually orchestrate numerous deeds that would turn the tide in his favor? Moreover, the scholar had always been an adversary, seeking vengeance for his brother, Kevan Lannister. From the ambush on the main road 6 years prior, when Viserys had plunged his sword into Kevan's chest, to the subsequent tragedy at the Red Keep, a deep-seated enmity had long since formed between the Targaryens and Lannisters, leaving no room for reconciliation. Thus, Viserys felt little anger towards the scholar's betrayal. Rather, it served as a reminder, urging him to remember the multitude of blood debts that awaited him across the narrow sea. Since his hasty flight from King's Landing, he had been anticipating the day he would return to reclaim his vengeance. At that time, Rhaenys had been far too young. She had nearly forgotten the visage of her father, Rhaegar Targaryen, and her mother, Elia Martell, not to mention the brother, Aegon Targaryen, who was widely believed to have met his demise against the wall. Rhaenys merely recalled their names and understood whom she ought to loathe. Yet, the source of her hatred remained elusive. Daenerys, on the other hand, was even more detached from the notion of vengeance. Her father, mother, and elder brother were mere names to her. Throughout her existence, She had known only her brother Viserys and the sisterly figure of Rhaenys, who compelled her to call her sister. Therefore, the burden of avenging House Targaryen rested solely upon Viserys' shoulders. They were utterly unaware, hence their naivete. "Yes, your majesty." The guard responded promptly to Viserys' slightly fatigued voice, his expression sharpening before he turned to depart. Not far away, a brown-haired maiden stood silently before the tower, gazing at the flickering lights when the departing guard approached Rhaenys, shaking his head slightly. "Your Highness," he greeted, disappointment etched clearly upon Rhaenys' face. She had not seen the evidence, and, thus, could not believe that her mentor had truly betrayed House Targaryen. She desperately wished that Viserys had erred. Though Gillian had meticulously plotted to eliminate Viserys, perhaps to conceal his identity, he had been a dedicated teacher to the two girls. Just recently, while investigating the internal traitors within the castle, Viserys had cast suspicion upon many, only to ultimately discern Gillian's treachery, for the Scholar's performance had been nearly impeccable. Within the Scholar's tower, after dismissing Rhaenys' plea, Viserys redirected his attention to Gillian's memoirs. He had just reached the most critical section when he was interrupted. Soon after, Gillian, along with a band of reckless sailors and slaves, entered the castle shrouded in a veil of mist. Upon entering, they were met with a garden long bereft of life. The flowers withered to dust, the ground littered with fallen timber and fractured columns. They began their search, ascending through the corridors towards the quarters of the servants. As expected, chaos erupted upon their arrival. A lowly slave drew a sword and slew a crew member named Kevin. Seizing the candlestick he had been the first to acquire. Kevin, I still remembered him, one of the few who had stood by me during my most desperate hour. Subsequently, a chaotic frenzy erupted, as individuals began to engage in a frenzied struggle, disregarding the fact that their greatest adversary was not one another, but rather the looming dangers that surrounded them. This space was merely a chamber designated for servants. At this juncture, Gillian's handwriting appeared somewhat hasty, suggesting that as he penned his recollections, his emotions were not entirely stable. He particularly emphasized the term kindred, leaving Viserys to ponder whether this was a deliberate insinuation. It was only after enduring considerable tribulation that the crowd finally regained their composure, and the very candelabrum that initially sparked the bloodshed fortuitously found its way into my possession. I proposed that everyone place all valuables discovered into a bronze chest, intending to sell them collectively upon our return of Atlantis, and then divide the proceeds evenly. After incurring some necessary costs, we finally united and pressed onward, arriving at the grand hall of the castle. However, while we had yet to unearth any treasures here, we did encounter the creature that had assaulted us. Its silhouette loomed in the shadows, somewhat indistinct, resembling a robust yet hunched man, seemingly savoring something. Later, I learned that it was not fear that gripped it, but rather the fact that it had just managed to satiate its hunger. Through a crevice outside the hall, I glimpsed what appeared to be 3 items near the elevated throne. A sword and a suit of armor hung upon the wall behind the throne, while a colossal horn rested upon the table. Chapter 165, Escape from Valyria. At that moment, the creature, which had been feasting upon our comrades within the hall, finally took notice of us. It possessed a dusky, foreboding skin, a stark white belly, and was slick as if it had just emerged from water, dripping with droplets that, upon closer inspection, turned out to be blood trickling from the corners of its mouth. As it rose, it bore vaguely humanoid features, with enormous bulging eyes glimmering with a crimson glow. It approached us, its guttural growl reverberating throughout the dark hall, sending shivers down our spines. The warriors also recognized the creature, and, upon noticing the treasures adorning the throne behind it, overcame their inner trepidation, brandishing their weapons and vociferously proclaiming their intent to vanquish the beast. Thus commenced a brutal massacre. Blood, everywhere blood. The creature moved with astonishing speed, despite its humanoid form. It sprinted on all fours. Its strength was immense, capable of effortlessly tearing a man over 6 feet tall and weighing more than 200 pounds in half. At this point, Gillian's writing became exceedingly erratic, seemingly recalling some harrowing event to the extent that he could hardly grip his pen steadily. Additionally, there was a smudge of ink in one area, as though something had struck it repeatedly. Viserys, perusing this memoir, involuntarily conjured an image of Gillian's anguished expression while composing this account, his hands clutching his head as he repeatedly struck the table. However, the ultimate outcome was clear. Gillian had indeed survived the ordeal. Whether others had escaped alongside him remained uncertain, and further reading was necessary. The silence of the room was once again punctuated by the sound of pages turning. The silver-haired youth flipped to the next page, his gaze lingering upon the slowly shifting words. At that moment, The creature lunged towards them, and Gillian, along with the crew exploring the castle, found themselves in dire straits. Flee, flee, flee. The most recurring word in the remaining memoir was escape. The exaggerated tone and trembling script conveyed the sheer terror of that moment. Gillian had only glimpsed the sword, armor, and colossal horn within the hall, knowing that they were undoubtedly the most valuable treasures in the entire castle. Yet, he could only behold them from a distance, unable to draw near. In the face of the terrifying creature's assault, the crowd became panicked, scattering in all directions. Though a few brave souls dared to draw their swords in an attempt to slay the monstrous being, their fates were grim, as they were all mercilessly torn to shreds by the humanoid beast. Contrary to Gillian's impassioned exhortations, which suggested that the creature was deterred by the sheer number of crew members and slaves, it became apparent that its appetite was limited. Dragging away one victim sufficed to satisfy its hunger. Yet, perhaps the creature did not anticipate that this group of prey would dare to approach so willingly. Despite Gillian's reluctance to retreat, he insidiously incited others to pursue and slay the beast. Fortunately for him, when the creature was preoccupied with attacking others, he, in a state of fear, managed to escape alongside a portion of the crew and slaves. Although many of the gathered treasures were lost within the castle, they were fortunate to have salvaged the bronze chest. Otherwise, their expedition would have yielded nothing but significant losses. The remaining few, akin to startled birds, clutched their final spoils and dared not look back, hastily retracing their steps to their original direction. They extinguished their torches, fearful that the creature might be drawn to the flickering light in the darkness. It was unclear how far they had fled, but without a guiding flame, they could only crawl along the ground, searching for the faint traces left behind. Along the route back, they encountered an earlier group that had vacated the vicinity of the castle without entering. However, a far more terrifying sight awaited them. Upon witnessing the scene before them, all felt a chill run through their bodies, their hearts plummeting. The earlier returnees had become mere remnants of limbs and torsos strewn across the ground, seemingly arranged into peculiar symbols, serving as a profound warning, one that none among them could decipher. This group, having avoided the castle, appeared to have met a fate even more harrowing than their own. In the end, Gillian and his party were fortunate, returning with their hearts racing. Yet they had lost an unknown number of companions along the way. Scattered and disarrayed, they returned to the campsite with only 7 or 8 individuals, joining the 10 or so who had remained behind, totaling approximately 20 souls. Upon hearing the accounts of their harrowing experiences, none dared linger. They feared that staying any longer would result in their demise before nightfall. Thus, they returned to their vessel, navigating the battered ship towards the smoke-laden sea. It turned out that the ocean was indeed the safer refuge. This forsaken continent was the true domain of demons, where malevolence reigned supreme. The survivors aboard the vessel fervently prayed to various deities. Subsequently, whether by divine favor or mere chance, the battered ship that had fled Valyria encountered no sea monsters this time. Instead, it navigated smoothly through the vast expanse of the smoky sea, heading straight for Volantis. As they emerged from the fog and beheld the world outside, the hearts of those on board finally found solace. The elation of having narrowly escaped death flooded their minds, igniting fervent embraces and celebrations among the crew, as their blood coursed with renewed vigor. Yet, amidst the jubilation, one of the slaves, his face flushed with excitement, suddenly had his head explode before the eyes of all, resembling a flower in full bloom. The curse of Valyria had silently descended upon them. Few could explore the ruins of Valyria and emerge unscathed, for this dread curse awaited them. Even those who managed to escape Valyria often succumbed to a strange affliction. Thus, during the protracted journey back to Volantis, the remaining survivors aboard the ship succumbed one after another to bizarre illnesses. By the time the vessel finally grounded on the shore, only 3 individuals had survived the ruins of Valyria. Among them, Gillian Lannister was fortunate enough to be one, as they seemingly escaped the grasp of that horrific disease. Ultimately, they disembarked, carrying all the spoils of their journey, unshackled the anchor, and allowed the great ship to drift away with the current. The 3 then divided their treasures and parted ways. Chapter 166, The Horn of Dragons. Upon returning to Volantis, Gillian Lannister altered his appearance and assumed a new name. He discreetly purchased a dilapidated house, where he trembled daily as he meticulously documented this journey in a diary, recording every detail. He harbored hopes of one day reassembling a fleet to return to Valyria, yearning for the longsword, armor, and the horn that hung in the castle hall, prized possessions that fueled his dreams. He aspired to achieve greatness through his explorations. to step out from the shadow of his elder brother and to prove his own worth. Even his brother Tywin's emissaries sent to seek him in Volantis deliberately avoided him, opting to conceal themselves. Years passed, and upon hearing of the outbreak of the War of the Usurper in Westeros, Gillian resolved to journey back to his homeland. However, the road from Volantis to Casterly Rock was long, and by the time he returned, the War of the Usurper had already concluded. Robert Baratheon had toppled the Targaryen rule and claimed the Iron Throne, subsequently entering a political marriage with his niece, Cersei Lannister. To convey his congratulations, Gillian gifted her a treasure salvage from the ruins of Valyria as a wedding present. He also communicated with Varys, the Spider, as had been previously discussed with Viserys. After years of absence, upon his return to Casterly Rock, Gillian learned of his brother Kevan's demise and vowed to avenge his sibling. Ultimately, he replaced the scholar destined for Dragonstone and quietly infiltrated. Having perused Gillian Lannister's extraordinary life, Viserys closed the memoir with a sense of contemplation, surprised that such a formidable figure had been dispatched by a mere cup of poison. Yet, his reflections on Gillian's death were fleeting. Viserys' thoughts were predominantly consumed by the castle mentioned in Gillian's memoir, along with the sword, armor, and horn he had glimpsed at that time. Like Gillian, Viserys surmised that these three items, prominently placed within the castle, must possess immense value. He boldly speculated that the sword and armor once belonged to the castle's lord, forged from enchanted Valyrian steel. And the horn, could it be the Horn of Dragons? A daring notion flickered in Viserys' mind. Perhaps Gillian was unaware of its significance. But Viserys knew all too well. Yet, he found it hard to believe, shaking his head at the improbability of such coincidences. He vaguely recalled that someone else had escaped from the ruins of Valyria. Euron Greyjoy, the brother of Balon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands. Euron had been banished from the Iron Islands for his affair with his brother's assault wife, and had disappeared for a time. However, when he re-emerged, he possessed a legendary artifact said to command dragons. Now, with the recent turmoil in the Iron Islands quelled, Euron remained among them. Did Euron acquire this information from Gillian? Or had Gillian already met his demise by then, with this diary and the navigational parchment ultimately falling into Euron's possession? Viserys suddenly felt that this conjecture held merit. Gillian's fortune had indeed been remarkable. He was akin to a child of destiny, as Volantis had dispatched an entire fleet into the Smoky Sea, only for it to vanish without a trace. Yet, Gillian, with merely a small flotilla, successfully reached the Valyrian continent, suggesting that the sea monsters along that route were not numerous. It was highly plausible that Euron had acquired this precious diary and nautical chart, enabling him to penetrate Valyria and seize the horn and armor. If this were the case, the horn documented within was likely the fabled Horn of Dragons. Though the clues were sparse, they intricately wove together into a coherent tapestry. Viserys recalled tales from his childhood at the Red Keep, where Maester Pycelle recounted the legends of the Horn of Dragons, said to allow the Valyrian dragon lords to control their dragons. It was believed that upon blowing the horn, all dragons would bow in submission. Clearly, a visit to this place was imperative in the future. Lost in contemplation, Viserys stared into the flickering candlelight for a long moment before resolutely deciding. While he might not require the Horn of Dragons to command the dragons, such an artifact could not fall into the hands of outsiders. Otherwise, it would pose a catastrophic threat to the Targaryens. Initially, he had no desire to undertake such a perilous expedition to the ruins of Valyria, but now two compelling factors, like an invisible hand, compelled him to embark on this journey. Firstly, to uncover the true nature of the dark mist within him and its connection to Valyrian civilization. Secondly, to secure the Horn of Dragons, he could not allow it to be claimed by anyone else. As Viserys pondered this unexpected boon, a frail, white-haired elder, trembling with each step, in a distant land had just received news regarding him. At this moment, he stood atop the battlements of the wall, clad in a heavy ensemble adorned with a black beast-skin cloak, gazing distantly into the horizon. Abruptly, he spoke, his voice trembling slightly, raspy and sharp. "I have heard whispers of the kingdom's downfall. My oath was put to its most arduous test at that time." A tall man, equally grayed with age, approached the elder's side. "I have heard you mention this, Maester Aemon." This newcomer was none other than Jonathan Mormont, the 997th Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. The venerable figure standing before him, shivering in the biting wind, was Maester Aemon, the highest-ranking member of the Night's Watch. Even the most notorious criminals, exiled from the depths of depravity, held this elder in profound respect. Jonathan Mormont stood shoulder to shoulder with Maester Aemon, both fixated on the endless expanse of the haunted forest. Snowflakes danced through the air, cloaking the woods in a silvery shroud, While the land south of the wall basked in the warmth of autumn, the wall itself was intermittently dusted with snow. The Lord Commander turned suddenly, breaking the silence. Have you received the news? Today, another band of smugglers arrived at Black Castle to trade with the Night's Watch, bringing tidings from beyond. He continued. The last true dragon of House Targaryen, King Viserys III, has now claimed 3 dragons. Chapter 167, Brandon Stark, within the ranks of the Night's Watch. Perhaps few knew the true name of the esteemed Maester Aemon, for to become a Maester meant relinquishing one's surname. Yet, as the Lord Commander, Jonathan Mormont, though merely a junior to Maester Aemon, had learned from the last Lord Commander's dying words that Aemon's full name was Aemon Targaryen, the 3rd son of Maegor Targaryen I. He had once refused a throne offered to him in steadfast adherence to his vows, willingly bequeathing it to his brother, who would become Aegon V. To prevent his brother from being ensnared in plots to usurp his throne, Aemon Targaryen chose to join the Night's Watch at the Wall. Aemon's brother, King Aegon, cleared the dungeons of King's Landing for his elder brother, providing him with an honor guard of 200 men to accompany Aemon to the Wall, where he would recite the Night's Watch oath. I must confess, my Lord Commander, Aemon stammered, his frail hands clutching the icy parapet, his milky eyes peering into the distant haunted forest. As a sworn brother of the Night's Watch, I should be indifferent to the affairs of the outside world. Love is the enemy of honor and a grave risk to duty. However, it was unclear whether his sightless eyes could truly perceive anything. Upon Aemon's words, Jonathan Mormont, with his own hair now streaked with gray, fell silent for a moment before nodding. You speak the truth, Maester Aemon. Even now, I find myself longing for my family. Jonathan Mormont had resolutely joined the Night's Watch to ensure his son would inherit the family name and title, yet he had recently received news of Jorah. His son, Jorah Mormont, had distinguished himself in the suppression of the Iron Islands Rebellion, earning knighthood, and had won an impossible victory at the tournament in Lannisport, claiming the champion's title for the sake of a girl. It seems we share similar burdens, my Lord Commander, Aemon replied with a faint smile. Supported by Mormont, Aemon began their descent down the steep, towering stairs. Viserys has done admirably, regardless of whether he ultimately reclaims his rightful throne. I wish to pen a letter to him. This child knows I am here, yet has never written to me. As Aemon was assisted by the Lord Commander, he continued to speak, his voice trembling with each word, a hint of reproach creeping into his tone. The aged Maester longed for the company of his younger kin, yet his descendants had never thought to reach out. His nephew, the young Rhaegar, had frequently communicated with him via ravens years ago. Aemon continued to ramble, until Jonathan Mormont gently interjected, prompting the elder to pause, then slap his forehead in realization. Yes, I was mistaken. They're all grandchildren of that boy Jaehaerys. Rhaegar is Viserys' elder brother. Though the elder's mind remained sharp, age had dulled his once clear thoughts. He mumbled through his family's lineage, finally placing Viserys in the correct context. He exhaled deeply, watching the snowflakes swirling above him, the white mist escaping his lips like a sigh. After a moment of calm, he resumed speaking, his voice still hoarse and sharp, yet it commanded attention. He has dragons. Dragons, which have vanished for so many years, would not simply return without cause. The elder's words drifted into the wind, fading along with the silhouettes of the 2 figures departing. I experienced that bitter winter 60 years ago, a long winter that lingered for 6 years. I witnessed a woman smother her newborn child in the bedding. Her tears froze into frost. People dug through the heavy snow, scavenging for whatever sustenance they could find. The years 223 to 230 of the Aegon calendar marked a prolonged summer of 7 years, during which people forgot the very essence of winter. Yet, from 230 to 236, a punishing disaster arrived as foretold, casting a 6-year winter over the 7 kingdoms. The lands north of the Neck and even beyond King's Landing became desolate, with tales of cannibalism emerging from the dire straits. Maester Aemon's life had spanned too long. He had become a living history, bearing witness to countless tumultuous events. My Lord Commander, he noted, I sensed the chill in the air. Half a month later, in the north, the rhythmic pounding of hooves echoed from the endless ancient road. A knight, clad in scale armor and a black beast-skin cloak, arrived at the gates of Winterfell, while the sentinel atop the watchtower spotted him long before. Suddenly, a twang resonated as a bowstring released, and an arrow embedded itself into the earth before the black-clad knight, sending dirt flying. The steed beneath him, startled, danced nervously, snorting loudly, exhaling thick clouds of vapor. Who goes there? Upon the ramparts of Winterfell, a sentinel, bow in hand, called out sharply, Who goes there? Winterfell, the ancestral fortress of House Stark, was guarded by an elite cadre of warriors, each one a paragon of valor. This sentinel was supremely confident in his archery skills, capable of commanding an intruder to halt without inflicting harm. However, the black-clad knight positioned beneath the castle's walls, upon recognizing the familiar voice from above, reined in his steed and soothed the restless agitation of his companion. He then removed his hood, lifted his head, and declared, "It is I, Benjen." The knight's voice, gravelly and deep, resonated with the warmth of home, for he had grown up in this very place, and he instantly recognized the sentinel. The sentinel, known as Malon, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the knight unveil his face, but his surprise quickly transformed into overwhelming joy. "My lord, it is indeed you, Benjen Stark." The younger brother of Lord Eddard Stark had joined the Night's Watch after the conclusion of the Usurpers' War, and now, after 5 or 6 long years, he had unexpectedly returned. The news of Benjen's arrival swiftly spread throughout Winterfell. In Chapter 168, Winter is Coming, Lord Eddard Stark ordered the kitchens to prepare a lavish feast to welcome his brother home. At that moment, many northern knights and nobles had gathered in Winterfell, as the entire north was fervently preparing for war, heeding the call of His Majesty the King to ready themselves for an offensive against the remnants of House Targaryen across the narrow sea in Essos. While nobles from other regions of the Seven Kingdoms expressed their discontent with the king's summons, having recently fulfilled their feudal obligations, they lamented that the king seemed a war-hungry ruler, indifferent to practical matters, preferring to squander funds on revelry and debauchery. The incessant warfare left the realm's youth diminished and threatened food supplies, jeopardizing the fundamental interests of local nobility. Consequently, apart from the north, other regions prepared to dispatch only the elderly, infirm, or feeble to fulfill their obligations. Even the Vale was similarly affected, with the aging lord's influence waning as he resided far away in King's Landing. Unlike other nobles, Lord Eddard Stark was unwavering in his support for King Robert, viewing him as a brother, and thus he rallied the north to arms. However, Eddard's stance drew criticism from other northern lords, who privately derided him as a loyal hound, showing little regard for the welfare of the North's youth. Nevertheless, they ultimately complied and sent men to fight. Benjen's timely return coincided with the gathering of northern nobles and knights, and Eddard's grand feast served as both a prelude to the impending campaign and a celebration of Benjen's homecoming. Benjen harbored no objections to the festivity, yet he soon found himself in his brother's chambers, expressing the need for a private conversation. With a soft click, the door closed behind them. "What has transpired, Benjen?" Eddard inquired, his smile fading as he regarded his brother. He understood that Benjen's sudden return was not without significant purpose, particularly as he requested a private discourse. Benjen's gaze bore into his brother's weathered visage, and with a grave tone, he uttered, "Winter is coming." At his words, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Eddard, initially bewildered by the invocation of their family motto, soon felt the gravity of the moment as realization dawned. "What?" he exclaimed, his countenance shifting dramatically. For many, winter merely signified a drop in temperature, perhaps a joyous snowfall, but in the north, each seasonal transition heralded a formidable trial. The white snowflakes, akin to malevolent specters, claimed the lives of the northern folk as countless families perished during the long, unforgiving winters, their frozen bodies found huddled together in their homes. How could winter arrive so swiftly? Eddard Stark's complexion paled. He had not anticipated such a rapid onset of winter. Yet, no one understood the severity of the impending cold better than the Night's Watch station at the wall, for they were the first to feel the chill before it swept through the Seven Kingdoms. The motto, "Winter is coming," served as a perennial reminder to never forget the winter, for it could arrive unbidden at any moment. "And it comes swiftly, brother," Benjen replied, his expression solemn, exhaling a visible breath of frost. "Look," Eddard observed the vapor rising in the air, and his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he felt the temperature in the room plummet, even without a fire lit. Eddard's gloved fingers clenched into a fist, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing ominously. Each winter was akin to a battle with demons for the north, and defeat in such a war meant death. "I understand, Benjen. Thank you for your warning." The man with dark brown hair bore a troubled expression, but nodded gravely in acknowledgement. At that moment, a girl quietly pushed open the door, peeking her head inside. She possessed soft chestnut hair and striking blue eyes, perfectly inheriting her mother's exquisite features. Upon spotting her father, her lovely eyes blinked innocently before she rushed to clutch his cloak. "Mother says the feast is ready and that you should come," she said, peeking shyly from behind her father at the weathered man who bore a resemblance to him. And Uncle Benjen should come too. Having been born while Benjen was away from Winterfell, It was her first encounter with him, having only heard his name in passing. "Very well, Sansa. Tell your mother we shall join her shortly." Eddard affectionately tousled his daughter's hair, bending down to nuzzle her cheek before allowing her to leave ahead of him. He finally lifted his gaze towards Baelion. "Your niece, Sansa." Baelion turned his head, watching the girl as she ran off, her long skirt trailing behind her, and gave a slight nod. "I have heard about her. A charming girl, indeed, resembling Catelyn quite closely." Baelion then patted his own body. But apart from a sword and a dagger concealed within his boots, he possessed nothing else. For a brief moment, his hand hesitated, and an uncharacteristic expression of embarrassment flickered across his usually stern visage. He had come in haste, realizing too late that he should have brought something back. Observing his brother's awkward demeanor, Eddard could not help but smile, the seriousness fading from his face. "Baelion, you remain unchanged." With a hearty clap on his brother's shoulder, the two embraced for the first time since their reunion. After the embrace, Eddard's smile vanished, and he regarded Baelion with solemnity, saying, "I know what must be done next. I shall personally write to Robert to explain this matter." Chapter 169, Tobamort. A gust of frigid air descended from the distant land of eternal winter, breaching the majestic wall and traversing mountains and seas with cumbersome strides. Suddenly, a heavy snowfall began to fall. In far-off Dorne, however, not a trace of chill could be felt, let alone the snowflakes that had not graced the land for years. Beneath the vast azure sky, a gentle breeze accompanied the white clouds as Viserys donned his battle attire, draped in a cloak of black, three-headed dragon emblazoned with white fur, and with a sword hung at his waist. He sat astride a snow-white warhorse. Since acquiring the heart of a star, Viserys had tirelessly studied how to forge it into a weapon, yet not even the finest smiths of Dorne could shape this celestial fragment. Thus, he was compelled to bide his time while seeking a master craftsman capable of melting the star's heart. The finest artisans were undoubtedly found in Qohor, reputed for their mastery in reforging Valyrian steel. However, the secrets of this craft were zealously guarded by the Qohorans, with dire consequences for those who dared to pry into them. Viserys could not summon a master craftsman from Qohor, nor did he trust the Qohorans with such a precious treasure. Ultimately, it was one of his subordinates, a disheartened knight who had heard whispers of the true dragon, who ventured across the sea to offer his counsel. He informed Viserys of a smithy in King's Landing, atop the Visenya Hills, where a master weaponsmith named Tobamort resided. Renowned for his exquisite craftsmanship, the knight had previously commissioned a long sword from Tobamort, who had claimed to have studied the art of forging in Qohor and possessed the knowledge of the methods and incantations required to forge Valyrian steel. The wandering knight even unbuckled the long sword from his waist, presenting it to Viserys for inspection. Upon examining the weapon, Viserys noted that Tobamort's craftsmanship indeed surpassed that of Dorne's own smiths. Consequently, he promptly resolved to send someone to King's Landing to discreetly summon the master smith. Now, after much time had passed, the esteemed craftsman had finally crossed the seas. Viserys found himself mounted on a high hill, flanked by a dozen cavalrymen. Just then, a hauntingly ethereal voice echoed from above, and a colossal shadow loomed over the ground, casting darkness upon the knights below before swiftly soaring into the distance. Viserys' steed displayed commendable composure, merely startled, snorting nervously. In contrast, the horses of the cavalrymen surrounding him nearly collapsed in fright, trembling uncontrollably upon the ground. A fearsome dragon's roar resonated from afar, accompanied by a brilliant flash of fire. Valyrian had evidently captured its prey. Meanwhile, the master smith Tobamort, who was being escorted from King's Landing, remained oblivious to the shadow that had passed overhead. The terrifying roar sent tremors through his legs, rendering him nearly unable to stand without the support of nearby soldiers. Such was the formidable presence of a creature at the top of the food chain. Like the roar of a tiger or lion, it instilled primal fear, but a dragon belonged to an entirely different realm. What was that sound? Sweat trickled down Tobamort's bald head, his pale beard and voice trembling as he inquired of the soldier assisting him. "It is a dragon," the soldier replied impatiently, showing no sign of acknowledgement towards the supposed master smith. In fact, the boy accompanying him appeared braver than Tobamort. "Surely, this scantily-haired man cannot be a fraud?" The soldier scrutinized the renowned smith with skepticism. Alongside them stood a boy with dark hair and large eyes, who had also been startled by the piercing roar, nearly fleeing in fright. Yet, upon seeing the soldiers remain unfazed, his apprehension gradually subsided. In his innocent mind, he reasoned that if those around him were not afraid, he had no reason to be either. After all, he possessed no noble lineage, merely a life of little worth. Why should he fear when others did not? Thus emboldened, the dark-haired boy raised his chin, seeking the source of the sound. At that moment, they were finally brought before Viserys, who stood with his hand shielding his eyes, watching Balerions hunt in the distance. Viserys could not fathom why Balerion's growth rate far surpassed that of its siblings. Though Rhaego and Viserion had also grown considerably over the past months, they were still somewhat clumsy, mastering their flying techniques. Balerion, on the other hand, had grown to 3 times their size, now exceeding the length of a mature Dothraki stallion, its tail adding an astonishing 4 meters to its length. Furthermore, it had become adept at hunting on its own, occasionally soaring to the shores of Dorne to catch fish when craving seafood. Its frequent appearances had made the existence of dragons in Dorne common knowledge, a truth that could no longer be concealed. Although the growth of Vhagar was exceedingly rapid, Viserys had yet to experience the thrill of riding a dragon himself, even though he shared a profound bond with the mighty beast. The audacity required to mount such a creature was immense. After all, once perched atop, descending from the skies would be a feat few could accomplish without the aid of a grand feast of roasted cattle. At present, Viserys was still in the process of nurturing his relationship with Vhagar, who had not yet outgrown his juvenile phase. Thus, the notion of personally riding the dragon could be postponed. "Your Majesty, the guest has arrived," announced the soldier leading Master Tobmot, the blacksmith from King's Landing. Before Viserys' steed, Viserys withdrew his gaze from the distant horizon and noticed his visitor had come into view. Grasping the reins with one hand, he appraised the master craftsman before gently patting the saddle and dismounting. "Welcome to Andalur, Master Tobmot," Viserys spoke softly, though he paid little heed to the young boy accompanying the master, perceiving him merely as an apprentice. Upon seeing Viserys, Tobmot immediately knelt before him, exclaiming, "I have long heard of the true king across the narrow sea, and today I am fortunate to behold your Majesty's visage." Since being summoned by Viserys' envoy, Tob had been plagued with trepidation during his journey, and his apprentice had borne the brunt of misfortune by witnessing the spectacle and being brought along as well. Initially, the blacksmith had feared he was ensnared by slave traders, destined to be sold into servitude on the continent of Essos. However, upon disembarking, he was personally welcomed by local officials and transported in the most comfortable carriage along well-paved roads, accompanied by guards, which alleviated his concern somewhat. He soon learned that it was the much-discussed young dragon lord from King's Landing who had summoned him. Although the Red Keep had strictly prohibited discussions regarding the rumors surrounding Viserys across the narrow sea, and the Gold Cloak Guard were actively apprehending those who spoke out of turn, such sentiments were difficult to suppress and even harder to eradicate. After all, no one had inscribed these thoughts in stone, if one were caught and denied the allegations. The guards had little recourse but to detain them, administer a beating, and then release them. Moreover, the bustling city of King's Landing was rife with a myriad of underground factions, comprising those who dwelled in the gray areas of society, thieves, brigands, and the like. The Gold Cloaks would think twice before venturing into their territories, lest they find themselves ensnared and beaten. In the aftermath of the Usurpers' War, animosity towards the Lannisters ran high in King's Landing. Several Lannister soldiers had vanished while on patrol, only to have their corpses displayed on the Mudgate, a blatant affront to the Duke of Casterly Rock. Consequently, with the city's dense population and diverse elements, imposing a unified narrative proved utterly unattainable. Thus, the titles and tales surrounding Viserys, the true dragon or the rightful lord of the Iron Throne, circulated wildly among the discontented populace yearning for change and an outlet for their frustrations. As a blacksmith scraping by in King's Landing, Tob had certainly heard of Viserys' name and even the existence of dragons. Yet, back then, he had regarded Viserys with disdain, viewing him merely as a remnant of the old Targaryen dynasty, believing that dragons had vanished over a century ago and were unlikely to return. The times had changed. The Targaryen dynasty had met its end, and the Baratheons were destined to claim the Iron Throne. Those who clung to the Targaryen legacy were seen as ignorant traditionalists, incapable of adapting to the new order. At that time, Tob had even found himself in a heated argument with others over this very notion. Yet now, Tob's fervent kowtowing echoed like the pounding of garlic, his lips repeatedly uttering the title of true king, as if utterly captivated by Viserys' presence. A thunderous roar from afar echoed closer, imbued with an ancient and melancholic essence, reminiscent of a primordial creature that had traversed the annals of time, instilling a primal fear. As the terrifying sound reverberated once more, Tob trembled on the ground, too fearful to lift his gaze. He could no longer harbor doubts about the existence of dragons. A colossal shadow swept overhead once again, soaring into the distance, while a fierce wind stirred the dust and fallen leaves at their feet. The dark-haired boy kneeling beside his master looked up in curiosity, his eyes widening in disbelief as he beheld the dragon soaring into the horizon, his mouth agape in astonishment. "Is this truly a dragon?" Viserys, hearing the boy's exclamation, cast a sidelong glance at him before returning his attention to Tob, assisting him to his feet and presenting himself with an air of humility. Andals indeed required a master blacksmith to enhance its military capabilities, forging sharper weapons and more resilient armor. While morale and training were undeniably crucial in combat, the quality of equipment held equal significance. A sword that could strike 100 blows without dulling and another that could withstand 200 were of distinctly different tiers. A weapon lacking resilience would shatter upon impact, endangering the lives of soldiers on the battlefield. Hence, Viserys placed great importance on the quality of arms and armor for his troops. Andals possessed a dedicated armory, procuring the finest iron ore, ensuring that the rate of defective weaponry remained exceedingly low. A master blacksmith like Tob Mott was a highly sought-after professional, deserving protection wherever he went. It was only in a chaotic place like King's Landing that such talent went unappreciated, providing Viserys the opportunity to discreetly summon him under false pretenses and whisk him away. Subsequently, they returned to the castle, where Viserys retrieved the heart of the red comet from the depths of his treasure vault. With a gentle click, he lifted the chest lid, revealing the heart of the red comet lying within, still vivid as blood, pure and translucent like a ruby. Upon opening the chest, the temperature in the room noticeably dropped several degrees, the heart radiating an icy chill akin to touching a block of ice. Tob's gaze was drawn irresistibly to the chest's contents as it opened before him. Although this master blacksmith exhibited a certain timorousness and a tendency to grovel in fear, the sight of such a precious material sent his heart racing, his eyes widening in astonishment, causing him to momentarily forget his previous trepidation. For since Tobamot returned from his apprenticeship in Coer, his most fervent aspiration had been to forge a legendary weapon, one that would endure for a century. However, to craft such a masterpiece, he required materials that rivaled the value of Valyrian steel. Alas, Valyria had been obliterated, and the ancient techniques of forging Valyrian steel had vanished along with the wrath of the gods. The remnants in the world consisted solely of renowned Valyrian steel swords. His only hope lay in melting them down to forge new weapons, yet even those would not be of his own creation. At this moment, however, Tobamot's heart raced with newfound hope. "Are you truly willing to entrust this heart of the star to me for forging?" He restrained his excitement as he cradled the precious heart of the star, then continued, "Might I inquire, Your Majesty, what type of weapon do you favor?" Chapter 171, The One-Handed Sword. Viserys pondered briefly. In truth, he had long since formulated an answer to this question, yet he felt compelled to confirm it within himself once more. A one-handed sword. Viserys was adept with numerous weapons. He had once trained under the Red Keep's master-at-arms and had even instructed his brother, Sir William Darry, in the traditional knightly swordsmanship, which encompassed both one-handed and two-handed broadswords. Later, he briefly studied the water dancer style under Braavos' chief swordsman, Sirios Farrell, an experience that deepened his understanding of swordsmanship. Subsequently, when Oberyn arrived on Dragonstone and traveled to Dorne, Viserys trained with him in the techniques of using polearms suited for mounted combat. As the bearer of the sigil of the Sunpiercer, the Martell family had always excelled in the use of polearms, and thus Oberyn's guidance significantly enhanced Viserys' prowess in mounted warfare. Consequently, Viserys became proficient with both spear and sword, yet when it came to selection, he prioritized the sword. The spear served a more practical purpose for him, yet the sword held precedence in his choices. There were myriad reasons for Viserys' decision. The sword, as a weapon, possesses profound symbolic significance, representing power and status. Many families regard the sword as a symbol of their legacy. Furthermore, the heart of the star is a unique treasure, rarer than Valyrian steel, while weapons forged from Valyrian steel are ubiquitous. Those crafted from the heart of the star appear to exist solely in the form of the greatsword belonging to House Dane. By fashioning a sword from it, Viserys could significantly enhance his influence and cohesion. Additionally, the size of the heart of the star indicated that it was insufficient for crafting a spear, yet more than ample for creating a sword and even a dagger. If fashioned into a one-handed sword, its dimensions would be perfectly suited, with the remaining material available for decorative embellishments on the hilt or scabbard. A one-handed sword, you say? Master Tobamot held the heart of the star. His hands slightly reddened from the cold, weighing it and examining its size before nodding in agreement. "Very well, Your Majesty." Subsequently, Master Tobamot requested pen and paper from Viserys, kneeling upon the ground to sketch a rough design. This was an extraordinary opportunity for him. For a blacksmith to gain the trust of a royal and be provided with ample materials to forge a legendary weapon was a dream come true. Now, Viserys had granted him this chance. Thus, Tobamot suppressed his excitement and diligently sketched a design, which he then presented to Viserys. The longsword was the weapon most commonly wielded by the knights of Westeros, making Tobamot's draft a familiar endeavor. The blade was to measure approximately 3 feet in length, sharpened on both sides, with a robust crossguard above the hilt to protect the wielder's fingers from enemy strikes during combat. Perhaps fueled by his excitement, Tobamot's creativity flourished, leading him to incorporate artistic elements in the design of the hilt and crossguard. As a seasoned blacksmith, he could discern the potential size of the weapon from just a glance and a touch of the material. The heart of the star could indeed forge a long sword, leaving behind some scrap. Had it been for another's use, the length could be slightly extended to create a bastard sword. However, the sword's intended master was Viserys Targaryen, the rightful scion of royal blood, who could not wield a bastard sword, a hybrid of sorts. Thus, the specifications for the long sword were firmly established at the standard 3-foot length, compelling Tobamot to repurpose the remaining scraps creatively. In his rough sketch, Tobamot extended the hilt slightly. The crossguard transformed into the form of a dragon's claw, as if a dragon were grasping the blade. At the end of the elongated hilt, he depicted a diminutive, fierce dragon's head for balance. Presenting this sketch to Viserys, the latter scrutinized it and found himself largely satisfied with Tobamot's design. Indeed, the master blacksmith capable of forging Valyrian steel had crafted a design that was nothing short of exquisite. Nevertheless, Viserys made a few adjustments to suit his preferences. He understood that the dragon's head at the hilt's end was intended for balance, ensuring the sword's overall handling was optimal. Otherwise, an imbalanced sword could hinder a knight's effectiveness. The calibration of weight relied heavily on the forger's craftsmanship and the preferences of the sword's wielder. Remove the dragon's head, he instructed. Replace it with a weight of equivalent mass, perhaps a sphere of gold or brass. Viserys found the dragon's head somewhat ostentatious, not aligning with his aesthetic sensibilities, and requested a more understated embellishment while retaining the dragon claw crossguard design. Understood, Your Majesty, Tobamot acknowledged, taking note of Viserys' adjustments. This was merely a preliminary sketch, not the final design of the sword. Forging was a meticulous art, and given that this endeavor pertained to his lifelong aspiration, he would certainly refine the design further upon returning to his workshop. Then, as if struck by inspiration, Tobamot slapped his forehead and spoke. Your Majesty, to forge this sword from the heart of the star, I will require more than just myself and my apprentice. I shall need to borrow a few condemned prisoners to assist. Condemned prisoners? Viserys paused, taken aback by Tobamot's request, unsure of the necessity for such assistance. Why not enlist others? However, recognizing the value of a life that was already forfeit, he dismissed his doubts and nodded in agreement, granting his permission. Master Tob is free to request assistance from a few condemned souls if he so wishes. Thus, the heart of the star shall be entrusted to the master for its crafting. Viserys nodded slightly, preparing to instruct Tobamot to take his young apprentice downstairs when a faint feminine voice resonated from beyond the room. This heart of the star is a gift bestowed upon His Majesty by the Lord of Light. It emerged from the flames, and perhaps it can be forged into the legendary Harbinger of Light. Upon hearing the woman's voice, Viserys turned his gaze towards the door. A woman clad in a flowing red robe leaned gracefully against the doorframe, her captivating eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance as they fixated on the heart of the star held by Master Tob. Chapter 172, The Harbinger of Light. What does this have to do with the Lord of Light? Viserys inquired, tilting his head to regard Lady Melisandre from ass-high with a questioning expression. He had witnessed the heart of the star plummeting from the heavens, narrowly escaping death, yet this woman claimed it to be a gift from the Lord of Light. However, Viserys was aware that he had indeed arrived too late, as a group of lawless devotees had already seized the heart. Yet, they were destined to meet their demise. Ultimately executed by Viserys along the banks of the River Lorne, their bodies cast into the waters, with the heart of the star falling into Viserys' possession. Could it be that these lawler devotees were the very emissaries sent by their true god to deliver gifts? Viserys couldn't help but silently chuckle at the thought. He knew of the woman's fervent devotion to R'hllor. She possessed genuine abilities, yet he never anticipated Melisandre would attribute everything to her deity. I speak not in folly. Sensing the skepticism in Viserys' tone, Melisandre's expression turned serious as she spoke earnestly. However, her striking beauty and alluring attire rendered any severity difficult to perceive. I sense the heart of the star harbors a searing flame, rivaling even the blazing sun in the sky, is the divine power of the great Lord of Light. Edflor. Melisandre's earnest declaration left both Viserys and Master Tob exchanging bewildered glances. Ahem. It was Tobmot who broke the silence with a polite cough before addressing her. My lady, this is my first visit to Dragonstone, and I am unaware of your name. Might I suggest that this heart of the star is of a cold nature? Master Tob's hands felt numbed and frigid, starkly contrasting with the woman's assertion of the heart containing a fiery essence, comparable to the sun above. The name of the Lord of Light had reached Master Tob during his time in King's Landing, where the populace preferred to refer to him as the Red God. The Mad King, the father of this young dragon lord, had even received devotees of the Red God, yet the red-robed sorcerer, Melisandre, had failed to demonstrate the fiery magic that King Aegon II had anticipated. This had stirred considerable unrest at the time, with many followers of the Seven protesting outside the Red Keep, demanding that His Majesty expel this deceitful heretic to uphold the faith of the Seven. It seemed, from the king's words, that this woman was indeed a priestess of the Red God. Mortals, in their inherent ignorance, fail to grasp the magnificence of the Lord of Light. However, should you not embrace the Lord of Light, your ignorance will ultimately lead to your destruction. Melisandre responded, her voice calm in the face of Master Tob's retort. Her words left the bald blacksmith momentarily speechless. He had not expected this priestess of the Red God to wield such a sharp and biting tongue. Whether mortals are ignorant or not, I cannot say, but this feels undeniably frigid. Master Tob, though he had never before encountered the invaluable heart of the star, had heard tales of the Dawn, the legendary sword of House Dane, forged from a heart of the star, its blade pale as milky glass. In his realm of expertise, Master Tob would not tolerate dissent, especially with Viserys present. He did not wish to appear diminished in the king's eyes, ultimately surrendering the precious heart to another for crafting. Master Tob believed that the heart's essence was excessively cold, potentially imbued with frigid magical forces, akin to enchanted Valyrian steel. He sought to incorporate warmer materials as auxiliary components in forging the divine sword, ensuring its resilience reached unparalleled heights, rendering it indomitable. Now incensed, the aged blacksmith was eager to engage in a spirited debate with the priestess of the Red God. Yet, observing the flush on Master Tob's face, Melisandre maintained her calm demeanor. Master Tobmot, are you not aware that when one is frozen to death, they often feel a sense of warmth? Tobmot was momentarily at a loss for words, while Viserys, intrigued, observed the exchange without interruption. Once he noted the old smith rendered speechless by Melisandre's rebuttal, he turned to the priestess and inquired, Melisandre, what course of action do you propose? Viserys was curious about why Melisandre had suddenly interjected herself into this matter. However, he harbored no suspicions of malice from her, as she seemed genuinely convinced of her role as the future savior of the world, embodying the essence of fire and light, rather than the support she was meant to provide to Stannis. Yet in this current age, Stannis had only recently acquired the barren Dragonstone, and Viserys had left nothing of value for him. All the wealth, precious tomes, dragon bones, abundant dragon glass, and even the fabled dragon eggs amassed by House Targaryen over generations had been swiftly transported by Viserys from Dragonstone to Dragonstone. Consequently, he had heard that Stannis' current circumstances were rather dismal, worse than his previous lodgings at Storm's End and King's Landing. Now, his entire household and the soldiers who followed him were living in frugality, naturally aiming to assist the true king in forging the Harbinger of Light. Upon hearing Viserys' inquiry, Melisandre answered without hesitation. She refrained from engaging in the same sharp retort she had employed against Master Tob, instead responding earnestly. Viserys, upon hearing her words, found himself momentarily taken aback, his disbelief evident. You can wield a hammer? He scrutinized the beautiful woman, particularly her slender arms, struggling to envision Melisandre laboring in the forge, drenched in sweat while wielding a hammer. Viserys' remark momentarily rendered the eloquent Melisandre speechless, her expression reflecting mild exasperation. After gazing intently at Viserys' cheek for a moment, she slowly continued, I regret to inform your majesty that I do not wield a hammer. I merely wish to extend a modicum of assistance while forging the Lightbringer. Melisandre did not specify the nature of her proposed aid. Meanwhile, it remains unclear why she insists that the heart of the Red Comet can be used to forge the Lightbringer. Upon hearing her request, Viserys paused for a moment in contemplation before nodding in agreement. Very well. At that moment, a soldier rushed in from outside. Your Grace. He leaned in and whispered a few words into Viserys' ear. The expression on Viserys' face shifted from mild surprise to incredulity as he turned his head. What? They have unearthed the grave? Who would do such a thing, harboring such enmity? Chapter 173. Unearthing Graves. By the time Viserys arrived, a throng had gathered in a desolate area outside the city of Andals. Your Grace. Mounting his steed, Viserys dismounted and was approached by a dark-haired knight clad in silver armor. This was first discovered by a local farmer. Viserys turned to see an elderly man among the crowd, his trousers rolled up, barefoot, and nervously answering questions from soldiers. It appeared that he was the one who first noticed that the grave of Gillian had been disturbed. Reward him with 2 silver stags. Viserys merely acknowledged with a nod before withdrawing his gaze, knowing that his attendants would handle the matter. He then directed his attention back to the dark-haired knight. Have you ascertained what transpired? What exactly happened? This morning, a farmer passing by discovered that a new grave, which had been freshly dug, had been disturbed. In any religious doctrine, the deceased should find peace in death. Thus, the act of desecrating a grave is undoubtedly a grave offense. The concerned farmer reported this to the soldiers stationed at the nearby outpost. Upon investigating, they found it was the grave of the recently executed Bachelor Gunther. His grave had indeed been exhumed, and his body had vanished without a trace. The soldiers hastily relayed this news to the castle. While the matter seemed neither monumental nor trivial, the soldiers were uncertain of its significance, prompting them to inform Viserys. That is the gist of it. But what is perplexing is that there appear to be no footprints left behind. The dark-haired knight hesitated momentarily before revealing his audacious suspicion. He, too, was a mercenary knight from Westeros, having once been employed by a noble from the Vale, serving as both a castle instructor and steward, possessing a measure of administrative acumen. He had heard tales of the Targaryens' resurgence in the east and their dragons. After careful consideration, he chose to terminate his contract with the Vale's nobility and, like many disillusioned knights of Westeros, set sail for Essos, eventually arriving in Andals to pledge his fealty to their king. Is that so? Viserys furrowed his brow, uncertain of how to respond. Such occurrences were indeed unsettling. Why would anyone wish to disturb his grave? Gillian Lannister had been thoroughly examined and was confirmed to be devoid of heartbeat or breath. His body had been placed in a coffin and left in the courtyard overnight, already beginning to show signs of decay by the following day before being taken outside the castle to a random patch of land for burial. Furthermore, Gillian had been stripped of all possessions, bereft of any valuable burial offerings. Who would take an interest in a body that held nothing of worth? Viserys lifted his hand to cover his mouth and nose as he approached the crowd. Your Grace, the soldiers and townsfolk, recognizing him by his distinctive silver hair and the retinue of guards surrounding him, parted to clear a path. Viserys nodded slightly before kneeling before the disturbed grave. However, upon peering inside, he furrowed his brow in dismay. It was a chaotic scene. The grave of Gillian had been thoroughly ransacked. The earth was strewn aside, and the coffin, which once held the body, bore a massive gash, as if a beast had viciously torn it apart. Yet, if the intruders had come for the body, why they executed their task with such brutality? Were they not concerned about damaging Gillian's remains? Viserys pondered this troubling thought. Just moments ago, he had been struck by another notion, that the Lannisters had not only planted Gillian as a spy within his ranks. There must have been accomplices, and upon receiving news of Gillian's demise, they might have sought to retrieve his remains for Tywin, thus clandestinely exhuming Gillian's grave to steal his body. However, witnessing the scene before him, Viserys began to doubt that hypothesis. If their true aim had merely been the corpse, their methods would not have been so reckless. Surely, if Gillian's remains were to return to Tywin in tatters, the overprotective lord would not hesitate to punish them severely. Moreover, Viserys realized that examining any footprints or trails was now an impossible endeavor. The crowd had trampled all traces into chaos. As his gaze swept over the ground, he noticed the myriad of disordered footprints, at which point the dark-haired knight recognized his grave error. He should have cleared the area. I apologize, Your Grace. The knight, clad in silver armor, appeared flustered, eager to offer an explanation, but Viserys merely waved his hand dismissively. No matter, this is not your fault. After all, you were not the first to arrive here. Perhaps it was already a disarray by the time you got here. Even if there had been footprints at this stage, they would lead us only to a general direction, not much more. This is hardly a grave matter. It is simply a case of Gillian's grave being disturbed. Viserys concluded, having cast only a few glances at the excavated grave, his interest waning. The evidence and traces had been obliterated, and even the keenest of detectives could glean nothing from this. Subsequently, Viserys departed the crowd, approaching his warhorse and accepting the reins from his attendant. The pure white steed nuzzled his head against Viserys' hair, who then affectionately patted his companion's neck before turning to the dark-haired knight once more. If there are any further developments regarding this matter, do come forward to report. If not, let it be. Understood. The dark-haired knight nodded hurriedly, extending his hand in an attempt to assist Viserys onto his steed. No need, Viserys replied, rejecting the offer. His polished riding boots met the earth, and soon the young king placed his foot in the stirrup, gracefully mounting the horse. He cast a final glance at the gaping hole that had been excavated, then turned the horse's head. Let us depart. Several attendants who had followed from the castle also mounted their steeds, returning towards the castle. Chapter 174. The Retreat. Since the news of the impending winter had arrived, some time had passed. Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell disbanded the northern forces that had gathered in preparation for war, urging them to return to their homes to prepare for the forthcoming harsh winter. In an instant, the vast northern army dissipated, casting a heavy shadow over Robert's aspirations to rally an army for war. The future was shrouded in uncertainty. After all, the North had always been King Robert's staunchest ally, now that they had withdrawn their support for the Iron Throne. The loyalty of the nobles from other regions was even more questionable. In the throne room, the meeting commenced under the bright glow of torches. A tapestry emblazoned with the stag emblem of House Baratheon hung upon the wall, while the corpulent King Robert sat upon the cold Iron Throne. The lords and ladies of King S. Landing stood densely packed on either side below. Among them were the hand of the King Jon Arryn, captain of the Kingsguard Barristan Selmy, the master of coin, the master of laws, Stannis as the master of ships, and the spy master Varys, all positioned at the forefront of the assembly. The voice of Jon Arryn, the staunch advocate for peace, had yet to be heard. Eager nobles rose from their seats, imploring His Majesty to abandon the notion of waging war across the sea. The costs and consequences of such an endeavor were far too great. While the potential gains seemed negligible, naturally, these nobles were reluctant to participate. Moreover, with news of the impending winter already circulating, if it were a typical winter, the effects would not be severe outside the north and the riverlands. With a mere reduction in the frequency of harvests, stockpiling grain would suffice to mitigate the issue. At worst, they might cease production and remain indoors, for the noble lords would hardly starve or freeze to death. The Vale and the Westerlands, shielded by mountains, could somewhat shield against the encroaching cold, rendering it less severe. In contrast, the north and the riverlands were sprawling plains, allowing frigid winds to sweep across vast territories, potentially blanketing all, including King S. Landing, in a shroud of frost. As for Dorne, it remained unaffected, its mountains blocking the winter's advance. Nestled at the southernmost tip of Westeros where the chill was but a gentle breeze. Yet in the harsh north and the riverlands, when winter arrived, the populace faced a daunting struggle without adequate preparations. Jon Arryn remained silent, aware that as the first hand of the king post-war, his paramount duty was to extricate the nation from the quagmire of conflict and restore the economy. Thus, he sought to avoid war at all costs. Yet reality was unforgiving. He understood the threat posed by dragons and knew they must be eliminated, but with winter looming, the current state of the realm did not support such an endeavor. The former hand found himself at a loss for what to do. Despite his silence, the anti-war sentiments surged like a tide. It was entirely reasonable that people did not wish to engage in battle during winter, for no one wanted to return from war only to find their loved ones perish from the cold. Lord Eddard Stark, the Duke of Winterfell and the king's dear brother, penned a letter to King Robert, elucidating this matter. Although Robert was furious and wreaked havoc in his chamber, that night, his beautiful golden-haired queen took refuge in another room, leaving Robert alone amidst the wreckage of his quarters. Yet, after his rage, Robert had no choice but to accept the reality. As king, he could not demand the soldiers of the north to forsake their families and embark on a campaign to Dorne in the face of Winter's approach. Should he attempt such a thing, it would likely incite rebellion among the troops, and even his loyal brother Eddard could turn against him. Ultimately, Robert swallowed his indignation. If the northern army could not join him, he would rally the forces of the other 6 kingdoms to vanquish that accursed Targaryen remnant. The mere mention of Viserys' name filled Robert with a seething loathing, wishing he could consume him whole. Yet, despite his hatred, he found himself powerless against him. Viserys was simply too far away. Had Dorne bordered Westeros, Robert would have already led the charge to scatter his ashes to the winds. However, the vast sea separating the 2 continents posed an insurmountable barrier, just as the Andals had toiled for nearly a millennium to secure dominance in Westeros. Robert faced the daunting challenge of crossing that expanse to confront his adversary. Now, seated upon the cold Iron Throne, Robert gazed down at the opposing lords, their numbers swelling like a tide. his fists clenched tightly, blood surging through his veins. Were it but a handful of nobles, Robert would have taken pleasure in executing them and displaying their heads atop the Red Keep. Yet the throng was too great. Nearly no one wished to dispatch their able-bodied men to war at this juncture. Enough. You worthless fools with your heads up your arses. Without warning, King Robert erupted in fury, hurling the goblet from his grasp. Crash! The expensive glass shattered, raining shards upon the nobles below, causing them to recoil in shock and fear. Dragons! That scoundrel Viserys has already acquired dragons. The rotund Robert rose from the Iron Throne, his temper flaring, his dark beard bristling like a steel wool ball, his voice booming like thunder throughout the hall. If we do not slay the dragon while it is still in its cradle, shall we wait until it matures and incinerates you feeble swine within your castles? When Aegon had conquered Westeros with 3 dragons, he had turned Harrenhal, once deemed impregnable, into a molten ruin. While stone does not burn, dragon fire had scorched the last king of the Iron Islands and Riverlands, Harren the Black, along with his wife and children, alive within its walls. Now, in his wrath, Robert invoked the most infamous massacre of 290 years past. The nobles quaked in fear, unwilling to contradict the furious King Robert. In his eyes, these cringing lords were naught but wood-boring insects. Once he had stormed into King's Landing, and those nobles who had once sworn fealty to House Targaryen immediately knelt in submission, offering no resistance as they began to extol the virtues of House Baratheon while denouncing the sins of the Targaryens. At that time, Robert was still somewhat intoxicated by his newfound power. However, he has since come to a stark realization. Should the Targaryens ever attempt to reclaim King's Landing, it is likely that these same individuals would don a different countenance. Just as Robert was seething in the throne room, a message was delivered to Queen Cersei from her maid within the Red Keep. My father has arrived. The resplendent, golden-haired woman, seated before her vanity, rose in astonishment. After a moment of contemplation, she waved her hand dismissively. Go inform your king. Chapter 175, Tywin. After concluding a meeting of the small council, Robert hurried back to his chamber where someone awaited him. With a forceful push, Robert flung open the door. Inside the king's quarters sat a tall, broad-shouldered man who had been waiting for his return. The man, slightly balding with a thick golden beard gracing his jaw and pale green eyes that exuded an air of authority, was none other than Tywin Lannister, father of Queen Cersei and Robert's father-in-law. Seated beside him was his own daughter, Cersei. Behind her chair stood a knight clad in a white cloak, his handsome, clean-shaven face accentuated by meticulously groomed stubble, his chin slightly elevated, lending him an air of arrogance. He was none other than Cersei's brother, the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister. The king had yet to return from his audience, and the Lannister family was engaged in conversation. From a distance, the sound of heavy footsteps could be heard approaching, and with a loud bang, the door was roughly thrust open as King Robert strode in. Tywin, who had been conversing with his children, furrowed his brow slightly at the sight and exchanged a glance with his daughter. Just prior, Cersei had been lamenting to her father about her husband's volatile temperament, expressing how her life as queen in the Red Keep was far less enjoyable than her childhood days in Casterly Rock. Tywin had advised his daughter to prioritize the family's honor above all, reminding her that Robert, regardless of his temperament, remained king and that a divorce was nearly impossible. Yet, at that moment, Tywin began to understand the challenges his daughter faced in King's Landing. His son-in-law had transformed dramatically, a stark contrast to the vigorous youth he once was. Now, he appeared as corpulent as a woman in her later stages of pregnancy, his belly jiggling with each step. Your Grace. Tywin rose from his seat, hands clasped before him, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Robert's current state. Upon meeting Tywin's gaze, Robert's pent-up anger seemed to dissipate somewhat. It was only then that he remembered the attendant had indeed informed him of Tywin's arrival, but in his fury, he had entirely forgotten. I apologize. I was preoccupied with matters of state. Robert huffed a few times, the anger within him subsiding, though his tone remained tinged with frustration. When did Duke Tywin arrive? Just as your Grace was in the throne room, Tywin replied, his eyes calmly fixed on his son-in-law. It has been many years since I last visited King's Landing, and I thought it prudent to see Cersei and Jaime. With both of his children in the capital, it was only natural for Tywin to come and check on them, leaving only his less favored youngest son, Tyrion, at home. Robert boldly settled into his specially crafted throne, the chair creaking under his weight. He lifted a goblet from the cluttered table brimming with documents and nodded in acknowledgement of Tywin's words. Yes, to visit Cersei and Jaime. Very well, he affirmed, only to realize that his goblet was empty. Turning, he shot a furious glare at the oblivious attendant. Fools who whine. Why yes, your Grace, the attendant stuttered, startled by the king's outburst. In a fluster, he hurriedly filled Robert's goblet, his trembling hands causing some of the wine to spill onto Robert's palm. Once again, Robert glared at the attendant, but chose not to voice further complaint. The corpulent king raised the goblet to his lips and drained it in one go. The pallor of his cheeks quickly flushed with color. With the wine coursing through him, his earlier vexations and anger began to fade, even clearing his mind considerably. He set the goblet aside, signaling for the attendant to refill it once more, and looked intently at Tywin. Faced with Robert's keen gaze, even the astute Tywin felt a twinge of unease, his eyes narrowing slightly. Though many deemed the current king a fool, he was still a king, a man who had once conquered Westeros and overthrown Targaryen rule. As long as he lived, he was not a figure to be easily dismissed. Robert's scrutiny even instilled a sense of pressure in the calculating Tywin. After a long moment of serious contemplation, Robert finally spoke, his voice resonant. Cersei and Jaime are doing well in King's Landing. Lord Tywin, you need not worry. Matters of state have kept me preoccupied, resulting in some neglect of Cersei's company. But fortunately, her brother Jaime is here, so she is not too lonely. At this, Robert cast a glance at his queen. Upon meeting her husband's gaze, the noblewoman offered a compliant smile and a slight nod. Meanwhile, the knight in the white cloak, standing behind her, cast his eyes downward, seemingly lost in thought, unresponsive to the king's words. In truth, while Robert's declarations were grandiose, claiming to be busy with state affairs, it was widely known within the Red Keep that the king often spent his nights elsewhere. Even the hand of the king, Jon Arryn, sometimes had to seek Robert at the establishment of a woman from the Summer Isles, a place Robert frequented, disregarding the dignity of his position. Thank you, your grace. Tywin replied calmly, nodding slightly. He had just discussed with Jaime the prospect of returning to Casterly Rock to inherit the title, only to be met with yet another refusal from his son. As Robert once again imbibed a cup of wine, his complexion flushed slightly, yet the alcohol invigorated his mind, rendering it even more acute. He continued to gaze intently at his father-in-law, and suddenly a thought struck him, prompting him to speak abruptly. My esteemed Lord Tywin, your visit this time is not solely to see Cersei and Jaime, is it? Robert surmised that a man of Tywin's caliber would not make such a lengthy journey merely for the sake of glimpsing his offspring. Otherwise, he would have arrived much sooner. Chapter 176, Forged in Fate. Robert's words took Cersei and Jaime, who were present in the room, by surprise, leaving them exchanging bewildered glances. What? They had just engaged in casual conversation with their father, who had not alluded to any ulterior motives for his visit. Meanwhile, Tywin, confronted by the gazes of the three in the room, felt a tumult of thoughts whirl in his mind, contemplating when his intentions might have been uncovered. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, your majesty, your deduction is remarkably astute. There are indeed other matters at hand. Having been seen through by Robert, Tywin decided to drop any pretense and candidly admitted, the first piece of news I must convey is this. He glanced at Cersei and Jaime before continuing, your uncle, Kevin, has passed away. What? Tywin's sudden declaration astonished everyone present, with Cersei and Jaime being the most taken aback. Particularly Jaime. Father, what do you mean? He had cherished playful moments with his uncle Kevin during his youth, for unlike his other two uncles, who bore the same stern demeanor as their father, Uncle Kevin was the most vivacious of them all. Moreover, the age difference between Kevin and Jaime was minimal. Although he was an uncle, he felt more like a friend. Jaime only knew that his uncle Kevin had set sail at 18 in search of the family's lost Valyrian steel sword and had recently vanished, claiming to be continuing his quest around the world. Yet he never anticipated that news of his demise would be delivered so abruptly by his father. What transpired? Father, how could Uncle Kevin have died without cause? Jaime's previously indifferent expression darkened as he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Tywin, casting a glance at his son, shook his head, refraining from offering any explanation. Kevin's role as a spy in Dorne was a matter of utmost secrecy, known only to himself, the king, and Lord Jon. However, not long ago, reports from other spies in Dorne informed Tywin that Kevin had been exposed and executed by Viserys with a poisoned cup. Two of Tywin's brothers had already met their demise at the hands of the Targaryens, leading Tywin himself to ponder the existence of karmic retribution. He had once betrayed his old friend Aerys and had shown no mercy when dealing with the Targaryens, sparing neither women nor children. Now, the consequences of his past actions were manifesting one by one. Nonetheless, Tywin's tenacious nature momentarily wavered under the weight of grief, only to be dispelled by his resolute spirit. Yet, within his heart, the name of the one across the narrow sea etched itself deeper into his consciousness, vowing that one day he would exact a bloody reckoning. Simultaneously, Robert summoned the lords of the Seven Kingdoms to muster their armies for an invasion of Dorne, and as the guardian of the Westerlands, Tywin naturally received the news. He personally supported the eradication of the Targaryens, for if they were ever to return with dragons and an army, the Lannisters might suffer a fate far more tragic than that of the Baratheons. Tywin had previously believed he could root out the Targaryens entirely, yet he had not foreseen that events would escalate to this point, where the Targaryens seemed poised for resurgence. However, as the West prepared to rally its forces with great fanfare, ill tidings arrived. Their days were numbered. News of the impending winter spread across the Seven Kingdoms. Although Tywin wielded enough authority in the West to compel his vassals to fight during winter, the cost would be exorbitantly high. Hesitant, he ultimately resolved to journey to King's Landing to discuss the matter directly with the king, in the endeavor to eliminate the Targaryens. The Lannisters and Baratheons were undoubtedly aligned. The second matter, Tywin stated calmly as he revealed the news of his brother's death, is to assist your majesty in resolving the troubles at hand. Allowing dragons to flourish would spell disaster for the realm. Oh, Robert was aware of Kevan's existence. In fact, Kevan was the one who had first relayed the news about the dragons. However, he was indifferent to Kevan's fate, believing that a man embedded in enemy territory as a spy would inevitably meet his end. His primary concern lay in how Tywin intended to address the impending crisis. What does Duke Tywin propose? There are two courses of action, your majesty. The middle-aged man, seated upright in his chair, clad in resplendent red garments adorned with a golden roaring lion, was already devising a plot against Viserys within the Red Keep. Meanwhile, in Dorne, time swiftly passed, and 3 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. The year 290 AC was drawing to a close, and Dorne was on the cusp of ushering in a new year. The long sword entrusted to Master Tobbo Mott, with Melisandre's assistance in its forging, had finally been completed. At that moment, several condemned prisoners who had aided Master Tobbo in crafting the sword were unexpectedly thrust into the furnace, shocking his young apprentice, who had not anticipated such a ruthless act from his mentor. In contrast, Melisandre, observing the scene, remained unfazed, as if she had foreseen the occurrence. The process of reforging Valyrian steel in Coer necessitated of blood sacrifice, which was why such practices were shrouded in secrecy among those heathens. Melisandre spoke in a calm tone before turning to glance at the bewildered dark-haired boy. Before long, word of the sword's completion reached Viserys, who, clad in loose robes, sat in a chair reading a letter. It was a missive from Pentos, dispatched a few days prior. However, Viserys had not been in the castle at the time, as he had been inspecting the borders of his lands under the pretext of preparing for winter, assessing the readiness for the forthcoming cold season. He had just returned that very morning. This letter is penned in the name of Prince Pentos, yet it truly reflects the sentiments of several governors. In celebration of Pentos' traditional festival and to foster camaraderie between the two city-states, Pentos extends yet another invitation to Viserys to grace the Jewel of the Bay with his presence. Shortly thereafter, a guard approaches with a report. Your Majesty, Master Tob is requesting your presence, stating that the sword has been forged. Chapter 177, Dusk. Oh. Upon hearing the guard's announcement, the young man seated comfortably in civilian attire, with his silvery golden hair cascading freely, momentarily lowered the letter in his hands. Pentos' sudden invitation to the banquet stirred his curiosity, though Viserys harbored doubts regarding the proclaimed intentions of fostering ties between the city-states and celebrating the traditional festival. Surely, there lay other motives beneath the surface. This thought flickered through Viserys' mind as he narrowed his eyes. However, he did not dwell on it for long. After a brief pause, he entrusted the letter to Ramsay, instructing him to investigate the matter and ascertain Pentos' true intentions. The young king then rose, declaring, "Let's go and see how this sword has been forged." Before long, the sound of footsteps echoed through the castle corridors. Your Majesty, Your Majesty! The servants lining the courtyard bowed deeply as Viserys passed. Upon entering the castle's smithy, he was greeted by swirling smoke. Yet, the long sword forged from the heart of the Red Comet had just been completed, with Master Tob meticulously sweeping away the dust. "It is this sword, Your Majesty," the bespectacled Master Tob said, his face smudged with soot yet brimming with uncontainable joy. He was immensely proud of his creation, sensing that it would earn a place in the annals of history as a legendary weapon. As the artisan who had painstakingly forged it, Tob's name would ascend to true mastercraft. Though others referred to him as master, he understood that a master without a celebrated work could not claim the title in earnest. Thus, his elation surpassed even that of Viserys. Upon entering the workshop, Viserys' lavender eyes were irresistibly drawn to the sword displayed on the rack. The dark crimson blade, as if encased in blood, bore a simple black pattern at its guard, while the golden hilt curved toward the blade, resembling a dragon's claw grasping the edge. The elongated ebony grip allowed for both single-handed and two-handed wielding, adorned with a golden ornament set with a red gem. The overall aesthetic of the sword echoed the color of blood, reminiscent of the red comet that streaked across the sky at dusk. Its sanguine glow even eclipsing the setting sun before plummeting into Viserys' gaze. At the very first glance, Viserys found himself captivated by the sword, much like encountering a blazing flame, as an overwhelming heat washed over him. Unable to resist, the young king reached out to grasp the hilt firmly, the fervent sensation dissipating, leaving only the tangible grip of the sword and a fierce desire to vanquish foes. With a decisive motion, Viserys lifted the sword from its display, the blood-red glow illuminating the entire workshop, surpassing even the blazing forge. Visions flashed through his mind, and the polished blade reflected the handsome visage of the young king. Let us bestow a name upon this sword. It shall be called Dusk. It will bring an end to the usurper's reign and perhaps save many lives in the future. This choice of name was not merely a play on the fact that another weapon forged from the heart of the stars was named Dawn. Viserys possessed no such morbid sense of humor. Rather, upon first encountering the sword, the image of the blood-red sunset had immediately surged into his mind. As the sun sank low, the dimly lit sky bore witness to a resplendent red comet, eclipsing the sun and moon's light. Then, as if a colossal hand wielding a dagger descended from the heavens, it plunged fiercely into the earth below. After the dusk of doom comes a flourishing resurgence of life. Your Majesty, what a splendid name you have chosen. Master Tob's eyes sparkled as he beheld Viserys holding the blood-colored sword, reassured by the young king's satisfaction with his creation. Meanwhile, the red-cloaked lady, Melisandre, harbored her own fatigue. The sword had finally been forged. The toil she had endured over the past 3 months matched that of Master Tob. The divine power of Rhoynar within her was nearly expended. Each forging required her to ignite the flames with her own divine energy. This would signify the twilight of the false gods. Melisandre spoke in a flat tone. The true king of light and fire shall wield the Lightbringer to vanquish the dark gods and save the world. The doctrine of the Red God posits a duality of deities, asserting that there exist 2 true gods while all others are false. The great Lord Rhoynar is regarded as the king of light, the god of shadow and flame, as well as the deity of heat and life, symbolizing the sun. Conversely, his eternal foe, acknowledged as a true god in the Red Goddess teachings, is known as the god of cold or the other, embodying darkness, frost, and death. Their unending conflict gives rise to the perpetual summer and harsh winter of the world. When the king of light prevails, summer reigns. When the cold consumes the earth, it heralds the god of cold's resurgence. However, this time, the god of cold was on the verge of revival, heralding the arrival of winter. Melisandre felt her connection with Rhoynar intensifying, sensing the resurgence of the king of light's power. The reason for this was unclear. As Viserys held the blood-colored sword, aglow beneath the blazing forge, he paid no heed to Master Tob's flattery or Melisandre's indoctrination. Turning, he addressed his guards, "Draw your swords." The young king's attendant hesitated briefly before complying, unsheathing his long sword. Clang! In the cramped workshop, both swords gleamed with chilling brilliance as Master Tob and Melisandre wisely stepped aside, aware that Viserys intended to test the sword, wary of the risk of injury to themselves. Though Melisandre was a sorceress, akin to the circumstances surrounding Mira's death, they were still flesh and blood. A cold steel blade could pierce their hearts and slay the witch. In the central area of the workshop, 2 individuals distanced themselves from one another. Viserys, wielding the sword named Dusk with one hand, let his silvery golden locks cascade down his back, while his pale violet eyes regarded the guard across from him, to which he offered a slight nod. "Come at me." "My apologies, your grace." The guard gritted his teeth, and with determination, he swung his sword. Chapter 178, Gendry. The guard summoned his courage and struck. Whoosh. Viserys deftly stepped to the left, evading the attack with ease. Again, the guard, teeth clenched, attempted another horizontal slash. This time, Viserys lowered his head, allowing the sword to slice through the air above him, and then he forcefully thrust his shoulder forward, colliding directly with the guard's chest. Thud! The guard stumbled back 2 or 3 steps, a hand pressed against his chest, breathing heavily. Once more, Viserys, feeling the need to stretch his limbs, inadvertently put the soldier in a difficult position. "Your grace, which of the brothers within the castle has not practiced swordsmanship with you? It will be sheer folly." The guard remarked with a faint smile, tightening his grip on the sword as he charged once more, aiming directly for Viserys' neck. They had never considered the possibility of harming the young king during their training sessions. For 2 years now, even when several of them teamed up, they had not managed to graze the hem of his garments. Yet this time, Viserys did not retreat. Instead, he grasped the hilt of his sword with both hands and met the guard's blade head-on. Clang! The stillness of the workshop was shattered by the resounding clash of metal. The guard's sword was severed, the blade's tip clattering to the ground, while the young king's dusk had effectively bisected the guard's weapon, its edge pressing against his throat with a fierce gust. In that fleeting moment, the guard felt a chill run through him, his grip on the broken sword slackening until it fell to the floor. Clatter. Huffing, he truly believed he was on the brink of death. Viserys slowly retracted his sword and gently patted the guard's shoulder in a gesture of reassurance. He was thoroughly pleased with Dusk. To have cleaved through an opponent's weapon during their clash was a commendable feat furthermore. Much like a weapon forged from Valyrian steel, this sword contained an inherent magic, cutting through another blade without sustaining any damage, eternally remaining sharp and unbreakable. This sword is quite exceptional. I am most satisfied. Viserys nodded slightly, placing Dusk back on its previous rack, before turning to address the two individuals who had kept their distance. This sword has just been forged. It still requires Master Tob to craft a sheath for it. Your Grace's satisfaction is all that matters. The sheath will be ready shortly. Master Tob exhaled, relieved. He was confident that this sword possessed a quality rivaling Valyrian steel, perhaps even surpassing it. As its creator, Tob eagerly anticipated the day when Dusk would face a true Valyrian steel sword in combat. Ice of House Stark, Oathkeeper of House Tarly, or perhaps Longclaw from House Mormont, Lady of the Whispering Isles from House Cobury, or the Red Rain of House Drum. As a seasoned blacksmith, Tob was well acquainted with these illustrious Valyrian steel swords. Indeed, Viserys nodded, picking up the tip of the sword that Dusk had severed from the floor, fiddling with it as he observed the charred mark at the break. He pondered momentarily before raising his gaze once more. Upon his arrival, Viserys had been captivated by the crimson sword, yet only now did he realize that the young apprentice, who was typically inseparable from his master, was absent. Master Tob, where is your young apprentice? Viserys inquired nonchalantly. At that moment, the workshop was occupied solely by the balding Master Tob and Melisandre, while the dark-haired apprentice had seemingly vanished. In truth, after 3 months, Viserys had learned the boy's name, Gendry. Initially, when he first encountered the name, Viserys had failed to grasp its significance, as Gendry was a rather commonplace name in this realm. Moreover, he possessed an unremarkable identity as an apprentice blacksmith. However, it was only when the dark-haired boy proudly presented a horned helmet, claiming it was crafted with his master's assistance, that Viserys suddenly recognized the boy's true identity. He could very well be Robert's illegitimate son. Gendry's biological mother had been a tavern wench, who had passed away during his early memories. Subsequently, he was entrusted to Master Tob's forge by an anonymous knight, who paid double the apprenticeship fee. Viserys had confirmed these details from Master Tob himself. Indeed, Gendry had been sent 2 years prior by a knight, who had initially hesitated to accept such a young child as an apprentice, yet the compensation offered was simply too generous to refuse. Tob had surmised that the child was likely the illegitimate son of some nobleman, whose father could not openly bring him home and instead arrange for a quiet life for him. However, Tob had never anticipated that Gendry would turn out to be the king's illegitimate offspring. Viserys had not expected that his actions would lead him to capture Robert's illegitimate son, to leverage his identity against Robert for a hefty ransom. Such thoughts had never crossed Viserys' mind. While many nowadays disregarded honor, he had no desire to sully his own name. Besides, Robert might have long since forgotten Gendry, showing little concern for the boy's fate. Thus, Viserys remained at a loss as to how to handle the intricacies surrounding the boy's background. Gendry's temperament was a stark contrast to his father's. He was a gentle soul, yet he had inherited his father's stature, standing taller than his peers, appearing to be a natural-born blacksmith. Unable to conceive a better course of action, and since the boy himself was unaware of his lineage, Viserys decided to leave him be, allowing him to continue forging iron in the smithy, fending for himself. Gendry had fallen ill and returned to rest. His master had pushed him from the furnace, ultimately reducing him to ashes, leaving not a single bone behind. Master Tob had regarded Gendry as his cherished apprentice, teaching him the methods to reforge Valyrian steel. Yet he did not foresee the pallor that would wash over his beloved student upon witnessing such a scene, causing him to succumb to despair. Tob, somewhat discontented, lamented that with the king's arrival, Gendry was still here, causing a commotion. Subsequently, he dismissed Jandelli and took it upon himself to cleanse the traces of his apprentice's vomit. Jandelli also resided within the confines of Andals castle. Yet, akin to many servants, he inhabited the dilapidated quarters that encircled the main fortress. Nevertheless, even this was a vast improvement over the former blacksmith shop, for at least here, the air was free from the acrid scent of charred coal. At this moment, the dark-haired boy found himself alone in the room, cradling his knees as he sat upon the bed, his mind incessantly replaying the events that had just transpired, along with the words of the priestess. Blood sacrifice. Jandelli's body shivered slightly. He suddenly felt averse to the idea of becoming a blacksmith. Chapter 179, Ram's Snow. In a dim and damp chamber, the flickering candlelight illuminated the scene. A youth with long black hair and a brooding visage sat at a round wooden table, perusing the book in his hands. Just then, a knock resounded at the door of his room. Thud, thud. The young man within lifted his head slightly at the sound, squinting towards the door before placing down his book and rubbing his cheeks. A glance at the copper mirror on the table revealed that his previously cold expression had softened, and with a satisfied nod, he spoke politely, "Come in." Upon hearing Ram's voice, the weathered door creaked open, and a soldier clad in leather armor entered, holding a letter. "My lord Rams," he began, "His Majesty has sent me to deliver this letter to you, and he requests that you investigate this matter thoroughly." "Oh," the youth named Rams replied, accepting the letter. He withdrew the parchment from the already opened envelope, scrutinizing its contents before a gentle smile graced his lips. "It appears His Majesty does not place his trust in these Pantosians. However, this also serves as a test of my capabilities." Rams raised his gaze once more, directing it towards the castle guards, and confidently declared, "Please convey to the king that Ram Snow shall undoubtedly live up to his expectations." In truth, since Viserys had established a foothold on the continent of Essos, a faction of nobles had discreetly reached out to him. This group comprised those discontented with the status quo, as well as families genuinely loyal to House Targaryen. Among the families clandestinely communicating with the Targaryens, the most significant was undoubtedly the Martell family from Dorne. Throughout the years, while Andals continued to bear the burden of low-interest or even interest-free loans from the Iron Bank, Bravo support for Andals had effectively dwindled. Perhaps Bravos had begun to harbor reservations. They merely sought to leverage the Targaryens to disrupt the unity of the Seven Kingdoms, utterly disinterested in cultivating a dominating power in Essos. However, Viserys' influence had expanded immensely, garnering the support of both the Andalusians and the Loynans, even restoring the ancient territories of the Kingdom of Andals, which could no longer be merely described as a city-state, but rather a true kingdom. This rapid expansion surpassed Bravo's expectations, leading to divisions within their own ranks, as some began to voice concerns. What if, in the future, Viserys did not pursue the Iron Throne to restore his kingdom as they had hoped, but instead chose to remain here, intent on establishing a vast nation in Essos? Thus, while the ties between Bravos and Andals had not diminished in recent years, financial support had long ceased. In contrast, Dorne's support for Viserys had never waned. Prince Doran Martell seemed genuinely loyal to the Targaryens and harbored a desire for vengeance on behalf of his siblings. However, Dorne's unwavering support came with conditions. As a new year approached, Viserys was on the cusp of his 16th birthday, at which point he could no longer use his youth as an excuse to evade the marriage pact. Not only Oberyn, but even his mistress had been bringing this matter up frequently. The lady betrothed to Viserys in a political marriage was none other than Princess Aerion Martell, who was a year younger than him. When Viserys celebrated his coming of age, she would be precisely 15. Simultaneously, as Viserys had never publicly announced his heir, he had only discreetly indicated to the commander of the Dragonstone fleet his intention to designate his sister Daenerys as his successor. Moreover, Dorne appeared to be subtly encouraging closer ties with Rhaenys, seemingly intent on bolstering her position within Viserys' camp. In simpler terms, Rhaenys had a maternal family backing her. For Rhaenys' mother, Elia Martell, was the younger sister of Prince Doran. Prince Doran had even mentioned in a letter his desire to invite Rhaenys to reside in Dorne for a time, wishing to meet the child. However, Viserys politely declined this request, citing Rhaenys' young age as unsuitable for such a long journey across the sea. Long before Viserys hatched his dragon, he had already received covert communications from a small faction of nobles within the Seven Kingdoms. Once word of his dragon reached the Seven Kingdoms, such clandestine contacts proliferated like mushrooms after a rainstorm. This was the profound change brought about by the dragon. After all, the Targaryens had ruled this land for over 280 years, and the notion that dragons represent true kings had long been ingrained in the populace, impervious to the fleeting grasp of a usurper who had only briefly occupied the throne. Among these figures was a young man named Ram Snow. Though he was not significantly older than Viserys, his ambition and discontent drove him to traverse the seas to Andals in search of a transformative opportunity. He did not wish to remain a mere illegitimate son. He aspired to ascend to nobility. Ram's identity was particularly unique as a lowly bastard, and the faction he represented was even more exceptional. Thus, not long ago, Viserys had granted him a private audience and, based on his understanding of the individual, assigned him a role befitting his capabilities, the oversight of Andals' underground surveillance organization. In the wake of the incident involving Gillian Lannister, Viserys resolved to rectify internal affairs. Otherwise, his domain resembled a public lavatory, accessible to all. While deliberating on who to appoint as the inaugural commander of this nascent, sparsely populated department, Rams, with his ambitions, unexpectedly emerged before Viserys. Ram Snow was a name commonly found in the north, yet here, in Viserys' realm, he bore another moniker, Little Skinner. He is none other than the illegitimate son of the contemporary lord of Castle Terror, Duke Roose Bolton. As a scion of a family that once ruled the north, the Duke harbors ambitious aspirations, yet is wary of openly establishing ties with the Targaryens. Thus, he dispatched his bastard son Ramsay to Andals as a gesture of sincerity. The Bolton family remains haunted by the memory of the late king, and their loyal Castle Terror stands ready to strike at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, Ramsay Snow prostrated himself upon the ground, banging his head repeatedly, drawing blood from his forehead. Ramsay is willing to be a faithful hound for his majesty. Chapter 180, Petyr Baelish. The sun blazed brightly. In the Sea King's palace of Braavos, a slender young man stood amidst a garden, reveling in the vibrant hues of willow green and peach blossom pink. Winter is coming. King Robert has been compelled to abandon his expedition to Essos, leaving the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms, save for Dorne, preoccupied with preparations for enduring the impending winter. Yet, across the narrow sea in Braavos, the landscape flourishes with a spring-like vitality, with locals remarking that only recently has the temperature begun to wane. The young man, captivated by the garden's beauty, found himself reminiscing about his homeland and a certain chestnut-haired girl. He had once fought furiously, tears streaming down his face, for her affection, but alas, she has ventured to the distant north, and he fears he may never encounter her again. Lord Petyr Baelish, a voice called from behind him. A figure clad in a simple gray cloak approached, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, the Braavosi magistrate gestured for him to proceed. Petyr Baelish, the young man, nodded politely, donning a standard, courteous smile, and together they ventured deeper into the Sea King's palace. Navigating the winding corridors, they soon arrived at the bedroom of the Sea King of Braavos. Knock, knock. The magistrate rapped gently on the door, and two coughs emerged from within, followed by a muffled invitation to enter. Creak. The gray-cloaked magistrate pushed open the door and again gestured for Petyr to enter. The current Sea King, Ferrego Antrian, appeared significantly worse than when he had first met Viserys. Now, gaunt and in his early 40s, his hair had turned a shade of gray. Had he not been the Sea King of Braavos, it is likely that he would have succumbed to illness long ago. However, an array of precious medicines sustains his existence, prolonging his suffering. Standing before him was a tall, imposing swordsman clad in heavy armor, his keen gaze scrutinizing the diminutive envoy from Westeros, representing the Iron Throne. Braavos had a new chief swordsman. The former chief, Syrios Farrell, had been expelled from the Sea King's palace for reasons unknown, never to return to Braavos. The new chief swordsman, however, possessed none of Braavos' finesse. Instead, he embodied a traditional Westerosi knight, valuing brawn over the agile dance of water. His name was Kaith Valentina. Honorable Lord Ferrego Antrian, I extend greetings on behalf of His Majesty King Robert Baratheon I. The young Braavosi observed the ailing Sea King, his gray-green eyes momentarily betraying a flicker of astonishment. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and bowed slightly. He had not anticipated that a man reputed to command the world's greatest wealth and an unbeatable fleet would be reduced to a bedridden invalid. Petyr Baelish was unfamiliar with the intricate political system of Braavos, yet he understood that once elected, the Sea King served for life. Yet, why was there no one within Braavos willing to replace such a frail figure? He could not comprehend. The Sea King, lying on his sickbed, regarded the Iron Throne's envoy with weary eyes, poised to speak when a fit of violent coughing interrupted him. Your Grace, would you care for some medicine? His chief swordsman Kaith inquired with concern, only to be met with a dismissive wave from Ferrego after his bout of coughing. Not yet, Kaith. It is not time for the medicine. The man reclined on his bed, his gaze once more settling on Petyr Baelish. Lord Baelish, is it? Ferrego's voice was faint, yet he mustered enough strength to convey his presence. If King Robert seeks alone, He should approach the manager of the Iron Bank rather than me. He had learned that last month the Iron Bank had declined a loan request from the Lord Treasurer of King's Landing, citing the approach of winter and the Seven Kingdoms' diminished capacity for repayment, demanding collateral in the form of minerals and land. Yet, to his surprise, not long after, the Iron Throne had dispatched another envoy, this time seeking an audience with him. King Robert has not sent me to Braavos in pursuit of a loan, Peter clarified, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Rather, he wishes to explore avenues of cooperation with Braavos, Your Grace. I have just arrived from Pentos. Oh. Ferrago's eyes reflected no surprise at this revelation, suggesting he was already aware of Peter's journey from Pentos. Cooperation. I wonder in which areas His Majesty wishes to collaborate with Braavos. The Sea King's voice remained weak, yet it carried an unspoken weight, causing even the seasoned Peter to feel a quickening of his heartbeat. Convincing a man of Ferrago's stature was a far greater challenge than dealing with the governors of Pentos. Peter had been recommended for this significant mission by the hand of the king, John Arryn, who had long recognized the young man's exceptional capabilities. It was during this time that Peter had forged a friendship with the Tully sisters, having been raised as a foster son within their family. Consequently, the old duke had no reservations, especially as Peter, in his capacity as the tax collector of Gulltown, had managed to increase local revenues tenfold, further solidifying John Arryn's faith in him. Thus, Peter Baelish was sent forth on this vital mission to test the waters. Naturally, it is to address the most pressing threat facing both Braavos and the Iron Throne, Your Grace. Peter carefully weighed his words, gazing at the bedridden Sea King of Braavos, constantly reminding himself that the counterpart is one of the most powerful individuals in this world, the Mad King's son, Viserys Targaryen. His existence has undoubtedly transcended Braavos' expectations. Has it not? He possesses dragons, and the obstructing mountains cannot hinder their advance. Chapter 181, Surveillance. However, when Peter Baelish uttered his audacious words, the room fell into a profound silence. Baelish believed that his remarks struck a chord with the Sea Lord, for it was common knowledge, albeit lacking direct evidence, that Braavos covertly supported the Targaryens, just as Dorne secretly backed the growth of Andals, dispatching a significant amount of resources. Otherwise, no matter how capable Viserys might be, he could not have conjured such a vast enterprise from nothing, especially when the craftsmen who built his castle were borrowed from Braavos and Dorne. The rationale behind Braavos' actions was crystal clear. The magnitude of the Seven Kingdoms post-unification was indeed overwhelming. Once, the Targaryen reign was deeply entrenched, making intervention exceedingly difficult. Yet now, Westeros finds itself in a state of flux, with the Targaryen dynasty overthrown and the Baratheon dynasty ascending. Therefore, Braavos naturally seeks to extend its influence over Westeros during this opportune moment. Countless nobles within the Seven Kingdoms teeter on the brink of bankruptcy, having secretly received loans from the Iron Bank to barely survive. Today, as benefactors will inevitably demand repayment in kind. Viserys is merely a pawn in Braavos' scheme to disrupt Westeros. Yet this pawn is now gradually growing towards the player, which will undoubtedly provoke Braavos' limits. This is what Peter believes he has discerned. The Sea Lord of Braavos, lying on his sickbed, gazed at Peter Baelish with hollow, lifeless eyes. After a prolonged silence, he took a few labored breaths. My Lord Baelish, why does Andals pose the greatest threat to Braavos? The tone of Ferrago was flat. The young man from King's Landing slightly perked up. His greatest fear was that the Sea Lord would outright deny the issue, unwilling to discuss it further, perhaps even dismissing him. In such a scenario, no matter Peter's prowess, he would be unable to fulfill King Robert's commission. However, as long as the Sea Lord was willing to continue this dialogue, Peter Baelish felt confident in persuading Braavos to oppose the Targaryens, forming the net of encirclement envisioned in Lord Tywin's plan, effectively trapping the remnants of Targaryen rule on this land. The growth scale of Andals has now reached its limits, with Braavos to the north and Pentos to the south, while to the west lies the mountainous region of Norvos. For Andals to continue its expansion, it must break through this encirclement formed by trade city-states. If the Iron Throne were to replicate the strategy of the War of the Ninepenny Kings, launching an expedition to completely eradicate the Targaryen remnants, there would be no subsequent issues. Yet, winter arrives at an opportune time. Tywin and Robert engaged in an extensive conversation. He was unafraid of the Targaryen dragons. After all, dragons do not grow significantly in just 2 or 3 years. If they could construct more massive crossbows during this period, it would suffice to threaten the great dragons in the sky. While they could not guarantee the success of slaying a dragon like Merax's as the Dornish had done in the past, at the very least, It would prevent these fire-breathing beasts from rampaging unchecked. Ground warfare, however, would see the vast Seven Kingdoms, even if they were to engage across the sea, overwhelmingly surpassing the small city-state of Andals in terms of troops and equipment. An endless army would obliterate this city-state. This is the might of a great power. After all, the essence of war lies with the army, not the dragons. Thus, the Duke of Casterly Rock fears that while the Seven Kingdoms struggle to endure the winter, Andals might once again seize the opportunity to expand, even breaking through the encirclement formed by the trade city-states. Should the Targaryens truly become the overlords of Essos, the Seven Kingdoms would find themselves utterly powerless to eradicate their foes. Duke Tywin's strategy can be seen as a form of coalition building. The rapid development of Andals will inevitably pose a threat to the surrounding free trade city-states. By capitalizing on this apprehension, even if they cannot organize a coalition to besiege Andals, they could at least unite to curtail its growth. Dragons. Peter spread his hands, emphasizing once more with a weighty tone. My lord, you cannot be unaware of what creatures dragons are. From what I understand, dragons have no limits to their growth throughout their lives. Vhagar, the dragon of Queen Visenya, sister of Aegon the Conqueror, was 181 years old at her death. The oldest and largest dragon in all of Westeros, nearly rivaling Balerion the Black Dread, whose roar could make the very walls of storms and tremble. Human ambition is no different. Peter's tone grew grave, as if genuinely concerned for Braavos' future. An infinitely growing dragon signifies that, for the next century, the Targaryen influence will expand alongside the growth of their dragons. If all three of the Targaryen dragons were to reach the size of their ancestors, it is likely that Viserys' descendants would consume everything on the continent of Essos, leaving Braavos no exception. Lions do not walk with deer. The smallest of the little finger, on the Fingers Peninsula, issued a warning that seemed to carry deeper implications. Upon hearing this, the ailing Sea Lord Braavos revealed a mysterious smile, then spoke in a calm voice. Are you suggesting that Braavos is either a deer or a lion? Yet before Baelish could elucidate, the Sea Lord shook his head slightly. Braavos is neither a deer nor a lion, is a titan. Titans fear no dragons. Following this, Ferrego erupted into a fit of coughing and promptly dismissed Peter. I understand your meaning, Lord Baelish. Please convey to King Robert that Braavos has no intention of intervening in the power struggle for the Iron Throne, be it Baratheon or Targaryen, true king or pretender. The abrupt dismissal caught Peter off guard, his handsome visage reflecting shock. However, with the Sea Lord having spoken, he had no recourse but to bow politely and exit the Sea Lord's chamber. Soon, the room fell into a profound silence. Ferrego Antrion lay quietly on his sickbed, eyes closed, his thoughts a mystery to all. After a moment, he reopened his eyes and said, Cairo, I need the assistance of the House of Black and White. My lord? His chief swordsman expressed mild surprise, not expecting the Sea Lord to wish to harness the power of the Faceless Men. This force is not easily summoned, as the Sea Lord rarely invoked this power. I need to ascertain precisely what that boy Viserys has been up to, not merely the superficial aspects. The words of Aquaman unreservedly reveal that Braavos has been monitoring Viserys all along. Understood. Chapter 182, Future Plans. Viserys abruptly appointed an individual named Ramsay Snow, a move that did not provoke significant ripples within the governance of Andals. After all, it was merely an organization comprising a handful of people. Despite its grand title of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the actual personnel were exceedingly scant. Viserys offered no explanations regarding this decision. He perhaps understood Ramsay better than his own father, Lord Roose Bolton of the Dreadfort. Ramsay is a cunning and cold-blooded individual, not particularly brilliant, yet possessing a modicum of scheming and manipulative prowess, often resorting to unorthodox means to achieve his ends. However, he is more inclined, nay obsessed, with sadistic tendencies, a veritable pervert. Most crucially, and what Viserys values most, is his ambition. By fully harnessing this man's ambition, Viserys could accomplish greater feats before his worth diminished. In simple terms, Ramsay's self-assessment, a good dog. He yearns for Viserys to take him in, even if it means existing as a groveling canine. To Ramsay, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Previously, he was condemned to dwell in the squalid filth alongside the reprobate within the Dreadfort. Were it not for this opportunity, as his father Roose Bolton required a representative to wager on both sides in Andals, he might never have had a chance to rise. For Lord Bolton, he has a legitimate heir. Sending an inconsequential bastard to the Targaryens is of little consequence. If King Robert wins, this bastard is expendable, If the Targaryens triumph, Roose can still reap rewards from his early bets. As for Ramsay himself, who cares? Perhaps Ramsay is acutely aware of this fact, which is why he fervently bows as if pounding garlic, hoping to seize this opportunity to gain the favor of the young Dragon Lord. Should he accompany the Targaryens in their future assault on King's Landing, the worst outcome would be acquiring the Bolton name, or even the possibility of adopting a new surname to establish a family. Yet, might this vicious and dangerous hound turn against its master in the future? The pen glided gently over the paper, producing a soft, rustling sound. Viserys slightly shook his head. Indeed, one's perspective alters the approach to any problem. As a king, he requires loyal commanders like Bessie of the Dragonstone Fleet, as well as those like Rhoynar, who capitulate. Ramsay, this vicious hound, also has a rationale for existence. At times, he may serve an extraordinary purpose. He can undertake tasks that the king would prefer to avoid. Should severe consequences arise, Viserys could easily shift the blame onto him, subsequently framing him with charges of seducing the king and deceiving both sides, thus executing him in the name of justice. Consequently, everything concerning Ramsay hinges upon himself. A mere word from Viserys could strip him of his life and possessions. He believes Ramsay understands this as well. His only recourse is to diligently fulfill every task assigned by Viserys, thereby elevating his standing in the king's eyes, ensuring that when Viserys contemplates his demise, he might reconsider. The only sound in the stillness was the soft scratching of Viserys writing. Under the gentle flicker of candlelight, the young man's profile was half immersed in shadow, his pale violet eyes shimmering with intensity, occasionally betraying a contemplative expression before he resumed his diligent writing. Time passed, though its measure was lost in the tranquility of the night. Outside, a light rain began to fall, gently tapping against the window, and at last, Viserys set down his pen, stretching lazily. The task was complete. Regarding future plans, the embryonic form of the kingdom, Viserys had outlined a preliminary framework. The news of winter's approach had spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms, and naturally, it could not escape the notice of Viserys in King's Landing, who had his own spies. Following the defeat of the Dragonstone fleet, Viserys endured the most significant loss of his life thus far. At that moment, King Robert was making grand preparations to launch an invasion of Andals across the sea. Although Viserys outwardly maintained an air of nonchalance, projecting a demeanor of readiness to engage, internally he was beset by anxiety. This was distinct from his encounter with Drogo, where the battle had erupted unexpectedly, with neither side adequately prepared. Drogo had arrogantly aimed to devour Viserys, only to find himself outmaneuvered and ultimately vanquished. This time, however, if Robert truly led the Knights of the Seven Kingdoms across the sea to attack Andals, Viserys could almost envision the endless fleet of ships and the armored knights galloping across the plains of Andals. Although he did not voice it, he even harbored thoughts of abandoning the city, retreating into the Nodhos Mountains to wage guerrilla warfare. If the allied forces of the Seven Kingdoms wished to pursue, they could chase him into the mountains, where he would have confidence in their eventual downfall. At present, the opportunity was rare. Since war was not imminent, it was vital to focus on self-development and resolving internal conflicts. The plans Viserys toiled over late into the night were intended to strengthen his power during the harsh winter in Westeros. Once, Andals was merely an embryonic kingdom, centered around the region itself. Now, however, Viserys aimed to transform this nascent entity into a true kingdom, reforming military structures, establishing several legions, constructing defensive systems along the borders, and supporting local nobles in building castles and towns. Naturally, a true kingdom must have its own capital. Beyond Andals, Viserys found himself more intrigued by another location. As his gaze fell upon a point on the map, he focused on Pentos. Outside, the night rain drizzled softly, a gentle breeze slipping through the window's crevice, causing the candlelight to flicker. In the plans Viserys had just penned, he meticulously weighed the merits of Pentos against those of Andals. The advantage of Andals lay in its being a city crafted by Viserys himself, where his reputation soared. Conversely, Pentos required no elaboration. This gem of a harbor surpassed Andals in geographical position, economic strength, population size, and historical depth. Pentos. Viserys gazed at the sprawling map before him. Unbeknownst to him, he had quietly fixated on this neighboring locale. Chapter 183. Intelligence. The following morning, due to his late-night endeavors until the witching hour, Viserys rose slightly later than usual. Nevertheless, he emerged from his cocoon just as the sun began to ascend the horizon, promptly adorning himself in his garments. A maid assisted the young king in grooming his long tresses while he seated himself at his writing desk, where his breakfast awaited, a few biscuits, half a loaf of bread, a small dish of cream for dipping, and several slices of crispy bacon to envelop in the bread. As he yawned, the silver-haired youth allowed the enchanting maid to tend to his hair, extending a hand to grasp a biscuit, which he dipped into the cream before placing in his mouth. The crispness echoed softly. He felt utterly fatigued. With a sigh, he lamented his weariness. In the presence of others, he was a paragon of resilience and genius, known for his remarkable feats. Yet when alone, Viserys could swiftly succumb to despondency, exhaling deep sighs. Although the history of House Targaryen boasted a wise king, Daeron II, the tales of Viserys' relentless late-night toil would surely earn him the title of a benevolent ruler, particularly given his penchant for nocturnal activities combined with punctual morning awakenings. Yet, who could deny Viserys' vigor? For the 5 hours of slumber sufficed for him. As he savored his breakfast, the maid's delicate hands massaged his scalp, and his pale lavender eyes fell upon the silver-plated mirror crafted by artisans from Meereen. Gradually, a swirling black mist began to materialize before him. With the passage of time, Viserys' innate attributes were undergoing a natural and substantial enhancement. The organic growth of his body seemingly in harmony with the presence of the darkness. The mist enveloped the room, expanding as he absorbed more of it. Strength, Earth 18. Constitution, Earth 18. Agility, Water 17. Spirit, Moon 24. As Viserys matured, his physical prowess surged, although his mental acuity seemed to progress more slowly. After enduring several fierce battles, he had only managed to elevate his attributes by a mere 2 points. He understood that upon reaching 20 in any attribute, a supernatural ability would awaken. What would his next power be? As he casually observed his state, a guard approached to deliver tidings. Your Majesty, Ramsay requests an audience. Viserys, seated comfortably, paused momentarily, a biscuit still clutched between his lips. So early? He recalled being informed by those close to Ramsay that he had returned to Andals in the early hours. Yet barely had he rested before seeking him out. Truly, a man of fierce determination, even towards himself. The maid, who had been grooming Viserys' hair, ceased her actions and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, I shall take my leave. Viserys nodded, and she discreetly withdrew, for it was well known throughout the castle that he preferred solitude while attending to state matters. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor, and a young man appeared before Viserys' chamber. Your Majesty, Ramsay exclaimed, kneeling before him like a dog wagging its tail. None in the castle, save for Ramsay, would prostrate themselves thus before the king, yet Viserys neither discouraged him nor objected. He appreciated the gesture. Have you uncovered the truth? Viserys inquired, his posture unwavering as he regarded the illegitimate son of the formidable Earl of Harrenhal, his voice steady. Ramsay appeared fatigued, his disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes revealing the toll of 2 sleepless days. Yes, Your Majesty, I have discerned Pantos' intentions. Ramsay, kneeling, respectfully bowed his head several times before presenting a meticulously organized report, rising to hand it to Viserys. Over the past month, he had brazenly led a mere 5 soldiers into the heart of Pantos, ultimately acquiring the intelligence he sought through unknown means. Not long ago, Viserys had heard from his intelligence department that a governor of Pantos, Audren, had been brutally murdered at his mistress's residence. The estate, situated outside the city, had been purchased by Audren for his lover. It was said that both Audren and his mistress were discovered submerged in a well, their deaths horrifically gruesome, the retrieved bodies too ghastly to behold. It was suspected to be an act of vengeance, as Audren had undoubtedly stained his hands with the blood of countless merchants to ascend to the governorship. The investigators believed only those harboring deep-seated hatred for Audren would resort to such cruelty, leaving the treasures of the estate untouched. As Viserys examined the report, his fingers grazed a bloodstain that had inadvertently marked the edge of the paper. You have worked hard, he acknowledged, lifting his gaze to meet Ramsay's eyes before returning to the document. Pater Bellis? Viserys soon encountered a familiar name, raising an eyebrow in recognition. Ah, it is him. A figure emerged in his mind, short, dark-haired, with strands of gray. As a clandestine manipulator of events, he had etched a vivid mark upon this chapter of history. Viserys had always believed that those capable of such feats were not to be taken lightly. Yet, until now, this unassuming little finger had only just entered Viserys' awareness. Where did he go next? Viserys inquired. The young man, standing with a shadowed visage, hesitated momentarily. He was unsure why Viserys displayed such interest in this individual's whereabouts. But even in Westeros, he had not heard of this minor noble from the fingers. Ramsay recalled tracking this person once, intent on capturing him for interrogation. However, Upon arriving at the place where Pater had previously stayed, he learned that the man had already departed Pantos by ship. Ramsay relayed all he knew, without omission, to Viserys. Chapter 184, Intentions. Is that so? Viserys mused for a few moments before lifting his gaze once more. Seized the opportunity to engage with this individual, particularly in relation to him and Lyanna. However, Viserys hesitated, briefly contemplating before exhaling a sigh. It is not yet the opportune moment. This person warrants close observation, as he may prove useful in the future. Petyr Baelish will play a pivotal role in the unfolding events ahead, yet he currently lacks the necessary influence. Viserys could covertly support him, stirring the waters of Westeros further. Nevertheless, at this juncture, Petyr Baelish does not possess such capabilities. He must continue to attach himself like a parasite to Jon Arryn, siphoning the blood of this aging lord to strengthen himself. Understood. Although Ramsay was unaware of why Petyr Baelish garnered Viserys' attention, he treated all the master's words as gospel, nodding earnestly. Subsequently, Viserys did not elucidate his reasoning, but continued to read on. Petyr was dispatched by the Iron Throne to Pentos as an envoy, fervently delivering speeches about the Targaryen threat. With the Dragon King at his side, the governors of Pentos had already developed a sense of crisis without needing Petyr's persuasion. After all, Pentos is currently the weakest among the 9 free cities. Due to the terms of defeat in their conflict with Braavos, Pentos retains the right to maintain sovereign independence. Yet their naval fleet is limited to no more than 20 vessels, and they are prohibited from hiring mercenaries, entering contracts with free companies, or maintaining any military force beyond the city guard. Despite its formidable walls, Pentos is still regarded as the most vulnerable among the free cities. Furthermore, it currently suffers from a lack of leadership, with a chaotic political system where the Prince of Pentos is merely a figurehead, and a cadre of wealthy governors prioritize their own interests, exploiting the weak while fearing the strong. The absence of a strong leader or a unified collective has rendered Pentos exceptionally feeble, necessitating a cordial stance towards other free cities and the Dothraki calls. Over the years, they cultivated relations with the powerful Khalasars, offering gifts and treasures to ensure their safety along the eastern banks of the Rhoynar. Now, a formidable force has suddenly emerged in Pentos, the exiled Targaryen royal family fleeing from Westeros. Initially, Pentos paid little attention to this neighboring entity. It did not take long before this small neighbor began to rise rapidly. This prompted Pentos to extend invitations to Viserys, bestowing gifts to cultivate goodwill. Soon after, Viserys achieved a significant victory against the Dothraki call in the vicinity of Giscari, and news of his sister Daenerys hatching dragons emerged. Everything shifted once more. The Targaryens are not Dothraki. They harbor no indifference towards stone houses. Unlike the free cities, the centralized kingdoms possess a potent inclination for expansion, a viewpoint articulated by a scholar in a treatise on the tumultuous history prior to the unification of the 7 kingdoms, which has since crossed the sea to this region. Consequently, apprehension and concern began to permeate Pentos regarding this burgeoning neighbor. Andals is situated in a bountiful land, flanked by mountains and bordered by the sea, surrounded by 3 free cities, Braavos to the north, Norvos to the east, and Pentos to the west. It is evident to all that while remaining complacent may suffice for now, should Viserys harbor ambitions for further expansion, he must choose a direction to break through. Otherwise, he will be confined. If the Targaryens indeed seek to expand, will they choose to confront the formidable Braavos, separated by the mountains of the moon? Or will they opt for Norvos, a land of complex terrain guarded by fervent, fearless religious zealots? This answer is one that anyone could readily discern. It is for these reasons that the people of Pentos are filled with trepidation. The arrival of the Iron Throne's emissary is opportune, prompting the governors of Pentos to gather once more to meet this envoy. The governors of Pentos met with Petyr. The pale violet eyes of Viserys gleamed with a spark of insight. He recognized this as not a promising sign. Indeed, your grace, Ramsay responded, maintaining a respectful demeanor. Petyr persuaded the governors of Pentos to ally with you against the Iron Throne. During this discourse, a governor named Illyrio Mopatis voiced his dissent, warning that should Pentos oppose the Targaryens, they might face the wrath of dragons and the Andals. The surrounding free cities, Braavos and Pentos, are adversaries. The humiliating treaty signed by Pentos was extorted by the Braavosi, while the relationship with Norvos and the Andals remains amicable. The distant Coer is of little help, and the rivalries between Myr, Tyrosh, and Lys prevent any one side from providing aid without jeopardizing their own interests. Moreover, war is a costly endeavor. Each noble family among the 40 highborn houses of Pentos must consider the expenses required to hire mercenaries to wage this war. As for the Dothraki, they are a fierce and cunning people. While they may fight for gold, they might also refuse to involve themselves in this conflict. Employing a mercenary company would breach the truce with bravos, potentially inviting future troubles, and hiring a substantial company of over 1,000 men incurs significant costs. Even a simple gift can be costly, let alone support from the Iron Throne, especially with winter's approach leaving them preoccupied with their own needs. Listening to Ramsay's recounting, Viserys nodded slightly, grasping the intelligence report in his hand, his gaze revealing a hint of scrutiny. After a brief pause, he continued in a calm voice. And the outcome? He needed to ascertain the result of this matter. The outcome was that while the governors of Pentos posed many inquiries regarding the Iron Throne's plans, they ultimately did not acquiesce to Peter Baelish's persuasion, merely stating they would consider it further. This was information Ramsay had pried from a beleaguered governor of Pentos. Their attitude was cautious. The invitation for Viserys to visit Pentos was merely a ruse to ascertain his true intentions. Perhaps they would even extend a substantial gift, implementing a policy of appeasement to strengthen ties with the Targaryens. However, beyond that, they had another proposal. Chapter 185, The Saint. That afternoon, Viserys appeared in the castle's council chamber, though it was forever diminished by the absence of one. The young king, adorned in his customary attire and crowned with a golden diadem, occupied the central position, while the influential figures of Andals sat on either side of the long conference table. Subsequently, Viserys unveiled the meticulously crafted plan he had prepared the previous night, detailing the military structure following the establishment of the kingdom, the construction of burgeoning towns, and the strategic reduction of rural development in favor of urban centers with greater population density, due to the unique military regulations of Andals. While the nobility possessed private soldiers for the defense of their castles, their numbers were not substantial. The entirety of the standing legions was under the command of the king or designated commanders, a stark contrast to the feudal system of Westeros, where nobles only governed their lands without concern for the station troops. The authority of the garrison commanders was comparable to that of the local nobility, albeit without the hereditary right to such power. Theoretically, the governance rights of local lords slightly outweighed those of the garrison leaders. However, in practice, the military commanders wielded considerable influence, nearly rivaling that of their noble counterparts. Viserys was acutely aware of the inherent flaws in this system, which could easily breed warlords and foster collusion between local nobles and commanders. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, this was a necessary compromise. Compared to King Robert on the Iron Throne, he was more adept at consolidating power within his grasp. The presence of dragons served as the most formidable deterrent for Viserys, allowing him to dismantle deeply entrenched systems and enhance central authority in a vast expanse of Andals. Even if insurrections arose on the fringes, or if the military conspired with local nobility, Viserys could swiftly summon soldiers from surrounding towns, riding his dragon and descending upon the castle with intimidating fervor, much like possessing an aircraft in this era. I suppose it is time for me to retire, Sir Geoffrey murmured, his hair silvered and adorned with the hand of the king's insignia, seated at the foremost position to Viserys' left, shaking his head slightly. These matters should have been my burden to share with your majesty. However, the old knight, now devoid of any wisdom to impart, bore a face lined with wrinkles and a bittersweet smile. Having accompanied the veteran commander of Dragonstone's fleet for years, and through the old knight's deliberate tutelage, Viserys had absorbed nearly all of his martial prowess. Yet, in matters of governance and economic development, the seasoned knight was merely a soldier, lacking understanding and often hindering progress. Initially eager to involve himself in the development of Andals out of fear that Viserys might stray, he eventually realized that his efforts were futile, only serving to create chaos. Now, having relinquished his command and returned to the fields, the elderly knight felt a renewed sense of impotence in the political arena, bewildered as he listened to Viserys articulate the future direction of the kingdom, as if deciphering an ancient script. Time passed, though how much was uncertain. Viserys' gaze shifted to the figure seated at the far end of the long conference table, drawing the attention of many present. Cloaked in thick garments, his face obscured by a metallic mask, only his piercing eyes revealed beneath the mask, he sat upright like a penitent monk within a sanctuary. Upon hearing Viserys' voice, Bessie turned his head slightly, his eyes gleaming with resolve as he beheld the king to whom he had pledged his loyalty. Your Majesty, his voice resonated with a deep, gravelly timbre. After a grueling 6 months, Bessie, a knight who had risen from humble beginnings, triumphed over illness and stood resilient once more, save for his charred physique. now resembling that of an ordinary man, albeit with one limitation. As predicted by Gillian, he would never wield a sword again, unable to fight as a knight. Nevertheless, Bessie implored Viserys for an opportunity. He refused to languish in mediocrity for the remainder of his life. Ultimately, Viserys entrusted him with a portion of military command. Bessie subsequently led his soldiers in purging the Brotherhood and bandits that proliferated like weeds within the realm, achieving resounding victories. His strict discipline and methodical command style mirrored that of a monk, ensuring that his forces committed no transgressions. In time, he earned a formidable reputation as Saint Bessie Joys, a title born from his devout faith in the Seven. The seven-pointed star emblazoned upon his mask, continually reminding him of his identity as a warrior's son. The First Legion is entrusted to you, the youthful king proclaimed, donning a resplendent golden crown, as he presented a gleaming golden medallion shaped like a sword and shield into Bessie's hands, symbolizing his appointment as commander of the First Legion. Bessie, a loyal confidant who had risen from obscurity alongside Viserys, was one of the few whom the king could genuinely trust. His loyalty to Viserys was unwavering, as steadfast as his faith in the Seven. Bessie was a man of resilience and principles, and his recent military accomplishments spoke volumes. He governed his troops with religious fervor, instilling unwavering faith and courage, ensuring they committed no infractions wherever they marched. The First Legion, designated as Number 1 in Andals, comprised the original 4,000 elite Andal warriors who had followed Viserys through countless campaigns. These valiant soldiers, under the leadership of the warrior's son Bessie, were most fittingly suited to the task. As Viserys presented the commander's medallion to the iron-faced knight, the small golden sword shimmered in the light, and the conference hall erupted into scattered applause. The esteemed figures of Andals offered their congratulations to this common-born commander. Congratulations. Even the typically frivolous and lethargic Oberyn bore a serious countenance as he clapped for Bessie, acknowledging him with respect. Oberyn had anticipated becoming the first commander of the First Legion, but he found himself eclipsed by this younger, humble, and composed man, unworthy of such honor. The knight in the metallic mask exhibited no emotional fluctuation in his gaze, yet he rose, albeit awkwardly due to his physical changes, and offered a slight bow. I am grateful for your majesty's trust. Following the appointment of the First Legion commander, it was soon Oberyn's turn. The Prince of Dorne, having laid aside his royal status to remain in Andals, had established a formidable reputation in battle, thereby earning the right to command a legion. He had already relinquished command of the city guard, a matter long settled, so Oberyn was confident in his forthcoming role as a legion commander. Viserys entrusted him with the command of the army of the conquered Rhoynar people. Oberyn himself bore Rhoynar blood, as his ancestors hailed from the ancient city-state of Old Rhoynar, which had been vanquished by the freehold of Valyria. The legendary heroine of the Rhoynar, Nymelia, had wed Mors Martell and aided her husband in conquering all of Dorne. Thus, it was entirely fitting for Oberyn to command the subservient forces of the Velaryons, with the loyal Valyrian general Aemon Targaryen serving as the deputy commander to assist Oberyn in managing the entirety of the Second Legion. Prince Oberyn, the Second Legion is entrusted to you, declared Viserys, presenting a golden sword and shield insignia to Oberyn. The Second Legion? Your Majesty, that name is rather unappealing, Oberyn remarked, lounging casually with his dark curls cascading about him, his fingers stroking his soft beard in mild exasperation. Oberyn, possessing profound knowledge and an artistic flair, found it rather beneath him to regard such a simplistic numerical designation. The Second Legion was merely a sequence number, and Viserys, casting a glance at Oberyn, wondered what thoughts occupied his mind. He then calmly stated, "The number shall remain unchanged. You may choose another name at your discretion, provided it is not something like the Sweetheart Brigader of the Martell Legion." Viserys concluded with a light jest, eliciting a broad smile from Oberyn. "No problem. Rest assured, I shall not bestow such a dreadful name." Oberyn accepted the golden insignia from Viserys and affixed it to his chest, invigorated by this novel experience. After all, while Dorne's customs differed slightly from those of the rest of Westeros, its governance system was unlike any other. Nobles were tasked solely with the administration of their lands and had no authority over the military within their territories. While a noble could serve as a commander, it was based on merit rather than rank, and they were prohibited from holding office within their own lands, subject to regular reviews and rotations. Moreover, the prosperity of the lands was intrinsically linked to the nobility's interests. Prolonged neglect could result in dire consequences, including the monarch's right to reclaim lands as a warning or even demotion to commoner status, with the gravest offenders facing execution. Although ultimate power resided with the king, This system, while suppressing noble autonomy, was advantageous for the nation's development. Especially in its nascent stages, a singular voice could unify the populace and diminish internal strife. As for whether the system might be replicated in Westeros, Viserys had assured Prince Daemon that Dorne would retain its unique status. Indeed, since Dorne's submission to the Targaryen dynasty and later the Baratheon reign, it had consistently maintained this special position. Historical alliances through marriage between the Targaryens and Dornish families were aimed at fortifying this vital frontier governance. Thus, Viserys' promise to Prince Daemon posed no issue. However, Daemon insisted on promoting a marriage between his daughter and Viserys, perhaps motivated by more than merely fortifying this alliance. At that moment, Viserys recalled an event from over 2 weeks prior. A letter from Prince Daemon had arrived, announcing that to further their alliance, his daughter Arya Martell had embarked on a vessel from Sunspear to Andals, accompanied by 50 elite Dornish guards and several artisans and craftsmen to support Andals. Oberyn, how long until the Dornish princess arrives? Viserys inquired, prompting Oberyn to furrow his brow in thought. Approximately 2 months, Your Majesty. The journey from Sunspear to Andals is quite lengthy by sea. Is something troubling you, Your Majesty? Feeling a bit anxious? Teased the middle-aged man with a slightly tan complexion. Recalling their first meeting, Viserys' expression darkened slightly as he retorted, not at all. While Viserys occasionally exhibited a serious demeanor, he was generally affable and never ostentatiously asserted the airs of a king. He often expressed that a truly respected monarch does not rely solely on noble blood. Although none present possessed blood of noble caliber, he believed that ruling should stem from the allegiance of the people and nobles alike. Those who are merely blessed with noble lineage yet lack the capability to govern, like his father, the mad King Aerys II, or the current occupant of the Iron Throne, King Robert, are destined to lose their thrones and possibly their lives. Following this brief interlude, the atmosphere in the conference hall lightened considerably, as the older gentlemen present exchanged knowing smiles. Upon reflection, it was clear that their king was merely a 15-year-old youth, who would only truly come of age with the celebration of his 16th name day next year. Yet, Viserys' maturity often belied his youth. Indeed, Your Majesty has reached an age suitable for betrothal, remarked the elderly lord seated to the king's left, a proud smile gracing his features. Akin to a parent watching their child grow. Though he himself had never married, he felt a profound sense of accomplishment. The union between Prince Daemon's eldest daughter and the king was indeed a match of equal standing. The Targaryen-Martell marriages were a tradition, especially with Daemon's daughter, leaving no room for objection. Indeed, the old lord affirmed, prompting a chorus of agreement from the assembly. Only the newly appointed commander of the First Legion, Bessie Joyce, remained silent, maintaining a rigid posture as he acknowledged only the king's commands, disregarding all others. As Viserys observed the cacophony of approval among his ministers, he shook his head in mild resignation. Previously, he had resisted the notion of an alliance with a Martell princess, but upon reflection, Arianne was still but a child, not yet the restless woman intent on instigating turmoil in Dorne. Furthermore, this political marriage was crucial for the Targaryen lineage. Having benefited from Dorne's generosity over the years, he recognized the necessity of a powerful ally, and a union would fortify that bond immeasurably. Whether faced with southern assaults or landings from Dorne, their alliance would be pivotal. What course of action to take? Viserys felt a twinge of uncertainty. However, in contrast to his earlier idealism, the many harsh realities he had endured over the years had rendered him considerably more pragmatic. Let us first make the acquaintance of this princess of Dorne. With this thought, Viserys slightly shook his head, resting his hands on the table, his pale violet eyes sweeping over the faces of all present. After a moment, he smacked his lips and spoke. Let us postpone this discussion until Princess Arianne arrives. For now, we must return to the matter at hand. Our next steps involve the construction of 2 new castles, a camp and a town. The castles and camp devised by Viserys were to be built upon land set aside for this purpose, which would ultimately belong to the Targaryen royal family. He then summoned a guard to bring forth a map, which he unfurled upon the table, allowing everyone in the meeting hall to see it clearly. It was a map of the eastern coastline of Essos, centered around Andals, extending as far east as Novos and southward to the Great Plains. Viserys pointed to an ancient road leading from the coast of Braavos directly to the Bay of Kraloris. This ancient path, situated east of the upper Rhoynar River, marked the juncture of the Red Mountains and the Novos Mountains. Continuing eastward would lead to Kraloris Bay, and one could even circumvent the Novos Mountains to reach the Axe Point, making it a suitable route for military movements. Here, he intended to establish a permanent camp. His finger rested upon the singular mountain pass between these two ranges, and he spoke earnestly. Oberyn's legion is stationed here. The location of this pass is of paramount importance, particularly for a city-state like Andals, which lacks fortifications. Its proximity to Andals means that establishing a permanent camp here would play a crucial role in bolstering our defenses and setting up checkpoints for the inspection of goods in transit. In fact, the legion currently stationed there was part of a plan previously discussed among the High Command. Understood. Oberyn, the commander of the 2nd Legion, who had just donned the insignia of his rank, nodded slightly. However, his agile mind prompted him to inquire further. Your Majesty, is this permanent camp being constructed to guard against Novos? The pass indeed blocked the road leading to Novos, hence Oberyn's question. Not against Novos, Viserys replied, shaking his head slightly, but rather to guard against Bravos. Huh? Oberyn froze momentarily, then lowered his gaze, eyes widening as he scrutinized the map before him. After a pause, the astute Oberyn seemed to grasp the underlying intent of Viserys. So, it is Bravos that might turn against us? I cannot say for certain. However, it is prudent to prepare in advance, Viserys stated without lifting his gaze from the map, oblivious to Oberyn's wry smile. He then pointed in an entirely opposite direction. Here lies the port of Andals, which also serves as the harbor where the fleet of Dragonstone is currently docked. We shall construct a large town here. Viserys resolved to vigorously develop this town, attracting a substantial population and fostering economic trade to enhance its potential. After all, with the natural advantage of its harbor, it would be more accessible for caravans bound for Novos than even Pentos. All present in the royal meeting nodded in agreement. This notion was within their expectations. The port was already witnessing a burgeoning growth alongside Andals, with merchant ships docking and caravans coming and going, leading local villagers to gather in hopes of engaging in commerce. With the investment from wealthy merchants, a small town was beginning to take shape organically. Viserys' role would be to provide more favorable policies and financial support, drawing from the royal treasury to construct this town, which would become a vital component of the Targaryen royal assets, an enduring legacy. With the plans for a camp and a town thoroughly discussed, Viserys turned to the construction of 2 castles. The first castle will be located here. He indicated the western tip of the Velvet Mountains, one of the 2 main routes from Andals to Pentos. One route involved traveling by water along the upper Rhoynar River, disembarking at the confluence and proceeding overland to Pentos. The second was a flat, all-land route extending directly from Andals to Pentos, traversing the plains west of the Velvet Mountains. The site Viserys pointed to was a strategic location. Viewed from the perspective of the entire eastern coastline of Essos, it jutted out like a prominent point, its sharp end directed toward Dragonstone and King's Landing. Here, he envisioned the construction of a watchtower to scout for potential maritime incursions by Stannis. Stannis' royal fleet had become a formidable adversary in Viserys' mind, especially as he had emerged as a renowned general during the War of the Usurper. Having vanquished the fleet of Dragonstone, the watchtower plan for this site would serve as a lookout post or beacon with a castle below, housing troops while also establishing a small military harbor. Ships patrolling these waters would be well positioned to guard against any sudden enemy advances from a narrow sea. The second castle will be here, Viserys continued, indicating the banks of the Trident at the site of the ruins of God's Eye, where a great battle had once unfolded. During his previous expansion, Viserys had extended his reach to this area and resolved to repurpose this abandoned city-state to construct a castle. Here, he intended to build a Hall of Heroes, commemorating those who valiantly resisted the incursions of the Dothraki. Chapter 188, Hall of Heroes. Your Majesty, Viserys concluded the detailed planning of the 2 castles. At this moment, the Iron Knight, who had remained silent until now, turned his head upon being called by the king. The smooth surface of his mask reflected the glow of the flames, and in a gravelly voice, he responded, "Your first legion is to be stationed at the Hall of Heroes." "Understood," replied the commander, known among the soldiers as the Saint, without a moment's hesitation, not even furrowing his brow as he assented directly. "Your Majesty." However, the other attendees of the royal meeting turned pale at Viserys' arrangement, with even Melisandre, the priestess of the Red God, displaying a hint of confusion on her face. Their concern did not stem from the fear that dispatching both legions might leave the border strong, while the center remained vulnerable. In truth, even with the 2 legions departing Andals, its military strength was by no means diminished. Viserys retained a considerable force and had exchanged authority with Oberyn, reallocating 2,000 City Watch soldiers to the Old Lord's command. Their concerns revolve around a different issue. Might this not provoke Pentos excessively? Apart from Bessie, Others perceive that the arrangement made by Viserys has nearly placed a sword at Panto's throat, as if compelling Pantos to lean towards the Iron Throne. What is His Majesty's true intention? To date, the information that Rams have brought back from Pantos has yet to be disclosed in the Royal Council. They are merely aware that not long ago, Pantos sent a letter inviting Viserys to visit their city in celebration of a new year. A grand banquet is to be held, with numerous esteemed guests invited to partake in the festivities. As the days are counting down, it will not be long before this event unfolds. Could it be that His Majesty intends to issue a warning to Pantos against hasty actions through such a gesture? The elderly lord, adorned with the badge of the Prime Minister, furrowed his brow and spoke. If this is the explanation, it indeed makes sense. A kingdom has only two methods to deal with unstable forces in its vicinity, either to chastise or to appease. Viserys has merely opted for the former approach. Yet the financial expenditure seems no less than that required for the latter, perhaps even exceeding it, considering the monumental endeavor of constructing the Soulstone Fortress. If completed, this would truly become a strategic stronghold, gripping the lifeline between Pantos and Norvos. Furthermore, any future attempt to launch an offensive against Andals via the River Lorne would necessitate breaching this formidable and defensible fortress. This undeniably appears to be a sagacious move. However, while the concept is straightforward and the expenditure justifiable, the true challenge of the Soulstone Fortress lies in the pressures it must withstand and the uncertainty of its successful construction. After all, this fortress poses a significant threat to Pantos, which would undoubtedly not permit Andals to commence its construction. To the east and west, there exists another sentinel castle overseeing the sea, both of which could inflict severe strategic threats upon Pantos. Should it be completed in the coming years, Andals could, at any moment, issue a command to simultaneously strike from land and sea, severing all connections between Pantos and the outside world, effectively encircling the grand city as an isolated island. Deterrence? A warning? Whispers in the Royal Council speculated on the king's intentions behind such arrangements, while Melisandre's captivating gaze flitted around Viserys, seemingly eager to discern his thoughts. Viserys, with his hands resting on the table, surveyed all present but refrained from hastening to offer explanations. Eventually, when the murmurs subsided, he produced the intelligence gathered by Rams and cast it upon the table. Take a look. Although the incident involving the scholar had transpired, there were no better alternatives than to maintain a vigilant watch and to empower the Ministry of Internal Affairs to purge spies. Those gathered were among Viserys' most trusted confidants, which is why he revealed this secret information. Rams had concluded two possible scenarios in his intelligence report. The governors of Pantos have now split into two factions. One advocates for appeasement, continuing to shower Viserys with gifts to satisfy the avaricious appetite of this dragon. The other faction, however, supports an alliance with the Iron Throne, aiming to preemptively eliminate this potential threat. Furthermore, it is rumored that the three Targaryen dragons are still in their youth. If they could capture Viserys and coerce him into surrendering the dragons, Pantos would gain the confidence to abrogate the unequal treaty and reorganize its fleet to seek vengeance against Braavos. Each faction possesses its rationale, with one being conservative and the other radical, maintaining a precarious balance where neither seems to hold the upper hand. The governor who fell victim to Ram's machinations was indeed a member of the conservative faction, aligned with Governor Illyrio, thus placing the conservatives at a potential disadvantage. Rams advised Viserys against attending the celebration. Such attendance could easily devolve into a case of trampling upon guest rights, a notorious horror story that has circulated throughout Westeros, sufficient to silence even the most boisterous children as it narrates the egregious violation of hospitality. Rams utilized this tale to caution Viserys, indicating that the governors of Pantos, having reached this juncture, are equally unscrupulous individuals. They might very well invite Viserys to Pantos only to suddenly seize control over him, demanding the surrender of the dragons. What? After all present had perused Ram's intelligence, a tumultuous wave of shock ensued. Could such a thing truly occur? Everyone was incredulous that the governors of Pantos would dare to violate guest rights. Should they actually do so, Pantos' reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Slaying a guest beneath their own roof is a sin that the gods would never forgive. Pantos dares to commit such an act. The elderly lord, filled with righteous indignation, clenched his fists tightly. Yet, upon deeper reflection, under the potent allure of dragons, it does not seem entirely implausible that the governors of Pantos might act irrationally. Such a course of action would not be wise for Pantos. Oberyn's brow furrowed as well. If Pantos were to ally with the Iron Throne, the southern borders of Andals would naturally bear the brunt of the pressure. Viserys' deployment is thus entirely reasonable. He has mobilized the First Legion to garrison at Godolph, undertaking extensive construction to establish the Soulstone Fortress as a safeguard against a potential surprise attack from Pantos. Moreover, to actively violate guest rights is tantamount to. Oberyn furrowed his brow, then lifted his gaze to meet Viserys, abruptly speaking. So, is His Majesty still planning to go to Pantos? Chapter 189, A Perilous Game. Your Majesty absolutely cannot go. As soon as Oberyn's words fell, another voice interjected. Given that Pantos has established ties with the usurper and intends to trample upon guest rights, why should we proceed? Would that not place the king in grave danger? Your Majesty's life is far too precious to gamble. The council chamber erupted into a cacophony of voices, while several others nodded in agreement with this perspective. If ignorance were bliss, it would be one thing. However, now that they have discovered Pantos' ill intentions, they must not risk themselves. Yet Oberyn remained silent, clutching the intelligence report and gazing intently at Viserys. His thoughts diverged from the others, and coupled with Viserys' recent arrangements, he seemed to have gleaned insight into his true intentions. Indeed, Oberyn observed Viserys, who maintained a composed demeanor while listening to the surrounding clamor, revealing a contemplative expression without hastening to speak. Once all had quieted and their gazes fixed upon him, he finally nodded slightly and spoke in a calm tone. Go. Why not? The answer Viserys provided astonished all present, save for Oberyn and Bessie. At the tender age of 8, I boldly ventured alone to Bravos. Why then do I now hesitate to journey to Pantos? Am I regressing with each passing year? However, the numerous lords present exchanged glances, with some contemplating that these two matters were not at all comparable. Yet their lips remained sealed. Moreover, with half of the governors being conservative, the situation may not necessarily veer towards the unfavorable. Viserys smiled, only to gradually restrain it. Oberyn, on the other hand, had already come to terms with the profound transformation this young man had undergone over the years. He recalled the first time he laid eyes upon Viserys. The boy had fallen asleep in the bath from sheer exhaustion, and upon awakening, his gaze fell upon a stranger. His eyes filled with trepidation, yet he clenched his fists, feigning composure. He was not audacious. Rather, he was courageous. A line from a ballad suddenly flickered through Oberyn's mind, recounting the tale of a solitary knight on a lonesome journey. The afternoon meeting concluded swiftly, and Viserys did not insist they stay for dinner. After the assembly disbanded, it came as no surprise that Oberyn awaited him just outside the door. Shall we take a stroll? Oberyn suggested, his tall and slender figure complemented by broad shoulders and a head crowned with tousled black curls, framed by a faint stubble. He then slightly raised his chin. Why not? Viserys responded, nodding in acknowledgement of Oberyn's presence at the door. Within the walls of the Red Keep, there lay a garden. Though it boasted no rare or exotic blooms, it still offered a splash of vibrant color. However, the recent chill in the air had taken its toll. For while Essos did not border the lands of eternal winter, the biting winds from the north had nonetheless made their impact felt. Many flowers in the garden had withered. Yet, the two men were not there merely to admire the flora. This served as an opportunity for a private conversation. Your move is quite perilous, Viserys, Oberyn remarked. Are you certain Pantos will take the bait, and what if it fails? As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky a crimson hue reminiscent of a legendary weapon, the two men strolled side by side, their shadows cast upon the garden's smooth marble tiles. Viserys, at only 15, stood just slightly shorter than Oberyn. It was Oberyn who broke the silence, turning to gaze at Viserys. Their bond transcended age, with a difference of over a decade between them. Interestingly, they often discovered shared interests, leading to whimsical conversations that blossomed into friendship. In formal settings, Oberyn would address Viserys as Your Majesty, yet in private, he would simply call him by his name, to which Viserys had no objections. A risky gambit? Viserys turned to Oberyn, aware that his concerns were not unfounded. On the surface, it indeed appeared to be a reckless endeavor, yet he countered. This is not a mere gamble, Oberyn. Understanding Oberyn's apprehension came easily to him. After all, their acquaintance had spanned years, and from the outset, Oberyn never regarded him as a mere child, but rather as an adult. Furthermore, Viserys' intellect surpassed that of many, a testament to his attainment of 6 chains of office. Oberyn could often anticipate Viserys' thoughts. Yet, it was regrettable that this young man had met an untimely demise in an alternate course of events. The Mountain was not a fearsome adversary. Viserys had never considered him as such, even with his hands stained with Targaryen blood. Such a brute could be dispatched with a mere contingent of soldiers or a cleverly devised trap. The true threats that Viserys regarded as formidable were the likes of Robert, Stannis, Tywin Lannister, and Eddard Stark, among others. Men who, though capable of strategic thought, chose to engage in one-on-one combat with the most notorious villain in the Seven Kingdoms. Viserys glanced at Oberyn, and the chill in his gaze sent a shiver down Oberyn's spine. What? The Dornish prince instinctively ran a hand through his hair, bewildered. However, Viserys offered no further explanation, merely shaking his head. Oberyn, I would never jest with my own life. I fear death more than many. If I dare undertake this, it is because I possess the means to do so. He was aware that the journey to Pentos might harbor dangers, and a flicker of trepidation lingered within him. Nevertheless, he was still willing to embrace the challenge. After all, this was the most opportune moment to alter the course of events, should he fail to seize this chance. Future endeavors would likely prove exceedingly arduous. Winter is coming. This is the best opportunity. Oberyn, trust me. A smile graced Viserys' lips as the cold wind rustled through the garden. Is that so? Oberyn pondered, still enveloped in the haunting sensation of Viserys' penetrating gaze. A look as if directed at a specter. What was amiss? Oberyn halted in the garden, perplexed, watching as Viserys' figure gradually receded into the distance. Chapter 190, Dinner. After dusk, night swiftly descended. Dinner remained a Targaryen family affair. Daenerys, who once lost her hair and brows to flames, had since regrown her locks and removed the cap that had adorned her head. Now, the girl sported a mane of soft, silvery golden hair, exuding an air of youthful vigor. She occupied a seat on the right side of the long table in the banquet hall, directly across from her 4 years older niece, Rhaenys Targaryen, who was often compelled by some unseen authority to address Rhaenys as sister. At the head of the table sat Viserys, though his seat remained conspicuously empty, indicating his tardiness. A brown-haired girl rested her chin on her hand, appearing somewhat despondent. Soon, the sounds of commotion and the steady rhythm of footsteps echoed from the entrance. Your Majesty. A maid curtsied respectfully, then pushed open the grand doors to the banquet hall, and the young king strode in from outside. Viserys had found himself particularly busy with affairs of state that day. The previous night, he had toiled late into the hours, refining a plan he had conceived long ago, resulting in a comprehensive proposal. In the morning, he had dealt with intelligence brought by Ramsay, and in the afternoon, he was to convene a council in the name of the king, having barely consumed a few bites at lunch. By the end of the day, he was famished. Hey, Rhaenys, Dany, my apologies for my tardiness. Viserys hurriedly entered through the door, promptly offering his apologies to the two girls. He then draped his coat, which hung from his elbow, over the back of a chair, while a nearby maid quickly took it to assist the king in properly hanging it on a coat rack. Famished, absolutely famished. Let us eat quickly, exclaimed the silver-haired little girl, who had been leaning on the table. Upon seeing her brother finally arrive, she scrambled up, her brows dancing with joy as she jubilantly raised her knife and fork in celebration. She had been hungry for quite some time. However, they had a small rule in place. The family must be gathered before they could commence their meal, with the exception of those who were out. Humph. The brown-haired girl, sitting across the table, let out a soft huff, seemingly expressing some form of discontent. Her dark eyes scanned the knife and fork-wielding Daenerys across from her. And then, with a stiff tone, she spoke. Dany, have I ever told you that knives and forks are not toys? They should not be handled except during mealtime. Although Rhaenys typically carried an air of carefree mirth, her serious critiques held a certain weight, particularly for Daenerys, whom she had raised since childhood. The silver-haired girl immediately shrank back slightly, her brows no longer dancing, and hastily set down her utensils. Yet, she couldn't help but mutter under her breath. But we're supposed to eat now. Daenerys then noticed the brown-haired girl's expression grow increasingly dangerous, prompting her to decisively cover her mouth with her hand in point, indicating that she would say no more. Only then did Rhaenys retract her gaze. Viserys, having just removed his coat and standing beside the chair, paused momentarily, seemingly perplexed by the unfolding situation. He then pulled out the chair and sat down, slightly adjusting it forward. What is going on? Who has upset our esteemed Princess Rhaenys? Viserys pondered, feeling somewhat bewildered. Rhaenys was typically an incredibly optimistic girl, even whimsical, having lived a carefree life throughout her childhood. Moreover, who would dare to bully her in this castle aside from herself? However, as he contemplated this, the silver-haired youth suddenly froze. No one. Rhaenys replied softly yet firmly to Viserys' inquiry, her demeanor resolute as she reiterated with a furrowed brow. No one. Viserys felt a shiver run down his spine under her penetrating gaze. Yet he remained uncertain about what had transpired or when he had offended this little tyrant in his home. Taking a deep breath, the young king, accustomed to commanding authority in the outside world, prepared to speak. Rhaenys, but he was abruptly interrupted by the brown-haired girl. Let us eat first. With that, Rhaenys busied herself with her dinner, while Viserys glanced at Daenerys, who bore a similarly bewildered expression, seemingly just as clueless about the situation. Was Rhaenys in a particularly irritable mood today? The silver-haired girl then felt a sudden, searing gaze bore into her cheek, causing her to shiver involuntarily as she hastily picked up her utensils to sample the evening's fare. Tonight's Targaryen dinner was quite sumptuous. A perfectly roasted honey-glazed chicken, a platter of sausages, bread, lettuce, broth, and boiled eggs. Encouraging the girls to consume more milk and eggs for their growth, Viserys emphasized the importance of protein. The atmosphere during dinner was oddly tense and silent. Viserys discreetly signaled to the servants beside him to excuse themselves, and soon the room was left with only the family that flowed with Targaryen blood. Carefully, Viserys speared a piece of chicken with his fork. Just as he was about to transfer it to his plate, a fork suddenly swooped in and seized it away. The sound of metal clashing echoed across the table as Viserys' piece of chicken was knocked off his fork, and that same fork swiftly claimed the chicken he had been eyeing, shoving it into Rhaenys' mouth. Viserys sat in stunned silence, staring at his now empty fork for a few moments. He then turned to observe the girl, her expression dark as she chewed vigorously on the chicken, her cheeks puffed out as if she were devouring his flesh. Taking a deep breath, Viserys refrained from speaking, redirecting his gaze to search for his next piece of prey. Just then, the clatter of utensils against plates broke the silence once more. Daenerys kept her head down, nearly burying her face in her plate, too afraid to look up lest she accidentally provoke this furious tigress. Viserys finally understood that Rhaenys' incessant clattering was merely her attempt to assert her presence and prompt him to speak first. However, before he could do so, the frowning girl, still chewing on her roast chicken, locked her gaze on Viserys and spoke first. Viserys, I heard that a Dornish princess is coming? Chapter 191, The Guardian. Upon hearing Rhaenys' words, Viserys paused momentarily, taken aback by the realization that she was upset about this matter. However, he quickly became aware of another issue. Wait, how did you know? Viserys inquired, astonished at the brown-haired girl. He had only mentioned this matter in passing during a council meeting. After all, the alliance between Dorne and Andals was common knowledge among many, though it had yet to be made public, and the Iron Throne had not severed ties with Dorne. After all, the essence of politics lies in compromise and exchange. Nothing is beyond sacrifice. The ministers present at the council meeting, while Viserys trusted their integrity, could be scrutinized by Ramsay's ministry for other issues. However, they certainly had no connection to the Iron Throne. Even if there were spies within the Iron Throne, they would not leak such information to a young girl like Rhaenys. How had she found out? Had she sent someone to eavesdrop on the meeting? Had Rhaenys cultivated her own confidence within the castle? Viserys couldn't help but think that if this were true, he would have to view this brown-haired girl in a new light. Yet, the girl merely let out a soft hum, swallowing the piece of chicken she had just chewed. She then speared a sausage with her fork and placed it on her plate, pressing down on it with her left hand while her right hand wielded a knife to slice through the burst casing of the roasted sausage. Subsequently, she placed it in her mouth and chewed it vigorously before pouting and speaking. That's not true. I merely overheard it myself. At that moment, I had something to discuss with you, but you were in a meeting. When I approached, the guards blocked my way. However, I insisted on going past them, and ultimately, they had no choice but to let me through. All the guards and servants within the castle are well aware that Her Highness, the eldest princess, is not to be trifled with. She is in fact a little tempest incarnate, and now she is at an age where even dogs would shy away from her. In contrast, Princess Daenerys possesses a more gentle disposition, being polite and endearing. The true mistress of this castle is even more laid back, imposing almost no stringent demands on her servants, who receive substantial salaries monthly, yet have little to occupy their time. Thus, the guards dared not obstruct Rhaenys. Especially considering her unique status, Viserys dotes on her, and allowing her passage would pose no issue. Consequently, the brown-haired girl inadvertently overheard some explosive news. In truth, she had already been aware of a few details regarding Lyanna Martell from earlier. After all, Rhaenys shares half of her bloodline with her mother, Elia Martell, and can thus be considered partially a member of House Martell. Her brown hair and black eyes are both inherited from her mother. Lyanna could be regarded as her cousin. During a previous conversation with his niece, Oberyn had inadvertently revealed this information, suggesting that Rhaenys should look after her distant sister, who might very well become family in the future. However, Oberyn's expression had been somewhat vague, and Rhaenys had only grasped the gist of it. It was only upon eavesdropping this time that she comprehended the entire matter. Oh, so that's how it is. Viserys let out a slight sigh of relief upon hearing the girl's murmured words. If that were the case, he would be at ease otherwise. He feared that he could not keep any secrets here, necessitating a thorough cleansing of the guard ranks. Viserys nodded, but Rhaenys remained somewhat dissatisfied, clenching her small fist. Unsure of how to intervene in the matter, and could only voice her thoughts in a sulky tone. Hey, Viserys, you still haven't explained the situation regarding this Dornish princess. This matter. Viserys began to respond, but Rhaenys interrupted him. Don't overthink it. I couldn't care less whether you marry a princess or not. I merely think that as a member of the family, I should ensure the future sister-in-law is suitable. Rhaenys turned her head away, her expression somewhat awkward. Her gaze fixated on the flickering candlelight, before continuing, sister-in-law? However, Viserys swiftly seized upon the inconsistency in her words. Upon reflection, Rhaenys is indeed his niece, while Aeliana is her cousin. His sister-in-law is Rhaenys' mother, who is also Aeliana's aunt, and Aeliana is the one seeking to forge a betrothal with him. What kind of relationship does that establish? If Aeliana were to encounter Elia, would she address her as aunt or sister-in-law? All right. Rhaenys, somewhat impatient, disrupted Viserys' contemplations. I just feel that I ought to ensure your interests. What do you think? Well, she turns out not to be a good woman. Rhaenys fixed her piercing gaze on Viserys, who felt a twinge of headache. What precisely was Rhaenys trying to safeguard for him? Viserys was well aware of Aeliana's character, but at present, she was merely a girl slightly older than Rhaenys. She is your sister. Viserys reminded her kindly. If you don't want me to, then forget it. Upon hearing his words, Rhaenys' expression dimmed slightly. She glanced at Viserys before averting her gaze, murmuring, perhaps I am merely being overly sentimental. All right. Viserys quickly raised both hands in surrender at the sight of Rhaenys' demeanor. He dreaded witnessing her in such a state, even more than when she was being a little tempest. You can do as you wish. Viserys sighed in resignation, shaking his head, yet a smile soon graced his face. He truly wondered what Rhaenys would be like as she matured. Would she remain as lively and mischievous, or would she undergo a transformation? He then cast a glance at the silver-haired girl, Daenerys, who had been an unsuspecting bystander throughout the exchange. She was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the dispute between the two. She then took another bite of the tasteless boiled egg in her hand, the yolk sticking to her teeth and smearing a bit on her nose, yet the girl remained oblivious. Viserys extended his hand to wipe away the yolk from her nose. Silently contemplating, he was uncertain of whether Rhaenys would change, but he was well aware that Daenerys would indeed grow into a markedly different character than in her youth. She might even, like her father and the Viserys of the original timeline, become somewhat obstinate, even mad. However, perhaps this was related to the significant amount of hallucinogens her mother, Rhaella, consumed while pregnant with her on Dragonstone. It could also be attributed to the tumultuous life she would endure in the original timeline. Nevertheless, such events would not transpire in this life. Chapter 192, The Departure. A brief span of time passed in an instant. The dawn of a new year was approaching. Andals was also preparing for the celebrations of the new year, while Pentos was organizing an even grander feast. They extended invitations to exiles in Essos, including the last Dragon Lord, the King of the Seven Kingdoms, the Son of the Sun, the Apostles of the Seven, the Guardians of Andals, and a lengthy list of titles that nearly filled the invitations. Pentos extended a formal invitation to Viserys to attend the festivities, and Viserys did not decline. Subsequently, a month before he turned 16, he, once again, set forth with over 100 knights and their respective attendants, archers, buglers, blacksmiths, and a total of around 200 cavalry, embarking on a journey to Pentos. This time, Viserys did not make a grand entrance with thousands of people, as his forces had already arrived in Gother in advance to commence the construction of the Hall of Heroes. Merchants traveling from Pentos to Norvos, Coer, and even daring to sell goods to the Dothraki Sea had already noticed a contingent flying the Targaryen three-headed dragon banner stationed there. Therefore, Viserys did not make a fuss, simply departing Andals with just over 200 individuals to journey to another city-state. However, among his retinue were a few unassuming faces. The illegitimate son of the Lord of the Dreadfort, Ramsay Snow, clad in light leather armor and wearing a black hood, rode alongside Viserys on a black horse. He had expanded his underground organization's internal affairs from 5 members to over 20 subordinates. when not engaged in external missions. These individuals linger in the alleyways and taverns of Andals, mingling with harlots and even petty thieves within the ranks of the disreputable underclass. The gray areas of the city, concealed beneath the veil of brightness, are the most vibrant conduits of information, drawing closer to the lower echelons of society. Ramsay, having once shared a dwelling with the filthiest of individuals, does not shy away from the grime. He can even bond with the rats of the sewers, calling one another brothers, swiftly establishing his own dominion within the gray underbelly of Andals. Yet, unbeknownst to all, this ruthless and even perverse man possesses the purest of identities, one that grants him direct contact with the very lord of the castle. For reasons unknown, this time Viserys has brought along the diminutive Reek on his journey to Pentos. Cloaked in a black hood, Ramsay keeps his head bowed, rendering his face nearly unrecognizable as he silently trails Viserys, akin to a hound poised for its quarry. Viserys, seated upon his steed and swaying gently in rhythm with the horse's stride, is flanked by a cadre of cavalry, the lengthy procession stretching far along the main road. The pace of their march is leisurely, reminiscent of a casual outing. Were it not for the recent drop in temperature, with their breath manifesting as clouds of white mist, and the soldiers clad in armor while brandishing gleaming pikes, they might easily be mistaken for a jovial group on a day trip. Ramsay, have you completed the task I entrusted to you some time ago? Viserys inquired, turning his head with an air of nonchalance. Indeed, your majesty, you need not worry, Ramsay replied, his face still shrouded in the hood, merely lifting his head slightly to exhale a puff of white vapor, his voice carrying a raspy timbre. He will meet you at the designated time and place. Since undertaking such responsibilities, Ramsay has felt a significant enhancement in his capabilities, seemingly discovering a path suited for his development. Once, he derived pleasure from inflicting suffering upon others, hoping to demonstrate through such cruel means that he was a true Bolton, not merely a base-born son. Yet, despite his cruelty and madness, no one ever regarded him as a genuine Bolton. Instead, they distanced themselves, perceiving him as a loathsome monster. Ramsay found himself engulfed in confusion, uncertain of his future trajectory. Perhaps as long as his brother remained alive, he would never truly become a Bolton. He eventually discovered the true answer. Yet before he could implement his plans, he was dispatched across the sea by his father. Ramsay felt fortunate to have seized that opportunity. His king, Viserys Targaryen III, offered him a different, more viable path. Initially, he was uncertain of how to proceed, but once he discerned the right course, he became utterly enthralled by it. He relished the feeling of clandestinely surveilling and eavesdropping, uncovering all the secrets. The seemingly glamorous nobles were, in truth, loathsome beasts, merely indulging their corpulent bodies upon the bellies of women. In those moments, Ramsay would quietly stand outside their windows, his gaze calm as he observed them, akin to watching two pigs in the pen of his childhood home engaging in their copulation. He reveled in the possession of such secrets. Even the notion of becoming a true Bolton dissipated into oblivion. Of course, he did not eschew the idea of becoming a Bolton. Rather, he fantasized about the day that old wretch would kneel at his feet, pleading for him to claim that title. Such a scene would undoubtedly be delightful. Beneath the hood, a visage shadowed by madness revealed itself. Days swiftly passed. Viserys and his cavalry traversed the vast expanse of the Andals plains, arriving at a crucial crossroads along one of the land routes to Pentos. This location, sharply jutting out on the west side of the Velvet Mountains, is clearly marked on the map. Viserys plans to commence the construction of a sentinel tower here, alongside a small military port, primarily to guard against surprise attacks from the royal fleet across the narrow sea. At this moment, activity here outpaces that at the Elysium fortress, primarily due to the lesser resistance faced, as the threat to Pentos is not as immediate as that posed by the fortress. The construction of Elysium fortress looms like a sword at Pentos' throat, while the sentinel tower is merely akin to a chair placed at your doorstep, watching you day and night. The nature of the threat is distinctly different. Here, an unflagged vessel silently rests upon the shore, having awaited for quite some time. A ragged, white-haired elder stands quietly at the bow of the ship, gripping the railing, gazing into the distance at the approaching cavalry, adorned with a three-headed dragon banner. Chapter 193, Arrival. In the year 291 of the Age of Aegon, a new year has dawned, accompanied by a heavy snowfall. Amidst this white expanse, a squadron of heavily armored cavalry, draped in furs, emerges upon the thoroughfare. Their hooves crunch through the deep snow as they gradually advance toward the magnificent city that materializes upon the horizon. Your Majesty, a soldier accompanying Viserys. Shielded from the flurries of snow by a hand raised above his brow, squints into the vast whiteness, straining to discern the faint outline of the grand city ahead. Before turning to exhale a cloud of vapor, Pentos is drawing near. Viserys, astride his white steed and clad in thick doeskin gloves, firmly grips the reins. Squinting into the distance, snowflakes settling upon his long eyelashes. Indeed, he then pressed down on the saddle, turning to address his men. Let us exert ourselves a bit more. Once we reach Pentos, I assure you, fine wine and beautiful maidens await. With Viserys' words, smiles broke across the faces of the soldiers. The weariness and chill seemingly swept away. They were well aware that Viserys spoke in jest. However, this down-to-earth young king only served to deepen their sense of loyalty and authenticity. He radiated a charisma akin to the sun, drawing everyone, whether Andals or Rhoynar, to unite around him. Unlike the nobility, who often looked down upon them as mere swine, he demonstrated compassion and understanding towards his subjects. If a king can love his people as a father and empathize with his soldiers, then what right do those lords, whose domains are scarcely larger than a village, have to lift their heads in arrogance? Under Viserys' exemplary leadership, the lesser nobles in his service dared not act with haughtiness. At least among the nobility surrounding Andals, any who dared to cause trouble would find themselves swiftly delivered to the gallows by their lord, eager to avoid any backlash. Thus, the esteemed reputation of Viserys among the populace soared to great heights, his image sculpted into a paragon of perfection within the whispers of rumor. Coupled with the machinations of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, nearly all tidings circulating through Andals would find their way to Viserys' desk by the following day. Subsequently, a lengthy cavalry procession, safeguarding their monarch, gradually approached the northern gate of Pentos. This time, the guards stationed at the northern gate of Pentos were not intimidated by the glimmering armor and snow-dusted blades of the knights, resulting in a rather comical situation. Having received prior notice, they had cleared the gate in anticipation of Viserys' arrival. However, the underlying decay of the Pentos guards remained unaddressed. Perched upon his steed, Viserys' white horse let out a soft snort, releasing a plume of misty breath into the frigid air. Below, the guards of Pentos stood in haphazard postures, their helmets askew. Yawning incessantly, their eyes ringed with shadows that indicated a sleepless night. Your Majesty, the governor intended to welcome you, but the blizzard proved too severe, explained the portly gate sentinel, his forehead glistening with perspiration as he nervously wiped it away. In such weather, others were shivering with cold. Yet his ample physique played a crucial role in insulating him. The city of Pentos was also heavily blanketed in snow, as a recent storm had caused several buildings and market stalls to collapse, resulting in the tragic loss of civilian lives. Illyrio, who had planned to greet Viserys, found himself delayed en route due to the impassable snow obstructing the wheels of his carriage, leading to a minor traffic jam. No matter, we can wait for Lord Illyrio, Viserys remarked, dismissively waving his hand, indifferent to the absence of a welcoming party, while the snow continued to cascade from above, his breath forming frosty clouds. His gaze shifted from the distant, pristine urban landscape back to the gate's sentinel and the surrounding guards, his eyes narrowing with a hint of a smile. Let us indulge in a bit of conversation. With that, Viserys gently patted the saddle and dismounted, his boots sinking into the snow. Your Majesty, a keen-eyed, slender guard hastened to take the reins from Viserys' hands. The portly sentinel, perplexed by Viserys' desire for conversation, took only a few steps before he was panting heavily. Breath misting in the cold, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, revealing the extent of his frailty. Such a physique would scarcely befit even a humble farmer. Yet he held the significant position of gate sentinel in Pentos. Viserys, intrigued, adjusted his deerskin gloves to shake off the snow, then turned to inquire a few pleasantries. Do not be nervous. How does it feel to serve as a city guard in such a prosperous city as Pentos? The sentinel appeared visibly tense while conversing with Viserys, particularly under the scrutiny of those pale lavender eyes, which heightened his anxiety. Well, it's all right. I open the gates each day, collect tolls, and, as a guard at the gates of Pentos, this was indeed a lucrative position, especially for someone in the vital role of gate sentinel. His uncle, a wealthy merchant governor of Pentos, had invested considerably to secure him this important post. The gates witnessed countless caravans daily, and any contraband discovered could result in the guards seizing or impounding the merchant carts. Naturally, those who were astute enough to offer a modest toll would find their passage expedited. Thus, the guard contingent of Pentos had become exceedingly corrupt, rivaling even the gold-cloaked men of King S. Landing. However, the governors of Pentos had no intention of replacing the current commander of the guard, for such a decision would merely be a compromise, and the next commander might prove even worse. Realizing he had inadvertently spoken too freely, the sentinel's expression turned more anxious, and he quickly covered his mouth, remaining silent when Viserys posed further questions. Yet Viserys remained unfazed, merely smiling gently. From his last visit to Pentos to this occasion, he had gleaned a clear understanding of the nature of the city's only regular military force. At that moment, Illyrio, delayed by the morning's snowfall, finally arrived in his carriage. The portly middle-aged man ascended from the carriage, panting heavily, and approached Viserys, clasping his hand. "My apologies, Your Majesty. The snowfall yesterday was too severe for me to arrive promptly." The wealthy governor, sporting a yellow forked beard, complained about the dreadful weather while tightly gripping Viserys' hand. However, glancing around, he subtly leaned closer, seizing the opportunity to whisper like a mosquito buzzing in Viserys' ear. "Your Majesty, you ought not to have come to Pentos." "Oh." Viserys raised an eyebrow, tilting his head slightly to observe the governor's ear, his expression one of mild surprise. He feigned ignorance as he quietly responded. "What do you mean by that, Governor?" Sighing, Illyrio chose not to elaborate, shaking his head instead. Soon after, he released Viserys' hand and gestured for him to proceed. "Let's discuss this further upon our return." Not long after, the cavalry led by Viserys entered the city of Pentos, banners held high as they traversed the broad streets, drawing the attention of numerous Pentosians. This was a city of opulence, far surpassing Andals, and even rivaling King's Landing, with square brick towers crowned by tiles dotting the landscape. In the distance, towering hills loomed, surrounded by dense clusters of buildings, all cloaked in a shimmering white hue. As the snow continued to fall gracefully from the sky, Viserys, astride his steed, accompanied by his cavalry, made his way through the throngs on the Grand Avenue, exhaling clouds of vapor. The population of Pentos was exceedingly dense, reportedly surpassing even that of Astapor in the Slaver's Bay. Viserys' contingent of over 200 cavalrymen entered Pentos like a small vessel navigating the vast ocean, creating no significant stir. However, the presence of a regular army, rather than mercenaries, did catch the attention of many Pentosians, particularly with their vibrant crimson banners emblazoned with a three-headed dragon. The citizens of Pentos were all too familiar with this sigil. They were all aware that a formidable neighbor had risen around Pentos, the exiled Targaryen royal family. True scions of kingship had sought refuge on the Essos continent. Ahead, Illyrio's caravan paved the way, dispersing the throngs of people lining the streets. For the governor's banner held greater sway in Pentos than that of the Targaryens. The curious onlookers peered at the procession as Viserys, perched upon his steed, surveyed the bustling crowd flanking him. Vendors hawked their wares from carts, while barefoot fishermen shouted their catch. Youths frolicked atop rooftops, their sun-kissed cheeks darkened by the heat. And clusters of mercenaries, some armed, mingled with a few Dothraki, perhaps slaves of a wealthy merchant or individuals who had chosen to sever ties with their tribes. Such scenes were commonplace in Pentos, a veritable metropolis where people from diverse regions, vocations, and even races converged. Amidst this vibrant tableau, a small incident unfolded. A wine merchant, tugging a cart laden with barrels, caught sight of the three-headed dragon banner and, with exuberance, proclaimed the name of Targaryen, blocking the path of the troops. This merchant, claiming to be from the Riverlands, spoke fluent common tongue, tinged with a hint of King's Landing accent. He halted the cavalry, professing his loyalty to the true king, expressing the fervent hope of the people of Westeros that Viserys would soon lead his army across the narrow sea to overthrow the usurpers. He then offered to toast Viserys with a cup of wine. However, Viserys, maintaining a calm demeanor as he reined at his horse, regarded the wine merchant without the slightest flicker of emotion at the sight of the deep red vintage he held aloft. He merely inclined his head toward a nearby soldier, silently commanding him to administer the cup to the merchant. "Feed him," Viserys spoke in a tranquil tone. The soldiers, as ferocious as wolves, sprang into action at his command, while the merchant's expression morphed to one of terror as he drew a dagger from his waist, attempting to fight his way out. Yet the elite guards surrounding Viserys, handpicked for their prowess, swiftly subdued him, plunging a blade into his thigh, eliciting a shriek of agony. They seized his wrist, disarming him, while two soldiers pinned his shoulders, and with a brutal kick shattered his kneecap. The merchant cried out, sweat beading on his brow, as another soldier grasped his chin, forcing his mouth open, brandishing the very wine he had intended to pour for Viserys. "Your Majesty?" the soldier inquired, glancing back at Viserys. The latter cast a sidelong glance at Illyrio, who had dismounted and was now visibly sweating, evidently unnerved by the unexpected turn of events. "This matter does not concern me, Your Majesty," he quickly asserted, nodding in response to Viserys' gaze. Such behavior is beneath contempt. Please, proceed as you see fit. Viserys acknowledged with a slight nod. Shall we not interrogate him? Ramsay, cloaked and lurking in the shadows, interjected, his eyes gleaming with malice. It was evident to Viserys that Ramsay had quietly urged him to consider the situation. Such crude assassination attempts might fool an inexperienced girl, but deceiving Viserys and Ramsay was nearly impossible. Enough, Viserys replied, shaking his head slightly as he surveyed the gathering crowd of Pentoshi drawn by the commotion. In any realm, the innate tendency to revel in spectacle was a shared trait among the masses. This incident would soon spread like wildfire, and there was little to gain from questioning. Their assailant had long fled. Indeed, you speak true, Ramsay acquiesced, nodding in compliance before once more concealing his features beneath his hood. Casting a derisive glance at the wine merchant, Viserys then nodded at the soldier who had captured the would-be assassin, and without further delay, continued onward. Urging his horse to move, the spiced wine was forcibly poured into the merchant's throat, met with his horrified gaze. It was not long before the man, who had claimed to hail from the Riverlands, turned crimson as he writhed upon the ground, desperately clawing at his throat until blood flowed freely. Ultimately, his body lay still, legs twitching before succumbing to silence. The crowd gasped at the merchant's reaction to the wine, a wave of astonishment rippling through them. Among the onlookers, a nondescript man, somewhat balding, observed the scene unfold, his expression complex as he gazed into the distance, following Viserys' retreating figure. Chapter 195, The Unsullied. The affair with the wine merchant was merely a minor interlude in Viserys' entrance into Pentos. Upon reaching Illyrio's courtyard, Viserys noted that the small-skinned Ramsay, who had been by his side, had vanished without a trace, lost amidst the throngs of this sprawling city, like a drop of water merging seamlessly into the sea. Illyrio, oblivious to the absence of a few individuals from Viserys' retinue, greeted him warmly as he entered his abode. Dismounting, Viserys handed the reins to a soldier clad in light armor, a short sword sheathed at his waist, and a spiked helmet adorning his head. The soldier moved with precision and efficiency, his eyes devoid of emotion, akin to a finely tuned machine. Viserys regarded the soldier with curiosity, recalling that during his last visit to Illyrio's estate, he had not encountered such a sentinel. They seemed familiar, he mused, almost on the verge of articulating the Unsullied. The portly governor, laboriously disembarking from his carriage, noticed Viserys' lingering gaze on his guards, and, with a hearty laugh, explained, "Is this your first encounter with them? It is understandable. These fellows devoid of long swords hail from Astapor, quite a distance from Andals." Viserys' eyes widened with surprise, for he had just considered the same notion, albeit hesitantly. The Unsullied were a renowned military force on the Essos continent, famed for their remarkable feats in the annals of war. Even without direct experience, nearly everyone recognized that the Unsullied were among the finest soldiers in existence, due to the brutal elimination process endured by these slave warriors from a tender age. Merely 1/3 of the enslaved children manage to survive years of dehumanizing training. Ultimately, they become true Unsullied, entirely shedding the emotional essence of humanity, transforming into pure killing machines. They unconditionally execute their master's commands, without hesitation, even if it entails severing a hand or slitting their own throats. These Unsullied warriors possess almost no flaws, aside from their exorbitant cost. However, the steep price is not a fault of the Unsullied themselves, but rather a consequence of the wealthy merchants seeking to purchase these warriors for their protection, whose coffers are insufficiently filled. Viserys then cast a lingering gaze upon the soldier's retreating figure. The soldier led his steed to the designated area for stabling, meticulously securing the reins, seemingly oblivious to Illyrio's words. Only then did Viserys withdraw his gaze. Truly remarkable. It is no wonder they are renowned Unsullied. Viserys felt a twinge of envy at such elite soldiers, as conventional training could scarcely achieve such results. Meanwhile, Illyrio chuckled heartily, his yellow beard quivering with pride. For having Unsullied warriors guarding his estate is tantamount to the highest degree of security. Not long ago, a governor from Pentos was murdered at his estate outside the city, and his guards failed to notice their master's torture-induced demise until it was too late. When these slave guards finally became aware of the situation, they chose not to alert anyone, but instead fled in a panic. The governor had a family, and if they discovered that their negligence led to his death, their lives would be forfeit as well. Thus, the slaves scattered in a bid for escape. However, within 2 days, they were all recaptured and buried alive to accompany their tragically slain governor. In the aftermath of this incident, all governors and merchants in Pentos became acutely aware of their precarious positions. During this time, Illyrio procured a batch of 100 unsullied to bolster his estate's security, aiming to prevent a recurrence of such a tragedy, later selling a portion of them at a markup to other governors upon returning to Pentos. Astapor mandated that unsullied purchases be made in units of 100 or 1,000, as they require command staff to issue orders. All unsullied, once trained, recognize only the staff, disregarding their commanders. Upon receiving the staff, they would execute commands, even if it meant turning against their own masters without a moment's hesitation. If you're interested, I can offer you two when you depart from Pentos, Illyrio proclaimed, waving his hand to gift Viserys two unsullied. Though these unsullied are costly, he could afford two. That is unnecessary, Viserys replied with a slight shake of his head. Two unsullied would serve little purpose, perhaps even less than 2 seasoned mercenaries, as evidenced by the considerable casualties they sustained when facing the child of the Harpy. Yet, it is true that employing unsullied in isolation is not their optimal usage. Their true strength is unleashed when they are formed into a legion. Their fearlessness in the face of death, their unwavering composure even under the direst circumstances, and their ability to maintain formation until the last warrior falls. These qualities render them truly formidable. Please come, Viserys beckoned, as he and Illyrio entered the parlor. A young maid with golden hair brewed tea, stealing a glance at Viserys, her cheeks flushed crimson before hastily retreating. Such occurrences were hardly surprising, for Viserys had long grown accustomed to them. He regarded the girl as shy flight, then returned his focus to the wealthy merchant governor, inquiring, Illyrio, what did you mean by your earlier remark at the city gates? Viserys bypassed any further pleasantries, opting instead for a direct approach. Illyrio, noting Viserys' straightforwardness, nodded and promptly delved into the matter, his greasy, plump visage gradually adopting a grave demeanor. Perhaps you are unaware, your majesty, Illyrio began, his voice gravelly, his small eyes filled with seriousness, lowering his tone instinctively. A faction among the governors of Pentos harbors ill intentions toward you. This admission caught Viserys off guard. He had anticipated Illyrio would feign ignorance. After all, despite his closeness to the Targaryens, he remained a governor of Pentos, a position tied to his fundamental interests. Yet Illyrio brazenly revealed his compatriot's treachery. Indeed, Viserys raised an eyebrow, surprised. He had not expected this revelation, thinking Illyrio would choose to remain ambiguous. Illyrio did not conceal any details, asserting he would share everything he knew with Viserys, leaving him unable to discern the veracity of his claims. However, a multitude of details were indeed absent from Ramsay's intelligence report. After all, even Ramsay's prowess could not rival that of a direct insider seated in the governor's position. Andalos's rise has been alarmingly swift, most notably due to the dragons. No one can afford to overlook their presence, Illyrio lamented. If given the chance, how many would willingly part with their fortunes for a dragon? Initially, Andalos's ascent garnered little attention from Pentos, as such minor powers proliferate. However, perceptions gradually shifted. Yet at that time, Pentos had no inclination to eradicate this restless neighbor, as they sought to utilize Andalos as a buffer against Bravos. Little did they anticipate that this buffer would burgeon into a formidable force. However, this was not the overwhelming reason prompting most governors in Pentos to align with the Iron Throne. Ultimately, it was still the dragons. The dragons acted as a colossal lure, igniting the desires of Pentos' governors, especially those of the juvenile dragons. No one could ignore the allure of dragons unless they were blind. All these governors hailed from mercantile backgrounds. Each was ambitious and ruthless. The moment news of the dragons' emergence spread, they were consumed with a desire to possess them. Particularly, given their proximity to the dragons, they could practically inhale the pungent scent of sulfur. Some sought to obtain the dragons, while others acted out of self-preservation. The existence of dragons signified expansion, and Pentos was nearly the next target of the Andalos people. This was a consensus shared by all, merely a matter of timing. Thus, combining the aspirations for possession and the instinct for self-preservation, they formed the most radical faction among the governors of Pentos. Amidst the persuasive entreaties of the emissaries from the Iron Throne, few managed to retain their composure, and Illyrio Mopatis was among this select group. During this tumultuous period, a covert struggle surrounding the matter unfolded daily within the city of Pentos, as a dozen governors, each harboring their own clandestine motives, found it exceedingly difficult to reach a consensus. It was under these circumstances that Viserys made his entrance. Is it truly the case? Viserys nodded. feigning ignorance to a news he had long anticipated. His youthful, handsome visage now bore a trace of anger and trepidation, a reaction befitting a normal individual in such a moment, particularly one of his tender age, merely 15 or 16, enabling him to perform this act with remarkable finesse. How should one react to betrayal in a foreign land? Naturally, the instinct would be to seek assistance from those they trust. Yet, Viserys appeared to strive to maintain his calm, drawing him closer to authenticity. "My lord Illyrio, what shall be our next course of action?" The wealthy governor, however, bore a troubled expression, ultimately shaking his head with a sigh, adopting a countenance of considerable difficulty. "In truth, your majesty, I have long harbored an admiration for House Targaryen." He began, recounting tales from his youth while subtly revealing his ambitions. He laid bare his intentions to assist Viserys in claiming the Iron Throne of the Seven Kingdoms, in exchange for a castle, a dukedom, and the position of the new dynasty's treasurer. Viserys regarded Illyrio's sudden candor with narrowed eyes, his fingers lightly pinching together. He did not rush to agree, nor did he immediately rebuff the proposition, aware that it was but a mere promise at this juncture. However, Viserys was confronted with an unexpected query. "From Lys, you say, is your second wife of Illyrian?" Illyrio had previously mentioned his strained relations with the former Prince of Pentos, having married the prince's cousin and subsequently taken a woman named Scylla, a prostitute, as his second wife after the death of his first, an act that incited the ire of the prince. This girl from Lys possessed a cascade of silver-gold hair. Indeed, Illyrio acknowledged, though puzzled by Viserys' inquiry. Yet, many in Lys and Volantis possess Valyrian blood. "Is that so?" Viserys exhaled in relief, casually remarking, "I had thought your wife might be a descendant of Blackfyre." At this, Illyrio's expression shifted slightly, but before he could respond, Viserys continued, "Yet, it hardly matters. The Red Dragon and the Black Dragon are both dragons. Given that House Targaryen has already lost the Iron Throne, what distinction remains?" Viserys took a sip from his cup, shaking his head. Illyrio, too, found solace in the moment, reflecting on the several Blackfyre rebellions that marred Targaryen history. Although fundamentally one family, the unacknowledged Blackfyres remained obstinately fixated on claiming their rightful place, a stubbornness that had persisted through generations and sparked numerous Blackfyre wars. Should Viserys regard Scylla as a Blackfyre descendant, their potential alliance could be jeopardized. Yet, it seemed Viserys was indifferent to the distinction between the red and black dragons. With a sigh of relief, Illyrio explained further, Scylla was merely an ordinary Valyrian woman, who perished in a plague. She could not possibly be a Blackfyre descendant. At the time, she was pregnant with my child, and I was confident it would be a boy. The recollection dimmed Illyrio's countenance, a shadow of sorrow crossing his features. Yet, this melancholy was fleeting, he sighed, regaining his composure and returning to the matter at hand. "It may be too late to depart from Pentos now, but we have yet to reach the worst of it. I shall do my utmost to assist your majesty in escaping during the festival celebration in 3 days." Illyrio wiped a glimmer of moisture from his eye with his sleeve and, with a thump of his chest, pledged his support. "Then I shall rely on you, Governor." Viserys replied, visibly moved, as he grasped Illyrio's hands tightly. Chapter 197, Surveillance. Prior to this journey, Viserys had already harbored suspicions regarding the true purpose of his visit to Pentos, having obtained reliable intelligence. Nevertheless, he was resolute in embarking on this expedition, driven by his own motives and plans. He did not divulge his true intentions to Illyrio, who, in turn, spoke half-truths, revealing only trivial matters while obscuring key issues. Both men engaged in a performance of deception, their gazes sincere as they clasped hands. Upon exiting Illyrio's courtyard, the smile that had adorned Viserys' face vanished, replaced by an expression of tranquil resolve. My liege, his retinue of over 200 knights, squires, and archers had long awaited his arrival. Viserys accepted the horse led to him by a squire, placing a foot in the stirrup and mounting with ease, one hand gripping the reins. He cast a final glance at Illyrio's courtyard before turning his steed. "Let us depart." In Pentos, Viserys possessed a residence, a gift bestowed upon him by the governors during his previous visit. The estate was expansive, complemented by flowing gardens. Though the interior might be insufficient, it would be more than adequate to accommodate 200 individuals with the addition of tents in the courtyard. Clattering hooves echoed as a procession of knights, proudly bearing the Targaryen banner, made their way to Viserys' abode in Pentos. The sight of the three-headed dragon flag drew the attention of numerous spies lurking in the periphery, their eyes now fixed upon the estate. "They're here! They're here!" In an instant, the spies found themselves in disarray, each serving their own master, each with their own agenda. Some are governors from Pentos, while others are well-informed, wealthy merchants. Among them is even a servant adorned in courtly attire, making no effort to conceal his allegiance to the infamous yet powerless prince of Pentos, whose intentions in sending someone remains a mystery. Numerous spies have gathered to observe Viserys. However, he appears indifferent to their scrutiny, his gaze sweeping past them without a hint of concern. He is acutely aware that the governors of Pentos are still wary, at least not bold enough to openly send assassins to eliminate him. Otherwise, he would have been ambushed on his way to Pentos. Yet, the governors dare not undertake such a deed, primarily due to the well-organized cavalry at Viserys' side, supported further by a legion backing him. To successfully ambush Viserys' 200 men, ensuring not a single soul escapes to leak information, would require at least 600, if not 800, cavalry. Deploying such a large force would be impossible to conceal from the public. This would equate to a blatant assassination attempt on Viserys, a transgression against the sacred rights of guests that even the gods would not forgive, thereby tarnishing Pentos' reputation. Should they entrust this task to the Dothraki? Time is not on their side. There are no horse lords active nearby, and even if one were to venture westward, they would be intercepted by the First Legion stationed at Gandohar. Pentos dares not act overtly against him. Thus, Viserys boldly enters the city, unconcerned about the commotion he creates, ensuring everyone is aware of his arrival. Though he remains perpetually in danger, much like the merchant who toasted to him earlier that day, Viserys remains remarkably composed, even unusually calm. He understands that the greater the spectacle he creates, the more cautious the governors of Pentos will be, deterred from taking rash actions. The more obstacles he places in their path, the more opportunities for error they will present. For the governors, the festival celebration at the prince's palace 3 days hence will represent their best chance. During that time, Viserys will be within the palace, behind closed doors, with no one outside aware of the happenings within. Should he meet an untimely demise or commit a transgression that leads to a breach of the sacred rights of guests, it would rest solely on the governor's word. Although no one would believe such a flimsy excuse, it would at least hold theoretical ground. Upon witnessing Viserys entering the courtyard, the spies began to nervously report back to their masters. The servant, unmistakably from the prince's palace, boldly boarded a carriage and departed. Meanwhile, Viserys stood atop the highest platform of the estate, resting his hands on the wooden railing, gazing down at the unmasked observers who were monitoring their every move. At that moment, footsteps echoed behind him. A figure clad in crimson robes gracefully approached, appearing beside Viserys. She looked at him over her shoulder and softly spoke. "The task you assigned has commenced." Viserys, leaning against the railing, gazed at the descending sun, its fiery hues painting the sky, as a chilling breeze stirred his silver-gold hair. The heavy snowfall from the previous night had ceased long ago, and by the afternoon, the clouds had parted, allowing sunlight to warm the recently arrived winter day. Now, as the sun sank lower, the person behind him was none other than Melisandre, the Red Priestess. Unbeknownst to him, she had departed from Andals to arrive in Pentos, taking a different route to quietly fulfill the tasks he had entrusted to her. "Well done, Melisandre," Viserys remarked, glancing sideways at the slender figure of the Red Witch. She seemed to possess the divine protection of Rhoynar, appearing impervious to the cold. While he wore a leather armor over a fur cloak for warmth, she remained clad solely in her flowing red robe. "I have seen the guiding light of the Lord of Light in the flames," Melisandre said, taking a couple of steps forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with the young king at the railing, inhaling the faint fragrance that wafted from her. Her beautiful eyes then shifted to meet Viserys' gaze. Pentos undoubtedly belongs to the true king. Chapter 198, Inspection. The following day, outside the city of Pentos, several men resembling hunters, bows slung over their shoulders, conversed with the guards at the city gate. This was prompted by the unfortunate demise of the recently deceased governor, leading Pentos to enforce stringent checks on anyone attempting to enter the city with weapons or armor, including mercenaries, caravan guards, and hunters. Unlike Viserys and his protective escort, who had not faced such scrutiny upon entering. "My lord, we are merely hunters from the surrounding villages," one thin man, his head wrapped in a scarf, said, patting the back of a stag draped over his horse. The deer appeared to have been dead for some time, its blood drained, and the hunters sought to sell it in Pentos' market for food to take home. However, the soldiers were impatient and waved them off. "Get lost. We've told you repeatedly. People can enter, but you must discard your weapons." Yet the hunters persisted, unwilling to relinquish their arms. After all, these were their tools for survival, and the area around Pentos was far from safe. Pintos lacked the resources to hunt down bandits and brigands, with soldiers few in number and poorly trained, relying instead on mercenaries or large caravans for protection, leaving smaller caravans and ordinary farmers to fend for themselves. In such chaotic times, farmers and hunters often carried a dagger or short sword for self-defense against potential robbers, ensuring they could die bravely if necessary. Therefore, the hunters clung stubbornly to their weapons, refusing to leave. Just then, a distant rumble echoed as a long caravan approached Pintos' city gates, the wheels crunching over the remaining patches of snow. It seemed yet another large merchant caravan had arrived. Upon seeing the caravan, the guards at Pintos' gate brightened, recognizing the opportunity for profit. Quickly, gather everyone here and conduct a thorough inspection. Yesterday, we received the formidable Viserys. The portly gate guard, with his bulging belly, adjusted his crooked helmet and summoned his comrades to hastily prepare for the catch. Typically, merchant caravans traverse the route leading to the nearby harbor, seldom entering through the north gate. Consequently, the absence of merchant traffic from that direction significantly reduced the toll revenues. The substantial bribes paid to secure their positions in the garrison were motivated by the prospect of wealth, as the savings of an ordinary family might take years, if not decades, to amass. Yet, once enlisted, these guards indulged in a life of revelry under their commander, with the tolls collected annually, after accounting for contributions to the Supreme Commander, ensuring that within a couple of years, they would recoup their family's hefty investments, with all subsequent earnings being pure profit. Small merchant groups and affluent families within Pintos lined up, clutching large handfuls of gold coins, eager to send their unambitious offspring into the garrison, who would desire a position that promised both safety and fortune. Upon overhearing the conversation among the gate guards, the hunters who had been entangled with them exchanged anxious glances, each noting the tension reflected in the other's eyes. One lanky hunter, balancing a deer on horseback, glanced at the mercenaries similarly obstructed outside the gate. A silent understanding passed between the two groups as they nodded to one another. The rumbling of the wagon wheels echoed as the lengthy procession finally approached the gates of Pintos. "Halt! From whence does this caravan hail?" The gate guard, adjusting his helmet, waddled forward, his armor straining against his girth. The presence of over 100 soldiers was drawn to the unfolding scene. The caravan leader, an elderly man with graying hair, appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, dressed in unremarkable attire. He rode a tall, gray warhorse, its coat matted as if long overdue for a wash. "This is my homeland, my lord," the elder said, his voice resonating with a deep timbre, articulating in impeccable Valyrian. He gazed longingly at the bountiful city behind the gates, eyes filled with nostalgia. Having departed from this place for half a lifetime, he had only recently dared to return, disguised. "Spare me the pleasantries. I ask again, from where do you come, and what is the nature of your caravan?" The corpulent gate guard, though understanding Valyrian, displayed none of the trepidation he had shown towards Viserys the day before, his demeanor now one of palpable impatience. "I come from Tyrosh, my lord," the elder replied, unperturbed, casting a steady gaze at the gate guard. Dismounting, he continued, "I chartered a merchant ship from Tyrosh to transport goods to Braavos, and then procured additional wares from Braavos to bring to Pintos. Pintos is delightful, and I do not intend to leave this time." His voice was robust, revealing his vigorous spirit despite his advanced age, and his eyes gleamed with sharpness. The gate guard instinctively recoiled, his earlier impatience tempered. "Braavos," he muttered, the Pantosians harboring deep-seated animosity towards that city, his tone drawn out as he remarked, "What goods do you trade? Do you possess any contraband? If so, present it now. Should I uncover it myself?" His voice was laced with a thinly veiled threat, a pig-like grunt escaping him as he gestured to unveil the tattered cloth covering the wagon, revealing an assortment of spices and several large crates. "What is this?" The corpulent officer's gaze sharpened as he noticed the neatly arranged crates. His extensive experience informed him that such dark boxes often concealed illicit goods. "We primarily trade spices, my lord. Those dark boxes contain walrus ivory from Lorith, which we have also acquired," the elder replied calmly. "Braavos is a hub for goods from across the world, and prices for spices are slightly lower there than in Pintos, making the route from Braavos to Pintos a common trade path, allowing us to sell some goods while passing through Andals." The elder opened one of the black boxes, revealing the prized walrus ivory, a commodity that might attract the interest of wealthy merchants or nobles. At that moment, a Pintos soldier exclaimed, "My lord, what is this?" His voice rose in alarm as he discovered something peculiar during his inspection. Chapter 199, Infiltration. The soldier's loud outcry drew the attention of many outside the gate. "What is happening?" The crowd outside, including the mercenaries and hunters, exchanged concerned glances once more. Suddenly, among the mercenaries, a large, burly figure rose. Bare-chested and adorned with tattoos, he resembled a mountain, his robust frame boasting thick layers of fat on his belly and chest. With muscular arms and legs wielding a massive hammer, he bellowed, his agitation evident as he tussled with the gate guards. "Hey you, why are we not allowed into the city?" The commotion caught the attention of more guards, who rushed to the scene. "What is going on? Lower your weapons." In recent times, Pantos had enacted stringent checks on those entering with arms and armor. Yet the city's vast population flow made it nearly impossible to ascertain the identities of every newcomer. Consequently, incidents of unrest and conflict were commonplace, and the guards had grown accustomed to such disturbances. While they might not be able to overpower these mercenaries individually, the garrison stood firmly behind the city and its governors, encircling the scene with an imposing presence. What is happening? The formidable walls of Pantos loomed large, and the gate guard, observing the sudden chaos, furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, the hunters, seizing the opportunity presented by the conflict, attempted to slip into the city with their horses and prey. However, just as they neared the entrance, a vigilant guard spotted them and shouted, "Hey, halt! You wretched vermin, what audacity allowed you to enter the city? Beyond the gates of Pantos, it is not merely mercenaries and hunters that congregate, but also caravans of traders. This city-state, bustling with a myriad of inhabitants, often experiences throngs of people at its gates." Suddenly, unforeseen events transpired, plunging the area into chaos, as many outside the gates attempted to evade inspection and slip into the city surreptitiously. The hunters, upon realizing they had been discovered, exchanged furtive glances but did not falter. Instead, they hastened their pace, urging their steeds into the throng of the crowd. "Move, quickly." In concert with the mercenaries, they created a ruckus, and the scene outside Pantos descended into pandemonium. "Seize those individuals," bellowed the rotund officer, his face flushed with fury at the sight. Meanwhile, a silver-haired elder observed the farce with a calm demeanor, a chilling smile gracing his lips. He deftly produced a heavy cloth pouch from his cloak and discreetly slipped it into the officer's palm. "Your efforts are commendable, my lord. Let us accommodate one another. After all, we all seek fortune." The elder, appearing to be the leader of the caravan, did not attempt to conceal the fact that his convoy harbored certain contraband prohibited by Pantos. He produced a substantial amount of gold coins, clearly intended as a bribe, for he was well versed in dealings with such individuals, knowing that sometimes a forthright approach proves more effective than subtlety. The guard at the gate, however, wore a grim expression, his mood decidedly foul. Accepting bribes was one matter, but allowing disorder at the gates was another. He found himself unable to conduct a thorough inspection of the caravan to ascertain its contents, nor could he threaten them for additional coin. Seeing the elder's unambiguous gesture of goodwill, he decided against further complications. In truth, no caravan could withstand meticulous scrutiny. Any thorough investigation would reveal issues. But as long as they complied with the monetary demands, all would be well. He would turn a blind eye to those who were not exceedingly brazen, such as those transporting entire carts of armor and weaponry. "Very well, let us prosper together." The portly officer weighed the pouch in his hand before tucking it away. He then waved his hand, ordering the inspecting guards to withdraw, prioritizing the maintenance of order at the gates. Should a riot ensue, he would bear the brunt of the blame as the officer in charge. A few soldiers pursued those who had attempted to sneak into the city, including a reckless band of mercenaries and the cunning hunters from earlier. With a rumble, the lengthy caravan passed through the gates of Pantos without further incident. "That was indeed a close call," remarked a rather unattractive golden-haired woman within the caravan. Towering at 6 feet, she surpassed most men in stature. Her long golden locks cascading down her back, a torn nose, and the absence of ears, with cross-shaped scars adorning her cheeks. "A lad was staring at me just now. I suspect he may have fallen for me." Her laughter was a raspy, low timbre, and her words sent chills down spines. I nearly couldn't resist gouging his eyes out. Beside her stood a man with flaxen hair and striking blue eyes, his expression marked by a sheepish smile. He was shorter than the golden-haired woman. Upon hearing her remark, he turned to appraise her, unable to suppress a chuckle. Did the beauty fall for him? Or did he fall for you? Beauty was merely a moniker for the golden-haired woman, named Maris, though names within the group were often interchangeable. The young man was called Straw Dick, and his jest was not merely an act of insult. He had been coerced by Maris into intimate encounters during his initial days in the group. However, over time, he seemed to have accepted her, and they occasionally shared moments together. For in the mercenary life, one never knows when their time may come, and thus, it is wise to seize joy while it lasts. At the forefront of the caravan, The silver-haired elder rode alongside a grim-faced man, both enveloped in silence. This man appeared to be a Dothraki, his face marred by scars from blades, his upper body bare, revealing powerful muscles adorned with tribal tattoos, a dark curved blade sheathed at his waist. His name was Kago, a Dothraki who had severed ties with his clan, once a slave who had slain his master to join the mercenary ranks. Now, he stood as the captain of this band, the elder's right-hand man, hearing the idle chatter among the brothers in arms. Kago turned his gaze slightly before reverting to a serious demeanor. Captain, has Danzer infiltrated already? Chapter 200, The Wind Blows. Danzer Dahan, known as the warrior poet, was another captain within the mercenary band, also serving as the elder's trusted lieutenant. This mercenary company had infiltrated Pantos through various means and channels for an impending grand scheme. Should the plan succeed, they would transcend their status as expendable mercenaries, altering the course of their destinies. They envisioned a future of indulgence, opulence, and perhaps even dominion over Pantos itself. We need not concern ourselves with Danzer. He knows what he is doing. The silver-haired elder maintained his composure upon his steed, exuding an air of tranquility. Yet beneath this calm exterior, his heart raced with uncertainty. This was a perilous decision, but the potential rewards were equally extraordinary. A delicate balance of risk and opportunity. He had concealed his true identity for years, with others knowing only that he had once been a candidate for the next Prince of Pantos 30 years prior, a position he had declined, fleeing his homeland. Since then, he had wandered among various mercenary bands, having once been a member of the Second Sons, the Iron Shields, and the Beautiful Women, before ultimately departing to establish his own company alongside 5 companions. Thus, the infamous Wind Blows Company was born, and he remained the sole survivor among the original 6 founders. Now the leader of the Wind Blows. 30 years had passed, and no one knew his true name, referring to him instead as the Rags Prince or the Tattered King. For his most distinguishing attire was a patchwork cloak made from garments of foes he had slain. He claimed that without his rags, he would be but another face lost in the crowd. Is that so? The Dothraki furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing the Rags Prince's trust in Danzer, but chose to remain silent. Under the leadership of Kago, his brethren exhibit unparalleled valor and martial prowess, while another captain, Danzer, places greater emphasis on intellect, maturity, and composure. Consequently, although both serve as the trusted confidants of the Ragged Prince, there are instances where the prince places more faith in Danzer, entrusting him with significant responsibilities rather than Kago. Is this plan reliable, boss? Inquired a Dothraki warrior, his scarred cheek betraying a life of hardship as he rode alongside the Ragged Prince. Certainly, I trust in the strength of our comrades. However, we remain uncertain about their loyalties, Kago replied, harboring fears of betrayal or breach of agreement. He yearned to utter disparaging terms, such as brat, but in the presence of that youthful figure, he found himself unable to meet the boy's gaze, instead counting his own toes in embarrassment. Kago, what kind of person do you think he is? The Ragged Prince, perceptive of his subordinates' unspoken thoughts, turned to Kago, his gray hair dancing in the wind amidst the bustling streets. Kago, upon hearing his leader's words, pondered briefly, recalling the image of Viserys as he boarded their vessel. The young king, draped in a pristine white fox fur, possessed eyes that gleamed like bright stars, a statuesque figure adorned with a sword at his waist, exuding an air of confidence and ease as he boldly approached their ship with but a single attendant, devoid of fear. His mere presence overshadowed those around him. The Ragged Prince sat opposite him, while Kago, Danzer, and the executioner, the beautiful Melis, stood behind their leader. Yet, these ruthless mercenaries found themselves rendered speechless in the presence of such a noble youth. Melis, her cheeks flushed, fidgeted awkwardly, unsure of where to place her hands, while their leader maintained his composure, a testament to his upbringing. Unlike his rough-and-tumble companions, the Ragged Prince had once been an heir among the 40 families of Pantos, having received a fine education from a young age. Though the Ragged Prince felt the weight of Viserys' presence, compelling him to lower his head slightly upon their first meeting, he ultimately regained his poise. The discussions aboard the ship concluded favorably for all involved. The Ragged Prince, undeterred by his age, knelt before the nearly 40 years younger Viserys to pledge his loyalty. In response, Viserys drew the sword drawn from his belt, resting its blade upon the shoulder of the kneeling elder. The scarlet sword emitted a haunting glow, reminiscent of the blood of setting sun, causing the Ragged Prince to shiver involuntarily. Viserys accepted the allegiance with a nod. Kago, reflecting on that radiant young king, found himself at a loss for words. The disparity in their statuses and levels of experience loomed too large, placing them worlds apart. 2 days hence, The year 291 of the age of Aegon arrived. Once more, snowflakes danced through the air, with two significant snowfalls within a mere 5 days, suggesting an extraordinary winter ahead. The traditional festivities of Pentos commenced in earnest. Although night had yet to fall, the streets were already adorned with vibrant decorations, festive banners hanging everywhere. Pentos, a city of diverse ethnicities and beliefs, celebrated a multitude of festivals, each unique to its respective culture. However, the arrival of the new year was a carnival that united all citizens of Pentos. On this day, merchants offered wealth to the Night Lion, hoping for a bountiful harvest in the coming year. Elderly women set up altars to the Weeping Woman, while hooded figures were venerated by the impoverished, and Bacalon was honored as the god of soldiers. Even the Dothraki paid homage to their horse god. More broadly, the followers of R'hllor ignited bonfires before sunset, beseeching their deity to bring forth the sun in the new year, dispelling the cold and darkness. The Seven, widely revered in Westeros and Essos, held a secondary status in Pentos, while the worship of the nature spirits favored by the Lyseni was scarce. On New Year's Day, the Prince of Pentos was to present a virgin to the land and sea. The clang of gongs echoed far and wide as drums cleared the streets of onlookers. The soldiers of Pentos, clad in ceremonial armor and adorned with splendid regalia, safeguarded the nominal head of Pentos, the prince, as he traversed the thoroughfares. Rather than riding, Viserys shared a palanquin with the prince, surveying the prosperous city. As night descended, Pentos transformed into a jubilant sea of celebration, the populace cheering for the prince's procession. Daring young women even leaned from balconies, lifting their skirts, showering flowers upon the crowd below. Yet, amid the revelry, chaos erupted as someone in the throng emitted a peculiar cry, followed by a torrent of insults directed at the governor. After all, these wealthy merchants and governors monopolized entire industries, manipulating prices and squeezing the lifeblood from the common folk, naturally breeding discontent among the populace. The guards began to scramble, attempting to quell the unrest. Eventually, after an indeterminate passage of time, the procession awkwardly completed its circuit around the city, heading directly toward the prince's palace.